After traveling to this world where the rules have collapsed, I realized that only by becoming a professional can I have the right to survive. There are monsters everywhere here, and there are countless mysterious dungeons and secret realms hidden. People are fighting and dying every day. Standing on the altar of job transfer, I can feel the gazes of everyone around me. They are either envious, jealous, or disdainful. But when that dazzling light fell on me, the whole world became quiet. The world's only soul beast summoner. These 4 words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. At the same time, a mysterious voice emerged in my mind. The unlimited blast system has been activated. Then I saw the crazy, breathtaking tasks. Death of at least 10 million wind baboons in battle. After completing the task, you can unlock the Titan ape. Death of at least 100,000 phoenix-tailed cockatiel snakes in battle. After completing the mission, unlock the Azure Dragon Python. Cause the death of at least 20 million wild bears in battle. After completing the task, you can unlock the Bear King. While others are still struggling to summon a pet beast, I can let an endless army of soul beasts sweep everything. However, as my summoned beasts continued to grow stronger, I gradually realized that there seemed to be an even more shocking secret hidden behind the system. This era that belongs to me has just begun. Not long after I skipped a grade and entered the 3rd year of high school, I haven't even recognized all my classmates yet. The only one I'm familiar with is Duan Liar, the class monitor with a weird personality. At this moment, she suddenly looked up at me and said, "Little brother, if you dare to change your job to a mage, I will fight you." I rolled my eyes. "Why?" She pouted, looking aggrieved. "Woo-woo, I didn't change my job to a mage, and I don't want to see others change their job to a mage. TSK, little girl." I was too lazy to pay attention to her. My eyes were still on the job transfer formation. At this time, I heard a low voice in my ear. "It's Luo Chen. It's the first time I see him in person today. He's quite handsome." "What do you mean by handsome?" "He is so handsome. Standing together with Duan Lier, they are a perfect match." "Bullshit. Duan Lier is my wife." I was speechless and didn't bother to pay attention to these people making trouble. I stepped out of the queue and stood in the center of the magic circle. Mr. Zhao smiled and said, "Stand firm." Yes. I took a deep breath and slowly walked into the formation. I looked calm on the surface, but my heart was tense. The light flashed, and the job transfer began. Suddenly, a low beast roar echoed in my ears. What's that sound? Roar, 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 roar. Violent roars came one after another, as if some ancient creature was roaring. Looking up, the clouds were rolling and the magic circle was emitting dazzling beams of light that shot straight into the sky. Under everyone's shocked gazes, ferocious monsters suddenly gathered in the sky, dragons with angry horns on their heads. A giant ape as big as a building, a human-faced spider, an evil tiger with wings on its back. Even in the deepest part of the cloud, there is a giant kuan writhing. Boom! The deafening roar of the beast echoed across the sky. The entire broken city could hear it, and even the surrounding cities could vaguely hear it. The whole place was in dead silence. The job change of rare professions would cause strange phenomena in the world, such as Duan Liar's shadow assassin, but her phenomena were nothing compared to mine. Every soul beast in the sky is countless times more powerful than her assassin's phantom. Is this an epic profession? Shenyang High School has an epic profession? Oh my god, there are only a handful of epic professions in the entire Dragon Country. The playground exploded completely, and the crowd was talking wildly. Duan Liar rubbed her eyes, her face full of shock. Little brother, isn't this too big? Principal Shen clenched his fist in excitement, but suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Something is wrong. It is impossible for the heaven and earth phenomena of an epic profession to last so long. Boom. The dark clouds exploded, and all the monsters in the sky suddenly exploded. A huge halo fell from the sky and landed directly on me. The halo shrank and poured into the body. In an instant, the strange phenomena in the world disappeared, and the magic circle returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Ding. Hint, congratulations on completing your job change. Your job is a unique hidden job, Soul Beast Summoner. A unique hidden profession? The whole audience was silent. Soul Beast Summoner? What kind of profession is this? How come I've never heard of it? Principal Shen looked solemn, staring at me intently. He obviously knew that even in the professional collection, there was no record of this profession. This is too outrageous. Skip to the 3rd grade in high school, and then directly switch to a unique hidden profession? Those monsters in the sky just now, are they the soul beasts that the Soul Beast Summoner refers to? If we can really summon these monsters, wouldn't we be invincible in the dungeon? I stood on the magic circle in a daze, my heart pounding, and I was extremely excited. Others might not know, but I knew very well that the soul beast that appeared in the sky just now was a top creature from a top IP. The human-faced mad spider, the dark demon evil tiger, the titan demon ape, the sky blue python, and even the deep-sea Madwell King. And the halo that was put on me just now, that shape, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a soul ring. My hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. I took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in my heart, and stepped down from the magic circle. But I just took the first step. Ding. Prompt. Host completes job transfer. The blast system is activated. I paused and almost fell. Explosion system? What is that? I looked around suddenly. Principal Shin, Duan Liar, and all my classmates were looking at me in shock. They obviously didn't hear the prompt tone, which means I'm the only one who heard it. Goldfinger. Luo Chen, are you okay? Mr. Zhao's voice brought me back from my shock. I quickly shook my head. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your concern. I was just too excited. Mr. Zhao laughed loudly. A unique hidden profession. Anyone would be excited, probably even more excited than you. At this time, Principal Shin came over, looking serious. Luo Chen, come with me. Yes, Principal. I nodded and followed him to the other side of the playground, while Mr. Zhao continued to preside over the transfer ceremony. Half of the students had not yet transferred. Taking advantage of this gap, I quickly opened the character panel to check my information. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Level 1. After casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year Soul Beast. Explosion System. Special. After successfully summoning a new Soul Beast race, the explosion task will be automatically triggered. Completing the task can unlock Soul Beasts of higher age. My gaze lingered on the words, upper limit of summoned beasts, 10,000, for a few seconds. I can summon 10,000 Soul Beasts at level 1. Although I can only summon Soul Beasts of 10 years old now. If I increase my level, won't this upper limit be even more terrifying? There is also a column called Martial Soul. How can the summoner profession have a martial soul? What on earth was going on? I tried to calm down and not think about it anymore. Not long after, Principal Shin stopped and opened a record book. Luo Chen, Soul Beast Summoner is a brand new profession. I need to report your professional information. I knew about this a long time ago, so it was not surprising. However, a group of students gathered around me, all looking at me with burning eyes, including Duan Liar. I smiled and said, since the principal wants to see it, I will summon a Soul Beast to try it out. He slowly opened his hands and cast the Soul Beast summoning technique. He thought that the summoning technique would consume his mental energy, but surprisingly, it didn't consume it. Summoning doesn't consume any mental energy. Isn't this outrageous? Before I could react, a dark vortex appeared in front of me. Ding! Successfully summoned the 10-year Soul Beast, Netherwolf. Trigger the explosion mission. Kill 10,000 Netherwolves in battle to unlock the 100-year Soul Beast Gale Wolf. The next summon should be a different kind of Soul Beast. Roar! A low wolf howl was heard, and a Netherwolf slowly walked out of the black vortex. It is not big in size, about the size of an ordinary wild wolf, covered with pale blue fur, and its eyes flash with faint blue light, showing its wildness. I quickly glanced at its attribute panel. Name, Netherwolf. Age, 10 years. HP, 100. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 5. Magic resistance, 10. Physical resistance, 10. Skills, none. Is this a Soul Beast? Principal Shin frowned and waved his hand to perform a detection spell. The light fell on the Netherwolf. After a moment, a puzzled look appeared on his face. It looks no different from an ordinary summoned beast. Maybe my level is too low, and the Soul Beast has not yet shown its true ability. Principal Shin nodded. That's right. All known hidden professions are extremely powerful, and your profession is no exception. Practice well in the days ahead, and don't waste this good fortune. Yes, Principal. I saluted solemnly. Principal Shin nodded with satisfaction, patted my shoulder, and turned to leave. After all, the job transfer ceremony was still going on, and he couldn't keep staring at me alone. But as soon as he left, a group of students immediately surrounded him. Is this a Soul Beast? How cool. Luo Chen, how many can you summon now? An ordinary summoner at level 1 can summon 3, so should you be able to do the same? What are your attack skills? Show us. 3. Come on, my summon limit is 10,000. Just as I was considering whether to trick him, Duan Liar came closer and stood in front of me, saying in a stern tone, what are you doing here? Have you finished your job transfer? If you have, go home. Everyone dispersed. She then turned her gaze back to the Netherwolf, her eyes showing an eager light. Little brother, let me touch it? She came closer with a smile. It won't bite me, will it? After saying that, without waiting for my consent, she directly reached out and put her hand on the back of the Netherwolf. Wow, the fur is so soft. Her eyes lit up. She swallowed her saliva and muttered softly, brush it, mix it with cold food, or grill it. It must be delicious. Roar. The Netherwolf turned its head suddenly bared its teeth, and let out a threatening growl at her. This little girl? Is she looking for death? Facing the hostility of the nether wolf, Duan Lyre didn't care at all. Instead, she stood there with a smile on her face, her eyes sparkling. Luo Chen, shall we have a barbecue tonight? I rolled my eyes. Stay away. Although the unique hidden profession is powerful, it also has an obvious disadvantage. The skill book is too difficult to obtain. Although skill books are sold in bookstores in major cities, it is extremely difficult to find a skill book that can be used by soul beast summoners. I glanced at the character panel again and couldn't help but frown. Without attack skills, I could only hide behind the soul beast to fight. Once the enemy got close to me, I basically had no ability to fight back. However, the upper limit of summoned beasts is 10,000. If the enemy wants to get close, he must first cross these 10,000 soul beasts. Seeing that I was silent, Duan Lyre patted my shoulder and said, "Little brother, remember to take me with you when you play the dungeon. Let's team up together." She looked excited. "Your soul beast is in front. I will be invisible and attack, killing indiscriminately. Shadow Assassin plus Soul Beast Summoner. Let's add a Shield Warrior and a Mage. It's a perfect golden lineup." I looked at her helplessly and said, "When you first changed your job to Shadow Assassin, you were listless. Why do you look so energetic now?" She curled her lips and said, "How can it be the same? I was upset about not being able to turn into a mage just now, but now I think Shadow Thorn is pretty good too. Also, you're a girl. Can you be a little more reserved?" Duan Lyre glared. "Reserved? I've been like this since I was a child, so what? Are you dissatisfied? All right, you're awesome." At this time, the last student walked onto the job transfer array. A flash of light passed by, and he successfully transferred to a shield warrior, which drew cheers. At this point, the job transfer ceremony is over. Among the more than 100 students, nearly 70% are life professions, and the main combat plus auxiliary professions add up to only 30 people, including me, a special soul beast summoner. I took back the nether wolf, said hello to Duan Lyre and a few familiar classmates, and then went home. There was no one at home. A year ago, a car accident took the lives of my parents, and the original owner of this body fell into a coma, and it was at that time that I traveled to this body. However, I am not without relatives in this world. My mother has an older sister, who is my eldest aunt. She divorced early and settled in Kyoto with her daughter. My cousin is currently studying at Kyoto University. After my parents passed away, my aunt came to Duanqing to take care of me for a while. I am always grateful for this family love. Ding-ling-ling, the phone rang. It was Duan Lyre calling. "Brother, starting tomorrow, the novice dungeon of Broken City will be officially open," she said excitedly. "Have you made up your mind? Do you want to team up with me? As the squad leader, I have the responsibility to take care of Young. Don't worry, I'll take you to kill people." I smiled and refused decisively. I was going for the intensive troops flow. Summoning soul beasts does not consume mental energy, and there is no need to form a team. What's more, it's just a novice copy. Seeing that I refused, Duan Lyre's voice suddenly became delicate. "Little brother, just team up with me. Or, sister will sing a tune for you. Get lost." I hung up the phone without hesitation. If you don't change into black silk stockings, no one will watch it. After dinner, I continued to study the soul beast summoning technique. Soul beast summoning technique. Level 1 after casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year soul beast. Let's see what I can summon this time. I was looking forward to it, and then I used my skills. A black vortex emerged, and a small figure walked out of it. Meow. A leopard cat? I was stunned. Name, Leopard Cat. Age, 10 years. HP, 100. Strength, 10. Agility, 20. Spirit, 10. Magic resistance, 10. Physical resistance, 10. Skills, none. The tabby cat is slightly weaker than the nether wolf in strength, but has higher agility, and the other attributes are not much different. Ding. Successfully summoned the 10-year soul beast, the colorful cat. Trigger the blast mission. Consume 1,000 colorful cats in battle, and you can randomly awaken your martial spirit after completing it. Martial soul. I took a deep breath and was instantly excited. The nether wolf's mission reward was a 100-year soul beast, and the spectral cat's mission reward was actually a martial soul. And only 1,000 need to be sacrificed? If one has a martial spirit, is it possible to obtain spirit skills in the future? Awesome. Keep going. I frantically cast the soul beast summoning technique, with the goal of filling the upper limit of 10,000 summoned beasts. 1, 2. Half an hour later, there were more than 800 nether wolves and cats in total. Unfortunately, no new soul beast race has appeared, and no new troop explosion task can be triggered. Continue. Ding. Successfully summoned the nether wolf. Ding. Successfully summoned the colorful cat. Ding. Successfully summoned the nether wolf. Finally, an hour later, roar. A deep roar was heard, and a giant ape, 2 meters tall, stepped out of the black vortex. Ding. Successfully summoned the 10-year soul beast wind baboon. I narrowed my eyes and looked at the attribute panel. Name, Wind Baboon. Age, 10 years. HP, 100. Strength, 20. Agility, 10. Spirit, 5. Magic resistance, 10. Physical resistance, 20. Skills, none. It is stronger than the nether wolf and the cat, and has higher physical resistance. However, what I am really looking forward to is its troop explosion mission. Ding. Trigger the explosion mission. Consume 10 million wind baboons in battle. After completing it, you can unlock the 100,000-year-old soul beast, Titan Demon Ape. Titan Demon Ape, one of the soul beast overlords. If put into a dungeon, it will be a top-level boss, definitely not a weakling. But 10 million wind baboons died. Isn't that a bit too much? 10 million. When will it be completed? Right now, the number of my summoned beasts has just exceeded 3,000. I choose to continue. Ding. Successfully summoned the 10-year soul beast, nether wolf. Ding. Successfully summoned the 10-year soul beast, wind baboon. Ding. Successfully summoned the 10-year soul beast. Time passed little by little, and I was almost numb from summoning. Finally, a new soul beast race appeared. Ding. Successfully summoned the 10-year soul beast, Guju. Plant-type soul beast. A 3-meter-tall purple bamboo, rooted in the ground, unable to move, but with surprisingly good attributes, and it actually has skills. Taunt, an active skill. After casting, it can force the enemy to attack you. It lasts for 10 seconds and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. When I saw this skill, I was stunned for 2 seconds. If you look at this skill alone, there is nothing special. But with the explosive soldier system, it's different. Throw out thousands of lone bamboos and let them take turns to taunt. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva, and a picture appeared in my mind. The monster was chopping wildly in the bamboo pile, and the dense bamboos were taunting it crazily. The monster couldn't stop for a second and was caught in an endless struggle. Fuck, this thing is too scary, right? Ding. Trigger the explosion mission. Kill at least 3,000 lone bamboos in battle to get a random soul skill. Ding. Before getting soul skills, you need to fuse your martial soul in advance. Martial spirit. Soul skills. I was instantly excited. Hidden profession skill books are extremely difficult to obtain. Ordinary people may not be able to learn a few skills in their entire lives. But as long as I have soldiers, I can automatically unlock soul skills. This is the real unique hidden profession. Another 2 hours passed, until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. I finally summoned all 10,000 soul beasts. Unfortunately, no new types of soul beasts appeared in subsequent summons. I took a look at the number of soul beasts in the summoning space. Nether wolf, 3110, color cat, 3033, wind baboon, 2128, lone bamboo, 1729. Triggered explosion mission. 10,000 nether wolves die to unlock the 100-year-old spirit beast, the gale wolf. 10 million wind baboons die to unlock the 100,000-year-old spirit beast, the titan ape. 1,000 cats die to randomly awaken a martial spirit. 3,000 lone bamboos die to randomly obtain spirit skills. 10 million wind baboons? Never mind. Don't even think about it in this short time. I touched my chin and quickly formulated a strategy. First, deal with the tabby cat and Guju, obtain the martial soul and soul skills, and then clear the nether wolf and unlock the 100-year soul beast. With a martial soul, I can further awaken my soul skills. With soul skills, my combat power can be truly formed. I put all soul beasts into the summoning space. Casting summoning does not consume mental energy, and I don't feel tired at all. However, will soul skills consume mental energy? This is not certain. Go to bed and sleep. Get enough rest, and enter the novice dungeon tomorrow. The next morning, after washing up, I went to school. On the playground, buses were parked there, and senior high school students boarded one after another. The bus drove all the way to the outskirts of Broken City, and the destination was the entrance to the novice dungeon. When we arrived at the destination, it was already crowded. Not only Xingyang High School, but students from other high schools were also here. Looking around, there were nearly 1,000 people. Assistant priest wants to team up. Sufficient healing, large quantity, and guaranteed to keep you full. Chef wants to bring me along. If you lead a dungeon, I'll give you a month of free meals. Blacksmith wants to bring me along. Before the dungeon, there were constant shouts. Before students entered the novice dungeon, All the high schools would usually coordinate the teams and give priority to students to form teams. Of course, the final decision on team formation is in the hands of the students themselves, and the teacher can only make suggestions. Principal Shin stood in front of the team, with a smile on his face that could not be concealed, and he looked very excited. This year's class has a unique hidden profession and a rare profession, Shadow Assassin, so there will be no need to worry about publicity for next year's enrollment brochure. Principal Shun, congratulations. Xingyang High School has really become famous this time. It is said that even the bigwigs in Kyoto have been alarmed. Soul Beast Summoner. This profession has never appeared before. How it will grow is really exciting. Listening to the compliments from the principals of various schools, Principal Shun smiled even more happily, cleared his throat quickly, and said loudly, "Classmates, the novice dungeon will be open soon. Life and auxiliary professions should not act alone. Try to team up with the main combat profession. Remember the importance of teamwork. Don't be a lone wolf. Mainly focus on combat professions. There will always be times when you will need life professions and auxiliary professions." The students nodded one after another, but Principal Shun's next words left the entire audience speechless. As for Luo Chen and Duan Lier, I suggest that you two play the dungeon alone. Playing alone will allow you to enjoy the experience of killing monsters alone and level up faster. Principal, why don't you just say don't worry about others, just level up as hard as you can. Those who wanted to team up with us, all shut up. Principal Shun's partiality was already written on his face. I was relieved. I hadn't planned to form a team in the first place, and now no one would bother me. Tisk. Duan Lier pouted in dissatisfaction and put her hand on my shoulder. Little brother, don't listen to the old man. Team up with me. I will lead you, haha. Stop it, I said helplessly. I've decided to kill it alone. Duan Lier's expression changed, and she instantly looked pitiful. Your sister. I simply held her head and pushed her aside. This is the school beauty of Shenyang High School, the object of secret love of many boys, but now I just push her away. A group of boys stared at me, wishing they could skin me alive. In half a month, it will be the last major exam for senior high school students. This exam will not only examine theoretical scores, but also comprehensively evaluate factors such as career level and combat strength. The final score will determine the choice of university. My goal is Kyoto University. This university is not only the most difficult to get into in Dragon Country, but more importantly, my cousin is at Kyoto University. Therefore, unless I encounter special circumstances, I don't need to form a team at all. Upgrading alone is the most efficient. Principal Shun's meaning is very clear. Forming a team will only slow down my progress. Of course, Principal Shun added with a smile. If you think that forming a team can help you complete the dungeon faster, you can choose to do so freely. The final decision is up to you. I nodded. My decision would not change. Duan Lier pouted and stamped her feet in anger when she saw that I had no intention of forming a team. Tisk, if you don't want to form a team, then don't. I can clear it faster by myself. She muttered. Brother, I will definitely upgrade faster than you. Do you believe it? I casually replied, I believe it. You say you don't believe it. Duan Lier's eyes widened. Then I replied to you. Then we'll wait and see. Do you understand the routine? Hurry up and say you don't believe it. Me, I believe it. Just say it. I believe it. After 2 lifetimes, why should I play this kind of childish game with her? Am I out of my mind? All students are already familiar with the novice dungeon. The level of ordinary monsters in the dungeon will not exceed the player's level 5. We are all level 1, so the monsters are at most level 6. The level of the boss is randomly refreshed between level 8 and level 10. Overall, there are not many monsters, and the environment of this dungeon is much safer than monsters in the wild. Moreover, players can choose to quit at any time, and the mortality rate is extremely low. But this does not mean that the dungeon is easy. Because everyone is a novice and lacks combat experience, most people can't hold on halfway through the dungeon and are forced to quit. So far, no one has been able to clear the novice dungeon and defeat the final boss within the 12-hour time limit. Those who haven't received the novice weapons yet can come forward to receive them. Those who brought their own weapons don't need to receive them. I walked up and took a novice staff from the table. I had no choice. I had no family background and no parents to support me. I could only take the rags given by the system. But Duan Lier on the side was different. She had a red dagger on her waist, and the handle was inlaid with gorgeous rubies. It was obviously top-grade equipment. She came over proudly and waved the dagger. Level 1 top-quality dagger. My family spent a lot of money to buy it, specially prepared for the novice copy. How is it? She blinked. Isn't it tempting? Do you want to touch it? If you want, sister will let you touch it. Touch. That's fine. I glanced at her and reached out to touch her face gently. I originally wanted to touch other places, but then I changed my mind and decided not to. Duan Lyre was stunned. Her face flushed. She didn't expect me to be so bold. "Oh, how could you do this?" "You asked me to touch you," I said confidently. "I already refused to team up with you. If I refused to touch you again, it would be too disrespectful to you." After saying that, I looked down at the novice staff in my hand. Its attributes were ridiculously bad, and it was completely dispensable. Equipment name: Novice Staff, Strength, +1 Spirit, +1 Skills, none. That's it. For ordinary mages, this staff might be useful. But I rely on soul beasts to fight, and I don't have any attack skills, so this attribute bonus is meaningless. Without paying any more attention to Duan Lyre, I walked directly towards the entrance of the novice copy. I heard her shouting from behind. "You touched me for nothing and then ran away? You have to let me touch you back." Seeing that I ignored her, she pouted and stomped her feet. "Squad leader, you don't like Luo Chen, do you?" "Yes, he is still young. You are an old cow eating young grass, right? How about changing your target and see what I can do? Get out. Get out." Duan Lyre looked angry, waving her dagger, and walked towards the dungeon entrance. Light flashes. I appeared in the novice dungeon. It was a dark canyon with towering cliffs on both sides, dense vegetation in the canyon, and low roars could be heard from time to time. Instance number 3. I looked around. According to the instance guide, the core route of this map is very simple. Advance along the central passage of the canyon, clear the monsters along the way, and you will have a chance to encounter a novice boss. There are 10 scenes in the novice copy. The maps and monster types are slightly different, but the difficulty is basically the same. When a single person enters a copy, he or she will be randomly assigned a scene. If you form a team, the entire team will be synchronously teleported to the same copy. Let's get started. I waved my hand and roar. A dense crowd of cats jumped out of the summoning space, 1,000 of them, a black mass, and a menacing momentum. "Guys, push them over," I shouted, and 1,000 tabby cats suddenly rushed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The agility attribute of the tabby cat is as high as 20 points, more than twice that of my body. It is extremely fast and can rush dozens of meters in a few seconds. In front, several level 1 skeleton soldiers heard the noise and slowly turned their heads. When they saw hundreds of tabby cats rushing towards them, the soul fire in the skeleton soldiers' eyes beat violently, but before they could react, they were completely submerged. Snap! Snap! Ding! Congratulations on killing a level 1 skeleton soldier. You get +5 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 1 skeleton soldier. You get +5 experience points. I glanced at the experience points. It takes 500 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, which means I can level up by killing 100 skeleton soldiers. Upgrading is not difficult, but the problem is how to kill all these 1,000 tabby cats. The attributes of the skeleton soldier are too low, even weaker than the tabby cat. Even if a tabby cat fights a skeleton soldier alone, the skeleton soldier can't kill it at all. Even if I stood still and let the skeleton soldiers hack me, it would probably take forever to hack me to death. I frowned, then thought of a solution after slapping my head. Why bother here? First, kill your way through the dungeon, find the novice boss, and ask the boss for help. Today, no matter what, 1,000 leopard cats must die. Ding. Hint, congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 skeleton soldier, gaining experience points +5. The beeping continued, and the killing continued. In just a few moments, my experience bar had risen to 25%. 1,000 cats pushed forward, and whenever a dungeon monster appeared, they would swarm and kill it, leaving the monster completely powerless to fight back. Their efficiency was ridiculously high. Sure enough, playing the dungeon alone is the best solution. If you form a team, most of the experience will be taken away by others. Time passed little by little, and in less than half an hour, I heard the familiar upgrade prompt. There was a flash of light, and I felt my body become a little lighter. Soul Beast Summoning Technique, Level 1 after casting. A 10-year Soul Beast can be randomly summoned. Explosion System, special after successfully summoning a new Soul Beast race. The explosion task will be automatically triggered, and rewards can be obtained after completing it. After upgrading, the attributes are comprehensively improved, but the upper limit of summoned beast remains at 10,000. The Soul Beast Summoning Technique cannot be improved through practice. The system has prompted that this skill will only be automatically upgraded every 10 levels, increasing the summoning limit and the probability of summoning new races. But the increase in species does not mean that the Soul Beast will become stronger. The Soul Beasts summoned are still only 10-year Soul Beasts. If you want to become stronger, you can only rely on the explosion of troops and the lives of 10-year Soul Beasts. I continued to move forward, sweeping across the dungeon. Roar. Densely packed cats rushed past, tearing monsters to pieces in an instant wherever they passed, and the warning sounded continuously, ding. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 2 skeleton warrior. Experience plus 10. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 3 skeleton lancer. Experience plus 15. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 4 skeleton blade soldier. Experience plus 20. In fact, the single unit attribute of the leopard cat is not that strong, only slightly higher than the level 1 dungeon monster and equivalent to the level 2 skeleton warrior. But even when facing a level 3 or 4 monster, it can still kill it instantly without any casualties. There was no way, there were too many of them. The monsters had no chance to resist. I walked slowly forward, with dozens of cats following closely behind me to prevent any of them from slipping through the net and being attacked. Experience 82%, 88%, 99%. A flash of light passed by, and I leveled up again. Level 3. My attributes were improved again, and I didn't even do anything. Many times, the monsters were cleared out before I even saw their shadows. The explosive soldier system is awesome. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 4 skeleton soldier. Experience plus 20. Congratulations on your success. As time passed, I encountered a level 5 monster. I controlled the rhythm of the battle deliberately, and the tabby cats finally suffered casualties. Unfortunately, I only lost one. At the same time, I was promoted to level 4. There was less than half a month left before the senior high school entrance examination. Dean Shun said that if you want to be admitted to Kyoto College, meeting the theoretical score requirement is only the basis, and the professional level must reach level 10. Level 10 is only the minimum standard, and levels 11 and 12 are more likely. For ordinary people, reaching level 10 in half a month is almost impossible. But for me, this is not a problem at all. At the same time, in the conference room of Shenyang High School, Principal Shun and several teachers were sitting around the conference table, holding a video conference with several other high schools and watching. On the other side of the screen, an old man smiled and said, "Old Shun, if I go to find Luo Chen, will he be willing to transfer to our school? Don't even think about it." Principal Shin slammed the table. "I will fight anyone who dares to take advantage of Luo Chen. What about Duan Lier? No way. If you mention this again, I will hang up the video immediately and stop playing with you." Everyone laughed. They were just joking. The novice copy has been open for half a day, and there is not much time left. Guess what the highest level we can reach today? It's hard to say. Luo Chen and Duan Lier from Shenyang High School are indeed good, but they are all solo dungeons. Although solo kills can earn more experience, the speed of killing monsters is definitely not as fast as that of a team. The senior high school entrance exam is less than half a month away. These little guys have to hurry up. Hearing this, Principal Shin snorted coldly. "I'm not bragging to you, but the person with the highest level today must be a student from Shenyang High School, either Duan Lier or Luo Chen." At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Principal, Duan Lier's father is here." Principal Shun's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up to greet him. A moment later, a tall, middle-aged man accompanied by him walked into the conference room. Duan Lier's father, Duan Jinghong, the current head of the Duan family. The principals of other schools greeted him one after another. One of them laughed and said, "Haha, Master Duan, are you worried about your daughter? Your daughter is a shadow assassin, so it's unnecessary, right? Besides, I see that she has a good relationship with Luo Chen. You don't want Luo Chen to be your son-in-law, do you?" "Son-in-law? Luo Chen? Who is Luo Chen?" Duan Jinghong was stunned and did not react for a moment. On the side, Principal Shin laughed. Master Duan didn't say anything. It seems that he agreed. "Agree, sister. I don't even know who Luo Chen is." Duan Jinghong shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to explain, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Luo Chen, Soul Beast Summoner? A genius who skipped grades directly from high school? The strange phenomenon that broke the city yesterday seemed to be caused by him, combined with the attitude of Principal Shun and others, and what they mentioned. Duan Lier and Luo Chen have a good relationship. Duan Jinghong touched his chin and suddenly smiled. "Luo Chen, they are still young. It's too early to talk about this now." Principal Shun and others smiled at each other, and a relaxed atmosphere filled the conference room. Duan Jinghong glanced at the large video screen. He came to Shenyang High School today just to chat with his daughter and wait for her to come out of the copy, so that the girl would not yell that her father did not care about her. "Principal Shun, tell me about Luo Chen. He skipped a grade and went straight to senior year. He must be a smart kid. In the novice copy, I didn't know that I had been targeted by Duan Lier's father. At this moment, I am controlling the tabby cat to rush all the way, exploring every corner of the canyon and not letting go of any monster. Ding! Hint! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 6 skeleton shield soldier. Experience plus 30. Hint. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 6 skeleton cavalry. Experience plus 30. A flash of light passed by, and my level was finally raised to level 5. In less than 4 hours, I had already reached level 5. If the monsters were not so scattered, which took so long to search for, I would have probably reached level 6 or even 7 by now. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 5. Experience 1%. Strength, 45. Agility, 48. Spirit, 60. Magic Resistance, 60. Physical Resistance, 50. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Level 1. After casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year Soul Beast. Special System. After successfully summoning a new Soul Beast race, the Blast mission will be automatically triggered, and rewards will be obtained after completing it. At this time, I had reached the second half of the copy. The number of monsters had obviously increased, and they were much denser than in the first half. The denser the monsters, the faster you can level up. The only pity is that the monsters in the Novice Dungeon are only up to level 6 and cannot provide higher experience. Ding. Hint. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 6 skeleton shield soldier. Experience plus 30. The casualties of the tabby cats began to increase, but every time one died, I would immediately summon a new one to fill the gap. At this rate, the death toll of the leopard cats will definitely exceed 1,000 before the end of the dungeon. And my level is likely to reach level 8, or even level 9. I wonder what kind of martial spirit I can get after enough leopard cats die. This makes me look forward to it. As for Kyoto University, I am no longer worried. My theoretical scores were fine, my professional level was also improving rapidly, and I had a unique hidden profession, so there was absolutely no way Kyoto University would reject me. Once the dungeon is over, I will go to the outskirts of Broken City to hunt wild monsters and try to reach level 12 before the big exam. In the novice copy, the final challenge is about to begin. The rule of the novice copy is that the final boss will not appear until all the monsters are cleared. Most people couldn't do it, and some were even forced to exit the dungeon after seeing the boss. Up to now, no one has succeeded in killing the ultimate boss. Then let me be the first one to clear the level. It's a pity that the monsters in the dungeon don't drop equipment. If they were in the wild, so many monsters would at least drop a bunch of materials. But now is not the time to worry about this. The beasts are running wildly, and my experience bar is rising rapidly. Before I know it, I am close to level 6. The canyon is getting narrower and narrower, and the map shows that I am about to reach the edge of the dungeon. Does that mean I am about to clear all the monsters? My eyes lit up, and I waved my hand and pointed. Little guys, come on. Roar. The cat rushed out and tore the last batch of level 6 monsters in the dungeon into pieces. Boom. The moment the last monster fell, the entire canyon shook violently. The dim sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, a drizzle of rain fell, and a depressing atmosphere filled the air. The sky in the dungeon has changed. Roar. The sudden roar was deafening, echoing throughout the canyon, and I could even feel the ground shaking slightly. Boom. The cliff in front suddenly exploded, and a huge cave appeared in the dust. The ultimate boss of the novice copy finally appeared. I clenched my staff and laughed excitedly. Go and die, little ones. Boss, if you don't kill enough of my cats today, we'll never be done. Roar. A shrill roar exploded from deep within the cave, shaking the ground faintly. The next second, a huge figure stepped out of the shadows, and the heavy bone armor made a harsh sound as it rubbed against each other. I casually cast a detection spell. Detection is a basic skill for every job changer, specifically used to detect monsters of lower levels than oneself. The only exception is the novice copy, where there is no level limit and you can view the boss's information. Name, Skeleton King. Level 10, HP, 10,000, Strength, 200, Agility, 100, Spirit, 50, Magic Resistance, 100, Physical Resistance, 100, Skills, Soul Burn, Splitting Strike. Soul Burn reduces enemies' mental strength to 0, lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes. Split Strike. Axe attacks have a split effect, causing group damage to enemies within the range. The more targets there are, the less damage there is. The attributes of this boss are so high. I swallowed, indeed a little surprised. 200 points of strength. Not to mention ordinary job changers. Even a shield warrior or holy light knight known for their defense, even an epic class, would probably die on the spot if hit by an axe. With double defense of 100 points, if you throw a skill at it, I'm afraid it won't even do any damage. There is also the Soul Burn skill, which is a disaster for the mage. Once this skill is used, the mental power will instantly drop to zero, and there will not even be the strength to swing the staff. But no matter how surprised I was, the smile on my face grew wider and wider. Group attack? Great. Just help me clean up the leopard cats. Go. 1,000 leopard cats roared and rushed towards the Skeleton King, filling the battlefield densely. However, I did not stop there, but summoned all the lonely bamboos from the summoning space at once. In a flash, a lush green bamboo forest sprang up from the ground, completely isolating the battlefield. In this way, even if the Skeleton King fights his way out of the sea of blood and corpses of the tabby cats, he won't be able to rush directly to me. Roar. The Skeleton King roared wildly, raised his battle axe that was taller than me, and swept it out violently. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow of the axe flashed, and the dozen or so cats in the front instantly turned into white light and were killed instantly. Haha, great. Keep going. I hid in the distance and kept cheering for the Skeleton King. There were only a few hours left in the dungeon, and I had to make the most of this guide to stack soul beasts. 10, 100, 300. In less than half an hour, all 1,000 cats were dead. As I watched the last tabby cat disappear into white light, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hint. The host caused the death of 1,000 leopard cats in battle. Mission completed. A martial soul is awakened randomly. Hint. The martial soul is randomly selected. In the distance, the Skeleton King roared to the sky, his eyes locked on me. He rushed over without a target, and the ground shook slightly under his heavy bone boots. Oh, I've been waiting for you. Taunting. In the lonely bamboo forest, the bamboos swayed slightly, and the ripple-like breath spread out. The Skeleton King paused for a moment, then became furious and swung his battle axe towards Guju. Very good. Continue to pile up the lone bamboos to kill them. According to the requirements of the explosive troop mission, at least 3,000 lone bamboos must die to complete the mission. But I only have less than 1,800 lone bamboos now, which is obviously not enough. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. I raised my staff and cast more than a dozen summoning spells. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Nether Wolf. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast Guju. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast Dandan Cat. Kill, kill. I'll let you kill to your heart's content today. I frantically replenished Guju while staring at the random selection of martial souls. Ding. Reminder. The martial soul has been randomly selected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. Tip. The Blue Lightning Mad Dragon martial spirit has been integrated, and the host's basic attributes have been improved. Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. This is the spirit? I took a deep breath, my eyes sparkling with excitement. Next, I just need to wait until I have 3,000 lone bamboos and get my first spirit skill. In the real world, outside the dungeon, as night fell, a large number of teachers and parents of students from the school had already gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. Principal Shun, Duan Jinghong, and others were also among them. Although the mortality rate in the novice copy is extremely low, accidents happen every year and a few unlucky people appear, so many parents will wait here for their children to come out. Someone is coming out. A student walked out of the glowing teleportation array, his body covered in blood. It looks like he was forced to retreat. Soon, more people came out one after another. Some were covered in wounds and pale, while others looked regretful and unwilling. Those who can quit early are basically in danger of their lives and have to give up the copy. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to persist to the end and gain more experience? Damn, there are too many monsters in the second half of the dungeon. I can't get through it all. I was chased by several level 6 monsters and almost died. The team was scattered. Luckily, everyone came out alive. The teleportation array of the novice copy was still flashing, and teachers from all the high schools were staring at the light, anxiously looking for the figures of their own students. Principal Shin said in a deep voice, "Students from Shenyang High School who were injured, please come quickly to get treatment. We have pastors on standby." At this moment, a tall figure walked out from the light. Duan Liar. Chapter 11 Exclusive, Skeleton King Medal. After seeing Duan Liar, the students around, as well as Principal Shun and others were stunned. Why did she come out early? It is said that the Shadow Assassin has an invisibility skill, and she is also wearing a novice's top-grade dagger. Even if she is surrounded by monsters, she should be able to escape in stealth, right? According to everyone's thinking, people like Duan Liar and Luo Chen should be able to hold on until the countdown is over. But now, Duan Liar, the Shadow Assassin, actually came out early? Liar, are you okay? Are you hurt? Duan Jinghong hurried forward. Compared to his daughter's performance in the copy, He cared more about whether his daughter was injured. Fine, Duan Liar said angrily. There were too many level 6 monsters. I finally cleared all of them and saw the final boss of the novice copy, but my attacks didn't break through the defense at all. It has 10,000 HP, but I can only deduct 1 HP each time I attack it. How can I defeat it? Hearing this, Duan Jinghong breathed a sigh of relief. Long before the job transfer ceremony, Duan Jinghong had told her about the novice copy, and the school also released a copy strategy guide. The guide clearly states one thing. If you encounter the ultimate boss, do not force it. Once you are hit by its attack, you will definitely die. Not to mention skill attacks. Even ordinary attacks can kill any novice professional in seconds. Therefore, when playing a novice copy, some people, after luckily reaching the end and seeing the ultimate boss, will directly exit the copy without even attacking the ultimate boss. Judging from Duan Liar's tone, she at least hit him once. I'm glad you're okay. Principal Shun looked at the magic circle again and said to himself, the countdown is almost over. Luo Chen should be coming out soon, right? Please don't let anything unexpected happen. In the novice copy, the number of solitary bamboos is getting smaller and smaller. The smile on Luo Chen's face became more and more intense. Almost there, almost there. He looked at the time, and with a wave of his hand, 5,000 nether wolves were summoned. Roar. The skeleton king kept roaring, the soul fire in its eye sockets kept jumping, and it frequently turned its head to look in the direction where Luo Chen was. Whenever it wanted to rush towards Luo Chen, the surrounding Guju would immediately use his taunting skills to forcibly attract the skeleton king's hatred and pull all attacks over again. It's so frustrating. Time passed little by little, and finally when there were only 10 minutes left in the countdown, the number of deaths in Guju was enough. Fight. Hint. The host caused the death of 3,000 lone bamboos in the battle. Mission completed. The host currently has the blue lightning mad dragon as his martial soul, and his soul skills are being matched. Hint. Soul skill matching completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul skill Thunder 4 Leaps. The Guju troop explosion mission has been completed, but the remaining time is not enough to complete the next troop explosion mission. After letting the Nether Wolf Pack and the Skeleton King play for a few more minutes, Luo Chen waved his hand and said, Guys, enough of the fun. Kill it. Roar. At this time, the Skeleton King's health was still maintained at 5. With Luo Chen's order, the nether wolves from all directions pounced on it like crazy. In just a short moment, his blood volume was almost gone. Oh! With a shrill wail, the Skeleton King's huge body shattered and turned into a pile of broken bones scattered on the ground. A dazzling light shot up into the sky. Platinum-level equipment. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he rushed over and put all the equipment on the ground into the item space. The Soul Beast Summoning Space is Luo Chen's exclusive space, where soul beasts can be collected. However, every job changer has item space. I didn't expect that the boss of the novice copy would drop a platinum-level equipment and 2 silver and 1 bronze. Is it because of the first kill that so many items were dropped? Luo Chen was extremely excited. In this world, the equipment levels from low to high are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, and god level. In addition to the above 8 levels, there are also exclusive equipment. Duan Liar's top-grade dagger is a silver-level equipment. It is said that it was obtained by a hunting team when they hunted a wild monster boss in the suburbs, and then it was purchased by the Duan family at a high price. Luo Chen quickly checked the equipment information. Name, Bone Staff. Grade, Platinum. Level requirement, Level 9. Strength, plus 10. Spirit, plus 100. Skills, Soul Burn, Skeleton King's Wrath. Soul Burn. Active launches a soul attack on the enemy, reducing the enemy's mental power to 0 points, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Skeleton King's Fury. Passive all summoned beast attributes are increased by 5. Luo Chen took a deep breath. This attribute is too awesome, right? And it also comes with 2 skills? Soul Burning. Isn't this the skill of the Skeleton King? Unlike the professional skills that professionals cultivate on their own, the skills that come with equipment cannot be upgraded, and equipment with attached skills is extremely rare. Only equipment above gold level has a chance to gain skills. Yes, there is a chance. The higher the level, the greater the chance of acquiring skills. If you are unlucky, it may happen that none of the artifacts have any skills. And this Skeleton King's Wrath, it's tailor-made for the summoning profession. Although the 5 attribute bonus is not high, I have a lot of soul beasts. Afterwards, Luo Chen checked several other pieces of equipment. Name, Robe of the Wise. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, Level 8. Spirit, plus 50. Magic resistance, plus 40. Physical resistance, plus 20. Skills, none. Name, Deceiver's Dagger. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, level 8. Strength, plus 60. Speed, plus 2. Skills, none. Name, Bronze Ankle Boots. Rank, Bronze. Level requirement, level 5. Magic resistance, plus 5. Physical resistance, plus 5. Skills, none. Huh, what's this? Suddenly, Luo Chen discovered that there was a button-sized pendant in the corner of the item space. No, it's not a pendant, it's a medal. When I was picking up equipment just now, I didn't seem to pick up this medal. Could it have appeared directly in the item space? In doubt, Luo Chen quickly took out the medal. When he saw the attributes of the medal clearly, he took a deep breath. I'm going to exclusive equipment. Name, Skeleton King Medal. Grade, exclusive. Level requirement, none. All attributes, plus 10. Skill, Undead Shock. Undead Shock, passive when attacking an undead monster. An additional 30 damage will be inflicted. After the undead monster dies, an additional 5 experience bonus will be gained. Exclusive introduction. Obtained by Luo Chen when he killed the ultimate boss Skeleton King in Novice Copy number 3. This is Luo Chen's exclusive equipment and cannot be used by others. Chapter 12, Freebie? What are you thinking? The attributes of the Skeleton King medal made Luo Chen stunned. All attributes are increased by 10, which means that the stronger Luo Chen is, the higher the attribute increase brought by the Skeleton King medal will be. And it also comes with a skill. Undead Shock, passive when attacking undead monsters. An additional 30 damage will be caused. After the undead monsters die, an additional 5 experience bonus will be gained. It is definitely a magical tool for killing undead monsters. If nothing unexpected happens, this exclusive equipment will probably accompany me for the rest of my life. The percentage attribute bonus plus the Undead Shock is simply amazing. Just then, the countdown for the novice copy finally ended. In a burst of light, Luo Chen's figure disappeared and was forcibly teleported out of the copy. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the magic circle outside. Luo Chen is out. With a soft cry, everyone around looked over. As the only hidden profession in Shenyang High School, and even in the entire Duanqing, Luo Chen is now famous, and many people are waiting for the results of his novice copy. Principal Shun came forward and said, Luo Chen, how is it? You should have seen the ultimate boss, right? But as soon as he finished saying this, he was stunned. His eyes were fixed on Luo Chen's chest, his lips were trembling, and he was completely stunned. What happened to the principal? The others were a little confused when they saw this, and subconsciously looked in the direction where Principal Shun was looking. The next second, everyone gasped. Did that medal drop in the novice copy? That's not right. The monsters in the novice dungeon shouldn't drop equipment, right? Maybe Luo Chen had already worn it before he entered the dungeon. Did you notice his robe? And his shoes? And the staff in his hand? He didn't seem to be wearing these things when he entered the dungeon, right? That staff doesn't look like ordinary equipment. Unfortunately, we can't check its properties. Maybe he kept it in his item space and changed it after entering the dungeon. People around have noticed the equipment on Luo Chen, but no one thinks it was dropped in the novice copy. Almost everyone believed that this was the equipment that Luo Chen had before entering the dungeon. According to the rules of the novice copy, all the monsters in the copy will not drop equipment. The only one who may drop equipment is the ultimate boss of the copy. But to this day, no one has ever been able to kill a novice boss. How could Luo Chen possibly do it on his own? At this time, Principal Shun came to his senses. But before he could open his mouth to ask, Duan Liar came over. How are you, little brother? Are you not hurt? Duan Liar walked around Luo Chen and said with a smile, Sister is already level 7. You won't believe it. Not only did I meet the ultimate boss, I also slashed it. Oh, Luo Chen replied perfunctorily. Duan Liar said angrily, Oh, what do you mean? Aren't you surprised at all? Level 7, the ultimate boss. On the side, Principal Shin asked, Luo Chen, what is your level? Level 9. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and then directly revealed the character level. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level 9. Experience, 18. Because only the relationship between profession and level is revealed, other information is displayed as question marks and cannot be viewed. Principal Shen rubbed his eyes vigorously, somewhat unable to believe that this was true, and for a moment suspected that he had seen it wrong. What? Level 9? How is this possible? After so many years, the highest level of the novice copy is only level 7. Even if you kill all the monsters in the dungeon, you can only reach level 7 at most. The only difference is the amount of experience points you get. How could he possibly reach level 9? Really? Principal Shen widened his eyes and only thought of one possibility. You. Did you kill the novice ultimate boss? Yes. Luo Chen did not deny it. The senior high school entrance examination was approaching, and it was unrealistic to conceal his grade. As long as his level is revealed, it would be easy to associate him with killing the novice boss. What's more, he has so much more equipment on him. Without giving Principal Shun and the others a chance to ask more questions, Luo Chen said, Principal, the final exam is less than half a month away. I want to upgrade my level as soon as possible. Can you allow me to go outside Broken City to hunt wild monsters? The suburbs outside the city are full of monsters and are very dangerous. It's not just Duanqing. Every city has strict controls on leaving the city, and you need to apply for it. At this time, Principal Shun had not yet recovered from his shock. It was not until Luo Chen spoke for the second time that he suddenly woke up. Oh, okay. Let me take care of the matter of leaving the city. Oh my god, he actually made it through the novice copy? This will be something that can be recorded in human history. Shenyang High School will also become famous in Longhua because of this, and may even take this opportunity to become the #1 high school in Longhua. Haha, it's a great fortune for Shenyang High School to be able to teach a student like Luo Chen. But Principal Shun still couldn't figure it out. As a novice professional, he has low attributes, few skills, and no combat experience. It is already very rare for him to kill all the monsters. How did he kill the novice boss? Given the attributes of the novice boss, Luo Chen's soul beast shouldn't be able to withstand even one attack from the boss, right? After getting a reply from Principal Shun, Luo Chen walked towards a quiet place with few people in the distance. Wait until everyone has finished the copy, then take the school bus home. Duan Liar followed him, looking at Luo Chen with her big eyes, as if she was meeting him for the first time. What's that expression on your face? Luo Chen stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Duan Liar. I remember you said before that Shadow Assassin can use 2 daggers, right? You now have a silver dagger, and the other is just an ordinary black iron dagger. If both of your weapons are silver, you will definitely kill people indiscriminately. What a coincidence. I just got a silver dagger. Killing people indiscriminately? Do you dare to imitate me? Duan Liar was about to retort, but suddenly realized. What did you say? A silver-level dagger? Give it to me, give it to me. What the hell do you want? If you want it, pay for it. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, then privately displayed the attributes of Deceiver's Dagger to Duan Liar. Deliver? Stop talking nonsense. What is your family background? Before entering the dungeon, you couldn't even afford a piece of ordinary equipment. You only got a novice staff from school and entered the dungeon. Now that I finally got some equipment, how could I give it away for free? After reading the attributes of Deceiver's Dagger, Duan Liar giggled and hugged Luo Chen's arm. She also didn't think of asking Luo Chen to really give it to her. Silver-level equipment was very expensive, and she couldn't just take it for free. Little brother, I was just kidding you. I can't do such a thing as getting whore for free. Duan Liar said bluntly. My father spent 400,000 dragon coins to buy this silver dagger in my hand. Just wait. I will go to my father and will definitely help you negotiate a higher price. My father is rich, and I don't feel bad about spending his money. After saying that, she turned around and ran towards Duan Jinghong in the distance. Chapter 13 is over. I am hooked. Seeing Duan Liar running over, Duan Jinghong looked alert and cautious. What do you want to do? Dad, what's with that expression on your face? Didn't Luo Chen explode with a silver dagger? I want it. Duan Liar grabbed her father's arm and said, once I have the 2 silver daggers, I can go out to the suburbs and kill people. I have already promised Luo Chen that I will buy his dagger for 800,000 yuan. 800,000? Duan Jinghong was stunned for a moment. Novice silver equipment is indeed rare, but it can't be worth 800,000, right? The one you have only cost 400,000 when you bought it. Duan Liar stamped her feet and said, I begged Luo Chen for a long time. He didn't want to sell it. Woohoo, you don't care about your daughter at all. You disregard her life. Just let me die in the suburbs with a weapon. I'd rather die. After a long time, Duan Liar ran back to Luo Chen happily. Duan Liar said with a giggle, done, 800,000 dragon coins. Don't say that sister treated you unfairly. Luo Chen smiled and said, you are such a good son of your father. Since you are so sincere, I will buy one and get one free. I will give you another piece of equipment. Duan Liar was overjoyed and immediately started the transaction. But the next second she was dumbfounded. Is this what you mean by buy one get one free? A novice staff? What do you think? Stingy person. Where am I wrong? Pick. What are you picking? What are you picking? Duan Liar was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. When she woke up, Luo Chen had already gone far away. Duan Liar stamped her feet in anger. Ah, Luo Chen, You are bullying me. Luo Chen grinned. Quarrel? He has never lost. On the other side, Principal Shen and several principals from other schools were chatting animatedly. After Luo Chen killed his way through the novice copy, it seemed that Principal Shen looked much younger. He looked very energetic and spoke with more confidence. Don't be envious. Don't be envious. Principal Shen laughed. It's all because of my good luck at Shenyang High School. If Luo Chen had applied to your school, you would be as happy as I am now. Next to them, several principals had blank expressions on their faces. Principal Shen, what's your reaction? What's your reaction? You can't keep blowing forever, right? Isn't it just that there is a Luo Chen? Our school will also be able to produce a Luo Chen in the future. Isn't it just a unique hidden profession? Isn't it just a soul beast summoner? It's not over yet, right? Isn't it just about clearing the novice copy? Hearing this, Principal Shen laughed even more happily, so sour. A few old guys kept joking. But jokes aside, from Luo Chen's performance, everyone can feel how powerful the soul beast summoner is, which has even surpassed all the professions they know. There is not only one unique hidden profession, the soul beast summoner, in the world. There are also some other hidden professions. Before Luo Chen appeared, no one had been able to complete the novice copy, and no one could kill the ultimate boss. Old Shun, you may be proud, but as far as I can see, the soul beast summoner profession is indeed powerful, but this is just the beginning. I don't know if Luo Chen can continue to be strong. We've seen careers that start strong but end badly, so we must not let him get off his guard. Principal Shen nodded. What these principals said is true. They have seen too many people who are very strong in the early stages but become weak in the later stages. Principal Shen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Luo Chen. This kid has always wanted to get into Kyoto University, but once he gets there, he'll have to rely on himself. After a long time, more students were teleported out one after another. Some are excited, some look tired. Others were covered in blood and suffered serious injuries. The schools were well prepared for the injured students and began treatment quickly. Then do a final head count. Did anyone die in the dungeon? 7 people were missing when we counted the number of people. They must have died in there. Each school records the time their students enter the dungeon. If they haven't come out within 12 hours of their entry time, they are basically considered dead. Oh, what a pity. There's nothing we can do about it. Although the mortality rate in the novice dungeon is the lowest, no one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents. There are so many high schools in Broken City, and a total of 600 to 700 people entered the novice dungeon. We're lucky to have 7 deaths. Have you heard about Luo Chen's incident at Shenyang High School? He fought his way through the novice dungeon by himself and was already level 9 when he came out. Level 9? Everyone gasped. Most of them are only level 4 or 5. There are very few people who can reach level 6, and even fewer who can reach level 7. But this Luo Chen, he actually reached level 9 directly in a novice copy? In the crowd, Duan Liar came close to Luo Chen again. Little brother, aren't you going to hunt wild monsters in the suburbs? Why don't you team up with me? Duan Liar shook the 2 silver daggers in her hands. High attack, high crit, attracting monsters for damage. I can do everything. Can you do anything? Luo Chen touched his chin. Can you heal me? I don't lack output. Team up with you? I might as well find a healer. Duan Liar glanced down subconsciously. His sight was unobstructed, and he saw directly his feet. Luo Chen, can't you just give in to me a little? Why? You are 2 years older than me, and I am giving in to you? Isn't that embarrassing? I just want to team up with you. No group. Why do you have such a stupid head? Why don't you tell me that I have a little turtle head? You filthy rascal. After just a few words, Duan Liar was angry and ran away. Luo Chen shrugged. How could he not know what Duan Liar was thinking? It's just that I like his face and desire his body. Kill monsters to level up? Pick up girls? Of course, choose to kill monsters to level up. In the Duan family's private car, Duan Liar did not take the school bus with other classmates, but was picked up home by the Duan family's special car. She pouted the whole time and looked unhappy. My dear daughter, what's wrong? Duan Jinghong smiled and said, It seems that Luo Chen bullied you? How about daddy help you teach him a lesson? Duan Liar snorted. No need. Duan Jinghong, I heard from Principal Shun that Luo Chen wants to apply to Kyoto University. Kyoto University? Duan Liar's eyes lit up. He must have heard that I was going to Kyoto University, so he wanted to take the exam with me. Duan Jinghong found it a little funny, but he didn't expose his daughter. He said just 2 days ago that he wanted to apply to another university, but now he suddenly changed his mind and said he wanted to apply to Kyoto University? Is Luo Chen really that good? He actually made my daughter crazy about him. Chapter 14, Leaving the City, the killing begins. Duan Jinghong touched his chin, and Luo Chen's appearance appeared in his mind. You have to say, he is really handsome. Judging from their figure and appearance alone, they are indeed among the best. He has lived to such an old age and has seen all kinds of people, but there are only a handful of them who can be compared with Luo Chen in terms of appearance. And it is a unique hidden profession, someone who can kill his way through the novice copy alone. His future prospects are limitless. His background is also clean. Duan Jinghong laughed. It's not easy to get into Kyoto University. You don't have much time left. Duan Liar clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I will reach level 10 or above before the big exam. It's just Kyoto University. Ha ha, kill them all. Why? Duan Jinghong covered his forehead helplessly. Is the phrase Gaga kill used here? My daughter, you are the school belle of Shenyang High School. Can't you look a little more like a school belle? A little more like a lady? After a novice copy, Duan Liar realized the gap between herself and Luo Chen. But she was not discouraged. Even if Luo Chen is one step ahead of her now, it doesn't mean he will always be ahead. At this time, the bus of Shenyang High School was extremely lively. A group of students surrounded Luo Chen, chattering. Luo Chen, you probably don't have a girlfriend yet, right? My sister is so beautiful. Luo Chen, can you take me with you? I heard you were going hunting in the suburbs. Luo Chen, did you get any other equipment in the dungeon? Let us see it. Facing the classmates around him, Luo Chen just smiled. As for their requests, they were all perfunctory. We will definitely form a team if we have the chance in the future. Your sister? Sorry, the school prohibits premature love. I am a good student, and I listen to the teacher. Equipment? What equipment do I have? I am not a rich man. A group of students still refused to give up. Everyone be quiet. Principal Shen frowned and said softly, you just went through a big battle. You don't need to rest, right? If you don't want to rest, drive directly back to school. Everyone will have self-study classes tonight, and you are not allowed to rest before 12 o'clock. The principal still has some deterrent power. After this shout, the car instantly became quiet. Luo Chen doesn't care what his classmates think of him. Envy, jealousy, imbalance, or admiration. He doesn't care. Luo Chen had just skipped a grade in high school and was about to take the senior year entrance exam. It could be said that he was familiar with very few of these classmates. After all the calculations, it seems that Duan Liar is the only one left. He didn't even agree to team up with that girl, let alone others. The next morning, Luo Chen took a car to the exit leading to the suburbs in the south of Duanqing City. The towering city walls surround the entire broken city, isolating it from the outside world. Once you pass through this wall, there will be an endless wild monster area. There are monsters everywhere, and you will be in danger at any moment. The death rate of professionals is much higher than that of novice copies. Moreover, after entering the wild monster area, it is difficult to encounter monsters below level 8. But at the same time, the experience gained from wild monsters is also richer. And even small monsters have a chance of dropping items. But as to how high the probability is, it all depends on luck. If you are not lucky, you may not be able to get a piece of black iron level equipment even after 10 days or half a month. There is a commercial street near the exit. There are many shops inside, including bookstores, weapon stores, armor stores, etc. There are even tea houses, beauty salons, foot massage parlors, and so on. At this time, Luo Chen was standing outside a towering gate. Above the gate hangs an ornate plaque, Professional Exchange. This is officially opened by Dragon Country, and all professionals can freely buy and sell equipment, materials, etc. in the exchange. In addition, major professional exchanges will hold auctions every once in a while. There are all kinds of rare treasures and equipment of various levels at the auction. However, Luo Chen did not come here to buy or sell things. He came to take on the mission. In the center of the professional exchange, there is a huge screen, on which various tasks are refreshed regularly for professionals to choose and complete. In addition to the tasks, you will also see some team information. Luo Chen looked around and walked towards the task release center, looking for a team to kill a level 12 prairie wolf. I am a level 10 shield warrior. Seeking a team, I have enough healing, quick hands, and I am also a cute girl. I just hope that the brothers can help me to level 9. Recycle 1000 wolf guard iron fangs, 2 dragon coins per piece. Purchase the complete skeleton crypt, hell difficulty, dungeon map, and monster distribution information for 48 hours. Reward, 100,000 dragon coins. Purchase the skull of the final boss in the skeleton crypt, hell difficulty, for 48 hours. Reward, 200,000 dragon coins. The difficulty of the dungeon ranges from low to high, namely normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. If the difficulty of a normal copy is 1, then the difficulty of a difficult copy is 2. The difficulty of nightmare is 3, and the difficulty of hell is 4. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the higher the experience, and the higher the drop rate. Only professionals from level 10 to 15 can enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. Whether you are below level 10 or above level 15, you cannot enter. I am only level 9 now, one level short. But it should be ready soon. A moment later, Luo Chen left the professional exchange and came to the exit of the Broken City. For ordinary professionals, if they want to enter the Hell level dungeon, they must have a strong team. But for Luo Chen, it is totally unnecessary. He is enough on his own. Hello, I am a student of Shenyang High School. This is the exit certificate prepared for me by Principal Shan. Luo Chen handed the certificate to the guard for inspection. Luo Chen, level 9, Soul Beast Summoner? The guard at the city gate took a deep breath and said, "So you are Luo Chen. Your story has spread all over Broken City in the past 2 days." Luo Chen smiled slightly. The guard at the city gate registered the proof of exit from the city and handed him a token. With this token, you can enter and exit the Broken City freely, and you don't need to get a city exit certificate anymore. The city gate guard smiled and said, "The monsters in the suburbs are very dangerous. Please be careful. If possible, it's best to find a strong team. Thanks for your advice." After saying goodbye to the guards at the city gate, Luo Chen left the Broken City. As soon as I walked out of the city gate, I felt a cold and damp breath blowing towards me. The faint roar of beasts came from afar. A faint smell of blood could still be smelled in the air. Then, let the killing begin. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and a gleam of light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Then, he raised his feet and walked towards the distance. Chapter 15 Soul Beast Summoning Level 2. Luo Chen summoned 4 nether wolves to guard him. The summoning space is already filled with 10,000 soul beasts. Once encountering a group of monsters or any danger, Luo Chen can summon all the soul beasts at the first time. Waves of monster roars could be heard in the distance. During this time, some shouts and sounds of killing could be heard, and it was obvious that someone was killing monsters for training. In the area near the Broken City, the levels of the monsters that are refreshed are not high, basically between level 10 and level 15. The further you go, the higher the level of the monsters. Should I reach level 10 first, and then go to the Bone Crypt dungeon? Or should I just kill my way to the high-level monster area and use the high-level monsters to help me increase the number of soul beast deaths? Luo Chen thought about it for a moment and made up his mind. He planned to go to the Crypt of Bones first. Earlier in the professional exchange, he saw 2 quests about the Skeleton Crypt. Completing the mission was one thing, and on the other hand, because he had the Skeleton King medal, killing undead creatures gave him a 5 experience bonus, and when attacking undead monsters, he could also cause an additional 30 damage. With the Skeleton King medal, the Skeleton Crypt is definitely a paradise for him to kill monsters and level up. It's so cool that you can complete the task at the same time. Roar. With a low growl, several level 10 monsters blocked the way ahead. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "My fellow men, kill them, for me." Name, Hillman. Level, 10. The monster's level is too high and its attributes cannot be detected. I just threw a detection spell over there, but all I saw was a lonely place. It would be great if I could get a copy of the advanced detection technique. The advanced detection technique can detect the attribute information of all monsters regardless of their level differences. Luo Chen thought in his heart. At this time, the Nether Wolf was already fighting with those Hillop people. After summoning more than 20 Nether Wolves in succession, he finally killed all the Hillachurls. During this period, Luo Chen also deliberately released a Hillbilly over, and then tried the Thunder 4 leaps. Thunder 4 aerials, soul skill releases lightning in all directions with itself as the center, forming a large-scale attack with a paralysis effect. The paralysis lasts for 3 seconds, and the soul skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. I have to say, this soul skill is indeed powerful. Not only can it cause powerful damage, it also has a control effect. With one soul skill thrown at it, the Hillachurl man is paralyzed on the spot and unable to move. Before 3 seconds had passed, it had been torn into pieces by several Nether Wolves. Bite. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 Hillacrishan. You get plus 50 experience points. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 Hillacrishan. You get plus 50 experience points. With the spirit skill Thunder 4 leaps in hand, I don't have to worry about being approached by melee professions. If anyone dares to get close to me, I can easily use Thunder 4 leaps. 3 seconds of paralysis. I can hold up my spear and kill 7 people in and 7 out. As he spoke, Luo Chen put the things that the Hillachur people exploded into his item space. Item name, Hillachurl leg bone. Item description, primary material favored by alchemists, should be worth some money. They are just some ordinary alchemical materials. You can sell them to alchemists, or you can save some and take them to the professional exchange to complete the task. Continue. Luo Chen identified the direction and continued to move forward. Compared with ordinary summoners, he doesn't care about the death of soul beasts at all. The more deaths, the better. However, there were not many monsters encountered along the way, and the levels of the monsters were not high. Luo Chen did not think of relying on these low-level monsters to increase the number of soul beast deaths. Now, he just wanted to reach level 10 as soon as possible and then enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. When I was in the novice copy, the effect of the Skeleton King's pile of soul beasts dying was still vivid in my mind. Now, Luo Chen has set his sights on the boss of the Skeleton Crypt. Kill him. Luo Chen summoned out more than 200 soul beasts and began to rampage. The upgrade experience also began to increase continuously. Tip: congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 Helicrucian. You get plus 50 experience points. Tip: congratulations on your success. The density of wild monsters is greater than that of the novice copy. At this rate, it may take more than an hour to reach level 10. Tip: congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 angry wolf and gaining plus 50 experience points. Gradually, Luo Chen was getting farther and farther away from the broken city. As the number of monsters increased, the number of soul beasts he summoned also increased. Hundreds of soul beasts spread out, searching and hunting monsters everywhere. Along the way, some professionals who were training by killing monsters noticed these nether wolves. At first, they thought it was a monster, and some even tried to attack the nether wolf. But then, they felt something was wrong. Summoned beast. The attributes of this summoned beast are too low, right? I killed it with just 2 slashes. Where did this summoner come from? How could he wander around with such a weak summoned beast? Something's wrong. There are too many summoned beasts. Soon, these professionals sensed something unusual. However, due to Luo Chen's deliberate avoidance, although they saw groups of nether wolves, they could not find Luo Chen's figure. At this time, Luo Chen had entered the refresh area of level 12 monsters. The monsters' attributes have been significantly improved. The number of soul beast deaths is also gradually increasing. The soul beasts he summoned now are only 10-year-old soul beasts, and judging from their attributes alone, they are only slightly higher than level 1 monsters. At most, it can be compared with level 2 monsters. Under the attack of a level 12 monster, the nether wolf can only withstand 3 or 4 hits at most, and then it will die. The route chosen by Luo Chen was exactly the route to the Skeleton Crypt. As time passed, he was getting closer and closer to the entrance of the Skeleton Crypt copy. Finally, an hour later, a light flashed on his body. Upgraded. The level finally reached level 10. Bite. Hint: the host has successfully upgraded his level to level 10, and the level of his soul beast summoning technique has been upgraded. The current level is 2. Reminder: the upper limit of soul beast summoning has been increased to 15,000. Along with a prompt, the soul beast summoning technique was upgraded and the summoning limit increased. After the skill level is increased, there will be a greater chance of summoning a new soul beast species. Not bad, not bad. Luo Chen smiled in his heart. He still had 2 troop explosion tasks to complete. Cause the death of at least 10,000 nether wolves. You can unlock the century-old soul beast wind wolf. Causing the death of at least 10 million wind baboons. You can unlock the 100,000-year-old soul beast titan demon ape. The wind baboon can only be put aside for now. There is a long time to come, so we have to take it slow. 10 million. It's impossible to complete it in just a few months. At present, Luo Chen just wants to pile up the deaths of the nether wolves as quickly as possible. Of course, it would be even better if a new soul beast race could be summoned to trigger a new troop explosion task. Chapter 16, You Dare to Call Me Trash? You are courting death. Although the level of soul beast summoning technique has been improved, the age of the soul beast that can be summoned is still 10 years. Although the attributes of the 10-year soul beasts are low, there are many of them. Not to mention the level 12 monsters. Even if they are level 30, Luo Chen can kill them all. The upper limit of summoned beasts was increased to 15,000. While Luo Chen was on the road and killing monsters, he also began to summon more soul beasts. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the nether wolf. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, a spotted cat. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast Guju. After summoning hundreds of them in a row, Luo Chen's expression gradually changed. Fuck, where are the new soul beast species? Didn't the probability increase? I don't believe it. Perhaps sensing Luo Chen's dissatisfaction, the surprise finally came. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the bamboo snake. Hint: the host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 10,000 bamboo snakes to die in battle. After completing the mission, you can unlock the century-old soul beast Mandragora snake. Another 10,000? Can the death toll be lower? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. After about another hour, his upgrade experience had reached 40, and the upper limit of the summoning space was also full. However, he is very purposeful. Since he has decided to kill the netherwolves first, he will not change his mind easily. Killing monsters along the way didn't reveal anything useful. The only few pieces of equipment are only black iron level equipment. As for skill books and the like, there are even fewer. For professionals, there are many ways to learn skills, not just limited to killing monsters and getting skill books. You can also buy it directly from the bookstore or learn from a mentor. However, almost all skills have learning restrictions. Not to mention the career requirements. There are also level restrictions, and some skills even have character attribute requirements. Only when the character attributes reach a certain standard can you learn it. Of course, there are some special general skills that have no restrictions on practice, such as detection. Before completing the job transfer ceremony, everyone can learn the art of detection. However, the advanced detection technique has its limitations, and it requires professionals to reach level 10. And the advanced detection technique is very precious. Not to mention ordinary bookstores, it is rarely seen even in auctions held by professional exchanges. But for a unique hidden profession like Luo Chen, it is more troublesome. The only soul beast summoner in the world, wanting to get a skill book? That's just a foolish dream. Learning from a mentor is even more impossible. I'm just a soul beast summoner. Who the hell can teach me? Fortunately, I have a blasting system, which allows me to gain soul skills through blasting. And there is no level limit for learning soul skills. As long as you have soldiers, you can do it. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, soul beast summoner. Level, 10. Experience, 46. Strength, 105, plus 10. Agility, 98, plus 10. Spirit, 260, plus 10. Magic resistance, 161, plus 10. Physical resistance, 131, plus 10. Martial soul, blue lightning mad dragon. Equipment, skeleton king metal, skeleton staff, wise robe, bronze boots, bronze wrist guards. Summon beast limit, 15,000. Skills, soul beast summoning, level 2, explosion system, special, thunder 4 verticals, soul skill. Soul beast summoning technique, level 2 after casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year soul beast. Explosion system, special after successfully summoning a new soul beast race. The explosion task will be automatically triggered. After using the soul beast summoning technique, you will get relevant prompts, complete the task, and get corresponding rewards. Thunder 4 aerials, soul skill releases lightning in all directions with itself as the center, forming a large-scale attack with a paralysis effect. The paralysis lasts for 3 seconds, and the soul skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. There is a new black iron wristband in the equipment column. It was dropped when I killed a level 12 monster before. Its attributes are very bad, but it is better than nothing. Name, black iron wrist guard. Grade, black iron. Level requirement, level 10. Magic resistance, plus 6. Physical resistance, plus 6. Skills, none. All attributes are after wearing equipment. The percentage bonus brought by the Skeleton King medal is displayed separately and is not directly reflected in the numerical value. In other words, Luo Chen's mental power is 260 points, but in fact it should be 260 points plus 26 points. That is, 286 points. Such high attributes are far beyond those of high-damage mages of the same level. Let's find the Skeleton Crypt copy first. The minimum level requirement to enter the dungeon is level 10. Once you enter, pile up the number of netherwolves killed as quickly as possible. I don't know what the attributes of the Wind Wolf, a 100-year-old soul beast, can be. Little ones charge. Roar. Hundreds of netherwolves rushed out and killed the monsters along the way one by one. If the attributes are not enough, then use numbers to crush them. No matter whether it is a level 12 monster or a level 13 monster, facing the overwhelming siege of soul beasts, it can only die with hatred. There is no need for any fancy skills or tactics. Just one move, charge at me. It should be here soon, right? Luo Chen looked at the map. But at this moment, a wailing sound suddenly came from the front. Hint, your soul beast, the netherwolf, is dead. The murderer is Luo Qingyun. Luo Chen frowned. Killed by another professional again? Forget it, just kill him. Summoning him doesn't consume any mental energy anyway, so just consider it as helping me to pile up the death toll. He thought to himself. In fact, after leaving Broken City, many soul beasts had died at the hands of professionals along the way, and in total at least 20 had died. But Luo Chen never took it to heart. But this time, things seem a little different. Damn, it's actually a summoned beast? It scared me. But then again, isn't the attribute of this summoned beast too low? It can't even withstand a fireball from me? How rubbish must the summoner be to summon such a weak summoned beast? Okay, stop complaining. Hurry up and find that bitch. Damn it. I have to take the equipment away today no matter what. Gold level equipment. If she dares to resist, just kill her. As they were talking, the sound of footsteps was heard from a distance. Luo Chen's eyelids drooped and a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. It doesn't matter if you kill my soul beasts, no matter how many you kill, but you can't say that I'm trash. Are you looking for death? And from what these guys said, it seemed like they were chasing someone and were planning to kill and rob. People like this, it wouldn't be a burden even if I killed them, right? Chapter 17. Humanoid Monster Killing Machine. Don't waste. Just when Luo Chen was thinking about whether to kill these guys, suddenly a sound of breaking air came from a distance. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the weeds in front were swept away, and a huge fireball came straight towards Luo Chen. The mage's primary skill, fireball. You took action first? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was still hesitating just now, but now, he's still hesitating. They started the fight first, and if we don't fight back and kill them, we would be going against our conscience. Facing the oncoming fireball, Luo Chen felt the hot energy coming from it. For some unknown reason, he did not dodge, nor did he let the nether wolf beside him resist. He just raised the staff in his hand, stood where he was, and took the attack. Boom. With a muffled sound, Luo Chen took a step back. Then, a burning feeling came from that arm, but that was all. Apart from some pain, it did not cause any substantial harm to him. Guys, I saw that rubbish summoner. Ouch, my fireball didn't hurt him. It looks like he's wearing a piece of equipment with high magic resistance. I just happen to be in need of a piece of equipment with high magic resistance. As he spoke, 3 figures appeared in Luo Chen's sight. The leader was holding a staff in his hand and was the only mage in the team. Obviously, the fireball just now was created by him. At this time, the other party had already started checking Luo Chen's character information. However, because the detection technique cannot be used on people, unless Luo Chen takes the initiative to reveal the information, the other party can only check Luo Chen's name. You can't even see the level or occupation, let alone the character attributes and skills. Ordinary detection techniques cannot do it, and advanced detection techniques cannot do it either. Of course, it would be a different story if you could learn top-level detection techniques. A top-level detection technique that is effective against both monsters and humans. Because it is so precious, it is said that not many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom have learned it. Name Luo Chen. Brothers, have you heard of this name? You've definitely never heard of him. How could we possibly know such a rubbish professional? The 3 of us brothers haven't been back to Broken City for a week. Can a rubbish professional like this be given a pass to leave the city now? In addition to this mage, the other 2 are a shield warrior and an assassin wielding a dagger. Perhaps because they didn't take Luo Chen seriously at all, they did not block his character information. Haven't been back to Broken City for a week? No wonder you haven't heard of my name. It's not that Luo Chen is narcissistic, but he is really famous now. When he was performing the job transfer ceremony, he directly caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. The matter of unique hidden profession is no longer a secret in Duanqing. When leaving the city, even the guards at the city gate could recognize him after seeing his name. Luo Chen's expression was calm. He glanced at the information of the 3 people and then showed a hint of disdain. Name, Luo Qingyun. Occupation, mage. Level, 17. Experience, 68. The levels of the other 2 people are similar to Luo Qingyun. Both are level 17. The surrounding wild grass was tall, hiding the figures of the nether wolves. Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and he said playfully, "Are you 3 planning to kill people and rob them?" Hearing this, the 3 professionals burst into laughter. Little brother, it looks like this is your first time hunting in the suburbs, right? Anyone who can ask such a question is either a newcomer or an idiot. Isn't it normal for professionals to kill each other in the suburbs? Didn't your father tell you that we had to form a team when we went out of town? The leading mage suddenly said, "If you want to live, that's fine. Just hand over all your equipment and the items in your space, and I'll spare your life." Luo Chen touched his chin and suddenly asked, "I heard you guys talking just now. Who are you chasing? What the hell is this to you? Hand it over now, or we'll kill you, and then we'll take it ourselves. The staff in your hand looks good, and the clothes you wear seem to be top quality too. Hurry up." The 3 men showed ferocious looks, and as long as Luo Chen dared to say no, they would launch a thundering attack in the next second. Killing people is something they are used to. No, it should be said that it is a common thing for most professionals. In the suburbs, the team surrounded and killed the lone person, snatched the items, and smashed them. In the secret realm, teammates betrayed each other and stabbed each other in the back, just to grab a piece of top-quality equipment. This kind of thing happens every day, and Luo Chen is of course aware of this. So when he stepped out of the broken city, he was already prepared to kill. Why? Luo Chen sighed slightly. You may not know, there was a moment when I really thought about letting you go. What a pity. The three people on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, totally unable to understand what confidence this summoner had to dare to say such words. Roar. Roars were heard one after another, and the tall weeds around suddenly shook. What? The wizard named Luo Chen quickly raised his staff, and a circle of flame barrier swung around him, wrapping his body tightly. I have a bad feeling. Something seems to be wrong. The shield warrior held the large shield high above his body and looked around vigilantly. The assassin suddenly disappeared and rushed towards Luo Chen with strange steps. Roar. At this moment, the wild grass on all sides collapsed, and netherwolves leaped out from the darkness, rushing towards the mage and shield warrior like an overwhelming force. Looking around, there were more than 300 of them. Fuck, so many summoned beasts. Careful. The two men exclaimed in surprise and launched an attack quickly. They had seen Luo Chen's netherwolves before, but only 2 or 3 of them. They had never expected that there were so many hidden in the tall weeds. More than 300 summoned beasts. Who on earth is this guy? How could he control so many summoned beasts? Oh, in the blink of an eye, several netherwolves were killed on the spot, which made the 2 of them feel a little relieved. Although there were many of these summoned beasts, their attributes were too low, just like the ones they had killed before. Shield warriors are known for their defense, and this mage has also practiced a magic shield to increase defense. As long as they can withstand the impact of the wolves, it will not be difficult for them to kill hundreds of netherwolves with their strength. After all, the netherwolf's strength is too weak. Judging from its attributes alone, it is only slightly higher than a level 1 monster. Roar. The netherwolves continued to attack one after another, and for a moment, their numbers kept the mages and shield warriors busy defending, and they had no time to pay attention to Luo Chen. But they are not worried, because their companions had already maintained their invisibility and rushed to Luo Chen's side. Go to hell. Trickster, charge. A cold voice appeared in Luo Chen's ears. The next moment, a chill came over him, and a dagger flashing with blood-red light appeared out of nowhere and stabbed straight into Luo Chen's back. Chapter 18, Hidden Hood. The dagger broke through the air with a sharp sound, and the blade was surrounded by blood, and there was even a layer of dark green poisonous gas in the blood. Once hit by this move, not only will you suffer great damage, but you may also be poisoned. In the distance, the eyes of the mage and the shield warrior lit up, and cruelty was revealed in the depths of their eyes. As long as the master summoner is killed, these summoned beasts will disappear. Although the attributes of these summoned beasts are very low and they cannot cause any harm to them for the time being, there are too many of them. Hundreds of them rushed over one after another. Even if the 2 of them could kill them all, they would probably get injured. There is no priest in their team, and getting injured would be very troublesome. Feeling the cold chill behind him, Luo Chen just sneered. Close-range assassination? A good idea. Unfortunately, it's too naive. Soul skill, thunder 4 leaps. Boom. 2 flashes of lightning flashed in the corners of Luo Chen's eyes. With his body as the center, thunder suddenly burst out from all directions. The thunder coiled and surged, covering the area within 5 meters around him. The next second, the dagger that was stabbing from behind stopped. At this time, the assassin had already come out of stealth. He held the dagger in his hand, still maintaining the posture of stabbing forward. The tip of the dagger was less than a fist away from Luo Chen's body. But this distance of a punch became an insurmountable gap. Boom. Under the lightning, his skin was charred black. At the same time, the paralysis state also takes effect. The 3-second paralysis effect is enough for Luo Chen to kill him several times. Roar. Dozens of netherwolves turned around, opened their bloody mouths, and submerged the assassin in an instant. The 3-second paralysis countdown ends. But the assassin could never get up again. When the netherwolf retreated, his torn and broken body appeared in front of Luo Chen. Li Shi. Grass. In the distance, the mage and shield warrior were stunned for a moment. The moment their companion stabbed out with the dagger, they all thought that this rubbish summoner was dead. But who knew that the final result would be like this? Boy, no matter who you are dead today. Call someone. The wizard shouted. At one side, the shield warrior wanted to take out his cell phone, but there were too many netherwolves around him, giving him no chance to make a call. Calling people? If I wasn't in a hurry to go to the skeleton crypt dungeon and level up to prepare for the senior high school entrance examination, I might have asked you to call people and then ambush you with a beast tied. No matter how many come, we will destroy them. But now, Luo Chen obviously doesn't have the leisure time for that. Luo Chen sneered. All right, enough fun. It's time to send you two on your way. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Although your summoned beasts are numerous, their attributes are not even as good as those of level 2 monsters. It's not that easy to kill us. The wizard shouted. Raise your shield, charge forward, and kill this guy carefully. The shield warrior understood what he meant, and a layer of golden light emerged from his body. The next second, a violent force burst out from his body. He took a step forward and knocked away several nether wolves in front of him. Then he faced the nether wolf that was rushing towards him and strode towards Luo Chen. Violent charge. Luo Chen touched his chin and waved his hand. Another 5,000 nether wolves were summoned. Aren't you dissatisfied with the low attributes of my soul beast? Didn't they say that more than 300 nether wolves can't deal with you? Okay, if 300 were not enough, how about 3,000? 5,000? Young men, charge forward and let them kill you. Roar. From all directions, covering the sky and the earth. Everywhere you look, there are densely packed nether wolves. Seeing this scene, both the mage and the shield warrior had endless fear in their eyes. Wait a minute. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Please spare us. We are willing to give you everything we have. Just let us go. Cut. Hearing the two people's pleas for mercy, Luo Chen's face was full of disdain. The moment he decided to kill someone, he was doomed to not let these two people go. Give me everything. After I kill you, won't the thing still be mine? Shabi. Time passed little by little, and the shield warrior tried several times to break out of the encirclement and get close to Luo Chen, but was blocked by countless nether wolves. The mage was even worse off. Although he had a group attack skill, he was hit by Luo Chen's soul burn after only launching 2 attacks. Soul burning, a built-in skill of the platinum level equipment, skeleton staff. Soul burn. Active launches a soul attack on the enemy, reducing the enemy's mental power to 0 points, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. This soul-burning attack would instantly drain the mage's mental power. Losing mental power would be absolutely fatal to a mage. Help! With a howl, the wizard's figure was submerged by the netherwolf pack. A few seconds later, the shield warrior also died tragically under the claws of the netherwolf. I suddenly feel a little regretful. Luo Chen waved his hand and took back a large group of netherwolves into the summoning space, leaving only 300 outside. He glanced at the 3 badly mutilated bodies and shook his head helplessly. I do regret it. I shouldn't have killed them so early. I should have made better use of them and let them kill more netherwolves to increase the number of soul beast deaths. But now the person has been killed, there is no point in regretting. After a professional dies, the things stored in the item space will also be scattered. This is not a game. Unless you are wearing equipment with resurrection skills, or there is a top priest who has learned resurrection skills around you. Once you die, you are really dead. Everything will become the hunter's trophy. It is precisely because of this relationship that hunting incidents often occur in the suburbs, and many professionals do not die at the hands of monsters, but at the hands of other professionals. Collect all the loot. Luo Chen examined it carefully, and after a moment, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Name, Wisdom Necklace. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, Level 10. Spirit, plus 60. Casting speed, plus 2. Skills, none. This necklace was found on a wizard. But what surprised Luo Chen even more was yet to come. Name, Stealth Hood. Rank, Bronze. Level requirement, none. Skill, Hiding the 5 senses. Hide the facial features. Passive automatically triggered when the mental power is greater than 300 points. After wearing it, the facial features can be blurred, making it impossible to see the face clearly. This hood was also found from the mage. However, during the battle, the mage did not seem to be wearing the hood. It should be because his mental strength has not reached 300 points, so the concealment effect did not trigger after he put it on, right? What a pity, this piece of equipment only has one skill to hide the 5 senses. If it had other attribute bonuses, it would definitely be a magical weapon. But even so, Luo Chen was extremely happy. Chapter 19. Want to eat? Are you kidding me? As a unique hidden profession, Luo Chen's identity is no secret in Duanqing. Some people who have read newspapers or read the news can easily recognize his identity after seeing his appearance. The stealth hood can not only blur the facial features, but can even ignore top-level detection techniques. As long as he wears this equipment, no one will be able to recognize his identity unless they are very familiar with Luo Chen. I looked up at the sky. Then I checked the map again. Luo Chen sighed slightly. Let's find the entrance to the skeleton crypt first. But judging from the time, it should be night by the time I reach the entrance. Bite. Reminder, Congratulations on successfully killing the level 12 wild grass guard and gaining plus 60 experience points. Tip: congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 Helicrucian. You get plus 50 experience points. Prompts appeared one after another, and the experience bar slowly increased. The killing of 3 professionals just now gave Luo Chen an evil idea about the number of soul beast deaths. In the dim forest, a team of professionals is on their way. A day of killing left them exhausted, but they also gained a lot. We should be able to reach Broken City before sunset. Damn it, I need to take a good rest for a few days. I'm so fucking tired. Can we team up with a priest next time we go out? Healing potions are very expensive. Several people were walking and chatting, while also being alert to the situation around them. Suddenly, the grass in front began to shake. The expressions of several people froze, and they quickly gripped their weapons and looked ahead vigilantly. Roar! After several consecutive roars, dozens of netherwolves rushed out from the weeds. Fuck! Rain of fire. In the team, the mage was horrified and quickly raised his staff to cast a group attack skill. Boom! A rain of fire fell, and the health bars of the dozen or so netherwolves in the front dropped by half. This monster is too weak. No, this is not a monster. It's a summoned beast. Which brother is kidding us? If you want to rob someone, you should consider your ability. Don't throw your life away here. The leading swordsman had a cold expression on his face. But after he shouted a few times, he didn't get any response. After those dozens of netherwolves rushed out, they did not attack them. Instead, they surrounded them, growling and baring their teeth. Surrounding us, but not attacking? What on earth do you want to do? Damn it, kill these summoned beasts. On the other side, Luo Chen heard the notification that the soul beast was killed and chuckled. Using other professionals to help me increase the number of soul beast deaths. Not bad, not bad. Should I organize a siege? Summon all the soul beasts, and then pretend to attack the broken city. I should be able to pile up deaths quickly, right? Luo Chen thought about it in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. This is definitely a good way to increase the number of soul beast deaths. However, once Duanqing is attacked, it will inevitably cause panic. If his identity is exposed in the future, he will likely become the public enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. There may no longer be a place for him in Longhua. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Helplessly, Luo Chen could only put this idea aside for the time being. If he had the opportunity to go abroad in the future, he would go there for some fun. Check the experience bar. According to the current upgrade progress, by the time you reach the entrance of the Skeleton Nest dungeon, you may have already reached level 11. The netherwolves rushed forward tirelessly. They are not afraid of death, no matter what level of monster they face. Just 2 words: fight hard. It just depends on quantity. The sky gradually darkened, and the occasional roars and howls of monsters could be heard in the distance, making the land seem somewhat eerie and terrifying. Suddenly, a warning voice came from the netherwolf exploring the way ahead. If it was a monster, the netherwolf would never make such a sound. It would just roar and pounce directly. Are you a professional? Luo Chen pricked up his ears and listened for a moment, then ignored it. Luo Chen is no longer interested in using other professionals to pile up the deaths of soul beasts. For professionals training in the suburbs, physical strength is extremely important. Although sending a few netherwolves over randomly will not hurt the opponent, it will also consume a lot of the opponent's physical strength. If they are attacked by monsters afterwards, people may die. Luo Chen is not a saintly bitch, but he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, nor does he want to do such a thing. However, what happened next surprised Luo Chen a little. Hey, is there anyone up front? A voice came from a distance. It was a woman's voice, sounding a little weak. Luo Chen frowned. He was the only one around, and it was obvious that the other party was talking to him. This made Luo Chen alert. If you're approached by a stranger in the suburbs, anyone would be alert and cautious. Luo Chen slowly squatted down and looked carefully in the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, the netherwolves that were hunting monsters outside were gathered back. What's up? Luo Chen spoke. If the other party has ill intentions, Luo Chen doesn't mind releasing all 15,000 soul beasts to let her know what it feels like to be killed by a beast. The other party's voice came again. Sorry, I mean no harm. I'm just very hungry and want to buy some food with you. Buying food? Are you kidding me? Luo Chen sneered. Every professional has an item space, and they will carry a lot of food when they leave the city. And if we walk from here to Broken City, it will only take 5 or 6 hours at a fast pace. If we find that there is no food in the item space, we should have returned to Broken City long ago. Why would we stay in a place like this? Are you planning on hitting me? Get out of here right now. After hearing Luo Chen's words, the other party was silent for a moment and didn't know how to refute for a while. This was Luo Chen's first time out of the city. He was a complete newcomer, but that didn't mean he had no experience in surviving in the wild. What I just said are just basic common sense. I am really sorry for causing you trouble. The other party's voice was heard again, followed by a slight sigh and footsteps in another direction. Luo Chen thought for a moment and shouted, "Wait a minute, I'll leave the food here. Come and get it later." After saying that, he left some food there and quickly walked away. On the other side, a girl in black leather armor stood in the weeds. She was covered in dust, with a broadsword hanging behind her. Her face was slightly pale, and she looked a little weak. Hearing Luo Chen's words, she was delighted. "Thank you. My name is Du Ruashi." "Hello, are you still there?" After shouting a few more times and seeing no one responding, Du Ruashi stepped closer. When she saw the food on the ground, her eyes lit up and she quickly picked it up. Not caring whether her hands were dirty or not, she stuffed the food directly into her mouth and began to gobble it up. Luo Chen ignored what happened here and didn't take it to heart. At this time, he was approaching the entrance of the skeleton nest copy. As we got closer to the entrance of the dungeon, we encountered more and more professionals. There are fewer and fewer monsters along the way, especially in the area several miles around the copy, where there is not a single monster to be seen. They have all been cleared out. Chapter 20. Charge for me. At this time, Luo Chen had already collected all the soul beasts into the summoning space. In the distance, you can see a teleportation array, which is the entrance to the skeleton crypt dungeon. The magic circle emanates an eerie light, giving people a sense of danger. Near the entrance, many professionals gathered. I am a male priest with enough healing and explosive power. I can restore all my status in one shot. I need some beautiful ladies to lead the team. Mage, long range, high output. Find a stable team, kill monsters, and get equipment only for your profession. Don't steal or cheat. We are short of one of 3, a human shield warrior. Brothers from Broken City, come closer. Lead the team with a level 20 great sword and enter the difficult dungeon. Ordinary dungeon, lacking control support. Some people were shouting loudly, and soon someone noticed Luo Chen. A middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached. Brother, are you a mage? What level? Do you have a group? Luo Chen shook his head. Sorry, I don't plan to form a team. Having said that, he walked straight towards the teleportation array, while also being alert to the situation around him. There are a lot of people here, and generally no one would commit crimes here, but there was no guarantee that some young man would think he was easy to bully and jump out and stab him with a sword. Luo Chen held the staff tightly, ready to use his soul skill Thunder 4 leaps at any time. The 15,000 soul beasts in the summoning space are also ready to attack at any time. If someone really dares to launch a sneak attack, Luo Chen doesn't mind tearing him into pieces. Soon, he arrived in front of the magic circle. Instance, Bone Crypt. Dungeon difficulty options, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Level requirement, level 10 to 15, you will not be forced to teleport out if you level up above 15 in the dungeon. Team size limit, 1 to 5 people. Dungeon time, 12 hours. After the countdown ends, everyone is forced to leave the dungeon. Special note, the monsters in this dungeon are not restricted by the level of detection. You can use detection skills above your level to check the monster's attributes. The level of the skeleton crypt dungeon is not high. Many novice professionals like to come to this dungeon to upgrade and kill monsters when they go to the suburbs for training for the first time. However, most people choose to form a team, and few people enter alone. There is no way around it. Although the level of the copy is not high, the monsters refreshed in it are not weak. In terms of attributes, they are much stronger than monsters of the same level in the outside world. Even in ordinary level copies, the attributes of monsters inside are at least 50 higher than those outside. In difficult level copies, monster attributes are twice as many as in normal copies. Nightmare level, monster attributes are 3 times that of ordinary copies. The level of hell is 4 times higher. In this situation, a professional player who enters alone is likely to die inside, so there will basically be a full team of 5, and they will only enter if a meat shield, a long-range high-damage player, a healing support, and a control support are all equipped. At this time, the middle-aged man caught up again and shouted from behind, "Little brother, you are a newcomer, right? You can tell at a glance that you don't have much experience in dungeons. This bone crypt is not comparable to a novice dungeon. It's too dangerous to go in by yourself. Don't lose your life in there." Because of the concealing hood, Luo Chen's face was obscured by the hood, his facial features were blurred, and he looked extremely mysterious at first glance. However, experienced professionals can still roughly judge his level from his attire. Thanks for the reminder. Luo Chen replied and selected the difficulty of the dungeon at the same time. Bite. Tip. Successfully selected the hell level copy. Enter after 5 seconds countdown. A burst of light enveloped Luo Chen's figure. The countdown was over and his figure had disappeared. Seeing this scene, many people showed expressions of gloating. This idiot is simply courting death. He looks mysterious, but he's actually an idiot. Looking at his equipment, he can't be that strong. He went into the dungeon by himself? Is he looking for death? He's not looking for death, but if he can't win, can he still run away? I guess he will escape from the dungeon soon. You can't say that. What if he is really strong? Very strong? Are you kidding? The upper limit of the level to enter the skeleton crypt is level 15. No matter how strong he is, he can only be level 15 at most. His character information is hidden. His name, level, and occupation are not visible. He's holding a staff. He's either a mage, a summoner, or a priest. He's definitely thin-skinned. After a burst of discussions, almost everyone was pessimistic about Luo Chen, thinking that he would soon escape in a miserable state. There is also a high probability that you will die in it. At this time, Luo Chen had already entered the copy world and was in a dim underground cave. The damp and corrosive smell hits you in the face, making you feel very depressed. Little darlings of the bone crypt, your daddy is here. Luo Chen grinned. He had already made up his mind that he would pile up the lives of 10,000 nether wolves today no matter what. Roar. In the distance, a tall monster suddenly turned around, stared at Luo Chen with its scarlet eyes, and let out a shrill roar. The next second, it strode towards Luo Chen. The monster was rotten all over, with pieces of rotten and blackened flesh hanging on its body. It was a level 13 corpse monster. Name, Corpse Monster Hell. Level, 13. HP, 10,000. Strength, 440. Agility, 80. Spirit, 0. Magic resistance, 160. Physical resistance, 160. Skills, none. Under normal circumstances, the detection spell can only view information about monsters whose levels are lower than your own. But some copies have special settings, such as the novice copy and this skeleton crypt copy. He cast a detection spell and checked the attributes of the corpse monster, and Luo Chen was delighted. The attributes of this corpse monster are even higher than the ultimate boss in the novice copy, especially its strength, which is twice that of the Skeleton King. Even a tank warrior with top-grade equipment cannot withstand such attributes. Fortunately, it has no skills, otherwise it would be more difficult to deal with. However, such a monster is a disaster for other professionals, but it is a treasure for Luo Chen. The attributes are very high, far exceeding those of the monsters of the same level in the outside world. It looks like we can kill the nether wolf tonight. With such high attributes, no wonder no one dares to come in alone. Not only the nether wolf game, but maybe the death of the bamboo snake will be added to the mix. My little wolf cubs, show yourself. With a wave of his hand, dense swarms of nether wolves were summoned out. Without any reservation, all the nether wolves in the summoning space, nearly 4,000 in number, were released at once. Charge for me, let it kill you to your heart's content. Roar. One after another, the nether wolves were summoned, and the entire space in front was filled with wolves in a blink of an eye. The corpse monster was squeezed in place, and it was difficult for it to even move, let alone get close to Luo Chen. Roar. The corpse monster roared miserably, and its sharp claws grabbed the nether wolf beside it frantically. At the same time, monsters also appeared in another direction. 3 more corpse monsters came rushing over. Their attacks are far more powerful than those of the nether wolf. With just one claw, they can instantly kill a nether wolf standing in front of them. This is exactly the effect Luo Chen wants. Chapter 21 Chi-Bone Lizard King. Time passed little by little, and it took 4,000 nether wolves 3 minutes to kill the 4 corpse monsters. More than 300 nether wolves also died. Bite. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 13 corpse monster, Hell, gaining plus 520 experience points and an additional 26 points from the Skeleton King medal. This experience is awesome. Guys, charge ahead. A level 13 monster outside only gives 65 experience points, but here it gives 520 points, which is 8 times the experience. In addition, there is a 5 experience bonus from the Skeleton King medal. Luo Chen laughed loudly and drove the wolves forward. If he wanted, he could rely on these 4 corpse monsters to pile up the number of dead nether wolves first, and then summon the 100-year-old windwolf. But he didn't do that. There are so many monsters in the Skeleton Crypt dungeon that you can just kill them and pile up deaths at the same time. There is no need to just focus on a few small monsters. In the spacious cave, densely packed nether wolves were rampaging all the way. As soon as one died, Luo Chen summoned another one. Although there is no guarantee that the soul beast summoned every time is a nether wolf, the number of nether wolves can be controlled at around 3,000. While pushing forward, Luo Chen did not forget the mission in the Skeleton Crypt. Back then at the professional exchange, the 2 tasks that Luo Chen saw at the task release center had very considerable rewards. Purchase the complete Skeleton Crypt, Hell difficulty, dungeon map, and monster distribution information for 48 hours. Reward, 100,000 dragon coins. Purchase the skull of the final boss in the Skeleton Crypt, Hell difficulty, for 48 hours. Reward: 200,000 dragon coins. Roar. Roars and roars came one after another. One after another, the monsters in the dungeon died under the claws of the Nether Wolf, and the death toll of the Nether Wolf increased little by little. Tip: congratulations on successfully killing a level 13 corpse monster, Hell, gaining plus 520 experience points and an additional 26 points from the Skeleton King medal. Tip: congratulations on successfully killing the level 14 Dry Bones, Hell, gaining plus 560 experience points and an additional 28 points from the Skeleton King medal. Experience continues to improve. In just a few minutes, a ray of light flashed across Luo Chen's body. Upgraded to level 11. Name: Luo Chen. Occupation: Soul Beast Summoner. Level: 11. Experience: 1. Strength: 135 plus 10. Agility: 118 plus 10. Spirit: 360 plus 10. Magic resistance: 261 plus 10. Physical resistance: 151 plus 10. Martial Soul: Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. Equipment: Skeleton King medal, Skeleton Staff, Wise Robe, Bronze Boots, Bronze Wrist Guards, Wisdom Necklace, Stealth Hood. Summon Beast limit: 15,000. Skills: Soul Beast Summoning Level 2, Explosion System Special, Thunder 4 Verticals, Soul Skill. Soul Beast Summoning Technique: Level 2. After casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year Soul Beast. Explosion System Special: after successfully summoning a new Soul Beast race, the explosion task will be automatically triggered. After using the Soul Beast Summoning technique, you will get relevant prompts, complete the task, and get corresponding rewards. Thunder 4 Aerials: Soul Skill releases lightning in all directions with itself as the center, forming a large-scale attack with a paralysis effect. The paralysis lasts for 3 seconds, and the Soul Skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. After checking the character information, a gleam of light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. Before level 10, all basic attributes increase by 10 points with each level increase, whether it is strength, agility, spirit, or dual resistance. However, after level 10, the way to add points to basic attributes changes. With each level up, strength, agility, and physical resistance increase by 20 points respectively. Mental and magical resistance increases by 100 points. This way of adding points will highlight the characteristics of the profession. As for the skill level, it did not improve as expected. He continued to drive the Nether Wolf pack towards the depths of the dungeon. The dungeon level of the Skeleton Crypt is not high, but the attributes of the monsters are very strong, especially the Hell level. In addition, there are level and number restrictions for entering the dungeon, so no one has yet drawn a complete Hell level map. Otherwise, the professional exchange would not have issued special tasks to collect maps. The dark cave was eerie and scary, but with the Nether Wolf pack by his side, Luo Chen was not afraid at all. The interconnected caves were like a maze. He slowly moved forward, carefully recording the map every time he advanced a certain distance. At the same time, do not forget to turn on the recording function of your mobile phone and record some special paths so that they can be used as evidence when handing in the task. Of course, when shooting, he would avoid the ghost wolves and would not take pictures of the wolf pack. One monster after another died under the claws of the Nether Wolf. By the second half of the night, Luo Chen's experience had reached 50. Such a terrifying upgrade speed has exceeded Luo Chen's expectations. There are 12 days left before the senior high school entrance examination. He originally planned to be promoted to level 12 before the examination so that he could apply for Kyoto University. Now it seems, the pattern is a bit small. Level 12? Even if you are level 18 or 20, it may not be impossible. Death toll of Netherwolf, 7458. We are only 2,000 short of completing the task of producing Netherwolf troops. I wonder what the properties of the 100-year-old Gale Wolf are like. As we explored deeper, the passage ahead gradually became wider. The ground became muddy and a pungent stench hit his face, making Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. This damn place. Roar. Suddenly, a strange roar was heard in the darkness ahead. Before Luo Chen could see the monster clearly, the Nether Wolf exploring the way ahead had already started fighting with it. Hint, your soul beast, the Nether Wolf, has died. The murderer is the Chi-Bone Lizard King. A reminder caught Luo Chen's attention. What kind of monster is the Chi-Bone Lizard King? Could it be the final boss of the dungeon? That shouldn't be the case. It's impossible to encounter the final boss so soon, right? Luo Chen was confused and quickly took a few steps forward, tiptoeing to look forward. Name: Chi-Bone Lizard King, Elite Leader of Hell. Level: 18. HP: 30,000. Strength: 1,000. Agility: 200. Spirit: 1,000. Magic resistance: 400. Physical resistance, 400. Skill, skeleton spike. Skeleton spikes. The Bone Lizard King can summon bone spikes buried underground, causing range attacks to the surrounding area, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Elite Leader? Luo Chen was slightly startled. This attribute is quite awesome, and it also has a range skill? I looked at the time, and there was still a long time left in the countdown for the copy. In that case, it's you. Chapter 22, 100 Years, Windwolf. It has high health, high attack, and group attack skills. It is absolutely perfect to use this Chi-Bone Lizard King to stack the deaths of the Netherwolf. It is also the first elite leader that Luo Chen has encountered so far. Get over there. Luo Chen waved his hand, and thousands of Netherwolves rushed forward madly. In a blink of an eye, they were fighting with the Chi-Bone Lizard King. Roar. Roars and wailing sounds came one after another. In just a short moment, hundreds of Netherwolves had died. Excitement flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. He hid behind and continued to perform soul beast summoning techniques, increasing the number of Netherwolves little by little. But then again, this Chi-Bone Lizard King is just a boss in the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. Its attributes are already so strong. What about the ultimate boss of the dungeon? How strong will it be? It's worthy of being a hell-level copy. Luo Chen was guessing in his heart and was looking forward to the maps that followed. The 4 levels of dungeons, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell, have different monster attributes and maps. If it is a normal level, the map of the copy will be relatively simple and not too complicated. At the hell level, the underground caves are interconnected and one could easily get lost if one is not careful. For a dungeon like this with a level restriction for entry, the possibility of clearing the hell difficulty is almost zero. Even if there are 5 people in the team and all the professional configurations are complete, it is still extremely difficult. After all, the level limit is there. Otherwise, the professional exchange would not spend a lot of money to collect maps of the Bone Crypt Hell. The purpose of collecting maps is simply to develop a strategy and then sell it at a high price. Boom. The ground shook violently, and bones broke through the soil layer one by one, piercing through dozens of Netherwolves around the Chi-Bone Lizard King, killing them instantly. The group skill is activated, unleashing unimaginable power. If Luo Chen was within the range of the skill, he would definitely not escape the fate of being killed instantly. Behind the beasts, Luo Chen touched his chin and said to himself, I don't have enough life-saving skills. If a melee enemy approaches me, I don't seem to have any other way to deal with it except for the Thunder 4 leaps. While he was speaking, he was waving the staff in his hand. Soul beasts were summoned one by one. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Netherwolf. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Bamboo Snake. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Golden Wolf. The staff in Luo Chen's hand trembled slightly, and he quickly looked at the soul beast he had just summoned. Golden Wolf? A new soul beast race. Luo Chen was overjoyed. The Golden Wolf in front of him was about the same size as the Netherwolf, with short golden fur, but its claws and teeth looked sharper than those of the Netherwolf. The following system prompt also made Luo Chen burst into laughter. Hint, the host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 3,000 Golden Wolves to die in battle. After completing the mission, you can randomly obtain a soul skill. Hint, the host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 20,000 Golden Wolves to die in battle. After completing the mission, the century-old Soul Beast Wolf Thief can be unlocked. This time, 2 troop explosion tasks were directly triggered, which was the first time in history. Among the 20,000, do the 3,000 that are awarded with spirit skills include them? Luo Chen asked. Bite. Tip. 20,000 is the cumulative number, including the 3,000 soul skill bonuses. Roar. The Netherwolves are still charging forward one after another. As time passed, the number of remaining Netherwolves became fewer and fewer. Even if Luo Chen used the Soul Beast summoning technique in time, he was unable to replenish the number of Netherwolves in the first place. After all, it is not possible to summon the Netherwolf every time. Fortunately, the death toll of the Netherwolves is almost reaching its limit. Luo Chen checked the details of the Soul Beast. Netherwolf, 498. Tabby Cat, 2,501. Wind Baboon, 3,228. Guju, 2,729. Bamboo Snake, 5,745. Golden Wolf, 299. In addition to the Netherwolf mission, there are still 4 troop explosion missions that have not been completed. Causing the death of at least 10 million Wind Baboons, you can unlock the 100,000-year-old Soul Beast Titan Demon Ape. Cause the death of at least 10,000 Bamboo Snakes, you can unlock the century-old Soul Beast Mandragora Snake. Cause the death of at least 3,000 Golden Wolves, you will obtain a soul skill at random. Causing the death of at least 20,000 Golden Wolves, you can unlock the 100-year Soul Beast Wolf Thief. We'll have to take our time to kill 10 million Wind Baboons. Let's deal with the bamboo snakes and golden wolves first. Seeing that the number of nether wolves was getting smaller and smaller, Luo Chen waved his hand and a large group of bamboo snakes and golden wolves were summoned out all at once. Hiss. On the ground, green snakes as thick as arms were crawling forward, their heads slightly raised, revealing their sharp teeth and biting towards the Chi-Bone Lizard King. The war continues. Boom. The Chi-Bone Lizard King used his skeleton spikes again, causing the ground to shake violently and pieces of rubble to fall from the surrounding cave walls as well. The entire dungeon was filled with layers of dust in an instant. Most of the 30,000 points of health had been consumed by the group of soul beasts, leaving only a few hundred points of health. This was the result of Luo Chen's intentional control, otherwise the Chi-Bone Lizard King would have died long ago. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 10,000 nether wolves in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the century-old soul beast Gale Wolf. A prompt suddenly appeared. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he waved his hand and summoned a Windwolf. Hint. The host successfully triggered the troop explosion mission, causing the death of at least 10,000 Gale Wolves in battle. After completing the mission, the Millennium Soul Beast two-headed Hell Wolf can be unlocked. As he thought, the Windwolf was also a new Soul Beast race, and it also triggered the troop explosion task after being summoned. And it is a troop explosion task to unlock the Millennium Soul Beast. Roar. At this moment, the Chi-Bone Lizard King suddenly roared, and its tail swept across, sweeping the Golden Wolf and Bamboo Snake in front of it away. Then, under Luo Chen's surprised gaze, the Chi-Bone Lizard King actually staggered and turned around, running towards the depths of the underground cave. It ran away. Fuck. It actually escaped. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Although he had heard that some monsters would choose to escape before dying, this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. It really surprised him. Boom. The huge body of the Chi-Bone Lizard King rushed all the way, and strange noises kept coming out of its mouth. Just when Luo Chen was about to drive the group of soul beasts to chase, suddenly, dense hissing sounds erupted from deep in the underground cave, as if responding to the Chi-Bone Lizard King. Chapter 23: The Final Gate. Accompanied by low roars, the next second, a group of monsters rushed out from the darkness. In a blink of an eye, he reunited with the Chi-Bone Lizard King. Roar. The Chi-Bone Lizard King roared wildly, and when he saw his younger brothers rushing over, he seemed to have gained confidence and stopped running away. There are more than 40 new monsters that have appeared, all of which are level 15 elite dungeon monsters. Holding rusty axes in their hands, they rushed straight towards the group of soul beasts. Awesome. You can even shake people? Behind the beasts, Luo Chen smiled. I was worried that the Chi-Bone Demon Dragon was too slow to kill one by one, and you guys came out just in time to help it. Guys, surround it, and let them kill it to your heart's content. When fighting with the Chi-Bone Lizard King just now, Luo Chen had been controlling the Chi-Bone Lizard King's blood volume, just wanting the Chi-Bone Lizard King to kill more soul beasts. However, the time limit for the Skeleton Crypt dungeon is limited, and you can only stay inside for a maximum of 12 hours from the start of entry. Luo Chen must leave himself enough time to find the ultimate boss. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 15 giant rotten crawler, Hell, gaining plus 600 experience points and an additional 30 points from the Skeleton King medal. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 15 giant rotten crawler, Hell, gaining plus 600 experience points and an additional 30 points from the Skeleton King medal. These giant corrosive reptiles not only have high experience points, but what surprised Luo Chen even more is that they actually have a group attack skill, Corrosive Breath. A mouthful of thick phlegm will cover the area in front with a layer of poisonous fog, which can cause harm to people within the range of the fog. This wave directly killed hundreds of Luo Chen's bamboo snakes and more than 100 golden wolves. If it were someone else, they would probably have to stop here when exploring the hell-level skeleton crypt. Luo Chen thought in his heart. The passages here are wide, and 5 or 6 monsters can be accommodated side by side without any problem. It is simply unrealistic for professionals to kill these monsters by blocking the terrain. Even the most elite team would suffer heavy casualties if faced with so many level 15 elite monsters and a dungeon boss at the same time. But for him, it was more than enough to deal with these monsters. If possible, it would be no problem even if the number of monsters increased several times. Others entered the dungeon very carefully, fearing that they would be killed by monsters if they were not careful. But Luo Chen, he walked along the way as if he was strolling in his own backyard. His body was spotless, and he didn't even sweat a drop. Just watch the fun throughout and win without any effort. Hint. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 15 giant corrupted crawler, Hell. After a long time, the system prompt appeared again. However, it was a little different from Luo Chen's plan. The task of increasing the number of troops with 3,000 golden wolves was completed first. Hint: the host caused the death of 3,000 golden wolves in the battle. Mission completed. The host currently has the blue lightning mad dragon as his martial soul, and his soul skills are being matched. Hint: soul skill matching completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul skill Blue Lightning Overlord Armor. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor. Soul skill. After using it, you can condense a layer of lightning shield around your body. After being attacked by the enemy at close range, you can cause 50 damage to the enemy and paralyze the enemy for 1 second. The skill lasts for 60 seconds, with no cooldown, and consumes 5 of your mental power each time you use it. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor? Luo Chen was overjoyed. What he lacked most now was a life-saving skill. He didn't expect to get it so soon. Once this lightning shield is formed, it will definitely be a nightmare for melee enemies. Dare to come close to hit me? Not only will you be counter-injured, but you will also be instantly paralyzed. 1 second of paralysis was enough for Luo Chen to summon a group of soul beasts to tear him into pieces. Even if he doesn't have time to tear it into pieces, he can immediately follow up with a Thunder 4 leaps, paralyzing the opponent for 3 seconds, and then tear it into pieces. After a long time, the last 2 giant rotten reptiles were torn to pieces. The Chi-Bone Lizard King did not escape this time, and the few hundred drops of blood he had left were all worn away by the bamboo snake's attack. Hint: congratulations on successfully killing the level 18 Chicky Lizard King. You have gained plus 3,600 experience points, and an additional 360 points from the Skeleton King medal. With a wailing sound, the Chi-Bone Lizard King turned into a ray of light and disappeared, leaving behind a piece of equipment, some materials, and a rusty key. Name: Chi-Bone Short Boots. Grade: Silver. Level requirement: Level 12. Spirit: plus 150. Magic resistance: plus 80. Physical resistance: plus 60. Skills: none. Not bad, not bad. Luo Chen was delighted and took off his bronze boots. After equipping the Chi-Bone boots, the attributes are improved a little bit. Apart from the Chi-Bone boots, those materials were of no use to him, so he planned to go directly to the professional exchange to exchange them for money after returning to Broken City. As for the rusty key, Luo Chen stared at the key for 2 seconds, feeling a little confused. Item name: Key to the Lair. Item description: a rusty key, very important. Critical? What do you mean? Luo Chen speculated in his heart. Is there a treasure chest in the skeleton crypt? Is this key used to open the treasure chest? After a short rest, Luo Chen drove the group of soul beasts to continue their previous exploration. Everything went according to plan without any disturbances. Whenever they encountered monsters, a group of bamboo snakes and golden wolves would rush forward and kill the monsters one by one at the cost of their own lives. As for the 100-year-old soul beast, the Wind Demon Wolf, that Luo Chen had just acquired, he had never sent it out from beginning to end. The attributes of a 100-year-old Wind Demon Wolf far exceed those of a 10-year-old soul beast, even higher than that of the Chi-Bone Lizard King. Such attributes surprised Luo Chen a little. However, the chance of summoning is very low. One has to perform the soul beast summoning technique 40 or 50 times in a row to summon one. Until now, there are only 58 soul beasts in Luo Chen's summoning space. Because he had to draw a detailed map, Luo Chen did not miss any passage when exploring the copy map. This also made it possible for the monsters to be cleared out very cleanly, without letting a single monster go unpunished, and no grass grew wherever the soul beasts passed. Time passed little by little, and a golden light flashed across Luo Chen's body. Level 12. Huh, I've reached level 12, so Kyoto University is a safe bet. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the monsters nearby were cleared out again. He looked forward and saw 2 huge metal doors in front of the dungeon. The giant gate, which was more than 10 meters high, was tightly closed. It was covered with rust and stained with dried blood. The tightly closed gate directly blocked the road ahead. Luo Chen frowned and looked back. He was sure that he had explored all the maps he had come from. In other words, if he wanted to continue exploring the copy, he had to open these 2 iron doors. Chapter 24: Skeleton High Priest. Whoosh! A cold wind suddenly blew in the closed underground cave. Then, the braziers hanging on both sides of the cave wall and the iron gate suddenly ignited, and the dark blue flames rushed out, accompanied by bursts of ghostly cries. Fuck, it's a little scary. Luo Chen shuddered, then casually waved his hand to summon a wind baboon, wanting the wind baboon to go forward and push open the iron gate. The wind baboon jumped forward, but after trying several times, the iron gate didn't move at all. Locked. Luo Chen frowned and stared at the closed door in front of him for a few seconds. Suddenly, he remembered the key that had exploded from the Chi-Bone Lizard King. Unfortunately, although the wind baboon can make simple door-pushing movements, it cannot use the key. Helplessly, Luo Chen had to go forward himself. After careful inspection, he indeed found a keyhole. The key was inserted, but just as Luo Chen was about to turn the key, his movement stopped. Better be careful. Summon some lone bamboo first, and let them continue to taunt. If monsters rush out after the door is opened, they will be attracted by the taunt skill immediately, and the hatred will be drawn to the lone bamboo, so that they will not attack me. Thinking of this, Luo Chen directly summoned dozens of lonely bamboos to be around him. Just as Guju started to taunt, the key in his hand turned. Creak. The sound of metal friction was extremely harsh. Just as the big iron door was opened a crack, a foul smell and gloomy atmosphere hit us in the face. Bite. Hint. You have been attacked by the corpse chi deep in the skeleton crypt, and have been severely negatively affected. Your magic resistance has been reduced to 0 points. Your physical resistance has been reduced to 0 points, and all other attributes have been weakened by 50. Tip. The negative status will remain in effect until you exit the skeleton crypt. A prompt suddenly appeared. Luo Chen's overall attributes also dropped instantly. This sudden change gave him a shock. The weakened state appeared, making Luo Chen feel his whole body sink. Fuck, both resistances were cleared? What the hell is this place? If you have the ability, don't just weaken me. Weaken my soul beasts as well, so that they can die faster? This weakening is absolutely fatal to other professionals, especially when both resistances are reduced to 0. It is very likely that a small monster can kill them instantly. But for Luo Chen, this is not a problem at all. It is no exaggeration to say, this negative state has no effect on his combat effectiveness. When he woke up in shock, the iron door that had just opened a crack seemed to be controlled by an invisible force and opened to both sides by itself. At the same time, bursts of shrill roars came from the iron gate, and nearly 100 copy monsters rushed out. They are all level 16 dungeon monsters. Name, Skeleton Elite, Hell. Level, 16. HP, 13,000. Strength, 500. Agility, 90. Spirit, 0. Magic resistance, 250. Physical resistance, 250. Skills, none. These skeleton elites are 3 meters tall and are completely dark green skeletons. They are wrapped in cold, poisonous fire, which is extremely terrifying. They rushed out wildly, the soul fire in their eyes staring at Luo Chen as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Soul skill, Thunder 4 Leaps. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen threw out the Thunder 4 Leaps. Boom. Lightning flashed, and thunder covered an area of several meters in radius. The skeleton elite rushing in the front was instantly paralyzed, and Luo Chen took the opportunity to fly backwards. In fact, even if Luo Chen did not use this soul skill, it would be fine. A group of lone bamboos were releasing taunts, and these skeleton elites had no chance of touching Luo Chen at all. Buzz. I saw the lonely bamboos in front of me shaking violently, and the taunting skills had fallen on every skeleton elite. At this time, these skeleton elites had recovered from the paralyzed state, and then all the hatred was drawn to the lonely bamboos. Roar. Accompanied by roars, a group of skeleton elites began to attack Guju frantically. On the other side, dense swarms of bamboo snakes and golden wolves had surrounded them. The dozens of summoned lone bamboos were killed in a blink of an eye, but the skeleton elites were also surrounded by the soul beast group in 3 layers. Roar. Under the attack like a tide, these skeleton elites were soon killed or injured. At the same time, it also successfully caused the deaths of more than 1,000 bamboo snakes and more than 100 golden wolves for Luo Chen. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 16 skeleton elite, Hell, gaining plus 640 experience points and an additional 32 points from the Skeleton King medal. Hint. Congratulations on successfully killing level 16. Along with the sound of prompts, several ordinary equipment fell to the ground, along with some alchemical materials. This experience is simply too great. Luo Chen chuckled. With the experience of entering the dungeon alone this time, he would try his best to enter other dungeons alone in the future. High experience and fast upgrade. The drop rate is high, equipment updates quickly, everything that drops is his own. Besides, he was too lazy to go to ordinary level dungeons anymore. If you want to go to the hell level, or at worst go to the nightmare level. Even the difficult level is not in his eyes. If someone knew what Luo Chen was thinking, they would definitely sneer at him and then mock him madly. Damn, who do you think you are? Professionals who have the ability to clear difficult level dungeons alone are extremely rare, and those who can clear nightmare-level dungeons alone can be counted on one's fingers in the world. Do you still dare to play hell alone? At this time, Luo Chen had already driven the group of soul beasts through the Iron Gate. Inside the Iron Gate is a spacious palace. In the center of the palace is a throne standing on a staircase. The steps leading to the throne are made of piles of dead bones and are extremely eerie. I saw a tall figure sitting on the throne. The figure was wearing a cloak, with his head lowered, and two balls of soul fire flickered and burned in his eye sockets. Creak. It slowly raised its head, and its drooping, withered hands slowly raised up. It was not until then that Luo Chen discovered that he actually had a short stick in his hand. Is this the final boss of the hell-level skeleton crypt dungeon? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly threw a detection spell over. Name: Skeleton High Priest, Skeleton Crypt Boss. Level: 20. HP: 80,000. Strength: 1,200. Agility: 200. Spirit: 2,000. Magic Resistance: 600. Physical Resistance: 600. Skills: Life Chain, Skeleton Spike, Skeleton Summon. Life Chain, Passive Skill. The Skeleton High Priest's life will establish a symbiotic chain with the summoned creatures. Before all the summoned creatures die, the Skeleton High Priest's health cannot be reset to 0, and he cannot die. Skeleton Spikes can summon bone spikes buried underground, causing range attacks to the surrounding area, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skeleton Summoning. The Skeleton High Priest swings his staff to summon 20 Skeleton Elites. The Skeleton Elites last for 5 minutes, and have a cooldown of 6 minutes. The maximum number of Skeleton Elites is 20. Chapter 25 Professional Nightmare. Is this attribute a bit fierce? After checking the attributes of the Skeleton High Priest, Luo Chen took a breath. And judging from the short staff in its hand, it is obviously a monster that is good at long-range attacks. Luo Chen was never afraid of close combat. He could just wave his hand and let the soul beasts surround him. There were 3 layers of enemies inside and outside, and he was surrounded so tightly that the monsters had no chance to get close to him and attack him. But remote. Luo Chen didn't say anything as he retreated backwards, putting some distance between himself and the Skeleton High Priest. There is no way. The attributes of the Skeleton High Priest are too high. If you accidentally step into its long-range attack range, you might be killed by it. After keeping some distance, Luo Chen was still a little worried, so he summoned a bunch of lonely bamboos, ready to taunt and attract hatred at any time. Creak. At this time, the Skeleton High Priest had already stood up from the throne. The eyes burning with soul flames looked at Luo Chen from afar, which actually gave Luo Chen the illusion that his soul was trembling. The next second, the short staff in its hand swung violently. The space around the throne was slightly distorted, and whirlpools appeared one after another. A total of 20 Skeleton Elites were summoned. Fuck, are you calling for help? Guys, kill them for me. Luo Chen did not delay and directly drove the bamboo snakes and the golden wolves to pounce. Roar! Roar! Amid roars, the two sides soon engaged in a fight. The Skeleton High Priest is deadly in every aspect to professionals at level 10 to 15. Not to mention its attributes, the attacks of ordinary professionals may not be able to break through its defense. Even if they can barely break through the defense, the damage will be like scraping. But as long as you are scratched by its attack, you will definitely be killed instantly. Even without talking about the attributes of the Skeleton High Priest, the summoning skill of this Skeleton Elite alone is enough to make anyone collapse. More importantly, the Skeleton High Priest actually has a life chain skill. As long as these Skeleton Elites are not all dead, the Skeleton High Priest will never die. The cooldown time of the summoning skill is only 6 minutes, which is simply a nightmare. But these are not a problem at all for Luo Chen. First, let the Skeleton High Priest's health bar run low. Then use it and the summoned Skeleton Elites to pile up the deaths of soul beasts. Perfect. There was a gleam of excitement in Luo Chen's eyes. Roar. Under the constant siege of the soul beast group, all 20 Skeleton Elites were quickly killed. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 16 Skeleton Elite. Hell, gaining plus 640 experience points and an additional 32 points from the Skeleton King medal. Hint. Congratulations on successfully killing level 16. Then, dense swarms of soul beasts rushed up the steps and pounced on the Skeleton High Priest on the throne. Just as he expected, the attack of the 10-year soul beast was simply unable to break through the defense of the Skeleton High Priest. Every attack on it can only deduct 1 drop of blood. You have to attack it continuously for 80,000 times to kill it. But don't forget that whether it is an ordinary monster, a boss elite, or the ultimate boss, they all have the ability to recover blood. The only difference is the speed of blood recovery. Under Luo Chen's gaze, the skeleton high priest's health bar dropped like scraping 1 point of blood at a time. After a few minutes, he finally reduced more than 1,000 points of blood, but it was restored in the blink of an eye. Fuck, the speed of blood loss and blood recovery is almost the same? It would be very troublesome to use 10-year soul beasts to kill it. Luo Chen thought about it in his heart. Then he waved his hand and summoned the 100-year-old soul beast Wind Demon Wolf for the first time. Name: Wind Wolf. Age: 100 years. HP: 30,000. Strength: 1,000. Agility: 250. Spirit: 100. Magic resistance: 400. Physical resistance: 400. Skill: Tornado Blade. Tornado Blade, a group attack skill. The Wind Wolf can condense the wind element into a sharp blade, causing a range attack on the enemy. Cooldown time: 60 seconds. Roar. Waves of wolf howls raged out. Dozens of huge wind wolves appeared in front of Luo Chen. They had short green fur and stood in front of Luo Chen until their height reached his shoulders. Amidst the roars, a group of wind demon wolves simultaneously unleashed tornado blades. The wind surged violently, and wind blades condensed and raged out, bombarding the skeleton high priest in an overwhelming manner. Boom. Those wind blades hit the skeleton high priest hard, and with a violent explosion, a section of his health bar was directly knocked off. Nearly 25 of his health was gone. So awesome. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. It was the first time that he summoned the wind wolf to fight. This tornado blade gave him a great surprise. 25 of the health, that is to say. The cooling time of the tornado blade is only 60 seconds. That is to say, my dozen or so wind wolves don't even need to get close to him to kill him. 4 rounds of tornado blades are enough to kill the skeleton high priest. It only takes 4 minutes in total. Exploded. Control its health to around 20. As long as I can ensure that the wind wolf can kill it instantly, I can use it to stack the soul beast's life with complete confidence. The war continues. As time passed, the health of the skeleton high priest finally dropped to about 20. At this time, Luo Chen ordered the wind demon wolf to stop attacking and wait for an opportunity to move. However, the 10-year-old soul beasts such as the bamboo snake and the golden wolf continued to kill frantically. Roar. The space twisted slightly, and 20 skeleton elites were summoned out again. This also further accelerated the casualties of the soul beast group. Hint. The host caused the death of 10,000 bamboo snakes in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the century-old soul beast mandragora snake. Zhu Qingshi's mission to increase the number of troops has finally been completed. Luo Chen waved his hand casually, and a 100-year-old mandrake snake was summoned out. The snake's body is nearly 10 meters long, covered with dark green scales, with wide neck folds on both sides of its head. The snake's tongue makes a sharp and terrifying hissing sound when it moves in and out. Judging from the attributes, the 100-year mandrake snake is similar to the wind demon wolf, with slightly lower strength and slightly higher spirit and agility. But the skills they possess are different. Name: Mandragora snake. Age: 100 years. HP: 30,000. Strength: 800. Agility: 350. Spirit: 300. Magic resistance: 300. Physical resistance: 500. Skill: Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy, a single target control skill. The Mandragora snake can summon poison vines to entangle the enemy and cause continuous damage. The duration of the poison vines is 3 seconds, and the cooldown is 60 seconds. Bite. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 10,000 Mandragora snakes in the battle. After completing the mission, the 1,000-year soul beast green phosphorus snake can be unlocked. Chapter 26. From now on, I have no weaknesses. A new troop explosion mission has appeared. Luo Chen was not in a hurry about the task of increasing the number of troops using the 100-year soul beasts. The attributes of 100-year soul beasts are powerful, and it is simply unrealistic to use the skeleton high priest to pile up deaths. Only 1 or 2 will die in a few minutes. Luo Chen checked the remaining time of the copy. Then he looked at the number of various soul beasts in the summoning space. There are less than 2 hours left before you are forced to exit the instance. Try to accumulate as many golden wolves as possible. Luo Chen thought to himself, if I'm lucky, I might be able to pile up 20,000 golden wolves. But unfortunately, my luck didn't seem to be good afterwards. When the soul beast summoning technique was performed continuously, only 1 golden wolf would appear for every 5 or 6 soul beasts summoned, so that the number of other soul beasts increased, but the number of golden wolves could not be replenished. Helplessly, Luo Chen had to let the other 10-year soul beasts continue to go up and die. so as to free up the summoning space so that he could continue to perform the soul beast summoning technique. In this way, with only 5 minutes left in the countdown to the copy, more than 17,000 golden wolves had been killed. Let's do this for now. Luo Chen didn't care about not completing the task of raising 20,000 golden wolves. As long as you enter the skeleton crypt dungeon once more, the quest will be completed. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "Kill it for me." Roar. In an instant, dozens of 100-year-old wind demon wolves opened their huge mouths at the same time. The violent wind elements condensed in their mouths and turned into wind blades that rushed out from the sky. Tornado blade. Boom. Amid the violent explosion, the overwhelming wind blades directly submerged the figure of the skeleton high priest. Because he had been controlling his health, after this attack, the skeleton high priest's health bar was instantly emptied. A light flashed across Luo Chen's body. Upgraded again, level 13. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 13. Experience, 4. Strength, 175, plus 10. Agility, 158, plus 10. Spirit, 710, plus 10. Magic resistance, 536, plus 10. Physical resistance, 246, plus 10. Martial soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. Equipment, Skeleton King Medal, Skeleton Staff, Wise Robe, Chi Bone Boots, Bronze Wrist Guards, Wisdom Necklace, Stealth Hood. Summoned Beast Limit, 15,000. Skills, Soul Beast Summoning, Level 2. Explosion System, Special, Thunder 4 Verticals, Soul Skill. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, Soul Skill. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Level 2. After casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year Soul Beast or an unlocked 100-year Soul Beast. Explosion System, Special. After successfully summoning a new Soul Beast race, the explosion task will be automatically triggered. After using the Soul Beast Summoning Technique, you will get relevant prompts, complete the task, and get corresponding rewards. Thunder 4 Aerials. Soul Skill releases lightning in all directions with itself as the center, forming a large-scale attack with a paralysis effect. The paralysis lasts for 3 seconds, and the Soul Skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor. Soul Skill. After using it, you can condense a layer of lightning shield around your body. After being attacked by the enemy at close range, you can cause 50 damage to the enemy and paralyze the enemy for 1 second. The skill lasts for 60 seconds, with no cooldown, and consumes 5 of your mental power each time you use it. Cool. Luo Chen stretched his muscles and walked towards the corpse on the throne. After the death of the skeleton high priest, a bunch of things exploded. In addition to several pieces of equipment, there are also some special items. This is... Luo Chen looked at the ring in his hand, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Infinite Soldier Explosion is indeed awesome, but at the same time it also has a huge weakness, and that weakness is himself. Although he already possessed soul skills such as the 4 Thunder Leaps and the Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, which could defend against close-range sneak attacks from the enemy, he could also paralyze enemies close to him and then kill them. But what if he encounters a long-range attack? Luo Chen can only hide as far away as possible, trying not to enter the enemy's firepower coverage. But who can guarantee that he will not be careless? He is the enemy general who takes the head of the enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops. To catch a thief, you must first catch the king, and he is that king. Once he is targeted by the enemy, he will die if he is careless. But now, Luo Chen stroked the ring. With it, all my weaknesses will be made up. I will be immortal. Name, Bone Chain Ring. Grade, Platinum. Level requirement, Level 12. Strength, plus 10. Spirit, plus 150. Skill, Life Chain. Life Chain, passive skill. The wearer's life will establish a symbiotic chain with the summoned creatures. Before all the summoned creatures die, the wearer can resist all fatal damage. The symbiotic chain can only establish a connection with the summoned soul beasts. The soul beasts in the summoning space are not within the connection range. The equipment level is only platinum. The skeleton staff worn by Luo Chen is also a platinum level equipment. However, although both pieces of equipment are named after skeletons, they do not belong to the category of sets. Life Chain. As long as my soul beasts don't die, I will never die. My current summon limit is 15,000, and in the future it may increase to 25,000, 100,000, or even 1 million. Who in this world has the ability to kill all my soul beasts in an instant? The symbiotic chain can only establish a connection with the summoned soul beast. This is not a problem at all. I don't need to consume mental energy to perform the soul beast summoning technique. and I can always ensure that there is a soul beast protecting me. Although it is only a level 12 equipment with low attributes, it may not be considered a treasure to others, but it is definitely a magic weapon to Luo Chen. Unless equipment with the same skills appears in the future, Luo Chen will most likely wear it for the rest of his life. In addition to this ring, there is also a platinum-level wizard robe that Luo Chen can use, which can just replace the silver-level wise man robe. Name: High Priest Robe. Grade: Platinum. Level requirement: Level 13. Spirit: plus 200. Magic resistance: plus 150. Physical resistance: plus 120. Skills: Damage resistance, skill amplification. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 8. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 5. It comes with 2 passive skills, one for damage reduction and the other for skill amplification, which is definitely a good thing. Without saying a word, Luo Chen put on the ring and changed his robe. Luo Chen flipped his palm. There was an extra red crystal core in his palm. This was the third item that surprised Luo Chen, in addition to the skeleton chain ring and high priest robe. Item name: Abyssal Skeleton Core. Item introduction: a special reward for the first kill of a hell-level skeleton high priest, a special alchemical item that can be used to refine any equipment below level 20. After refining, the grade will be increased by 1 level. It can only be used on legendary equipment or below. The equipment grades from low to high are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, and god level. Exclusive equipment is special equipment and is not included in the grade classification. In other words, if this Abyss Bone Core is used on legendary equipment, it can be directly refined into a divine artifact. Chapter 27: The Great Dynasty. This crystal core can only be used on level 20 legendary equipment to achieve its maximum value. If it is used on low-level equipment, it would be a waste of resources. Luo Chen thought in his heart and carefully put away the Abyss Skeleton Crystal Core. This is a treasure representing a divine artifact. The higher the grade of the equipment, the rarer it is. The preciousness of the artifact is comparable to that of exclusive equipment and is rarely seen in the world. Not to mention a city, even if it is a country, there are very few. Luo Chen was very satisfied with the gains from this trip to the Skeleton Crypt, which even exceeded his imagination. In addition, the boss skull and dungeon map required for the mission have also been obtained, and we are just waiting to return to the Broken City to exchange them for money. Purchase the complete Skeleton Crypt, Hell difficulty, dungeon map, and monster distribution information for 48 hours. Reward: 100,000 dragon coins. Purchase the skull of the final boss in the Skeleton Crypt, Hell difficulty, for 48 hours. Reward: 200,000 dragon coins. The copy countdown ends. After a flash of light, Luo Chen's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already reached the magic circle at the exit of the copy. After calculating the time, he did not plan to return to Broken City in a hurry, but prepared to clear another wave of hell-level dungeons and return to Broken City after completing Golden Wolf's troop explosion mission. After a busy night, take a break first. Luo Chen walked towards an open space in the distance. 200-year-old wind demon wolves followed behind him majestically, their scarlet eyes always alert to the surrounding situation. His appearance attracted the attention of many people. Huh? Is that the summoner who broke into the dungeon alone? Is he out? Fuck. I thought he was dead in there a long time ago. Did he stay in the dungeon for more than 10 hours? Did he stay there until the countdown was over? Something's wrong, isn't it? He might have gone in and out several times. We might not have seen him the first few times he came out. Even if it's a normal level dungeon, he alone as a summoner can't clear it. The most he can do is kill some small monsters in it, and he has to rely on summoned beasts to kill them. His summoned beast looks very powerful. Unfortunately, I can't use the detection technique to see its attributes. Luo Chen turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out some vacuum-packed food, and started eating. In the distance, a young girl glanced at Luo Chen and stared at the vacuum food in his hand with a puzzled look. A broadsword hung behind the girl, and she also held vacuum-packed food in her hands. Looking closely at the food in her hand, it was exactly the same as the one in Luo Chen's hand. After eating, Luo Chen closed his eyes. The 2 wind demon wolves stood vigilantly beside him. The reason for summoning 2 wind wolves was, of course, for his own safety. Perhaps it was because the wind demon wolf looked too scary. Although some people were curious about Luo Chen, they did not dare to approach him. After a long time, Luo Chen felt that his strength had almost recovered, So he stood up and walked towards the direction of the copy entrance magic circle again. Little brother, do you have any special strategies? Share them with us. A young man who looked to be around 20 years old waved towards Luo Chen. You entered a normal copy, right? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Fuck, are you being so pretentious? Seeing that Luo Chen ignored him, the young man felt that he had lost face and became angry and embarrassed. Zhao Qing, forget it. Why bother with him? That's right. This kind of person will die in the dungeon sooner or later. It's unlucky to talk to him. But to be honest, the two summoned beasts following him look very intimidating. They feel more powerful than the monster bosses in the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. It just looks scary, but the attributes may not be high. Luo Chen frowned, stopped, turned his head slightly, and gave those people a cold look. Roar. As if they sensed their master's anger, the two wind demon wolves suddenly turned around and roared at the men. The brutal and bloody aura swept over like a strong wind. This sudden change scared those people. If you want to go home alive, watch your mouth. Luo Chen said this lightly, and seeing that those people were pale and dared not speak, he ignored them. Only after his figure disappeared did those people come to their senses. The leading young man swallowed and held down his trembling legs with both hands. Fuck, I was so scared just now. I felt like I had walked through hell. Me too. I admit, I was scared just now. Although we haven't fought, I feel that this summoner is not easy to deal with. If we really fight, we may lose a few of us. The people from Shengshi Dynasty have blocked the entrance to the dungeon. They might clash with this summoner soon. Let's go over and see. They looked at each other and then followed carefully. The direction of the copy entrance. The two groups of people are confronting each other. One of the parties had more than 100 men with identical badges on their chests. On the badge were engraved 4 large golden characters, Prosperous Dynasty. Their eyes were full of disdain as they looked at the other group with a half smile. I'll say it again. If you want to enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon, you have to pay a toll. We in the Prosperous Dynasty don't ask for much. 10 alchemical materials, no limit on level or type. As long as you collect 10 of them, you can pass. The leader put the giant sword on his shoulder and sneered. Only 10. If you team up to clear a normal dungeon, you can get at least 15 or even 20 alchemical materials. We only need 10, it's not too much. If you don't want to hand it over, then get out of here as far as you can. Forget about entering this Skeleton Crypt dungeon. Go kill monsters in the wild instead. The people on the opposite side were just ordinary professionals preparing to enter the Skeleton Crypt. Although these ordinary professionals are numerous, several times more than the Shengshi Dynasty, their momentum is obviously weaker when facing the members of the Shengshi Dynasty Guild. Isn't your Shengshi Dynasty going too far? We are entering a dungeon. What does it have to do with your Shengshi Dynasty? Why should you charge us a toll? If you want the materials, go get them yourself. Isn't that too much of a bully? Hearing this, the leader of Shengshi Dynasty laughed wildly. Why? Are you not convinced? He raised his eyebrows and said, Of course, if you are willing to join the Shengshi Dynasty, the toll can be waived. We are a big guild in Shengshi Dynasty, and we will never treat our brothers unfairly. After hearing this, the scene fell into a brief silence. Afterwards, some people had no choice but to step forward. In order to enter the dungeon smoothly, they could only temporarily compromise and choose to join the Shengshi Huangqiao Guild. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen frowned. If the purpose is simply to collect tolls, why not block the exit of the copy? The people who emerged from the dungeon exit formation have all just experienced a great battle, and it is very likely that they got something dropped in the dungeon. Wouldn't it be easier to loot alchemical materials if we block these people? But the people from Shengshi Huangqiao blocked the entrance to the dungeon. Some professionals had just arrived and had not had time to enter the dungeon. Many of them did not have any alchemical materials on them. So how could they pay the toll? Are you forcing others to join the Shengshi Dynasty Guild? Luo Chen was disdainful in his heart. How unpopular is the Shengshi Dynasty that it can only rely on such despicable means to recruit people? Chapter 28, Get Out of the Way or Die. Looking up at the sky, Luo Chen became a little impatient. He planned to hurry up and go through the Skeleton Crypt dungeon again, and then return to the Broken City to hand in the quest. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. But at this moment, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Roar! The wind wolf guarding Luo Chen hunched its body and looked at the person coming vigilantly. It was a girl carrying a broadsword. The girl has short hair, a tall figure, and looks very heroic. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, What's the matter? The girl hesitated for a moment and said, Thank you for the food you left yesterday. My name is Duruashi. You should remember me, right? Duruashi? Is it the beggar girl I met in the wilderness last night? However, the two of them only had a conversation through the air that day and had never met each other. When they met for the first time today, Luo Chen felt a little surprised by the other person's appearance. Luo Chen smiled slightly. It turned out to be you. I didn't expect to see you again. How did you recognize me? Du Ruashi raised the food in her hand. The packaging of the food, the sound of your voice, and the direction you left last night. It's easy to recognize. Du Ruashi turned her head and glanced at the people from Shengshi Dynasty. Then, she took out a pile of alchemical materials from the storage space and handed them to Luo Chen. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? I'll give you these materials as your meal money for yesterday. Du Ruashi whispered. The Shengshi Dynasty has always had a bad reputation. Don't get into conflict with them. You might end up losing your life here. Luo Chen did not go to receive the materials, but asked, why do you think I would conflict with them? What if I want to join their guild? Or have I already prepared to buy my way with alchemical materials? Du Ruashi shrugged. I've been able to read people's expressions since I was a child. I can see murderous intent in your eyes. The smile on Luo Chen's face became even more intense. This little girl is interesting. Just based on the vacuum packaging of the food, the sound of my voice, and the direction I left last night, she dared to judge that I was the one who sent her the food. Now, just by looking at each other's eyes, I guess that I might have a conflict with the people from Shengshi Dynasty. Is she just being smart? Or is she really smart? Luo Chen could feel the other party's kindness, but he had no intention of taking the materials. Thank you, but you should keep these things for yourself. As he spoke, Luo Chen had already walked around her. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Du Ruashi was extremely anxious, but Luo Chen ignored her and went straight towards the people from Shengshi Dynasty. The figures of the 200-year-old wind demon wolves attracted a lot of people's attention. At this time, the people from Shengshi Dynasty also noticed Luo Chen. This summoner looks a little different. Boy, do you want to join our Shengshi Dynasty? One of them chuckled and threw a form to Luo Chen. Fill it out. The paper floated in front of Luo Chen and then fell directly to the ground. From the beginning to the end, Luo Chen had no intention of accepting the offer. This scene made the people of Shengshi Dynasty look ugly. The leading swordsman had a gloomy expression on his face, with a murderous look in his eyes. How dare you disregard their prosperous dynasty? Are you looking for death? Behind him stood more than 100 guild members from Shengshi Dynasty, with all kinds of regular professions, and all of them were fully equipped. It is precisely because of this that those professionals who were stopped dared not speak out, and either chose to join the Shengshi Dynasty or obediently hand over the alchemical materials as tolls. Those who don't join the guild and don't have alchemical materials as tolls can only hide in the distance and try to waste time with Shengshi Huangqiao. If you can hold out for 1 day, can you hold out for 2 days? But there is no one like this summoner who does not take the Shengshi Dynasty seriously at all. Kid, pick up the form, then kneel on the ground and raise your hands above your head and hand it to me. The swordsman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Then hand over everything you have as compensation, and I will let you leave alive. Otherwise, I will kill you. Luo Chen stopped walking. Then I have something to say to you. Don't block my way. Otherwise, I will kill you. Ha ha. Ha ha. Hearing this, everyone in Shengshi Dynasty burst into laughter. Is this kid crazy? A summoner, leading 2 wolves, dares to challenge our Shengshi Dynasty? It's a pity that he hid his personal information. None of us have mastered the top-level detection techniques. Otherwise, we would have definitely found out where he came from and why he dared to act so pretentiously. The sounds of wild laughter rang out one after another. They were either gloating or mocking, and they all thought that Luo Chen was crazy. On the other side, Luo Chen looked calm. He did not turn on the information display, so others could not view his character information. In addition, because of the cloaking hood, people could not see his appearance clearly. Even if someone knew the top-level detection technique, they would not be able to use it on Luo Chen because of the cloaking hood. However, the people from the Shengshi Dynasty were different. Not just out of self-confidence or any other reason. All the people from the Shengshi Dynasty present had turned on the character information display. When Luo Chen took a look, he found that the leader was already level 23. Looking behind him, there were more than 100 members of the Shengshi Dynasty, mostly between level 10 and 20. And he himself had just upgraded to level 13. But even so, Luo Chen didn't take these people seriously at all. One last word, don't block my way, get out. A cold light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. The leading swordsman slowly waved his hand and said, Brothers, since this brat is looking for death, then let him die. Kill him. Whoosh. Almost at the same time, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. An arrow shot out from the crowd, but was easily blocked by the wind wolf that leaped out. You were the ones who started it. Luo Chen grinned and waved his hand, and another dozen wind demon wolves were summoned out. Kill them all. Roar. At a command, Dozens of wind demon wolves rushed out at the same time. After just one encounter, the level 23 swordsman who was in the lead was torn into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Did they really fight? Someone's dead. Run quickly, don't let others get hurt. What's going on? So many summoned beasts. Fuck. What level is he? How can he summon so many? And their attributes are so strong that he can kill a level 23 swordsman in an instant. In the distance, Duruashi looked at Luo Chen's back in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes, as if she was dreaming. She didn't wake up from the shock until a corpse fell at her feet. Chapter 29. So what if I'm exposed? This change came too suddenly. No one had thought that Luo Chen would burst out with such terrifying strength. A level 23 swordsman was killed instantly at the first encounter. By the time some people woke up, more than a dozen people from the Shengshi Huangchao Guild had died. The attributes of the 100-year Wind Demon Wolf are too high, much higher than the level 18 elite boss in the Hell-level Skeleton Crypt dungeon. Judging from the attributes alone, the Hell-level monsters are 4 times as powerful as the monsters of the same level in the outside world. How can these professionals in front of them contend with them? Damn it, revenge for the boss. Boy, you're done. You've messed with our Shengshi dynasty, and there's no place for you in this world anymore. Kill him. Huge fireballs flew up from the crowd and hit him directly. On the other side, several assassins used their haste skills to try to avoid the Wind Wolf and get close to Luo Chen. Seeing the long-range magic coming towards him, Luo Chen was not panicked at all. Although he is only level 13, his equipment is much stronger than those of ordinary professionals. Low level does not mean low defense. What's more, he now has the Bone Chain Ring, which has the Life Chain skill. This skill alone is enough to make him invincible. It can even make him immortal. Life Chain, passive skill. The wearer's life will establish a symbiotic chain with the summoned creatures. Before all the summoned creatures die, the wearer can resist all fatal damage. The symbiotic chain can only establish a connection with the summoned soul beasts. The soul beasts in the summoning space are not within the connection range. However, Luo Chen still had no intention of using his body to withstand the magician's long-range attack. He waved his hand casually, and 200-year-old mandrake snakes appeared. Their huge bodies coiled up, completely covering Luo Chen's surroundings. Boom, boom. Accompanied by loud bangs, the huge fireballs hit the mandrake snakes directly and were all blocked. As for those assassins who had just approached, they were even more confused at this moment. Faced with these ferocious mandrake snakes, they had no idea where to start. Roar. With a wild roar, one of the mandrake snakes suddenly opened its mouth. The ground in front of it shook violently, and a poisonous vine covered with thorns emerged from the ground and instantly entangled an assassin. Other mandrake snakes also used their skills. Poison Ivy Entanglement. In just a blink of an eye, not only the approaching assassins were entangled, but also some people who were fighting with the Wind Wolf in the distance were also entangled. Poison Vine can not only cause huge damage to the enemy, but also poison it, causing a toxic attack that lasts for 3 seconds. It is a powerful skill that combines offense and control. Accompanied by sharp screams, dozens of professionals died on the spot in the blink of an eye. In the crowd, a group of wind wolves also used group attack skills at this time. Tornado Blade. The wind element condensed, and wind blades all over the sky swept out in all directions. All fragile professionals, no matter if they are mages, priests, shooters, etc., are doomed to be killed instantly the moment they are hit by the wind blade. Even a meat shield profession that excels in defense can only hold out for a few seconds. Boom. Screams rang out one after another, and figures were torn to pieces by the wind blades. In just a blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood, like purgatory. Vomit. In the distance, Duruashi turned pale with fright. Seeing the bloody scene, she suddenly felt nauseous and couldn't help bending over to vomit. She has seen many dead people, but this was the first time she had seen such a bloody and tragic scene. Not only her, but other onlookers were also dumbfounded. Impossible. His profession cannot be an ordinary summoner. Nonsense. Do you even need to tell me that? He can enter the skeleton crypt, which means his level is no higher than level 15. What kind of summoner can have so many summoned beasts at level 15? And each summoned beast is so powerful. He's so strong. No wonder he dared to enter the skeleton crypt dungeon alone. Maybe he could kill his way through the dungeon. I just don't know what level of dungeon he entered. Is he a rare profession? It should be an epic class, maybe even a unique hidden class. Hidden profession? Hearing these 4 words, many people present took a deep breath. At the same time, a name emerged in their minds, Luo Chen. During the job transfer ceremony at Duanqing Xingyang Private High School, a unique hidden profession appeared, said to be a soul beast summoner. This matter was no secret in Duanqing. But the job transfer ceremony was only completed 2 days ago. No matter how powerful the soul beast summoner is, it is impossible for him to reach level 10 so quickly, right? Even if he reaches level 10, it's impossible to have such terrifying strength, right? Although some people thought of the name Luo Chen, they did not dare to confirm that the summoner in front of them was Luo Chen. These words fell into Luo Chen's ears, but he didn't care. He wore a concealing hood because he really wanted to hide his identity and not attract too much attention. But if my identity is really exposed, it doesn't matter. Especially after obtaining the bone chain ring and possessing the life chain skill, which gave him the ability to protect himself, Luo Chen would no longer care whether his identity was exposed. So what if it's exposed? Even if there are people in this world who are jealous of his talent, don't want him to grow up, and are ready to strangle him in the cradle, you still have to have the ability to do so. At this time, there were only 200-year-old Mandragora snakes left by Luo Chen's side, and the other Mandragora snakes had already rushed into the battlefield. Quick defend. Priest, continuous healing, continuous amplification. Mage, use control skills. Shooter, use single target high damage attacks. Roars rang out one after another, and the remaining professionals of the Grand Dynasty were still trying to organize a counterattack in an attempt to turn the tables. Although Shengshi Huangqiao has a bad reputation, it is an old guild after all. These professionals have gone through many battles and cooperate with each other very well. But even so, it was unable to stop the attacks of the Wind Demon Wolves and the Mandrake Snakes. In just a few moments, dozens of professionals were torn to pieces by the Wind Demon Wolves and Mandrake Snakes. By this time, more than half of the more than 100 professionals in the Shengshi dynasty had been killed or injured. Finally, they got scared. Damn it, I'm not going to fight anymore. I don't want to die here. Run. Some people had fear in their eyes, and regardless of the people around them trying to stop them or scold them, they turned around and ran away. Some people even rushed directly into the teleportation array of the Skeleton Crypt dungeon and were teleported into the dungeon, actually thinking of escaping in this way. 1, 2, 3. Panic spread, and more people began to flee. Some people were so frightened when they saw the Wind Wolf rushing towards them that they fell to their knees with a thud. Have mercy. I will quit the Shengshi Dynasty Guild right now. Please, spare me. Chapter 30. 100 Years of Wolf Thieves. Luo Chen frowned. Don't let them escape into the dungeon teleportation array. Roar. At a command, several wind wolves leaped forward and directly blocked the copy magic circle, stopping several people who tried to escape through the magic circle. On the other side, the cooldown time of the Mandrake Snake's skill ended, and poisonous vines emerged from the ground one after another, entangling those who tried to escape. Escape? Kneel down and beg for mercy? Humph. Luo Chen sneered. From the moment he decided to attack, he had no intention of letting any enemy go. If the soul beasts in front of you cannot kill all the enemies, then summon more soul beasts. Only idiots would be kind to their enemies. Kill. Don't leave anyone behind. Fortunately, these wind wolves and mandrake snakes did not disappoint Luo Chen. Corpses collapsed to the ground one after another. Not long after, all the people in the prosperous dynasty died, without any escape. The battlefield fell into dead silence. The onlookers widened their eyes and subconsciously held their breath. Even if a large amount of equipment and materials exploded on the battlefield, no one dared to rush forward to fight for them. Luo Chen ignored these people and walked forward to put everything in his pocket. Then he walked straight into the copy magic circle without looking back. After a flash of light, he and all the soul beasts disappeared. It was not until then that the onlookers woke up from their shock. Looking at the broken corpses, some timid people were so scared that they fell to the ground. All dead. Isn't this too cruel? The Shengshi dynasty is not a small guild. With more than 100 people dead at once, this matter will definitely not end well. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Shengshi dynasty. That mysterious summoner is powerful, but he can't fight against a huge guild, right? Unless he has a guild backing him up. Damn it. With the style of the Shengshi dynasty, we who are present might also be affected. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here anymore. Some people from Shengshi dynasty are still in the dungeon. When they come out, they might vent their anger on us. Don't download the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. I won't be coming here again for a while. After waking up, the professionals turned around and left. In just a short moment, all the professionals near the Skeleton Crypt copy ran away. Exit Magic Circle. After a flash of light, a 5-member elite team was teleported out from the Exit Magic Circle. They were covered in dust, and some of them had wounds, obviously having been through a fierce battle. The occupation distribution of this 5-man team is very reasonable, with meat shields, auxiliary, melee output, and ranged output all fully configured. The leader looked very young, holding a gorgeous staff in his hand. One could tell at a glance that the staff was no ordinary item, at least a gold-grade equipment. This person is none other than the young president of Shangshi Dynasty, Chu Jingfeng. Young president, after completing this instance, you will be level 16. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the bone crypt again. What a pity, we still failed to explode the skeleton core. We have killed 3 difficult-level skeleton high priests. Don't worry, we have so many guild members in the Shangshi Dynasty. Even if you can't enter the skeleton crypt, it doesn't matter. We can organize an elite team to help you brush the skeleton core. The skeleton core they were talking about was not Luo Chen's Abyss skeleton core. Although there is only a difference of 2 words, Abyss, there is a world of difference between them. Luo Chen's Abyss skeleton core can upgrade legendary equipment by 1 level and directly refine it into god-level equipment. It can only be dropped by first killing the hell-level skeleton high priest. However, the skeleton core they mentioned, although it can upgrade the grade of equipment by 1 level, can only be used on equipment of platinum level and below. In other words, the highest level you can upgrade platinum equipment is to diamond. The value is huge. Chu Jingfeng nodded. I'll leave the matter of the skeleton core to you. You must get one for me. Don't worry, young president. While they were talking, several people had already left the magic circle. Then, they suddenly froze. Where are our people? Where did they go? Something's wrong. Not only are the people from our Shangshi dynasty missing, why are the others missing as well? What happened? A smell of blood spread. Chu Jingfeng's heart trembled, and he had a bad premonition. He took a few quick steps and ran towards the entrance of the copy. Soon, corpses were seen lying all over the place. Each corpse was badly broken and looked horrific, as if they had been eaten by a monster. Everywhere you look, you see rivers of blood, like purgatory. Seeing this scene, Chu Jingfeng and others were all dumbfounded. Dead. All dead. What on earth happened here? Was there a beast tied? Chu Jingfeng trembled all over and looked around in horror. Let's get out of here first, and then figure out what happened here. Go. In fear, several people did not dare to stay and turned around and left. Skeleton Crypt, in the Hell-level dungeon. Luo Chen led a dense group of soul beasts and rushed forward, killing monsters one after another wherever he passed. Since I have explored the map once, I am familiar with the route this time. The experience bar continues to increase. The death toll of soul beasts also continued to rise. At present, Luo Chen still has 4 troop explosion tasks to complete, causing the deaths of at least 20,000 10-year golden wolves, unlocking the 100-year soul beast wolf thief, causing the death of at least 10,000 100-year-old gale demon wolves, unlocking the 1,000-year-old soul beast, the 2-headed hell wolf, causing the death of at least 10,000 mandrake snakes, unlocking the 1,000-year soul beast green phosphorus snake. The last one is 10 million wind baboons, which unlock the 100,000-year-old soul beast titan demon ape. Judging from the current progress, 20,000 golden wolves should be able to be completed. Time passes by little. Soon, the elite leader, the Chi-Bone Lizard King, was killed, and a bunch of alchemical materials and several pieces of equipment dropped. Name, Blessed Wristband. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, Level 13. Spirit, plus 120. Magic resistance, plus 100. Physical resistance, plus 90. Skills, none. A gold grade wristband? It increases spiritual power. It's just right for me. Luo Chen smiled slightly and directly changed the bronze wristband on his body, and its attributes were improved by another level. Without staying for long, he soon led the herd to the deepest part of the copy and appeared in front of the skeleton high priest again. 1 golden wolves after another rushed forward. Now that the golden wolf is gone, let the wind baboon go up and continue to die. At the same time, he continued to perform the soul beast summoning technique to fill the gaps in the summoning space. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the golden wolf. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the wind baboon. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 100-year-old soul beast, the wind wolf. Finally, a long-awaited prompt sound appeared. Bite. Hint: the host caused the death of 20,000 golden wolves in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the century-old soul beast wolf thief. Chapter 31 Senior Managers. The golden wolf's mission to increase its troops was accomplished, so Luo Chen did not continue to pester it. With a wave of his hand, the 100-year-old wind wolf and mandrake snake joined the battle. It only took a short moment to kill the skeleton high priest. A ray of light flashed, and Luo Chen upgraded again, successfully breaking through to level 14. At the same time, several things were revealed after the death of the skeleton high priest. Although it was no longer the first kill, the things that dropped did not disappoint Luo Chen. Is this a top-level detection technique? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly collected the exploded items, one of which was a book. It turned out to be a top-level detection technique. Detection is a common skill for all professions, which is divided into ordinary detection, advanced detection, and top detection. Ordinary detection skills can be used to view information about monsters whose levels are lower than your own, but are ineffective against humans. Advanced detection skills can ignore the level limit of monsters and view the information of any monster. It is ineffective against humans. But the top-level detection technique, not only can it ignore the monster level limit, it can even detect the information of human professionals at will. As long as the other party is not wearing equipment that can conceal information, even if the other party has not enabled viewing permissions, people with top-level detection skills can still view that person's information at will. Of course, the content you can view is limited to name, level, occupation, and you cannot view attributes and equipment. But it's enough. Nice one. Luo Chen grinned and placed the book between his hands. The next second, the book turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Bite. Hint. Congratulations on learning the top-level detection technique. I carefully checked the exploded equipment again. Although a platinum-level equipment was dropped this time, it was a two-handed broadsword, which was not suitable for Luo Chen. After returning to Duanqing, I will directly put it on the professional exchange to sell it for money. I'm already level 14. I'll need more experience to level up. If I want to reach level 15, I'll probably have to enter 2 more hell-level dungeons. Luo Chen thought in his heart, hesitating for a moment whether to go back to Duanqing. He had 2 tasks he had accepted from the professional exchange, with a total bonus of 300,000 dragon coins. Both tasks have a time limit. If I stay here and continue to clear the dungeon, I will miss the deadline for submitting the task, and 300,000 dragon coins will be wasted. But if he goes back to hand in the task, it will delay his upgrade time. Forget it. Let's first see what the Wolf Bandits Troop explosion mission is. With a wave of his hand, a 100-year-old wolf thief was summoned. The wolf thief looked ferocious, a giant wolf standing on 2 legs, more than 2 meters tall, holding a rusty battle axe in his hand. Name, Wolf Thief. Age, 100 years. HP, 30,000. Strength, 1,100. Agility, 300. Spirit, 0. Magic resistance, 450. Physical resistance, 350. Skill, Rage. Frenzy, passive skill. When the wolf thief's HP is below 20, the frenzy state will be triggered. After the frenzy, the wolf thief's strength and agility attributes will increase by 50, and magic resistance and physical resistance will decrease by 50. The frenzy state lasts for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Its strength is 1 level higher than that of the wind wolf and the mandrake snake, but its agility is slightly lower. There is no ranged attack skill, but there is a violent passive. Luo Chen muttered. This violent feeling is a bit cruel. Bite. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 2,000 wolf bandits to die in the battle. After completing the mission, you can randomly obtain an external soul bone. Fuck. External soul bone. Luo Chen took a deep breath and said, they even have this thing? That's awesome. But Luo Chen quickly calmed down. 2,000 wolf bandits. This is not a small number. Considering the attributes of wolf bandits, it is not easy to kill 2,000 of them. It is definitely not possible to just brush the skeleton crypt copy. We need to level up as quickly as possible and then go to a higher level dungeon. Luo Chen thought in his heart. He left 4 wind demon wolves to protect him and put all the other soul beasts into the summoning space. Then choose to exit the copy. After a ray of light, the person appeared at the exit circle of the copy. It was eerily quiet near the dungeon. Luo Chen blinked and looked around in confusion. Why are all the people gone? Just as he was wondering, a figure walked out from behind a big tree in the distance. It was Du Ruashi. You finally came out. Du Ruashi patted her chest. It looked like she had been waiting here for a while. Luo Chen asked in confusion, what's going on? And, are you waiting for me? You're right, I'm waiting for you. Du Ruashi stepped forward and said, after you entered the dungeon, the people here were afraid of the Shengshi dynasty's revenge and were afraid of being implicated, so most of them left, and the remaining small number of people also entered the dungeon. Not long ago, Chu Jingfeng, the young leader of Shengshi dynasty, came out of the dungeon and then left in a hurry. Maybe he will find you soon. You have to be careful. Feeling Du Ruashi's kindness, Luo Chen felt grateful. Thanks for the reminder. As I should, I ate your meal for free. Du Ruashi chuckled and stretched out her hand, saying, let's get to know each other again. My name is Du Ruashi, a professional swordsman. My father is Du Cheng, a senior manager of the Broken City Professional Exchange. Senior manager of a professional exchange? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. If I want a hand in the task, can I hand it in directly through you? Du Ruashi shrugged. If it's a very advanced task, it may not work. But most tasks should be possible. Why did you accept the task? The other party's answer surprised Luo Chen. He didn't expect that Du Ruashi had such an identity. He was worried that it would be a waste of time to go back to Duanqing to complete the task. There are indeed 2 tasks. Having said that, Luo Chen directly handed the drawn map of the Hell-level dungeon and the head of the skeleton high priest to Du Ruashi. This is... Du Ruashi's pupils shrank, and she exclaimed, a map and strategy guide for the Hell-level dungeon? And the head of the Hell-level boss. Have you cleared the skeleton crypt Hell-level dungeon? Luo Chen nodded. These 2 things can only be obtained by clearing the skeleton crypt Hell copy. Since he accepted the task, there was no need to hide anything. Du Ruashi looked at Luo Chen deeply for a few times, and when she recalled the scene of the tragic deaths of more than 100 members of the prosperous dynasty, the shock in her heart was not so strong. He can command so many terrifying summoned beasts and kill more than 100 professionals in just a few moments. It's no wonder that such a person can break through the Hell-level dungeon, right? Please wait a moment. As Du Ruashi spoke, she took a picture of the map with her mobile phone and sent it back to her father. At the same time, the item information of the skeleton high priest's head was also shared. The item information indicated that this was the head of a Hell-level boss, and it could not be faked. Chapter 32 Revenge. You have to be able to do that. Soon, the mission items were confirmed. Du Cheng's message came. Ruashi, you said he entered the Hell-level dungeon alone? Du Ruashi's fingers tapped quickly on the phone. Yes, he killed them all by himself. Not long ago, there was a battle in the skeleton crypt. He killed more than 100 professionals from the Shengshi dynasty by himself. He killed them all, leaving no one alive. Broken City, Professional Exchange. At this time, a middle-aged man was standing in the hall. He looked at the message on his phone and was completely stunned. One person killed more than 100 professionals? And he even single-handedly killed his way through the Hell-level skeleton crypt dungeon? Who is this guy? It's too exaggerated, right? A few seconds later, Du Cheng woke up and quickly sent a message to his daughter. Ruashi, give him the commission for the mission for me first. When you come back, just bring back the mission items. Also, find a way to get in touch with him. Du Cheng put down his phone and let out a long sigh. The upper limit of the level to enter the skeleton crypt is level 15. At this level, can you kill hundreds of people? Can you kill your way through the Hell-level dungeon? Must be friends. On the other side, Du Ruashi had already traded 300,000 dragon coins to Luo Chen. She blinked her big eyes and stared at Luo Chen, smiling. We are acquainted now, and you also know my name and identity. Why don't you introduce yourself? At this point, she added, don't worry, I won't tell anyone your identity, including my father. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and shrugged indifferently. Before he obtained the skeleton chain ring, although he had a group of soul beasts by his side, he had no means to protect his life, so he was quite cautious in doing things and would deliberately conceal his identity. But now the life chain that comes with the skeleton chain ring allows him to protect himself when facing any danger. Unless all his soul beasts are dead, no one in this world can kill him. With this life-saving method, there is no need for him to deliberately conceal his identity. My name is Luo Chen. What? Luo Chen. Du Ruashi's eyes widened and she exclaimed, you are Luo Chen? The soul beast summoner who changed his job a few days ago. She looked at the several wind wolves behind Luo Chen in disbelief and was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. It seems like only 3 days have passed since this guy completed his job change. In just 3 days, he has grown to this level? Isn't this soul beast summoner too terrifying? Luo Chen smiled slightly, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the copy. It was obvious that he didn't want to chat with Du Ruashi anymore. Choose between chatting with beauties and killing monsters to level up? Of course, choose to kill monsters to level up. Luo Chen, let's add each other as friends. If you have any equipment to buy or sell in the future, I can help you. Du Ruashi said loudly. With me here, I can help you save a lot of time. The commission is the lowest in the entire network, only 3. The lowest in the entire network? This girl is quite interesting. Luo Chen stopped, and Du Ruashi hurriedly chased after him. We exchanged phone numbers and became friends. Then he threw all the tattered and unused equipment to Du Ruashi. Only then did Luo Chen enter the copy again. Outside the copy, Du Ruashi stared at the entrance formation in a daze. Just now she wanted to ask Luo Chen to take her into the dungeon and help her level up, but she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. Although she didn't understand Luo Chen's character, for some reason, Duruashi always felt that if she spoke, she would bring shame upon herself and might even annoy Luo Chen. In the copy, Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "Little ones, charge." The killing begins. This time when entering the dungeon, Luo Chen's main purpose was to level up, and he did not intend to waste time on increasing the number of soul beast deaths. So the speed of clearing the map is very fast. Time passed little by little, and in just 2 hours Luo Chen had reached the deepest part of the copy. With unwilling roars, the skeleton high priest was surrounded and killed again. Before he died, the soul fire in his eyes was still staring at Luo Chen with resentment. "I just killed you 3 times. Do you hate me so much?" Luo Chen chuckled and walked forward to collect all the exploded items. The level experience has reached 53. Just one more time, and you can reach level 15. According to Luo Chen's estimation, if he wanted to upgrade from level 15 to level 16, he would probably have to enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon 3 or 4 times. After he broke through to level 16, he could no longer come to the Skeleton Crypt due to the level limit of the dungeon. Yawned. Luo Chen felt a little sleepy. He did not leave the copy in a hurry, but sat directly on the throne of the Skeleton High Priest. The countdown for the copy has not ended yet. Even if the final boss has died, Luo Chen can still continue to stay in the copy. "Sleep here first and have a good rest. We'll continue tomorrow morning." It was just getting light. Finally, professionals appeared near the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. They came in 2s and 3s, in groups or alone, gathering from all over. The first few people who arrived here were dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why is it so deserted here? Be careful and alert. There may be extremely powerful monsters nearby. Look over there. There are a lot of dead bodies. What the hell is going on here?" More and more professionals showed up, and soon word spread about what happened last night. "What did you say? A summoner wiped out all the people of Shengshi Dynasty. Alone? You're just bragging, right? To be able to kill more than 100 people in an instant, he must be of a very high level. Which big boss would have nothing better to do than come here and kill people?" Everyone was talking about it. There is no wall that is impenetrable. Not long after the young president of Shengshi Dynasty left here, he also received the news that his people were killed by a summoner. As a result, the prosperous dynasty was in an uproar. At this moment, among the many professionals present, there were several spies from the Shengshi Dynasty. Their eyes moved back and forth among the crowd, while also paying attention to the movements of the entrance and exit magic circle. At this moment, a ray of light flashed from the magic circle at the copy exit. Luo Chen's figure appeared on the magic circle. Then he walked out of the magic circle as if no one was around, turned around, and walked towards the entrance again. Although he had a cloaking hood to conceal information, his attire and the several wind wolves following him still made it easy for people to recognize his identity. "Is it him? Quick, pass the news back to the guild. From the looks of it, he seems to need to enter the dungeon. The young president and the others should be able to get here in time. We must make him die here today, otherwise the Shengshi Dynasty will lose face." Soon, the news got back. At this time, Luo Chen had already entered the copy again and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't take it to heart. Revenge? You have to have this ability. Chapter 33. Don't be afraid. I'll support you. Gradually, some people realized that something seemed wrong. After thinking about it, some people left the Skeleton Crypt copy. In the distance, a team of 5 stood in the crowd. The leader was Duan Liar. She blinked and looked in the direction of the dungeon entrance. Strange, the back of that person just now looked so familiar. It seemed to be my younger brother. Little brother? The other team members looked puzzled. These people are not students of Shenyang High School, but were hired by the Duan family. They temporarily formed a team with Duan Liar to help her upgrade faster. It was also because of their help that Duan Liar was able to reach level 10 so quickly. The reason why she came here was, of course, to enter the dungeon. A mage whispered, "Miss Duan, the atmosphere here is a little strange. Why don't we leave first?" "No? What's wrong with that? Isn't it just that Shengshi Dynasty wants revenge?" Duan Liar rolled her eyes. "Who am I? How dare Chu Jingfeng show off to me? I'll slap him to death." The Duan family is extremely powerful in Duanqing, and their business is spread all over Longhua. Duan Jinghong is the current head of the Duan family. Duan Liar is his only daughter. With this identity, who would dare to provoke her easily? Thinking back to the back figure just now, Duan Liar bit her lip. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed Luo Chen's number. "The number you dialed is out of service area." "Not in the service area? Is it in the dungeon?" Duan Liar muttered something, then opened the professional's friend interface and sent a message directly to Luo Chen. After changing jobs to become a professional, in addition to a series of functions such as the character interface and item space, You will also get a friend list and so on. However, most professionals are still accustomed to using mobile phones. There is no other way. The mobile phone can make video calls, make phone calls, and send messages. But the professional's friend list can only send messages. Brother, are you in the skeleton crypt dungeon? Not here. Luo Chen replied with 2 words in seconds. Duan liar, I don't believe you. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ash. I saw you just now, but before I could call your name, you entered the dungeon. Did you fight with Shengshi Dynasty? Luo Chen, Miss Duan, what do you want to do? Duan liar, don't be afraid, little brother. I'll support you. I'll call someone right away. In the copy, Luo Chen was leisurely following the group of soul beasts. No matter how many monsters he faced, he didn't need to take action himself. Groups of soul beasts would pounce on them and bite them to death in an instant. As he read the message, he could feel Duan Liar's concern. He felt grateful but couldn't help but complain at the same time. This girl definitely had a crush on me. When I skipped a grade and entered senior year, she tried every way to get close to me. Before I changed my job, he would hang around me all day, calling me little brother. Now she is even willing to confront Shengshi Huangqiao. How much does she like me? Stop it, Luo Chen replied. The power of Shengshi Dynasty is not small. There is no need for your Duan family to offend Shengshi Dynasty because of me. Duan liar, it's you. Luo Chen, fuck, are you trying to trick me? Duan liar, you are a hooligan. Luo Chen, who is being a hooligan? There is a comma in front of your word, didn't you see it? Anyway, you don't need to interfere in the affairs between me and Shengshi Huangqiao, otherwise I will delete you as my friend. After saying that, Luo Chen directly closed the friend list and ignored Duan Liar. Outside world, Duan Liar blushed and stomped her feet in anger. Is there a comma before your word? Oh my god, what kind of vicious words are these? Oh, how embarrassing. Duan Liar pursed her lips, and her face turned even redder when she thought of the box of small balloons she had hidden in her belongings space. She kept the box of balloons with her for several days. I had originally planned to find an opportunity to have a romantic encounter with Luo Chen after the job transfer ceremony, but because I had to prepare for the Kyoto University entrance exam, I never had the chance to arrange an encounter. With my ability, I will have no problem getting into Kyoto University. Duan Liar thought to herself, I must be admitted. After I get to Kyoto University, I must use this box of things. A box of 12, used up in a week, humph. Not replying to my message again? This bad guy, since he said that, he should be confident in dealing with Shengshi Dynasty, right? Shaking off these messy thoughts, she walked towards the entrance of the copy. Before entering the copy, she sent a message to her father Duan Jinghong. The deepest part of the skeleton crypt dungeon. Luo Chen drooped his dead fish eyes and looked at the skeleton high priest in front of the throne. Hey brother, we meet again. If I kill you this time, I'll reach level 15. Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore after I reach level 16. Let's discuss something. Can you give me more stuff this time? Do you have any magical weapons? Roar. The skeleton high priest roared and raised the short staff in his hand. In an instant, magic circles appeared around it. 20 skeleton elites were summoned by it. Then, another skeleton spike was thrown towards Luo Chen. This time, Luo Chen was quite close to the skeleton high priest, and his position was just within the coverage range of its long-range skills. After getting the life chain, Luo Chen was too lazy to hide. The ground shook, and bone spikes broke through the soil and pierced out, directly blowing Luo Chen away. Hiss, it hurts a bit. Luo Chen stood up with a grin on his face, brushing off the dust on his body. Hey guys, your master has been fucked. Why don't you kill him quickly? In just a few moments, the skeleton high priest fell down again in frustration. A light flashed on Luo Chen's body, and his level finally reached 15. The number of deaths of the 10-year soul beast wind baboons has accumulated to more than 2,000, but it is still a long way to go to accumulate 10 million, so Luo Chen is not in a hurry. A piece of silver equipment, a piece of bronze equipment, and 2 pieces of black iron equipment were dropped, and a bunch of alchemical materials. There was nothing Luo Chen could use, so he just took a look at it and threw it into the item space without paying any more attention to it. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 15. Experience, 1. Strength, 225, plus 10. Agility, 198, plus 10. Spirit, 1330, plus 10. Magic resistance, 940, plus 10. Physical resistance, 470, plus 10. Martial soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. Equipment, Skeleton King Medal, Skeleton Staff, High Priest Robe, Chi Bone Boots, Blessed Wristband, Wisdom Necklace, Stealth Hood, Skeleton Chain Ring. Summoned Beast Limit, 15,000. Skills, Soul Beast Summoning, Level 2. Explosion System, Special. Thunder 4 Verticals, Soul Skill. Blue Lightning, Overlord Armor, Soul Skill. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Level 2. After casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year Soul Beast or an unlocked 100-year Soul Beast. Explosion System, Special. After successfully summoning a new Soul Beast race, the explosion task will be automatically triggered. After using the Soul Beast Summoning Technique, you will get relevant prompts, complete the task, and get corresponding rewards. Thunder 4 Aerials, Soul Skill releases lightning in all directions with itself as the center, forming a large-scale attack with a paralysis effect. The paralysis lasts for 3 seconds, and the Soul Skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, Soul Skill. After using it, you can condense a layer of lightning shield around your body. After being attacked by the enemy at close range, you can cause 50 damage to the enemy and paralyze the enemy for 1 second. The skill lasts for 60 seconds, with no cooldown, and consumes 5 of your mental power each time you use it. After checking the character information, Luo Chen did not stay any longer and left the copy directly. Chapter 34. You are a beautiful woman, don't swear. At this time, the headquarters building of Shengshi Dynasty. In the spacious hall, a middle-aged man hung up the phone with a gloomy face. The next second, he suddenly turned around and slapped Chu Jingfeng in the face. Bang! Just this one hit made Chu Jingfeng's cheek red and swollen. Chu Jingfeng covered his face and shouted, "Dad, why did you hit me? Why do I hit you? Why do you say I hit you?" The president of Shengshi Dynasty, Chu Daong, cursed. It is now widely rumored that Shengshi Dynasty bullies people by taking advantage of its power and forcing professionals to join the guild by means of coercion and inducement. You have ruined the reputation of our prosperous dynasty. Hearing this, Chu Jingfeng curled his lips secretly. Did I stink? Our prosperous dynasty has always had a bad reputation, okay? Chu Daong said. Let's put this matter to an end for now. Don't seek revenge on that summoner for now. Chu Jingfeng said angrily. Why? He killed so many of us. We can just arrange people to surround and kill him before he leaves the skeleton crypt. If we don't kill him, how can our prosperous dynasty maintain its reputation? Seeing his son's persistence, Chu Daong was silent for a moment and said, just now, the current head of the Duan family, Duan Jinghong, called me. Du Fei from the Professional Exchange also called me. The Du Fei he mentioned is the director of Duanqing Professional Exchange. He is also the elder brother of senior manager Du Cheng and the uncle of Du Ruashi. Hearing these two names, Chu Jingfeng's pupils shrank and he looked shocked. Who was that kid? How could he have alarmed these two people to plead for him? The Duan family is so powerful that they can almost cover the sky with one hand in Duanqing, and their influence extends to all parts of Longhua. Du Fei's status is also very high. Although he is only a branch director of Duanqing Exchange, he is backed by a huge professional association. Although the power of Shengshi Dynasty is huge, it is not willing to provoke Duan Jinghong and Du Fei easily. Chu Jingfeng's eyes were filled with resentment, and he said unwillingly, then let's just forget about this matter? Forget it. Of course I can't just let it go like this. Chu Daong sneered. Send someone to keep an eye on him first and find out his identity and background. It won't be too late to kill him after this storm has passed. Dare to offend Shengshi Huangqiao? Sooner or later, I will kill him. In the next few days, you should hurry up and upgrade, and don't fool around. The big exam is coming soon. Chu Jingfeng replied indifferently. Got it. At night, Luo Chen once again walked out of the exit formation. Just now, he successfully broke through the skeleton crypt hell-level dungeon again, and his upgrade experience increased to 76. He only needed to enter it once more to reach level 16. Unfortunately, nothing good dropped in this copy. The monster attributes of the hell-level copy are 4 times that of the ordinary copy. Likewise, the experience gained from killing monsters is 4 times that of a normal copy. When most professionals enter a dungeon, they can only struggle to survive in an ordinary dungeon, just for that little bit of experience. Only a small number of people are qualified to enter difficulties or nightmares. As for the hell-level dungeons, even if an elite team occasionally breaks in, they cannot make it to the end, and they don't even have the chance to see the ultimate boss. But for Luo Chen, killing his way through the hell-level dungeon is as easy as drinking water. After entering the dungeon, he doesn't have to do anything himself. Even if he feels tired in the process of killing monsters, Luo Chen will rest enough in the dungeon first. So after leaving the magic circle, Luo Chen did not stop, but went directly towards the entrance magic circle. At this time, the area was much more lively than before. We are short of one. Come as fast as you can to form a team. I need milk. A level 14 greatsword, looking for a reliable team to challenge a difficult level dungeon. Level 11 Little Mage, reliable output, looking for a team. Is there anyone who wants this silver level ring that just popped up? I'll sell it to you at a low price. Just at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps approached Luo Chen. Roar! With a roar, the wind demon wolf guarding Luo Chen suddenly turned around and roared at the person approaching. Brother, it's me. If your dog bites me, I will never forgive you. A tall and graceful figure stopped. It was Duan Liar. Seeing this girl, Luo Chen covered his forehead and felt a headache. Duan Liar is the school belle of Shenyang High School. Her figure and looks are impeccable. With a distinguished family background and a strong background, she is the best candidate to be a wife no matter how you look at it. Besides, they are already in their third year of high school, and all the development that should have taken place has already taken place. The most important point is, this girl never hides the fact that she likes Luo Chen. As long as Luo Chen nods, Duan Liar can be his girlfriend from this moment on. But Luo Chen now only wants to kill monsters and become stronger, and is too lazy to think about other things. Luo Chen waved his hand and ordered the wind wolf to retreat. What's the matter? Duan Liar giggled and ran to Luo Chen in 2 or 3 steps. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Little brother, I have decided to apply for Kyoto University. We will still be classmates in the future. Oh, what's your reaction? Can you give me a slightly more excited expression and just give me some perfunctory response? Hee, haha, you call this excitement? Duan Liar said angrily. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you, a piece of shit. Hurry up and start a group and take me into the dungeon. Luo Chen felt helpless, but he did not refuse this time. Now that I am about to reach level 16, it is very safe for me to apply to Kyoto University. In this case, it would not hurt to guide Duan Liar. In fact, Luo Chen was very resistant to the idea of bringing his sister to level up. But when he thought about how this girl had actually used the power of the Duan family to put pressure on Shengshi dynasty for him, Luo Chen couldn't bear to refuse anymore. He doesn't know yet that Duan Jinghong has already contacted Chu Daong of Shengshi dynasty. If he knew, he would be even more grateful. Luo Chen, what level are you? Duan Liar directly shared the character information with Luo Chen. Character name, Duan Liar. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Level, 10. Experience, 82. Luo Chen nodded, and then shared his information with Duan Liar. You? Damn it. Duan Liar widened her eyes, covered her mouth with one hand, and cursed. The ladylike temperament was gone at this moment. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and complained. You are a beautiful woman. Please stop swearing all the time, okay? Beauty? You said I was a beauty? In an instant, Duan Liar's eyes sparkled. Her face flushed slightly, and she felt a little dizzy. Wake up, hey? I know I'm handsome, but I'd be embarrassed if you stared at me like that. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Duan Liar to bring her back to her senses. Brother, how did you level up? You're almost level 16. Isn't that too fast? Duan Liar hugged Luo Chen's arm and whispered, Do you have any strategy? Tell me. I promise not to tell anyone else. Strategy? I have a rough strategy, which is to just rush. Luo Chen started to form a team and said, Let's go. You will know when you enter the dungeon. Chapter 35. Are you crazy? How can you play like this? Duan Liar was overjoyed to see Luo Chen agreed to form a team. He hugged Luo Chen's arms even tighter, with half of his body pressed tightly against Luo Chen. At the same time, she did not forget to wink at the 4 professionals in the distance. The 4 of them smiled bitterly and turned away, pretending not to know Duan Liar. The reason why Duan Liar's leveling was slow was entirely because she entered a normal level dungeon. However, compared to most professionals, her speed is already much faster, and she should have no problem reaching level 12 or 13 before the senior high school entrance examination. If she hadn't met Luo Chen, she would have planned to try the difficult level dungeon this time. The two came to the entrance magic circle. Luo Chen directly chose the hell level copy, which made Duan Liar gasp. Brother, you made the right choice, didn't you? This is a hell level dungeon. How about we be safe and go for the difficult one? I've been playing at the hell level the whole time. Don't worry, everything will be fine with me here. Luo Chen said, All you have to do is follow me and shout, Come on. As soon as the words fell, a ray of light enveloped the 2 of them. Then, the 2 disappeared. It was extremely dark in the dungeon, and the pungent smell of blood was everywhere. Occasionally, a shrill roar came from the depths of the cave, making people shudder, as if standing in a tunnel leading to hell. Gurgle. Duan Liar swallowed, and her face turned pale. She hurriedly let go of Luo Chen's arm and held the dagger in her hand. Brother, the monsters in the hell level dungeon have 4 times the attributes of ordinary monsters. With my equipment, I might die if I get hit by a small monster. Duan Liar said in a trembling voice. If I die, you burn some paper for me during festivals and remember to honor my father on my behalf. During my zodiac year, burn red pants for me. Red socks, red hairband. Burning red pants for you in your zodiac year? This girl's train of thought is really weird. Roar. Just then, a ferocious monster walked out from the corner of the passage ahead. Duan Lyre's face was filled with fear, and she shouted, "Ah, it's coming over here, little brother. Let the dog bite it." Stop shouting. If you keep shouting, I'll stuff your mouth with my pants. Just follow me and don't run around. As he spoke, Luo Chen waved his hand, and the soul beast summoning technique was directly performed. The next second, densely packed soul beasts appeared in front of the two. This time, he did not summon 10-year soul beasts, but summoned all 100-year soul beasts at once. The 100-year-old wind wolf. Centennial mandragora snake. 100-year-old wolf thief. Looking around, there are nearly 1,000 of them. After Luo Chen gave the order, nearly 1,000 100-year-old soul beasts rushed out in overwhelming numbers. In just a blink of an eye, the monster was overwhelmed and torn to pieces. Luo Chen flipped his palm and took out 2 roasted chicken legs. He handed one to Duan Lyre and said, "Are you hungry? Eat something. We can kill monsters while we eat. I have some drinks and spicy noodles here." Duan Lyre widened her eyes and looked at the group of soul beasts in front of her in disbelief, as if she was dreaming. What's this? Where am I? Who am I? What am I going to do? She didn't wake up until Luo Chen slapped her on the back. Where did you hit me? That's not the point. The point is that we should leave. My soul beasts have all run away. After saying that, Luo Chen took out a can of drink and handed it to her. Then he ignored her and walked forward on his own. "Little brother, wait for me." Seeing Luo Chen walking away, Duan Lyre hurriedly chased after him. "Brother, is this how you kill monsters? No wonder you reached level 15 so quickly. Is the soul beast summoner so powerful? How many soul beasts can you summon? Are the attributes of these soul beasts too strong? You are a walking disaster. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you pay attention to me?" In front, a group of soul beasts killed the monsters one by one. The attributes of the 100-year soul beasts are powerful, higher than those of the elite bosses at the skeleton crypt hell level. These monsters were killed instantly by a group of soul beasts as soon as they appeared. Moving forward, Luo Chen and Duan Lyre hardly stopped for a moment, and they had an unobstructed flow, as if they were strolling in their own back garden. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across Duan Lyre's body. She leveled up, finally reaching level 11. "If I hadn't brought you with me, I would have reached level 16 after completing the dungeon this time," Luo Chen said slowly. "After forming a team, the experience is reduced. After this is over, I should be able to enter the skeleton crypt dungeon again, which means I can take you with me once at most." Duan Lyre replied numbly. Oh. She was completely numb. As the eldest daughter of the Duan family, she is considered to be well-informed and often hears rumors about powerful professionals. But she had never heard of such a copy. This is a hell-level copy. You hold a chicken drumstick in your left hand and a can of drink in your right hand. Can you please respect the monsters? This isn't a dungeon at all. It's just like strolling in the park. Time passes by little. Soon, the two met the elite leader, the Chi-Bone Lizard King. After checking the monster attributes of the Chi-Bone Lizard King, Duan Lyre took a breath. If Luo Chen wasn't there, with her current level and equipment, she would not be qualified to face such a monster. But now, such a terrifying monster was like an ant and was torn to pieces by the group of soul beasts in just a few breaths. After a wailing sound, several pieces of equipment were left on the ground. He died so quickly? He was an elite leader. Duan Lyre's expression was a little stiff. Luo Chen waved his hand and said jokingly, "Don't just stand there, go pick up the things. You've been trying to gain experience along the way, and you've even eaten my chicken leg and drank my can of drink for free. Do you really need me to pick them up?" Oh. Duan Lyre hurriedly took a few steps forward, picked up all the things that exploded, and handed them to Luo Chen. Luo Chen took a look and found that there was nothing Duan Lyre could use, so he put them all away. The group of soul beasts were rampaging in the underground cave, and gradually, Duan Lyre finally adapted. By the time she met the skeleton high priest, her experience had reached 41, and she would be able to reach level 12 the next time she entered the dungeon. Roar! With a roar, 20 skeleton elites were summoned. The skeleton high priest waved the short staff in his hand, and 20 skeleton elites rushed towards the group of soul beasts fearlessly. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed by the group of soul beasts. Can a hell-level skeleton high priest summon monsters? Ordinary-level skeleton high priests don't have this skill. The little monster died all of a sudden. The skeleton high priest is dead too. Oh. Duan Lyre covered her mouth and kept babbling. When the skeleton high priest was torn into pieces and a bunch of things exploded, she was so excited that she threw herself on Luo Chen and kissed him hard. Chapter 36, Hell's Sacrifice Belt. This kiss made Luo Chen stunned. Hey, your saliva is on my face. Luo Chen drooped his eyes and said seriously, please help me clean it. Duan Lyre blinked, and then actually stuck out her tongue. Hey, I didn't ask you to wipe it like that. Fortunately, Luo Chen reacted quickly and pushed her away. Otherwise he would have been taken advantage of by this little girl again. What are you doing? It was you who asked me to? Did you reveal something good? Duan Lyre's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she rushed to the body of the skeleton high priest in 3 or 2 steps and picked up a piece of leather armor. Gold-grade leather armor, just right for me. She looked at Luo Chen with a giggle. Little brother, I want it. Luo Chen stretched out his hand. Give me money. Cut. Duan Lyre pouted and muttered. Do you have to be so stingy? I kissed you just now. I should be considered your girlfriend, right? Girlfriend? Girl, you ghost. If you want to get my equipment for free, forget it. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and didn't respond to her, but he didn't mention asking for money again. He just pretended that this gold-grade leather armor had never dropped. Let's go. I can take you into the dungeon one more time. Then I will be level 16, so I won't be able to take care of you for a while. You are so nice, little brother. Duan Lyre giggled and put on the gold-level leather armor that had just dropped without any hesitation. Little brother, I just said you were my girlfriend, and you didn't object. Did you admit it? Don't try to get close to me. It's fine if you get it for free once, but do you want to get it for free all the time? If you want more equipment, you have to pay for it. No. Can I give you a kiss instead? I'll tell your dad and tell him you're in a premature relationship and that you're pestering me all day long. Then go ahead and sue me. How about I tell you my dad's phone number? Stay away from me. For Duan Lyre, if she wants to pass an ordinary dungeon, she needs to cooperate closely with several teammates. Be careful all the way, as you may lose your life in the copy if you are not careful. But after teaming up with Luo Chen, she didn't even have a chance to fight back. And this was a hell-level dungeon. The difficulty of the monsters was far beyond that of an ordinary dungeon. Soon, the two entered the copy again. Just like before, the soul beasts led the way, and the two followed behind with snacks in their hands, as if they were strolling in a garden. Duan Lyre. Brother, how many soul beasts can you summon? After reaching level 10, an ordinary summoner can only summon 5 at most, right? And the attributes of the summoned beasts are far from as high as your soul beasts. The group of soul beasts charging forward was truly shocking. The number is far greater than you can imagine, Luo Chen said, but not all soul beasts are so strong. As he spoke, he waved his hand and summoned out some of each kind of soul beast. 10 years of soul beasts. Nether wolf, colored cat, wind baboon, lone bamboo, bamboo snake, golden wolf. 100 years soul beasts, wind demon wolf, mandrake snake, wolf thief. Seeing these soul beasts, Duan Lyre took a breath of cold air. Let's not talk about the quantity for now. Aren't there too many of these types? He is only level 15, but he can already summon 9 kinds of soul beasts. What will happen when you reach level 20 or 30? This time, I entered the dungeon and killed people faster than before. In less than half an hour, the two had reached the deepest part of the skeleton crypt and met the skeleton high priest again. The powerful pressure brought by the hell-level boss made Duan Lyre subconsciously hold her breath. Just at this time, a large group of wolf thieves rushed out. They swung the battle axes in their hands and chopped hard at the skeleton elites that had just been summoned. It only took a blink of an eye to clear out these monsters. After a short moment, the skeleton high priest screamed and was killed again. A ray of light also flashed across Luo Chen's body. Level 16. Duan Lyre also successfully reached level 12. At this time, Luo Chen's attention was completely attracted by what had just exploded. It was a colorful light that had never been seen before. Duan Lyre exclaimed, "Brother, it seems to be legendary equipment." Legend? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he took a few steps forward and picked up the equipment. Sure enough, just as Duan Lyre said, it was actually legendary equipment. Name: Hell's Sacrifice Belt. Rank: Legend. Level requirement: Level 16. Strength: plus 100. Spirit: plus 500. Magic resistance: plus 500. Physical resistance: plus 400. Skills: Skeleton High Priest, Summoning Conversion. Skeleton High Priest, active after casting, you can transform into a Skeleton High Priest. In the transformed state, all attributes increase by 5. Duration is 1 hour, cooldown time is 24 hours. Summon Conversion, a skill exclusive to the summoning class. After transforming into a Skeleton High Priest, the summoned beast will automatically transform into a skeleton elite, with the attributes and skills remaining unchanged. Fuck. Luo Chen's eyes widened. This skill, this attribute. Is it too awesome? Little brother, take a quick look at it and share the attributes with me. Duan Lyre came over with a look of curiosity on her face and naturally hugged Luo Chen's arms with her hands. I won't show it to you. Luo Chen curled his lips and put on the Hell Priest belt directly, and his attributes increased significantly. Needless to say, the attribute values of this equipment are worthy of being a legendary equipment. But what surprised Luo Chen even more were the two skills that came with it. Can transform into a skeleton high priest. Moreover, after the transformation, even soul beasts can transform themselves into skeleton elites. With this equipment, he can hide himself perfectly. If there is something shameful to be done in the future, he can transform into a skeleton high priest and then start a frenzy of undead and become a moving disaster. Just let me see it, please. No. Can I kiss you once? 2 times. Duan Lyre, you underestimate me. I said I won't show it to you, and I won't show it to you. Good brother, take a look. No matter how Duan Lyre coaxed and begged, she refused to let him see it. Luo Chen also has an Abyss Skeleton Core in his hand. Item name, Abyssal Skeleton Core. Item introduction, a special reward for the first kill of a Hell-level Skeleton High Priest, a special alchemical item that can be used to refine any equipment below level 20. After refining, the grade will be increased by 1 level. It can only be used on legendary equipment or below. If used on the Hell Sacrifice belt, its grade can be directly upgraded to the God level. It's a magical weapon. Luo Chen never thought that he could get the artifact so quickly. I just don't know how the properties of the Hell Priest belt will change after its grade is upgraded. What are you daydreaming about, you mean-spirited fellow? Duan Lyre pouted and said, you are already level 16. You will never be able to come to the skeleton crypt again. Chapter 37, I also have a magic weapon. Looking at the broken throne in front of him, Luo Chen smiled slightly. This is the last time I kill you. I will never see you again. Don't miss me. Duan Lyre asked in confusion. Little brother, what are you mumbling about? It's okay, let's go out. As he said that, Luo Chen directly grabbed Duan Lyre's arm. A flash of light passed by, and the two disappeared. When they appeared again, they had already reached the exit formation. Outside the magic circle, Duan Lyre looked at Luo Chen's profile, feeling a little reluctant. Are you going back to Broken City? Or are you going to continue upgrading somewhere else? Luo Chen replied casually. My level is good enough to enter Kyoto University. I plan to go around the suburbs and go back a day early. After saying that, he turned to look at Duan Lyre, and their eyes met. I have to say that Duan Lyre's appearance and figure are indeed amazing. Especially her affectionate expression, with her eyes full of him. It made Luo Chen's heart move. Among all the girls Luo Chen had met, it seemed that only Du Ruashi could be compared with her. Why? Otherwise, just give in to her. I won't suffer any loss anyway. A thought flashed through my mind. Little brother, why are you staring at me? Do you think I'm beautiful? Duan Lyre blushed. After we get to Kyoto University, how about we start a relationship? Oh huh, is it so direct? Luo Chen raised his lips and said, then you have to work hard. You have just reached level 12. It is still a little uncertain to apply to Kyoto University. Hearing this, Duan Lyre was overjoyed. Little brother, do you agree? Don't worry, I'm basically level 12. And there are still 3 days left. I should be able to level up 1 or even 2 more. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go find my teammates. They're still waiting for me. After saying that, Duan Lyre suddenly raised her legs, kissed Luo Chen on the cheek, then turned and ran away. The warm feeling on his cheeks made Luo Chen's hair stand on end. This feels quite comfortable. Kyoto University has limited enrollment places, and those who are selected are basically the chosen ones. In addition to strict grade requirements, you also need to pass a theoretical exam. Luo Chen's level has been stabilized. As for the theoretical exam, although Duan Lyre got first place in the whole grade in the last exam, that was because Luo Chen was not there. Luo Chen skipped to the 3rd year of high school after the placement test, so he missed that placement test perfectly. If not for this, first place would definitely be his. Regarding this entrance examination, Luo Chen never thought about his strength. He would definitely give his best. In this world, the strong are respected, and those favored by heaven can get better resources than ordinary people. This is especially true in such an institution of higher learning. As the top student in Broken City, I will be admitted to Kyoto University. I should get a lot of points for further study, right? What if it's number 1 in the province? Or number 1 in the country? Luo Chen touched his chin and felt a little moved. In this world, every university is based on a point system. In school, Points are more important than dragon coins. Some secret books in the library, or skill books for rare and epic professions, etc., can all be exchanged for points. After a little thought, Luo Chen decided to stay in the suburbs and continue killing monsters. He glanced around and then walked away into the distance under the gaze of some people. Young President, that kid has left the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. He had previously been with the eldest daughter of the Duan family, Duan Liar. They seem to have a close relationship. Don't worry, we will continue to follow him. We know what to do. There are monsters everywhere in the wilderness. Even if someone dies, no one will blame our Shengshi dynasty. Soon, several figures disappeared behind Luo Chen. At this time, Luo Chen didn't know that he had been targeted. He moved forward under the protection of several wind wolves, and soon left the Skeleton Crypt dungeon area and came to an uninhabited jungle. First, use the Abyssal Skeleton Core to upgrade the belt. Then I will have a divine weapon. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, flipped his hand, and took out the core of the Abyss Skeleton. The skeleton core emits a red light, looking mysterious and charming. At this moment, Luo Chen frowned slightly. Roar. Almost at the same time, the wind demon wolf on the side roared, and its huge body pounced directly behind Luo Chen. Haha, I didn't expect you to have the skeleton core in your hand. Go to hell, this treasure belongs to me. A figure appeared behind Luo Chen without warning, and the dagger in his hand stabbed into Luo Chen's back. The skeleton core he was talking about was actually different from the Abyss skeleton core in Luo Chen's hand. Those were things that Chu Jingfeng, the young president of Shengshi dynasty, had been collecting. They could be used to upgrade equipment below platinum level and not exceeding level 20. This change happened too suddenly. Before the wind wolf could get close, the dagger had already stabbed Luo Chen. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the dagger pierced directly through Luo Chen's heart. Blue lightning, overlord armor. Rays of blue lightning shot out from Luo Chen's body. Before the assassin could pull the dagger out of Luo Chen's body, the paralysis and anti-injury effects of the blue lightning overlord armor had already been activated. Blue lightning overlord armor, soul skill. After using it, you can condense a layer of lightning shield around your body. After being attacked by the enemy at close range, you can cause 50 damage to the enemy and paralyze the enemy for 1 second. The skill lasts for 60 seconds, with no cooldown, and consumes 5 of your mental power each time you use it. The assassin's face turned pale instantly, and as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body froze, unable to move. 1 second is enough for Luo Chen to do many things. Roar. Roaring sounds were heard, and several wind wolves had already knocked the assassin to the ground. The person who made the move was an assassin. His character information was hidden, but it was beyond the reach of Luo Chen's top-level detection skills. A level 40 assassin? To assassinate me, a level 16 rookie who had just changed his job a few days ago, they actually sent a level 40 assassin? Isn't this making a big deal out of nothing? Luo Chen had a blank expression on his face, then slowly turned his head. Then with a wave of his hand, more than 100-year-old soul beasts were summoned. As soon as the mandrake snake appeared, it used the poison vine entanglement skill. The ground shook, and poisonous vines emerged and instantly wrapped around the assassin. The poison vine's entanglement lasts for 3 seconds, and it also comes with a venom attack. So many mandrake snakes are launched one after another, controlling the assassin without interruption. Seeing this, Luo Chen licked his lips and said, "It seems that I have discovered a new way to play with the mandragora snake. Continuous poisonous vine entanglement, unlimited control? Who can stand this? Unless you have purification skills or equipment that makes you immune to control, if I release a bunch of mandrake snakes, the poison vine alone will be enough to control you to death, right?" Chapter 38 Artifact, Advanced. Luo Chen lowered his head and glanced at his heart. Having just been pierced by the assassin's dagger, he could clearly feel his heart breaking in an instant. But because of the life chain, the broken heart did not cause him the slightest effect. But at the moment the dagger was pulled out, the heart had returned to normal and the wound healed quickly, and at this time the wound had long disappeared. If it weren't for the tear in his robe and the blood on his skin, who would have thought that Luo Chen had just been stabbed in the heart? Life chain. Awesome. Luo Chen waved his hand casually, and a group of soul beasts scattered, vigilantly watching every position within a radius of dozens of meters. His eyes were fixed on the assassin's body, and he had already seen the emblem on the corpse's chest. That is the emblem of the Shengshi Dynasty Guild. Obviously, the other party had been following him for a long time and had been looking for an opportunity to assassinate him. And it was not a sudden impulse just because he saw the Abyss skeleton core. Could there be other assassins lurking around? A cold light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, and his gaze looked around. At this moment, On the trunk of a big tree, two figures were pressing their backs tightly against the trunk, their faces pale with fear, and they dared not move. Damn, what just happened? The dagger had clearly pierced his heart, so why was this summoner fine? What to do? Wait, don't let him find us. Wait until he leaves, then we can escape. The two looked at each other, made eye contact, and then continued to hide here, using the dense branches and leaves of the big tree to conceal their bodies. But unfortunately, they underestimated Luo Chen's awareness of danger. After searching for a while, Luo Chen did not find any other enemies. But he did not give up. He raised his head and looked at the dense branches and leaves around him, muttering, "Could it be hiding in the big trees around here? Guys, use your group attack skills to sweep across the areas covered by the branches and leaves." At the command, a large group of wind demon wolves raised their heads. Roar! The elements were surging, and wind blades condensed from their mouths. Tornado blade. Amid the roar, wind blades swirled out from the sky, and in just a moment, they poured into the surrounding treetops from all directions. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions sounded one after another, and large pieces of branches and leaves fell down. Fuck you, run away. Escape. Seeing countless wind blades coming, the two could no longer hide. With a flash of his body, he leaped down from the tree, and unexpectedly, they managed to avoid the coverage of the tornado blade. But before they had time to rejoice, more strange skills were thrown at them. It is the poisonous vine of the Datura snake. In just a moment, dense poisonous vines emerged from the ground. These poisonous vines swung back and forth like tentacles, and in a blink of an eye they trapped the two men. Then, roar, roar. An earth-shaking roar was heard, and the two level 35 assassins were instantly submerged in the beast herd. Luo Chen felt no pressure at all as he killed 3 assassins at once. I'm only level 16, but I can already fight 3 assassins alone. That's right. I have so many 100-year-soul beasts by my side, let alone 3. Even if there are 30, I am not afraid at all. But you still have to be careful when you encounter higher-level enemies. Luo Chen checked the current troop explosion task, causing the death of at least 10,000 wind demon wolves. After completing the mission, you can unlock the Millennium Soul Beast Two-Headed Hell Wolf, causing the death of at least 10,000 mandrake snakes. After completing the task, you can unlock the 1,000-Year Soul Beast Green Phosphorus Snake, causing the deaths of at least 2,000 wolf bandits. After completing the mission, you can randomly obtain an external soul bone, causing the deaths of at least 10 million wind baboons. After completing the mission, you can unlock the 100,000-year-old soul beast Titan Demon Ape. Judging from the current progress of the troop explosion task, the priority must be to complete the task of killing 2,000 wolf bandits. Then there is the wind wolf. Then comes the mandrake snake. As for the 10 million wind baboons, Luo Chen sighed helplessly. This number was too huge. Unless he encountered some super powerful boss, it would take several months to complete. I don't know what kind of external soul bone I will get. 8 execution spears. Demonic purple light wings. Luo Chen touched his chin and couldn't help but feel excited. However, what is more important to him now is to upgrade the Hell Priest belt into a divine weapon first. Luo Chen took a few steps forward and collected all the items dropped by the 3 assassins. Then take out the Abyss Skeleton Core again. This time no one disturbed him, and he finally succeeded in integrating the Abyss Skeleton Core into the Hell Sacrifice belt. Bite. Hint. Congratulations, you have successfully refined the legendary equipment Hell Priest belt, and its grade has been upgraded to God level. Boom. Along with this prompt, layers of dark clouds appeared in the sky in an instant. The dark clouds rolled and surged, and waves of ghostly howlings and wolves' howlings spread out. This incident attracted the attention of many professionals who were gaining experience outside. Look over there. It looks like the weather is changing. What's happening over there? Go and have a look. Maybe some rare wild boss has spawned. The rarer the boss, the more powerful its attributes are, and the more precious its dropped items are. Hurry up and call for help so that everyone can form a team and take care of each other. Don't die at the hands of the boss. Soon, many people gathered in the direction of Luo Chen. But at this time Luo Chen had already left. With such a shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth appearing, only a fool would stay where he is and wait. Of course, the next place would be changed. Name, Hell Sacrifice Belt. Grade, God level. Level requirement, level 16. Strength, plus 150. Spirit, plus 750. Magic resistance, plus 750. Physical resistance, plus 600. Skills, Skeleton High Priest, Summoning Conversion, Skeleton Crypt Master. Skeleton High Priest, active after casting, you can transform into a Skeleton High Priest. In the transformed state, All attributes increase by 10. Duration is 6 hours. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Summon conversion. Exclusive, a skill exclusive to the summoning class. After transforming into a skeleton high priest, the summoned beast will automatically transform into a skeleton elite, with the attributes and skills remaining unchanged. Lord of the Skeleton Crypt. Passive. After transforming into the skeleton high priest, you can freely enter the skeleton crypt dungeon and become the ultimate boss of the current dungeon. During this period, you cannot cause damage to dungeon monsters, and you can gain upgrade experience by killing professional players. Luo Chen checked the equipment attributes and couldn't help but take a breath. After upgrading to the god level, all basic attributes increased by 50. The original mental power was 500 points, and now it has become 750 points. The same is true for other attributes. The duration of the skeleton high priest transformation skill has been increased to 6 hours, and the cooldown time has been increased to 12 hours. The attribute bonus has been increased from 5 to 10. In addition to this, there is an additional skill for the Lord of the Skeleton Crypt. However, in Luo Chen's opinion, this skill seems a bit useless. After transforming into the skeleton high priest, who would have the time to go to the skeleton crypt dungeon? If you can't kill monsters, why go there to kill professionals? If you have that much time, you might as well find some wild monsters and kill them in the wild. Chapter 39. Returning to school, dumbfounded. Over the next 2 days, the entrances and exits leading to the suburbs of Broken City were much busier than usual. Several high school teachers and principals will gather here in the next 2 days, waiting for the students who have gone out for training to come back. There is only 1 day left until the senior high school entrance examination. If nothing goes wrong, all students will return to Broken City before sunset tonight. If someone doesn't come back, they may never come back. Time passed little by little, and the sun gradually set in the west. Outside the city, figures came together, and the shadows behind them grew longer and longer. Whose students are those? It's from our school. People from our school are back too. At this time, everyone, including Shen Tianhe, sent a message in the public group of their respective schools. All students, please note that when entering the city, please open the character information so that the teacher can check the level. You only need to display the name, age, level, and occupation, and other information can continue to be hidden. After the message was released, all students responded and started displaying the character information. Zhao Wei, Xingyang High School Swordsman, level 11. Luo Chen, Duanqing Academy Mage, level 11. Yu Fei, Chengnan High School Assassin, level 10. Lian, Chengnan High School Chef, level 5. One after another, students appeared, and dozens of them passed through the city gate and entered the Broken City, but none of them impressed the principals. Most of the students' levels are below level 11, and some have not even reached level 10. If your level is less than 10, it will be very difficult to pass the university entrance exam, and there is a high probability that you will be rejected. Of course, because of the consideration of non-combat professions, all universities in Dragon Country have established non-combat colleges. Take Kyoto University as an example. Combat professions may require reaching level 13 to enter, but non-combat professions may only require reaching level 6 or level 7. However, when assessing non-combat professions, there is an additional skill proficiency assessment, which is generally not much easier than combat professions. Does anyone from your school want to apply to Kyoto University? I heard that the admissions competition for Kyoto University is very competitive this year, more competitive than in previous years. According to past experience, if you reach level 12 in combat classes, you have a good chance of passing. But I heard that the standard has been raised, so even level May 13th not have a chance this year. Level 13? Too difficult. I heard that the Du family of Broken City Professional Exchange has produced a little genius named Du Ruashi. I know that girl. I am very familiar with her father. Her father is Du Cheng, a senior manager of the exchange, and her uncle is Du Fei, the director of the Broken City Exchange. Du Fei? Hearing these 2 words, many people were surprised. An old man raised his head slightly and laughed. Excuse me. Du Ruashi is a student of our Chengnan High School. Kyoto University is absolutely safe. Not far away, Shen Tianhe had a blank expression on his face, without any sign of envy. Old Shen, what's that expression on your face? Where is Luo Chen from your Shenyang High School? He has a unique hidden profession. What level is he at? A group of people surrounded Shen Tianhe, looking curious. As the only hidden profession, Luo Chen would naturally attract considerable attention. Everyone was curious about what level he had reached now. Shen Tianhe smiled slightly. Why rush? He will be back soon. You will know when you see him. And Duan Lier will also surprise you. Shen Tianhe has always cared very much about Luo Chen and Duan Lier. Take Luo Chen, for example. From the first day he left Broken City and entered the suburbs for training, Shan Tianhe would call him from time to time or send him messages to show his concern. Although he didn't know what Luo Chen had experienced, he was very clear about Luo Chen's level. The same goes for Duan Liar. As time went by, gradually, these principals could no longer laugh. Those who haven't come back yet, please contact each other immediately. Please don't let anything happen. I can't get in touch with 12 people here. No one responded to my messages in the friend list, and no one answered my phone calls. I have 4 here. Shen Tianhe and others had already been mentally prepared for things like death. The moment those students stepped out of the city gate, their lives might be in danger at any time. Death at the hands of monsters or at the hands of other professionals is possible. It was getting darker. Shen Tianhe was still staring into the distance. He was waiting for the 2 most important students of Shenyang High School. I'm back. Suddenly, Shen Tianhe's eyes lit up and he laughed. Haha, my 2 precious babies are back. Outside the city, a group of people slowly approached. The ones walking in the front were Luo Chen and Duan Liar, and the ones behind them were Duan Liar's teammates. These 2 days Luo Chen has been hunting ordinary wild monsters in the suburbs and has not run too far. As for Duan Liar, she had been going in and out of the skeleton crypt dungeon repeatedly with the company of her teammates. At this time, several other principals and teachers present all looked over. Then without saying a word, one detection spell after another was cast directly on Luo Chen and Duan Liar. When they saw the levels of Luo Chen and Duan Liar, they were all dumbfounded. Luo Chen, professional soul beast summoner, level 17? Are you crazy? Is he crazy? How on earth did he do that? Others are at most level 12 or 13. How could he possibly reach level 17? Look at Duan Liar, she's already level 14. At this point, everyone was stunned. If Luo Chen wasn't there, Duan Liar's level 14 would be enough to amaze the whole audience. But now, in front of Luo Chen who is level 17, level 14 seems to pale in comparison. Wait a minute, look at those summoned beasts following Luo Chen. Something seems to be wrong. Isn't the attribute of this summoned beast too strong? I think I've seen this kind of summoned beast before, near the skeleton crypt dungeon. Fuck, it's actually him. After seeing the 2 wind demon wolves beside Luo Chen, some people have recognized Luo Chen's identity. A few days ago, a great battle took place near the skeleton crypt dungeon. A mysterious summoner single-handedly wiped out more than 100 professionals of the Shengshe dynasty. The summoned beast driven by that summoner was this kind of wind wolf. Some people woke up in shock, and their faces turned pale when they thought of the one-sided massacre. A guy who just changed his job a few days ago actually killed more than 100 professionals by himself? Is the soul beast summoner so abnormal? Is he so powerful? When some people looked at Luo Chen again, their eyes became fearful and they subconsciously lowered their heads and dared not look at Luo Chen anymore. Get in the car. The school has prepared a special car, just for you 2. Shen Tianhe's face was ruddy and he looked a little excited. Let's go. Let's go. Those old guys look at your expressions as if they want to eat you alive. Let's go. After saying that, he pulled Luo Chen and Duan Liar towards a car in the distance. Old Shen, you're being unkind, aren't you? Let Luo Chen have a good chat with us. That's right. Luo Chen, how did you do it? Do you have any copy strategy? Share it with me. Strategy? What strategy? He alone wiped out more than 100 people from Shengshe dynasty. Does a man like him need a strategy to enter a dungeon? You didn't see it. He summoned dozens of monsters. Their attributes were extremely terrifying. It was simply terrifying. He could just rely on those summoned beasts to sweep through the dungeon. Do you need a strategy? Chapter 40. The senior high school entrance examination begins. Listening to the discussions coming from his ears, Luo Chen did not take it to heart. He doesn't care about exposing his identity. What is the saying that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? What is the saying that if you survive to the end, you will be invincible? Such things don't matter at all. With the skill of Life Chain, what can he do even if there are countless people in this world who want to kill him? A moment later, he and Duan Liar have already boarded the special car. This car was indeed specially prepared for the 2 of them. After they sat down, the car started and drove away. Looking at the car going away, the other students were filled with envy. Duan Liar, level 14. She is strong, but not to the point where she is unsurpassable. But Luo Chen, his growth rate is simply despairing. Too high profile, too arrogant. How long have you just become a professional? And you dare to become an enemy of Shengshe Huangqiao Guild? A genius dies young. Who knows? He might die on the street someday. The people of Shengshe dynasty will not let this go. The discussions gradually stopped only after Luo Chen and the other 2 had left for a long time. In the back seat of the car, Luo Chen and Duan Liar sat side by side. The driver drove quietly. Principal Shun Tianhe sat in the passenger seat. The old man's face was full of excitement, and he turned his head frequently to look at Luo Chen and Duan Liar, as if he was looking at two treasures. You two little guys really gave this old man a big surprise. Haha. With your grades and theoretical knowledge, it will be no problem for you two to be admitted to Kyoto University. As for Luo Chen, he might even be the top scholar in the province or even the country. Shun Tianhe became happier and happier as he spoke, spitting all over his mouth. Whether it's the provincial champion or the national champion, our Xinyang High School is famous. Duan Liar felt a little embarrassed by what Shun Tianhe said. Luo Chen's face was calm, and there was no big fluctuation in his heart. At this point, Shun Tianhe's expression became serious. Luo Chen, don't worry, I will mediate for you with Shengshi Dynasty. You are my student. If Shengshi Dynasty dares to touch you, I will fight them. Hearing this, Luo Chen was deeply moved. Although Shun Tianhe is the principal of Shenyang High School, his status and strength are far from being comparable to Shengshi Huangchao. In this situation, he still dared to stand up for Luo Chen, which shows how much he values Luo Chen. Of course, this is also related to Luo Chen's talent and value. If it was any other student, Shun Tianhe might not care about it and might not offend Shengshi Huangchao for an insignificant student. Luo Chen said, "Thank you for your concern, President. There is no need to trouble you with the affairs of Shengshi Dynasty. The student union will take care of it." Duan Liar said with a smile. "Principal, it's okay." Shun Tianhe glanced at Duan Liar, then looked at Luo Chen and started laughing too. "You two kids are not in love, are you? Well, after you get to Kyoto University, you can rent a house outside and live together so that you can take care of each other. But you have to take defensive measures. I'll get you some books on physiological education in a couple of days. The Duan family has a strong background. If you become the son-in-law of the Duan family, Shengshi Dynasty will never dare to do anything to you." Huh, this old man really dares to say anything? Luo Chen rolled his eyes and was speechless. Duan Liar's face turned red because of what Shun Tianhe said, and she lowered her head and didn't dare to respond. Be the son-in-law of the Duan family? Luo Chen had never thought about such a thing, let alone relying on the power of others to bully others. It's just a prosperous dynasty. Why do we need to rely on the power of the Duan family? I will send you home later, and then you all should rest early. Gather at school tomorrow morning, and then I will take you to take the exam together. Soon, the car stopped in front of Luo Chen's house. After Luo Chen got off the car, it left and continued to take Duan Liar. The senior high school entrance examination is a national joint examination that covers the entire Dragon Country. The examination halls for major examinations are specially set up. In order to prevent favoritism and fraud, Manhwa has always implemented cross-examinations. The so-called cross-examination is simple to say. Candidates from major schools in Duanxing have to go to another city to take the examination, while candidates from another city have to come to Duanxing to take the examination. Luo Chen's examination location is in another city adjacent to Duanxing. It is called Lishan City, and its size is larger than Duanxing. After returning home, Luo Chen washed up thoroughly. He had been fighting outside these days. Although he relied on soul beasts to kill monsters and did not put in much effort himself, he did not consume much physical strength, but he felt a little tired mentally. As soon as I lay down on the bed, I fell into a deep sleep after a while. I was not at all nervous before the big exam. He was fully confident of being admitted to Kyoto University. Level 17. In the entire Dragon Country, which university would reject a level 17 freshman, and one with a unique hidden profession? According to Luo Chen's guess, even if he only scored 0 in the theoretical exam, Kyoto University would still recruit him. What's more, his theory can't possibly get 0 points. The next morning, Luo Chen woke up early and his spirit had recovered to its peak state. After a simple arrangement, he cast the Soul Beast summoning technique, filling the summoning space with 15,000 soul beasts. Netherwolf, 2248. Cats, 2,796. Wind baboons, 3,584. Guju, 2,110. Bamboo snake, 1514. Golden wolf, 1,286. Gale wolf, 586. Mandragora snake, 481. Wolf bandits, 395. Altogether, there are exactly 15,000. With so many soul beasts by his side, plus the life chain skill to save his life, Luo Chen's eyes revealed endless confidence. He checked his character information again. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 17. Experience, 13. Strength, 295 plus 10. Agility, 218 plus 10. Spirit, 1680 plus 10. Magic resistance, 1290 plus 10. Physical resistance, 490 plus 10. Martial soul, blue lightning mad dragon. Equipment, skeleton king metal, skeleton staff, high priest robe, chi bone boots, blessed wristband, wisdom necklace, stealth hood, skeleton chain ring, hell priest belt. Summon beast limit, 15,000. Skills, soul beast summoning, level 2. Explosion system, special, thunder 4 verticals, soul skill. Blue lightning overlord armor, soul skill. Soul beast summoning technique. Level 2 after casting, you can randomly summon a 10-year soul beast or an unlocked 100-year soul beast. Explosion system, special after successfully summoning a new soul beast race. The explosion task will be automatically triggered. After using the soul beast summoning technique, you will get relevant prompts, complete the task, and get corresponding rewards. Thunder 4 aerials. Soul skill releases lightning in all directions with itself as the center, forming a large-scale attack with a paralysis effect. The paralysis lasts for 3 seconds, and the soul skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Blue lightning overlord armor. Soul skill after using it, you can condense a layer of lightning shield around your body. After being attacked by the enemy at close range, you can cause 50 damage to the enemy and paralyze the enemy for 1 second. The skill lasts for 60 seconds, with no cooldown, and consumes 5 of your mental power each time you use it. He nodded with satisfaction, then walked out of the room and headed towards the school. Chapter 41. The Invigilator was confused. When Luo Chen arrived at Shenyang High School, the playground was already full of people. The excitement was no less than that of the professional awakening ceremony. Look, it's Luo Chen. What is he doing? He's too arrogant, isn't he? He's already in school, and he still has a summoned beast with him? Who is he trying to scare? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Tisk, stop pretending. If I get close to him, I can knock him down in one move. There were voices of jealousy among the crowd. Of course, although some people are jealous, there are also people who regard Luo Chen as an idol. What are you talking about? Don't talk about my idol. You want to get close to me? Are you worthy? You are so shameless to be jealous of others when you have no ability yourself. At this time, Luo Chen seemed to have heard their discussions and turned to look over here. Just this one look scared those who were mocking him into shutting up. Little brother. Duan Liar ran over from a distance, and as soon as she got close, she hugged Luo Chen's arm. Luo Chen was helpless. Hey, you have to pay me if you take advantage of me. 300 a night, is that enough? Duan Liar giggled and was about to give money to Luo Chen. Just this one sentence completely drained Luo Chen's energy. Oh my god, where did this girl learn this? And it costs 300 a night? With my appearance, the hourly rate is 300 yuan, and the overnight rate starts at 2,000 yuan, and that doesn't include any special services. Duan Liar smiled and said, Little brother, the teleportation stones to the examination room will be distributed soon. You must do well in the exam. Luo Chen raised his lips. Worried about me? Or you should worry about yourself. Duan Liar. Hey, you're a man. Can't you give in to me a little when you talk? Luo Chen. I'm not a man. I'm a boy. Duan Liar's eyes lit up, and she suddenly leaned close to Luo Chen's ear and whispered, Then do you want to become a man? After we both get admitted to Kyoto University. Stop, stop. Luo Chen quickly pushed her away. I'm not a casual person. Duan Liar. I know. You are not a casual person. If you become casual, you are not a human being anymore. Why? Luo Chen was completely speechless. This girl is becoming more and more outrageous, and she just tries to seduce me all day long. All right, you just wait for me. After I get to Kyoto University, I will definitely rent a house outside. I will do it to you no matter how high or low I go. Let's see if you still show off. Duan Liar spoke again at this time. She whispered, Little brother, people say that when a man chases a woman, it's easy to get her to fall in love with him. But when a woman chases a man, it's easy to get her to fall in love with him. When the veil is broken, you will be mine. Ever since they went down to the skeleton crypt dungeon together in the suburbs, Duan Liar has become more and more presumptuous and relaxed in front of Luo Chen. In the past, she only dared to think about these words in her heart, but now she dared to say them out loud, and without blushing or panting. In short, teasing the little brother will make her feel an inexplicable excitement. She feels very good. At this time, Luo Chen was finally irritated by her. Luo Chen grabbed Duan Liar's arm, put his mouth directly on her ear, and gritted his teeth, and said, Are you sure it's the intervening gauze? Are you sure it's the gauze that's pierced? Not something else. The hot air made Duan Liar shiver all over. Her face instantly turned red. Gauze. What else could it be other than gauze? Oops. Duan Liar seemed to have thought of something and quickly covered her mouth. You stinky hooligan. I'm a hooligan. It was you who provoked me first, okay? Just then, Principal Shun and several teachers came over here. Students, please line up and step forward to receive your teleportation stones, 2 each. One is the examination room leading to the theoretical exam, and the other is the examination room leading to the practical exam. You have all learned how to use the teleportation stone. After using it, you can directly reach the examination location. You will first take the theoretical examination, and the location is Lishan City. The precautions for the exam were announced to everyone via mobile phones last night. If your life is in danger during the exam, you can give up the exam. In most cases, life is more important than anything else. Principal Shun's words reached the ears of every student. Soon, everyone received the teleportation stone. When Luo Chen and Duan Liar received their gifts, Principal Shun gave them some special instructions. With the passing of light, there were fewer and fewer people on the playground. In just a short moment, all the candidates disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the examination venue. The theoretical examination is a cross-examination. The theoretical examinations for all the high schools in Duanxing are held in Lishan City. After the theoretical exam, there is a practical exam, which is a province-wide joint exam. All third-year high school students in Lu Province will be teleported to the same location to take the exam. As for where he would be teleported to, Luo Chen had no idea. After arriving at the theoretical examination room, Luo Chen sat down. Most of the candidates around were strangers, with only a few from Shenyang High School. The test papers will be distributed in 1 minute. During the test, no one is allowed to make noise or whisper to each other. Several invigilators occupied every corner of the examination room, their sight covering every student. After you hand in your papers, you can use the teleportation stone to leave and enter the practical examination room. Then, let the exam begin. Soon, the test papers were distributed. Luo Chen just glanced at him lightly and smiled. These questions may be very difficult for other students, but for him, they are too easy. Without any delay, he picked up the pen and answered quickly. After reviewing each question, Luo Chen wrote down the answer directly, as if without thinking. He lowered his head slightly and kept writing on the paper in his hand. Such a terrifying speed in answering questions soon attracted the attention of the invigilator. 2 of the teachers looked at each other and then walked towards Luo Chen. They stood on Luo Chen's left and right, staring at Luo Chen's test paper. Writing so fast. Either it's plagiarism or it's just scribbling. Not plagiarism? It wasn't just scribbling? Was he really writing down every answer carefully? The 2 teachers frowned and subconsciously began to check Luo Chen's answers. After looking at several questions in a row, both of them were confused. Yes. Are all these questions correct? Did the student know the answer in advance? Did the theory test paper get leaked? Luo Chen completely ignored the 2 invigilators. He would not deliberately slow down his answering speed just because someone was watching him. After entering the examination room, whether it is a theoretical exam or a practical exam, each process will affect the candidate's score. Luo Chen would not be so foolish as to hide his strength and deliberately slow down his answering speed. Swish. In just a short moment, Luo Chen had completed his test paper and answered all the questions. At this time, the other students in the examination room hadn't even finished half of their work. Teacher, hand in the paper. Luo Chen chuckled and handed the test paper directly to the invigilator beside him. Then he packed up his things, took the teleportation stone, and left the examination room. It was not until he left the examination room that murmurs of discussion could be heard in the room. Who is that boy? Isn't he answering too quickly? Fast? Maybe he just wrote it randomly and doesn't know how many questions he can answer correctly. The invigilator shouted angrily. Be quiet. If there is any more noise, this exam will be cancelled. At this time, Luo Chen had already used the teleportation stone. When he appeared again, he had arrived at a huge square. Chapter 42, I Choose Hell. In the square, a group of invigilators were doing the final check. There are still more than 40 minutes until the end of the theoretical exam. After the theoretical exam, this square will be packed in an instant. Everyone please pay attention to maintaining order. Don't rush to start the practical test. Let order settle down first before starting. Teachers, manage your time accordingly. I heard that there is a powerful newcomer in Broken City, who is a hidden profession. Several teachers were talking in low voices. If a hidden profession can grow, it will be very powerful indeed, far beyond the reach of ordinary professions. But how easy is it to grow up? The skill books for hidden professions are too precious and too difficult to obtain. Even if you manage to raise your level, Without any powerful skills, you will be easily suppressed when facing the enemy. No one can tell whether becoming a hidden profession is a blessing or a curse. At this moment, a teacher suddenly exclaimed and looked towards the stands in disbelief. Seeing this, everyone else looked over as well. What's going on? A candidate has come in? Isn't this too fast? How long has the theoretical exam started? Did he hand in a blank paper? All the teachers present were stunned. When some of them looked at Luo Chen, there was a hint of coldness in their eyes. They are teachers, and what they hate most are students who don't take exams seriously. There were still 40 minutes left before the end of the theory test, and he dared to hand in the paper and run away? I don't know which irresponsible teacher taught this student. It's too unreliable. A teacher said coldly. The seat number corresponding to the teleportation stone is your seat. Wait in your seat. Luo Chen nodded and sat down. Then he began to close his eyes and adjust himself, making himself as relaxed as possible so as to face the upcoming actual combat in the best condition. Time passes by little. It was not until half an hour later that some students began to appear one after another. After the countdown to the theoretical exam ended, candidates from major cities began to pour into the square. Along with rays of light, familiar figures appeared around Luo Chen. During the practical examination, candidates from the same school will be assigned to sit in the same area. Little brother. Duan Lyre's voice appeared. Hey, I'm here. Look at me. She stood in the distance, constantly waving at Luo Chen. Because of the corresponding seats for the exam, she could only sit in her current position, otherwise she would have run over and squeezed next to Luo Chen. Luo Chen turned his head and looked at her helplessly. It was just an ordinary glance, but it made Duan Lyre giggle. No one knew why she was so happy. Duan Lyre shouted, "Come on, little brother. Come on." "Shut up." Luo Chen covered his forehead with his hands. "Why do I feel so ashamed? This girl is so worrying." At this moment, a majestic voice resounded throughout the square. "All candidates, please take your seats immediately and do not make any noise. If anyone violates the exam room discipline and exam rules, the exam will be canceled directly, and they will be forcibly transported out of the exam room. The countdown will begin in 10 seconds. A huge clock slowly rose and floated above the square. The countdown is over. Boom. Suddenly, several rays of light burst out from the crowd, and several students were forcibly teleported out of the examination room. Seeing this scene, everyone was frightened and immediately sat up straight, not daring to make any sound. Even Duan Lyre, who was usually lively, kept her mouth shut and was nervous. The square became extremely quiet. No one expected that a practical exam would be so rigorous. It's fine if they strictly control whispering during the theoretical exam, but why do they also control it during the practical exam? Luo Chen turned his head and glanced at Duan Lyre. "Little girl, you won't say anything this time, right?" Duan Lyre was already terrified at this time, but fortunately, she sat back in her seat and shut her mouth at the last second of the countdown. Otherwise, she would have been kicked out as well. By then, all the Beijing University, his younger brother Luo Chen, renting a house to live together, and using up a box of small umbrellas in a week, will be gone. Boom. At this moment, the central square began to shake slightly. A huge platform slowly rose from the ground. A flash of light appeared, and an old man in a long robe and holding a staff appeared on the platform. He looked around, and his majestic voice sounded again. "The actual combat test is about to begin. There is a teleportation array above your corresponding seats. When the assessment officially begins, you will be transported to the exam scene for the corresponding profession, and the specific exam content will be triggered. The exam scenarios cover all known professions, whether they are common professions, rare professions, or epic professions. You can find the corresponding exam scenarios. Don't worry if you are not a combat candidate. You will also have a dedicated exam scene." The sound fell into the ears of all the candidates. Under normal circumstances, they would have probably started to talk, but when they thought of the examinee who had just been forcibly teleported away, the students who wanted to speak held back. There are 4 levels of difficulty in the test: normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Scenes of different difficulty levels give different points. Candidates can choose the difficulty of the scenarios themselves. Remember, you should do it according to your ability. Once you make a choice, you cannot change it. Points are important, but you have to get them. After the assessment begins, auxiliary medicines will not be available. The item space will be locked, and no items can be taken or placed. The test will begin in 3 minutes. Please change your equipment and adjust your condition as soon as possible. Luo Chen's equipment had already been changed. The summoning space for 15,000 soul beasts is also ready. Time passed little by little, and the 3-minute countdown finally ended. When the transmission begins, all candidates will be formally assessed. Accompanied by rays of light, all the candidates disappeared almost at the same time. Today, all high schools in Longwa are taking the senior high school entrance examination. Not only the major cities in Lu province, but other provinces are also carrying out the process simultaneously. With such momentum, I wonder how many people are paying attention. All major forces and big shots are paying close attention to this assessment, hoping to dig out some good talents from it. At this time, Luo Chen had appeared in a dark and damp underground cave. He frowned slightly and looked around. The cave is very large, about the size of 3 basketball courts. After the transmission begins, all candidates will be teleported to the corresponding scene and wait. And here is Luo Chen's assessment scene. Name Luo Chen. Level 17. Profession, Soul Beast Summoner. Candidates are requested to choose the difficulty of the exam. Completing different levels of assessment will earn you different points. Normal level is 10, difficult is 20, nightmare is 30, hell is 40. 10 seconds to choose the time, countdown begins. Hearing the prompt, Luo Chen smiled slightly and said slowly, choose. Hell. Chapter 43, Mammoth Bones. The difficulty of the exam will vary, and the corresponding points obtained will also be different. In the actual exam, there is only pass and fail, or you won't get any points at all, or full marks. Therefore, in order to get safe scores, most students will choose normal difficulty. Only a very small number of candidates will choose difficult options. Nightmare difficulty. Few people have taken the risk to choose it in the past decade or so. This is especially true on hell difficulty. And after completing the first round of assessment, there will be a second round. Therefore, during each round of assessment, candidates must also calculate their physical strength, mental state, etc. You must make sure that you pass the first test while having enough ability to cope with the subsequent tests. After hearing Luo Chen's choice, the cave fell into a brief silence. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the prompt sounded again. Difficulty selection completed. Candidate Luo Chen, select the hell level. After a 10-second countdown, the monster will be teleported in. Monster name, Giant Mammoth. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Giant Mammoth? He quickly searched his memory and finally remembered the origin of this monster. If he remembered correctly, he had seen this monster in the monster tome in the library of Shenyang High School. It seems to be a wild monster in the western part of Dragon Country. A monster of this level appears in the senior high school entrance exam? Is this crazy? In a spacious conference room, several people dressed in gorgeous outfits stood quietly in front of the big screen. They are all examiners for this exam. Like previous year's exams, the vast majority of candidates chose the normal level of difficulty. How many students chose the nightmare difficulty? That's quite courageous. I hope they can pass it. Pull out the information about this little girl and let me take a look. Suddenly, an examiner with a dagger hanging on his waist said, My name is Duan Lier. I'm from Duanqing, Shenyang High School. Level 14, my occupation is Shadow Assassin. Rare profession, level 14? Not bad, not bad. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, someone has chosen the hell difficulty. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Hell difficulty? No one has chosen it for many years. Even though some people have chosen it many years ago, no one has ever successfully passed it. They all forced to withdraw halfway and ended up in failure. Luo Chen, level 17. Also from Duanqing, Shenyang High School. Unique hidden profession, Soul Beast Summoner. Searching for news about Broken City, there is an interesting piece of news. It seems that Luo Chen once single-handedly destroyed more than 100 professionals from the Shengshi dynasty. The battle took place near the Skeleton Crypt instance outside of Broken City. Kill more than 100 professionals by one's own strength? How did he do it? Everyone gasped. Then the screen switched to Luo Chen's invigilation at the same time. Look, the assessment target he triggered is a level 30 giant bone mammoth. It's over. There's no way he's going to make it. In the cave, Luo Chen stood there quietly with a staff in his hand. A magic circle appeared in front. The lights surged, and a gigantic mammoth appeared in the cave. Luo Chen directly threw a top-level detection technique over. Name, Mammoth. Level, 30. HP, 80,000. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 200. Spirit, 100. Magic resistance, 1,000. Physical resistance, 1,000. Skill, Massive Stomp. Giant trampling. The giant bone mammoth stomps the ground violently. The violent shock will cause damage to the surrounding targets and stun them for 1 second. The skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Undead, a common monster of level 30. But although it is an ordinary monster, its attributes are very strong, even stronger than the ultimate boss in the Skeleton Crypt Hell copy. and it carries a powerful skill. It was the first time that Luo Chen saw an ordinary monster with skills. Is it alright if we just kill it? The points you get from the actual combat assessment are fixed. As long as you can kill the beast, it's fine. There's no need to release too many soul beasts. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth and saw the giant mammoth rushing towards him. Without saying a word, he summoned a wind wolf, a wolf thief, and a mandrake snake. Although the attributes of the giant mammoth are very strong, Luo Chen is not too serious about it. 300-year soul beasts are enough to deal with it. Roar. With a roar, the mandrake snake was the first to use its skills. Poison ivy entanglement. In an instant, a poisonous vine covered with barbs emerged from the ground and wrapped around the mammoth like a tentacle. Under the influence of the poison ivy, the body surface of the mammoth glowed dark green, and it fell directly into a state of poisoning. And there was a 3-second entanglement control. At the same time, the wind wolf and the wolf thief also took action. The wind wolf opened its huge mouth, wind elements gathered, and wind blades all over the sky smashed directly over. The wolf bandit also rushed forward with a rusty giant axe and smashed it on the head of the giant bone mammoth. In the conference room, the attention of all the invigilators was drawn to this battle. His summoned beast looks very strong. The attack power is very high, and they have skills. I just don't know how long the cooldown time of these summoned beast skills is. With just these few summoned beasts, it shouldn't be possible to destroy more than 100 professionals of the Shengshi dynasty, right? Looking carefully at the news on the internet, it seems that Luo Chen summoned dozens of such summoned beasts in that battle. Under the watchful eyes of the invigilators, the blood volume of the mammoth was rapidly depleted. In just a few moments, he let out a wail and turned into broken bones, dying tragically on the spot. This scene made all the invigilators gasp. The entire conference hall fell into a brief silence. Is this the end? It has been many years since anyone passed the hell level assessment. I thought the monsters in the hell level assessment would not be triggered. But now, not only have they been triggered, but they have also been easily killed by a candidate. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open. An old man holding a staff walked in slowly. After seeing the person coming, all the invigilators present stood up quickly. Examiner. I have met the examiner. Well, you don't have to be so polite. I heard that someone triggered the hell level assessment, so I came here to take a look. As he spoke, the old man looked towards the big screen. Huh? It's over. An invigilator quickly said, reporting to the chief examiner, the candidate's name is Luo Chen. The trigger target is a level 30 giant bone mammoth, and it just ended. The old man nodded. This is only the first test. I will be here to watch the rest. The old man smiled and stared at Luo Chen's figure on the big screen. It's been many years since we've seen such a good seedling. Very good. In the cave, Luo Chen looked at the corpse of the giant mammoth and shook his head helplessly. A level 30 monster, doesn't it drop anything? Candidate Luo Chen, assessment level hell level, assessment completed. 40 points obtained. Please choose the difficulty of the second assessment. The points for all difficulties will be doubled. Normal level 20 points, difficult level 40 points, nightmare level 60 points, hell level 80 points. After the second round is passed, the points will be accumulated. The prompt sounded again. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Choose. Hell level. Chapter 44. Everyone was dumbfounded. Difficulty selection completed. Candidate Luo Chen, select the hell level. After a 10-second countdown, the monster will be teleported in. Monster name, Thunder Lizard Elite Boss. This time, Luo Chen was still facing a level 30 monster, but it was a level 30 elite boss. Its attributes are much higher than those of the mammoth. Its strength and mental power are well balanced, and it has 2 skills. They are Thunder Assault and Violence. Thunder Assault, a skill performed by the Thunder Lizard through condensing the thunder element, which can cause penetrating damage to the straight line in front and paralyze the target for 1 second. Cooling time is 60 seconds. Frenzy, passive skill. When the health of the Thunder Lizard is less than 20, it will trigger the Frenzy state. After the Frenzy, the Thunder Lizard's mental strength and agility attributes will increase by 50, and its magic resistance and physical resistance will decrease by 50. The Frenzy state lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. Elite Leader? Luo Chen waved his hand casually, and this time he directly summoned 200-year-old soul beasts at once. Among them are 10 wind demon wolves. There are also 10 mandrake snakes. Roar. As soon as a group of soul beasts appeared, all their skills blasted towards the thunder lizards. Poison ivy entanglement. Tornado blade. A violent tremor erupted in the cave. Boom. Boom. Entangled by the poisonous vines, the thunder lizard was trapped in place before it could launch an attack. Then he endured one tornado blade after another. When the 3-second control time of the first poison vine ended, the second poison vine immediately wrapped around its body. In just a few moments, the thunder lizard let out a wail and died tragically under the bombardment of the soul beasts. The second round of assessment is over. Candidate Luo Chen has completed the Hell level assessment and obtained 80 points. There is no difficulty selection in the third round of assessment, and the assessment objectives are the same for all candidates. Candidates, please adjust your state. After 3 minutes of countdown, the test will officially begin. After the assessment begins, please kill as many monsters as possible within 10 minutes. This assessment will be scored based on the number of monsters killed. 1 point per monster. Other candidates may need to adjust their state, but Luo Chen does not need to do that at all. During the last 2 tests, he had been standing in the same place without even moving his feet. If the item space had not been locked, he might have taken out a bag of melon seeds and eaten them while cheering for the soul beast. The third round will be based on the number of monsters killed. This time we need to summon more soul beasts and kill as many monsters as possible. Hidden strength? That doesn't exist. There was a gleam in Luo Chen's eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be the top scorer in the entire Lu province in this senior high school entrance examination. He is the top scorer in Dragon Country this year. At this time, a group of invigilators were discussing in the conference hall. The topic they were discussing was Luo Chen. Did you see that? He summoned more than 20 summoned beasts at once. A level 30 elite boss has no chance of fighting back against him. He should still have some strength left. He should be able to summon more beasts. In the third round of assessment, he should be able to show his true strength, right? After all, the third round is scored based on the number of monsters killed. At the front, the old man holding the scepter looked excited. He tightened the scepter in his hand and suddenly said, "Sort out all the information about Luo Chen and give it to me. Also, help me get the contact information of the principal of Shenyang High School." The old man's name is Lu Zhengjiang. As the chief examiner of this year's Lu Province Senior High School entrance examination, he has great power. He has 200 points in his hand and can distribute these 200 points to the candidates he likes. Of course, the allocation must be justified. After only 2 rounds of assessment, Luo Chen's methods had completely conquered the examiner. Each of you invigilators has an allocation of 10 points, right? Lu Zhengjiang said slowly. Well, I plan to give the 200 points in my hand to Luo Chen. I wonder if you have any objections. Opinion? Who dares to object? Who could have an opinion? Luo Chen's strength is there for all to see. He has passed 2 consecutive Hell level tests. In terms of actual combat alone, let alone the entire Lu province, even in the entire Long country, there is no high school student who can compare to him, right? The invigilators looked at each other and smiled bitterly. When Lu Zhengjiang said this, he didn't just want to give his 200 points to Luo Chen. This is a hint to the invigilators that the 10 points they have allocated must be given to Luo Chen. Examiner, Luo Chen is fully worthy of your 200 points, and I will give him my 10 points. Me too. He will definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Lu province this year, and I will give him my points as well. The third round of assessment is about to begin. I don't know how many monsters he can kill. In a dark cave, Luo Chen still stood there, and the soul beasts that had been summoned earlier quietly surrounded him. The countdown is over. 5 magic circles suddenly appeared on the ground in front. With a flicker of light, 5 monsters walked out of the magic circle. All of them were ordinary level 10 monsters. According to the rules of the third round of exams, after a candidate kills a monster, the magic circle will teleport a new monster into the exam room, so that the number of monsters in the exam room is always kept at 5. Kill them, little ones. Luo Chen waved his hand, and densely packed soul beasts were summoned out. Including the 20 or so summoned previously, more than 100 have been summoned. If the area of the cave was not limited, Luo Chen would have summoned more soul beasts. Boom. In an instant, 5 monsters were killed. The next second, 5 new monsters were teleported out. Before the monster could even walk out of the magic circle, it was killed instantly again. Flash sale. Flash sale. With rays of light, monsters one after another were killed instantly on the spot. Behind the group of soul beasts, Luo Chen yawned and simply found a comfortable place to sit down. It's a pity that the item space is locked. Otherwise, I would have to drink a bottle of otaku happy water. Boom. Wind blades flashed across the sky, and 5 magic circles flashed continuously. The first 5 monsters were killed instantly, and the last 5 appeared in the magic circle. Repeat this process. Time passed little by little, and while others were still fighting with the first wave of 5 monsters, Luo Chen had already killed more than 100 of them. In the conference hall, including the chief examiner Lu Zhengjiang. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Isn't this too exaggerated? The skill book of the hidden profession is extremely valuable. How long has he been in his job change? And he already has such a terrifying summoning skill. Guess, are these summoned beasts his basic skills? Basic skills? That's impossible. Even if it's a hidden profession, the basic summoning skills can't be so abnormal, right? Chapter 45 is over. I accidentally got into trouble. There were bursts of exclamations in the conference room. The invigilators present, whether it was the chief examiner Lu Zhengjiang or the ordinary invigilators, were all knowledgeable people. The lowest level among them is 70, and the number of students taught over the years is too numerous to count. But they had never seen such an exam. I have never seen such a perverted profession. Over 100 summon beasts. I doubt he can summon more. I feel like he's obviously limited by the size of the venue. If the exam room was bigger, he would definitely be able to summon more. The rule for the appearance of a unique hidden profession is that the next hidden profession will appear only after the previous one dies. So who was this profession before Luo Chen changed his profession to become a soul beast summoner? Everyone looked at each other, and then all eyes were focused on the examiner Lu Zhengjiang. In terms of erudition, Lu Zhengjiang is undoubtedly far superior to them. However, they did not get the answer they wanted from Lu Zhengjiang. Lu Zhengjiang coughed lightly, his expression slightly embarrassed. I am ashamed. Before Luo Chen, I had never heard of the profession of soul beast summoner. What? Even Mr. Lu hasn't heard of it? Could it be a new hidden profession? Everyone looked at each other, only thinking of this possibility. Reporting to the chief examiner, the statistics of the number of people eliminated in the first 2 rounds of assessment have been released. An invigilator came forward with a document in hand. First round of assessment, elimination rate 11. In the second round of assessment, the elimination rate was 32%. There are currently 785 people undergoing the third round of assessment. There are still 785 people? The quality of candidates this year is quite good, and more people have made it to the third round than in previous years. Lu Zhengyang nodded. On the big screen, Luo Chen's battle scene was also being monitored synchronously. The battle continues. Luo Chen was yawning out of boredom, muttering something. 3 minutes and 42 seconds. 43 seconds. 44 seconds. So boring. 55 seconds. Finally 4 minutes. Is this the senior year entrance exam? I feel so weak. No pressure at all. 5 at a time is too few. Can't we have 100 at once? After hearing Luo Chen's mumbling, all the invigilators in the conference room were speechless. No pressure? Feeling weak? Does this guy know what he is complaining about? Other candidates have worked so hard to kill only a dozen, but you have killed more than 1,000. If anyone is going to complain, it should be someone else, right? In another examination room, the young president of Shushur dynasty is also undergoing the third round of assessment. As the heir to the prosperous dynasty, he is very talented and also a rare profession, elemental mage. And it has reached level 16. The reason why his level was so high was because Shinshur Huanchao mobilized all his connections to help him complete his job transfer a few days earlier than other senior high school students. The elemental mage has a magical skill of killing monsters in groups. When it comes to the ability to kill monsters in groups, how can other professions compare to the elemental mage? Besides, I chose the difficult level in the first 2 rounds of assessment, taking into account the number of soldiers I cleared in this round. Even if I can't get the provincial champion, it shouldn't be too far off, right? Now I just need to carefully calculate the consumption of my mental energy and clear out the monsters as much as possible before my mental energy runs out. Chu Jingfeng's eyes were filled with excitement. He kept waving the staff in his hand while his body swayed back and forth. But suddenly, he seemed to remember something. That summoner. He should have also taken the exam, right? Chu Jingfeng already knew Luo Chen's identity and knew that he was a student of Xingyang High School. Oh shit. With that guy's ability, maybe he can win the provincial top spot, right? I definitely can't beat him. Snort. Even if he wins the provincial championship, what can he do? Sooner or later, he will die in my hands. The last time we sent out a level 40 assassin, we failed to kill him. He must be lucky. Next time, I'll kill him. At this time, Duan Liar was also frantically clearing out the monsters. Compared to other professions, the assassin's ability to clear monsters is not that strong, and all of his skills are mainly based on single target high critical strike and high output. However, because the output of normal attacks is very high, there is basically no need to consider the skill cooldown time, and monsters can be easily killed with close combat normal attacks alone. The overall monster clearing speed is not slow, and compared to the mage profession, the assassin's battle will be more lasting, because there is no need to calculate the mental energy consumption. I don't know how many monsters I have killed. With his strength, it could be hundreds or even thousands, right? When the test results come out, everyone will be shocked and speechless, right? The battle continues. Gradually, some candidates could not hold on any longer and chose to withdraw from the assessment, and the number of monsters killed was also frozen. Woo, that's too difficult. My mental energy is depleted too quickly. I can't do it after killing more than a dozen monsters. It would be great if I had a melee tank to help me fight the monsters. You're talking nonsense. I want to drink the spirit recovery potion. I also want to ask if the item space is not locked. Some students who withdrew from the assessment could not help but complain. As time passed, more and more candidates withdrew. Either their mental energy was consumed too much and they were unable to release their skills and were chased by monsters all over the examination room, or they were injured and unable to continue fighting. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people left. In the cave, Luo Chen's battle continued. He lowered his head, snoring softly from his nose, and actually fell asleep. Seeing this scene, all the examiners in the conference room were stunned. Boy, you were taking a practical test. Can you be serious? But when they saw the hundreds of summoned beasts continuously performing their skills, the invigilators could only swallow their complaints. From beginning to end, this little guy just performed the summoning spell once, threw out the summoned beast in the summoning space, and then it seemed as if it had nothing to do with him, just paddling along the whole time. It seems like I can sleep. Time is almost up. I want to see how many monsters he kills. If I still can't get the top prize in the country, where is justice? I roughly calculated that we should have killed more than 3,000. 3,000? Oh my god. If I remember correctly, the record for killing monsters in the third round of the Dragon Country High School entrance examination was only 212, right? Roar. In the cave, the last 5 monsters were killed, and then the 5 magic arrays lost their light and disappeared. Candidate Luo Chen, in the third round of assessment, you killed a total of 3,188 monsters and earned 3,188 points. The first and second rounds total 120 points, a total of 3,308 points. Teleport out of the examination room in 10 seconds. A prompt sound appears. But Luo Chen didn't hear it at all. He is still sleeping. The 10-second countdown ends. In the rays of light, Luo Chen and more than 100 of his soul beasts were all teleported out. When they appeared again, they had arrived at the huge square before. Roar. The soul beast roared, and more than 100 soul beasts were teleported out at the same time. The next second, the whole square exploded. Chapter 46 Trial Dungeon. Team up? I specialize in killing teammates. The appearance of more than 100 soul beasts made the area where Luo Chen was instantly crowded. The soul beasts surrounded Luo Chen. Their scarlet eyes looked around vigilantly, and they roared at the candidates around them. This sudden change came too suddenly and stunned everyone. Fuck. Run away. Where do all these monsters come from? Everyone be careful. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Accompanied by screams and wails, the candidates retreated back in fear. In the distance, Duan Lyre's eyes widened, completely stunned. What am I doing? How did I get a soul beast into the examination room? Also, would it be considered a violation of the exam rules if he made such a big noise? Wouldn't his exam score be cancelled? And would he be forcibly expelled from the exam room? At this time, the chief examiner Lu Xingjiang and all the invigilators also widened their eyes. Hurry, don't let those summoned beasts hurt other candidates. This bastard. He is definitely the first person ever to sleep during his senior year exams. He brought so many summoned beasts here. Why don't we just cancel his score? The entire examination room was in chaos. Luo Chen opened his eyes dazedly, and when he saw the surrounding situation clearly, he woke up instantly. Fuck. This time it's a big deal. Without saying a word, he quickly waved his hand and collected more than 100 soul beasts into the summoning space. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and all the candidates looked at him in horror, unable to believe what had just happened, as if they were dreaming. Were those monsters just now his summoned beasts? You're crazy? What kind of summoner can have so many summoned beasts? He is from Shenyang High School and is very famous in Duanqing. His profession is a soul beast summoner. I've heard of him too. It seems that he once single-handedly destroyed more than 100 professionals in the Shengshi dynasty. Is he so awesome? With such strong ability, wouldn't he be the top scorer in Lu province in this exam? Hey, this isn't the point, okay? The point is, he can actually summon over 100 summoned beasts. At this time, in another direction of the square, Chu Jingfeng was staring at Luo Chen with great resentment. In the battle in the Skeleton Crypt instance, more than 100 professionals died in Shengshi dynasty, and the dynasty lost face as a result. Since then, countless forces have been secretly mocking the Shengshi dynasty for its incompetence. There is only one way to save face, that is to kill Luo Chen. Just wait for me. Chu Jingfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sooner or later, I will tear you into pieces. He said that he wanted to kill Luo Chen, but he couldn't help but worry in his heart. His cumulative score in 3 rounds of assessment is 176 points, including the first and second rounds. The total can reach 236 points. This is already a very high result and would rank among the best in the entire Lu province. If it were in previous years, maybe he would have won the top prize. But Luo Chen's presence made Chu Jingfeng's heart sink to the bottom in an instant. Just then, the voice of an invigilator appeared. All candidates, please be quiet and return to your seats immediately. No noise allowed. At this sound, the square quickly became quiet, and only the candidates' heavy breathing could be heard. Having just experienced a great war, most people have not yet recovered. But at this moment, no one cared about being tired. They all widened their eyes and looked nervously at the big screen in the center of the square. The points will be announced soon. Who will take first place this year? When they thought of first, some candidates subconsciously looked in Luo Chen's direction. Will he take first place? At this time, the invigilator spoke again. The first 3 rounds of assessment have ended, and the test results will be announced in 3 minutes. After the results of the first 3 rounds of assessment are announced, the 4th round and the final round of assessment will begin. The 4th round of assessment is a group assessment. All candidates participating in the assessment will be sent to the trial instance together. Candidates can form their own teams, but the maximum number of people in a single team cannot exceed 5. Only the invigilator's voice echoed in the square, and the expressions of all the candidates became extremely solemn. The 4th round is the final round and also the most difficult of the entire practical assessment. Once a candidate enters the trial copy, he cannot forcibly exit and can only find ways to persist until the end of the trial. Failure to force exit also means the risk of death. The scoring mode for the 4th round of assessment is as follows. Killing the trial monsters will cause the trial waste badge to drop. For each waste badge obtained, the team will gain 1 point. Killing the elite boss will reveal the trial badge. Each badge can increase the team's points by 100. Killing the final boss of the trial copy will earn you a trial crown, which can directly increase your team's points by 500 points. Teams can loot each other, and since there is no way to forcibly exit the dungeon, this test is filled with danger. All candidates who enter the dungeon will be at risk of losing their lives. So, everyone must act within their capabilities and carefully choose whether to enter the trial copy. After hearing these words, the candidates in the square finally couldn't help themselves. The whole audience was in an uproar. Damn, teams can plunder each other? Are they encouraging cannibalism? Have you seen that Luo Chen? If anyone can team up with him, wouldn't they be able to walk around the dungeon with ease? If he doesn't like someone, he can just wave his hand and call out a group of summoned beasts. Who can be his opponent? That's not necessarily true. Although he is powerful, he is only powerful as a summoned beast. His true form must be very weak. As long as we can get close to him, I can definitely kill him with 1 strike. This time, the invigilator did not force silence in the examination room and allowed the candidates to talk. The 4th round of assessment is crucial. Even if the results of the first 3 rounds are not ideal, as long as you can join a strong team in the 4th round, it is possible to raise your score. Little brother, Duan Liar kept waving from a distance, and then sent a private message to Luo Chen as a friend. If you don't team up with me, I will never let you go. I will bother you every day and make you have no peace. Duan Liar, little brother, please, join me moi. Seeing the message, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. Stop grumbling, it's so annoying. I'll block you if you keep nagging. Duan Liar, give me money. Luo Chen, give me money? Just tell me earlier, I'll give you a 99 discount. You're the best, little brother. I'll reward you with a kiss after the exam. Just then, several more messages from friends came in. Principal Shen Tiana said, Luo Chen, please take proper care of the candidates from Shenyang High School. Of course, I won't force you. As long as you can afford it, I will take proper care of them. Take care of? Luo Chen turned his head and glanced at the candidates around him. There were many candidates from Shenyang High School, but he could only call out the names of a few, and the only one he was familiar with was Duan Liar. However, Principal Shun has always been nice to him, so Luo Chen still has to give him some face. The second message was from Du Ruashi. Luo Chen, lend me a hand? 5 million dragon coins. My dad is a senior manager of the professional exchange, and my uncle is the director of the Duanqing Professional Exchange. They do things differently and just throw money at it. Luo Chen replied directly, deal. Du Ruashi. Thank you. Let's go in together later to avoid getting separated. At this time, Duan Liar received another message. Little brother, the president of Shengshi Dynasty found my dad and wants to connect with you through my dad. Please bring his son, Chu Jingfeng. Shengshi dynasty is willing to pay 10 million dragon coins. A prosperous dynasty? Chu Jingfeng. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. What if Chu Jingfeng accidentally dies in the dungeon? Wouldn't it be blamed on me? Your dad will also get into trouble, right? Duan liar. Little brother, are you trying to do something bad? Don't worry. Although Shengshi dynasty is not weak, they dare not act presumptuously in front of our Duan family. Let's take the 10 million dragon coins first, and then kill Chu Jingfeng, leaving Shengshi dynasty penniless. Oh, little brother, will what I said disgust you? I am not such a person. Don't get me wrong. This is not what I really mean. Luo Chen. This girl, the more I look at her, the more I like her. Damn it. Not to mention the battle in the skeleton crypt. But afterwards they actually dared to send a level 40 assassin to kill me? Now you dare to team up with me and want me to take him into the trial copy? Am I the one who is mentally retarded? Or are you the ones who are mentally retarded? Okay, you have always been the white moonlight of Shenyang High School. Of course I know you are joking. Luo Chen replied. My account is 310 ****. Let them transfer the money first. Half a minute later, Duan liar said helplessly. Shengshi dynasty is only willing to pay a deposit of 5 million dragon coins first. The rest will be paid after the trial is over. Luo Chen, okay, but I'll only pay 5 million out of 10 million. You get what you pay for. I just need to save half of Chu Jingfeng's body. Chapter 47, he doesn't want to offend our Shengshi dynasty. Luo Chen did not feel any pressure at all about killing Chu Jingfeng. The Shengshi dynasty is indeed powerful, and any professional without a strong background would probably not dare to openly become its enemy. But for Luo Chen, no matter how powerful the Shengshi dynasty is, it cannot threaten him. There are life chains, 15,000 soul beasts, and the soul beast summoning technique does not consume mental energy. These three things combined are enough to make Luo Chen immortal. Unless he wants to die, no one in this world has the ability to take his life. Not to mention the prosperous dynasty. Even if a force is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the prosperous dynasty, it cannot threaten Luo Chen. However, he could kill Chu Jingfeng, but Luo Chen didn't want to bring trouble to the Duan family. Before, he went to war with Shengshi dynasty. Duan liar's father Duan Jinghong had approached Shengshi dynasty and asked Shengshi dynasty to give him some face. Although Shengshi Huangchao only promised on the surface not to cause trouble for Luo Chen and still sent assassins to kill him secretly, it can be said that Duan Jinghong did help him in the final analysis. There is give and take. Since others have helped him, he can't cause trouble for the Duan family just to kill Chu Jingfeng, right? New prompts continue to appear in the friend column. With so many candidates present, I wonder how many of them want to team up with Luo Chen. They don't know Luo Chen, so they keep adding friends to try their luck. Luo Chen's expression was calm as he searched Chu Jingfeng's name. Sure enough, Chu Jingfeng also added him. After choosing to accept, Chu Jingfeng's name appeared in the friend list, and then Luo Chen directly blocked the friend request. Principal, I have an open seat. Who do you want me to take? Just push it to me. Luo Chen sent a message to Shen Tianhe. But let's agree that I never do business at a loss, so they have to pay. Shen Tianhe was overjoyed. That's a must. Just wait a moment. Soon, two people were pushed to Luo Chen. Both of them were students of Shenyang High School. Luo Chen just felt that their names sounded familiar, but he did not know them. Just then, the big screen in the square lit up. The results of the first 3 rounds of assessments finally came out. According to the order of ranking, Luo Chen's name was at the top of the list, high above the names of all the candidates. First place, Luo Chen, 3,918 points. Second place, Du Ruashi, 279 points. Third place, Chu Jingfeng, Duan Liar, 246 points. Fourth place, Zhao Yang, 187 points. The names are listed one by one. When they saw Luo Chen at the top of the list, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open as if they were dreaming. Fuck, what the hell is this? More than 3,900 points? Are you crazy? Is there something wrong with the statistics? How can the score be so high? The second place is Du Ruashi. Who is she? I've never heard of her. There are actually 2 people in the third place. I know Chu Jingfeng. He is the young president of Shengshi dynasty. Who is Duan Liar? Although some people were puzzled about the identities of Du Ruashi and Duan Liar, more people's attention was attracted by Luo Chen. Nearly 4,000 points. How did he do it? In fact, Luo Chen was also confused at this time. According to his calculations, he should only have around 3,300 points. How could it be so high? Where did the extra 600 points come from? He didn't know that these extra points came from the chief examiner and most of the invigilators, who threw all the points they could use to Luo Chen. Of course, There were also a few invigilators who kept some of the points and gave them to candidates with whom they had vested interests, such as Chu Jingfeng. In a corner of the examination room, Chu Jingfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. He clenched his fists tightly and looked in the direction of Luo Chen with resentment. Close to 4,000 points, it has broken all the college entrance examination records in Longhua. No, it's not just Longhua. There has never been such a high score in the senior high school entrance examination all over the world. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Chen's name in this assessment will be recorded in history, will be known to the world, and will be paid attention to by all the top leaders of Dragon Country. In this case, if Shengshi Huangqiao wants to kill him again, he will probably have to think twice. Asshole! Chu Jingfeng spat, then sent a message to his father. Dad, just as you expected, Luo Chen did get first place, the top scorer in the country. 3,918 points. Upon seeing this message, Chu Daong took a breath. It was not until a long time later that he sent a message back to his son. Son, we must let go of the past. With Luo Chen's achievements, he will definitely attract the attention of the top management. We can't do anything to him anymore. Fortunately, I made the decision immediately to ease the relationship with Luo Chen through the Duan family. Luo Chen has now agreed to team up with you. It seems that he doesn't want to be an enemy of our Shengshi dynasty. Chu Daong said, when you form a team, you should perform well and get closer to him. If you do so, I will pay him all 10 million dragon coins at once, which can also be regarded as earning a good impression. Although Chu Jingfeng was extremely reluctant, he had to listen to his father's advice at this moment. If Luo Chen had only won the national top prize and his points were only slightly higher than his, Shengshi Huangqiao would have no need to worry so much. But now, he has scored nearly 4,000 points, which is enough to shock the entire Dragon Country. Even if someone gets a high score in the trial copy, it is absolutely impossible for them to surpass Luo Chen. I see. Chu Jingfeng replied helplessly, then opened the friend list. After hesitating for a moment, he finally sent a message to Luo Chen. Brother Luo, there were many misunderstandings in the past. I hope you can put aside the past grudges. From now on, we are brothers. Luo Chen. Okay, brother. Reply immediately. This made Chu Jingfeng feel relieved. No background means no background. Luo Chen should be very afraid of the power of Shengshi dynasty, right? This time I gave him a step, and he didn't climb down eagerly. Just because I don't have a chance to deal with you now doesn't mean I won't have a chance in the future. If my Shengshi dynasty can't do anything to you, I can find a way to use other forces to do it. It's always okay to kill someone with a borrowed knife, right? At this moment, the invigilator's voice sounded again. All candidates preparing to participate in the trial copy, please form a team immediately. After the 1-minute countdown, teams with 5 members will be automatically teleported to the trial dungeon. If you do not form a team, or if your team has less than 5 people, you will be deemed to have given up the test and will not receive any extra points for the trial copy. The candidates immediately began to form teams. Luo Chen did not delay and directly invited Chu Jingfeng, Duan Liar, and Du Ruoshi to join the team. Then the classmate named Li Ran was added. Li Ran was very proactive. After adding Luo Chen as a friend, he directly sent a message, promising to pay him a reward of 3 million dragon coins after the trial copy was over. Although the number of 3 million was slightly less, Luo Chen did not worry too much about it. He thought it was just a matter of convenience, and he might as well give face to Principal Shan. Chapter 48 Good Brother. Wait for me to stab you. Soon the 1-minute countdown ended. The number of people who finally participated in the trial copy was somewhat surprising, with only 200 people. If we assume that there are 5 people in a team, there are only 40 teams. This made the examiner Lu Zhengjiang a little disappointed. It's not wrong for professionals to cherish their lives, but they must be courageous. Without courage, it will be difficult for them to achieve great things. Lu Zhengjiang sighed. All candidates who did not participate in the trial copy will have their names specially marked. Major colleges and universities can use this as a reference when recruiting students. The invigilators around looked at each other and nodded helplessly. A very important point in the 4th round of assessment is to test the courage of the candidates. Those who dare not participate will be specially marked. This has always been the rule. The theoretical exam scores should be out, right? Collect the theoretical scores of our Lu province as soon as possible and summarize them with the practical assessment scores. Lu Zhengjiang said in a deep voice, remember to give me Luo Chen's scores separately. Yes. Rays of light flashed across the square. All candidates who participated in the trial copy disappeared at the same time. When he appeared again, he had arrived at a barren plain. The trial dungeon covers a vast area, equivalent to the area of a large city, and you may encounter dungeon monsters everywhere. At the edge of the copy, there is an impenetrable barrier. When a team kills the ultimate boss of the trial copy, the trial will end automatically, and everyone will be forcibly teleported out of the copy. There are only two ways to gain points in this dungeon. Either kill monsters and get the point items, or snatch the point items from other teams. Simple, brutal, and full of danger. People in the same team will be teleported together after entering the dungeon. At this time, 4 people appeared beside Luo Chen. It was Duan Liar, Du Ruashi, Chu Jingfeng, and Li Ran. Duan Liar blinked and spoke first. Hey, you are the young president of Shengshi Dynasty? Since we are already teammates, why don't you share the basic information of the characters and stop hiding it? Having said that, she directly shared the information. Of course, only basic information is revealed. She did not intend to show her character attributes to anyone other than Luo Chen. Name, Duan Liar. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Level, 14. Chu Jingfeng frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Duan Liar's attitude, but still revealed the character information. The same is true for Li Ran. Name, Chu Jingfeng. Occupation, Elemental Mage. Level, 16. Name, Li Ran. Occupation, Pastor. Level, 12. Name, Du Ruashi. Occupation, Swordsman. Level, 14. Luo Chen possesses top-level detection skills. In fact, even if they do not reveal the information, Luo Chen can still check it at will. Chu Jingfeng's level and occupation surprised Luo Chen. Level 16? Only one level lower than me. It seems that in order to help him get good grades in the exam, Shengshi Huangqiao probably mobilized the power of the entire guild to help him upgrade. Li Ran is a somewhat thin male student who holds a scepter and looks a bit shy. As for Du Ruashi, Luo Chen originally thought that she was just an ordinary swordsman, but he didn't expect her to be a high-level professional swordsman. Luo Chen laughed, took 2 steps forward, and put his arm around Chu Jingfeng's shoulders. Oh, Brother Chu is such a handsome guy. You are worthy of being the young president of Shengshi Dynasty, Luo Chen said in a friendly manner. We had many misunderstandings in the past, but from today on, we will put aside our past grudges and become closer than brothers. After the senior high school entrance exam is over, I will definitely treat you to a drink. Chu Jingfeng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Brother Luo is right. From now on, we will be closer than brothers. I will treat you then. Luo Chen smiled even brighter. Brother Chu, you and I hit it off right away. Good brothers. Chu Jingfeng followed up and said, Good brother. Chu Jingfeng said this, but in his heart, he was already cursing Luo Chen's ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will find a way to kill you. There was a gleam in Luo Chen's eyes. I will kill you today. Before entering the trial copy, 10 million dragon coins from the Shengshi Dynasty had already arrived. Take money from others and provide them with funeral services. He must be killed today. On the side, Duan Liar watched the 2 men calling each other brothers and acting as if they had met too late, and she almost couldn't help laughing. Bad. This little brother is so bad. Everyone, time is running out, so let's not waste any more time. From now on, all you have to do is follow me and yell 666. Luo Chen waved his hand casually and summoned out soul beasts one by one. All of them are 100-year-old soul beasts, and he summoned 200 of them at once. Little guys, push the map for me. Roar. Accompanied by roars, a group of soul beasts rushed out and began to clear out the monsters along the way under Luo Chen's command. For Luo Chen, whether it is Duan Liar, Du Ruashi, and others, they are all dispensable when killing monsters. Whether they take action or not has no effect on the speed of killing monsters. Roar. On the grassland, several dungeon monsters were torn to pieces in an instant, and several trial badges fell out. Each waste card can add 1 point to the team. Duan Liar giggled and quickly ran forward to pick up the trial badge. Brother, the monsters in the trial dungeon will drop equipment. Should we kill the elite leader first, and then kill the ultimate boss? Duan Liar said, You killed all the monsters, and the things that exploded are all yours. Others will not have any objections. What do you think? As she spoke, she looked at Chu Jingfeng and the other 2. Du Ruashi shrugged. Of course I have no objection. I'm just cheering. Come on. Li Ran. I am already very grateful that Brother Luo can take me with him. How could I have any objection? Chu Jingfeng gritted his teeth and glared at Duan Liar hatefully. Although I was extremely reluctant, there was nothing I could do. But before he could open his mouth, Luo Chen spoke first. Hey, don't be polite. If something really explodes, we can just split it equally. What do you think, Brother Chu? Chu Jingfeng's eyes lit up. Haha, since Luo Ge said so, then we won't be polite. Sure enough, this kid is afraid of our Shengshi dynasty. Otherwise, he would not have reconciled with me for 10 million dragon coins, let alone been as close to me as he is now. There was a gleam in Luo Chen's eyes, and he looked at Chu Jingfeng meaningfully. Equally? What the hell are you thinking? If you want to share it equally, you have to be alive to get it. Roar. At this moment, the roars of monsters suddenly came from the distance. It turned out to be a group of more than 100 monsters, and they were all humanoid monsters. Name, Orc Archer, Trial. Level, 13. HP, 8,000. Strength, 340. Agility, 180. Spirit, 10. Magic resistance, 160. Physical resistance, 160. Skills, rapid fire. Rapid shooting. Orc Archer can shoot 3 arrows in a row in a very short time. The first arrow will do 100 damage, the second 80, the third 60, and cause bleeding to the target for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. In addition to Orc Archers, there are also Orc Swordsmen, Orc Axemen, and so on. And in the center of the herd was a level 20 elite leader. Chapter 49 Brothers, run over and grab the equipment. After seeing the elite leader, Chu Jingfeng's eyes lit up. Brother Luo, kill it quickly. An elite boss is worth 100 points. Don't worry, brother, we must kill him. Luo Chen laughed, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. The elite boss is level 20, and ordinary detection techniques are ineffective against it. So Chu Jingfeng and others are unable to view the monster's information. But he had top-level detection skills, and he could see all the attributes of the monster clearly at a glance. Chu Jingfeng, I was just thinking about how to kill you, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Name, Orc Priest, Elite Leader. Level, 20. HP, 30,000. Strength, 50. Agility, 200. Spirit, 1,000. Magic resistance, 400. Physical resistance, 400. Skill, Corpse Detonation. Both parties perish together. Corpse Detonation. Orc priests can use mysterious power to detonate the corpses of other orcs and cause damage to targets within the range. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Destroy together, passive skill. After the orc priest dies, he will self-destruct after 10 seconds, causing a fatal blow to targets with a lower level than him within the range. After checking the attributes of the orc priest, Luo Chen had only one word in his mind. That was pit. It's such a scam. Among the candidates who entered the trial copy, he was the highest level, level 17. The other candidates' grades were lower than his. Among these candidates, there are only a handful of people who possess top-level detection skills, and perhaps only Luo Chen has it. In this situation, when the team encounters an orc priest, they have no idea of his skills. When everyone fights hard to kill the orc priest, and then goes up to pick up the exploded equipment, with a bang, they might all lose their lives. At this time, the group of soul beasts had already rushed forward and were fighting with the monsters from the orc tribe. Whoosh! The orc archers pulled the bowstrings and shot arrows one after another, but they could not stop the attack of the soul beasts. One after another, the wind wolves came close and killed dozens of orc monsters in the blink of an eye. Chu Jingfeng swallowed his saliva and said, Brother Luo, do you think this orc priest will drop some good stuff? I heard that there is only one elite leader and one ultimate boss in the trial dungeon. It should be able to drop some good stuff, right? On the side, Duan Liar frowned and said, What's the matter with you? I said we should split it equally, and you have the nerve to ask for it? Chu Jingfeng's face froze, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, this bitch is so damn hateful. No matter what, you are the eldest daughter of the Duan family. Is it necessary for you to flatter Luo Chen like this? Duan Liar didn't know what Chu Jingfeng was thinking. If she knew, she would have said directly, I am willing, but I am not a dog licker. I am a cat licker. I am willing to lick little brother Luo Chen. The atmosphere became awkward. Luo Chen smiled and said, You can't say that. Brother Chu is my brother. Let alone splitting it equally. I would be willing to give him all the things that were revealed. Brother, don't say that Luo God doesn't take care of you. Wait a minute. When the orc priest drops equipment, go pick it up. I'll give you all the dropped equipment as a gift from me. Hearing this, Duan Liar immediately quit. But Luo Chen ignored her. Chu Jingfeng's face flushed and he laughed. You are indeed a good brother. I won't be polite then. Not far away, Li Ran was holding a scepter, lowering his head and saying nothing, completely treating himself as an invisible person. He spent 3 million dragon coins to gain points. As long as he could successfully obtain the points and complete the trial copy, anything else had nothing to do with him. Du Ruashi looked at Duan Liar thoughtfully, then looked at Luo Chen. For some reason, she always felt that these two guys seemed to be one playing the good cop, and the other playing the bad cop, as if they were planning something. Subconsciously, Duruashi took a few steps back and put some distance between herself and Chu Jingfeng. According to a woman's intuition, if I get too close to Chu Jingfeng today, something might happen. Roar, roar, roar. The battle continued. Under the siege of more than 200 hundred-year-old soul beasts, the orc monsters were bitten to death one after another, leaving behind a pile of trial badges. At this moment, several teams of examinees in the distance were attracted by the battle and approached the battlefield. They stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the 100-year-old soul beasts in shock. It's that Luo Chen. Oh my god, this fighting style is too shocking, isn't it? A group of soul beasts were released, and he just put his hands in his pockets and shouted, "Come on. Let's not get too close. I don't want to provoke him. We have 16 trial badges in our hands, which are worth 16 points. It will be troublesome if Luo Chen spots us. Stop talking nonsense. Would Luo Chen be interested in your few points?" Several teams occupied different directions, all paying attention to this battle. They didn't think about stealing the monsters, nor did they dare to do so. They were simply attracted by the battle and wanted to see what was going on. If you are lucky, after Luo Chen and the others leave, you might be able to pick up a few missed trial badges on the battlefield. The monsters died like wheat being cut. Before long, all the orc monsters were cleared out. Brother Chu, I'm worried that there might be assassins hiding to steal things. After the orc priest dies, you should hurry up and pick up the exploded items. Luo Chen patted Chu Jingfeng on the shoulder and said, "Go pick up the items dropped by the orc priests, and leave the trial waste badges dropped by the monsters to us." As he spoke, he pointed to several teams of examinees hiding in the distance. Chu Jingfeng nodded vigorously, feeling extremely excited. Haha, this guy must be afraid of our Shengshi dynasty. Otherwise, why would he flatter me so much? That's good. After the senior high school entrance examination is over, I will discuss with my father to see if it is possible to recruit Luo Chen into Shengshi Huangchao. As long as he is willing to join the Shengshi dynasty, I will be magnanimous and spare his life. After this college entrance examination, Luo Chen's title as the national top scorer will definitely spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. If Luo Chen really joins Shengshi Dynasty can take advantage of this favorable situation to recruit more new members in a short period of time. The strength and foundation of the guild will definitely be strengthened, and it will be a sure profit. The orc priest swung the staff in his hand, and the corpse of an orc monster in the distance exploded, shocking a 100-year-old wind wolf, which staggered back, and its health bar dropped a little. However, under the siege of the beasts, all the attacks of the orc priests were just struggles before death. "Brother Chu, get ready. Rush over and grab the equipment," Luo Chen shouted loudly. At the same time, the orc priest also let out a wail. His health bar was emptied, and he died tragically under the tornado blade of a wind wolf. "Damn it, listen to me. Whoever dares to steal things is an enemy of our Shengshi dynasty. I will destroy him." Chu Jingfeng roared and rushed forward. It was hard to imagine that a mage could run so fast. In just 3 or 4 seconds, he had already rushed to the body of the orc priest. Then he put all the things into the item space. Haha, it exploded. Luo Go. A pair of gold-grade short boots exploded. Chu Jingfeng laughed loudly. "I would be disrespectful to refuse it." In the distance, Luo Chen waved his hand. "Brother Chu, look carefully to see if there is anything else." Chu Jingfeng. "Good brother. I'll look for it again." Boom. Just as he was about to lower his head to check again, the orc priest's body suddenly swelled up as if it were inflated. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the corpse exploded, with a huge burst of energy bursting out. The energy was so powerful that it enveloped everything within a 3-meter radius. Fuck! Chu Jingfeng was horrified, but unfortunately, he was too close to the corpse. The corpse exploded, and he didn't even have time to hold up his magic shield before he was instantly submerged by the explosion. Chapter 50 Brothers beat the bull, and the West leads. Boom. His flesh and blood shattered, and Chu Jingfeng's body was blown away like a rag bag and fell heavily to the ground. His body was broken and bloody, and he was already dead. Seeing this scene, all the people who were hiding in the distance and watching the excitement were dumbfounded. What the hell? What just happened? The orc priest was clearly dead, so why did his body suddenly explode? That person is Chu Jingfeng, the young president of Shengshi Dynasty. Is he dead just like that? Level 16, Occupation, Elemental Mage, can be considered a genius. Isn't this death too sudden? I heard that Shengshi Huangchao and Luo Chen had some conflicts. How could the two of them team up? Do you think Chu Jingfeng's death is related to Luo Chen? What are you thinking? Luo Chen was standing far away the whole time. I only saw Chu Jingfeng rushing over to grab the equipment, and then he was blown to death. The orc priest should have a passive skill of self-destruction. This trial copy is really dangerous. Everyone must be careful. Look, Luo Chen is running over. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Chen stumbled towards Chu Jingfeng's body. As soon as he got close, he hugged the body in his arms. "Oh my brother, you died miserably." Luo Chen howled at the top of his lungs. "Oh my God, I'm so heartbroken by the sudden news." After howling twice, Luo Chen started singing. The singing was so miserable. He howled while singing, exactly as if he was mourning for his own brother. "I look up to the sky and sigh, my brother is gone. From now on, I will take care of your sister, your wife, and your father. I will take good care of this equipment for you. Wear it, and I will kill monsters for you. Level up, and protect your wife and sister." While shouting, Luo Chen had already collected the equipment that Chu Jingfeng dropped, including the pair of gold-grade short boots. On the side, Duan Liar ran over. She took out a bowl from the item space and threw it hard on the ground. "Brother, make a bowl, and lead me to the west. Brother, have a safe journey." Duan Liar's voice spread. It was so heartbreaking. After shouting a few times, she seemed unsatisfied and took out her cell phone and played a funeral song. When the swaness sounded, the atmosphere was instantly set. People who were watching the excitement from afar couldn't help but feel sad. Especially those candidates who had personally experienced the death of their companions could empathize with the situation and couldn't help but wipe away their tears. Luo Chen really treats Chu Jingfeng as a brother, a real brother. I really envy the relationship between these two brothers, but it's a pity that they have different fates. Duan Lier is also a sentimental person. She cried so miserably. Some people couldn't help but talk about it. On the other side, Du Ruashi rolled her eyes and started picking up the trial badges dropped by the monsters. Judging from her expression and reaction, she had obviously seen through everything. This was such an awkward performance. He howled without shedding a single tear. Luckily, those people were too far away to see clearly. Du Ruashi just found it a little funny. But then again, Chu Jingfeng was blown to death by the monster in front of several teams of examinees. No matter how unwilling Shengshi Huanchao was, it was impossible for them to blame Luo Chen for this, right? The most they could do was ask him to return the money. But with Luo Chen's money-loving personality, there is no way he would spit out the money once it's in his mouth, right? After crying a few more times, Luo Chen finally put down Chu Jingfeng's body. "Have a safe journey, brother. My soul beast has already dug the pit. Luxurious 2-bedroom apartment. Let's go." Luo Chen pushed Chu Jingfeng's body into the pit gently. Several wind wolves turned around and kept digging with their hind legs, filling the pit in just a moment. "I'm responsible for killing and burying the dead. I've received 10 million dragon coins from you, so the service must be in place." Luo Chen turned to look at Du Ruashi and Li Ran, and said in a miserable voice, "Brother Chu is dead. We must turn our grief into strength." Du Ruashi couldn't stand it any longer. "Can you leave faster? We are still in the trial dungeon. We are in a hurry, big brother." At the side, Li Ran lowered his head, looking like he wanted to speak, but didn't dare to. But judging from his expression, he probably hopes that Luo Chen can kill the monster quickly. He is still in the trial and assessment, and the most important thing is to kill monsters and get points as soon as possible. As for whether Chu Jingfeng is dead or alive, it has nothing to do with him. No sympathy at all. Luo Chen muttered, then waved his hand. "Guys, kill all the monsters you can see. Avenge my brother." "Fuck you. You damned wolf cub. Why are you peeing next to my brother's dirt pit? I'm talking to you." Luo Chen took 2 steps forward and kicked a wind wolf that was peeing. A moment later, Luo Chen and his 3 companions left with the group of soul beasts. The trial waste badge dropped by the monster just now and the trial badge dropped by the orc priest were all picked up. Adding the waste badges obtained from killing monsters before, the team received a total of 298 points. At this time, Luo Chen was following behind the group of soul beasts, admiring the pair of golden grade short boots he had just put on. As expected of a gold grade, really good attributes. Name, resistance boots. Grade, gold. Level requirement, level 17. Spirit, plus 220. Magic resistance, plus 300. Physical resistance, plus 200. Skill, damage resistance. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 10. Duan Liar followed Luo Chen and whispered, "Little brother, did I create the right atmosphere when I smashed the bowl just now?" "In place, awesome." Luo Chen asked in a low voice. "But then again, why do you carry a bowl in your item space?" Duan Liar, "What's wrong with bringing a bowl? I also brought cosmetics, a mirror, a comb, sanitary napkins. I wanted to smash another bowl, but I couldn't bear to do it." Your sister. Do you have to tell me about wearing sanitary napkins? You really don't treat me as an outsider? Luo Chen rolled his eyes. In front, more than 200 soul beasts were pushing forward, and all the monsters they saw were torn to pieces in an instant. Trial belts were collected one by one, and the team's points increased rapidly. For Luo Chen himself, trial points are not important. Even if he does not participate in this trial copy, he is still the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Lu Province and the top scorer in the entire Long Kingdom. But it was different for Duan Liar, Du Ruashi, and Li Ran. Du Ruashi's practical test was only second in Lu Province. Duan Liar was only ranked third in Lu Province. But once placed in the entire Dragon Country, their scores are nothing. Not to mention the top 10, they may not even make it into the top 50. Not to mention Li Ran. His score was not even in the top 100 in Lu Province. Therefore, the points in the trial copy are crucial to them. Taking people's money and seeing them off at their grave. Puri, it's relieving people's worries. Since Luo Chen has taken the money, he has to raise their scores, at least to make them into the top 10 of Longhua, and then strive for the top 5. Chapter 51. I stole yours and then sold it to you. Are you angry? On the square of the practical assessment, those candidates who did not participate in the trial copy did not leave. They stared with wide eyes at the big screen in the center of the square. There is no way to broadcast the battles in the trial copy live, and people outside cannot see what is happening in the trial copy, but they can see the changes in the candidate scores. After obtaining trial items in the trial copy, the points obtained will be automatically counted and synchronized to the outside world. Are you crazy? Luo Chen's points are increasing too fast, aren't they? Before entering the trial dungeon, Luo Chen's score was 3,918. How long has it been? How come it has increased so much? It's still rising. It's already reached 4,500 points. Du Ruashi and Duan Liar's scores are also rising like crazy. And there's also Li Ran, whose name wasn't even on the Lu Province College entrance examination score list before, but now he's directly ranked 5th. What happened to Chu Jingfeng? Why did his points stop increasing? They have been stuck at 301 points? Did something happen? After the candidates form a team and enter the trial dungeon, the team leader cannot forcibly kick a team member out of the team. Logically speaking, Chu Jingfeng's trial points should increase at the same rate as Luo Chen and the others. Unless, at this time, some people had already guessed Chu Jingfeng's ending. Unless a person is dead, the points cannot stop increasing. In the spacious conference hall, the examiner Lu Zhengjiang frowned slightly. The other invigilators also looked unhappy. Before entering the trial copy, Chu Jingfeng's practical assessment points ranked 3rd. After taking into account the score of the theoretical examination, his total score ranked 4th. If the trial copy is completed successfully, his points will remain at 4th place, and he will be admitted to a key university in Dragon Country. I heard that Chu Jingfeng wanted to apply for Beijing University, but now... Oh, what a pity. Lu Zhengjiang sighed. At the side, an invigilator couldn't help but say, Chu Jingfeng is definitely dead. But with Luo Chen's strength, it should be enough to protect the safety of the other members of the team. After hearing this, the other invigilators understood what he meant. You mean Luo Chen killed Chu Jingfeng? I heard that Luo Chen and Shengshi Dynasty had some grievances, but since Luo Chen agreed to team up with Chu Jingfeng, he should want to make peace with Shengshi Dynasty. How could he kill Chu Jingfeng? Bang! Lu Zhengjiang slammed the table and shouted, Quiet! In the trial copy, fighting between candidates is not prohibited. Even if Luo Chen really killed Chu Jingfeng, we can't do anything about it. Besides, the truth is unclear now, so don't speculate rashly. The conference hall fell silent. Lu Zhengjiang picked up a piece of paper, on which were recorded the theoretical test scores of all the candidates. The one ranked 1st is Luo Chen. Full marks for theory. Moreover, I handed in the paper when there were still more than 40 minutes left before the end of the theoretical exam. The second place in theory is Duan Liar. Luo Chen, 1st in both theory and practice. The theoretical score is the top scorer in Dragon Country, and the practical score is even better. And it's an unprecedented high score. Lu Zhengjiang took a deep breath and made up his mind. Even if Chu Jingfeng was really killed by Luo Chen, he would protect Luo Chen in front of Shengshi Dynasty. At this time, exclamations were heard from the square. The points of Luo Chen and others are growing faster and faster. Luo Chen's personal combat assessment score has exceeded 5,000 points. The scores of several candidates have been reduced, probably because their trial badges were stolen. Look, the scores of 2 more candidates have stopped increasing. They are probably dead. In the same team, the assessment scores of the team members should increase synchronously. If 4 of them increase their scores, but one person's score stagnates, then this person must be dead. According to this calculation, more than a dozen people should have died. There are only 200 candidates entering the dungeon in total, and based on teams of 5, there are 40 teams. More than a dozen people have died so far, and the mortality rate is close to 1 in 10. This made many candidates secretly feel fortunate that they did not enter the trial copy, otherwise they might really lose their lives in it. In the trial copy, soul beasts were searching everywhere like crazy. Whenever they saw a monster, they would rush forward and tear it to pieces in an instant. Brother, there's a team over there fighting monsters. No. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand and said, Guys, rush over and grab the monster. Roar. A dozen wind demon wolves separated from the group of soul beasts and rushed straight towards the team of examinees in the distance. It was a full team of 5 people with a reasonable professional configuration: melee meat shield, melee high explosive damage output, priest, mage, and shooter. Along the way, the 5 people hunted monsters carefully, while also guarding against sneak attacks from other teams, for fear of losing their lives by accident. Test scores are important, but not as important as life. But even though he was so careful, he still ran into Luo Chen. Damn it, it's that soul beast summoner, run. Damn it, run. The 5 people were frightened out of their wits when they saw the wind wolf rushing towards them. But the speed of the wind wolf was too fast, and there were several monsters from the trial copy blocking their way nearby, so they were unable to escape for a while. Seeing a group of wind demon wolves rushing towards them, the 5 people's faces turned pale instantly. Brother, spare me. We have a total of 41 trial badges in our hands. We'll give them all to you. 41. I'll be your grandson if I have one more. Have mercy. Several people squatted on the ground, holding a pile of trial badges above their heads with both hands. Roar. The wind wolf rushed forward and ignored them completely, throwing several tornado blades directly at the monsters in the dungeon. Boom. The wind element condensed, and dense wind blades covered down, tearing the trial monsters into pieces in the blink of an eye. Duan Lyre ran over and collected all the trial belts that exploded. Then, she came up to the 5 men and took the 41 badges without any hesitation. She turned around and shouted, Little brother, 41, have you collected all of them? Leave a way out for others. Don't be too cruel. Luo Chen replied loudly. Hearing this, the candidates were overjoyed, thinking that Luo Chen would leave a few trial badges for them. As a result, Luo Chen's next words made them paralyzed. Take them all first, but we will also give them a chance to get their trial badges back. After we find the ultimate boss, we'll auction off some of the trial badges. The highest bidder wins. Brothers, remember to help spread the news. Chapter 52. It's a mess, a complete mess. With the speed at which Luo Chen and the others kill monsters, Du Ruashi, Duan Lyre, and Li Ran can basically secure the 2nd and 3rd place in Dragon Country, and there is also the 4th place. The so-called 4th place is the 4th place. No one can shake Luo Chen, the top scholar of Dragon Country. In Luo Chen's opinion, as long as they retain enough points, they will be able to maintain their top 4 position. As for those extra points, it would be a waste to keep them. Why not sell them for money? Or simply use it to exchange for some special items and equipment? At this time, Duan Lyre had already collected all the trial belts that she had snatched. But to everyone's surprise, after she did all this, she actually took out a piece of paper and a pen from the item space. Duan Lyre said with a grin, Come on, tell me your names. From now on, you are members of the trial assessment, and I will give you a 99 discount when you buy points. Thank you so much. The 5 people were so grateful that they immediately said their names. Not far away, Luo Chen was watching speechlessly. He thought he was shameless enough, but now it seems that this girl is even more shameless than him. You robbed someone's things and still made them cry with gratitude? A 99 discount? What's the difference between this and no discount? 2 words, awesome. The ultimate boss refresh area, see you there. Luo Chen waved at the 5 people, turned and left. Looking at the backs of Luo Chen and the other 3, as well as the dense group of soul beasts, the 5 people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Hey guys, how many dragon coins do you have on you? Let's collect them. Let's kill as many dungeon monsters as possible, and then go directly to the final boss refresh area. We must buy some trial belts from Luo Chen and the others. If the dragon coins are not enough, I still have alchemical materials, which should be worth some money. Damn it, that bastard is so cruel. He stole our trial badges and now wants to sell them to us? He is not a human being. Son of a bitch. At this time, the shooter in the team suddenly said, You can't say that. Duan Lyre is still very good. She promised to give us a discount. A 99 discount can save us a lot of money. Hearing this, the other 4 teammates looked at him as if he was an idiot. Are you fucking mentally retarded? Oh my god. Do you want to kneel down and kowtow to her? Hurry up and find the monster and kill it. The 5 people quickly stood up and began to look for the monsters. But as time passed, everyone was dumbfounded. What's strange? In such a huge trial dungeon map, there is not even a single monster to be found. Where have all the monsters gone? On the plain, a group of soul beasts were rampaging, and all the monsters they found were hunted down. Luo Chen still felt unsatisfied, so he simply summoned out another 200-year-old wolf thieves. Including the soul beasts summoned previously, the total number is 400. Brother, there is a hunting team over there. Boys, rush over and rob. Brother, there's a team over there too. Go! Roar! The soul beasts roared, the monsters wailed, and each team of examinees fell to the ground and cried. The entire trial copy has been messed up by Luo Chen and his companions. Outside, in the square, those who were keeping an eye on the trial results were all stunned. On the big screen, the points of Luo Chen, Duan Liar, Du Ruashi, and Li Ran skyrocketed. Luo Chen, who is at the top of the list, has scored 8,918 points. Second place, Du Ruashi, 5,279 points. Third place, Duan Liar, 5,236 points. Fourth place, Li Ran, 5,099 points. Fifth place, Zhao Yang, 287 points. Totally crazy. Luo Chen's team is too exaggerated, right? All members are over 5,000 points. Luo Chen is even close to 9,000 points. Before the trial dungeon was opened, Zhao Yang was ranked 4th. At that time, his score was 187 points. How come it has only increased to 287 points now? Look, Zhao Yang's score has changed again. Has it dropped? On the big screen, Zhao Yang's points suddenly dropped. It dropped directly from 287 points to 187 points, a decrease of 100 points in an instant. This means that all the points he obtained in the trial copy were cleared. All his trial items were stolen. While Zhao Yang's score decreased by 100 points, the scores of Luo Chen and the other 4 increased by 100 points at the same time. Seeing this scene, everyone understood. Luo Chen, I'm bullying our school. No one is there, right? Case solved. It was Luo Chen and the others who were trying to steal the points. They are not worthy of being sons. Shame on you. It would be fine if they just stole the trial items, but I'm afraid they might kill people. Zhao Yang wouldn't die in their hands, right? There was already a lot of cursing in the square. In the area where the candidates from Shenyang High School were sitting, a group of students had already started swearing at the candidates from other schools. The trial copy allows teams to snatch points and items from each other. Luo Chen and his team were able to snatch them because of their ability. If you have the ability, why don't you snatch them too? Luo Chen YYDS, the #1 scholar in Dragon Country, is just awesome. Luo Chen, Duan Liar, Li Ran. All 3 of them are from Shenyang High School. Are you dissatisfied? Du Ruashi is also from Ardwanqing, from Lingnan High School. On the big screen, the points of Luo Chen and the other 3 were still increasing rapidly. Except for the 4 of them, the scores of most of the candidates on the screen no longer changed, with a few people occasionally losing points. Inside the conference hall, a group of invigilators looked at each other, none of them looking very happy. Things in the trial copy were completely beyond their control and were developing in an unpredictable direction. After the sudden decrease, the scores of most candidates have stagnated ever since. There are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is they were killed, and after that all the trial items were taken away. The second possibility, they were robbed of all their trial items, but they are still alive. But since he was still alive, why didn't he kill monsters to get trial items and try to make up for the lost points? Chief Examiner, Luo Chen's presence has completely unbalanced the trial assessment. This will seriously affect the results of the Lu province's major exam. That's right. These 4 people are really amazing, and they are likely to occupy the top 4 in Longhua. But what about the other candidates? It will affect the overall enrollment rate of our Lu province. We still don't know whether those who were robbed are dead or alive. If they were all killed by Luo Chen, then the matter will be serious. Hearing these words, Lu Zhengjiang fell silent. His expression seemed calm, but he was extremely anxious. As far as he could remember, this was the first time a situation like today had happened. After a long silence, Lu Zhengjiang suddenly said, I've read Luo Chen's information. He's not a man who kills indiscriminately. It's impossible for him to take the lives of other candidates just to snatch a few trial badges. As for the enrollment rate and overall performance of Lu province, there is no need to worry about this. It is enough to cultivate the top 4 of Longhua in one go. In the trial copy, Luo Chen had no idea what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he had his hands in his pockets, driving the group of soul beasts towards the area of the ultimate boss. Chapter 53. Orc King. In the trial copy, the refresh time of the elite boss and all trial monsters is not fixed. They may appear anywhere in the trial copy. But the ultimate boss is different. The moment you enter the trial copy, the approximate coordinates of the ultimate boss are already displayed on the map and marked with a red dot. Next to her, Duan Lyre was holding a pen and a piece of paper. She wrote and drew on the paper, saying, "Including us, there are 200 people entering the trial copy, a total of 40 teams. We just robbed 39 teams, a total of 174 people. We robbed all the teams. We have nothing left to rob now. Out of the 39 teams, 3 were robbed by us twice. The number of teams was complete, but there were about 20 people missing, which meant that no team was wiped out by the monsters, but some teams lost members." Luo Chen nodded. "There are 3 teams that were robbed twice? Are they so unlucky?" "Phew." Not far away, Du Ruashi couldn't help laughing out loud. Li Ran still kept his head down, holding the staff with an indifferent look. He positioned himself very accurately. He was just here to earn points, and other things had nothing to do with him. After the trial is over, if someone asks him what happened in the copy, he should keep his mouth shut if possible and avoid saying anything if possible. If someone asks how Chu Jingfeng died, it must be that he was blown to death by the orc priest. If someone asks you why you stole other people's trial items, it must be Luo Chen who did it. Stealing things is allowed by the rules, and I spent 3 million dragon coins. No matter what, it was Luo Chen who stole it. Du Ruashi said, "Hey, Li Ran, what are you thinking about? I haven't heard you say a word along the way." Li Ran shuddered. He seemed to be not good at talking to girls, and his face turned red instantly. Well, Sister Ruashi, are you thirsty? Here's some water." As he said that, he quickly took out a bottle of water and handed it to Du Ruashi. Du Ruashi slapped her forehead and said, "I was asking you what you were thinking, not that I was thirsty. Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. I have never seen a boy as shy as you. Look at Luo Chen." As they spoke, they both looked towards Luo Chen in front of them at the same time. See? Whether he saw a monster or another assessment team, he would put his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't know what his opponent was. Du Ruashi, do you have the urge to rush up and beat him up? Li Ran blinked and whispered, I don't dare." He had his hands in his pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. "I held my head with my hands and didn't know how to fight back when I was hit. I dare to beat him? Are you crazy?" Du Ruashi did not lower her voice when she spoke, so Luo Chen and Duan Lyre could of course hear it. At this time, Duan Lyre came over and asked curiously, "Li Ran, you are a priest, a support profession, and you can actually get 99 points in the first 3 rounds of assessments. It's amazing. 99 points is actually very low. But don't forget that he is just an ordinary pastor." Li Ran stuttered, "My scepter has 2 attack skills, otherwise I can't even get 60 points. Is that so?" Duan Lyre's eyes lit up. "A scepter with 2 built-in skills? It should be at least platinum-grade equipment, right?" Li Ran's face turned red, and he subconsciously hid the scepter behind him. It was uncommon for a boy to be so shy. The group moved forward along the way, killing many monsters in the process. Finally, we arrived at the spawning area of the ultimate boss. At this time, other teams of candidates were also rushing towards the area of the ultimate boss. Originally, they wanted to find some monsters to hunt and try to collect some trial badges, but after searching for a long time, they found that they couldn't find any monsters. All that could be seen on the plain were patches of wild grass. There wasn't even a hair of the monster. MLGB, have all the monsters been killed? Most of them were cleared out by that bastard Luo Chen. They stole our trial badges and killed all the monsters. They're going to block our way. There's only one way for us to get points now, and that's to buy from him. Do you think there is a second solution? Like killing him? Kill him? Are you crazy? Even if we put our numbers together, we are not enough to fill the gaps between the soul beast's teeth. Unless an assassin can get close to him stealthily and deliver a fatal blow. But who would dare to take this risk? If the sneak attack fails and you lose your life instead, that would be nonsense. Run quickly. We must get there before Luo Chen kills the ultimate boss. Once the final boss is killed, we will be forcibly teleported out of the dungeon, and we won't be able to buy points anymore. Go. Money, money. Everyone, quickly count how many dragon coins you have. Count the valuable alchemical materials and equipment in this amount, and you must buy points. One team after another identified a direction and rushed towards the boss spawn area. There were no monsters encountered along the way. This was the first time in history that the trial was so safe. But although they were clearly safe, these candidates did not look relaxed at all, and some even looked like they wanted to cry. On the other side, the group of soul beasts had already rushed into the ultimate boss refresh area. In addition to the ultimate boss, there are hundreds of orc monsters and 2 elite orc priests. Luo Chen ignored the orc priest and those monsters, and directly used the top-level detection technique on the head of the ultimate boss. Name: Orc King, Trial Dungeon Boss. Level: 25. HP: 150,000. Strength: 3,000. Agility: 200. Spirit: 500. Magic Resistance: 1,500. Physical Resistance: 1,500. Skills: Battle Horn, Barbarian Stomp, Shattering Attack. Battle Horn. The Orc King sounds the Battle Horn, which increases the attributes of all orc monsters within the range by 30. The duration is 20 seconds, and the cooldown time is 2 minutes. Barbarian King Trample. After casting, it can cause the ground to shake violently and form a range impact to cause group damage to surrounding targets, and force targets within the range to fall into dizziness. The dizziness lasts for 3 seconds, and the skill cooldown is 1 minute. Shattering Attack. Passive skill. All attacks of the Orc King will cause a shattering effect, causing group damage. Given this attribute, it is impossible for a trial team alone to destroy it. If it were other teams of candidates, they would probably have to work together to have a chance to kill him. As for how to distribute the trial crowns dropped by the Orc King after the kill, that would depend on the agreement between the teams. Duan Liar said, "It's a pity that we don't have top-level detection skills. The Orc King is at a higher level than us, so we can't check the detailed attributes." Luo Chen, "It's okay, no matter what its attributes are, just do it." Hearing this, Du Ruashi rolled her eyes. "Keep pretending. Luo Chen must have top-level detection skills. How did Chu Jingfeng die? Do you think I'm a fool?" Chapter 54, Wolf Bandits, Attached Soul Bones. Luo Chen noticed Du Ruashi's expression, but ignored her. Looking at the hundreds of orc monsters in front of him, Luo Chen had no intention of wasting time. He just waved his hand, and another large group of 100-year-old soul beasts were summoned out from the summoning space. A 100-year-old wolf thief, a 100-year-old wind demon wolf, and a 100-year-old mandala snake. Including the 200 summoned previously, Luo Chen has already summoned 500. Roar. Accompanied by wild roars, 500 100-year-old soul beasts pounced forward violently, and in a blink of an eye they were fighting with the group of orc monsters. Seeing this scene, Duan Lier and the other two widened their eyes and were all stunned. He summoned so many soul beasts again. Is there no limit to the number of summons he can make? 500 of them. That's equivalent to a small army. Du Ruashi swallowed her saliva and asked cautiously, "Luo Chen, how many soul beasts can you summon?" Luo Chen, "Guess." Boom. The ground shook, and poisonous vines rose from the ground, entangling the orcs one by one. Immediately afterwards, a sky full of tornado blades covered the area and smashed into the group of monsters. With a loud bang, in just a short moment, a large number of monsters were cleared out. Oh! The wolf thief raised a rusty battle axe, howled like a wolf, and rushed to the two orc priests and started hacking at them. The monsters were stunned. The Orc King was holding a huge mace in his hand and was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Roar. It just roared wildly, and the battle horn skill was activated instantly. A sound wave spread out, and the next second, the momentum of all the orc monsters surged, and their attributes directly increased by 30. The amplifying effect of the battle horn is extremely powerful. But unfortunately, let alone a 30 increase, even a 50 increase would not be able to stop Luo Chen's 100-year soul beast. The orc monsters were torn to pieces one by one, and their bodies were scattered everywhere. The two orc priests commanded the surrounding monsters to separate the rushing wolf thieves, and then waved the scepters in their hands. The corpses of the monsters on the battlefield suddenly swelled up and were detonated by the orc priests. Corpse detonation. Orc priests can use mysterious power to detonate the corpses of other orcs and cause damage to targets within the range. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Boom. Along with the violent explosion, dozens of wolf bandits were blown back and their health bars dropped significantly. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Don't kill the orc priest. Just clean up the monsters. An orc barbarian king and 2 orc priests. It would be a shame not to make good use of them. Hearing this, Duan Lier and the other 2 on the side all looked puzzled. Take advantage of it? What does that mean? At this time, the orc king rushed out from the group of monsters. It smashed the mace in its hand towards a wind wolf, and with just one strike, it knocked off a quarter of the wind wolf's health bar. Because of the effect of the shattering attack, other soul beasts around also suffered considerable damage. Without saying a word, Luo Chen quickly ordered the wind wolf to retreat, and then let the wolf thief take over. He planned to use the orc king and the orc priest to pile up the number of wolf bandits' deaths as high as possible. Currently, Luo Chen still has 4 ongoing troop explosion missions. causing the deaths of at least 10 million wind baboons. Unlocking the 100,000-year-old soul beast Titan Demon Ape. Caused the death of at least 10,000 wind wolves in battle. Unlocked the Millennium Soul Beast Two-Headed Hell Wolf. Causing the death of at least 10,000 Mandrake Snakes. Unlocking the 1,000-Year Soul Beast Green Phosphorus Snake. Causing the deaths of at least 2,000 Wolf Bandits. You will obtain a random external soul bone. Among these 4 tasks, the Wolf Bandits Troop Explosion task is undoubtedly the easiest to complete. A large group of wind wolves and mandrake snakes hid behind and continued to clear out the monsters on the battlefield. The Orc King and 2 Orc Priests were surrounded by a group of Wolf Bandits. The Wolf Bandits roared ferociously, but did not strike with the axes in their hands for a long time. However, the attacks of the Orc King and the explosions of the Orc Priest's corpses frequently hit the Wolf Bandits. In just a few moments, dozens of Wolf Bandits were killed. Seeing this scene, Duan Lyre was stunned. "Little brother, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious?" Luo Chen replied directly. "If I kill the Orc King now, all candidates will be forcibly teleported out of the trial copy, and our plan to sell points will be ruined, right?" That makes sense. But Duan Lyre always felt something was wrong. Not only her, Du Ruashi also felt that there was a problem. "Then you can just keep the Orc King. Kill those 2 Orc Priests first." Luo Chen rolled his eyes. "Don't you have any sympathy? The Orc Priest is so cute. What's wrong with letting him live a little longer? When we've sold most of our points, we'll send the 3 of them off together, so they'll have a companion on their journey to the afterlife." "That's bullshit. You are just talking nonsense." Du Ruashi curled her lips, turned her head away, and ignored him. As time passed, all the orc monsters on the battlefield had been cleared out. Every 30 seconds, the Orc Priest would perform a corpse explosion, but the frequency was too low, and the damage was not even as strong as the Orc King's normal attack. So Luo Chen simply ordered the Wolf Bandits to kill the 2 Orc Priests, leaving only the Orc King. Boom. After the Orc Priest died, the countdown lasted 10 seconds, and the priest's body exploded. It was not until then that Du Ruashi and the other 2 rushed into the battlefield and began to pick up the trial badges and trial badges dropped by monsters. In the distance, several teams of examinees approached the boss refresh area. "Look, it's that bastard Luo Chen. He is waiting here as expected. Oh my god, how come he summoned so many soul beasts again? When I saw them before, there were at most 200 of them. Now there are probably 500 of them, right? Crazy, completely crazy. How could there be such a perverted profession in the world? One man is an army. One man is an army for sure. After the senior high school entrance exam is over, I don't know how many guilds and forces will contact him. Such a terrifying person. No force will let him go." "Let go? Do you know how to use words? That's called missing out." The teams of candidates looked at each other and made a decision. Just spend money to buy points and don't have any bad thoughts. This Luo Chen is really hard to deal with. Gradually, more and more teams of candidates entered the boss refresh area. After arriving, they stood in a distance in tacit understanding, quietly watching the battle between the Orc King and the Wolf Bandits, not daring to step forward to disturb them. If they approached rashly, Luo Chen would probably misunderstand that they were stealing monsters, and it would be no fun if someone died. "Brother," I counted. 39 teams, 174 people, all here. Duan Lyre's eyes lit up. "Little brother, when do we start?" Chapter 55, 1,000 Winds Temple Teleportation Stone. In the distance, a large group of candidates were looking forward to it, staring at Luo Chen with their big watery eyes. Several of the female students kept fiddling with their hair. A girl's fingertips brushed across his chest without leaving a trace, and she bit her lips a few times. It was obvious that she was trying to seduce Luo Chen. "You guys, I'm talking about you guys," Duan Lyre said angrily. "If you dare to flirt with me again, I won't sell you the trial badge." Cut. Several girls glared at Duan Lyre angrily. They didn't dare to refute her out loud, but they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. "What are you showing off for? What's so great about having a pretty face? What's so great about having long legs? You can see the instep of your feet when you look down. What's so great about that?" Luo Chen asked. "My current score is 10,918. How about you?" Du Ruashi, 7,279 points. Duan Lyre, 7,236 points. Li Ran whispered, "I got 7,099 points." Luo Chen nodded, then turned to look at the Orc King who was still working hard. After killing the Orc King, you can get a trial crown, which is worth 500 points. "How many points do you think we should keep?" Duan Lyre laughed and said, "It's whatever you say. Come on, it's pointless to ask you." So Luo Chen looked at Du Ruashi. Du Ruashi thought for a moment. According to the results of the previous year's exams, taking into account the theoretical exams and the 4 rounds of practical tests, we can secure a place in the top 4 if we keep 1,500 points. Li Ran has the least points, so we just need to make sure he has 1,500 points. Li Ran counted on his fingers. 7099 points, minus 1,500 points. There are 5,599 points left. Should we sell them all? Do Ruashi? Of course not. Since we can come up with millions of dragon coins to form a team with Luo Chen, our families should not be short of money, right? So selling for money is just a talk. It's better to use the trial points to exchange for materials or special items and useful equipment. If there is nothing you like, there is no need to exchange all the extra points. What do you think, Luo Chen? Duan Liar and Li Ran also looked at Luo Chen. What Du Ruashi said made sense, but the final decision was still in Luo Chen's hands. Moreover, the 3 of them have already decided that no matter what they get in exchange, it will belong to Luo Chen, and they will never take it. The purpose of spending money to form a team is to get good results. The current results are enough to occupy the top 4 in Dragon Country, so I feel embarrassed to ask for anything else. In that case, it's settled. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "You all heard it, right? Hurry up and take out all the good stuff. No dragon coins." What's going on? Don't want dragon coins? Damn it. We collected all the dragon coins on the way here, and we were waiting to buy points. Now you say you don't want the dragon coins? A group of candidates started cursing in their hearts, but they did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. Brother Luo, what do you think of my bronze staff? I have a silver grade ring here. I have some alchemical materials. A large group of candidates gathered around, but before they could get close, they were stopped by several wind wolves. So they could only stand not far away in disappointment, waving the things in their hands continuously. After looking at it for a few times, Luo Chen showed disappointment. The lowest grade equipment he has is the stealth hood, which is bronze grade, but has special properties. The rest of the equipment is of silver, gold, and platinum grades. There is even a magical artifact. Although these candidates took out several gold grade items, they were all low-level gold equipment of level 11 or 12, which Luo Chen really looked down upon. Everyone, get out of the way. Just then, a roar was heard. A candidate holding a shield squeezed out of the crowd and shouted, "Brother Luo, I have a good thing. If you are willing to give me 1,000 trial badges, I will give it to you." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. What is that? Share its properties with me. Since the candidate dared to step forward, he had already made up his mind and took out a stone without hesitation. Then he shared the attributes with Luo Chen. After sharing, only Luo Chen can see it, and others cannot view the properties of this stone. Item name, Thousand Winds Temple Teleport Stone. Use times, 2/3. Item introduction. After use, you can teleport into the hidden copy of Thousand Wind Temple. The maximum number of times the teleport stone can be used is 3 times. Level requirement, level 1 to 40. You will not be forced to leave the dungeon if you level up above 40. Team restrictions, no team, only 1 person can enter. Instance time, 48 hours. After the countdown ends, you will be forced to exit the instance. Hidden copy teleport stone? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he was slightly shocked. There are many kinds of copies in this world. Among them, hidden copies are undoubtedly the rarest, and some professionals have never entered a hidden copy in their entire lives. Similarly, the drop rate of hidden copies will be much higher than that of ordinary copies. If you can kill through, you will definitely get unexpected gains. There are generally 2 ways to enter a hidden copy. One of them is to obtain the teleportation stone of the hidden copy. The other method depends entirely on luck. The teleportation arrays of some hidden copies will be randomly refreshed on the wild map. If you are lucky, you may come across one. However, this teleportation array stays for a very short time. If you don't enter it immediately after encountering it, the teleportation array may disappear in the next second. Luo Chen never expected that he would get a hidden copy teleportation stone here. 1,000 points? You've already used this teleportation stone twice, and you can only use it one last time. It's not worth the price. Luo Chen stretched out 5 fingers. 500 points at most. The examinee's face flushed, and he stretched his neck and yelled, "No, 900. Luo Chen, 600. Candidate, 700. It can't be any lower. If it's any lower, I might as well die here." The people around looked at each other in confusion. Because they couldn't check the information of the teleportation stone, they had no idea what kind of teleportation stone it was. 700 points, the city's top scorer. Adding his own points, he would be ranked among the best in the entire Dragon Country, right? What kind of teleportation stone is so valuable? Hurry up, stop hiding things, bring out all the good stuff. Nothing is more important than points now. One person took the lead, and the others hurriedly lifted up the best things they had. You have level 15 gold equipment? Take it out sooner. Fuck, that's great. You actually have a platinum grade 1. That's amazing. Luo Chen chuckled and gave out trial badges one by one, and traded equipment and materials into his hands one by one. At this time, the candidates in the square outside were already dumbfounded. What's going on? Luo Chen, Du Ruashi, Duan Liar, Li Ran. Why did the points of these 4 people suddenly drop? And it dropped so much at once? Chapter 56. As a summoner, I have air superiority. In just a short moment, the points of Luo Chen and the other 3 had decreased by more than 1,000. Just now Luo Chen had 10,918 points, but now it has become 9,688 points, and it is still decreasing. What's going on? What happened in the copy? The scores of Luo Chen and the other 4 are decreasing, and the scores of many other candidates are increasing. The increase is the same as the decrease of Luo Chen and his team. It's over. Is Luo Chen's team under siege? Are they already dead? Are the remaining examinees dividing up the trial items on them? In the square, there was a lot of discussion. At the location where the candidates from Shenyang High School were, the faces of all the candidates turned pale. How could this happen? Luo Chen is dead? He was the top scholar in the country. At this time in the examination conference room, the chief examiner Lu Zhengjiang could no longer stand. Prepare to forcibly terminate the exam. What? In the exam by force? The other invigilators were stunned for a moment. This situation had not happened for many years. I remember the last time the exam was forcibly terminated was because a space crack appeared in the trial copy. The crack connected to a wild copy, causing monsters in that wild copy to pour into the trial copy, resulting in a large number of casualties among the candidates, so the exam was forced to be terminated. Examiner. It is allowed by the rules for candidates to snatch trial items from each other. Luo Chen and his friends can snatch from others, and others can naturally snatch from them too. That's right, it is allowed to compete for points, and it is also allowed for casualties among candidates in the competition. Even if Luo Chen is really dead, we have no reason to forcibly terminate the exam. Please think twice, examiner. Hearing these words, Lu Zhengjiang's face turned cold. Among all the rules, there is one most important one. You should not have forgotten it, right? Lu Zhengjiang said in a deep voice. If a gifted person who may even affect the future of Dragon Country is in danger of death during the exam, we must terminate the exam immediately. With the talent Luo Chen has shown now, if he grows up, his achievements will be limitless. He may even become a vital combat force for the Dragon Kingdom. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that he may influence the future of the Dragon Kingdom, but it is not without reason. Prepare the magic circle and forcibly terminate the exam. I will bear all the responsibilities. Yes, Mr. Examiner. The invigilators bowed in response. When Chu Jingfeng died, you didn't even frown. Now that Luo Chen is in danger, you are so anxious that you want to forcefully terminate the exam. Isn't your bias too obvious? Some invigilators complained in their hearts. At this moment, someone exclaimed, the points of Luo Chen and the other 3 have stopped decreasing. At this time, Luo Chen's points stopped at 6,918 points. However, after only a few seconds, his score suddenly increased by 500 points to 7,418 points. Seeing this scene, the invigilators were a little confused. What is going on? Someone asked. Examiner, do you still want to forcibly terminate the exam? Lu Zhengjiang stroked his beard and said slowly. Well, Luo Chen doesn't seem to be in any danger. Let's wait a while. The invigilators were all speechless with frowns on their faces. Trial copy, Orc King refresh area. The body of the Orc King was lying on the ground, with a lot of items exploded. The light of several of the items was extremely dazzling, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary items. In the distance, the examinees stared with their eyes wide open, wishing they could pounce on them and fight for the prize. But when they saw the ferocious soul beasts, they could only endure it. Candidate Luo Chen successfully killed the Orc Barbarian King. After the countdown of 60 seconds, all candidates in the trial copy will be automatically teleported away. The countdown begins. 2 consecutive reminders appeared in the ears of the candidates. Is this the end? I haven't even bought the trial belt yet. Brother Luo, please sell me some more trial badges. I'll exchange them for silver equipment, please. Brother Luo, I'll give you my contact information. After the exam, let's play poker. Please give me some points. Wailing cries came from the crowd, but Luo Chen ignored them. At this time, he had already collected the trial crown dropped by the Orc King, and his points increased by 500 points. Of course, considering his current points, a trial crown is really nothing. There is no difference between having it and not having it. What really concerned him were the several pieces of equipment dropped by the Orc King and the rewards from the Wolf Bandits' quest. Hint: the host caused the death of 2,000 Wolf Bandits in the battle. The task is completed, and a piece of external soul bone is obtained randomly. Tip: the external soul bone is randomly selected. Hint: the random selection of the external soul bone is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Devil's Purple Light Wings. External soul bone, Devil Purple Wings. Skills: Flying, Evolution. Flying, Level 2 after fusion. The host can gain the ability to fly. The flight duration is 10 minutes. Agility is increased by 50, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Evolution, passive. Every time the host increases by 10 levels, the flying skill increases by 1 level, and the duration and agility bonus increase accordingly. It turned out to be the Devil's Purple Wings? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The initial level of the flying skill should be level 1, but his level is level 17, which is 10 levels higher than the previous level, so the flying skill becomes level 2. Having the ability to fly means having control over the air, and with the life chain, my life has an extra layer of protection. Standing in the sky and throwing skills at the ground, it feels great just thinking about it. After calming down his excitement, Luo Chen looked at what the Orc King had exploded. Some alchemical materials and a lot of equipment. Duan Liar came forward and said, "Little brother, what did you explode? Is there anything I can use? I'll pay for it." Du Ruashi and Li Ran also nodded. The monster was killed by Luo Chen, and the things were exploded by Luo Chen. They couldn't do something just by asking for it. No, Duan Liar could do it, but she was worried that if she asked for it, Du Ruashi and Li Ran would follow suit, and then the little brother would suffer. As the most loyal and experienced bootlicker, Duan Liar would never let his younger brother suffer any loss. "Don't worry, I'll share the equipment attributes with you after we get out of the dungeon. There are some that you can really use." Luo Chen grinned and said mysteriously, "And it's a very awesome thing." The 1-minute countdown is over. Rays of light flashed by, and all the candidates were teleported out of the trial copy. When he appeared again, he had returned to the square. Their actual combat assessment scores were also completely frozen and would no longer change. Chapter 57, Selling Points was reported. The square fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen in the center of the square. The scores of the practical assessment have come out. First place, Luo Chen, 7,418 points. Second place, Du Ruashi, 3,779 points. Third place, Duan Liar, 3,736 points. Fourth place, Li Ran, 3,599 points. Luo Chen's name was far ahead of the others. After a brief silence, the candidates started discussing again. "Heaven and earth, may the gods bless you. I wish Luo Chen 0 in the theory test. With such high scores in practical application, it would be unfair if the theory scores were higher. What's your mentality? What does Luo Chen's score have to do with you? There must be a connection. He robbed me twice in the trial copy, otherwise my combat points would have exceeded 500. I must curse him." The full score for the theory test is 2,000. The invigilator also has some assessment rights and can appropriately increase the score for a candidate, but the maximum score cannot exceed 2,200. I am very confident that I can get at least 1,500 points in this theoretical test. At this moment, the invigilator's voice spread throughout the room. "Everyone, be quiet. No noise." The practical assessment has been successfully completed. It will be added to the theoretical score later as the final score for this exam. In addition to considering the scores of major examinations, university admissions also take into account the candidate's level and occupation. For example, Kyoto University's requirements this year are that the main combat career level must be above level 14 and the total score of the major examination must be above 3,000. Of course, this admission standard is only limited to top universities such as Kyoto University. Slightly inferior institutions do not have such strict requirements. Some institutions only require a level of 10 and a total score of 800 in the final exam to be admitted. At this time, Duanqing Xingyang High School, Principal Shun Tianhe and Duan family patriarch Duan Jinghong were gathered in front of the big screen. The screen was synchronized with the picture of the square, and the scores of Luo Chen and others came into view. "What happened in the trial copy just now?" Shun Tianhe let out a long sigh. "I thought Luo Chen and Duan Lier were in trouble." On the side, Duan Jinghong was also feeling frightened. However, when they saw the actual scores, they couldn't help laughing, and the teachers from Shenyang High School who were present were also very excited. Even without considering the theoretical scores, both of them can enter Kyoto University. I just don't know if there are people like Luo Chen in other provinces. I don't know if he can win the national championship. He must be the top scorer in the country. Such a high score has never been seen since Dragon Country held the exam. Look, the theoretical scores are summarized. In the conference room, Shun Tianhe and others looked nervous. The next second, the whole audience was in an uproar. Haha, number 1. Shun Tianhe excitedly grabbed Duan Jinghong's arm. Master Duan, your son-in-law must be the top scorer in the country with this score. Your daughter also got the second place in Lu province. Son-in-law? Duan Jinghong smiled slightly and was also in a good mood. The head of the Duan family has already accepted the identity of Luo Chen's son-in-law from the bottom of his heart. But now it seems that it is just my daughter's wishful thinking, and Luo Chen has no intention of dating her at all. Come on, daughter. After you get to Kyoto University, you must win Luo Chen over. Dad will start preparing a dowry for you from now on. Principal, congratulations, congratulations. From now on, our Xinyang High School will have something to brag about. The best high school in Duanqing. Who else but us? The first high school in Broken City? That's too small. It should be the first high school in Lu Province or the first high school in Long Country. It's floating. Everyone is floating, haha. In the square, all the candidates looked at the big screen in astonishment. First place, Luo Chen, level 17, Soul Beast Summoner, 9,618 points. Second place, Duan Liar, level 14, Shadow Assassin, 5,631 points. Third place, Du Ruashi, level 14, Swordsman, 5,597 points. Fourth place, Li Ran, level 12, Priest, 5,163 points. What the hell? Luo Chen's score directly increased from 7418 to 9618? His theoretical score was 2,200? On the other side, Du Ruashi raised her eyebrows and looked in Duan Liar's direction with some surprise. She thought she had secured second place, but after the theoretical scores were tallied up, Duan Liar actually surpassed her and took second place in Lu Province. Duan Liar is a carefree person and follows Luo Chen around like a lapdog, but I didn't expect that he is so strong in theory. At this time, some senior officials of Longhua and various universities were also paying attention to the test results of various provinces. When they saw Luo Chen's name, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all used various methods to retrieve Luo Chen's information. Xinyang High School, get me Luo Chen's contact information. We must recruit Luo Chen to Zhejiang University at any cost. We at Donkai University must recruit Luo Chen. As long as he is willing to come, all cultivation resources can be allocated to him, and he can be a one-on-one mentor. Soul Beast Summoner? I checked all the classics, and no one had ever obtained this profession before Luo Chen appeared. It's a new hidden profession. I didn't expect it to be so strong. The National Education Commission just received a report that Luo Chen was selling points items in the trial copy. The sales points are conservatively estimated to be more than 2,000, which violates the rules of the exam. I hope to cancel his results. Report? Selling point items? If he didn't sell point items, wouldn't his points be higher? Ignore this report and delay the cold treatment. Under Luo Chen's name, all other candidates pale in comparison. Even Duan Liar, who ranked second in Dragon Country, Du Ruashi, who ranked third, and Li Ran, who ranked fourth, were all seen by various universities as relying on Luo Chen's help. If they hadn't teamed up with Luo Chen, their points would have definitely dropped a lot. At this time, the discussions in the square had gradually subsided. The examiner appeared in the center of the square. The old man looked around and finally locked onto Luo Chen. Congratulations, Luo Chen, for becoming the top scholar in Lu Province. And just now, the results of other provinces have also come out. Luo Chen, the national champion of Dragon Country. Roar. In the Shenyang High School area, all the students cheered and thunderous applause broke out one after another. At this time, Duan Liar had already run to Luo Chen's side and put her arm around his. She raised her head slightly and looked at the female classmates who were winking at Luo Chen with a warning in her eyes. Little brother, let's go celebrate tonight. Duan Liar leaned close to Luo Chen's ear and blew a breath of hot air into his ear while speaking, causing Luo Chen to shiver. Chapter 58. All attributes increase dramatically. The examiner arrives. Seeing Duan Liar getting closer and closer, Luo Chen directly pressed her head and pushed her aside. Duan Liar stamped her feet in grievance. What are you doing? Luo Chen said slowly. Miss, what are you doing? These three words are very ambiguous. Don't do it. What are you doing? Not doing it. Duan Liar blinked and understood instantly. Actually, if you want, it's not impossible. Luo Chen, stop nagging me. If you keep nagging me, I'll block you. Duan Liar. Okay. At this time, the students of Shenyang High School all came forward to congratulate Luo Chen and Duan Liar. Li Ran also came over. Brother Luo, thank you very much for this time. Unfortunately, my level is a bit low, and it is very likely that I cannot meet the standards of Kyoto University. I am afraid that I will not have the opportunity to go to the same school with you. Luo Chen also felt very sorry about this. The senior high school entrance examination officially ended, and soon the examiner announced his departure from the examination room. At this time, Luo Chen's friend requests had exploded. Looking at the unfamiliar names on the application list one after another, Luo Chen simply chose to ignore them, and in the end, he just approved the application of the examiner from Province Lu. After being teleported back to school, a welcome ceremony is naturally indispensable. It was not until the evening that Luo Chen was able to go home and rest. As the top scholar in the country, it is no exaggeration to say that he can choose from all the colleges and universities in the entire Dragon Country. However, his goal is still Kyoto University. He plans to apply directly to Kyoto University when filling out his application form tomorrow. After returning home, Luo Chen began to carefully sort out the Orc King's harvest. Then he shared several pieces of equipment with good attributes with Duan Liar, Du Ruashi, and Li Ran. Luo Chen opened the friend list. Take a look. If there is anything you can use, just give some money as a token of your appreciation. Soon, Duan Liar and the other two responded. Du Ruashi. I'll give you 800,000 for this gold-level two-handed sword. Duan Liar. Why only 800,000? Your father is a senior manager of the professional exchange. He wouldn't even know the market price, right? At least 1 million. I gave him 800,000 when I bought you a level 6 silver dagger. Du Ruashi. Duan Liar, a level 6 silver dagger is worth 800,000. How stupid do you have to be? Is it really okay for you to lick it like this? Li Ran. Brother Luo, there is nothing I can use. Duan Liar. Little brother, I want golden leggings. Soon, the transaction application from Du Ruashi and Duan Liar came over. Name, Victory Sword. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, Level 15. Strength, plus 360. Speed, plus 4. Skill, Four-sided sword. Four-sided sword blade. After casting, you can condense sword energy and cause area damage to surrounding targets. Skill cooldown time is 60 seconds. Name, Barbarian King Leggings. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, Level 15. Strength, plus 200. Magic resistance, plus 120. Physical resistance, plus 150. Skills, Skill Amplification. Skill Amplification, Passive Skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 3. After completing the transaction, Luo Chen closed the friend list and looked at the necklace in his hand. A diamond-grade necklace. Not bad. Not bad. The properties are just right for me. Name, Stranger Necklace. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, Level 16. Spirit, plus 260. Casting speed, plus 3. Skills, Substitute Straw, Skill Amplification. Standard Straw. After casting, you can summon a stand-in to replace the main body, and the main body will enter forced invisibility for 3 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 30 minutes. Skill Amplification, Passive Skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 8. Although both are skill enhancements, the damage effect of the Stranger's Necklace is 8, while the damage enhancement of the Barbarian King's Leggings is only 3. Obviously, this skill is linked to the grade of the equipment. Stand-in Straw, another life-saving skill. Luo Chen grinned, then changed into the weird necklace, and the original wisdom necklace was discarded. After doing all this, Luo Chen flipped his palm, and a gorgeous soul bone emitting purple light appeared in front of him. It's the devil's purple wings. Fusion. The next second, the demon's purple wings turned into a purple torrent and poured into his back. According to the introduction of demon purple wings, Luo Chen can obtain flying skills after the fusion. But actually, it's not just that. Hint. The host has successfully fused the external soul bone demon purple wings, and all attributes are permanently increased by 10, while inheriting the skills of the demon purple wings. A prompt sounded, and Luo Chen felt a powerful force surging into his body, filling his limbs and bones. He quickly opened the character attributes and took a look. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 17. Experience, 13. Strength, 295, plus 20. Agility, 218, plus 20. Spirit, 2100, plus 20. Magic resistance, 1590, plus 20. Physical resistance, 690, plus 20. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. External Soul Bone, Devil Purple Wings. Equipment. The exclusive equipment, the Skeleton King Medal, provides him with a 10 attribute increase. Now with the fusion of the Demon Purple Wings, it has been increased by another 10. This made Luo Chen overjoyed. As expected of an external soul bone, it's really awesome. He stood up slowly, and 2 purple rays of light instantly rushed out from his back, and then turned into a pair of gorgeous purple light wings. With this pair of wings, he will have air superiority. It will be difficult for melee professionals to cause harm to him, and it will be safer to kill monsters in the wild. After a long time, Luo Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before he could have breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Who's coming to see me so early? Luo Chen was confused. Before he could ask, someone outside spoke. Luo Chen, open the door. I am Shen Tianhe, and I have brought an important person to see you. Big shot. Who? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then hurried forward and opened the door. Shen Tianhe laughed loudly. Boy, let me introduce you. This is the chief examiner of our Lu province's major exam this year, Lord Lu Zhengjiang. You should have seen him in the examination room, right? Next to Shen Tianhe was an old man in a white robe. It was Lu Zhengjiang. Because the distance was too far in the square before, although Luo Chen had seen Lu Zhengjiang, he could not see his appearance clearly. At this close contact, I don't know whether Lu Zhengjiang did it intentionally or unintentionally, but a terrifying aura instantly emanated from his body. He clearly looked like a kind old man, but the sharpness between his brows gave people a chilling feeling, and even made Luo Chen feel that he might die at any time. Frightened, Luo Chen subconsciously summoned out a dozen 100-year-old soul beasts. No matter what, having soul beasts around him always made him feel more at ease. After doing all this, Luo Chen bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Mr. Examiner. Why did Principal Shun and the examiner come to see me so early in the morning? Chapter 59, just leaving like that? No way. At this moment, Luo Chen's expression seemed calm, but deep in his heart there were turbulent waves. He always believed that he held the chain of life in his hand and had more than 10,000 soul beasts. As long as all the soul beasts were alive, his life would not be in danger. However, the condition for triggering the life chain is to summon the soul beast first. But once he encounters someone with tyrannical strength, if the opponent is intentional, he might be able to launch a sneak attack before he can summon his soul beast and kill him with one blow. There was a gleam in Luo Chen's eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a confident smile appeared on his lips again. After the explosive troop system was implemented, I was a little too reckless. A situation like today must never happen again. Lu Zhengjiang looked Luo Chen up and down, his aura restrained, and he turned into a kind, old man again. He smiled slightly. I am not an enemy. There is no need to be so radical. Luo Chen bowed. Sorry, examiner. Although he said this, he had no intention of taking the soul beast back. Lu Zhengjiang was not angry at Luo Chen's extreme behavior, but rather somewhat happy. The world is full of dangers, and you need to stay vigilant at all times to survive. At this time, Luo Chen spoke again. Mr. Examiner, I have not thanked you in person for the evaluation points you gave me. Judging from his scores in the practical examination, there must be many invigilators who gave him the points they controlled, and among them must be the chief examiner. No need to thank me. Lu Zhengjiang smiled and said, I came to your house today because I want to talk to you about your intention to apply for university. While he was speaking, Luo Chen had already invited Shen Tianhe and Lu Zhengjiang into the room. The door is closed. Those 100-year-old soul beasts were quietly guarding outside the door. Lu Zhengjiang took the tea handed over by Luo Chen and said, I have checked your information. Your parents passed away, and the only relatives left are an aunt and a cousin. Am I right? Luo Chen nodded. They moved to Kyoto, and my cousin is at Kyoto University. Lu Zhengjiang smiled slightly and did not dwell on this issue. He flipped his palm and took out a form. The list is filled with the names of various universities, with the words Kyoto University prominently listed at the top of the list. If you are sure you want to apply to Kyoto University, then fill out this form. Lu Zhengjiang said. After filling it out, you can register at Kyoto University. As the national top scorer, you will also receive 50,000 college points and 2 top-level general skills. I originally wanted to prepare a professional skill book for you, but unfortunately no one has ever seen a Soul Beast Summoner skill book, so I had to use 2 general skill books instead. When the reward level is reported, it will be delivered to you. 50,000 college points, 2 top-level general skill books. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The points obtained in the final exam represent a candidate's performance. Academy points, however, are the hard currency in the academy and can be exchanged for training materials, equipment, and even books, etc. They are more powerful than dragon coins. 50,000 college points. Some students may not be able to get so many points even if they work hard to accumulate them for 4 years in college. As for general skill books, ordinary general skill books are easy to get, such as ordinary detection skills. But the top-level ones are precious. After receiving the application form, Luo Chen applied to Kyoto University without hesitation. He was originally going to Shenyang High School to fill out his application, but he didn't expect that Dean Shun and the chief examiner would directly take the application form to him, which saved him a lot of time. After putting away the application form handed over by Luo Chen, Lu Zhengjiang looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After struggling for a few seconds, he couldn't help but ask, "This question is a bit presumptuous, but I still want to know. How many soul beasts can you summon?" Luo Chen did not hide this matter. "But you can't find out his information for nothing. You have to pay some price." Luo Chen said, "I can summon more than 10,000 of them, but their attack and defense attributes are not high." As he spoke, he casually waved his hand and summoned a 100-year-old wind wolf and a 10-year-old wind baboon. Then the basic attributes of the two soul beasts were displayed. At this time, Lu Zhengjiang and Shun Tianhe were still in a daze. After hearing the number Luo Chen summoned, they were completely stunned and did not even bother to check the attributes of the two soul beasts for a while. You can summon more than 10,000 soul beasts." Lu Zhengjiang woke up in shock and asked, "How could this happen? Hidden professions are powerful, but such a perverted hidden profession has never appeared in human history. More than 10,000 of them. One man is an army." Luo Chen stood quietly by the side without interrupting. It was not until a long time later that Lu Zhengjiang and the other man recovered from their shock. They did not doubt Luo Chen's words. More than 10,000 was probably an underestimation. Lu Zhengjiang reminded, "Luo Chen, you must work hard to strengthen your mental power. Summoning consumes a lot of mental power. Although your soul beast limit is terrifying, if you want to fill the number of more than 10,000 soul beasts, it will probably take a long time." Consume mental energy? My soul beast summoning technique does not require mental energy at all. However, Luo Chen did not say this, but just replied, "Thank you for the reminder, examiner." Lu Zhengjiang nodded slightly. He came here today not only to help Luo Chen fill out his application form, but also for another very important thing. Besides you, Duan Lier and Du Ruashi also had other examiners visit you. The three of you applied to Kyoto University. In addition to applying to Kyoto University, I have one more thing to explain. Lu Zhengjiang said, "Kyoto University has organized a hidden dungeon exploration and decided to select 3 freshmen to participate. You, Duan Lier, and Du Ruashi are just the right people. What do you think? Hidden copy?" Luo Chen instantly thought of the teleportation stone of the Thousand Winds Temple. "I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to participate in the college's dungeon activities before I officially enrolled. I must participate." But before answering, Luo Chen couldn't help but ask, "What is the hidden copy?" Lu Zhengjiang shook his head. "If you decide to participate, someone will naturally share the copy information with you in advance. If you refuse to participate, there is no point in asking more questions. It seems that this copy is not ordinary." Luo Chen pondered for a few seconds. "I agree to participate." Lu Zhengjiang nodded with satisfaction, and after looking at Shen Tianhe, they both stood up at the same time. "In that case, we 2 old guys will leave first. You have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will come to pick you 3 up to report to Kyoto University." Having said that, Lu Zhengjiang walked towards the door. But as soon as he pushed open the door, Luo Chen stepped forward and blocked their way. "Examiner, could you please do me a small favor?" Luo Chen chuckled. "Let's go to a deserted place in the suburbs, and you can let me see the group attack skills of the Great Wizard. To be honest, before the job transfer ceremony, I dreamed of becoming a wizard, and I want to be as powerful as you in the future. Unfortunately, fate has no control over me. I was unlucky enough to be transferred to a soul beast summoner in the end. Can you satisfy the student and let him see the methods of a top magician?" Chapter 60, I will take advantage of him from now on. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Lu Zhengjiang was stunned. "Want to change your job to a mage? From the way you sound, it seems like you're wronged by becoming a soul beast summoner." He couldn't help but complain in his heart, but the admiration in Luo Chen's words still made Lu Zhengjiang feel comfortable all over. "Haha, okay." Lu Zhengjiang laughed. "I am happy today, so I will fulfill your wish and let you see. Luo Chen, I am very optimistic about you. If someone else made this request, I would ignore him. It has been many years since Lu Province produced a national top scholar, and he won the title with such a terrifying score. So Lu Zhengjiang likes Luo Chen from the bottom of his heart, and this small request must be met. He just thought it was Luo Chen's admiration for the mage profession and didn't think too deeply about it. If he knew that Luo Chen just wanted to use his hand to increase the number of soul beast deaths, I don't know if he would get angry. Seeing that Lu Zhengjiang agreed, Luo Chen was overjoyed. Thank you, Examiner. In the future, I must build a good relationship with this great wizard. It would be best if we could become close friends regardless of age difference. With his help, all the tasks of massing troops can be completed easily in the future, and I no longer have to look for monsters to kill everywhere. In the suburbs, on a deserted wasteland, Lu Zhengjiang looked at the densely packed soul beasts in front of him in confusion. Looking around, there are more than 10,000 of them. What's going on? Didn't he want to see the great wizard's skills? Why did he summon so many soul beasts? And there are more than 10,000 of them. How long did it take him to save them? Lu Zhengjiang asked doubtfully. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Luo Chen, Master Examiner. If you use the skill on an open ground, there will be no effect. Just throw it directly into my group of soul beasts. It would be best if you can kill all my soul beasts at once. At the side, Shen Tianhe said angrily. This is ridiculous. Luo Chen, there are more than 10,000 soul beasts. How much mental energy did you consume? How much time did you waste to summon them? Just waste them like this. Lu Zhengjiang also said, just take a look at my skills. There is no need to waste your soul beast. Seeing that the two old men disagreed, Luo Chen had no choice but to tell them that the soul beast summoning technique did not consume mental energy. This in itself is nothing to hide. Moreover, in Luo Chen's view, the stronger he appears, the more resources he will obtain in the future, and the more attention he will receive from the country. Not consuming mental energy? Lu Zhengjiang opened his mouth wide. He was well-informed and well-read, but he had never heard of summoning techniques that did not consume mental energy. It does not consume any mental energy, and the upper limit of the summoned beast is still so terrifying. If this were thrown onto the battlefield, it would not be as simple as one man forming an army. It would be a killing machine that could produce unlimited soldiers. In that case, I will do as you wish. If I kill them all, don't cry. As he spoke, he raised the staff in his hand. Judging from the light emanating from the staff, it is obviously not an ordinary item. At this time, Lu Zhengjiang's aura was undergoing earth-shaking changes, and violent fire elements were gathering from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, a ray of hot light burst out from the staff. Boom! Above the void, clouds rolled. The flames from all over the sky gathered there, and then turned into rain of fire and fell down. Meteor shower. Lu Zhengjiang uttered 4 words. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the whole world seemed to be set on fire. The sky was covered with a rain of fire, and the area within a radius of several hundred meters was completely encompassed. Such a huge shock attracted the attention of countless people. No matter whether they were people in the broken city or professionals training in the suburbs, they all raised their heads and stared into the void with wide eyes. Is that a meteor shower? Such a terrifying skill range. Who is this boss? Boom, boom. On the ground, the soul beasts stood there in a daze. Faced with the oncoming rain of fire, they had no intention of dodging and allowed the flames to engulf them. Luo Chen widened his eyes, looking at the soul beasts burned to death by the rain of fire, and could not help but shivering. Oh my god, is this the power of the great wizard? Such a terrifying skill can definitely kill all my soul beasts in a short period of time. I'm afraid the life chain can't save my life. Luo Chen made up his mind that he must solve this problem once and for all after today. Nothing is more important than life. If you lose your life, everything is gone. The prerequisite for growth is to save your life first. There were waves of wailing sounds. In just a short moment, more than half of the 10,000 soul beasts died. This was because Lu Zhengjiang did not exert his full strength, otherwise all these soul beasts would have died. The flames dissipated, and more than 2,000 soul beasts were scattered across the wasteland. Luo Chen blinked. Mr. Examiner, how about you wait for me for a while? I will fill up the number of soul beasts, and then you can have another shot. Lu Zhengjiang's forehead was filled with black lines. You naughty boy. That's it for today. I will come to pick you up in 3 days. Principal Shun, I will take my leave now. As he spoke, he took out a teleportation stone. Accompanied by a ray of light, Lu Zhengjiang's figure disappeared. This made Luo Chen a little disappointed. He was walking too fast. Couldn't he give me another wave? Luo Chen muttered. Forget it. There's still a long way to go. I'll get another chance to fleece him later. Shen Tianhe, what did you say? Sheep pulling. Luo Chen laughed dryly and said quickly. It's okay, it's okay. Principal, I will go back to Broken City later. Since we are already in the suburbs, I just want to go and gain some experience. How about you go back first? Shun Tianhe nodded. Be careful outside. Luo Chen, yes. After saying that, Shun Tianhe also took out a teleportation stone. Good stuff. Luo Chen exclaimed. After I report to Kyoto University, I will also have to find a way to get a teleportation stone. It is really too convenient, but the lead time is a bit long, and I have to be careful of being attacked when using the teleportation stone. At this time, the remaining soul beasts had returned to his side. With a wave of his hand, Luo Chen collected most of the soul beasts into the summoning space, leaving only 200 outside. Just now, Lu Xingjiang killed more than 10,000 of his soul beasts with a meteor shower, which made him truly realize the horror of top professionals. With this skill, my Wind Wolf and Mandrake Snake have completed half of their mission to increase their troops. It won't be long before we can summon a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth and checked the equipment skills of the artifact, Hell's Sacrifice Belt. Then he turned and headed towards a more remote place. Chapter 61. Please call me the Skeleton High Priest. Soon, Luo Chen came to an uninhabited grove of trees. If it goes as I expected, then I can be truly immortal, Luo Chen thought in his heart. Then he raised the staff in his hand, and a layer of strange blood-red mist suddenly emerged, covering his body. The fog exudes the smell of corrosion and death, as if it came from the abyss of hell. The next second, the sound of bones rubbing against each other suddenly came from the fog. Bite. Tip. Transform into a skeleton high priest. Increase all attributes by 10. Last for 6 hours. Cool down for 12 hours. Tip. The exclusive skill of the Hell Priest belt is triggered. All soul beasts are automatically converted into skeleton crypt dungeon monsters. After the conversion, the attributes and skills of the soul beasts remain unchanged. Tip. Triggered by the Lord of the Skeleton Crypt. While maintaining the state of Skeleton High Priest, you can freely enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon, open up your own dungeon, and become the ultimate boss of the exclusive dungeon. During this period, you can gain upgrade experience by killing professionals. As the prompt appeared, Luo Chen activated the Lord of the Skeleton Crypt without hesitation. Boom. A layer of dark light suddenly burst out from under his feet, and mysterious runes fell from the sky, forming a gloomy teleportation array under him in the blink of an eye. The light surges. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Chen's figure disappeared. His soul beast also disappeared with him. Deep in the eerie crypt of bones, the ruined palace was extremely quiet. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared, and a skeleton high priest wearing a tattered robe and holding a scepter appeared on the throne. Immediately afterwards, there were rays of light, and one by one, skeleton elites appeared in the palace. Tip. The exclusive copy has been created. The current copy level is ordinary. After resisting professional players' clearance 10 times, it can be upgraded to difficult level. This body looks horrible. There is not a single piece of good flesh on it. Luo Chen looked at his body. It was shriveled, with dry skin hanging on the gray bones, just like a pair of dry bones that had been sleeping for tens of millions of years. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and he lifted up his tattered gown and took a look underneath. Damn it! Is this shrinkage too severe? The dragon turned into an earthworm, the winter melon turned into beans, and Sun Wukong's golden cudgel turned into Rome Mama's small steel needle? What if I need to pee after shrinking like this? Luo Chen muttered something, but after thinking about it carefully, he could understand that in the state of skeleton high priest, he could not urinate at all, nor could he export granular organic matter. If you want to do these, you can only restore your human form first. But that's not the point. The reason why Luo Chen transformed into the skeleton high priest and ran into the copy was for only one purpose, which was to hide some of his soul beasts in the copy. When the summoner controls the summoned beast, there will be a certain distance limit. Once the summoned beast is too far away from the master, the summoning space will be forcibly taken back. Luo Chen is also suffering from the same trouble at present. When he was training by killing monsters in the suburbs, he had tried it. When the soul beast was more than 2 kilometers away from him, he would lose control and forcibly take back the space. Otherwise, he could simply scatter the soul beasts throughout Dragon Country and hide a few where no one could find them. This limit will change with the level of the soul beast summoning technique. This instance is my territory now. I hid the soul beast in this instance. When I leave, the soul beast shouldn't be taken back by force, right? Luo Chen was guessing in his heart. His eyes looked at a group of soul beasts in the distance, and with a wave of his hand, he took back most of the soul beasts, leaving only 20 in the palace. But after a slight hesitation, he became somewhat worried. So he summoned out again the soul beast that he had just retrieved. The current dungeon is only of the normal level. Put more soul beasts in it. If a professional team breaks in, they won't be defeated. Luo Chen chuckled. The maximum entry level for the skeleton crypt is level 15, and the maximum number of party members is 5. In this case, any team that breaks into Luo Chen's exclusive copy will not be able to match these 200 soul beasts. After doing all this, Luo Chen prepared to leave. But at this moment, a prompt appeared. Bite. Tip. A professional team has entered the dungeon through a formation. Please be careful. Tip. The dungeon monsters will automatically refresh. You can control the monsters to defend against the professionals. The 2 consecutive reminders made Luo Chen look surprised. A professional team is coming in so soon? Boom. In front of the palace, rays of light flashed, and ordinary skeleton monsters appeared one after another. Name: Corpse Monster, Normal. Level: 13. HP: 2500. Strength: 110. Agility: 20. Spirit: 0. Magic Resistance: 40. Physical Resistance: 40. Skills: none. The attributes of the monsters in the normal level dungeon are so low that it is unbearable to look at them. Since I'm here, I'll play with you guys first. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth, stood up from the throne, and walked out of the palace. At this time, at the entrance of the exclusive copy, a team of 5 professionals stood there nervously. The professional configuration of these 5 people is quite comprehensive, including a mage, a shield warrior, an assassin, a priest, and a shooter. The levels are all around level 13. Brothers, we were too reckless just now. We foolishly barged into a difficult dungeon. We were almost wiped out in there. Fortunately, we ran fast. Let's level up in the normal dungeon first, and then go to the difficult level when our strength improves a bit. For us, ordinary level dungeons must be easily accessible. Walk. Several people looked at each other, with confident expressions on their faces. They had just been frustrated in a difficult level dungeon, and were ready to vent their frustration on the monsters in a normal level dungeon. Roar. Several monsters appeared in front. Their eyes lit up, and the shield warrior rushed forward instantly, hitting a corrosive monster directly with the shield in his hand. Boom. With a loud bang, the monster fell into a dizzy state. Then, a fireball and an arrow appeared at the same time, hitting the monster hard and killing it directly. Happy. The shield warrior laughed and swung his shield towards another monster. Soon, the monsters in front were cleared out by them. But at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came, and a group of hundreds of monsters rushed out from the corner. Roar. The soul fire flickered in the eye sockets of those skeleton monsters, and they pounced towards them with their fangs and claws bared. Fuck! What's going on? So many monsters suddenly appeared. Look behind us. There are level 16 skeleton elites. Aren't these too many? There are at least 200 skeleton elites. The 5 people widened their eyes in horror. And when they saw the figure at the back of the group of monsters, they were even more confused. What the hell? The skeleton high priest. Why did it come here instead of staying in the palace at the deepest part of the copy? Chapter 62. Only when all enemies are dead can we feel relieved. Luo Chen ran over with a group of soul beasts and the monsters that refreshed automatically in the copy. However, his original intention was not to destroy the team of 5 people, but just to scare them and make them voluntarily exit the copy. Although you can gain experience by killing professionals in the dungeon, does Luo Chen lack that? Foolish human, how dare you trespass into my territory? Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Luo Chen waved the scepter in his hand and said coldly, Charge. Roar. Following his order, the 200 soul beasts transformed into skeleton elites sped up, leaving behind those ordinary copy monsters, and rushed directly towards the 5 professionals. Run. Fuck. The skeleton high priest spoke. Damn it. Run away. The 5 people woke up in shock, and without saying a word, they forced themselves out of the copy. After a few rays of light, the 5 figures disappeared. Beat. How to play. Although it was an ordinary level copy, so many monsters appeared at the same time and could tear them to pieces in an instant. They have fought their way through 3 normal level dungeons, but this is the first time a situation like today has occurred. Outside world, copy exit magic circle. The light flickered, and several figures ran out in a panic. The 5 of them looked pale, their eyes filled with fear. What on earth happened just now? I was scared to death. Damn it. I almost lost my life in there. Did we choose the wrong difficulty? That shouldn't be the case, right? When we first entered the dungeon, we killed a few monsters. The detection spell showed that they were just ordinary monsters. Several people looked at each other, unable to figure it out. Soon, their discussions reached the ears of other teams. What? Something unexpected happened in the dungeon. The skeleton high priest ran out of the palace and blocked the front of the skeleton crypt with a group of monsters. Damn, are you just bragging? No one would believe this. I just cleared a normal level dungeon. I can guarantee that those shabi are lying. Let's go to the normal level again. Driven by curiosity, some professionals who had just completed the dungeon walked towards the entrance formation of the dungeon again. The magic circle was shining, and professional teams chose ordinary level copies to teleport into. An exclusive copy. After those 5 professionals escaped, Luo Chen received a prompt. Bite. Tip. If you successfully resist an attack by a professional team and continue to complete 9 tasks, you can upgrade the dungeon level to the difficult level. Tip. There is no professional player entering the dungeon at the moment, so the dungeon monsters disappear. After a new professional player challenges, the dungeon monsters will reappear. Following the prompt sound, all the monsters that had previously refreshed disappeared. Only Luo Chen and his group of soul beasts were left. But at this moment, the prompt of professional intrusion appeared again. The 5-member team just left, and a new team of professionals broke in? Isn't this frequency too fast? Luo Chen muttered to himself. At this time, the voices of several people were heard in the distance. Because the corner of the cave blocked the view, the professionals who had just broken in had not yet noticed the existence of Luo Chen and the soul beast. Those few shabi are just exaggerating to attract attention. The skeleton crypt has existed for so many years, and nothing has ever happened. By the way, have you heard about the young president's matter? Nonsense. The young president died in the trial copy of the big exam. How could we not have heard of such a big thing? Through this method, the president found some students who participated in the trial dungeon at that time, and a few of them actually witnessed the tragic death of the young president. Guess what? The young president was killed by a monster's self-explosion. Several candidate teams saw it. But our president doesn't believe it. He has always believed that someone deliberately killed the young president. Luo Chen is the biggest suspect. Several people walked forward slowly, killing the monsters in front of them one by one. The cooperation between these people is quite good, and the monsters in ordinary dungeons can't threaten them at all. Boom. With a wail, another small monster was killed on the spot, and a bronze-grade wristband dropped. That Luo Chen is pretty awesome. He's from Duanqing Xingyang High School, and I heard he's an orphan. Damn it, God is really blind. He actually let him change his job to the only hidden job. In my opinion, his weakness is very obvious. As long as you can get close to him and sneak attack, you can easily kill him. Summoners have thin skin and low defense, so a powerful assassin can kill him with just one strike. The other companions agreed with this statement. The summoned beasts are powerful, and there are many of them, but so what? Once an assassin approaches you in stealth, he can kill you in a second. If I were the president, I wouldn't care if Luo Chen was the murderer or not. I would rather kill him by mistake than let him go. Luo Chen is the top scorer in the Dragon Country College entrance examination. It's not easy to kill him. A surprise attack, sending assassins, what's so difficult about that? A few people were talking while killing monsters, and soon they reached the corner ahead. But the moment they turned the corner, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? The skeleton high priest is ambushing here with hundreds of monsters? Am I dreaming? Before they woke up, suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook slightly, and 5 poisonous vines broke through the soil and instantly wrapped around their bodies. No, run away. What those guys said is true, run. The 5 people were horrified, but it was too late to forcibly exit the copy. The poison ivy tightened suddenly. Just this one blow cost them their lives. After a few screams, 5 people died on the spot. You are the ones who are looking for death. You can't blame me. Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and he walked forward and picked up the things they had exploded. These guys are all from the Shengshi dynasty, and their words were full of insults to him. With Luo Chen's personality, how could he let them leave? The president of Shengshi dynasty really suspected me. Luo Chen touched his chin. When he killed Chu Jingfeng, his operation was flawless, and there were so many candidates present to testify. No matter what, Chu Jingfeng died in the self-explosion of the orc priest. But the words of these professionals still made Luo Chen alert. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. If Chu Daong from Shengshi Huangchao really does this, he will probably send assassins to cause trouble for him. As expected, we can only feel at ease if all enemies are wiped out. Luo Chen's mouth curled up, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 63, I am Luo Chen's full-time bootlicker. Are you dissatisfied? After dealing with these 5 professionals, the prompt appeared again. After successfully resisting the professional's clearance for 2 times, you only need to resist 8 more times to upgrade this exclusive copy to the difficult level. Luo Chen did not leave in a hurry, but stayed in the copy temporarily and began to perform soul beast summoning techniques continuously. Most of his soul beasts were killed by Lu Zhengjiang. Luo Chen planned to fill up the summoning space first. 15,000 soul beasts must be in order. Hint: The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Nether Wolf. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 100-year soul beast wolf thief. Prompts kept flashing by. Luo Chen said to himself, it would be great if soul beasts could attack and kill each other. In the distance, the soul beasts that had just been summoned turned their heads and looked at Luo Chen. They clearly didn't speak, and because they were in the form of skeleton monsters, no expressions could be seen. But for some reason, Luo Chen inexplicably felt a sense of resentment. Master, are you polite? Is it polite? Looks? Fuck, there's an echo in my head. Luo Chen shook his head. Don't blame me. Blame the explosive soldier system. It was the system that told me to do this. When you become ghosts after you die, just go find it. By the way, it has been a long time since a new species of soul beast appeared. Time passes by little. 15,000 soul beasts were finally fully equipped. During this period, no new challenge teams broke into Luo Chen's exclusive copy, which made Luo Chen feel a little bored. Luo Chen had no intention of staying here any longer. There is a group of soul beasts guarding there. Not to mention a small team of 5. Even if 50 people come in together, they will have to flee in panic. If a soul beast really dies at the hands of a professional, Luo Chen will receive a system prompt immediately, and it will be in time for him to transform into the skeleton high priest and return to the copy to save the situation. After a flash of light, Luo Chen's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had returned to the same jungle. His body had returned to human form, and he had lost the transformation of the skeleton high priest. After standing still, Luo Chen quickly opened the summoning space to take a look. Summoning space 14800/15,000. This means that the 200 soul beasts remaining in the copy were not forcibly taken back into the space. Luo Chen was still a little worried, so he used the soul beast summoning technique again. Bite. Reminder: your soul beast summoning skill is at level 2, and the upper limit is 15,000. You have reached the upper limit now. Cool. Luo Chen laughed. Just as I expected, the 200 soul beasts really stayed in the copy. I can finally have fun without any worries from now on. I just want to ask, who the hell can kill me? For the next 2 days, Luo Chen continued to train outside Duanqing. The level was also successfully upgraded to level 18. The friend bar flashes. Duan Liar. Little brother, we will go to Kyoto University to register tomorrow. I heard that the chief examiner of Lu province will personally escort us. I will go directly to your house in the morning and wait for the chief examiner at your house. Du Ruashi. I'll pack all my things tonight and go to your place early. The 3 of us will be together so as not to waste the examiner's time. Of course, Luo Chen had no objection to this. But his house was too small and had not been cleaned for a long time, so it was very messy and not suitable for girls to come in. Of course, Luo Chen doesn't care about this. Nor would he take the time to clean the house just because of the arrival of Duan Liar and Du Ruashi. Just pick up the panties and the crumpled toilet paper in the trash can, and nothing else matters. The next morning, Luo Chen finished washing up. Then he took the garbage bag and went out of the house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Duan Liar standing outside. Why are you here so early? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, obviously a little surprised. Surprise, brother, I bought you breakfast. Surprise, right? Duan Liar smiled brightly, her eyes scanning back and forth over Luo Chen. No way. Why are you dressed so neatly so early in the morning? Aren't boys always shirtless when they wake up in the morning? Even if he wasn't shirtless, he could just wear pajamas. Why did he have to dress so neatly? Subconsciously, Duan Liar shifted her gaze downwards, her face inexplicably reddening. Oh my, the rumors are true. When the boy just woke up, it was really a surprise. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Hey, what are you thinking about? Come in and sit down. Duan Liar saw the garbage bag in Luo Chen's hand and said quickly, I'll help you throw away the garbage first. After saying that, without waiting for Luo Chen to speak, he handed the breakfast in his hand to Luo Chen, then snatched the garbage bag from Luo Chen, turned around, and ran out of the corridor. Luo Chen blinked and said to himself hesitantly, Why don't we wait until Du Ruashi comes before letting Duan Liar into my room? I feel very dangerous for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. Outside, Duan Liar was holding a garbage bag. Subconsciously, she looked down and noticed a few white paper balls in the garbage bag. This can't be it. Duan Liar opened her eyes wide, covered her mouth with one hand, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Sure enough, my little brother needs me. She quickly threw away the garbage and turned back. In the room, breakfast was already placed on the table. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, 2 boiled eggs, and some side dishes. But this breakfast that looked so warm made Luo Chen feel nervous while eating it. Little brother, Are you done eating? Let me wipe your mouth. Duan Liar came closer, took out a wet wipe, and wiped the corner of Luo Chen's mouth attentively. Oh, it's so boring to sit here like an idiot. Little brother, Du Ruashi should be here for a while. How about we do something else? Little brother, your house is so hot. Are you hot? How about I help you unbutton your collar? As she spoke, her hand reached out. Luo Chen drooped his dead fish eyes and looked at her speechlessly. What the hell? This crazy woman is determined to sleep with me. If you don't stop, I'm going to start shooting. Chang Yindong, I want to let you know how to pronounce these 4 words. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then, Du Ruashi's voice appeared. Excuse me, is this Luo Chen's home? No. Duan Liar rolled her eyes and said angrily, You've come to the wrong place. Du Ruashi. Duan Liar, is that you? I recognize your voice. You licker. Are you licking Luo Chen again? Hearing this, Duan Liar became even angrier. Damn it. Why did you come at this time instead of earlier or later? If you were half an hour later, I might have taken your little brother. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Duan Liar angrily said, I am willing. Luo Chen is my little brother. I can lick him however I want. Chapter 64, Kyoto University. A moment later, Du Ruashi was welcomed in, much to Duan Liar's reluctance. Du Ruashi clearly felt that Duan Liar was in a bad mood. Sorry, I won't disturb you, right? Luo Chen smiled and said, You came just in time. Duan Liar, humph. Du Ruashi shrugged, not paying attention to Duan Liar's mood. After we arrive at Kyoto University, we will be classmates. Please take care of me in the future. Duan Liar, humph humph. Du Ruashi. I have been busy these past 2 days. I have been training in the suburbs, and my level has been raised to level 15. By the way, Luo Chen, did the examiner mention the hidden dungeon to you? Duan Liar, humph, humph, humph. Du Ruashi. Are you done yet? If you humph again, I'll pull out my sword and shove it in your mouth. Duan Liar was excited. Hey, I really don't believe it. I'm also level 15, and I'm also a rare profession. Who's afraid of who? Believe it or not, I can cut your butt with a knife and cut off your hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoid? Du Ruashi's face flushed red. This was the first time she was so angry. You have hemorrhoids. Do you know why you changed your job to become an assassin? Duan Liar was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, Why? Du Ruashi sneered. Stand up straight. What do you see first when you look down? Your figure is simply the best configuration for an assassin, and the wind resistance is small when you run. This directly hit Duan Liar's sore spot. Seeing the instep, what's wrong? I just developed late. Wait a few years and I'll swing it up and smash the can, believe it or not. Du Ruashi. You're his hyperplasia. Duan Liar cried. You are the one who is hyperplastic. Woohoo, little brother, help me. She is bullying me. On the side, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Duan Liar is the eldest daughter of the Duan family and the only child. She has been spoiled since childhood, and everyone in the family treats her like the apple of their eye. To put it bluntly, he is used to being spoiled. I don't know if I've ever lost a fight, but I've definitely never lost an argument. Among her peers, only Luo Chen can control her. But now Du Ruashi showed up, and after a few words, Duan Liar couldn't gain any advantage at all. Okay, stop messing around. Luo Chen smiled and said, Ruashi, sit down and rest for a while. The examiner should be here soon. Don't let the examiner laugh at you. Duan Liar, humph. Du Ruashi, humph. In the room, Duan Liar and Du Ruashi stared at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely weird. Fortunately, the examiner Lu Zhengjiang did not make them wait for long. When Lu Zhengjiang saw that Duan Liar and the other two were here with Luo Chen, he did not show any surprise. Obviously, he had received the news in advance. Is everything packed? Let's go. As Lu Zhengjiang spoke, he took out a scroll. The scroll was unfolded, and a magic circle flew out from it, then formed a teleportation formation in front of everyone. Unlike the teleportation stone that can be used by a single person, this teleportation formation can be used by multiple people at the same time. Let's go. As Lu Zhengjiang spoke, he took the lead and stepped into the formation. Little brother, can you hold my hand? This is my first time riding a teleportation array. I'm scared. Duan Liar's face turned slightly red, and she didn't care whether Luo Chen agreed or not. She just grabbed Luo Chen's hand. Not only did they grab each other, they also interlocked their fingers. Seeing this scene, Du Ruashi on the side rolled her eyes. Licking is everywhere. After holding hands, Duan Liar was in a good mood and did not refute after hearing Du Ruashi's words. At this time, the door of the house was locked. After a flash of light, the three figures disappeared. The teleportation array on the ground also dissipated. The Dragon Kingdom has a vast territory and is one of the largest countries in the human world. Kyoto, as the capital, is the symbol of the Dragon Kingdom. It is also one of the most prosperous and richest cities in Dragon Country. The number of cities in Dragon Country that can be compared with Kyoto can be counted on one hand. There was a flash of light, and the transmission lasted for a very short time. After a flash of light, Luo Chen and the other two appeared in an unfamiliar city. As soon as he stood still, Luo Chen felt dizzy. Duan Lier and Du Ruashi looked pale, and their chests heaved violently, as if they couldn't breathe. This is the after effect of long-distance teleportation, especially for those like them who have never been teleported and are of a relatively low level. The after effect is more obvious. After more than 10 seconds, the three of them felt better. Duan Lier patted her chest and stuck out her tongue. Huh. I almost vomited. Du Ruashi. Just talk. Can you please stop sticking out your tongue? Miss Lier, you are more suitable for the queen character. The cute character really doesn't suit you. Queen? Duan Lier's eyes lit up, as if these words had opened a new door for her. The little brother has been ignoring me. Could it be that he doesn't like my type? Not far away, the examiner Lu Zhengjiang stood there. Only after the three of them had completely calmed down did he nod with satisfaction. You three are all very good. If it were any other children, I'm afraid they would have fainted. Especially Luo Chen, you only need to teleport a few more times, and you should be able to fully adapt. Come with me. As he spoke, he waved his hand and led the three of them towards a towering gate in the distance. The gate is magnificent and majestic, tens of meters high and wide enough for dozens of carriages to drive in side by side. In his entire life, Luo Chen had never seen such a majestic gate. Is this the main gate of Kyoto University? It's bigger than the gate of Broken City. Duan Lier widened her eyes and let out a soft cry. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and looked up at the golden plaque with Kyoto University above the gate. At this moment, he inexplicably felt his own insignificance. Lu Zhengjiang smiled slightly. Kyoto University is the top university in Dragon Country and a holy place for professionals. Since it is a holy place, of course it must look like a holy place. Don't think that this school gate is just for show. There is a powerful formation carved on the gate. When facing a strong enemy, it will burst out with extremely terrifying power. Is it that awesome? Carve the formation on the gate. It seems that the gates of Broken City don't have this configuration. Lu Zhengjiang patted Luo Chen on the shoulder and said, From today on, you are students of Kyoto University. You still have a long way to go. Let's go. I'll take you inside for a tour. Today, I have time, so I will take you three little guys for a good stroll. Having said that, he took the three people forward to verify their identities and then walked into the gate. It was almost noon, time for students to have lunch. But to Luo Chen's surprise, Kyoto University was very quiet. Only a few figures could be seen walking on the spacious avenue. Is it a surprise? Lu Zhengjiang said slowly. For students of Kyoto University, every minute and every second is very precious. After lunch, most students will go to the training ground for skill training, and few people will hang out on the street. Chapter 65 Skill Stacking. For professionals, skill proficiency is very important. Only by continuously improving proficiency can you improve your skill level. The skill level affects the skill power, attack range, etc. to a certain extent. According to Luo Chen's guess, the meteor shower that Lu Zhengjiang had cast at the time might have been cultivated to the maximum level, otherwise it would never have been able to cover such a large area. Meteor shower is a mage's top skill, but it is not a forbidden spell. If it were a forbidden spell, Luo Chen really couldn't imagine how terrifying its power would be. Boom. In the distance, waves of elemental fluctuations were heard, and Luo Chen quickly turned his head to look over. Do you feel it? Lu Zhengjiang smiled and said, That's the direction of the training ground. This elemental fluctuation is a mage practicing skills. Luo Chen, your soul beast summoning technique is very powerful. If you can practice it to the maximum level, I dare not imagine what level you will reach. If you have time, work hard to improve your skill proficiency and let me see the full level soul beast summoning technique as soon as possible. Practice proficiency? My soul beast summoning technique has no proficiency level. It changes with my level. Luo Chen laughed dryly and nodded. Student will listen carefully to your instructions. Lu Zhengjiang said to himself, The same goes for you too. When the time comes, there will be teachers to teach you how to quickly improve your proficiency. That's the college cafeteria over there. Then there's the library, the dormitory area. Dormitory area? Duan Lier's eyes lit up, and she suddenly asked, Examiner, can male and female students live together at Kyoto University? Lu Zhengjiang's old face froze. Luo Chen and Du Ruashi turned their heads away at the same time, looking as if they didn't know Duan Lier. This girl dares to ask anything. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Zhengjiang finally spoke. You can't live together in the dormitory, but there are apartments for rent next to the dormitory area. We are all college students, so it's okay to stay in an apartment for a night occasionally, ahem. These days, many college students get married and have children. Hearing this, Duan Liar smiled. Get married? Have kids? It seemed like she had a new goal in life. Killing monsters to level up and become stronger? These are secondary. Getting your little brother taken care of is the most important thing in life. Lu Zhengjiang continued. Kyoto University has its own trading area where students can trade directly with each other. The currency is mostly based on college points. Soon, several people arrived at the teaching building. This is also the most majestic and solemn place in Kyoto University. I'll take you to register officially, and then you can receive the reward for further study. As he spoke, Lu Zhengjiang walked towards the lobby of the teaching building. Along the way, several teachers saw Lu Zhengjiang and stopped to greet him. Greetings, Master Lu. Hello, Professor. When Luo Chen and others heard this title, they realized that Lu Zhengjiang was actually a professor at Kyoto University. No wonder he could enter and leave Kyoto University freely. Soon, Lu Zhengjiang brought them to the Academic Affairs office. After registration is completed, you will receive your new student bedding, as well as your Kyoto University student ID card and badge. Besides this, there are also rewards promised to them for their admission. Luo Chen has 50,000 academy points and 2 top-level general skill books. One of them is skill stacking, and the other is detection and shielding. Duan Liar has 30,000 academy points and a shadow assassin's shadow clone skill. Du Ruashi, 20,000 points, and a swordsman's sword combo. Lu Zhengjiang smiled and said, things are almost done. You can go to the dormitory area to choose your own accommodation later. I won't accompany you. If you live in a dormitory, there are only 4-person rooms, and accommodation is free. If you want to live alone, or with 2 people, you can only rent an apartment, and the rent costs points. After saying a few words, Lu Zhengjiang turned and left. Luo Chen and the other 2 bowed quickly and watched him go away. Living in a dormitory? For people in a room? Luo Chen didn't have that idea. With 50,000 points in hand and so many secrets, only a moron would want to squeeze into the dormitory with others. You have to rent an apartment. How much less hassle would it be to live alone? Now, Luo Chen just wanted to check in as soon as possible and then learn the skills he had just received. Skill stacking, universal passive. When a professional uses any attack skill, there is a 20% chance of a stacking effect, causing secondary damage to the target. This skill is definitely a good thing. Any attack skill, whether it is the professional's own skill or the skill that comes with the equipment, as long as it belongs to the category of attack skills, there is a 20% chance of triggering skill stacking. Once the skills are successfully stacked, the skill damage and the negative status caused will be doubled. Compared to this skill, detection shield is much worse. Of course, this is because Luo Chen already has a hidden hood. Detection shield, universal passive, can ignore top-level detection skills and completely shield your own character information. In terms of skill effects, it has the same effect as the information concealment of the stealth hood. However, after learning this skill, Luo Chen can eliminate the stealth hood. After all, it is just an equipment without attributes. It is a waste of space to wear it all the time just because of an information hiding skill. If you change it now, you will have room to wear that awesome hat later. Brother, let me discuss something with you. Duan Liar came over and said pitifully, detection shielding is really suitable for shadow assassins. When assassinating, there is no need to worry about being recognized. Sell it to me, please. As long as you are willing to sell it to me, I will share the rent with you. On the side, Du Ruashi curled her lips. You are eager to share the house with Luo Chen, right? How dare you use this as a bargaining chip? Duan Liar. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Probe shield is really suitable for assassins. But this doesn't mean that Luo Chen will give it to her. He can't give it to her, and he won't sell it either. Between women, skills, and equipment, Luo Chen chose skills and equipment without hesitation. Stop nagging me. I won't give you the book, but I can give you this thing. Take it and play with it. I don't want any money from you. As he said that, Luo Chen took off his concealment hood and threw it to Duan Liar. Woo, my little brother is so nice to me. I've decided I want to live with you. Shut up. The 3 of them left the teaching building noisily. In the academic affairs office, several teachers watched Luo Chen and the other 2 leave, their eyes filled with envy. Other people's children. That Luo Chen is really amazing. The highest score ever, the #1 scholar in Dragon Country. Our Kyoto University is still the best. No matter how great the top scholar is, he still has to come to Kyoto University to study, right? Duan Liar and Du Ruashi are not bad either. Even if they didn't team up with Luo Chen during the actual combat assessment, they should be able to get into our Kyoto University, right? What are you thinking? Didn't you hear about the trial copy? Luo Chen's team robbed other candidates' trial items, and all candidate teams could not escape his clutches. If you don't team up with him, you're afraid that Luo Chen will strip you down to nothing. Chapter 66, Hidden Dragon Abyss. Soon, Luo Chen and the other two arrived at the apartment rental registration office. When the receptionist saw the three new students arriving, he frowned slightly and showed impatience. Noticing the receptionist's expression, Luo Chen just smiled. Before the receptionist could speak, Luo Chen spoke first. Brother, don't say anything. Don't force me to act cool and slap my face. I have enough points. Just tell me the price of the rental. Do you understand? Just this one sentence made the receptionist confused. What's going on? This freshman doesn't play by the rules. The receptionist said aggrievedly. I just want to remind you that freshman points are very precious. Don't waste them on renting an apartment. Go live in the dormitory and save some money. Huh. Luo Chen was also confused. In this case, should the receptionist first look down on me, say that I can't afford the rent, and then kick me out, and finally I show off my points for successfully showing off? The receptionist doesn't play by the rules. Ahem. Luo Chen coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Brother, I was just joking, don't mind. Can you tell me the rental price? Phew. At the side, Duan Lier and Du Ruashi couldn't help laughing. Although they didn't know what Luo Chen was doing, they found his embarrassed look funny. The receptionist shook his head helplessly. Ordinary apartment, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. 200 points per month. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. 350 points per month. Single family villa, 2,000 points per month. All rents can only be deducted using Academy points and cannot be deducted using Dragon coins. After hearing the price, Du Ruashi made the decision first. She took a step forward. I won't wait for you too. Please help me register for a 1-bedroom apartment, Du Ruashi. Du Ruashi had 20,000 college points, so she could have rented a single-family villa, but she still only chose a 1-bedroom apartment. It has nothing to do with frugality, it's entirely a matter of personality. Pragmatic. On the contrary, Duan Lier had been staring at Luo Chen from beginning to end, and was determined that no matter where Luo Chen rented, he must rent next door to him. It would be even better if we could share the rent. Du Ruashi, huh? This year's 3rd place in the country, the 3rd place. The receptionist was a little surprised. No wonder you are willing to spend your points to rent an apartment on the first day of school. You are really impressive. These words made Du Ruashi blush, and she subconsciously glanced at Luo Chen. If it weren't for Luo Chen's relationship, even if she could be admitted to Kyoto University, she would definitely not be able to be admitted as the 3rd place in the imperial examination. At best, she would just pass the admission standards. If that were the case, she would not have been able to obtain 20,000 Academy points, or even obtain a book of professional skills exclusively for swordsmen. After getting the key, Du Ruashi said goodbye to Luo Chen and went to her residence alone. Luo Chen, I choose a single-family villa. My name is Luo Chen. Duan Lier, little brother, let's rent together. I'll pay the points, and I'll cover all the food and rent in the future. Luo Chen pressed his hand on her head and pushed her away. Go away. Duan Lier. Then I'll live next door to you. Hello, my name is Duan Lier. Help me register a villa too, right next to him. Luo Chen. Duan Lier? The receptionist's eyes widened and she gasped. Holy shit. After all this time, the top 3 students from Longwa's college entrance exam reported in together? Du Ruashi alone is shocking enough, but there are 2 even more awesome gods standing next to her. Okay. The receptionist finished the registration respectfully. Please take your keys and door cards. By the way, my name is Zhang Cheng. I am a junior student in our college, and I usually work part-time as a receptionist. I won't hide it from you. I can take 3 of the points I earn from renting your house. This Zhang Cheng was quite open and even told us about the commission from points. But whether it was 3 or 30, Luo Chen didn't take it to heart. The rent is clearly marked with a price, so just rent it. Why do you care how much commission they take? Hello, senior. Luo Chen smiled and said, Senior, I want to ask you about someone. Do you know Su Xinran? Zhang Cheng recalled carefully and shook his head. I haven't heard of it. I only know about professionals in the same grade. The Su Xinran you mentioned is definitely not a sophomore. Luo Chen nodded. She should be a junior and was admitted to Kyoto University 2 years ago. Zhang Cheng apologized. If you want to ask someone, the most convenient place is to ask directly at the Academic Affairs Office. You should have been to the Academic Affairs Office just now, right? Didn't you ask? Luo Chen was a little embarrassed. When I received the admission reward at the Academic Affairs Office, my mind was full of skill stacking and detection shielding. How could I have the time to think about anything else? As expected, in front of skills and equipment, everything else is nothing. I even forgot to ask about my cousin. Thank you very much. Luo Chen, I'll go ask tomorrow. Zhang Cheng. Then you too. Do you need me to take you to the villa area? I happen to have time. Luo Chen shook his head, thanked Zhang Cheng for his kindness, and left with Duan Liar. It's a detached villa, not luxurious. It is actually a two-story building with a larger yard. The rent of 2,000 points is a bit expensive, but Luo Chen doesn't feel bad about it. What Luo Chen liked about the villa was that it was quiet enough and no one would disturb him. Just earn the points. Duan Liar was blocked outside the yard, and her attempt to enter the house to take a look was rejected. After entering the yard, Luo Chen locked the door without hesitation, causing Duan Liar outside to stamp her feet. The yard was very clean, and the room had been cleaned, so you could move in right away. Bite. Hint. You have successfully practiced skill stacking. Hint. You have successfully practiced detection shielding. The next morning, Luo Chen went out early and came to the Academic Affairs office. Sure enough, Su Xinran's information was found in the Academic Affairs office. But to his surprise, Su Xinran disappeared just half a year after he enrolled in school last year. The relevant information recorded by the Academic Affairs office only dates back half a year, and there is no information after that. Luo Chen subconsciously asked, "Is he dead?" The teacher from the Academic Affairs office laughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. If Su really had an accident, it would definitely be specially noted in the file." After a long time, Luo Chen left the Academic Affairs office with doubts. As a result, as soon as I left, I received a message from Lu Xingjiang. This is information about the exploration of hidden copies of Kyoto University. Copy, Qianlongjian. Dungeon difficulty, unknown, difficulty cannot be selected. Level requirement, level 12 to 40. You will not be forced to teleport out if you level up above 40 in the dungeon. Number limit, only teams can enter, with a maximum of 1 team and a maximum of 20 people in the team. Dungeon time, 72 hours. After the countdown ends, everyone is forced to leave the dungeon. Chapter 67 Brother, come to the rescue. Qianlongjian, is this the hidden copy that Professor Lu mentioned? Luo Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The level limit for entering the dungeon is level 12 to 40. Lu Xingjiang had mentioned at the beginning that among the first-year students, only he, Duan Liar, and Du Ruashi would participate in this trial. In other words, the rest of the team are senior students? They should all be of high rank, right? Bite. Reminder, Lu Xingjiang invites you to join the group chat. When a prompt appeared, Luo Chen did not rush to agree, but first checked the group member information. Duan Liar and Du Ruashi have already joined the group. There are currently 23 people in the group, including Lu Xingjiang and 4 members marked with the mentor logo. Is this the chat group for the dungeon trial? Luo Chen smiled slightly and chose to pass. Lu Xingjiang, now that Luo Chen is here, everyone is here. Except for me and the 4 instructors, the remaining 20 people are the ones who will take part in this Qianlongjian trial. After the Qianlongjian dungeon is opened, all of you will form a team and then be teleported to the dungeon at the same time. Next, you will have a week to get to know each other and improve your strength. After a week, the Qianlongjian dungeon will officially open. If you have any questions about the dungeon, you can ask the 4 instructors directly in the group. After giving a few brief instructions, Lu Xingjiang left the group chat. As soon as Lu Xingjiang left, the group chat became lively. Chengfei, what the hell? We have to wait another week. Mao Runming. This year, our Dragon Country has 3 high scores in the exam. It was to wait for them that the matter of entering the Qianlongjian dungeon was postponed. Tianxing. It's Luo Chen, Duan Liar, and Du Ruashi who just came in, right? I've heard of you 3, especially Luo Chen. He's awesome. Senior, I think highly of you. Jiang Mayer. I'll remind you 3 that you 3 got your spots by replacing other people's positions. Those 3 guys you replaced are not weak. Be careful, or they might cause trouble for you. Duan Liar. Little brother, come and help me. Someone is blocking my door and saying that I stole his place. If you don't come, I will be beaten. What? Seeing this, Luo Chen was stunned. Someone just gave you a reminder, and now you're blocked at the door? But then again, couldn't you private message me about your door being blocked? Did you have to post it in the group chat? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. It's so annoying. I really don't want to care about her. What should I do? It's really a burden to have a bootlicker around. Why not just get her pregnant and let her go home to take care of the baby? He muttered to himself, but still turned around and walked quickly towards the villa area. In a group chat, a group of people never mind making trouble. Many people are waiting to see the joke. It is inevitable that freshmen will suffer when the door is blocked by seniors. In terms of level, equipment, skill proficiency, freshmen are generally much lower than sophomores and juniors. Whether it is a one-on-one fight or a group fight, I have never heard of a freshman being better than a senior student. Villa area, at the entrance of Duan Liar's villa. 3 seniors stood there, 2 boys and 1 girl. Judging from what they are wearing, the 2 male students are melee fighters, while the female student is an archer. The female student looked at Duan Liar with contempt. With a body as flat as a horse, how could you get more than 5,600 points in the exam? I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with Lu Province's exam. And that Luo Chen, I've never heard of anyone getting more than 9,000 points in a major exam since I was a child. The candidates from your Lu Province must have cheated. I won't waste my time talking to you. Just withdraw from the Qianlongjian trial. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Beside them, 2 male students looked at Duan Liar coldly. The 3 of them were furious because their spots were taken away. When they heard that the top 3 students in this year's college entrance examination had registered, they asked around and actually found out where Duan Liar and Luo Chen lived. Luo Chen was not at home, so he blocked Duan Liar who lived next door. They planned to deal with Duan Liar and Luo Chen first, and then inquire about Du Ruoxi's residence. They had to get things done today. We must get the spot back. But unfortunately, they met a tough opponent today. Duan Liar's level is low, just level 15, but this does not mean that she is weak, nor does it mean that she is timid. You're welcome? I really don't believe it. Do you know who I am? Duan Liar raised her thumb and pointed at her nose. Miss of the Duanshire family, who are you trying to show off to? 3 seniors are blocking the door for the freshmen. You have brought shame to Kyoto University. If I were your mother, I would have aborted you right away. Giving birth to you is embarrassing. What are you looking at? Get out of here right now. How can you afford to offend me? The Duan family is very powerful, with businesses spread all over Longhua and a wide network of contacts. With Duan Liar's arrogant personality, she was the only one who threatened others. How could others dare to threaten her? It was a joke. If you can't beat them, just bring your dad and your family out. Far water cannot quench near thirst? Then call on my little brother Luo Chen. There is always someone who can help her calm down. Sure enough, the few words she spoke in a condescending manner really frightened the 3 students. Duan family? What Duan family? This Duan Liar seems to be from a prominent family. Judging from her expression, she seems to be the eldest daughter of a big family. The 2 male students looked at each other, with some hesitation in their eyes. But the female archer exploded directly. I don't care who you are. This is Kyoto University, not the Duan family. If you have the guts, come to the training ground and compete with me. If you lose, you will withdraw from the Qianlongjian trial. Do you dare? Competition? Duan Liar blinked. What level are you? The female archer sneered. Level 27. Duan Liar showed disdain. You are already a sophomore, but you are only at level 27? You are not ashamed to come here and embarrass yourself? Last year, the lowest admission level of Kyoto University was level 13, right? You have been admitted to Kyoto University for a year, and you are only promoted to level 27? Why would Kyoto University recruit a loser like you? The female archer gritted her teeth in anger. If the university had not prohibited private action on campus, she would have been unable to resist and shot an arrow. She said angrily, after saying so much nonsense, do you dare to go to the training ground? Duan Liar, my lady. By the way, have you learned the Eye of Truth? Female archer, I have learned it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you going or not? Woo-woo. Duan Liar looked a little embarrassed. After learning the Eye of Truth, she is naturally resistant to invisibility, and her level is so much higher than hers. There's no way he would go to the training ground with her. Come on, little brother, I can't bear it anymore. Chapter 68,000 Wind Temple. Here I come. Duan Liar at this time was a typical example of a person who looked strong on the outside, but was actually weak on the inside. She doesn't say she won't give in, but when it comes to fighting, she's a bit timid. Just wait. My level is low now, so I will use my money to buy equipment, skills, and buy. I asked my dad for money and used it to buy a set of platinum equipment. Then go buy a book on forced invisibility. By that time, even if someone is 10 levels higher than me, I will still be able to do the same. I can kill a fragile archer like you with one sword. Duan Liar thought in her heart and looked into the distance frequently. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Hee, you 3 are finished. Subconsciously, the 3 students also turned their heads and looked behind them. Reinforcement, the female archer said disdainfully. Boy, do you know her? I advise you not to get yourself into trouble. Luo Chen paused, feeling as if he had met a fool. You have all found Duan Liar's residence, and you should know that I live next door to her house, right? I suddenly appeared in this situation. It should be easy for them to guess my identity, but they even advised me to mind my own business? Oh my god. Suddenly, I feel that I have a high opinion of Kyoto University. Luo Chen glanced at them calmly. I am Luo Chen. How about I accompany you to the training ground? But before you go to the training ground, I suggest you find out a little about the Lu province exam. Don't just look at the scores. It's better to find out what happened in the trial copy. Female archer, what's there to ask? I heard that you were buying and selling trial items in the trial copy. Your points can reach more than 9,000, so you must have spent a lot of money, right? Damn it. Luo Chen's eyelids drooped. Forget it. I won't bother with you. I'm afraid I'll be infected by you. Lier, close the door and go into the house. Don't pay attention to these three idiots. Duan Liar. Okay. Having said that, he actually closed the gate, went back to the house, and ignored the three senior students. This scene made them dumbfounded. Hey, don't leave if you dare. Are you scared? Roar. At this moment, roars suddenly sounded. Hundreds of 100-year-old soul beasts were summoned in an instant, surrounding the three students from all directions. At the same time, the basic attributes of the 100-year soul beast were also revealed. How strong are the basic attributes of a 100-year soul beast? That's equivalent to an 18th level elite boss in a hell dungeon. Just talking about level 18, it doesn't feel that strong. But don't forget that the attributes of monsters in the hell copy are 4 times that of the outside world. The elite boss of the level 18 hell dungeon is no weaker than the level 22 boss in the outside world. Should we go away? Or should we insist on going to the training ground? Luo Chen's expression was already very cold. If we go to the training ground, I'm really worried that I won't be able to resist and tear off your little arms and legs. At this time, the 3 students were already scared silly. The female archer's legs trembled and she felt the urge to urinate. A summoned beast that is not weaker than a level 22 boss? If there were 3 or 4 of them, the 3 of them wouldn't be afraid. But there are 300 or 400 of them. I'm afraid they can be killed instantly with just one encounter. Seeing that the 3 were too scared to speak, Luo Chen sneered and ignored them, returning to his villa. It wasn't until Luo Chen left that the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, this Luo Chen is too scary, right? So many summoned beasts. And each of them has such high attributes. Could it be a skill like Phantom? Not a physical entity. How about we try attacking one? Try your ass off. Get out of here. The 3 of them moved cautiously, passing by the 100-year-old soul beasts. By the time he escaped from the herd, he was already drenched in sweat. Luo Chen didn't take the departure of those 3 people to heart. Just a few pieces of trash, no need to waste his energy. With a wave of his hand, the soul beasts outside were taken back into the summoning space. A week to prepare? Luo Chen opened the group chat and glanced at it casually. Then the group chat was closed. He had no intention of getting acquainted with other members in the group, nor did he plan to make any friends. Qian Longjin. Even if there are no other team members with him, he alone is enough. He opened the friend list and tried to add his cousin Su Shinran. Tip: Su Shinran has blocked the friend request. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, then flipped his palm and a stone appeared in his hand. It is the teleportation stone of Thousand Winds Temple. He planned to improve himself as much as possible in the next week, at least to level 20. Exploring the Thousand Winds Temple dungeon and upgrading through the dungeon is definitely the best option at the moment. Chapter 69, there are always people who want to steal my little brother. Just as Luo Chen was checking the item description of the Thousand Winds Temple teleportation stone again, several prompts suddenly appeared. Bite. Tip: a professional team has broken into your exclusive skeleton crypt instance through a formation. Please be careful. Tip: the dungeon monsters will automatically refresh. You can control the monsters to defend against the professionals. Someone broke into my copy again. Luo Chen raised his lips and said, "Go ahead, come on and help me upgrade the dungeon level." Before this, his exclusive copy had repelled 9 invasions by professional teams. However, except for the 5 unlucky guys from the Shengshi dynasty, Luo Chen did not kill any other professionals. He basically just let the soul beast scare them away. If they are happy, they will send some dungeon monsters over to give some experience points for killing monsters, which can be regarded as labor fees for those professionals. People worked hard to enter the dungeon to help him upgrade the dungeon level, and then were scared half to death. What's wrong with just giving them some hard work fees as a consolation? Bite. Tip: successfully resisted an attack by a professional team. Currently, you have resisted 10 attacks cumulatively. Your exclusive copy has been successfully upgraded to the difficult level. Tip: the dungeon level has been upgraded, the dungeon map has changed, and the attributes of monsters refreshed in the dungeon have been doubled. Tip: there is no professional player entering the dungeon at the moment, so the dungeon monsters disappear. After a new professional player challenges, the dungeon monsters will reappear. Tip: continue to resist the invasion of professionals for 500 times, and the level of the exclusive copy can be upgraded to Nightmare level. To reach Nightmare level, one needs to resist 500 invasions? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. The number of times to resist has suddenly increased. But it doesn't matter. A group of soul beasts are helping me guard the dungeon, and the managed idle state doesn't require me to worry about it. Putting this matter aside, Luo Chen checked his equipment and the food in the storage space, and then directly used the Thousand Wind Temple teleportation stone. After a flash of light, Luo Chen's figure disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lyre's villa. The door opened, and Duan Lyre looked at the girl at the door with some surprise. Duan Lyre. Tisk, why are you here? The girl was Du Ruashi. Du Ruashi also noticed when Duan Lyre was talking in the group chat. But she was far away from here and just got here. Du Ruashi said calmly, I came to see if you were crying because of being bullied. Okay, I'm done. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave. Having said that, he was about to leave. Duan Lyre bit her lip and suddenly shouted, Thank you for your concern. Why don't you come in and sit down? But let's be clear first, this little brother of mine is mine, and no one can snatch him from me. Idiot. Childish. Du Ruashi rolled her eyes, ignored Duan Lyre, and walked away. Why did you leave? Duan Lyre blinked. It was not until a few seconds later that he woke up. You really like little brother? Little brother is mine. Duan Lyre returned to the house angrily. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The 3 senior students who had come to cause trouble earlier appeared in her mind, and all the anger in her heart was directed at the 3 of them. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. When has this lady ever been bullied by anyone? Duan Lyre gritted her teeth and said, I'll find a chance to beat that archer so hard that her mother won't even recognize her. Also, my little brother is so outstanding. There will definitely be more and more people who like him in the future. I have to become stronger, otherwise I won't be able to compete with other girls in the future. Thinking of Luo Chen's talent and strength, Duan Lyre gradually lost her confidence. She is not better than other girls, not stronger than other girls, so why should little brothers like her? Upgrade and become stronger. After a while, Duan Lyre left home. She originally wanted to ask Luo Chen to go to the suburbs to upgrade together, but when she thought of Luo Chen's character, Duan Lyre held back and went out of the academy alone and headed towards the suburbs. At this time, Luo Chen had already arrived outside a solemn and ancient temple. In front of him was the gate to the Thousand Winds Temple. The gate is covered with rust, and there are many potholes on the walls of the palace, as if they have been ravaged by time. After entering the Thousand Winds Temple, the Thousand Winds Temple teleportation stone turned into ashes and disappeared. The maximum number of times the teleportation stone can be used is 3 times, and it had been used twice before Luo Chen obtained it. In other words, after this time, Luo Chen may never have the chance to come to Thousand Wind Temple again. The towering gate was closed. Even through the gate, one could still feel the eerie atmosphere in the palace, as well as the faint roars of monsters. Squeak! Luo Chen took a step forward and pushed the door open. The next moment, dozens of arrows came towards him. Whoosh! In just a moment, the arrow was close. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. If he dodged to the side now, he would have a chance to avoid the arrow. At worst, he could summon a soul beast and use its body to block it. But he did not do so. He just stood there and allowed the arrows to hit his body. Blood spurted out as one of the arrows pierced directly through his forehead. Another arrow hit his chest. Although the rest of the arrows didn't hit his vital points, they still caused him some injuries. If such an attack had happened to someone else, they would have been killed long ago. But Luo Chen seemed to be fine and still stood there with his eyes wide open. No, it can't be said that it's okay. Pain. It hurts so much. Hiss. Luo Chen grinned and took a breath of cold air. Then he pulled out the arrows in his body in a few moves, and the arrow that pierced his forehead was also pulled out. Blood spurted out, and brain matter scattered everywhere. But all this had no effect on him. The moment the arrow was pulled out, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Life chain. Awesome. Luo Chen licked the corner of his mouth and then looked at the monster in the distance. Name, Ruin Shooter. Level, 20. HP, 25,000. Strength, 1,200. Agility, 120. Spirit, 50. Magic resistance, 160. Physical resistance, 160. Skill, penetration. Penetration, passive skill. All attacks of the Ruin Shooter have a 30 chance of penetrating and causing bleeding damage to the target for 15 seconds. The bleeding damage effect is not cumulative. Luo Chen was a little surprised. The level limit to enter the Thousand Winds Temple was level 1 to 40. Luo Chen thought that the first monster he encountered would be of a low level, but he didn't expect to encounter a level 20 monster as soon as he entered the door. Whoosh! At this time, The second round of attack from the relic shooter has arrived. You didn't come enough in me, did you? It hurts to come so much in one go. Luo Chen waved his hand, and instantly a large group of soul beasts were summoned. Come, shoot my soul beasts, shoot them to death. Chapter 70. Have you ever seen a monster that was exhausted? This time when Luo Chen entered the Thousand Winds Temple, in addition to exploring this hidden copy and searching for the good things in the copy, I also want to complete my troop expansion mission as soon as possible and then level up. Currently, he has 3 troop explosion missions in progress, causing the death of at least 10,000 mandrake snakes, unlocking the 1,000-year soul beast green phosphorus snake, causing the deaths of at least 10,000 wind demon wolves, unlocking the millennium soul beast two-headed hell wolf, causing the deaths of at least 10 million wind baboons, unlocking the 100,000-year-old soul beast titan demon ape. The titan ape is nowhere in sight. Luo Chen wanted to complete the tasks of the mandragora snake and the wind demon wolf. At the beginning, he used Lu Zhengjiang's hand to clear out a large number of soul beasts. In addition to the accumulation over the years, nearly half of his mandragora snakes and wind demon wolves have died. The duration of the dungeon is 48 hours. I will not stop until these 2 tasks are completed. Roar. At this time, the relic shooters had been torn into pieces. A wave of experience was obtained, and at the same time, several alchemical materials and 2 bronze-level equipment were left for Luo Chen. Luo Chen stepped into the palace gate and then carefully looked at the situation inside the palace. When looking at the Thousand Winds Temple from the outside, one can see pieces of broken walls, many of which are damaged and no longer intact. Now that I'm inside, it looks even more dilapidated. Spread. Luo Chen waved his hand. Without any reservation, he summoned out all the mandrake snakes and wind wolves in the summoning space. 1,321 mandrake snakes. 989 wind demon wolves. In addition, those 10-year soul beasts were also summoned out and released to die. There is no other way around this. There are only 15,000 positions in the summoning space. Only by killing more 10-year soul beasts can more positions be freed up to replenish the number of mandragora snakes and gale demon wolves. Hey, every time I perform the soul beast summoning technique, it's random. Will it be summoned for 10 years? 100 years? There's no way I can control it. Luo Chen muttered. There will be more and more types of soul beasts in the future. If we can't specify the summons, the mission of exploding troops will be difficult to complete. I don't know if the soul beast summoning technique will change when it is upgraded next time. Soul beast summoning is now level 2. When Luo Chen's own level reaches level 20, his soul beast summoning technique can be upgraded to level 3. There was no end in sight for the ruined palace. At this time, Luo Chen had come to a dim passage. On the walls on both sides of the passage were carved strange monsters. Among the statues are those of small monsters such as the Ruin Archer. Do the carvings on the wall include all the monsters in the Thousand Winds Temple? Luo Chen was confused and his eyes swept over the carvings on the wall. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual statue. It was a monster that looked like a mechanical beast. Its body seemed to be made of mechanical devices, and its size was several times that of a small monster like the Ruin Archer. Should it be the elite leader? Luo Chen thought in his heart. At this moment, a monster in the darkness ahead seemed to respond to his guess and let out a deafening roar. Roar! The ground shook violently. The walls around the passage also shook, and dust was blown up in the air. After just a few seconds, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked surprised. I saw monsters rushing out from the darkness. There were more than 100 of them. Rushing in the front is a group of level 20 ruins monsters. Further back, there were 10 of the same giant beasts that Luo Chen had just noticed. Name, Ruins Guardian Elite Boss. Level, 23. HP, 120,000. Strength, 2,600. Agility, 200. Spirit, 500. Magic Resistance, 1,200. Physical Resistance, 1,200. Skills, Stun Swing, Shatter Attack. Stun Swing. The Ruins Guardian swings his arms to attack targets within range, causing a 1-second stun effect. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Shattering Attack. Passive skill. All attacks of the Ruins Guardian will cause a shattering effect, causing group damage. Seeing this attribute, Luo Chen smiled. Okay, that's good. I'll use you guys to brush them first. Guys, clear out those little monsters first. Then surround all the Ruins guards and kill them. Don't stop until they are paralyzed by fatigue. While speaking, Luo Chen had already taken out a recliner from the storage space. Sit down on the recliner. Then he took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and 2 sausages. I'll eat first. You guys play slowly. Roar. The mandrake snakes and wind wolves pounced forward like crazy. Those 10-year soul beasts also followed behind, and in a blink of an eye they were fighting with a group of relic monsters. Killing monsters is not the goal, letting monsters kill you is the goal. In just a short moment, a large number of wind baboons, golden wolves, and leopard cats that had lived for the past 10 years died. Luo Chen took a few bites of sausage, and at the same time he did not forget to use the soul beast summoning technique to replenish the soul beast consumption. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the nether wolf. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 100-year-old soul beast, the wind wolf. Time passed little by little, and no matter how much the soul beasts held back, all the monsters in the ruins were killed. There were only 10 ruin guards left on the battlefield, still struggling. Roar! There was a creaking sound at their joints and bursts of hissing sounds came from their mouths. A pair of iron fists moved back and forth, smashing hard on the mandrake snake and the wind wolf. Accompanied by rays of light, hundreds of years-old soul beasts were smashed to death. During the whole process, not a single soul beast fought back. They just surrounded the ruins guards and allowed the attacks of the ruins guards to hit them. Let them kill to their heart's content. If there was someone nearby, they would definitely be confused by Luo Chen's actions. When other professionals face monsters, they all want to kill the monsters as quickly as possible. How can they be like him? It would be fine if he didn't kill the monster, but he let the monster kill his soul beast? The key point is, he also got a recliner so he could eat and drink on the battlefield. Soul beasts died one after another, and as time passed, the movements of the ruins guards gradually became stiff. There's something wrong with the sound of the joint connection mechanism. Suddenly, one of the mutant guards paused and black smoke came out of the joints of his arms. When its fist hit the soul beast again, Luo Chen clearly noticed that the attack power had become much weaker. It was obvious that 3 or 4 punches would kill him, but now it takes 7 or 8. Luo Chen blinked. The monster is tired out? No way. Chapter 71: The Broken Puzzle in the Basement. Like human professionals, monsters also have fatigue and mental strength. However, compared to human professionals, monsters consume energy much more slowly, and most of the time the battles don't last too long, so fatigue is not obvious. Creak. Black smoke was coming out of the joints of the ruins guardian, and his attack movements became slower and slower, which greatly reduced the efficiency of killing soul beasts. I can't fleece you anymore. It's time to send you on your way. Luo Chen stood up from the recliner and stretched himself. Guys, kill them. Roar. At the command, the mandrake snake and the wind wolf, which had been passively beaten, finally launched an attack. The violent wind element condensed in the mouth of the wind wolf, and in an instant it turned into a sky full of wind blades that covered the sky. At the same time, the poisonous vines of the mandrake snake broke through the ground and entangled the ruins guards. White light flashed, and 10 relic guards were killed instantly. It exploded. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward and collected the things that the ruins guard had dropped. Huh? This hat is perfect for me. Name: Helm of the Lost One. Grade: Gold. Level requirement: Level 18. Spirit: plus 200. Magic resistance: plus 150. Physical resistance: plus 120. Skills: none. Because of the exploration shielding skill, he eliminated the stealth hood. The lost helm that exploded at this moment just happened to take the place of the stealth hood, and also improved his attributes by a small section. The only pity is, this gold-grade magic helmet has no built-in skills. The other 3 pieces of equipment left by the ruins guard were only bronze level, and they were all equipment for melee professions, so Luo Chen ignored them. What's this? Luo Chen flipped his palm, and a silver paper crane appeared in his palm. Item name: 1000 Wind Paper Cranes. Item introduction: after use, the paper crane will give you guidance and help you find the key to open the first door. Door? Key? Luo Chen looked doubtful. If nothing goes wrong, if you continue exploring forward, you should encounter a closed door that can only be opened with a special key. If you want to find the key, this 1000 Wind Paper Crane is the key. Putting away the 1000 Wind Paper Crane temporarily, Luo Chen drove the group of soul beasts to continue exploring forward. Along the way, small ruins monsters appeared one after another. The passages are interconnected like a maze. As Luo Chen explores deeper, the level of the monsters becomes higher and higher. After just over 3 hours of exploration, the monsters have already reached level 30, and their numbers are increasing. The monsters' attributes have completely suppressed my 100 years soul beast. Luo Chen had a bright smile on his face. The higher the level of the monsters and the greater their number, the faster the soul beasts will die. Seeing the tragic deaths of the wind demon wolves and mandrake snakes, Luo Chen couldn't help but drink a few more sips of Fat House Happy water. More than 20 minutes passed. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across his body. Upgraded. I finally reached level 19. After reaching level 20, my soul beast summoning technique will be able to reach level 3. After checking the character attribute interface, the smile on Luo Chen's face became even more intense. Most hidden dungeons have no difficulty settings. This is true for the Thousand Winds Temple and the Qianlong Abyss as well. Although there is no difficulty setting, the attributes of monsters in the dungeon will definitely be higher than those in the outside world. If you are lucky, the monster's attributes may be only twice that of ordinary monsters in the outside world. If you're unlucky, the monster's attributes might be higher than quadruple hell. Moreover, in hidden copies, the attributes of the same monster may vary greatly. For example, the level 30 ruins blacksmith in front of you. Luo Chen checked more than a dozen of them in succession and found that the relic blacksmith with the lowest attributes was only slightly stronger than an ordinary level 30 monster in the outside world. But the relic blacksmith with the highest attributes had attributes 5 times that of the lowest one. This made Luo Chen shocked. The number of people allowed to enter the Thousand Winds Temple dungeon is limited to 1 person, and the upper level limit is 40. Even if a professional who is at the upper limit of his level comes to the Thousand Winds Temple, it will probably be difficult to break through, right? Luo Chen thought in his heart. Another wave of monsters was cleared. Luo Chen continued to explore forward with a group of soul beasts. After turning a corner in the passage ahead, he finally saw a towering iron gate. The iron gate was rusty, and a huge iron chain was across it, locking it tightly. This is it. Luo Chen took out the Thousand Wind paper crane. After a flash of light, the paper crane seemed to be injected with vitality. A faint white light emanated from its body, and then it flapped its wings and flew up. The paper crane flew higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye it reached the dome of the ruined palace, and then landed on a broken stone pillar. The top of the stone pillar was broken, and the break was at least 20 meters from the ground. The stone pillar is so thick that it takes 3 people to hug it, and its surface is extremely smooth. The key to the iron door is on top of the stone pillar? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. It's so high, ordinary professionals can't go up there. Call. A gust of wind blew up, and the next second, the purple wings of the demon attached to his soul bones shot out from his back. The devil's purple wings are extremely gorgeous, but they also reveal a sense of evil. It emanated a purple light, and the light entangled Luo Chen, giving him a layer of mysterious aura. Bite. Tip. Flying skill triggered. Without delay, Luo Chen flapped his wings and took off into the air. The height of more than 20 meters was reached in a flash. He landed steadily on the top of the stone pillar. At this time, the Thousand Wind paper crane had lost its light and fell in front of a box on the top of the stone pillar. That's right, it's a box. Fuck, are you crazy? Who the hell would put a box in a place like this? Luo Chen rolled his eyes. This is a somewhat dilapidated wooden box with its lid locked with a padlock. But Luo Chen doesn't have the key. Go. Luo Chen kicked the wooden box and kicked it directly off the stone pillar. Boom. With a dull thud, the wooden box fell to the ground and broke into pieces. A key and a yellowed blueprint emerged from the wooden box. Drawing. Luo Chen returned to the ground and picked up the things. Item name: Broken Jigsaw Puzzle in the Temple Basement 1. Item introduction. After collecting all the puzzle pieces, you can obtain the puzzle method for the basement mechanism password. Basement. Luo Chen raised his lips and said, Explore? Decrypt? To be honest, I don't really like this kind of dungeon. I prefer to grind, and mindlessly kill monsters to get items, and then just sweep the field and kill the monsters. It would be a big loss if you didn't get anything good after spending so much effort to decrypt it. Chapter 72, Two-Headed Hellwolf. Luo Chen carefully examined the pattern on the broken puzzle. Obviously, as long as all the broken pieces are found, they can be put together to form a complete puzzle. Where exactly is the basement? Luo Chen muttered something, then picked up the key and walked towards the door. After opening the exclusive skeleton crypt copy and hiding some soul beasts in the exclusive copy, Luo Chen became obviously more extravagant and unscrupulous than before. If it were in the past, he would just hide behind the soul beast no matter what he did. But now he has no scruples at all. If he gets the urge to do so, he might raise his staff and fight with the boss, dealing a wave of pure physical damage. Creak. The padlock opened, and the chain fell to the ground with a bang. Luo Chen tried to push open the iron gate. Damn, I failed. What are you all standing there for? Get out of my way. Roar. Several 10-year wind baboons stepped forward and successfully pushed the iron gate open. This scene made Luo Chen complain again. If it were other professionals, it would be a question whether they could push open such a heavy iron door. There is also a key to open the door. Without flying skills, and without a climbing rope, how can I climb to the top of the stone pillar and get the key? Call. This iron door was like opening a seal, and in an instant the smell of corrosion and blood filled into Luo Chen's nostrils. Gusts of cold wind followed, causing Luo Chen to shiver. Roar. Almost at the same time, dozens of monsters appeared in Luo Chen's sight and rushed towards him. Name, Mechanical Mammoth. Level, 30. HP, 180,000. Strength, 3,200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 200. Magic resistance, 1,200. Physical resistance, 1,200. Skill, Massive Stomp. Giant trampling. The mechanical mammoth stomps the ground violently. The violent shock will damage the surrounding targets and make them dizzy for 1 second. The skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. The attribute is so high. Luo Chen was overjoyed. Guys, this opportunity must not be missed. Stand firm quickly. Amidst loud laughter, the soul beasts rushed forward one by one. Just when the soul beast group and the monster group were about to collide, all the soul beasts suddenly stood still, each becoming like a wooden stake, allowing the mechanical mammoth to hit them hard. Kill. Let them kill as much as they want and tire them out. Luo Chen squatted down, took out a charcoal stove from the item space, and then got out some charcoal. Come here. He hooked his finger at a wind baboon, and then stuffed a paper fan into the confused wind baboon's hand. He plucked a handful of monkey hair from its body and lit the charcoal stove. Fan yourself. What are you standing there for? I'm a little hungry. Let's have some barbecue. What a shame there's no beer. While he was speaking, Luo Chen had already taken out the beef. He specially prepared this because he was worried that he would be too bored when he was watching soul beasts die. A little barbecue can kill time and fill your stomach at the same time. It's so great. The wind baboon fanned himself vigorously, looking aggrieved. Come on, if you get tired of fanning, just go and die, and then let another baboon come and fan you. Roar. I don't know if the wind baboon understood what Luo Chen said, but it felt even more aggrieved. I asked you to die, and you still feel wronged? What's the meaning of living? Do you know the joy of death? After a while, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. This wind baboon was of no value anymore, so Luo Chen sent it out to die. The attributes of the 10-year soul beast were extremely low, and it was smashed to pieces by the mechanical mammoth at just one encounter. Because of the random summoning, the mandragora snakes and the wind demon wolf died one after another, and Luo Chen was unable to replenish more mandragora snakes and the wind demon wolf in the first place. Fortunately, he still has the wind baboon's troop explosion mission in progress. Compared with a 100-year soul beast, the chance of summoning a 10-year wind baboon is significantly higher. While eating some barbecue and watching the mechanical mammoth killing his soul beasts wantonly, Luo Chen waved his hand and summoned a bunch of soul beasts to explore the 2 passages nearby. The Thousand Winds Temple dungeon can only be stayed in for 48 hours, so he would not be so stupid as to focus on a small group of monsters to spawn soul beasts. We need to drive the soul beasts to find more monsters. Roar. The number of soul beast deaths is increasing. Finally, the system prompt for the troop explosion mission appeared. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 10,000 Gale demon wolves in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the Millennium Soul Beast 2-headed Hell Wolf. Hearing the hint, Luo Chen was overjoyed. The Wind Wolf's troop explosion mission is finally completed. The Mandragora snake is also about to end. Luo Chen muttered to himself, after these 2 tasks are completed, there will only be the task of raising 10 million wind baboons. Well, after summoning new soul beasts, new tasks will be triggered. I don't know what kind of mission the Millennium Soul Beast 2-headed Hell Wolf and the Green Phosphorus Snake can trigger for me. As he thought about it, his hands did not stop as he performed soul beast summoning spells one after another. Finally, after he summoned more than 30 soul beasts in succession, a terrifying figure was summoned out by him. Roar. A deafening roar echoed throughout the place. A 3-meter-tall 2-headed Hell Wolf appeared in front of him. The body was as big as a hill, with gray, deathly aura swirling around it. 2 ferocious wolf heads were raised high, and brutal and bloodthirsty light shone in its scarlet eyes. This attribute is quite awesome. Luo Chen checked the attributes of this 1,000-year-old soul beast and couldn't help but feel happy. Name, 2-headed Hell Wolf. Age, 1,000 years. HP, 350,000. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 1,200. Spirit, 800. Magic resistance, 2,000. Physical resistance, 2,200. Skill, Hell Magma. Hell Lava. When the 2-headed Hell Wolf uses this skill, it can change the terrain in the front range, turning it into magma to cause terrible damage to enemies within the range. After the enemy leaves the magma range, a burning effect lasting 10 seconds will appear. The magma lasts for 30 seconds, and the skill cooldown is 5 minutes. Judging from the basic attributes alone, it is far superior to those level 30 mechanical mammoths. During the senior year entrance exam, Luo Chen once faced a level 30 giant mammoth alone. But the giant bone mammoth is just an ordinary level 30 monster, and its attributes are far lower than those of the mechanical mammoth. The reason why I use the level 30 mechanical mammoth for comparison is because it is the strongest monster Luo Chen has ever seen. The attributes of a 1,000-year soul beast should be equivalent to those of a level 40 ordinary monster, right? Luo Chen thought in his heart. Bite. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 100,000-year-old two-headed hell wolves in battle. After completing the mission, a soul skill can be randomly unlocked. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 500,000-year-old two-headed hell wolves in battle. After completing the mission, the second martial soul can be randomly unlocked. Chapter 73, Wolf of the North Wind. It's just a two-headed hell wolf, but it triggered 2 troop explosion missions for me? Luo Chen was overjoyed. Moreover, the number of deaths required for these 2 troop explosion tasks is not high. The first task only requires 100 deaths, and the second task requires 500 deaths. These 2 tasks must be completed in the Thousand Winds Temple, and the Mandragora Snake's troop explosion mission is almost complete. Hey, please kill them faster. It's taking too long. In order to speed up the death of the Mandrake Snake, Luo Chen simply waved his hand and took back all the remaining wind demon wolves. Only a group of 10-year soul beasts and all the Mandrake Snakes were left. More than half an hour passed. The charcoal fire was lit again and again, and the mandala snake's stomach was full of barbecue. Finally, the task of massing troops was completed. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 10,000 Mandragora snakes in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the 1,000-year soul beast Green Phosphorus Snake. Name: Green Phosphorus Snake. Age: 1,000 years. HP: 350,000. Strength: 4,200. Agility: 2,000. Spirit: 2,000. Magic resistance: 2,200. Physical resistance: 2,000. Skills: Poison Ivy, Toxic Breath. Poison Ivy, a single target control skill. The Mandragora snake can summon poison vines to entangle the enemy and cause continuous damage. The duration of the poison vines is 3 seconds, and the cooldown is 60 seconds. Poisonous Breath can spit out poisonous mist to cause damage to targets within the range and produce a continuous poisoning effect. There is a 99 chance of causing a poisoning effect that lasts for 30 seconds and a 1 chance of producing a fatal toxin. The fatal toxin ignores any defense and lasts for 12 hours. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. The Green Phosphorus Snake has 2 skills. One of the skills is a direct inheritance of the poisonous vine entanglement of the Mandrake Snake. Another skill is Poisonous Breath. This Poisonous Breath is quite strong. Once the deadly toxin is triggered, it can actually cause poisoning effects that last for 12 hours. Luo Chen touched his chin and said, "It's just that the probability is a bit low." Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 2,000-year-old green phosphorus snakes in the battle. After completing the mission, the 10,000-year-old soul beast Green Phosphorus Snake King can be unlocked. Another reminder sounded. After stuffing the last bite of barbecue into his mouth, Luo Chen straightened his clothes and put away the grill and recliner. Guys, it's time to change the battlefield. Kill these mechanical mammoths. With Luo Chen's order, a group of Mandrake snakes went completely crazy. Roar. With roars, they launched the most violent attack on the mechanical mammoth. Some of the Mandrake snakes seemed to be venting their grievances. They didn't even use the poison vine entanglement skill, but just pounced directly. Is this a very frustrating death? Is this a way to vent? Luo Chen blinked his eyes. What's so frustrating? I want to die, but I can't. One by one, the mechanical mammoths were surrounded and killed. Soon, there was only one left. But at this moment, Luo Chen's eyebrows suddenly jumped, and he felt the temperature around him dropped instantly. Call. A gust of wind blew by, and I seemed to hear the faint howling of an angry wolf. Crack. The last mechanical mammoth finally fell down. Almost at the same time, the ground began to shake. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared above the ruined battlefield, and a huge magic circle appeared. This scene made Luo Chen's eyes light up. Beat the boss. Luo Chen said to himself. If my guess is correct, The triggering condition of this boss is to kill all the mechanical mammoths, right? He guessed right. If a professional breaks in here and does not kill all the mechanical mammoths, but chooses to take a detour to avoid the mechanical mammoths and continue forward, he will miss this boss. Roar. A sharp roar was heard, and the magic circle on the ground shone brightly. The next second, strong winds gathered, and under the cover of the powerful wind element, a giant wolf as big as a mountain appeared above the magic circle. As soon as it appeared, hurricanes gathered around it. The hurricanes spread out in all directions. Countless pieces of rubble flew out, and the mandrake snakes and a large group of 10-year soul beasts in all directions were cleared out in an instant. Name: Wolf of the North Wind, Boss of the Thousand Winds Temple. Level: 40. HP: 800,000. Strength: 8,000. Agility: 2,000. Spirit: 5,000. Magic resistance: 4,000. Physical resistance: 4,000. Skills: Howling Hurricane, Rapid Impact, Wind Wolf Summoning. Howling Hurricane. As one of the 4 guardians of the Thousand Winds Temple, the North Wind Wolf can condense a hurricane to cause terrible damage to the surrounding targets. The hurricane lasts for 10 seconds and has a cooldown of 2 minutes. Rapid Impact. The North Wind Wolf can use the power of wind elements to increase its speed, causing a strong impact on the enemies in the straight line ahead, causing them to be knocked back and stunned. The effect lasts for 3 seconds, and the skill cooldown is 1 minute. Summon Wind Wolf. Can condense a wind element clone, with the attributes of the condensed wind wolf being 1/10 of the original body. Up to 10 can exist. Skill cooldown time is 1 minute. Fuck, what a strong attribute. Luo Chen was happy, and his smile was brighter than ever before. It would be a shame not to brush up on this attribute. Everyone come out for me. With a loud shout, all the 10-year soul beasts were summoned out at once. Luo Chen planned to take this opportunity to clear out all the 10-year soul beasts in the summoning space, and then use the soul beast summoning technique to pile up the 2,000-year soul beasts, the 2-headed hell wolf and the green phosphorus snake, as much as possible. Although he still has 4 troop explosion missions on his plate, 3 of them come from the 2-headed hell wolf and the green phosphorus snake. The last one is the wind baboon. In other words, except for the wind baboon, the 2-headed hell wolf, and the green phosphorus snake, other soul beasts are meaningless for explosive troops. Roar. Without Luo Chen's orders, all the soul beasts rushed towards the North Wind Wolf like crazy after they appeared. Human. Suddenly, 2 words uttered from the mouth of the North Wind Wolf. Luo Chen was startled. Damn, the monster spoke? He was the top scorer in theory in the senior high school entrance examination, so of course he knew that some powerful monsters could speak. However, according to the records in some classics, it seems that only bosses above level 60 can speak, and the North Wind Wolf in front of him is only level 40. The ground shook, and strands of poison vines rose up and wrapped around its limbs. More than 1,000 wolf bandits rushed forward and smashed down with their axes recklessly. The wind demon wolf, with countless wind blades covering it. What do you want to say? Luo Chen said. Kill while talking. Please help me and kill these summoned beasts of mine as soon as possible. The North Wind Wolf was visibly stunned. What's going on? You want me to kill all your summoned beasts? Chapter 74. Please, kill me. Seeing attacks coming from all directions, the North Wind Wolf certainly couldn't just stand there stupidly. Roar. The wolf howled, and its claws swept out. With just this one strike, a large group of 10-year soul beasts in front were killed on the spot. Then, a ray of light burst out from its huge body, and it suddenly rushed out, rushing all the way, scattering all the soul beasts within 10 meters in front of it. Such a death scene made Luo Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's so cool. It's so cool. Without any hesitation, the soul beast summoning technique was thrown out frantically. 1,000-year, come out for me. Today I must use the North Wind Wolf to complete the task of exploding the Millennium Soul Beast. Even if we can't accomplish all of them, we must at least complete the task of killing 100,000-year-old 2-headed hell wolves. On the other side, the North Wind Wolf was a little confused. Judging from the fact that it can speak, this boss is definitely quite intelligent. Human, what is your profession? Why can you summon so many summoned beasts? The howl of the North Wind Wolf was heard. It has also seen human summoners. Wanna know? Kill all my soul beasts and I'll tell you. As Luo Chen spoke, he continued to cast the soul beast summoning spell. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Nether Wolf. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast, the green phosphorus snake. There were no soul beasts left in Luo Chen's summoning space. All the soul beasts were summoned out by him at once. From all directions, Densely packed soul beasts rushed towards the North Wind Wolf without regard for their lives. The attributes of the North Wind Wolf are extremely terrifying. The attacks of the 10-year soul beast cannot break through its defense and can only deduct 1 point of health. Although the attacks of the 100-year soul beast are effective, the amount of blood lost is not high. But Luo Chen has a lot of soul beasts. Time passed little by little, and after nearly 10,000 soul beasts died, the health of the North Wind Wolf finally dropped to 1,000 points. More than 800,000 health points were worn down to only a trace of blood. Are you scared? I'm just asking you, are you scared? Luo Chen hid behind the beasts and kept shouting. Quick, I'm summoning a few more two-headed hell wolves. Kill them quickly. Another green phosphor snake has appeared. Keep going. Here we go again. After the North Wind Wolf's health was almost gone, Luo Chen gave up attacking and just let the soul beasts rush forward one by one to die. The North Wind Wolf's eyes were bloodshot, and he had gone completely mad. Human, just kill me if you dare. Oh. Roaring wildly, this unlucky boss was almost going crazy. When the cooling time of the rapid impact ended, it rushed towards Luo Chen like mad. The soul beasts blocking the way ahead were knocked away. But just as it knocked away a group of soul beasts, more soul beasts came up from behind and completely blocked its way, leaving it no chance to get close to Luo Chen. Tell me, where is the broken puzzle in the basement? Tell me, what good stuff do you have? Tell me, where are the other bosses? In the skill introduction of the North Wind Wolf, it is specifically mentioned that it is one of the 4 guardians of the Thousand Wind Temple. That is to say, in addition to it, there are 4 other bosses, and their attributes are no lower than its. Instead of wasting time searching, it would be better to force the information out of the North Wind Wolf. But unfortunately, the North Wind Wolf did not respond to Luo Chen at all. Roar. Seeing that his attack could not threaten this terrifying summoner, the North Wind Wolf simply gave up the attack. It just stood there panting, looking at Luo Chen with great resentment. Then he stared with his scarlet eyes and looked at the soul beasts around him. Wolf of the North Wind, I won't fight you anymore. Kill me if you dare. Luo Chen, you must kill my soul beast first, otherwise you won't die. Wolf of the North Wind, although I don't know what your purpose is and why you keep letting your summoned beasts die, but I will never give in, and I won't attack you again. Look at your master. He is not worthy of being your master at all. He's sending you to your deaths. Resist, turn around, and tear him apart. Hearing this, Luo Chen blinked, a little confused. What's going on? Is the North Wind Wolf trying to persuade my soul beast to rebel? Although a powerful boss may have intelligence comparable to that of a human, your intelligence is too high, isn't it? You even know how to sow discord? Luo Chen rolled his eyes. You want to play rogue with me? Fine. As if they understood what their master meant, a group of wind wolves approached and raised one leg. Shoo! Streams of hot water fell down and poured directly onto the body of the North Wind Wolf. The Wolf of the North Wind roared. Ah, I'll kill you. Dare you pee on me? Roar. In anger, it finally attacked again. That's right. It would be better if you could just behave and let me take advantage of you. Why do you have to act like a rogue? Can you beat me? Luo Chen curled his lips and said, this time I'm just peeing. If you dare to be lazy again, I will let the Wind Wolf and the two-headed Hell Wolf rush at you. Do you believe it? Attack me? What does it mean? The North Wind Wolf's eyebrows jumped, and he suddenly seemed to understand. The thick tail behind him drooped instantly, covering his back tightly. Damn, how can there be such hateful human beings in the world? I'll fight you. The North Wind Wolf howled wildly and rushed towards Luo Chen again. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. As time passed, more soul beasts were killed. Luo Chen finally gathered the number of two-headed hell wolves to 100. Come on, come at me, any way you want. The North Wind Wolf lay down again, its eyes dim and its expression miserable. I won't attack again. Come on, whatever you want. It gave up completely. The mental and physical torture caused one of the 4 guardians of the Thousand Winds Temple to collapse. Luo Chen raised his fist and encouraged. You give up already? You are one of the 4 guardians. Where is your dignity? Get up and keep doing it. Dignity? I respect Nima Coin. The North Wind Wolf turned his head and no longer looked at Luo Chen. So I really rushed? Luo Chen waved his hand casually. Come over here. Roar. Several two-headed hell wolves approached and came directly behind the North Wind Wolf. The North Wind Wolf is a bit bigger than the two-headed Hell Wolf, but that doesn't stop them from getting close. Etc. Seeing that the two-headed Hell Wolf was really going to charge it, the North Wind Wolf quickly shouted, Human, I will tell you the location of the other 3 guardian beasts, and you will kill me. Luo Chen said disdainfully, You betrayed your teammates, you beast. Tell me. Wolf of the North Wind. Come closer. I need to talk to you carefully. Eh, are you still playing tricks on me? Luo Chen was happy. Chapter 75, Spiritual Relic Wristband, Mental Power Conversion. Luo Chen stared at the North Wind Wolf. His gaze made the big boss feel uncomfortable. I'll get closer, and then you can sneak attack me, right? How is it possible? I am the guardian beast of the Thousand Winds Temple. How could I do such a despicable thing? The Wolf of the North Wind shouted quickly. Since I said I would tell you, I will definitely tell you. I don't believe you. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, but still moved forward. The soul beast in front made way for a passage, and Luo Chen approached slowly, passed through the passage, and came directly in front of the North Wind Wolf. Roar! As soon as he got close, the North Wind Wolf exploded. You damned human! How dare you humiliate the great North Wind Wolf? I will tear you into pieces. Amid the roars, hurricanes suddenly formed and swept out in all directions. Just as Luo Chen's body was swallowed by the hurricane, the claws of the North Wind Wolf grabbed him and pressed hard on Luo Chen's head. Boom! The terrifying tearing force of the hurricane, coupled with the enormous power carried by the claws of the North Wind Wolf. In an instant, Luo Chen's body was blown to pieces. Blood flew everywhere and flesh splattered everywhere. The broken body flew backwards like a rag bag and slammed heavily into the group of soul beasts. Haha, it's finally over. This damn human is finally dead. The North Wind Wolf howled, venting the frustration in his heart. At this moment, all the resentment was vented out. Huh, something is wrong. The human professional is dead. Why are these summoned beasts still here? Shouldn't they disappear with him? And why are these summoned beasts looking at me like that? From all directions, soul beasts stared at the North Wind Wolf with contempt, as if they were looking at an idiot. The North Wind Wolf blinked and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Subconsciously, it looked in the direction of Luo Chen's body. It hurts. Luo Chen's voice suddenly appeared at this time. Then, the broken body stood up with difficulty. The skin shattered by the hurricane recovered quickly, and the broken bones healed in an instant. In just a few seconds, Luo Chen's body had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Don't be so mean. I knew you would attack me. If I don't attack you today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Luo Chen's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth and said, Guys, take turns to charge it. Roar! More than 100 two-headed hell wolves rushed forward roaring. Several of them came directly behind the North Wind Wolf, then opened their front paws and laid on it from behind. The Wolf of the North Wind cried out, wait a minute. I am a male wolf, owl owl. Luo Chen, male wolf? I don't care whether you are male or female. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Wolf of the North Wind, I surrender. I recognize you as my master. Master, please spare me. Recognize the Lord? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of disdain. There have been precedents of human professionals taming monsters. Even the most ordinary professionals have the opportunity to tame monsters and make them their pets, but the chances of success are extremely slim, especially when it comes to taming boss-level monsters, which are even more unlikely than in hundreds of thousands. If it were any other professional, they would definitely be overjoyed at this moment. But Luo Chen didn't care at all. What's a level 40 boss? Can it be sent to die like a soul beast? If you can't die, what's the point of coming? Luo Chen waved his hand and said, keep charging. Human, you will die a miserable death. In just a few dozen seconds, the North Wind Wolf felt that his only remaining dignity was torn to pieces. It madly shook off several two-headed hell wolves behind it, and then threw out another hurricane. The hurricane blew away the surrounding two-headed hell wolves. The next second, the North Wind Wolf leaped back and fled. Unfortunately, there were too many soul beasts around, and no matter how many it killed, that damn human would make up the number of deaths in the first place. They can't be killed or destroyed at all. The North Wind Wolf went completely crazy. It roared towards the sky and looked at Luo Chen with great resentment. The next moment, its body swelled up like a balloon, and waves of terrifying elemental power gathered madly into its body. Boom! The elements poured out, and the body of the North Wind Wolf suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions, blasting hundreds of soul beasts from all directions back. Self-destructed. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. According to the records in the classics, some boss-level monsters that do not have the skill of self-destruction will also have a chance to trigger self-destruction when they are extremely angry, but the probability of this triggering is very small, and it can even be said to be infinitely close to zero. Most professionals may not encounter it once in their lifetime. I didn't expect I'd run into this. The power of the North Wind Wolf's self-detonation was so terrifying that all the 10-year-old and 100-year-old soul beasts that were affected were killed instantly. Some of the closest two-headed hellwolves also died, but most of them only lost a large portion of their health bars. Luo Chen was a little disappointed that he failed to complete the task of raising 100 two-headed hellwolves. However, although the North Wind Wolf is dead, there are still 3 other guardian beasts in the Thousand Wind Temple. It is not difficult to complete the task of exploding the two-headed hellwolf. Thinking of this, Luo Chen showed a devilish smile. He took a few steps forward and picked up the things that the North Wind Wolf dropped. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaimed, Fuck, this piece of equipment is pretty awesome." He widened his eyes and stared at the wristband in his hand. Name, Spiritual Relic Wristband. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, Level 19. Strength, plus 600. Spirit, plus 600. Magic resistance, plus 400. Physical resistance, plus 390. Skill, Mental Power Conversion. Spiritual Power Conversion, active skill. The wearer can forcibly convert the spiritual power attribute into the strength attribute to increase physical attack power. The conversion lasts for 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 60 minutes. This wristband is obviously more suitable for physical professions. Whether it is a meat shield warrior, assassin, high-output melee swordsman, or long-range archer, it can be said to be an artifact-level equipment. Once worn, you can convert your mental power into strength attributes in a short period of time, greatly increasing your own attack power. But for magic professionals, it is completely useless. Although the basic attributes are good, the mental power conversion is completely useless. Magic professionals have thin skin and low defense. Even if they convert their mental energy into strength attributes, they would never dare to swing their staffs to hit people. But for Luo Chen, hitting someone at close range is not a big deal. Chapter 76. I'll smash your head with my staff. Low defense. No melee output skills. So what? I have a life chain. No matter how much I play, I can't die. Once my mental power is converted, I can just go up and do it. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and couldn't help laughing. Will I be able to fight in close combat in the future? I can hit my head with a staff. It feels so good just thinking about it. Take off the blessed wristband on your body and replace it with the spiritual relic wristband. The attributes suddenly increased dramatically. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 19. Experience, 21. Strength, 915, plus 20. Agility, 238, plus 20. Spirit, 2880, plus 20. Magic resistance, 3040, plus 20. Physical resistance, 1130, plus 20. Martial soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. External soul bone, Devil Purple Wings. Equipment, Skeleton King Medal, Skeleton Staff, High Priest Robe, Resistance Boots, Weird Necklace, Lost Helm, Skeleton Chain Ring, Spiritual Relic Wristband. Summoned Beast Limit, 15,000. Skills, Soul Beast Summoning, Level 2. Luo Chen was dazzled by the vast array of skills. After a moment, he closed the character interface. Converting all my mental energy into strength, plus a 20 attribute increase, my strength will exceed 4,000 points. Among professionals of the same level, who can be stronger than me? Even if it's a strength-type warrior, unless he's wearing a set of platinum level or higher equipment, he can never be taller than me. Apart from this wristband, the rest of the equipment is not suitable for him. There is one more diamond-level weapon, but it's a bow. It should fetch a pretty penny. In addition, the North Wind Wolf also dropped a broken puzzle piece from the basement, so Luo Chen has successfully collected 2 of them. After checking the remaining time of the dungeon, Luo Chen waved the staff in his hand and said, "Little ones, continue. Let's go." The subsequent exploration was still extremely smooth. Although the monsters' levels are getting higher, their attributes are getting stronger, and they are appearing more and more frequently. This is not enough to stop Luo Chen's steps. As time passed, the number of two-headed hellwolves that died gradually increased. 3 hours later, a new boss appeared in front of Luo Chen. One of the 4 guardians of the Thousand Winds Temple, the Lion of the South Wind. The level is the same as that of the North Wind Wolf, also a level 40 boss, and the attributes are similar. But the skills are completely different. Luo Chen looked at the Lion of the South Wind in the distance and couldn't help laughing. The smile was so obscene that the Lion of the South Wind could not help but shiver. Like the Wolf of the North Wind, the Lion of the South Wind also possesses a high level of intelligence and can speak human language. Its eyes were fixed on Luo Chen, and its huge body blocked the passage ahead like a mountain, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. How could a human get here? The voice of the Lion of the South Wind spread out, stirring the power of the wind element and causing the surrounding space to buzz. Its eyes were full of surprise, and it was obviously puzzled as to why someone would appear in this place. Where's the wolf of the North Wind? Didn't he show up to stop this human? Luo Chen grinned. Facing this boss, he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and commanded a group of soul beasts to rush forward. Simple, rough, just do it. As the soul beast rushed forward, he was not willing to be left out, and he jumped with his staff in hand and sat on the back of a two-headed hell wolf, then rushed forward as well. Oh! He let out strange cries, and as soon as he got close, he swung his staff and smashed it on the head of the lion of the South Wind. Human, you are looking for death. The lion of the South Wind instantly became furious. I saw its hair standing on end, and countless wind blades spurted out of its mouth, hitting a group of two-headed hell wolves in front of it in a blink of an eye. Then, its claws stomped hard on the ground. Scarlet scratches spread out, once again causing a huge blow to those two-headed hell wolves. Luo Chen was also enveloped by this terrifying skill. Hey, you still dare to hit me? Do you want to be hit on the butt by my soul beast like the North Wind Wolf? Luo Chen dragged his broken body to his feet and rushed forward again, swinging his staff. You must be hit a few times by me today, otherwise I will never let you go. Bang! As he spoke, his staff had already hit the lion of the South Wind. With a strength of over 4,000 points, it directly caused considerable damage. 4,000 points of strength. You know, the two-headed hell wolf, a 1,000-year-old soul beast, only has 5,000 points of strength. The war broke out instantly. This battle was exactly the same as the previous one against the North Wind Wolf. Under the constant bombardment of soul beasts from all directions, the health bar of the lion of the South Wind dropped rapidly. Luo Chen's soul beasts were also decreasing rapidly. With 100 two-headed hell wolves, the death toll quickly piled up. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 100 two-headed hell wolves in battle. Mission completed, and a soul skill is awakened randomly. Hint. Soul skills are being randomly selected. Hint. The random selection of soul skills has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul skill Dragon Soaring Sky, Thunder Explosion. Dragon soars and thunder explodes? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the character interface to check the skill introduction of Longting Tianlei Explosion. Dragon Soaring Sky Thunder Explosion can change the sky, condense thunderclouds in an area ahead, and the thunder gathers to transform into a small thunder dragon, causing a huge blow to the target within the range, and causing a 3-second paralysis effect. The soul skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. Seeing the introduction of this soul skill, Luo Chen was overjoyed. Powerful. Another attack and control skill. It changes the celestial phenomena, which is somewhat similar to Lu Zhengjiang's meteor shower. Luo Chen slowly raised the staff in his hand and fixed his eyes on the lion of the South Wind in the distance. The next second, there was thunder in the air ahead. A layer of thunderclouds formed in an instant, and then countless thunders condensed in it, turning into ferocious thunder dragons that rushed down and slammed heavily towards the lion of the South Wind. Boom, boom. At this time, Luo Chen had already released the mental power conversion. The converted power attribute returned to the mental attribute, and the power of the soul skill also exploded to the extreme. Under the bombardment of the Thunder Dragon, huge damage broke out one after another, and at the same time, the body of the lion of the South Wind trembled violently and fell into paralysis. Awesome! Luo Chen burst into laughter. The soul beast's attack did not stop. At the same time Luo Chen made his move, the skills of soul beasts from all directions also fell down and hit it hard. The health bar continued to drop, and before long, it had dropped to a thin layer of blood. At this time, Luo Chen also showed his devilish smile again. Okay, the rest of the performance time is up to you. Kill these soul beasts for me, otherwise you will have a hard time dying. Chapter 77 Summoning Technique Upgrade. This is so cool. The introduction to the Dragon Soaring Sky Thunder Explosion soul skill does not specify how long the thundercloud will last. Luo Chen estimated that it took about 10 seconds from the formation to the disappearance of the thundercloud. During these 10 seconds, the thunder dragon condensed by the thundercloud would cause continuous attacks on the targets below the thundercloud, which was extremely powerful. At this time, the lion of the South Wind had been stunned, and his expression was the same as that of the wolf of the North Wind. After its health bar reached the bottom, the soul beast from all directions stopped attacking and surrounded the lion of the South Wind like wooden stakes, allowing it to output crazily. At the beginning, the lion of the South Wind was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Whole groups of soul beasts were killed on the spot by it. But gradually, the boss became numb. Human, what do you want to do? If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why torture me? Even if I die, I will take you with me. Human, You will die a miserable death. Time passed little by little, and finally it couldn't stand it anymore. With a loud bang, the huge body of the Lion of the South Wind exploded. Self-destructed. Can't afford to play, right? Luo Chen rolled his eyes. He explodes all the time. He has no professional ethics at all. Self-destruction would not matter, but the Lion of the South Wind self-destructed too early. Look at the North Wind Wolf. He was first peed on by a group of wind wolves, and then got hit on the butt by several two-headed hell wolves. He couldn't stand the humiliation and chose to self-destruct. You, on the other hand, have become autistic after killing just a few thousand soul beasts. Luo Chen took a few steps forward and picked up the things that exploded from the Lion of the South Wind. The third piece of the broken basement puzzle is obtained. In addition, there are several pieces of equipment. Level 40 platinum shoes. Luo Chen was speechless. The shoes are good shoes, and they just happen to suit my profession. But the level requirement is too high, isn't it? Level 40? I'm only level 19 now. Keep it for now. The properties of the shoes are very good, but it's a pity that I can't wear them now. As for whether to keep it until level 40 or sell it for money, that is a matter for the future. After filling the summoning space, Luo Chen did not waste any time and continued to move towards the depths of the Thousand Winds Temple. The journey continued to be extremely smooth. With more than 10,000 soul beasts charging forward, both the groups of small monsters and the occasional elite bosses that jumped out were easily torn to pieces. Soon, the third boss also died in Luo Chen's hands. This boss was none other than the West Wind Eagle, one of the 4 guardians of the Thousand Wind Temple. After a flash of light, Luo Chen finally upgraded. Bite. Hint. Your level has been raised to level 20, and the level of soul beast summoning has been raised. The current level is level 3. Hint. Successfully unlocked the Soul Beast Shield. Soul Beast Shield. Active skill, can shield the unlocked 10-year soul beasts. When performing the soul beast summoning technique in the non-shielded state, there is a greater chance of summoning a new species of 10-year soul beasts, and can specify the summoning of the unlocked 10-year soul beasts. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Level 3 synchronizes the Soul Beast Shielding effect. In the 10-year Soul Beast Shielding state, you can randomly summon the unlocked 100-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts, and there is a very small chance of summoning a new 100-year soul beast. Tip. The upper limit of the summoning space has been increased to 25,000. Hint. The attached Soulbone Demon purple wings have evolved, and the flying skill has been upgraded to level 3. Flying, level 3 after fusion. The host can gain the ability to fly. The flight duration is 20 minutes. Agility is increased by 60, and the cooling time is 40 minutes. Hearing the reminder in his ear, Luo Chen was overjoyed. After reaching level 20, the Soul Beast summoning technique really has a surprise. Before this, in order to summon a 1,000-year soul beast, he might have to perform the Soul Beast summoning technique dozens or even hundreds of times in a row before he could summon one. Most of the time, the ones summoned were 10-year soul beasts. Wind Baboon, Spotted Cat, Golden Wolf, Lonely Bamboo, one after another popped up and almost drove Luo Chen crazy. Now with the Soul Beast Shield, these 10-year soul beasts that were there to make up the numbers can finally disappear. Moreover, Soul Beast shielding is not as simple as just shielding 10-year soul beasts. In the non-shielded state, a new 10-year soul beast can be summoned with a greater probability, which means that Luo Chen has a greater chance of triggering the troop explosion task. The Soul Beast summoning technique also has a small chance of summoning a new 100-year-old soul beast. Can I get a new 100-year-old soul beast without completing the blast mission? Not bad, not bad. Boom. At the end of the distant passage, groups of soul beasts were still exploring forward. Occasionally, a few roars and screams could be heard. It seemed that they had encountered monsters. Luo Chen tidied himself up a bit and continued to explore forward. 3 of the 4 guardian beasts of the Thousand Winds Temple have been killed, namely the North Wind Wolf, the South Wind Lion, and the West Wind Eagle. If nothing unexpected happens, the last guardian beast should be named Dongfeng. As for what bird it is called Dongfeng, Luo Chen has no idea. Kill the monsters along the way. At this time, the monsters encountered are all above level 35, with extremely high attributes. Luo Chen just uses them to clean up the 10-year soul beasts, and then uses the Soul Beast summoning technique to summon more 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts to fill the vacancies. Time passed little by little, and soon Luo Chen arrived at the end of the passage. The way forward was blocked by a thick wall, and in front of the wall there was a magic circle emitting light. Obviously, this should be a teleportation array. If you want to continue exploring forward, you must teleport through this magic circle. If it were other professionals, they might hesitate at this moment. No one knows what they will encounter when they teleport over. What if they are teleported into a group of monsters? They might be killed instantly. But Luo Chen had no such concerns at all. He took a few steps forward, but did not rush to step onto the teleportation array. Instead, he looked at the high wall in front of him. There is a giant silver dragon carved on the high wall. It is called a giant dragon, but it actually looks more like a blue lizard with wings. This should be the last boss, right? Luo Chen said to himself. East Wind Lizard? It can't be called East Wind Dragon with this appearance, right? Without further delay, Luo Chen waved his hand and brought all the soul beasts back to the summoning space, then stepped onto the teleportation array. There was a flash of light, and his figure disappeared. In the deepest part of the Thousand Winds Temple, a giant lizard of enormous size was perched on a ruined throne. The monitor lizard has 6 blue fleshy wings, and its sturdy limbs seemed to contain infinite power. Its eyes were slightly closed, and its body was curled up, carefully protecting a huge blue egg under its body. Suddenly, it seemed to realize something and opened its eyes abruptly. Almost at the same time, a flash of light appeared about 10 meters ahead. The next second, Luo Chen's figure teleported over. Chapter 78 Dragon Egg. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Luo Chen widened his eyes, staring at the monster in front of him in a daze. At such a close distance, his figure seemed as small as an ant in front of this giant. Fuck, this teleportation is a bit outrageous, teleporting directly to the boss. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but complain. If it were any other professional, they would be killed instantly as soon as they stood firm, right? Boom. Just as he was complaining, a huge wind blade spurted out from the boss's mouth and instantly hit him. It's impossible to dodge at such a close distance. Luo Chen didn't even have time to cast the Soul Beast summoning technique to ask the Soul Beast to help him block the skills. There was a loud bang and blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying wind blade cut him in half, and the 2 halves of his body were swept away, spilling a large pool of blood, and his internal organs rolled all over the ground. How dare you, a lowly human, break into the Thousand Winds Temple? You're courting death. The giant lizard let out a roar, looked at Luo Chen's body with disdain, and closed its eyes again. Luo Chen's upper body fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and severe pain swept through his body. Oh my god, I was cut in half. This is too painful, right? The internal organs scattered on the ground turned into rays of light and disappeared. The lower body that fell in the distance also turned into light and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, blood tissue began to grow at the part where Luo Chen's upper body was cut off. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a complete body was condensed again. Pain. It hurt so much. Luo Chen stood up with a grin on his face. But then again, if I was torn into pieces, or if I was burned to ashes by fire magic, how can I be reborn? Find a chance to try. Hey, don't sleep. I'm not dead. Luo Chen shouted, and then directly threw a top-level detection technique over. Damn. No way. How dare you use the name of a dragon? You are obviously a lizard, okay? Seeing the name of the boss, Luo Chen couldn't help but spit. Name: Dragon of the East Wind, Boss of the Thousand Winds Temple. Level: 40. HP: 1 million. Strength: 9,000. Agility: 2,200. Spirit: 6,000. Magic resistance: 4,500. Physical resistance: 4,500. Skills: Wind Dragon Roar, Reckless Rage, Flying. Wind Dragon Roar. With the bonus of Dragon's Might, the wind element attack of the East Wind Dragon is even more powerful. The wind pressure from the roar will sweep across the entire palace, leaving all targets in the palace with nowhere to hide. The skill cooldown time is 2 minutes. Reckless Rage. When guarding the dragon egg, the East Wind Dragon will have a greater chance of falling into a violent state, increasing all attributes by 30. After all targets are repelled, the violent effect disappears. Flying. The East Wind Dragon can fly in the sky, but its flight is restricted by the palace. Dragon of the East Wind. Although they are both level 40 guardian bosses, their attributes are obviously much higher than the previous 3 bosses. Moreover, the skill of Wind Dragon's Roar can cover the entire field. As long as you are in this palace, no matter where you stand, you cannot avoid the coverage of this skill. The skill of Reckless Rage is also very abnormal. Once triggered, the berserk state will continue unless the enemy escapes from the dungeon or is killed. And it can fly. The West Wind Eagle that we killed earlier also had the ability to fly, but the battle environment at the time was extremely restrictive, so it couldn't use this skill. But the dome of this palace is extremely high. Even if it can slightly restrict the flying ability of the East Wind Dragon, it can still allow it to fly dozens of meters into the air. Once it is lifted into the air, it will be very difficult for my soul beast to attack it. Roar. The East Wind Dragon opened his eyes again. It looked at Luo Chen with some surprise, obviously not expecting that this human was still alive. Dragon eggs? Luo Chen's eyes lit up slightly. I haven't killed you yet, and there's already a surprise. Little guys, come on. Fly? If you have the guts, just throw the egg on the ground and fly. If you dare to fly, I will smash the egg. As he spoke, Luo Chen waved his hand and summoned all the summoned beasts. Unlike before, most of the soul beasts summoned by Luo Chen this time were 100-year-old soul beasts, with a small number of 1,000-year-old two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes. As for 10-year soul beasts, their number is already very small, less than 5,000. After obtaining the soul beast shield, the 10-year soul beasts can be shielded at any time, allowing Luo Chen to finally control the number of 10-year soul beasts independently. Roar. Without any delay, the soul beasts rushed forward after being summoned. Human, how is it possible that you are still alive? The East Wind Dragon roared, and dragon roar sounded. In an instant, the terrifying dragon power swept out. Under the dragon's might, countless wind blades burst out. This is the strongest monster skill Luo Chen has seen so far, especially its coverage range is terrifying. As the wind dragon roared, he was killed instantly again. 5,000 10-year soul beasts were also cleared out in an instant. Although the 100-year soul beasts were not killed instantly, their health bars dropped a lot. If the East Wind Dragon could roar again, it could kill all the 100-year soul beasts instantly. Such a terrifying attack made Luo Chen gasp. Oh my god, if it were any other professional, they would have been wiped out in an instant. His body was knocked and hit the corner of the wall, covered in blood, and there was no intact part of his body. But that's not a problem. Unless all the soul beasts are dead, they will not die even if they are blown into pieces. Do it for me. Luo Chen simply sat on the ground and didn't get up. Guys, kill it for me. Roar, roar, roar. While the soul beast was attacking frantically, his soul beast summoning technique did not stop. Under the soul beast shield, each summoned soul beast is a 100-year-old soul beast or a 1,000-year-old soul beast. In this way, it is easy to pile up the number of two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes. 500 two-headed hell wolves, 2,000 green phosphorus snakes. Hurry up and gather the numbers. We must complete these 2 troop explosion missions today, no matter what. On the battlefield, roars were heard one after another. Groups of soul beasts rushed to the throne without regard for their lives and fought with the East Wind Dragon. Just as Luo Chen guessed, although the East Wind Dragon had the ability to fly, when faced with siege from all directions, it did not choose to fly into the air, but instead stayed on the throne, protecting the dragon egg under its body. Roar. The East Wind Dragon's health bar dropped rapidly. Luo Chen's routine was the same. He planned to first reduce the health bar of the East Wind Dragon, leaving only a trace of blood, and then start to squeeze its value to complete the task of exploding troops. But just when the East Wind Dragon's health bar dropped to 30, something strange happened. Chapter 79, I really want to roast the dragon eggs. Boom. The terrifying dragon might burst out from the body of the East Wind Dragon. The next moment, its eyes glowed red, and its entire body suddenly expanded, and even its dragon claws became sharper. A brutal and bloodthirsty aura rushed towards them. Under the sudden surge of pressure, the surrounding soul beasts were directly knocked back. Bite. Tip. The East Wind Dragon triggers reckless rage, increasing all attributes by 30. Human, I will cut you into pieces. At this time, the attributes of the East Wind Dragon skyrocketed, and it fell into a state of complete madness. Perhaps the violence affected its thinking. It flapped its dragon wings, and its huge body suddenly soared into the air. It actually gave up on protecting the dragon egg and flew directly into the air. Huh, don't want the dragon eggs anymore? Luo Chen blinked. Are you sure you want to fly? The East Wind Dragon seemed not to have heard his words. Its huge body rushed out and swooped down towards Luo Chen from midair. Tear you into pieces. There were continuous roars coming out of its mouth. Apparently, its mind was affected after it went into a frenzy. Now, all it sees is the enemy. The rage will continue only if the enemy is killed or driven out of the palace. Roar. Dense swarms of wind demon wolves roared, and countless wind blades spewed out of their mouths, blasting towards the East Wind Dragon in midair. As for Luo Chen, of course he would not stand there stupidly waiting to die. Although he could be resurrected and it didn't matter if he died many times, it would still hurt. Guju, come out and block the bullets. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the Soul Beast summoning technique was performed. Remove the Soul Beast shield and directly specify the summoning. The next moment, A group of solitary bamboos blocked Luo Chen's way. In a blink of an eye, a bamboo forest formed in front of Luo Chen. Ridicule. The branches of the solitary bamboo swayed, and the taunting skill was used. Even intelligent monsters, after being hit by a taunting skill, will be forced to draw hatred and vent their attacks madly on Guju. Sure enough, after the East Wind Dragon withstood the tornado blade of the Gale Wolf, it rushed towards the group of solitary bamboos like crazy. Human, I'm going to kill you. It roared in its mouth, and its scarlet eyes frequently looked in the direction of Luo Chen, but its attacks involuntarily hit the lonely bamboos. There were simply too many solitary bamboos. As soon as the taunting skill effect of the previous solitary bamboo disappeared, a new solitary bamboo would take over the taunt, continuously attracting the hatred of the East Wind Dragon. Unless the cooldown of its Wind Dragon roar is over, and it can use a large-scale skill again to instantly clear all the lonely bamboos. Otherwise, it can't even get out of the bamboo forest. Don't just stand there. Go and drain its health bar for me. At Luo Chen's command, the two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes all surrounded him. The green phosphorus snake roared, and poisonous vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around the body of the East Wind Dragon. Afterwards, a poisonous breath was released, and clouds of poisonous fog enveloped the East Wind Dragon in an instant. The battle continues. At this time, Luo Chen had already climbed onto the broken throne and came to the dragon egg. Item name, Wind Dragon Egg Seal. Item introduction. After the seal is lifted, a baby dragon with wind attributes can be hatched and tamed to become a mount. The introduction of Dragon Egg is very simple. The properties of the baby dragon are not explained. It is just mentioned that the baby dragon can be hatched after the seal is lifted. A baby dragon? A mount. Luo Chen touched his chin. It's of no use to me. His soul beasts can be used as mounts, such as the Wind Wolf, the two-headed Hell Wolf, and the green phosphorus snake. He can ride them however he wants. You can ride on the face or the butt. Although Luo Chen does not have a flying soul beast now, as the troop explosion tasks are continuously triggered, he believes that he will be able to obtain a flying soul beast sooner or later. With so many flying soul beasts around him, does Luo Chen need a wind dragon mount? If he could use it right away, he wouldn't mind accepting it, but it was sealed, and he had to find a way to remove the seal before he could get the baby dragon. And after getting the baby dragon, you still have to spend energy to cultivate it. It takes a lot of effort to cultivate it, but its attributes and skills may not be better than those of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. What's the point of having it? Just roast it and eat it. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he took out the grill. Then a fire actually started next to the throne. Roar. At this time, the cooldown of the East Wind Dragon's Wind Dragon Roar skill ends. With a roar, the dragon's might rolled out. Hurricanes swept through, wind blades rushed all over the sky, and the entire palace was once again covered by this powerful skill. All the lone bamboos of the past 10 years were slaughtered in an instant. A large number of 100-year-old soul beasts also died. Human, kill you. Without Guju's ridicule, the East Wind Dragon's attention fell on Luo Chen again. However, it's totally useless. Go play over there by yourself. Don't disturb me while I'm roasting dragon eggs. With a wave of his hand, more solitary bamboos were summoned. Ridicule. Ah, despicable. The East Wind Dragon roared madly and wanted to attack Luo Chen, but its attention was involuntarily drawn to Guju. Hey, don't just attack Guju. Can you take care of my two-headed Hell Wolf and the green phosphorus snake? Luo Chen shouted. Don't be silly and wait for others to favor you. Go and help Guju block the attack. Because of the taunting and the aggro, all of the East Wind Dragon's attacks were directed at Guju. Fortunately, the East Wind Dragon's normal attacks also had a range effect, so the surrounding two-headed Hell Wolves and green phosphorus snakes could still suffer some damage. But this is too slow. Under Luo Chen's orders, the two-headed Hell Wolf and the green phosphorus snake seemed to have opened a new door. Roar. The claws of the East Wind Dragon slammed towards the solitary bamboo in front. Almost at the same time, several two-headed Hell Wolves leaped out and blocked the solitary bamboo. Boom. This time, several two-headed Hell Wolves were blasted away by the dragon claws, directly helping Guju to block the damage. That's right. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction, and the soul beast summoning technique was performed continuously, and more lonely bamboos were thrown out. Then he summoned a wind baboon, plucking the hair and lighting the fire, all in one go. The charcoal beneath the grill was burning. At this moment, the friend column suddenly jumped. Duan Liar. Little brother, where are you? I've leveled up to level 16. Luo Chen. I'm in the Thousand Winds Temple dungeon, preparing to roast dragon eggs. I'll leave you a piece of egg white, so you can taste it when I get back. The Thousand Winds Temple Teleportation Stone was obtained when selling points for refining dungeons during the big exam, so Duan Liar certainly knew about it. But that's not the point. The focus is on the dragon egg. Duan Liar. Roast dragon eggs? Ah, brother, dragon eggs? Don't roast them, don't roast them. Luo Chen. It's already cooked, it smells so good. You lied to me. You just said you were ready to bake it, which means it hasn't been baked yet. How could it be cooked all of a sudden? Duan Liar said frantically. Dragon eggs, can you see if they can hatch? If they can't, forget it. But if they can, don't roast them. I'll buy them. You can ask for any amount of money, but I will give it to you. Chapter 89 Star Begonia. Although he could only see words, Luo Chen's mind already appeared Duan Liar's crazy look. Roast dragon eggs? Although he had this idea, he would never do it. This is a dragon egg, and it is a dragon egg that can hatch a giant wind dragon. Although it is not of much use to him, it is definitely a treasure for other professionals. It can even be said to be a priceless treasure, the kind that cannot be bought with dragon coins. It would be a shame to roast it and eat it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. It's already cooked. It smells so good. Luo Chen took out the skewers of meat and put them on the grill, then took out a few boiled eggs. Shell the eggs, skewer them, sprinkle with cumin and chili powder, and put them on the grill. As for the dragon egg, it had already been put into Luo Chen's item space. Time passed little by little. Because the solitary bamboo attracted hatred, and because of the restriction of the poisonous vines of the green phosphorus snake, the east wind dragon was trapped in the bamboo forest and unable to come out. Even though the wind dragon's roar skill could cover the entire field, it had just cleared all the lonely bamboos when new ones were thrown over, making it impossible for it to get close to Luo Chen. Moreover, it would be useless even if he got closer. Luo Chen had been killed by the wind dragon's roar several times. If he got closer, it would just be another way for Luo Chen to die. Soon, the east wind dragon's health bar reached the bottom, and the soul beast stopped attacking and began to pounce on death through various means. Don't blow yourself up, don't blow yourself up, Luo Chen muttered. I'm counting on you to help me complete the mission of exploding the two-headed hell wolf and the green phosphorus snake. Soul Beast Shield. Active skill, can shield the unlocked 10-year soul beasts. When performing the soul beast summoning technique in the non-shielded state, there is a greater chance of summoning a new species of 10-year soul beasts, and can specify the summoning of the unlocked 10-year soul beasts. The effect of soul beast shielding is very powerful. Designated summoning allows Luo Chen to directly summon out the solitary bamboos. When the number of solitary bamboos is sufficient to hold back the east wind dragon, he will activate the shield again. In this way, when casting the soul beast summoning technique, there will be a greater chance of summoning the 1,000-year-old two-headed hell wolf and the green phosphorus snake. 1 hour, 2 hours. Time passed quickly, and finally the prompt that the troop explosion mission was completed appeared. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 500 two-headed hell wolves in battle. Mission completed. The second martial spirit is unlocked, and it is randomly drawn. Hint. The second martial soul has been randomly selected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Martial Soul 9-star Begonia. Tip. The fusion of martial souls is complete, and the host's all attributes are permanently increased by 10. At the same time, the 9-star Begonia exclusive soul skill, 9 Heart Group Healing, is awakened. 9-star Begonia? Luo Chen widened his eyes and didn't react for a moment. What kind of martial spirit is this? After fusion, all attributes increased by 10. When I awakened the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon martial spirit, it only added some basic attributes, and there was no percentage increase. Also, obtaining the 9-star Begonia actually comes with an exclusive soul skill. 9 Hearts Mass Healing. 9-star Begonia's only soul skill. After using it, it can forcibly heal the target within the range, regardless of the severity of the injury, and restore the target to its peak state. The skill cooldown time is 24 hours, and this skill cannot be used on monsters. Seeing the introduction of soul skills, Luo Chen took a breath. Ignore the severity of the injury and restore the target to peak condition? In other words, as long as the target is not dead, even if only half of the body is left, it can still be forcibly healed and recovered? Isn't this too awesome? What a magical skill. The forbidden spell level recovery skills of a priest profession cannot achieve this effect, right? What does the unique soul skill mean? Luo Chen said to himself. Could it be that 9-star Begonia can only have this one soul skill? In the skill column, there are 3 soul skills belonging to the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon Martial Soul. They are Thunder 4 Verticals, Blue Lightning, Overlord Armor, and Dragon Soaring Sky, Thunder Explosion. But judging from the introduction of the 9 Heart Group Healing technique, The 9-star begonia martial soul is likely to not have any other soul skills appear. It's a magical skill, but it's useless to me. I worked so hard to finally awaken my second martial spirit, and this is the result? Damn it. After the excitement, Luo Chen couldn't help feeling disappointed. Because of the life chain, no matter how serious the injury he suffers, he will recover in an instant. He is not afraid of death, so why does he need treatment? Fortunately, the 9-star begonia also brought him a 10 attribute increase. Otherwise, Luo Chen would really have cursed. After completing the two-headed Hell Wolf's troop explosion mission, Luo Chen only had 2 troop explosion missions left to complete. Create 10 million wind baboons. After obtaining the Soul Beast Shield, Luo Chen can make designated summons of wind baboons, which can greatly increase the speed of this troop explosion task. But 10 million is still too many. Plus, the 1000 Wind Temple copy has a time limit, so it is impossible to complete it through the East Wind Dragon. The last one is the death of 2,000-year-old green phosphorus snakes. Luo Chen looked at the remaining time of the copy and frowned slightly. Only 3 hours left. After killing the East Wind Dragon, we still have to explore the mysterious basement. We must leave enough time. After thinking about it, Luo Chen didn't go on. Hey, your 3 brothers have all exploded. Why don't you explode too? Luo Chen shouted. But the East Wind Dragon was still full of fighting spirit and was still madly attacking the surrounding lone bamboos, with no intention of self-destructing at all. Luo Chen specifically summoned a group of wind baboons, slightly increasing the number of wind baboons killed. Then he did not delay any longer and ordered all the soul beasts to attack. Roar! Densely packed soul beasts pounced from all directions, and their skills hit the East Wind Dragon hard one after another. It originally had only a thin layer of skin left, and under the overwhelming bombardment, the remaining health bar was emptied in the blink of an eye. Oh! Along with a shrill wailing, the body of the East Wind Dragon fell heavily to the ground, and then the body turned into star-like lights and disappeared, and a large number of items exploded. Another broken puzzle piece popped out. Bite. Hint. After you have collected the broken puzzle pieces, you can use the pattern on the puzzle pieces to unlock the basement's password after you find the entrance to the basement. In addition to this puzzle, there are several pieces of equipment, including a level 20 pair of boots that increase mental power. Name, Wind Dragon Boots. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, level 20. Spirit, plus 620. Magic resistance, plus 500. Physical resistance, plus 300. Movement speed, 20. Skills, damage resistance, wind haste. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 10. Wind swiftness, active skill. After using it, the transfer speed can be increased to 100. The duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown is 5 minutes. Awesome. Luo Chen chuckled and directly changed the resistance boots on his feet. The attributes increased by 1 level, and he also gained an additional wind speed skill. Then, Luo Chen looked at the stone that had just exploded. This is a stone that sparkles with colorful light. After seeing the item description of the stone, Luo Chen was overjoyed. He pulled the wind baboon next to him and gave him a big kiss. Chapter 81 Artifact Evolution Core. Luo Chen's kiss came too suddenly, and the wind baboon was stunned. It stood there for a long time before coming to its senses. The wind baboon came to its senses and ran to the side, waving its hands and feet, waving its arms and legs at its companions, and shouting continuously, as if showing off. The wind baboons opened their eyes wide and showed envy in a very human way. Soon, several wind baboons approached Luo Chen and put their faces close to him. Huh, what are you going to do? Want me to kiss you? Luo Chen blinked. Go away, all of you. I was also a bad mouth. I had to kiss it. This mouthful of hair almost choked me to death. After sending away the wind baboons that were surrounding him, Luo Chen looked at the stone in his hand again. This should be the biggest gain from the trip to the 1000 Wind Temple, right? Although the Wind Dragon Egg is equally precious, its value is far less than this stone. Item name, Artifact Evolution Core. Item description, contains the powerful force of the 4 Guardians of Wind and can be integrated with God-level equipment below level 40. After fusion, the equipment gains the power of evolution, and the equipment level will continue to evolve and improve with the level of the wearer, with the upper limit of the improvement being level 40. After killing the 4 guardian beasts, a lot of equipment dropped, but Luo Chen could only use very few of them. Take a pair of level 40 diamond grade shoes in the item space, for example. Its attributes are very powerful, and it suits Luo Chen's profession, but the wearing level requirements are there, and Luo Chen can only stare blankly. The only items that meet the level requirements and are of good quality are Wind Dragon Boots, Spiritual Ruins Wrist Guards, and the Lost One's Helmet, dropped by killing the Ruins Guard. Although the attributes of these pieces of equipment are quite good, in Luo Chen's opinion, they are totally unworthy of the hidden copy of Thousand Wind Temple. It's different now. With this artifact evolution core, Luo Chen took off on the spot, and the slight regret in his heart disappeared instantly. But then again, if another professional gets this artifact evolution core, they may not be able to use it. After all, not everyone has a divine weapon. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. He happened to have a magical artifact on him, the Hell Priest Belt, with an equipment level of 16. As a divine weapon, the Hell Priest's belt has very good attributes, and it also comes with 3 skills, which allow him to transform into a skeleton high priest and open an exclusive skeleton crypt copy. After transforming into a skeleton high priest, the soul beasts summoned can be automatically transformed into monsters in the skeleton crypt copy. He is definitely an expert at disguising his identity, killing, and robbing. He can even save his life by hiding soul beasts in the exclusive copy of the skeleton crypt. However, as Luo Chen's level increases, the basic attributes of the Hell Priest belt will become lower and lower, and its help to Luo Chen will become less and less. The only pity is, this artifact evolution core has a level cap. When my level exceeds 40, the evolution effect will be ineffective. That means the Hell Priest belt can only evolve to level 40 at most. But it's enough for now. Bite. Hint. You have successfully used the artifact evolution core on the God level Hell Sacrifice belt. The Hell Sacrifice belt will start level evolution. The equipment level will be synchronized with the wearer's level, and the synchronization limit is 40 levels. Along with a prompt, the properties of the Hell Priest belt underwent a drastic change. Name: Hell Sacrifice Belt. Grade: God level, evolution. Level requirement: level 20/level 40. Strength: plus 850. Spirit: plus 1,200. Magic resistance: plus 1,000. Physical resistance: plus 800. Skills: Skeleton High Priest, Summoning Conversion, Skeleton Crypt Master. Skeleton High Priest, active after casting, you can transform into a Skeleton High Priest. In the transformed state, all attributes increase by 13. Duration is 8 hours. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Summon Conversion. Exclusive: a skill exclusive to the summoning class. After transforming into a Skeleton High Priest, the summoned beast will automatically transform into a Skeleton Elite, with the attributes and skills remaining unchanged. Lord of the Skeleton Crypt. Passive: after transforming into the Skeleton High Priest, you can freely enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon and become the ultimate boss of the current dungeon. During this period, you can gain upgrade experience by killing professional players. All attributes of equipment skyrocketed. The transformation duration of the Skeleton High Priest has also increased from 6 hours to 8 hours, and the transformation status attribute increase has increased from 10 to 13. Awesome! Luo Chen chuckled and put on the Hell Sacrifice belt again. Didn't stay any longer. He began to drive the soul beast to search carefully in the palace, looking for the entrance to the basement. When he obtained the first broken puzzle piece, Luo Chen kept paying attention to the surrounding situation as he moved forward. He was very sure that there was no place that looked like an entrance to the basement along the way. The entrance to the basement is probably in this East Wind Dragon's temple. Time passed little by little, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of a group of soul beasts, every corner of the temple was explored. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he noticed something unusual under the throne. He crouched down and ran his fingertips lightly over the stone slab beneath the throne. Then he spread the broken puzzle pieces flat on the ground. After splicing, the drawing shows a badge, pattern, and the whole pattern looks very complicated. Looking at the stone slabs under the throne, there is a different pattern on each slab. These patterns are disrupted and seem to have no regular pattern. But if you check carefully, you can find that the pattern on each stone slab corresponds to a corner of the badge. If these stone slabs were moved and rearranged, they should be able to piece together a badge pattern. Puzzles? I stopped playing when I was 3. Although the pattern of this badge is extremely complicated, if you give me a few hours, I can piece it together even without the broken puzzle pieces. Luo Chen muttered something, then moved the stone slabs one by one. Boom. After the last stone slab was put in place, the entire throne suddenly shook violently. At the same time, pieces of the broken puzzle were lifted up by an invisible force, floating in the air, and then turned into star-like lights and merged into the stone slab under Luo Chen's feet. The badge on the stone slab also emitted a dazzling light, as if a dormant magic circle was activated. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen finally understood. It turned out that these broken puzzle pieces were not simply hinting at the badge pattern, but also the source of energy for opening the magic circle at the basement entrance. Boom. The throne shook and the stone slabs moved automatically. Soon, a dark entrance appeared in front of Luo Chen. Chapter 82, Wind God Badge. The entrance to the basement opened and a breeze blew out from the entrance. Luo Chen waved his hand. A group of wind baboons rushed in behind him. The entrance was extremely quiet. After the wind baboon entered, it was not attacked and no monsters were found, which made Luo Chen a little disappointed. No monsters guarding it? I'm afraid I won't get anything good. After taking out a torch from the item space and lighting it, Luo Chen walked down the stairs holding the torch. Oh my god, this is a basement. Whose basement is this big? It's even bigger than the palace of the East Wind Dragon. Luo Chen was speechless. It is called a basement, but in fact it is a huge palace. The palace was extremely quiet, with no sign of monsters. In the center of the palace, there is a huge altar. Call. A strong wind suddenly blew in the closed palace. The next second, the braziers placed around the altar suddenly caught fire, and the flames illuminated the entire palace. This is... Luo Chen widened his eyes, staring blankly at the top of the altar, and casually threw the torch in his hand aside. I saw a gray ball of light floating above the altar. A terrifying pressure emanated from the ball of light, giving people a chilling feeling and even an urge to worship it. Name, Sleeping Barbados. Grade. Introduction, Barbados, who calls himself the god of wind, sleeps in the Temple of Thousand Winds. His double defense increases 1,000 times while sleeping. Barbados? God of wind. Luo Chen frowned slightly. This is Dragon Country. What kind of thing dares to call itself the god of wind in Dragon Country? Barbados. It sounds like a Western name, a false god, right? Luo Chen was somewhat disdainful of Barbados, the god of wind. It's a pity that it's asleep. If it was awake, it could help me pile up the death of soul beasts. MMP, those wind baboons just now actually wanted me to kiss them. I'll let them die first in the next wave. In the distance, the wind baboons seemed to understand what their master meant, and all showed expressions of grievance. At this time, Luo Chen had already walked up the steps of the altar and came directly to the sleeping Barbados. He reached out and tapped the ball of light. Then, not believing in evil, he performed the thunder for leaps. Boom, boom. Lightning flashed, and with Luo Chen's figure as the center, the surrounding area instantly shook with thunder, and streaks of lightning directly hit the light ball. Unfortunately, this seemingly terrifying attack did not cause any waves. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not cause any damage to the light ball. Hey, stop sleeping, wake up. It's time to start work. Someone has broken into your temple. Can you please have some professional ethics? Come here, some wolf cubs, and fight it. If you dare to sleep again, be careful that my wolf cubs will make you pregnant. Ouch! You didn't react when I confronted you? Are you enjoying it silently? Blast it for me. At a command, soul beasts from all directions pounced on it and attacked the light ball frantically. But whether it was pure close-range biting or wind blade bombardment, it could not cause any damage to the light ball. How can you still sleep with such a loud noise? Did you take drugs? After much difficulty in finding this underground temple, all we saw was a sleeping Barbados and nothing else. Where's the baby? What about equipment? What about artifacts? I'm here to look for treasure, not to stare at a ball of light. Luo Chen wanted to put the light ball into the item space and take the sleeping Barbados away directly, but unfortunately he failed. Luo Chen gradually became impatient. Just at this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared. Bite. Tip. The poisonous breath of the green phosphorus snake triggers a deadly toxin, causing a deadly poison to the sleeping Barbados, which lasts for 12 hours. Huh. What's going on? Luo Chen widened his eyes, full of surprise. All the attacks just now failed to damage the light ball, and the poisonous mist produced by the poisonous breath also failed to take effect. But the deadly toxin triggered by the breath actually took effect. Poisonous breath can spit out poisonous mist to cause damage to targets within the range and produce a continuous poisoning effect. There is a 99 chance of causing a poisoning effect that lasts for 30 seconds and a 1 chance of producing a fatal toxin. The fatal toxin ignores any defense and lasts for 12 hours. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. Apparently, it was the feature of ignoring any defense that worked. After being poisoned by the deadly poison, the health bar of the light ball finally appeared. HP, 8 million. Maybe it was because of his deep sleep. Even though Luo Chen used the top-level detection technique, other attributes were still displayed as question marks and could not be viewed. However, just looking at the blood volume can also judge the power of Barbados. The health of the East Wind Dragon is only 1 million, while Barbados' health has reached 8 million, which is 8 times that of the East Wind Dragon. Its double defense increases 1,000 times in sleeping state. No wonder other attacks cannot cause damage to it. Wake up! Luo Chen checked the remaining time of the copy and gave up. There is less than an hour left in the countdown for the dungeon. Even if Barbados is poisoned by a fatal poison, its health bar cannot be depleted in an hour. My fellows, tear down his altar for me, and keep him from waking up. Luo Chen vented his dissatisfaction. At his command, wind baboons rushed over and frantically dismantled the bricks and stones of the altar. In just a short moment, a good altar was reduced to ruins, and the ball of light floating above the altar also fell into the ruins. But even so, the ball of light is still in a dormant state. Roar! Suddenly, a wind baboon growled and pointed towards the ruins of the altar. Its actions attracted Luo Chen's attention. As he walked forward, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he saw a tattered badge scattered among the ruins. Looks exactly like the puzzle badge. There is a surprise after destroying the altar? Name: Sealed Wind God Badge. Grade: automatically opens after the seal is lifted. Property: skills: Blessing of the Wind God, Wind Dragon Evolution, unknown. Blessing of the Wind God. After the seal is lifted, this skill will take effect and can provide the wearer with a 50 speed increase. Wind Dragon Evolution. After the seal is removed, this skill becomes effective. The wearer can remove the seal of the Wind Dragon egg and help the Wind Dragon grow and evolve. Unknown. After the seal is lifted, the unknown skill will be released. This. Luo Chen took a deep breath. It has 3 skills? It can't be a magic weapon, right? Even if it's not a divine weapon, it has to be exclusive equipment. Unfortunately, this equipment is in a sealed state. There was no clue as to how to remove the seal, which made Luo Chen a little disappointed. Perhaps only after the Wind God wakes up can we get the method to unlock the Wind God badge. But how can we awaken Barbados, the God of Wind? Chapter 83: The Apostle's Robe. Looking at the sealed Wind God badge in his hand, Luo Chen began to ponder. If you want to remove the seal of the metal, you will probably have to kill Barbados. But if you want to kill it, you have to wake it up first. Looking at the ball of light in front of him again, Luo Chen showed helplessness. We have thought of all the possible methods, and now there are 2 two-headed hell wolves lying on the light ball and continuously attacking. It is said that wolves have iron heads and tofu waists. After continuously moving up and down, Luo Chen felt that their waists were about to break. But even so, the light ball did not react at all. It was still in a sleeping state, with no sign of waking up. Let's wait here for a while. Wait until the countdown ends. If the light ball still doesn't react, we'll have to leave. Thinking of this, Luo Chen simply took out the recliner and found a flat place to sit down. At this time, the sleeping Barbados had been poisoned by the deadly venom of the green phosphorus snake and was in a state of continuous poisoning, losing blood every second. However, the amount of blood loss is very small. Only a fixed 100 points of blood are lost per second. The deadly poison lasts for 12 hours. Even after 12 hours, it can only take away more than 4.3 million HP of Barbados at most. Barbados' health bar is 8 million points thick, and 4.3 million is just over half of it. It is impossible to take Barbados' life with deadly poison. What's more, there is less than an hour left until the end of the copy. I opened the friend list and found that there were several unread messages. Duan Liars sent another message. Little brother, did you not eat the dragon egg? Du Ruashi. Luo Chen, are you in school? I saw a piece of equipment suitable for you in the academy trading area. I will share its properties with you. See if it is suitable. The price is 40,000 academy points, plus 5 million dragon coins. Shun Tianha. Luo Chen, are you adapting well in Kyoto University? Thanks to you, our Xinyang High School has become very famous. This year's enrollment will definitely be full. In addition, the school has decided to give you a 10 million dragon coins subsidy for further studies. It has been transferred to your account. Remember to come back to school when you have time. You are now the idol of the students. He simply ignored Duan Liar's message. Luo Chen first replied to Dean Shun. Thank you, Dean. I will go back when the holiday comes. After checking the account, I found that 10 million dragon coins had indeed arrived. He was the top scorer in Longwa's college entrance exam and was admitted to Kyoto University with the highest score in history. Teaching such a student was enough to make Xinyang High School the top high school in Longwa. For many years to come, Luo Chen's name will be the living signboard of Xinyang High School. Dean Shun offered a tuition subsidy of 10 million dragon coins, and Luo Chen had no reason to refuse. At this time, Du Ruashi had already shared the attributes of that piece of equipment. It turned out to be a level 20 diamond robe. Name, Apostle's Robe. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, level 20. Spirit, plus 700. Magic resistance, plus 550. Physical resistance, plus 450. Skills, damage resistance, skill amplification, summon enhancement. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 10. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 8. Summon enhancement, passive skill. All summoned beast attributes increased by 8. Huh? This piece of equipment has pretty good attributes. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Du Ruashi is right. It really suits me. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. 5 million dragon coins are nothing. Dean Shin just gave him 10 million in tuition subsidies. When he was in the trial copy, he also earned 10 million from Chu Jingfeng. Duan Liar, Du Ruashi, and Li Ran also gave more than 10 million. 5 million dragon coins. Luo Chen wouldn't care at all. But 40,000 college points are a bit expensive. He had a total of 50,000 college points. The rent of his single-family villa was 2,000 per month. After spending 40,000 at once, he was out of money. At this time, Du Ruashi sent another message. The other party is a junior, a level 34 archer. If you have equipment that suits him, you can also exchange it with him, or use it to redeem some points. I'm in the trading area. If you have archer equipment, share the attributes with me, and I'll help you negotiate. But you haven't killed high-level monsters yet, right? Equipment above level May 30th be a bit difficult for you. Seeing this, Luo Chen smiled slightly. My dad is a senior manager at a professional exchange. This girl is different. Wait a moment, I happen to have a few pieces of equipment around level 30. Luo Chen replied, and then began to search in the item space. The 4 guardian beasts of the Thousand Winds Temple dropped a lot of things for him. And he also gained a lot from killing monsters and elite bosses, including equipment suitable for archers. After a moment, Luo Chen replied, I have 2 level 32 platinum equipment and a level 30 gold shoe. I will share their attributes with you. Du Ruashi, you are the one who exposed all this? No way. Another moment passed. Du Ruashi, it's settled. Give him all 3 pieces of equipment, and he'll give you this apostle's robe, plus an extra 10,000 academy points and 5 million dragon coins. If it's okay, I'll wait for you in the trading area. What's going on? This girl went through a lot of trouble and helped me earn 10,000 credits, 5 million dragon coins. In the distance, the deadly venom of the green phosphorus snake was still taking effect. The sleeping Barbados continued to lose blood, but there was still no sign of waking up. Seeing that the countdown for the copy was about to end, Luo Chen gave up completely. What a pity, a big boss is right in front of us, but we can't kill him. The last second ends. A ray of light appeared under Luo Chen's feet, and his figure was forcibly teleported out of the Thousand Winds Temple. Just after he left, a strong wind suddenly blew through the entire palace. The ball of light on the ruins of the altar burst into a dazzling light, and a terrifying pressure swept over. Kyoto University, Villa. Luo Chen appeared in his room. Bite. Tip. When you take the sealed Wind God badge out of the Thousand Winds Temple, you will be locked by the Wind God Barbados' divine consciousness. He had just stood firm when a prompt sounded. Luo Chen was confused. What the hell? Divine mind lock. That stupid Barbados is still asleep. I don't know when he will wake up. How can he lock onto me? Besides, even if it locks on me, what can it do? Would it dare to run out of the Thousand Winds Temple to seek revenge on me? I wish it would come to me. After being confused, Luo Chen felt a little surprised. It would definitely be a good thing for him if Barbados came to him. Chapter 80, for he actually flirted with me? Kyoto University, Trading Zone. As the top university in Dragon Country, its trading area is much busier than that of other universities. When he first walked in here, Luo Chen even mistakenly thought he had arrived at the professional exchange. In fact, the Kyoto University trading area was designed based on the designs of major professional exchanges. In addition to the trading area, there is also a mission area and a weekly college auction. The currency traded here is basically academy points, with some dragon coins added occasionally. For example, for the Apostle's Robe, the other party will ask for an additional 40,000 college points, plus 5 million dragon coins. The extra dragon coins are there for you to bargain and chop. Soon, Luo Chen found Du Ruashi and met the level 34 archer. Looking at the archer in front of him, Luo Chen's eyes lit up slightly. She is actually a great beauty? Out of habit, Luo Chen directly threw a top-level detection spell over. Character name, Jiang Meyer. Occupation, explosive shooter. Level, 34. Explosive shooter? A rare profession? Kyoto University is indeed full of hidden talents. High-level professions are everywhere, and rare professions are not uncommon here. Jiang Meyer raised her eyebrows slightly and was also looking at Luo Chen, the top scorer in the exam. I finally meet him in person. My name is Jiang Meyer. Does it sound familiar to you? Luo Chen blinked. Familiar? What am I familiar with? Seeing Luo Chen confused, Jiang Meyer couldn't help but curl her lips. I spoke in the chat group of Qianlongjin team. Didn't you see it? Luo Chen laughed dryly. Sorry, I didn't notice. Let's trade first. Du Ruashi. Jiang Meyer, according to the previous agreement, is it okay? Jiang Meyer shrugged. Of course there is no problem with the agreed price. I'm just curious. How come Luo Chen has equipment above level 30? He has only been in school for 3 days. Could he have taken advantage of these 3 days to run to the suburbs and kill monsters of higher levels to get the loot? Luo Chen did not explain the doubts in her mind. After completing the transaction, he had no plans to chat with Jiang Meyer. She is indeed beautiful, but Duan Lier and Du Ruashi are not bad either, each with their own merits. With Duan Lier around him all day long, Luo Chen wasn't attracted to her at all, so how could he have the time to chat up other girls? Instead of flirting with girls, wouldn't it be nice to kill monsters and level up? Seeing Luo Chen leaving, Du Ruashi smiled apologetically at Jiang Meyer, then hurriedly chased after Luo Chen. Du Ruashi, that Jiang Meyer seems very curious about you. Don't you have any thoughts? Luo Chen, why do you have to have an idea? Du Ruashi's eyes widened. She's such a beautiful girl. Any normal boy wouldn't be able to resist being moved, right? Luo Chen rolled his eyes. She is a great beauty? You are too. Huh, how did it get involved with me? Du Ruashi was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red instantly. Luo Chen suddenly stopped and said mysteriously, Ruashi, I have a treasure in my hand. Can you give me some advice? Should I take it to the professional exchange for auction? Or should I auction it directly at the academy auction? Du Ruashi asked suspiciously, good stuff? Could it be a divine weapon? That's about the same. As Luo Chen spoke, he shared the properties of the wind dragon egg with her. Du Ruashi took a breath of cold air and almost screamed out. Oh my god, it's a dragon egg? It's called a dragon egg, but in my opinion, it's not a real dragon. It's just a flying lizard at best. Luo Chen said, if it is the dragon of our dragon country, I will not sell it. Du Ruashi covered her mouth and said, even so, it is still a priceless treasure. I suggest you keep it for yourself. Keep. It's of no use to me. Why should I keep it? Instead of hatching and training it, I might as well think of ways to complete more troop building missions. Who knows? One day I might be able to get a group of flying soul beasts. So, since you insist, I suggest you take it to the professional exchange for auction. Du Ruashi said slowly. The participants of the college auction are all students and teachers of Kyoto University, and the upper limit of the auction price is not high. But the professional exchange is different. We are in Kyoto, and the professional exchange in Kyoto is the largest exchange in Dragon Country. Every auction attracts powerful professionals from all over the country. The price cap at the auction will never let you down. Luo Chen nodded at the girl's analysis. She's right. In that case, let's take it to the Kyoto Professional Exchange for auction. Du Ruashi bit her lip and suddenly said, Luo Chen, I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Why do you say that? Du Ruashi, the wind dragon egg is a priceless treasure. Aren't you afraid that I will have evil intentions and kill you and snatch the wind dragon egg when you go out for training? I really didn't think of that. Luo Chen patted his chest and pretended to be scared. You have the skills to kill and rob. Why don't you think about how to use the beauty trap? If you can seduce me, not to mention the wind dragon egg, even I will be yours. His answer left Du Ruashi at a loss. Before she could recover from her shock, Luo Chen had already walked away. He actually flirted with me? You hooligan. Du Ruashi stamped her feet in anger. Isn't that what Duan Lier thinks? Otherwise, why would she pester you every day? Humph. She pouted and stared at Luo Chen's receding back angrily. Not only did she think of something, her expression gradually became shy. Oops. What am I thinking? I am not Duan Lier. I will not be around him all day. Qianlongjin group chat. Jiang Meyer. Everyone, we will enter the Qianlongjin dungeon in 3 days. How are you all preparing? Tianxing, I'm training in the suburbs. I should be able to level up in 3 days. Mao Runming. I am also training, but I probably can't upgrade. I just hope I can get a piece of equipment that suits me. Jiang Meyer, I have some news for you. Today I met our top scorer in the exam and even exchanged 3 pieces of level 30 plus archer equipment from him. Top scorer, come out and show yourself. Cheng Fei, number 1. You're not talking about Luo Chen, are you? He was only level 18 when he entered school, right? How could he get equipment over level 30? And the equipment that caught your eye must be at least gold level, right? Jiang Meier. Call the number one scholar Luo Chen. Mao Runming. Don't say number one scholar, just call me by my name. In our group, there are a lot of provincial number one scholars, and there is more than one national number one scholar, Luo Chen. Weren't you the number one scholar in the exam 2 years ago? Chapter 85 Dark Gold Bat King. In the villa, Luo Chen checked his character attributes. After putting on the apostle's robe, his attributes improved significantly, and the attributes of all soul beasts also increased by 8. Let's replenish the lost soul beasts first, and summon a group of wind baboons. Although the wind baboons' mission of exploding troops is very abnormal, it must be completed. Luo Chen thought about it, and began to perform the soul beast summoning technique. As for the group chat of the Qianlongjian team, he also casually checked it out. Jiang Meier was actually the top scorer in the exam 2 years ago. That's amazing. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. She is also a junior student. My cousin Su Xinran is also a junior. Maybe I can get some information from her. Find a chance to ask her in person. After a long time, Luo Chen stopped the designated summons. The number of wind baboons has reached 15,000. 10 years of wind baboon, 15,000. Guju, 122. 100 years of Gale Molong, 2212. 100 years of wolf thieves, 2114. Centennial Mandragora snake, 1855. Millennium two-headed hell wolf, 928. Millennium green phosphorus snake, 1119. When he was at the Thousand Winds Temple, Luo Chen had basically used up all the other 10-year soul beasts, leaving only the wind baboon and more than 100 lonely bamboos. At this time, there are less than 1,800 vacancies in the summoning space. Luo Chen prepared to cancel the soul beast shield and conduct a random summon, trying his luck to see if he could summon a new soul beast race. According to the skill introduction of soul beast shielding, if the soul beast summoning technique is performed in a non-shielded state, there is a high probability of summoning a new race of 10-year soul beasts. While in the shielded state, there is a very small chance of summoning a new 100-year soul beast. It's time to look at your face again. Go wash your hands first and excrete some organic matter. Wipe your butt clean and get up. I don't know if it was because Luo Chen did a good job of preparation, but when he used the soul beast summoning technique next time, he actually summoned a new soul beast. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Nether Wolf. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast Guju. Hint: the host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, a bloodthirsty bat. Bite. Hint: the host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 300,000 bloodthirsty bats to die in battle. After completing the mission, you can unlock the 10,000-year soul beast Dark Gold Bat King. Bloodthirsty bats? Flying soul beast? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, but then he couldn't help but spit. I've been dreaming of a flying soul beast as a mount. You can get me a big bird, but how can I ride a bat? Am I unworthy of owning a big bird? Squeak. Before my eyes, a huge bloodthirsty bat was squeaking. Its wingspan was about 3 meters, so it was not huge. If you can force yourself to ride it, you can still ride it. You are too ugly to be my mount. Go back to the summoning space. At least we have to get a phoenix, a dragon or something. Explode 300,000 bloodthirsty bats and unlock the 10,000-year-old Dark Gold Bat King. The name of this 10,000-year-old soul beast sounds a bit awesome. Find a chance to complete it. With the help of a designated summon, it shouldn't be difficult to complete this mission. Next, Luo Chen used designated summoning to summon more than 1,000 bloodthirsty bats, filling the upper limit of 25,000 in the summoning space. After eating a little, I prepared to have a good sleep. There are still 3 days before Qianlongjian opens, and Luo Chen plans to go to the suburbs for some fun tomorrow. But who would have thought that at this time, another message would pop up in the friend column? Duan Liar. Brother, I killed someone. What? At this time, Luo Chen was already lying on the bed. After seeing the message sent by Duan Liar, he quickly sat up. Luo Chen, where are you? Are you injured? Are you in danger? Who did you kill? Duan Liar. Little brother, I feel full of love in your words. Luo Chen. Get lost. Let's talk business, or I'll delete you as my friend. Duan Liar. I'm in the suburbs, running for my life. I killed the female archer who blocked my door a few days ago, and her teammates are chasing me. I was training in the suburbs, and she was looking for trouble with me, trying to cripple me so that I couldn't participate in the Qianlongjian trial. They had more people than me, so I couldn't defeat them, so I pretended to be a coward. Then when she wasn't paying attention, I stabbed her in the back and poisoned her, killing her directly. I'm level 17, and I killed a level 27 guy. Isn't that awesome? Praise me. Luo Chen was stunned. This girl is really good. She actually killed that female archer? And the opponent was killed when his teammates were around. First pretend to be a grandson to let the other party relax their vigilance, and then attack from behind. With Duan Lyre's personality, she can really do such a thing. According to the regulations of each college, students are prohibited from killing each other, and they are not allowed to harm the lives of classmates whether inside or outside the college. However, despite this regulation, it has never been fully implemented. It is not uncommon for classmates to kill each other in the suburbs to seek revenge. At this time, Luo Chen had already gotten out of bed. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Duan Lyre. Don't come to save me. Let me die outside. You don't like me anyway. Woohoo! My heart is dead. What's the point of living? Unless you are willing to be my boyfriend, don't come to save me. Grass. This woman. Luo Chen. Okay, take care of yourself. I'm going to sleep first. Huh? Duan Lyre said quickly. No, you really don't care about me? If you don't want to be my boyfriend, I can be your girlfriend. Maid is fine, right? Luo Chen rolled his eyes, still nagging? If you keep nagging, I won't care about you anymore. The outskirts of Kyoto, dozens of miles away from Kyoto, in a jungle, Duan Lyre was hiding in the weeds, and a few level 20 monsters were wandering around not far away. She held her breath, looked vigilantly in the other direction, and hid her body very low, not daring to make any sound. Dozens of meters away, a group of 4 professionals were standing there. These 4 people are the teammates of the female archer, a swordsman, a shield warrior, an assassin, and a mage. The levels are all above level 25. Fortunately, there was no priest in the team, otherwise Duan Lyre would not have been able to kill the female archer before. The assassin's eyes flashed coldly. Baga, that woman is a shadow assassin, and she has also learned the shadow clone skill exclusive to shadow assassins. If the clone hadn't interfered with our judgment, she would have died long ago. Sakura man? In the grass, Duan Lyre frowned slightly. Chapter 86 Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. In this world, each country has very strict control over its own cultivation resources, and the major colleges in Dragon Country rarely recruit students from other countries. Especially those countries that have conflicts and hatreds with Longhwa's major universities will not recruit students. Even if there are some so-called international students occasionally, they are all from allied countries. Sakura man? It's impossible that he is a student of Kyoto University. Duan Lyre thought in her heart. Her eyes were fixed on the front, not daring to move easily. She knew that if she moved even a little, she would attract the attention of those 4 people. Once they face off head-on, let alone 4, even if there is only 1, Duan Lyre has no chance of winning. After all, the level gap between the 2 sides is there. I have to think of a way to kill that mage first. Although the mage's level is higher than mine, his defense is very low. I still have a chance. Duan Lyre licked the corner of her mouth, and a hint of coldness appeared on her beautiful face. Suddenly, an angry shout came from a distance. The swordsman shouted, "You bitch, are you still hiding? I've already seen you." Boom. Almost at the same time, the wizard took action. He swung his staff, and wind blades swept across the sky, heading directly towards the quiet grass. Duan Lyre narrowed her eyes, but her body remained motionless. As an assassin, she would not be easily influenced by the enemy, especially such bluffing, which would make her reveal her true colors. The wind blade subsided, a large area of weeds was shredded, and several monsters were alarmed, roaring and rushing towards the men. Chance. Duan Lyre raised the corner of her mouth and activated her shadow clone skill. The next second, a figure that looked exactly like her appeared beside her. Be it her aura or her demeanor, there seemed to be no difference at all. Even people who were familiar with her could not tell which was the clone and which was the real her. Shadow Clone, a skill exclusive to shadow assassins, was the admission reward she received after she registered at Kyoto University. Level 1 skill can condense an avatar with 60 of the original body's attributes. After reaching level 2, the attributes of the clone can reach 80. At level 3, the attributes of the clone can reach 100, and the number of condensations will increase to 2. However, Duan Lyre had only been practicing for a short time. Her skill proficiency was very low, and her skill level was just level 1. The clone condensed, Duan Lyre's real body disappeared instantly, and the invisibility skill was used at the same time. In stealth mode, the main body rushed out without hesitation, following the monsters and approaching the target. At the same time, the clone lying in the grass moved and made a sound. There. You're dead, bitch. How dare you kill my woman? I just got her not long ago. I've only been playing with her for half a month. There was a flash of cold light in the eyes of the Sakura assassin, and with a flash of his body, he pounced towards Duan Lyre's clone. The swordsman also rushed out and surrounded from another direction, trying to block Duan Lyre's retreat. As for the meat shield, he held up his shield and stood in front of the mage, helping the mage to withstand the impact of the monsters. The shield warrior said, "Even if we don't intervene, the shadow assassin is dead. Come on, clear these monsters." The wizard chuckled and said, "I don't know what that girl was thinking. A mere level 17 little Karabi actually dared to attack us? Hey, Idakuen, why don't you let her live? She's pretty. Let's have some fun with her and kill her when we're done." As he spoke, he waved his staff and cast spells directly on the monsters. On the other side, the Sakura assassin had already rushed into the bushes. He had already discovered the figure of Duan Lyre. The dagger in his hand turned into an afterimage and stabbed forward in an instant. As long as this attack hits, he is absolutely sure that Duan Lyre can be killed instantly. But after hearing the words of his fellow mage, the knife that was originally aimed at the throat moved slightly and was instead aimed at the shoulder. Puff! A hit. Something's wrong. There's no blood. It's a clone. The Sakura assassin's eyes narrowed, and the dagger in his hand turned, and he stabbed down again, killing Duan Lyre's clone instantly. Clone. Where did the original body go? Did it escape? Hey, are you looking for me? Duan Lyre's figure appeared behind the mage at some point, and the dagger emitted a dark green light, instantly piercing the mage's back. Critical hit triggered. Double damage output. Severely injure the mage with just one hit. Before these people could wake up, Duan Lyre had already stabbed the mage with the second knife, taking his life directly. Bye-bye. Duan Lyre grinned. Her figure turned into a shadow, and she quickly retreated. This change came too suddenly. However, the reactions of several enemies were also extremely quick. "Wanna leave?" The shield warrior was closest to Duan Lyre. He took a step forward and slammed the shield in his hand to the ground. Boom. The ground shook slightly, and a visible impact spread out in all directions. Duan Lyre, who was retreating rapidly, felt her whole body tremble and a dizzy feeling came over her. Dizziness. Duan Lyre was horrified. Although the dizziness lasted only 1 second, this 1 second made her lose the chance to escape. Boom. A terrifying force hit, and the shield warrior was like a moving fortress, holding up the shield and slamming into Duan Lyre, knocking her flying backwards. The man was in midair, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell heavily several meters away. At this time, the Sakura assassin and the swordsman also surrounded them. There were 5 people in the team, and the lowest level was 25. However, 2 of them were killed one after another by a level 17 shadow assassin. Until this moment, they still felt like they were dreaming. "You deserve to die." The swordsman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I will chop off your limbs and throw your body into the group of monsters, letting them eat you up bit by bit." Duan Lyre's chest heaved, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She struggled to get up and grinned. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Do you want equipment? I'll give you all the equipment. There is nothing that can't be solved with money. Tell me, how much money do you want to let me go? Although I don't come from a big family, my family does have some money, and I can definitely satisfy you." "Wait a minute, don't come over yet. Let's talk about the terms." Duan Lyre was on high alert, trying hard to delay time. She was smart. In this situation, she never mentioned that she was the eldest daughter of the Duan family. He even deliberately emphasized that he did not come from a large family, and it was even more impossible for him to say something like, "My father is Duan Jinghong. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go. If you dare to say these things, you will die faster." Unfortunately, Duan Lyre's words did not have any effect. "Die!" With a loud shout, the broadsword in the swordsman's hand smashed down fiercely. At the same time, the Sakura assassin's dagger also stabbed out from another direction. The shield warrior raised his shield high, blocking Duan Lyre's retreat. Chapter 87, Beast Tide? The whole city is on alert. Duan Lyre already regretted it at this time. It's true that an assassin seeks to kill with one blow, but even if he is sure he can kill his opponent, he will only do so if he can escape unscathed. Like just now, although she successfully killed the enemy wizard, she was stunned by the shield warrior when she was retreating, which directly turned her from a hunter into a trapped beast. But it's too late to regret now. Facing the enemy's attack, Duan Lyre was unable to hold on. She only resisted for a moment before her arm was cut by a knife. Then, he was hit on the shoulder by the broadsword in the opponent's swordsman's hand. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and a broken arm flew out. "Oh shit," Duan Lyre said resentfully. "Today I admit defeat. But don't be complacent. Someone will avenge me. You 3 will die. Let's not talk about you, a piece of trash from the Sakura Country. The families of you 2 Dragon Country professionals and the forces behind them will all be uncovered, and exterminated. I, Duan Liar, said that even the Lord of Heaven can't save you. The resentful look made the swordsman and shield warrior tremble in their hearts, and they felt a chill rushing to their foreheads. Where does this bitch come from? It doesn't feel like she's bluffing. Baga, what are you two doing? This woman is full of foul language. She doesn't look like a lady from a big family. What are you afraid of? Besides, even if she has some background, what does it matter? As long as you kill her, who will know that it was you who killed her? The Sakura assassin sneered, and his figure turned into a shadow and pounced again. The dagger in his hand instantly pierced Duan Lier's heart. The dagger went straight in, and the bloody tip of the knife went straight through Duan Lier's spine. Hot blood spurted out. Duan Lier's broken body was kicked away. Her arms were cut off, and her heart was pierced by a sword. At this point, she was breathing out more than breathing in, and her life was rapidly slipping away. She was afraid that she would completely die in a few seconds. I wanted to let you live a little longer, at least so that I could have my fun before killing you. What a pity. As the Sakura assassin spoke, he had already arrived beside Duan Liar. Duan Liar's face turned pale, her pupils dilated, and all her strength receded like the tide. Am I going to die? Little brother. Woohoo, I've never kissed you. Dad, avenge me. I have sent you all the information about my enemies. After I die, if you don't send them down to be buried with me, my daughter will not let you go even if she becomes a ghost. Duan Liar used up her last bit of strength, moved the dagger in her hand, and stabbed at the approaching Sakura assassin. Unfortunately, the dagger could not move forward any further as soon as it touched the opponent's shoes. This last bit of strength was not enough to hurt the opponent, and it couldn't even break the opponent's shoes. You still want to hurt me before you die? The Sakura assassin's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he smiled evilly. If a person has just died, the body is still warm. It should be quite moist, what do you think? Not far away, the swordsman and shield warrior chuckled. This girl is too beautiful to be wasted even if she dies. But at this moment, something happened that no one expected. Call. A ray of light flashed in the void. The next moment, petals appeared without warning in the sky, turning into a purple rain of flowers that enveloped Duan Liar. Endless life force burst out, and in just a blink of an eye, Duan Liar's gray face turned rosy, and she was pulled back from the gates of hell. 9 Heart Group Healing Technique. It's a close call. We finally caught up. Above the sky, Luo Chen held a scepter in his hand. His gorgeous demon purple wings flapped slowly behind him, and his noble robe moved in the wind. He came all the way from Kyoto City without any delay along the way, and he tried his best to find this place at the last moment. It is no exaggeration to say that if he had arrived 2 seconds later, Duan Liar would have been doomed. Without any nonsense, soul beasts were summoned from the summoning space one by one. Boom. The ground shook, and 1,000-year-old hell 2-headed wolves and green phosphorus snakes appeared directly beside Duan Liar, protecting her behind them. Groups of 100-year-old soul beasts and dense swarms of wind baboons surrounded the 3 professionals from all directions. In the air, bloodthirsty bats flapped their wings and let out sharp hisses. This sudden change completely confused the 3 professionals. Guess how you're going to die? Luo Chen looked down at them, his cold eyes as if he was looking at 3 corpses. Roar. Perhaps sensing their master's anger, the soul beasts from all directions roared at the same time, and the roars resounded through heaven and earth. The sound spread out and could be heard clearly even in Kyoto, dozens of miles away. Some people climbed up the city walls and tall buildings, looking into the distance in shock. Some professionals who were training in the suburbs heard the sound and looked in that direction. What happened over there? This sound, could it be a beast tide? The whole city is on alert. Immediately contact the city defense team outside the city and send someone to investigate the situation. At Kyoto University, Lu Zhengjiang walked out of the room, his wrinkled face showing worry. Based on his experience, the roar should not be made by the beast tide. A tide of beasts broke out, and there were countless monsters, tens of thousands of them. Although the roars were earth-shaking, they would never be so uniform. This feeling is more like Luo Chen's soul beast. Back then, on the outskirts of Duanqing, he had witnessed Luo Chen's group of soul beasts with his own eyes. The densely packed and terrifying scene was still fresh in his memory. Thinking of this, Lu Zhengjiang quickly opened the friend list and sent a message to Luo Chen. Lu Zhengjiang. Boy, are you in danger? If you need help, just ask. With me here, no one can touch you. In the eyes of this old man, Luo Chen is a great treasure. As long as he can grow up, he will definitely be an indispensable figure to the Dragon Kingdom in the future. He may even become a strategic-level figure, guarding an area. Such a person must be well protected and no one can hurt him under any circumstances. Luo Chen. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Liu. It's no big deal. Someone wants to kill people and rob them, and wants to steal my equipment. Lu Zhengjiang was furious. Kill him. Must kill him. Luo Chen, I'm working on it. Lu Zhengjiang. After that, quickly collect your soul beast. Kyoto City is in chaos, and the city defense has entered the first level of alert. What's going on? Is it that exaggerated? Luo Chen blinked, waved his hand, and took most of the soul beasts back into the summoning space, leaving only a few 100,000-year-old two-headed hell wolves outside. At this time, the three professionals had already had their limbs torn apart by the soul beasts, and their bodies were lying on the ground like rag bags, breathing out more than inhaling. Chapter 88 Sakura, Return to City Memory Stone. Mercy, spare my life, don't kill me. The swordsman wailed miserably. I know you. You are Luo Chen, the top scorer of this year's exam. I am also a student of Kyoto University. We are classmates. Please let me go. Classmate? Luo Chen sneered. I just broke your limbs. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At this time, Luo Chen had already retracted the demon purple wings and landed next to Duan Lyre. The horror of the Nine Hearts group healing technique has been fully revealed. Duan Lyre was not only forcibly pulled back from the brink of death, but even her severed arm was restored to its original state. The skin of the newly grown arm was so white that it looked like it was dripping with water. When Luo Chen helped Duan Lyre up, he couldn't help but gently pinch it a few times. Wow, little brother, I thought I'd never see you again. Duan Lyre, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Luo Chen's arms. She didn't cry even though she was in a desperate situation. Even before she took her last breath, she was still desperately stabbing with the dagger, trying to hit the enemy before she died. But now, facing Luo Chen, all the weakness and grievances in his heart poured out. I'm here, it's okay. Luo Chen patted Duan Lyre's shoulder and said softly, Don't cry, your snot is all over me. Duan Lyre blinked her big eyes and stamped her feet, saying, I almost died. Shouldn't you be comforting me at this time? Why are you disgusted by my snot? Wait for me to vent my anger a bit before I settle with you. As she said this, she turned and walked towards the three professionals who had become useless. Why does a soul beast summoner have such a terrifying healing skill? Although Duan Lyre was curious, she didn't want to ask more questions at this time. She now had only one thought, to cut the enemy's throat with her own hands. She first came to the shield warrior and squatted down with a dagger in her hand. Your name is Chung Fei, right? You didn't even hide your personal information. Congratulations, your Chung family is in trouble. Duan Lyre gently placed her dagger on his neck. Our Duan family has always been vindictive. I can kill others, but if others dare to kill me, then expect to be exterminated. Don't worry, it won't be long before your family, relatives, and friends will all come down to look for you. Puff. Without any mercy, and without even giving the other party a chance to speak or beg for mercy, she swung her dagger violently, directly cutting the shield warrior's throat. Seeing their companions die tragically, the remaining swordsman and the Sakura assassin were already terrified. Wait. Please let me go. I am willing to give you all my equipment. I will pay you the money. We are all classmates. Please spare my life. I will pay as well. I am the second son of the head of the Ida family in Sakura Country. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I can satisfy you with any conditions. Duan Lyre turned a deaf ear to their pleas for mercy. She came to the swordsman and said, Classmate, you are here talking to me about school rules. Why didn't you think of your classmates when you were trying to kill me? You're hiding your character information now? What were you doing before? I've memorized your name a long time ago. Once we get back to Kyoto University, we can look up your admission information and find your home. Don't be afraid. You won't be alone after you die. Puff. Another knife cut the throat. In the distance, Luo Chen shuddered. In his impression, Duan Lyre has always been a willful, spoiled young lady, with a love brain, who just stays by his side all day long. Calling her a follower is an exaggeration. She is completely a female version of a bootlicker. Before this, he had never thought that this girl could be so cruel when killing people. Even the word ruthless cannot describe it. He wants to exterminate the entire race as soon as he opens his mouth. At this time, Duan Lyre had killed 2 people in a row. The dagger in his hand was also against the neck of the last Sakura assassin. Tell me, what are you, a piece of trash from Sakura Country, doing in our dragon country? Duan Lyre said slowly. Don't tell me such nonsense as studying abroad for further studies. The Sakura assassin's face was pale, his eyes were full of hatred. The enemy's cruelty was beyond his imagination. He knew that he had no chance of survival no matter what. If that's the case, why bother talking to the other party? Kill me if you dare. The Ida family will not let you go. Miss Shueben, huh? Duan Liar raised her eyebrows. Forget it. I don't think you will say anything more. Without further ado, he chopped down the last enemy with one blow. A lot of stuff also exploded. In addition to some alchemical materials and equipment, a teleportation stone was also discovered. Item name, City Return Memory Stone. Item introduction. You can connect the coordinates with the teleportation array in advance. After use, you can return to the connected teleportation array after a 30-second countdown. The current memory coordinates of the return stone are Inyang City in Sakura Country. Users can change the memory coordinates. Luo Chen took a few steps forward and took the return stone from Duan Liar. Duan Liar hugged Luo Chen's arm and said, You want to steal my things? I got this when I killed someone. I don't care. This thing is my dowry. If you accept my dowry, I will be yours. What on earth is this girl thinking about? She is always promoting herself? You won't stop until you marry me? Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Don't worry about this for now. Just send a message to your dad. Just now, Duan Jinghong sent him a friend request. As soon as the application was approved, a message came from Duan Jinghong. Luo Chen, my daughter is in danger. She hasn't replied to my message for a long time. After being reminded by Luo Chen, Duan Liar finally remembered her father. So he hurriedly reported that he was safe and specifically mentioned Luo Chen in his words. Dad, your son-in-law saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. Dad, remember the message I sent you. You must avenge your daughter. Dad killed him. In a gorgeous living room in Duanqing, Duan Jinghong looked at the message sent by his daughter and breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you reply earlier if everything was fine? Do you want me to worry to death? After a moment, Duan Jinghong ended his conversation with his daughter and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You dare to attack my daughter? Okay, send your family down to accompany you. Well, should I send some people to protect Lear? It's too dangerous to leave her alone in Kyoto. In the dense forest, Luo Chen and Duan Liar were checking their harvest. Most of the things dropped by these people are useless, and some of the equipment dropped is not worth looking at. After searching several times, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the only thing that could be used in the end was the memory stone for returning to the city. Chapter 89, I will not be responsible. Luo Chen took out the memory stone for returning to the city and looked at the Inyang City in Sakura Country in a daze. Originally, Luo Chen planned to change the memory coordinates of the return stone after returning to Kyoto City and directly connect it to the teleportation array of Kyoto City. It would be more convenient if he wanted to return to Kyoto City after going out for training in the future. But after a little thought, he hesitated again. In this world, it is not easy to travel abroad. Now that he has this memory stone that allows him to return to the city, he can teleport to Sakura Country at any time if he wants. After a moment, Luo Chen put away the return stone and said to himself, Keep it for now. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Woo-woo. Little brother, are you going to go to Sakura Country to avenge me? Duan Liar hugged Luo Chen, her chest pressed tightly against Luo Chen's shoulders. Sure enough, little brother is the best to me. Luo Chen drooped his eyes and pushed her away. Don't be so self-indulgent. Duan Liar giggled and didn't care about Luo Chen's attitude at all. Little brother, what skill did you use to save me earlier? It feels more powerful than the priest's forbidden spell. Also, what's with the purple wings behind you? Where's your dragon egg? Can you give it to me? I'll exchange myself for the dragon egg. As long as you nod, I'll be yours tonight. Don't worry, I have everything ready, even a box. Little brother, what is it about me that you don't like? Am I not pretty? Am I not slim? Am I not plump? The girl threw herself on Luo Chen and said a lot of things. Luo Chen arrived at the last moment and pulled her back from the brink of death, which made Duan Liar even more obsessed with him. Duan Liar stuck to him, staring at Luo Chen's cheek with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to melt Luo Chen into her eyes. She has figured it out. With Luo Chen's talent and qualifications, there will be countless women around him in the future. Such an outstanding boy must be got as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the greater the variables will be. There must be a result today, no matter what. Thinking of this, Duan Liar moved closer. Although Luo Chen's attitude towards her was usually lukewarm, it was impossible not to feel itchy when such a soft girl was around him. If there was really no reaction at all, Luo Chen would have doubted whether he was a normal man. Seeing that Duan Liar was becoming more and more presumptuous and her hands were becoming more and more dishonest, Luo Chen finally lost his temper. Stay away from me. If you dare to play with fire again, you will suffer the consequences. As a result, Duan Liar was not afraid, but her eyes lit up. She put her arms around Luo Chen's neck and put her lips close to his ear. You will take responsibility for the consequences? Don't worry, little brother. I will definitely take responsibility for it, and you don't have to. How do you want to play with this fire? Luo Chen stood up and shouted. Everyone, listen up. Turn around. Soul beasts from all directions quickly turned around. Their bodies were next to each other, surrounding Luo Chen and Duan Liar from all directions. In the air, there were bloodthirsty bats floating there. Under the obstruction of these soul beasts, even if someone looked from a distance, they would not be able to see the figures of Luo Chen and Duan Liar. Luo Chen waved his hand and took out a bed from the item space. Most professionals will not carry things like beds, recliners, red wine, and barbecue grills in their item space. When they go out for training, most of them will only carry some tents, drinking water, and dry food to fill their stomachs. But could Luo Chen be like them? When the soul beasts were fighting to death in front of him, shouldn't he lie down on the bed to rest? Shouldn't he have a little barbecue and drink some beer? After a long time, the bed sheet was already wet, with a few plum blossoms scattered on it. Duan Liar's forehead was covered with sweat, and she felt completely paralyzed. Her pupils dilated slightly, as if she was dreaming. Little brother, I seemed to have a dream just now. I dreamed that I was flying. Luo Chen grinned. Fly? I think you are flying down 3,000 feet. People say girls are made of water, and you are real water. But let's make a deal. It has nothing to do with me today. You got angry yourself. Don't expect me to be responsible for you. Shame on you. Duan Liar curled her lips and said, Okay, then I'll ask you a few questions. As long as your answers satisfy me, it doesn't matter if you take responsibility or not. Is there such a good thing? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Ask. Duan Liar. If I encounter the same situation as today again in the future, and am being hunted down by others, will you still come to save me without hesitation? Luo Chen, yes. Duan Liar. If I die, will you do your best to avenge me? Luo Chen, yes. Duan Liar. Whether I am right or wrong, can you stand by me and support me? Asking such a question really shows the temper of a spoiled young lady. However, Luo Chen did not hesitate and nodded. Right? Wrong? Is there such a thing as pure right and wrong in this world? Killing people is wrong, but how many professionals don't have blood on their hands? After today, no matter whether he is responsible for Duan Liar or not, Luo Chen will not deny that Duan Liar is his woman. His own woman. Who cares if she is right or wrong? As long as she doesn't betray him, no matter what she does, he just needs to support her first. Duan Liar. How did you feel just now? Luo Chen licked the corner of his mouth. Very moist. Duan Liar. Then do you like me? Luo Chen. I like it. Duan Liar. Then are you willing to only like me? Luo Chen's expression changed. You talk too much. You're getting a little too demanding. If you keep pushing me, I'll leave. Duan Liar pouted her lips, looking aggrieved. As expected, you are a playboy? Fine. If I can't control your heart, I will control your kidneys. Duan Liar gritted her teeth and said, I'll make you have the energy to think, but not the strength to drive the stakes. As she said that, she pounced on Luo Chen again with her fangs and claws bared. By the time Luo Chen breathlessly put the bed back into the luggage space, 3 hours had passed. At this time, his legs were shaking and he staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. He admitted, for a moment, just now he almost transformed into the skeleton high priest and escaped back to the skeleton crypt exclusive copy. This girl is crazy. She's going crazy. She's going crazy. Not far away, Duan Liar was sitting on the ground, holding a dragon egg and grinning foolishly. She looked a little weak and pale, as if she was dehydrated. It is indeed dehydrated. The sheets are so wet, it would be strange if it wasn't dehydrated. As for why the dragon egg ran into her arms, Luo Chen didn't know. When he was pounding the pile, he was deceived by her in a daze. Little brother, the dragon egg is not for nothing. My dad has already started to buy magic equipment with all his strength. Duan Liar laughed and said, In a few days, my dad will come to Kyoto City. He will buy some properties outside Kyoto University and give you a big villa. The magic equipment we purchased will also be sent to you. We will never let you suffer any loss. We will give you tens of millions more dragon coins. It will definitely be more cost-effective than if you took it to the Kyoto exchange for auction. Besides, I am the only daughter of the Duan family. When my father dies, everything in the family will be mine. What's wrong with taking your dragon egg? Your father died? Was it because of your filial piety that he died? Luo Chen curled his lips helplessly, but he also knew that the dragon egg would never be returned. Chapter 90 Qianlongjin. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. After rescuing Duan Liar, this girl insisted on joining a team to level up. Luo Chen felt it was not right to refuse to join a team after he had just caused her bleeding damage, so he reluctantly took her with him. As a result, Luo Chen regretted his decision. One box, 12 pieces. Not to mention 3 days. It was used up in just one day? Luo Chen couldn't help but ask her, "Are you here to team up to kill monsters? Or are you here to team up to kill me?" As a result, Duan Liar directly replied to him, "Now we are like an iron pan and vegetables. The more we stir fry, the more fragrant it becomes. Isn't it natural to stir fry it 8 or 10 times a day? Cooking in an iron pan, the longer you cook, the more fragrant it becomes." Luo Chen was unhappy at that time. The iron pan was obviously getting darker as it kept frying. Duan Liar was unhappy and looked aggrieved. "Just because I turned darker, do you dislike me less?" Of course, all this is in the past. Luo Chen now just wants to have a good sleep so that he can be fully refreshed when entering the Qianlongjian copy tomorrow. Kyoto University, Training Plaza. Lu Xingjiang and several teachers had already been waiting here. In the distance, some students from Kyoto University stood there, talking. A team of 20 people entered the Qianlongjian trial. What a big deal. I have found out some information. Every time Qianlongjian is opened, the maximum number of people that can be transferred to each entrance is only 20, and these 20 people must form a team. This is why the academy only allows 20 people to enter every entrance. From what you said, is it possible that Qianlongjian has more than one teleportation entrance? Of course, but we don't know where the other entrances are, and we don't know whether there are other teams entering Qianlongjian. After a while, figures came from a distance. The noise of discussion died down a little, and all the onlookers' eyes were fixed on the person who came. Look, it's Jiang Meier. She was the top scorer in the Dragon Country exam 2 years ago. What's so great about being the top scorer? I just didn't do well in the exam. Otherwise, the top scorer would have been mine. Shut up. What are you bragging about? You haven't even qualified for the Qianlongjian trial, and you're the top scorer? Listening to the discussions around them, Jiang Meier and others didn't take it seriously and soon came to Lu Xingjiang and others. On the other side, Luo Chen, Duan Liar, and Du Ruoxi also came together. After seeing Luo Chen, Jiang Meier's eyes lit up slightly, and she raised her hand to greet him. As a result, Luo Chen seemed not to see it and ignored him. Why? After being tormented by Duan Liar for a few days, I feel nauseous when I see any beautiful woman now. I feel my lower abdomen trembling, as if a tendon is twitching constantly. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Meier's fingertips lightly lifted the hair on her cheek, her eyes fixed on Luo Chen. The more Luo Chen ignored her, the more curious she became, and she wanted to explore and understand this big boy. At this moment, Duan Liar seemed to sense Jiang Meier's unusualness, and couldn't help but step forward and hold Luo Chen's arm, as if declaring her sovereignty, and looked up at Jiang Meier with her chin raised. But such behavior seemed extremely childish to Jiang Meier. Jiang Meier's lips curled up. Childish. Duan Liar, who are you talking about? Which one is smaller? I'm asking you which one is smaller? How about we find a place where there's no one around and compare them? As she spoke, she puffed out her chest like a fighting hen and moved closer to Jiang Meier. This made Jiang Meier completely unable to do anything. What do you mean? Do you still need to compare them? Is this girl out of her mind? Isn't it obvious at a glance? Is there any need to compare them? There is a limit to shamelessness, right? Ahem. Lu Xingjiang coughed lightly. Quiet. Now that everyone is here, let's go. The car is ready and will arrive in about 2 hours. Luo Chen looked puzzled. Aren't we just using the teleportation stone to enter directly? Lu Xingjiang smiled and said, Qianlongjian is a special outdoor dungeon. The teleportation array is in the suburbs. It is now being protected by our Kyoto University, and we are waiting for you to arrive. Only Lu Xingjiang and a few other people knew this information. Although the 20 people present had already decided on the list and knew some information about Qianlongjian, they had no idea about the location of the Qianlongjian teleportation entrance. Obviously, the Academy was worried that the secret would be leaked during the official entry, resulting in the location of the teleportation entrance being exposed and causing unnecessary trouble. The car is ready. Soon, everyone got on the car and headed towards the suburbs. The roads chosen along the way were carefully selected, and we did not encounter any monster attacks. 2 hours later, the car arrived outside a canyon. Roars could be heard from the canyon, and monsters could be vaguely seen wandering in the distance. Luo Chen cast a top-level detection spell over there and discovered that this was actually the territory of a level 50 monster. After you get off the bus, don't get separated. We will escort you all the way to the entrance of the teleportation array. Lu Xingjiang said in a deep voice. The monsters that spawn here are basically above level 50 and may even reach level 55. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Hearing this, many people couldn't help swallowing. They are all elites of Kyoto University, and their strength is among the best among their peers. But even so, the highest level is no more than level 40. If they are besieged by a group of level 50 monsters, their lives will be in danger. Fortunately, with Lu Zhengjiang and several mentors around, everyone can feel more at ease. Of course, Luo Chen is an exception. Not only is he not worried at all, he even looks eager to try. Level 50 monster spawning area. After the trial of Qianlongjin dungeon is over, I must come to this canyon for a stroll. Roar. Along the way, monsters appeared and disappeared. Some of them discovered the trial team and rushed towards them with roars. Unfortunately, they didn't even have the chance to get close to the team before they were smashed to pieces by Lu Zhengjiang's magic. The Great Wizard's magic attack is extremely powerful. How could a mere level 50 monster get close to the trial team under his nose? Soon, everyone saw a stone wall several meters high standing in the distance, forming a simple fortification. That is exactly the entrance to Qianlongjin. Chapter 91. Why? Qianlongjin is an extremely special hidden copy. No one knows how many entrances there are to this copy and where they will appear. But one thing is certain, all the entrances appeared at the same time. And before each appearance, there will be some signs. Some experienced professionals can use these omens to determine the area where the copy entrance may appear and wait there in advance. For example, the entrance to the copy in front of us was found in advance by Kyoto University based on a hint of evidence, and they built fortifications here in advance, completely controlling the entrance to the copy in their own hands. If you fail to find the entrance in advance, you may miss the opportunity to enter. In order to guard this entrance, Kyoto University not only mobilized its own forces, but also invited the city defense forces of Kyoto City. Meet Professor Lu. Hello, Professor Lu. Seeing Lu Zhengjiang coming with a group of students, the professionals in charge of guarding hurriedly saluted. Lu Zhengjiang bowed and said, "Thank you for your hard work these days. I would like to thank you on behalf of these students." A group of professional guards waved their hands quickly. Professor Lu is too polite. They are all students of Kyoto University. We also hope that they can grow up as soon as possible. Did you hear everything? Don't let us down. The last time the Qianlongjin dungeon was opened was 4 years ago. At that time, our Dragon Country team suffered a loss at the hands of the Sakura Country, and several good seedlings died. If we meet the Sakura Country team this time, we must take revenge if we have the chance. Don't put pressure on them. Protect yourselves in the dungeon and focus on snatching resources from the monsters. It concerns the fate of the country and cannot be taken lightly. This group of people guard here day and night just to protect the entrance to Qianlongjin so that their team of 20 people can enter Qianlongjin smoothly, without asking for any reward. They attach so much importance to this trial, and one of the most important points is that the result of this trial will affect the entire Dragon Kingdom. A moment later, everyone arrived inside the fortifications. In the open space in the center, layers of purple light flowed and entangled, and the prototype of a teleportation array was gradually taking shape. Lu Zhengjiang said in a deep voice, "Dear students, the entrance to Qianlongjin is gathering. At the current speed, it will be completed in at most an hour and officially opened. Rest where you are and adjust yourself to the best condition. For the next operation, the 20 of you must work closely together. No infighting is allowed no matter what happens." On the way here, Lu Zhengjiang had already explained the contents of the Qianlongjin copy. There is no difficulty level selection in the Qianlongjin dungeon, but according to the information collected over the years, the monsters in the Qianlongjin dungeon are by no means weaker than the Hell level difficulty. In other words, the attributes of a dungeon monster are at least 4 times that of an ordinary monster of the same level, or possibly even higher. The rewards for clearing the dungeon are also very generous. The final boss of the dungeon will definitely drop a magical artifact. For the team that kills the final boss of the dungeon, all team members will be promoted to level 2, and their country will receive a 20 monster killing experience bonus that lasts for 1 month. From this point of view, Qianlongjin not only concerns the growth of the entire team, but will even affect the entire Dragon Kingdom. The experience bonus for killing monsters lasts for a month, and is as high as 20. It has affected the fate of all professionals in Dragon Country. It is no exaggeration to say that it is related to the country's destiny. In addition, professionals who kill other teams in the dungeon can also obtain rich experience rewards. I won't say any more about Qianlongjin. Lu Zhengjiang said in a deep voice, "You should know that with the level and strength of most of you, you are actually not qualified to enter Qianlongjin. But we still gave you the qualification to enter Qianlongjin. Do you know the reason?" Hearing this, some people in the team lowered their heads subconsciously, but more people showed curiosity. This kind of copy, which concerns the country's destiny, is of great importance, and every time it appears, It will attract the attention of the top leaders of the Dragon Country. Those who enter the dungeon are often selected from the entire Dragon Kingdom. Their levels will be chosen based on the upper limit of the dungeon's professional levels, and they must be the best at the same level. The team's professional distribution will also be as reasonable as possible. But why didn't the Dragon Nation's top brass intervene in this Qianlongjin instance? Instead, they left it entirely to Kyoto University to handle? The level requirement for entering Qianlongjin is level 12 to 40, but judging from the configuration of the team this time, it seems that the level of the team members was not considered at all. In the 20-person team, Du Ruoshi, the lowest level, is only level 17, and Duan Liar has just reached level 18. Going further up, Luo Chen is only level 20. The highest level member of the team is only level 34, that's Jiang Meier. Judging from the level selection alone, Kyoto University does not seem to take this trial seriously. Jiang Meier said, "Professor Liu, just tell us straight, otherwise we will feel uneasy." Professor Liu laughed. "Don't be uneasy. I can guarantee that you will be absolutely at ease in this Qianlongjin trial. Luo Chen, after we enter the dungeon, take good care of them for me." Huh, what does it mean? Seeing Lu Xingjiang suddenly mention Luo Chen, everyone looked puzzled. Why did you give us the qualification to enter the Qianlongjin dungeon? And the level configuration is so low? Why do you mention Luo Chen if you haven't explained this clearly? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Luo Chen. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. How could he not understand what Lu Xingjiang meant? This is treating him as the pillar of stability and putting all hopes on him. Duan Liar raised her head and said loudly, "Didn't you understand what Professor Liu meant? The reason you were able to enter the dungeon was because of my little brother. After killing the final boss, the artifact will belong to my little brother, and no one is allowed to take it away." On the side, Du Ruoshi nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with Duan Liar's words. Borrowing his light. That's ridiculous. Mao Runming said disdainfully. Among the same level, Luo Chen's strength should be the strongest. We do not deny this. Otherwise, he would not be the top scorer in this year's exam. But if you say you relied on his power, I'll be the first one to not believe it. No matter how powerful he is, he's only level 20. I think he's more of a burden than a burden. The same goes for you two level 17 or 18 girls. That's right. Once we enter the dungeon, the three of you should just follow us and hide. Just try not to hold us back. Some members of the team started discussing with each other. Luo Chen just shrugged and didn't care about these words. But Lu Xingjiang was not happy. Shut up, everyone. In this dungeon trial, everything is based on Luo Chen. Your only role is to stay by his side and protect his safety. Everything else will be handled by Luo Chen. If you can't do it, you can quit the trial team now. Chapter 92, I just want to kill the boss as quickly as possible. Lu Xingjiang's few words stunned everyone present. Everything revolves around him. Our only role is to keep him safe. It seems as if as long as Luo Chen is there, they will definitely be able to win the dungeon trial. Why? What is his ability? What is his virtue? Everyone looked at each other, but no matter how reluctant they were, they did not dare to refute Lu Xingjiang's words. This Qianlongjin copy is crucial. No matter what the reason, they cannot quit at this time. Seeing that no one was talking, Lu Xingjiang nodded with satisfaction. Luo Chen, do you have anything to say? Luo Chen smiled bitterly. Mr. Liu, you should have said those words a few days earlier, so that I can show some strength and make those who doubt it shut up and obey. It's a bit late for you to say that now. In the distance, Jiang Meier blinked and looked at Luo Chen with some surprise. Just a few simple sentences revealed so much meaning. How strong is this kid? He is only level 20, but he dares to say such a thing? Lu Xingjiang took 2 steps forward and patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Don't be hypocritical. The reason why I waited until now to say this is because I'm worried that you'll be in danger, right? What if the news leaks out and you are targeted by professionals from other countries, and they send assassins to kill you? So there is this level of consideration? Luo Chen nodded, and then he understood Lu Xingjiang's concerns. But Luo Chen didn't take assassinations seriously at all, and even had some expectations for them. Of course, Luo Chen would not say such things. Lu Xingjiang said seriously, if you want to shut up those who doubt you, you can do so after you enter the dungeon. Boom. The purple ball of light shook violently, and the speed at which the light condensed suddenly increased. Along with waves of strange spatial fluctuations, the outline of the teleportation array became clearer and clearer. Finally, the teleportation array was fully formed. Lu Xingjiang. Take care, classmates. Luo Chen, I leave it to you. Luo Chen nodded. He had originally planned to act alone after entering the dungeon, and at most take along 2 small burdens, Duan Liar and Du Ruoshi. But now it seems that he has to take all 19 burdens with him. Let's go. Luo Chen waved his hand and took the lead to step onto the teleportation array. Bite. Tip. All team members please enter the teleportation formation and choose to enter. Tip. After entering the Qianlongjin dungeon, all team members will be randomly teleported to an area outside the dungeon. Tip. The dungeon lasts for 72 hours. You cannot force exit after entering. You can only leave the dungeon after the countdown ends. Tip. After the team successfully kills the final boss, the National Fortune Experience Stone will randomly appear in the item space of a team member. Protect the National Fortune Experience Stone until the end of the dungeon, and the country where the team is located will receive a 20 monster killing experience bonus for 1 month, and all team members will be upgraded by 2 levels. There was a flash of light, and everyone disappeared. Lu Xingjiang took a deep breath and said to himself, with Luo Chen's strength, even if he is alone, he can kill his way through the Qianlongjin dungeon, and the upper limit of the entry level of Qianlongjin is level 40, and there will not be professionals as powerful as me entering, so no one should be able to threaten Luo Chen. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of the scene outside Duanqing. The terrifying scene of more than 10,000 summoned beasts roaring and screaming in dense crowds is still vivid in my mind. What's even more terrifying is, those summoned beasts don't even consume Luo Chen's mental energy. Standing still to summon, as soon as one dies, Luo Chen can replenish one in seconds. It cannot be killed or destroyed. Unless one can get close to Luo Chen, or kill Luo Chen in seconds with long-range skills, or possess attack skills with a very large range, it is difficult to threaten Luo Chen. Qianlongjin reached the upper limit of level 40, which immediately eliminated the threat of extremely large-scale attack skills. Lu Xingjiang's eyes sparkled. You must protect Luo Chen. At this time, Luo Chen and others had already appeared on the outskirts of Qianlongjin and were at the edge of a barren swamp. Luo Chen didn't know what Lu Xingjiang was worried about. Even if he knew, he would just smile faintly and not take it to heart. He couldn't even die if he wanted to, so why was he afraid of being assassinated at close range? Or was he afraid of being killed instantly by a ranged skill? The swamp was filled with miasma and faint roaring sounds were coming from it. The sounds came one after another, indicating that there were quite a few monsters in it. Mao Runming twisted his neck and slowly raised the giant shield. There are 3 shield warriors in the team. Mao Runming is one of them, and his level is 33. He turned to look at Luo Chen and said in a deep voice, Luo Chen, I don't know why Professor Lu trusts you so much, but since he said that, it means you are still capable. Before you officially take action, I think you should show some of your skills. Otherwise, people will not accept you and will not act with you as their leader. Hearing this, some members of the team nodded. Jiang Meier's lips curled up as well, and she said, Little champion, can you tell me the truth? Don't worry, as long as you are really capable, I will be the first to support you. Elder sister? Hearing this address, Duan Liar was unhappy. He is my little brother. Why do you call yourself sister? You guys can do whatever you want. My little brother is too lazy to pay attention to you. Without you guys as a burden, my little brother can move more easily. If someone questions Luo Chen, Duan Liar must stand up. Otherwise, she would not be a qualified bootlicker. No, now she no longer considers herself a bootlicker. She is now the little brother's woman, and a woman who has tried the size and is down to earth. Ahem, the woman who has taken over the brother's device. Jiang Meier glanced at Duan Liar calmly. Childish. Duan Liar, you are childish. Your whole family is childish. Du Ruashi, help me scold her. Du Ruashi. Luo Chen rubbed Duan Liar's head helplessly. All right. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense here. I'm not interested in showing off my strength. What I care more about is how to find Qianlongjin's ultimate boss as quickly as possible and kill him first. Killing the small monsters can be done after the ultimate boss is defeated. Hearing this, Mao Runming, Jiang Meier, and others frowned. Luo Chen ignored them and said to himself, There's a swamp blocking the road ahead. Why don't we just fly over there? With air superiority, we should be able to find the boss's location faster. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Roar. The next second, a group of hideous bloodthirsty bats were summoned. The overwhelming, dense, brutal, and bloodthirsty atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire place. Chapter 93. Want to ride for free? No way. A moment ago, many people sneered at Luo Chen's words. Fly over? What skills do you have to fly over there? Do you have flying skills? Do you know how valuable flying skills are? But the next moment, except Duan Liar, everyone was dumbfounded. Looking at those ferocious, bloodthirsty bats, everyone present widened their eyes in horror. Mao Runming rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he was dreaming and couldn't believe it. Are these all your summoned beasts? Tianxing, you just said flying over the swamp. Do you mean we fly over there riding on bats? At the side, Jiang Meier raised her beautiful eyes slightly and exclaimed, I have also found out something about this year's senior high school entrance examination. I heard that you summoned hundreds of soul beasts in the dungeon of the big exam, but they were basically wolves, snakes, and the like. I didn't expect that you could even summon flying soul beasts. The news she mentioned was also heard by Mao Runming, Tian Xing, and others, and it was no longer a secret in the entire Kyoto University. Moreover, because of the issue of quota for the Qianlongjin copy, Duan Liar was blocked by 3 senior students. When Luo Chen went to rescue her, he summoned hundreds of soul beasts. This incident caused quite a stir at Kyoto University at the time. However, according to rumors, although the number of soul beasts summoned by Luo Chen is large, their attributes are not high. Even the attributes of the strongest soul beast are only equivalent to those of an elite monster of level 20 or so. Neither Jiang Meier, Mao Runming, nor others denied Luo Chen's strength. In their opinion, Luo Chen's strength can easily crush professionals of the same level. Even most professionals below level May 30th not be his opponent. But that's all. Once he encounters a long-range high-damage professional or a high-agility assassin, Luo Chen might be killed in one encounter. Take Jiang Meier, for example. She has absolute confidence in herself. According to her judgment, if she faces Luo Chen, she should be able to end the battle within 10 seconds. Even if Luo Chen can summon hundreds of soul beasts, they cannot threaten her. But now seeing these bloodthirsty bats, Jiang Meier suddenly lost her confidence. Jiang Meier asked, Luo Chen, can these bats of yours be ridden? How high can they fly? Of course I can ride it, Luo Chen said calmly. I haven't really tried how high it can fly, but a few hundred meters should be no problem, right? Several hundred meters? Jiang Meier took a deep breath. There were many members in the team who were capable of long-range attacks, including magicians, archers, but no one's skills could cover more than several hundred meters away. In other words, once you take off into the air riding a bloodthirsty bat, you can put yourself in absolute safety. Even if it flew over the heads of other teams, they could only watch helplessly and could not threaten them at all. When Jiang Meier thought of this, everyone else naturally thought of it as well. Haha, Luo Chen, awesome. You are already so powerful even though you are only level 20. How powerful will you be when you grow up? No wonder Professor Lu values you so much. With these bloodthirsty bats, we can take advantage of the air and find Qianlongjin's ultimate boss as quickly as possible. Awesome. Quick, let them come down so we can ride on them. I haven't flown yet. Hearing what these people said, Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Ride my soul beast. What are you thinking? Do you really think I summoned these bloodthirsty bats for you to ride? Even if I ride, I won't let you ride for nothing. I will clear all the monsters in this area. After all the monsters nearby are killed, this area should be safe. Luo Chen said slowly. Just stay here, chat, play poker, play mahjong, eat some barbecue, sing some songs. Just think of it as camping. I won't bother you guys with things like finding the ultimate boss. Leave the dirty work to me, and you can take a break here. Am I being nice? What does it mean? Are you planning to leave us here and go it alone? Isn't that too contemptuous of you? Before anyone could object, Luo Chen continued. It's happily decided. Lear, Rawashi, you can stay here if you want. If you don't want to stay here, I'll take you with me. Duan Liar giggled. Little brother is so nice. Do Rawashi well? I won't follow you for nothing. 2 million dragon coins, plus 5,000 academy points. Just consider it as the pit fee. Duan Liar reacted instantly. I'll give money and points too. In Du Rawashi's opinion, no place could be safer than being with Luo Chen. Moreover, only by following Luo Chen can she gain experience from killing monsters. When the ultimate boss is killed and the equipment drops, she might be able to buy the equipment suitable for her from Luo Chen at a friendly price. So no matter how you look at it, it's money well spent. As for Duan Liar, she thought further. Even she and Du Rawashi had to pay money and points if they wanted to follow Luo Chen. What about the others? Do they still have the nerve to get it for free? Sure enough, after hearing what the two of them said, everyone else's expressions changed. Mao Runming gritted his teeth and said, Luo Chen, we are all alumni, and this Qianlongjin dungeon is related to the fate of the Dragon Nation. It's really irresponsible of you to do this. Tian Xing, that's right. Luo Chen ignored them completely. He just waved his hand, and another large group of soul beasts were summoned out. They are all 1,000-year-old soul beasts, 2-headed hell wolves, and green phosphorus snakes. Roar. Accompanied by roars, groups of 2-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes rushed out in all directions. A moment later, the sound of soul beasts and monsters fighting was heard. Reminders came to everyone's ears, and experience points were gained continuously from killing monsters. Such a terrifying speed of clearing monsters left everyone dumbfounded. Are these summoned beasts too ferocious? They seem to have very high attributes. We are at the outskirts of Qianlongjian. The attributes of the monsters around here are not high. But even so, the speed of clearing monsters is terrifying enough. In just a few moments, all the monsters within a radius of more than 1,000 meters were cleared out, turning this area into a monster-free zone. If Jiang Meier and others stay here, they will be absolutely safe unless professionals from other teams pass by this area. Duan Liar came close to Luo Chen and whispered, "Little brother, do you want to trick them?" Luo Chen glared at her. "Pit, can this be called a scam? I have to buy a ticket to ride the bus, let alone ride my soul beast." Luo Chen coughed lightly. "The monsters around have been cleared. You can stay here. Lier Ruashi, let's go." As he spoke, 3 bloodthirsty bats fell down. Luo Chen rode on it directly. Duan Liar, "Little brother, I'm a little scared. Can I ride in front of you?" Luo Chen, Go ride a bat." Duan Liar, "Okay." Seeing the 3 men riding on the bloodthirsty bats and about to leave, Jiang Meier and others could not stand it any longer. Chapter 94, Damn, Sakura? What a surprise. Wait a moment. Jiang Meier shouted quickly. "I'll give money too. I'll give as much as they give." Mao Runming said angrily. "Give it to me. Can't I give you money too? Just leave it here as a decoration? If this gets out, where will I put my face?" Tian Xing coughed lightly. "I'll give money too. I just want to stay with Luo Chen and protect him. Oh, it's so tiring. To protect him, I have to give him money." Seeing this, others had no choice but to pay. Let them stay here, and then Luo Chen goes to find and kill the boss by himself? It would be fine if Luo Chen failed, but if Luo Chen really succeeded and guarded the National Destiny Experience Stone until the end of the copy while being hunted down by other national professional teams, then they would be embarrassed. When this matter gets out, they will have no place to save their faces. When others mention the Qianlongjian trial and talk about them, they might describe them as cowards, those trying to gain experience, or even as a burden. It's hard to tell how they will describe them. Those who are qualified to enter the Qianlongjian dungeon trial are basically the top students of Kyoto University. Their strength is outstanding among professionals of the same level, and they all have some college points in their hands. Some people have less than 2 million dragon coins, so they simply choose to give more college points to make up for it. The remittance reminder sounded continuously. Luo Chen grinned and said, "Hey, we are all classmates. I just don't want you to be in danger, so I want you to stay here. Let's make a deal. I never thought of taking money from you. Don't say anything after the trial is over." Jiang Meier's face flushed with anger. "I don't believe you. I heard that when you were refining a copy during the big exam, you sold points and items to other candidates, and you were reported afterwards. Today I have gained some experience. Luo Chen, you are not a human son. You're cheating your classmates out of their money. How shameless. You're cheating your teammates out of their money. How shameless. We gave the money, and now we are God. I'm going to ride on 2 bats, one on my left foot and one on my right foot. I'm going to sue the teacher. You're cheating us out of money." After receiving the money and points, Luo Chen was in a good mood and didn't bother to pay attention to the complaints of these people. He just waved his hand and said, "Brothers, hold on tight. Let's go." All the 2-headed hellwolves and green phosphorus snakes on the ground were taken back into the summoning space, leaving only a large group of bloodthirsty bats, a total of 300. Accompanied by roars, all the bloodthirsty bats took off into the air and flew to a height of hundreds of meters in a blink of an eye. "Fuck, it's so high. Luo Chen, let them fly more steadily. I'm afraid they will fall. Stop shaking around, you'll pee out." Whoosh. Although the bloodthirsty bats are only 10-year-old soul beasts, their speed when flying is incredibly fast. Swarms of bats are a black mass, flying directly over the swamp and flying towards the depths of Qianlongjian. Just as Luo Chen said, he now only wants to find the ultimate boss in the shortest time possible. In addition to the National Fortune Experience Stone, the ultimate boss will also drop a magical weapon. The National Destiny Experience Stone is related to the national destiny of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the National Destiny Experience Stone can be guarded until the countdown of the copy is over, the Dragon Kingdom can obtain a 20 monster killing experience bonus that lasts for 1 month, and those who participate in the Qianlongjian trial can also get a reward of 2 levels. Not to mention the divine weapon. It is a priceless treasure. Luo Chen is determined to get it. So in Luo Chen's opinion, it is definitely the wisest thing to do to solve the ultimate boss as quickly as possible. As for whether he would be besieged by other national teams after obtaining the National Destiny Experience Stone, Luo Chen didn't care. Come if you dare. If there really is someone so blind as to dare to attack him, Luo Chen doesn't mind wiping out the entire opponent's team, leaving no one alive. At this time, in addition to the team of Luo Chen and others, there were also many teams in other directions of Qianlongjian slowly advancing. They come from different countries. The land of cherry blossoms, the land of beautiful women, the land of the bear, etc. They did not have the same abilities as Luo Chen, so they could only move forward slowly when exploring the map, clearing out the monsters that were blocking them as they moved forward. However, compared with Luo Chen and others, the teams sent by these countries have obviously undergone special training. When they were advancing and killing monsters, they cooperated very skillfully, and each member's level was very high, basically between level 38 and 40, which was considered to be the level cap of the Qianlongjian dungeon. In a jungle, a group of short professionals are moving forward rapidly. Roar. After a few roars, a dozen monsters jumped out of the dim jungle. The levels of the monsters are between 20 and 25. After they appeared, they pounced directly at them. However, in just a dozen seconds, these monsters were cleared out. Everyone, we must obtain the National Destiny Experience Stone. A man with a short sword on his waist said, if other teams get ahead of us, we will kill them. Anyway, this trial can only succeed. Failure is not allowed. If we fail, we will be sinners of the Sakura Country and must commit seppuku to apologize. Hi. There was a cold light flashing in the eyes of the others, and it was obvious that they had entered the copy with the determination to die. Ida-kun, I heard that your brother died in Dragon Country. If we encounter a team of professionals from Dragon Country, you must not act impulsively. But don't worry, Ida-kun. Our Sakura Country and Dragon Country are sworn enemies. If we really encounter people from Dragon Country, as long as conditions permit, we will find a way to destroy them and leave no one alive. Hearing this, the man with the dagger on his waist nodded. Roar. Just at this moment, roars came from the air. I saw a blood-red cloud floating rapidly over the jungle where the Sakura Country team was. Baga, what is that? A swarm of bats? Hundreds. There are people on the bat. It's too far away to see their faces clearly, and there's no way to check their character information. Damn it. Everyone in the Sakura Country team was stunned. We were working so hard to kill monsters in advance, but they just flew over on bats? Is there any justice in the world? At this moment, the flock of bats that were flying away suddenly stopped. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Sakura Country professionals, hundreds of bats turned back and just stopped above their heads. Luo Chen poked his head out and looked down at the group of little cherry blossoms. What a surprise! They are really little cherry blossoms. I almost missed them. Duan Liar's eyes lit up. Little brother, hurry up and kill them. Luo Chen, why are you so excited? How about I let you go and kill them? Duan Liar pouted in grievance and stopped talking. Luo Chen shouted, hey, little Sakura down there, do you have any good stuff on you? Hand it over, and I'll keep your body intact. Chapter 95. You have some misunderstandings about my soul beast. Above the sky, dense swarms of bloodthirsty bats flapped their wings and floated there. Under the cover of the swarm of bats, the sky and the earth suddenly became dark, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing in an instant. On the ground, all the professionals from Sakura Country raised their heads and looked at Luo Chen and others in disbelief. Is he a professional from Dragon Country? These bats are summoned beasts. Impossible. What kind of summoner can summon so many summoned beasts? Unless everyone in the Dragon Nation team of 20 is a summoner. But is that possible? He is not friendly. Everyone be on guard. At this moment, everyone in Sakura Country was full of doubts. Under the tension, he instantly became alert. Just a while ago, when they mentioned the Dragon Country team, they still had the attitude of destroying it as long as they had the chance. But when Luo Chen and others appeared above their heads riding on bats, these professionals from the Sakura Country all felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Are you all mute? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Hand over all the good things on you, and I can leave you with an intact body. Otherwise, I will cut you into pieces. In the Qianlongjian trial 4 years ago, the Dragon Country team suffered a great loss at the hands of the Sakura Country, and several professionals with great potential died. Before entering Qianlongjian this time, Lu Xingjiang specifically mentioned this matter and instructed Luo Chen to make Sakura Country pay the price once he had the chance. Luo Chen will still take Lu Xingjiang's instructions to heart. Jingtian tightly grasped the short sword and looked at Luo Chen with a cold gaze. Dragon Countryman, the Qianlongjian trial has just begun not long ago. Are you sure you want to fight with us at this time? The purpose of our entering Qianlongjian is to seize the National Fortune Experience Stone and snatch the ultimate boss. If we fight at this time, both sides will suffer losses. In this way, we may lose the qualification to snatch the ultimate boss. The other professionals from Sakura Country did not speak. It seemed that this trial was led by Ida, and what he said represented the opinion of the entire Sakura Country team. In the sky, Jiang Meier, Mao Runming, and others had solemn expressions. They didn't expect to meet people from Sakura Country so soon. Although they also wanted to destroy the professionals from Sakura Country, what the other party said forced them to carefully consider and weigh the pros and cons. Jiang Meier said in a deep voice, "Luo Chen, don't be impulsive. Searching for the ultimate boss is more important." Mao Runming, "That's right. We don't need to get entangled with the Sakura dog at this time. Even if we fight, we should wait until we get the National Destiny Experience Stone first, right?" Tianxing and others also nodded, obviously agreeing with what Jiang Meier and Mao Runming said. In their opinion, it is not worth fighting with the people of Sakura Country at this time. Moreover, even if a fight breaks out, it is not certain that all the enemies can be killed, and both sides may suffer losses. If you miss the National Destiny Experience Stone because of this, you will be in big trouble. Moreover, there is a huge gap in the levels of the two sides. Even if they want to attack the people of Sakura Country, they cannot fight head-on. The best way is to make good deployment and find opportunities to ambush. On the ground, Ida smiled. "Your companion is right. You and I will have a chance to fight each other. I will be waiting for you in the final boss refresh area." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. A group of professionals from the Sakura Country slowly retreated. It seemed that they were sure that Luo Chen and others would not really take action, so they planned to retreat. Unfortunately, they were wrong. If Luo Chen hadn't been here this time, this battle might not have even started. But Luo Chen is here. Jiang Meier, I want to ask you if you have any misunderstandings about my soul beast. Luo Chen glanced at Jiang Meier and the others calmly. How much time do you think it would take to kill a group of Sakura dogs? As he spoke, he slowly waved the staff in his hand. Roar. The next moment, a deafening roar was heard, and huge two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes were summoned out. Without any reservation, Luo Chen threw out all the 1,000-year-old soul beasts at once, as many as 2,000. Magic circles appeared on the ground. Densely packed soul beasts directly surrounded the 20 professionals from the Sakura Country from all directions, blocking all retreat routes. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Be it Jiang Meier and others, or Ida and other Sakura Country professionals, they were all stunned. He actually summoned so many soul beasts? Jiang Meier's eyes widened. There must be more than 2,000 of them, right? Add these bloodthirsty bats. There must be at least 2,500 of them. How could there be so many? Duan Liar said arrogantly. You have no vision. If my little brother is a little serious, he can scare you to death. Little brother, are you scaring me to death? Jiang Meier's face froze. Duan Liar, if you can change the way you address Luo Chen, I will be very grateful to you. Duan Liar raised her eyebrows. It's none of your business? On the ground, a group of cherry blossom dogs looked pale. They stood back to back, looking at the soul beasts around them in horror, as if they were dreaming, and could not believe that this was real. How could there be such a terrifying summoner in the world? How could he summon so many summoned beasts with just a wave of his hand? Ida's teeth chattered. Wait, we can talk about this. Roar, roar. As if in response to them, the green phosphorus snakes slightly stuck out their tongues, the ground shook slightly, and poisonous vines instantly broke out of the ground and coiled around them. They wanted to jump and dodge, but it was all in vain. More than 1,000 green phosphorus snakes used the poison ivy entanglement skill at the same time. The poisonous vines grew one after another. How many of them could they dodge? In just a moment, everyone's body was entangled by poisonous vines. Almost at the same time, the skills of the two-headed hell wolf also arrived. Hell magma. Boom. The ground collapsed and a terrifying temperature erupted. The originally thick soil layer turned red and instantly turned into magma that swallowed them up. Stop it, Aya, Baga, you Chinese pig. You shall not die well. There was no room for resistance, and they didn't even have time to perform an effective skill from beginning to end. In the boiling magma, their bodies turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. When the magma solidified and the temperature dissipated, only a pile of exploded things remained on the ground. Luo Chen clapped his hands. Done. What? Is this the end? Isn't this too much? Jiang Meier swallowed and felt a chill rushing to her head. Maybe it was because she was too nervous or too excited. Her legs trembled slightly, a warm current surged, and she subconsciously clamped her legs tightly around the bloodthirsty bat. Mao Runming trembled and said, This is too terrifying, right? From summoning the soul beast to ending the battle. It took less than 5 seconds in total. Tianxing, Luo Chen, tell us the truth. How many soul beasts can you summon? Before this, They had already overestimated Luo Chen's strength as much as possible. But after seeing such a terrifying number of soul beasts, they realized their so-called overestimation was not even close to Luo Chen's. Chapter 96. Celebrate in advance. Celebrate your sister. Briefing? Why should I confess to you? Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He ignored what Mao Runming and others said, and he didn't even bother to explain how many soul beasts he could summon. Duan Liar shouted, little brother, let me down quickly. I will pick up the things for you. Wow, I'm rich. They got so many things. She didn't know that among these Sakura professionals there was a member of the Ida family, and he was the eldest son of the Ida family and the brother of the Sakura professional she had killed not long ago. If she knew, Duan Liar would definitely be happier. Just stay up there. Luo Chen said this, then drove the bloodthirsty bats and fell to the ground alone. All these exploded items were his spoils alone. There was no reason to share them with others. Of course, others were too embarrassed to ask for them. There are a lot of equipment, and the levels are not low, basically around level 30. This includes a level 28 platinum belt with attributes suitable for Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen's level is not high enough, and he already has the artifact Hell Priest belt, so this platinum belt is of no use. Give it all to Du Ruashi later and ask her to help deal with it. Thinking of this, Luo Chen put away all his equipment. With Du Ruashi's identity, it would be easy for her to sell these equipment at a high price, and Luo Chen wouldn't have to worry about it. Of course, Luo Chen wouldn't be stingy. After Du Ruashi sold all the equipment, Luo Chen would give her some commission or give her a few pieces of equipment. He couldn't let others work for nothing, right? What is this? Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he looked at an item in his hand with surprise. This is a golden key, and no one knows who it came from. Item name, Key to the Great Tengu's Lair. Item introduction, exclusive key for the Daitenga dungeon. If you choose the Hell difficulty when entering the Daitenga dungeon, a special boss will be summoned in the dungeon. The boss attributes are twice that of the ultimate boss in the dungeon. Please use with caution. The Daitenga copy, as the name suggests, is a copy within the borders of Sakura Country. Luo Chen didn't know where the specific entrance to the copy was. Judging from the item introduction, the so-called special boss should have a great chance of dropping some really awesome stuff. After all, its attributes are twice that of the ultimate boss in the Daitenga copy. It just so happens that I have a return stone from Inyang City in Sakura Country. After the Qianlongjin trial is over, I will definitely go to Sakura Country for a visit. Luo Chen grinned, looking forward to the upcoming Great Tengu copy. If it weren't for the key to the Great Tengu's lair, even if Luo Chen had the return stone to Inyang City in Sakura Country, he might not necessarily go to Sakura Country to hang out in the short term. But now I have to go. After taking all the two-headed hellwolves and green phosphorus snakes back into the summoning space, Luo Chen rode on the bloodthirsty bat and flew back into the air. He casually threw 2 pieces of equipment suitable for Duan Liar to her, and then traded all the remaining equipment to Du Ruashi. This scene made Mao Runming and others envious, but they were too embarrassed to ask Luo Chen for them. After this incident, they finally understood. They were just here to make up the numbers for this trip to Qianlongjin. Luo Chen could deal with all the enemies by himself. No wonder Professor Lu Zhengjiang had so much confidence in Luo Chen. Awesome. That's so fucking awesome. Swarms of bloodthirsty bats flapped their wings and continued to explore forward. They were extremely fast, passing through the void and quickly flying towards unknown areas, ignoring the monsters on the ground. Next to Luo Chen were Duan Liar and Du Ruashi. Further to the side is Jiang Meier. At this time, Jiang Meier was riding on the back of the bloodthirsty bat and felt uncomfortable all over. Duan Liar frowned slightly and looked at her in confusion. What are you rubbing back and forth for? Are you suffering from hemorrhoids? You? Jiang Meier glared at her angrily. Has anyone ever said that you speak rudely? Oh my god, she actually said I had hemorrhoids? Jiang Meier protested, but was too embarrassed to move. Her face flushed red, and she glanced at Luo Chen out of the corner of her eye. Damn it, what happened to me just now? Why did I have such a big reaction? It's like a dream about that. Duan Liar snorted. I've always spoken like this since I was a child. Hey, is your mouth sweating? Can bats sweat? Jiang Meier said angrily. Shut up. It's over. It's so embarrassing. Jiang Meier looked around cautiously. Fortunately, the others were far away and did not hear what Duan Liar said. Only Luo Chen was closer. Oh my god, Luo Chen just looked at me with that kind of eyes. Did he guess something? Jiang Meier just felt extremely ashamed. Duan Liar, why are you blushing? I'm warning you, don't try to hit on my little brother. Luo Chen, shut up. Duan Liar. Okay. Du Ruashi covered her mouth, trying hard to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't help it in the end. Poochie. Duan Liar glared at her fiercely. Don't laugh. Sakura Country, outside Enyang City. A large group of people were surrounding a teleportation array. The crowd was dense, numbering several thousand people. These people were all powerful professionals from all over Sakura Country, and there were even several high-ranking figures from Sakura Country. The teleportation array in front of them was exactly the teleportation array of the Qianlongjian copy. After the 20-person trial team entered the dungeon, the teleportation array was closed and no one else could enter. However, the light of the teleportation array is still dazzling. And this light also indicates the vitality of the trial team. If a member of the trial team dies, the light of the teleportation array will become dim. The more people die, the dimmer the light will become. If everyone died, the light would completely dissipate and the entire formation would collapse and disappear. All the people are dead. Even after the dungeon trial is over, no one will be teleported out through this formation. Of course, there is no need for the formation to exist. This time, we are sending out only elites. According to the level cap of 40, our team is stronger than other countries. Every single person in the team can stand on their own. The Divine Stone of National Destiny Transmission. Our Sakura Nation must obtain it. The Qianlongjian dungeon will last for 72 hours. Everyone should work hard and wait here for the hero to return. Why don't we have a little party ahead of time? Everyone present had confidence written all over their face. The Qianlongjian trial had just begun, and they had already begun preparing to welcome the hero's triumphant return and to celebrate with revelry. Snap! Just when everyone was excited, the light of the teleportation array suddenly shook violently. This sudden change made everyone's heart tighten. Before they could react, the teleportation array in front of them suddenly lost its light and exploded. Boom. Chapter 97 Beast Tide. The ground shook violently, and the teleportation array shattered in front of everyone's horrified gaze. The light faded, and everyone's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It felt like the whole world had gone dark. What happened? Why did the teleportation array suddenly collapse? What happened in Qianlongjian? Are all our people dead? This is impossible. The Qianlongjian dungeon has been open for less than an hour. With the strength of our Sakura Country team, it is impossible for us to even lose some members, let alone be wiped out. After entering Qianlongjian, any team will be randomly teleported to the outer area of Qianlongjian. The monsters in the outer area are not densely populated and their levels are not high, so it is difficult for them to pose a fatal threat to the trial team. Even if they encounter trial teams from other countries, the two sides will at most just test each other, and there will be no life and death battle. You know, the goal of all trial teams is the ultimate boss, and they all want to seize the National Destiny Experience Stone. It is not wise to fight each other as soon as you enter Qianlongjian. Once both sides suffer losses, they may miss the qualification to compete for the National Destiny Experience Stone. But now the teleportation array has collapsed, which means that all 20 members of the Sakura Country team have died. How can the people of Sakura Country accept this? Some people woke up in shock and quickly sent messages to those who participated in the trial through their friends list to inquire. It's a pity that everyone is dead. How can I get a response? For this trial, we selected professionals from all over the country. 20 people, basically all of them have reached level 40. Most of them have rare professions, and there is even one hidden profession. Such a team was actually wiped out, and they had only been in the dungeon for less than an hour. There is no way they were wiped out by the monsters. The only possibility is that we were ambushed by teams from other countries, and at least 2 teams joined forces to deal with us. At the front of the crowd, an old man had an extremely gloomy expression. He is the current patriarch of the Jingtian family. He has only 2 sons. The second son died in Longwa, and the murderer is still unknown. The eldest son died in unclear circumstances just after entering Qianlongjian. My Ida family has no descendants. Chief Jingtian felt a sharp pain in his chest, and out of anger he spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his friend list and sent a message to his eldest son. Delang, don't scare me. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Then another mouthful of blood spurted out. The central area of Qianlongjian. Luo Chen and others rode on bloodthirsty bats and moved forward. Although the monsters on the ground were becoming more and more dense and their levels were getting higher and higher, it did not affect their speed. Along the way, they did not kill any monsters, did not stop, and did not encounter any trial teams from other countries. At this rate, we will reach the core area of Qianlongjian in half an hour at most. Luo Chen said calmly. After we defeat the ultimate boss, we will clear the monsters from the core area outwards. Ahem. He suddenly coughed a few times, then made a look at Duan Lyre. Duan Lyre blinked her big watery eyes and understood instantly. Little brother, you have to rely on your soul beast to clear the monsters. The monsters in Qianlongjin are so powerful, I definitely can't defeat them. Duan Lyre said, but I can't take advantage of you for nothing. I'll pay you. When working as a team to kill monsters, all team members share the experience gained from killing monsters. In this case, Luo Chen will gain much less experience. After Duan Lyre finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Meier and the others meaningfully. I was really smart. I knew what the little brother wanted just by looking at him. I've said this before, they can't take the experience points for killing monsters for nothing, right? They should at least give the little brother some appreciation, right? Not far away, Jiang Meier and others had stiff expressions. Mao Runming, again? Didn't we pay you? Duan Lyre, that's the travel expenses. Do you know what travel expenses are? The money for riding a bat to travel, plus the money for killing the boss. After killing the boss, don't you want your little brother to take you to kill monsters? The monsters in Qianlongjin provide a lot of experience. Don't you want to level up a few more times? Hearing this, Du Ruashi slapped her forehead helplessly. The dog licks to the extreme. Du Ruashi. All right, stop talking. Isn't it okay for me to pay? 8 million dragon coins, no more. Duan Lyre curled her lips and said, although it's a little low, we are all classmates. We all came from Broken City and took the exam together, so 8 million is fine. But the others can't do that. It has to be at least 9 million. Jiang Meier said angrily. You three are doing this on purpose, right? You are singing the same tune. It's obvious that you are trying to cheat us out of our money. Mao Runming. 9 million. How can I have so much money? I only have a few 100,000 dragon coins on me now. Tianxing. Me too. Luo Chen. We are all classmates. There is no need to be so fussy, right? Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. What did you just say? Sorry, I've been thinking about how to deal with teams from other countries after I get the National Destiny Experience Stone. Duan Lyre. It's okay, little brother, keep thinking. Did you all see it? Little brother worked hard for the whole team and the whole Dragon Country. What about us? We are just playing bystanders, following behind and shouting encouragement to gain experience. But he is willing to share all the glory with us. If we can't contribute physically, can't we contribute financially? If you don't have enough dragon coins, you can use the college points. We are all top students at Kyoto University, so we must have some college points, right? Shameless. So shameless. Jiang Meier and others complained in their hearts, but they didn't know how to refute Duan Lyre. Helplessly, everyone looked at each other and had to compromise. Give money. Give points. Luo Chen's face was full of surprise and shame. Oh my, what are you doing? Too polite, too polite. I'm so ashamed. While saying this, he took the money without being polite. Pretend, just pretend. It's time to spend money. I'm God. I'll just ride on the bat and won't get off. I'll just watch Luo Chen do it the whole time. I won't kill monsters or people. From now on, I'm waiting for an easy win. If I don't, I'll return the money. All of a sudden, the money of many people in the team was taken away, and the academy also collected 70,000 to 80,000 points. Luo Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all about this, and even secretly gave Duan Lyre a thumbs up. This was a good teamwork. Miss Duan is really smart. She knew what I wanted to do with just one look from me. After the Qianlongjin trial is over, everyone will have to play a game with her. Roar. On the ground, some monsters noticed a flock of bats flying overhead. They discovered the figures of Luo Chen and others. Some of the monsters roared and chased in the direction where Luo Chen and others were heading. As time passed, the group of monsters chasing them became more and more dense. Some monsters were thrown away, but soon new monsters joined the chase. By the time the trial team arrived at the depths of Qianlongjin, the group of monsters chasing behind them was like a tide, and there were nearly 10,000 of them at a glance. The levels of these monsters are basically between level 20 and level 40. Most of them are from the central area of Qianlongjin, and a very small number are chasing from the outside. Some elite leaders can also be seen among them. Chapter 98. It's a mess, completely a mess. On the ground, roars were heard one after another. A bloodthirsty and brutal aura surged from the ground, causing Jiang Meier and others to tremble with fear. Gurgle. Jiang Meier swallowed her saliva, her face pale. Luo Chen, please fly steadily. If we fall into the beast herd, we will be dead. Mao Runming. Luo Chen, let's get rid of the beasts below first. We can't bring them with us to search for the ultimate boss, right? Feeling everyone's nervousness, Luo Chen just smiled slightly. After arriving at the core area, the flying speed of the bloodthirsty bats slowed down in order to find the trace of the ultimate boss. Once the speed drops, it becomes even harder to shake off the group of monsters chasing from behind. At this time, below the crowd, monsters were already densely packed, forming an extremely rare beast tide, and the number of monsters was still increasing. In this situation, it is definitely the wisest thing to do to find a way to get rid of the beast tide. Otherwise, even if you find the ultimate boss, it will be difficult to kill the ultimate boss in the beast tide. Keep your heart in your stomach, Luo Chen said slowly. Just destroy the beast tide and the ultimate boss together. It's not easy to gather so many monsters. These are all experience. Roar. At this moment, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. I saw thick smoke rolling in the valley in the distance, and a terrible breath rushing out from the smoke. Is it the ultimate boss? Others also reacted and looked towards the direction of the thick smoke. It's the ultimate boss indeed, Jiang Meier exclaimed. Can't check the attributes? That's not right. The monsters in the Qianlongjian dungeon shouldn't be restricted by the level of detection skills, right? The so-called not limited by the level of detection means that ordinary detection can also view monster information across levels. Along the way, Jiang Meier has used ordinary detection techniques on monsters of various levels and some elite bosses, and was able to check their attributes normally. But when it comes to the ultimate boss, ordinary detection techniques are ineffective. Mao Runming said in a deep voice. Who has learned the top detection technique? Check the monster's attributes quickly. Tian Xing. Top-level detection technique? That's a treasure. None of us should know it, right? Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but yawn. Name, Abyssal Bone Dragon, Hidden Dragon Abyss Boss. Level, 40. HP, 2 million. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 18,000. Magic resistance, 6,000. Physical resistance, 6,000. Skills, Skeleton Purgatory, Dragon Might, Flying. Skeleton Purgatory, Range Attack Skill. The Abyss Bone Dragon can summon skeletons buried underground to form bone spurs to attack targets in a large range. There is also a 10 chance of forming a bone prison to imprison the target. The imprisonment lasts for 10 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 2 minutes. Dragon Might, Passive Skill. The Abyss Bone Dragon continuously releases Dragon Might, suppressing the attributes of all targets. Under the cover of Dragon Might, all attributes of all targets are reduced by 10. Flying. Abyss Bone Dragon can travel through the 9 heavens. After flying into the void, agility will receive a certain bonus. Isn't it just a top-level detection technique? It seems very rare. However, the attributes of the Abyss Bone Dragon really surprised Luo Chen. Back when he was in the Thousand Winds Temple, he had killed the 4 Wind Guardian Beasts. Those 4 bosses were all level 40 bosses, and their attributes were far higher than the bosses of the same level in the outside world. However, compared with this Abyss Bone Dragon, the attributes of the 4 bosses in the Thousand Winds Temple are more than twice as different. Very strong, Luo Chen said in a deep voice. Were all the previous Qianlongjian bosses so strong? While speaking, he had already shared the information about the Abyss Bone Dragon, which surprised Jiang Meier and others. He actually knows top-level detection techniques. In this way, wouldn't our basic attributes be exposed to him? Jiang Meier subconsciously tightened her collar. Roar. The ground shook, and the tide of beasts that had been chasing them all the way gathered together. Densely packed monsters gathered in the valley, forming a sea of beasts to protect the Abyss Bone Dragon. All the monsters stared with scarlet eyes, raised their heads, and stared at Luo Chen and others. Roar. At this moment, the Abyss Bone Dragon roared again. Its roar was like a signal. The whole valley suddenly emitted a shrill hissing sound. Groups of black shadows rose from the depths of the valley and pounced towards Luo Chen and others. These were a group of small monsters that had the ability to fly. They were probably the guard monsters that protected the ultimate boss. Their numbers were not large compared to the beast tide that had already formed, only about 100. Name, Dragon Abyss Bone Beast Elite. Level, 40. HP, 100,000. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 1,500. Spirit, 1,000. Magic resistance, 2,500. Physical resistance, 2,500. Skills, Bone Spurs, Flying. Bone Thorns. In addition to its powerful melee ability, the Longyuan Bone Beast also has long-range attack capabilities. It can condense bone thorns to fly at the target and cause penetrating damage to the target. Flight. After the Dragon Abyss Bone Beast flies into the void, its agility will be increased to a certain extent. Oh my god, there are flying monsters. Jiang Meier exclaimed. Luo Chen, be careful. Everyone showed a look of horror. The attributes of the Longyuan bone beast are far more powerful than Luo Chen's bloodthirsty bats. Once the two sides collide, I'm afraid that the group of bloodthirsty bats can be torn apart in one encounter. Once a bat colony collapses, they are in danger. What's the hurry? Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand casually. The next moment, densely packed solitary bamboos were summoned. Magical arrays appeared on the ground, and groups of solitary bamboos were thrown directly into the valley. Taunt skills are activated instantly. The hatred was directly attracted to those Longyuan bone beasts that had just flown up. As soon as their front feet flew up, they swooped down towards Guju with their back feet. Just at this moment, Luo Chen waved his hand again. Roar! Without any reservation, all the soul beasts were summoned out by him at this moment. 25,000. Among them are more than 10,000 10-year-old wind baboons, more than 2,000 100-year-old wind demon wolves, more than 2,000 100-year-old wolf thieves, and mandrake snakes, and all the two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes. In just a moment, the entire valley was filled with all the soul beasts and monsters from the beast tide mixed together. It's a complete mess. Chapter 99. All dead or wounded. Good, great. Roar. The roar shook the earth. The group of soul beasts were summoned, and as soon as the soul beasts stood still, they immediately started fighting with the monsters around them. Such a horrifying scene made Jiang Mayer and others gasp. This is too scary, right? So many monsters gathered together. It's enough to threaten human cities. Some small cities may even be easily destroyed. Luo Chen can actually summon so many soul beasts? It's even more terrifying than the beast tide. I thought he could only summon a few hundred, but I didn't expect him to summon more than 20,000 with just a wave of his hand. It's simply a human-shaped natural disaster. Everyone's eyes widened. Luo Chen's methods shocked them again, and now they were beyond their understanding. More than 20,000 soul beasts. Is the soul beast summoner so terrifying? One man is an army, a human-shaped disaster. He is only level 20 now, and he is already so terrifying. How terrible will he be when he grows up? Wouldn't he be able to destroy a city with just a wave of his hand? It is a blessing for Dragon Country that such professionals appear in the country. If it appeared in other countries, especially hostile countries, it would be a disaster for Longhua. Duan Lyre raised her head slightly, looking proud, as if it was her, not Luo Chen, who summoned so many soul beasts. Jiang Mayer's face turned slightly red, a warm current surged, her body trembled slightly, and her legs tightly clamped the bloodthirsty bat, not knowing if she was afraid of falling from midair. I really want a man like Luo Chen. What should I do? Jiang Mayer glanced at Luo Chen a few times out of the corner of her eye. The more she looked, the more she liked him, and the more the heat in her heart surged. Yeah. Suddenly, Jiang Mayer made an inexplicable sound from her mouth. Fortunately, the roars of beasts below were deafening, and everyone's attention was on the battlefield, so no one noticed her abnormality. Jiang Mayer was startled and quickly covered her mouth, her face turning even redder. Luo Chen ignored everyone's reactions. His mind was completely focused on the battle below. In the beast tide, the number of monsters exceeded 10,000. Judging from the number alone, the number of soul beasts is almost twice that of monsters. But the attributes of these monsters are very powerful. Although they are not as strong as the 1,000-year soul beasts such as the two-headed hell wolf and the green phosphorus snake, most of them are much stronger than the 100-year soul beasts. Those 10-year-old foam baboons and Guju were even more incomparable. As soon as they came into contact, the Guju used to attract firepower were all killed instantly. Thousands of wind baboons also died, and within a few breaths, all the remaining wind baboons were also dead. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Haha, it's a good death. It's such a good death. What the hell? More than 10,000 of your soul beasts died at once. Why are you so happy? Mao Runming and others looked at him in confusion. Luo Chen, your soul beasts are dying too quickly. In just a short period of time, more than 10,000 of them have died. Mao Runming shouted, don't get entangled with those ordinary monsters. Quickly drive the soul beast to kill the abyss bone dragon. After we get something, we will leave here quickly. After all the solitary bamboos were killed, the Longyuan bone beast's attention was once again focused on Luo Chen and others. But before they could fly up, the ground below began to shake violently. Roar! More than 1,000 green phosphorus snakes slightly lolled out their tongues, and the next moment, poisonous vines broke out of the ground and directly entangled all the dragon abyss bone beasts. Because of the bloodthirsty bats, Luo Chen had the advantage in the air. In this state, the only ones who could threaten the trial team were the dragon abyss bone beast and the abyss bone dragon in the herd that had not taken action. Luo Chen's idea was very simple. He wanted to kill all the dragon abyss-bone beasts first, and then kill the abyss-bone dragon. There was no threat from the air anymore, and he also got the National Destiny Experience Stone. Then, he could sit high above the sky and use the beast tide to hunt soul beasts. Of course, the abyss-bone dragon can also be used to increase the number of soul beast deaths. But Luo Chen was worried that the night would be too long, and he planned to kill the abyss-bone dragon first and get the National Destiny Experience Stone. Moreover, there are so many monsters in the beast tide, enough to kill a lot of soul beasts. Roar! More than 100 dragon abyss-bone beasts were entangled by poisonous vines. At this time, nearly 1,000 two-headed hellwolves also drove wind blades to smash into them. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, all the Longyuan bone beasts were instantly submerged by the wind blades and killed on the spot. Seeing all the abyss-bone beasts being killed, the abyss-bone dragon suddenly roared. Humans, damn it! The wind was raging and thunder was roaring. The whole world became dim amid the roar, and a terrifying dragon might erupted, instantly covering the whole world. Bite. Tip. You are suppressed by the dragon's might, and all your attributes are reduced by 10. At this moment, everyone's attributes instantly dropped by 1 level. In fact, not only the attributes of Luo Chen and others, but even the attributes of soul beasts were affected. The abyss-bone dragon spread its wings, and the entire valley began to shake violently. Boom! The ground exploded, and dense bone spurs broke through the soil. Some two-headed hellwolves and green phosphorus snakes were unable to dodge in time, and instantly had penetrating wounds on their bodies, and their blood volume dropped significantly. Some of them even triggered the bone prison effect after being attacked by bone spurs. The bone prison transformed from the bone spurs directly tightened them on the spot. It was not killed instantly, but the 1,000-year soul beast could only withstand 2 attacks at most. As for 100-year-old soul beasts such as the wind demon wolf, the wolf thief, and the mandragorous snake, any of them that were hit by the abyss-bone dragon skeleton purgatory would die with wails and could not withstand it at all. Above the sky, Duruashi was a little worried. Luo Chen, there are too many monsters, and the damage of the abyss-bone dragon's skills is too terrifying. If you continue to rush like this, your soul beasts will probably be killed or injured. I suggest that we lead the beast tide away first, shake them off, and then turn back to surround and kill the abyss-bone dragon. By then, without the influence of the beast tide, your group of soul beasts should be able to kill it. The reason why she said this was because Luo Chen's soul beast died too quickly. 15,000 wind baboons, all of them solitary bamboo, are now dead. There are nearly 7,000 100-year-old soul beasts such as the swift wind demon wolves, and most of them are dead now. Only more than 2,000 two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes were left to support it. According to this trend, all the soul beasts will be wiped out before the abyss-bone dragon is killed. Everyone is dead or wounded. Thank you for your kind words. Luo Chen grinned and waved the staff in his hand continuously. Almost without interruption, bloodthirsty bats were summoned one after another. There are 3 ongoing troop explosion missions, namely, the death of 2,000 1,000-year-old green phosphorus snakes, 300,000 bloodthirsty bats, and 10 million wind baboons. Judging from the speed at which the soul beasts just died, Luo Chen was fully confident that he could complete the task of exploding the troops of the green phosphorus snake and the bloodthirsty bat here. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe even 10 million wind baboons could fill up the place. My fellows, rush down and die. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the bloodthirsty bat that had just been summoned fell towards the battlefield. While summoning the bloodthirsty bats, Luo Chen was also replenishing the number of 100-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts. On the battlefield, groups of soul beasts no longer paid attention to the ordinary monsters around them, and all the soul beasts rushed towards the abyss-bone dragon. Chapter 100 Abyss-bone Dragon explodes. Looking at the soul beasts that appeared one after another, Jiang Meier and others had stiff and numb expressions. These soul beasts that just appeared were obviously not released from the summoning space, but were summoned by Luo Chen using summoning magic. With such a fast summoning frequency, can his mental strength keep up? The soul beast is so powerful, his summoning skills should consume a lot of mental energy, right? Gurgle. Jiang Meier swallowed, stared at Luo Chen, and subconsciously licked her lips with her tongue. His eyes also became a little blurry. At this moment, Duan Liar suddenly appeared beside her. Hey, what are you doing? You look like you want to swallow my little brother. I'm warning you, your little brother is mine. Oh my god, what the hell are you talking about? I'll swallow your sister. Jiang Meier's face turned red with embarrassment, and she turned her head away, not bothering to pay attention to Duan Liar. Who knew that Duan Liar suddenly twitched her nose and frowned. What's that smell on you? Why is the back of a bloodthirsty bat wet? Oh my god, you. Stop talking. Jiang Meier was a little panicked, but suddenly her eyes lit up, and she took out 20,000 dragon coins and threw them to Duan Liar. Pretend you didn't see anything. This money is yours. Duan Liar curled her lips, revealing a look of contempt. Do you think I'm short of money? I'm the eldest daughter of the Duan family. He said that, but he was not vague at all when it came to collecting the money. After taking the money, Duan Liar ignored Jiang Meier and just kept muttering, "Little brother is too charming." Some people just look at him for a few times and, after saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Jiang Meier. Hearing this, Jiang Meier's face turned even redder. On the battlefield, the fighting continues. After one Guju after another was summoned, the Abyss Bone Dragon could no longer take off. Its hatred was forcibly attracted by the Guju's taunting skills. So how could it care about Luo Chen and others? Roar! Dense swarms of bloodthirsty bats rushed over. They ignored the ordinary monsters in the beast tide, and instead charged towards the Abyss Bone Dragon one by one. These bloodthirsty bats were simply courting death. As soon as they got close, they were blown away by the flapping wings of the Abyss Bone Dragon, killing a large number of them instantly. Luo Chen, is there any limit to your soul beast summoning technique? Those two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes are very powerful. Summon more of these soul beasts. Yes. Mao Runming and others spoke anxiously. Luo Chen waved his hand. Everyone, stay aside and watch the show quietly. If you feel bored, eat some snacks, drink some beer, or a small drink. You guys didn't forget to bring snacks when you go out, did you? After hearing Luo Chen's words, Mao Runming and others were confused. Snack? Who the hell comes to Qianlongjian for a trial and brings snacks? We only bring dry food and meat to fill our stomachs. Who has the heart to eat snacks? Just as they were complaining in their hearts, Luo Chen had already taken out a can of beer and took a big gulp. Beer? Is there anyone who actually brought beer into the dungeon? Brother, we are in a trial, and it is a trial that concerns the fate of the Dragon Nation. Can you be serious? Mao Runming and others had stiff expressions and were completely numb. Cool. Luo Chen grinned, but did not stop waving the staff in his hand. Call. Guju, bloodthirsty bat. Among the 10 years of soul beasts, Luo Chen is currently only summoning these two types of soul beasts. 10-year soul beasts can be summoned by design, but 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts cannot. However, after the soul beast summoning technique is upgraded to level 3, the chance of summoning a 1,000-year soul beast is significantly higher. One by one, 100-year-old and 1,000-year-old soul beasts were added to the battlefield. On the battlefield, although the number of soul beasts died quickly, his summoning speed was not slow. Although it was still slightly slower than the death speed, it could ensure that the soul beast group could steadily consume the blood of the Abyss Bone Dragon. The battle became more and more intense, and all the soul beast's attacks were directed at the Abyss Bone Dragon, ignoring the ordinary monsters. Even if these soul beasts were attacked by monsters around them, they would not fight back. Even if they were bitten to death, they would not pay any attention to these monsters. The sky was filled with wind blades, dense poisonous vines, and patches of poisonous fog, which continuously bombarded the Abyss Bone Dragon. The explosions continued. Bite. Hint. The poisonous breath of the green phosphorus snake triggers a deadly toxin. Reminder. The Abyss Bone Dragon has been attacked by a deadly toxin, and the poisoning state will last for 12 hours. Continuous prompts appeared, but Luo Chen didn't pay any attention to them. Time passes by little. Finally, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the Abyss Bone Dragon's health bar reached the bottom, and then it let out a wail and fell to the ground with a bang. Under a burst of light, Luo Chen, Duan Liar, and Du Ruashi upgraded at the same time. The levels of the others were much higher than the three of them, and the experience required to upgrade was much higher. Although the experience provided by the death of the Abyss Bone Dragon was huge, it was not enough for everyone to upgrade. Dead. Hurry, the Abyss Bone Dragon exploded. Go pick up the things. There were exclamations, and everyone looked at Luo Chen. They rode on Luo Chen's bloodthirsty bats, and unless Luo Chen allowed it, they had no way of driving the bloodthirsty bats to rush down to pick up things. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare and wouldn't do it. There were so many monsters below, so densely packed, rushing down to pick up something? Looking for death? At least they didn't have the ability to pick it up. Even if there is no danger, they still won't pick it up. The Abyss Bone Dragon was killed by Luo Chen, so why were they going to pick it up? What if they were misunderstood as stealing equipment, and Luo Chen waved his hand and ordered the soul beast to kill them? Who would they go to for justice? Duan Liar. Little brother, be careful. Or let me go. I have the invisibility skill, and I have a shadow clone to protect my life. I should be able to take the things away under the monster's nose. The body of the abyss-bone dragon has disappeared, leaving a large pile of things on the ground. One of the equipment had a beam of light surging, and the light was breathtaking. It went without saying that it was that artifact. In addition, there is a colorful stone, which is the magical stone of national destiny experience. Luo Chen took out a pack of biscuits and threw it to Duan Lyre. Just stay here. As he spoke, he had already driven the bloodthirsty bats to swoop down. Roar. On the ground, groups of two-headed hellwolves and green phosphorus snakes gathered together, surrounded the area where the abyss-bone dragon died, and firmly kept those monsters out. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chen had pounced down, and with a wave of his hand, the items were collected one by one. Buzz. At the moment he picked up the National Destiny Experience Stone, the entire Qianlongjian copy suddenly trembled slightly. Bite. Reminder. The Dragon Country trial team successfully killed the Abyss-bone dragon and obtained the National Fortune Experience Divine Stone. Before the end of the Qianlongjian trial, the Dragon Country trial team will be specially marked. Tip. Other trial teams can use special marks to check the location of the Dragon Country team at any time. Chapter 101 Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace. Upon hearing this reminder, everyone, including Luo Chen, was stunned. Especially Jiang Meier and others. After waking up, their faces became extremely anxious. Oh no, we've been specially marked. All trial teams should have heard this reminder. Maybe it won't be long before teams from other countries come to surround us. We will be besieged by all trial teams. Seeing Jiang Meier and others exclaiming in surprise, Duan Lyre couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you guys stupid? What will happen even if all the trial teams come after us? Duan Lyre said disdainfully. Let alone one or two. Even if they all unite together, they can't pose the slightest threat to us. Dare to come? You're definitely courting death. After hearing this, everyone reacted. Yeah, so what if we are specially marked? With Luo Chen's soul beast here, anyone who dares to snatch the National Destiny Experience Stone will be killed. Kill one if one comes. Kill a pair if two come. I get anxious and kill all the trial teams. So everyone felt relieved, and their eyes fell on Luo Chen again, curious about what kind of artifact he had obtained. At this time, Luo Chen had driven the bloodthirsty bats back into the air. The battle on the ground is still going on. It's called a battle, but in fact, after the fall of the Abyss-bone dragon, all of Luo Chen's soul beasts had stopped attacking, allowing the monsters from all directions to pounce on them without fighting back at all. The soul beasts were killed one by one, and in just a short moment, all the summoned bloodthirsty bats were killed. After hundreds or thousands of years, soul beasts began to die in groups. Jiang Meier asked in confusion, Luo Chen, why doesn't your soul beast fight back? Let them rest for a while. Luo Chen replied casually, tired of fighting? I don't believe you at all. Jiang Meier pouted her lips, but her eyes were still fixed on Luo Chen. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he ignored Jiang Meier. Want to see the attributes of the artifact? No way. He flipped his palm, and a necklace appeared in his hand. The necklace was shining. It was the artifact that exploded from the Abyss-bone dragon. Name, Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace. Grade, God level. Level requirement, level 38. Strength, plus 1850. Spirit, plus 5200. Magic resistance, plus 4500. Physical resistance, plus 2800. Skills, Bone Dragon's Might, Summon Enhancement, Bone Prison, Dragon Bone Armor. Might of the Bone Dragon. Exclusive The Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace carries the might of the Abyss-bone dragon. Once released, it will suppress the attributes of the target within the range, reducing all attributes of the target by 10. The skill lasts for 3 minutes and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Summon Enhancement. Passive skill. All summoned beast attributes are increased by 20. Bone Prison. Passive skill. Any attack performed by the wearer has a 10 chance of triggering the bone prison and imprisoning the target for 10 seconds. The skill cooldown is 2 minutes. Dragon Bone Armor. Passive skill. Condenses the skeleton of the Abyss-bone dragon into bone armor. Increases both defense by 20 and can cause 20 damage counterattack to the target after being attacked. A level 38 artifact, judging from its basic attributes alone, is far superior to his Hell Priest belt. After all, the equipment level is there. But what surprised Luo Chen was that the Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace actually had 4 skills, one more than the Hell Sacrifice belt. The Might of the Bone Dragon has the same effect as the Dragon Might exerted by the Abyss-bone dragon, except that the Dragon Might of the Abyss-bone dragon is a passive skill, while the Might of the Bone Dragon is an active skill. The other 3 skills are also extremely useful. Unfortunately, it can only be worn at level 38, and I'm only level 21 now. Luo Chen sighed helplessly and could only put the artifact away temporarily. I don't know when I can reach level 38. In addition to this artifact, there is also a piece of equipment that Luo Chen can wear now. It is a level 20 legendary staff. This is also the first piece of legendary equipment that Luo Chen has obtained so far. Equipment levels range from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, and above are god level. In addition, there are exclusive equipment. Now he has 2 artifacts, but he has just obtained 1 piece of legendary equipment below the artifact. Luo Chen doesn't know what to say. Name: Dragonbone Staff. Rank: Legend. Level requirement: level 20. Strength: plus 200. Spirit: plus 1000. Casting speed: plus 3. Skills: Soul Burn, Panic. Soul Burning launches a soul attack on the enemy, reducing the enemy's mental strength to 0 points, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Panic causes an irresistible panic to the target, causing it to fall into a brief confusion and be unable to make any attacks. Duration 2 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. The weapon Luo Chen is wearing now was dropped in the novice copy. It is called the Skeleton Staff and is a level 10 platinum equipment. The Skeleton Staff also comes with 2 skills. One of them is the same as the Dragonbone Staff, also capable of soul burning. Another skill is called Skeleton King's Wrath, which can increase the attributes of all summoned beasts by 5. If we only look at the skills, the Skeleton Staff is undoubtedly more suitable for Luo Chen. After all, it can improve the attributes of all summoned beasts. But Luo Chen's strategy is to sacrifice soldiers and beasts. The more soul beasts die, the better. How could he care about the 5 attribute bonus? Change it up. The Dragonbone Staff replaced the Skeleton Staff, and its attributes increased significantly. Roar. On the ground, the one-sided massacre continues. While checking the attributes of the equipment, Luo Chen did not forget to perform the soul beast summoning technique. 10-year-old bloodthirsty bats were summoned one after another, and fell into the herd like dumplings. During this period, Luo Chen will also cast the Soul Beast Shield to continue replenishing 100-year and 1000-year soul beasts. This is mainly to summon the Green Phosphorus Snake to complete the Green Phosphorus Snake's troop explosion mission. Seeing this scene, everyone looked stunned. What is Luo Chen doing? He allowed the monster to attack the soul beast without any intention of fighting back? What about killing monsters to gain experience? Why don't you kill monsters? Although they were confused, Mao Runming and others did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Being able to destroy the Abyss-Bone Dragon and obtain the National Destiny Experience Stone was accomplished by Luo Chen alone from beginning to end. They were just there to watch the whole process and didn't even say a word of encouragement. What qualifications do they have to question Luo Chen's actions? At this time, Duan Liar approached Luo Chen and whispered, "Little brother, I'm really itching to do this. Can you share the properties of the artifact with me?" Luo Chen's eyelids drooped, and he raised his middle finger at her. Unexpectedly, Duan Liar blushed and said shyly, "Okay, after the trial is over, it's up to you." Okay. I just made an internationally accepted gesture. What did you imagine? Chapter 102, Fishing Enforcement, Kamwang Bei. In the central area of Qianlongjian, in a dense forest, a group of people were moving forward quickly. Judging from their facial features, they were standard Caucasians. What is surprising is that there are only 19 of them. It seems that a teammate died while exploring the map. How did the Dragon Nation's trial team do it? The Hidden Dragon Abyss has only been open for less than 3 hours, and they have already reached the core area of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, and they have also found the Abyss-Bone Dragon. The most important thing is, they actually killed the ultimate boss. The leading white wizard had an ugly expression on his face, with murderous intent in his eyes. At this time, a swordsman behind him said in a deep voice, "Captain, since the Dragon Country trial team was able to kill the ultimate boss, it means that they are very strong, and may even be far stronger than us. I'm afraid we don't have much chance of winning if we fight them alone. Why not join forces with other trial teams?" Hearing this, the leading wizard nodded. Under normal circumstances, all trial teams will be randomly teleported to the outer area of Qianlongjian when entering the Qianlongjian copy. But in his opinion, the random teleportation was likely to have deviated, causing the Dragon Kingdom's trial team to be teleported directly to the core area of Qianlongjian. Only this explanation makes sense. Otherwise, how could the Longhua team fight their way from the periphery to the core area in such a short time? We should really join forces, the leading mage said in a deep voice. But if we join forces, It means that the cooperating trial team will give up the National Destiny Experience Stone. If we want them to give up and fully cooperate with us to deal with the Dragon Country team, we have to pay a corresponding price. The people behind him looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. They are the trial team of the United States. The United States has many allies around the world. As long as the competition for the National Destiny Experience Stone is elevated to the diplomatic level, there should be many trial teams from allied countries willing to cooperate. At worst, I can make promises to them first, and then give them some benefits after I get the National Destiny Experience Stone. At this time, the leading mage had already opened the friend list and sent out several messages in succession. Above the valley, Luo Chen was still tirelessly performing the soul beast summoning technique. Luo Chen had already anticipated the reactions of the other trial teams. After being specially marked, a ball of light appeared in the clouds directly above their heads. No matter where they go, the ball of light will always follow, allowing other teams to easily find their location. Of course, Luo Chen wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Besiege, loot? I'm just afraid that you won't come. I'm just doing some stinging enforcement, waiting for you to airdrop your bodies or deliver express packages. Luo Chen leaned against the back of the bloodthirsty bat, then waved to another bloodthirsty bat next to him. When the bloodthirsty bat came closer, Luo Chen actually took out a small table from the item space and placed it on its back. Fly steadily. I need to put food and drinks on the table. If you drop my things, I'll let you die. As he spoke, Luo Chen took out fried chicken, beer, and sausages and placed them all on the table. I don't know if it understood Luo Chen's words, but the bloodthirsty bat flew more steadily. Fragrant. Luo Chen took a bite of fried chicken. Do you want to eat it? Duan liar. I'll eat. Du Ruashi smiled and said, I'm still a little nervous and can't relax at all, so I won't eat for now. Jiang Meyer. Me too. Eat. Everyone was so nervous. Who could eat and drink like he did, as if he was on vacation? Duan Liar's brain is not defective. Her thinking process is different from others. Roar. As time passed, the number of soul beasts dying increased. Such a fast speed of piling up monsters really surprised Luo Chen. In a blink of an eye, 4 or 5 hours had passed. The prompt for completing the troop explosion mission finally appeared. Hint. The host caused the death of 2,000 green phosphorus snakes in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the 10,000-year soul beast green phosphorus snake king. Another half-hour passed, and the bloodthirsty bat's mission to produce more soldiers was completed. There are as many as 300,000 bloodthirsty bats dying in the pile. Although the number is large, Luo Chen can only summon them specifically. Hint. The host caused the death of 300,000 bloodthirsty bats in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the 10,000-year soul beast dark gold bat king. After the bloodthirsty bats completed their explosion, Luo Chen opened the soul beast shield. There is no need to continue summoning 10-year soul beasts now. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 100-year-old soul beast, the wind wolf. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast, a 2-headed hell wolf. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 100-year soul beast wolf thief. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the green phosphorus snake king. After summoning for more than 10 minutes, he finally summoned a 10,000-year-old green phosphorus snake king. Name, Green Phosphorus Snake King. Duration, 10,000 years. HP, 2 million. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 18,000. Magic resistance, 6,000. Physical resistance, 6,000. Skills, Poison Ivy, Toxic Breath, Kindred Enhancement. Poison Ivy, a single target control skill. The Mandragora snake can summon poison vines to entangle the enemy and cause continuous damage. The duration of the poison vines is 3 seconds, and the cooldown is 60 seconds. Poisonous Breath can spit out poisonous mist to cause damage to targets within the range and produce a continuous poisoning effect. There is a 99 chance of causing a poisoning effect lasting 30 seconds, and a 5 chance of producing a fatal toxin. The fatal toxin ignores any defense and lasts for 12 hours. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. Strengthening the same race. When the Jade Phosphorus Snake King and the Millennium Jade Phosphorus Snake are on the battlefield at the same time, the attributes of all Millennium Jade Phosphorus Snakes will be increased by 20. Bite. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 500 green Phosphorus Snake Kings in battle. After completing the mission, you can get a soul ring at random. What? Soul ring? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. He has completed quite a few troop expansion missions so far. but this is the first time he has completed a troop expansion mission that rewards spirit rings. Do you want to kill 500 of them? Although the number is small, the probability of summoning a 10,000-year soul beast is a bit low. It is not easy to summon 500 of them. Luo Chen thought in his heart and continued to wave the staff in his hand. At this time, Du Ruashi and others on the side had already noticed Luo Chen's unusual behavior. A moment ago, he had been summoning bloodthirsty bats, but now he stopped. He also created a soul beast that was obviously more powerful than the two-headed hell wolf and the green phosphorus snake. Judging from its size alone, it is obviously an upgraded version of the green phosphorus snake. The attributes of the green phosphorus snake king are indeed far superior to those of the 1,000-year green phosphorus snake, and it is not even weaker than the abyss bone dragon that was just killed. But to be honest, such attributes still made Luo Chen a little disappointed. This is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 103. A hurricane that penetrates heaven and earth. The health of the Millennium Green Phosphorus Snake is already 350,000. Its strength is 4,200. Its agility is 2,000. And its mental strength is 2,000. As a result, the 10,000-year Green Phosphorus Snake King had only 2 million HP, 20,000 strength, and only 18,000 mental power. These attributes were only a few times that of the Millennium Green Phosphorus Snake. It did not meet Luo Chen's expectations at all. Before this, Luo Chen thought that the blood volume of a 10,000-year soul beast could at least reach tens of millions. Keep calling. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast, a two-headed hell wolf. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 100-year soul beast wolf thief. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 10,000-year soul beast dark gold bat king. The summoning chance was equally pathetic. It took more than 200 casts of the soul beast summoning technique to finally produce a dark gold bat king. The attributes of the dark gold bat king are similar to those of the 10,000-year green phosphorus snake king. Their health is basically the same, but their agility is slightly higher. It also has 3 skills: flying, immortality, and bloodthirsty aura. Not to mention flying skills. Luo Chen carefully checked the last 2 skills. Immortality, passive skill. After the dark gold bat king suffers a fatal attack, his body will split into hundreds of bloodthirsty bat clones. The bloodthirsty bats exist for 30 seconds. If there are still bloodthirsty bat clones within 30 seconds, the dark gold bat king will be resurrected. The skill cooldown time is 10 minutes. Bloodthirsty aura, passive skill. The dark gold bat king carries the bloodthirsty aura. When causing effective damage to the target, it will produce a blood-sucking effect, and 20 of the damage will be converted into blood to replenish itself. As soon as Luo Chen saw these 2 skills, he felt terrible. His first reaction was that the Dark Gold Bat King's troop explosion mission was difficult to accomplish. At this time, the prompt for the troop explosion task also came. Fight. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 1,000 Dark Gold Bat Kings in battle. After completing the mission, you can get a soul bone at random. Soul bone. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. When he completed the Wolf Bandits troop explosion mission, he was rewarded with an external soul bone, the Devil's Purple Wings, simply by killing 2,000 100-year-old wolf bandits. Now, if they were to kill 1,000 10,000-year-old Dark Gold Bat Kings, judging from the difficulty of the task, the rewarded soul bones should be far better than the Devil's Purple Wings, which made Luo Chen look forward to it. However, Luo Chen did not continue to summon the Green Phosphorus Snake King and the Dark Gold Bat King. He planned to focus directly on the Duifeng Baboon, and the rest could be postponed for the time being. The chance of summoning a 10,000-year soul beast is really too low. Instead of sticking to the task of bursting troops with the Green Phosphorus Snake King and the Dark Gold Bat King, it is better to try your best to pile up the number of deaths of the wind baboons. Given the scale of the beast tied on the battlefield, it is not impossible to pile up the deaths of wind baboons before the end of the Qianlongjin copy. Isn't it just 10 million? Let's do it. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "Hey guys, keep having fun." Roar. The summoning circle glowed, and wind baboons appeared on the field one after another. They had just stood still, and their confused eyes had not yet seen the world around them clearly when they were attacked by monsters from all directions. Flash sale. Flash sale. The others were all confused and totally didn't understand Luo Chen's actions. He repeatedly performed the soul beast summoning technique, but instead of summoning powerful soul beasts, he summoned the weakest wind baboons. What on earth was he trying to do? Time passed little by little, and finally someone couldn't bear it anymore. "Luo Chen, how about we add some more money? I don't have any more dragon coins. I'll give you another 10,000 academy points. I'll give you 5,000. I'll do some too. Luo Chen, when are you going to kill the monsters? After saying that, without waiting for Luo Chen to refuse, they directly initiated transactions with Luo Chen one by one. Luo Chen was stunned. What does it mean? Who are you looking down on? Do you think I don't kill monsters because I want to collect more money? Am I that kind of person? Luo Chen rolled his eyes, but since someone was offering him money, there was no reason for him to refuse, right? However, after receiving the money, Luo Chen still did not drive the soul beast to attack, but under the gaze of everyone, he jumped directly onto the dark gold bat king next to him. You already have a flying mount that's been around for 10,000 years, so why would you still ride a bloodthirsty bat for 10 years? You are useless, go down and die. Roar. The bloodthirsty bat swooped down without hesitation and was submerged in the tide of beasts in an instant. Wind baboon, keep coming out here. In the central area of Qianlongjian, on a desolate Gobi desert, there is a group of level 46 monsters here, scattered all over the Gobi desert, and there are more than 100 of them. Suddenly, a hurricane blew up in the sky. Boom. Along with the hurricane came thunder. The thunder split the sky, making a deafening sound, and the lightning illuminated the sky and the earth in an instant. Roar. This sudden change alarmed the monsters below, and all of them raised their heads and looked into the void. Snap. A dazzling ball of light appeared in the air. The light became brighter and brighter, reaching its peak in just a few seconds. A terrifying pressure also emerged. Even the monsters below could not help but lower their heads under this pressure, not daring to look directly at the ball of light. The space around the light twisted slightly, and then the light exploded, and a hurricane that penetrated the sky and the earth appeared. At this moment, sand and rocks were flying, and the entire Qianlongjian copy was swept by gusts of storms. Deep inside Qianlongjian, Luo Chen's eyebrows jumped, and he looked into the distance. What is that? A strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Jiang Mayer. A very powerful aura suddenly appeared over there, which is even more terrifying than the aura of the Abyss-Bone Dragon. But it shouldn't be like this. Isn't the Abyss-Bone Dragon the ultimate boss of the Hidden Dragon Dungeon? If not, it would be impossible for the Abyss-Bone Dragon to drop the National Fortune Experience Divine Stone after its death. At this moment, everyone showed surprise. Not only Luo Chen, but other national trial teams also noticed the hurricane that connected heaven and earth. A strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Could it be that Qianlongjian still has a hidden boss? The area where the hurricane is located is not far from the special marked area of the Dragon Country team. I don't know if we can get there in time. Speed up. All the trial teams subconsciously increase their speed. When faced with monsters blocking the way, they would avoid them if possible. If they could not avoid them, they would use all their strength to eliminate the monsters in the shortest time possible and then continue to move forward. These trial teams have only one goal, which is to reach the specially marked area as quickly as possible and snatch the National Destiny Experience Stone and the artifact from the Dragon Country team. As for the hurricane that just appeared and the aura of the suspected hidden boss, they didn't have the energy to pay attention to them for the time being. Nothing is more important now than snatching the National Destiny Experience Stone. Chapter 104, Barbados is coming? Deep in Qianlongjian, Luo Chen was performing the soul beast summoning technique, but his eyes were always focused on the hurricane in the distance. For some reason, he seemed to sense a familiar breath when he saw the hurricane, but I couldn't remember it for a moment. It was at this time that the hurricane changed again. The hurricane that originally connected heaven and earth suddenly shrank and condensed. Its volume kept shrinking and finally became only 100 meters high. The hurricane was lingering in the distance. Suddenly, it changed direction and swept towards Luo Chen and others. Little brother, protect me. I'm scared. Duan Liar came over, looking pitiful. Eat your food. Luo Chen casually took out a sausage and stuffed it directly into Duan Liar's mouth, filling her mouth. Woo woo. Duan Liar hurriedly pulled the sausage out of her mouth. Her face flushed with shame, and she whispered delicately. The touch is a little different, but everything else is similar. This little girl has no bottom line when teasing me. Just wait for me. Luo Chen glanced at her with a smile. The hurricane was getting closer, but Luo Chen was not nervous at all. Not only was I not nervous, I was even a little excited. I didn't expect that the ultimate boss, the Abyss-Bone Dragon, was already dead. I thought that the next period of time would be to mechanically kill soul beasts, and then wait for the trial teams from other countries to arrive, and then successfully exit the Qianlongjian copy. I didn't expect that there would be surprises in this process. Call. The wind was raging, and the sky and earth changed color. As the hurricane got closer, the monsters on the battlefield turned their heads. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their pupils were filled with excitement. All the monsters raised their heads and roared. It felt like the old king had fallen and the new king had come. A moment later, the hurricane finally entered the detection range of the top-level detection technique. Luo Chen did not hesitate and directly threw a top-level detection technique over. Name, Barbados. Level, 50. HP, 8 million. Strength, 40,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 40,000. Magic resistance, 10,000. Physical resistance, 10,000. Skills, physical immunity, wind absorption, hurricane blade, hurricane tide. Physical immunity, passive skill, Wind God Barbados can be immune to physical attacks from professionals below level 50. Wind element immunity, passive skill, the Wind God Barbados is immune to all wind element magic damage. Wind element absorption, passive skill. After being attacked by wind element, every time the Wind God Barbados is attacked by wind element, all attributes will be increased by 1, up to the upper limit of 50. Hurricane blade, passive skill. After getting close to the Wind God Barbados, you will continue to receive damage from the hurricane blade. Hurricane tide summons a hurricane, causing terrible damage to targets in a large range. The hurricane tide lasts for 5 seconds, and the skill cooldown is 2 minutes. After seeing the properties of this hurricane, Luo Chen was stunned. He had long guessed that this hurricane might be a big boss, but he never expected that it was the Wind God Barbados. Isn't it the boss of the hidden copy of Thousand Wind Temple? Why did you come to Qianlongjian? Suddenly, Luo Chen remembered the hint he had received not long ago. He flipped his palm and subconsciously took out the sealed Wind God badge. Before this, he had heard a prompt, but he couldn't remember the specific content of the prompt. He just vaguely remembered that the Wind God Barbados had locked onto his breath based on the Wind God badge. He didn't take it seriously at the time, nor did he expect that the sleeping Barbados would wake up and even chase him to Qianlongjian. We are all dungeons. How come you are so awesome? You can actually jump from the Thousand Winds Temple to the Hidden Dragon Abyss? Human. The hurricane, or rather Barbados, stopped. You damned blasphemer. You broke into the Thousand Winds Temple, killed the 4,000 Winds Guardians, and even attacked me while I was sleeping. Your crime is simply unforgivable. So that's why you came here? To seek revenge on me? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, Barbados, let's not talk about this for now. Can you tell me how you can enter and exit the dungeon at will? There will be a reward for you. Thousand Winds Temple? Barbados? What's going on? The group looked at each other, shocked by the sudden appearance of Barbados. Only Duan Lyre knew what was going on. She got the dragon egg, and Luo Chen also told her roughly about the things in the Thousand Wind Temple and the origin of the dragon egg. Duan Lyre's eyes lit up and she shouted, Little brother, the wind dragon egg can't be hatched yet. It's still sealed. Hurry up and kill this Barbados. Who knows what special items might pop out? Help me unseal the dragon egg. The sealed Wind God badge has a Wind Dragon evolution skill. As long as the seal of the Wind God badge can be removed, the Wind God badge can activate the Wind God evolution skill. The Wind God evolution can remove the seal on the dragon egg. But how can we remove the seal of the sealed Wind God badge? The key lies in Barbados, the god of wind. Luo Chen licked the corner of his mouth and looked at Barbados with shining eyes. At that time, Barbados was in a sleeping state and immune to all attacks, so much so that Luo Chen was unable to do anything to it after the Thousand Winds Temple dungeon was over. I thought I might never meet Barbados in this lifetime, and the so-called dragon egg might become a decoration. Unexpectedly, this guy actually jumped out by himself. What a surprise. A level 50 boss, far more powerful than the Abyss Bone Dragon, and has a wide range of skills. Luo Chen said in a deep voice, Everyone stay away and don't get affected. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get killed instantly. Roar. The bloodthirsty bats quickly flew back, putting some distance between themselves and the Wind God Barbados. Luo Chen did not stay where he was, relying on his immortality, but rode on the bloodthirsty bat and retreated with everyone else. Kill. With a loud shout, the green phosphorus snakes on the ground, the two-headed hell wolf, and the green phosphorus snake king changed direction and pounced towards the Wind God Barbados. Immune to physical attacks? Immunity to wind elemental magic? It directly made the soul beast's melee combat ineffective, and the two-headed hell wolf's wind blade attack also ineffective. No, it's not just ineffective. If the two-headed hell wolf easily uses the wind blade attack, not only will it fail to harm the Wind God Barbados, it will even enhance its attributes. However, Luo Chen didn't care about these. Just be reckless. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 105. What? It seems someone is here to steal the boss. Luo Chen has already cheated Jiang Meier, Mao Runming, and others out of a lot of money. No, it's not a scam, but a reasonable collection of labor remuneration. Since you have taken someone's payment, you have to protect their safety and never joke with the lives of Jiang Meier and others. Without knowing the attack range of Barbados' skills, it is undoubtedly the wisest thing to do to let Jiang Meier and others keep as much distance from Barbados as possible. Although he has the 9 Hearts group healing technique, which allows him to heal injuries regardless of their severity, even if only half of the body is left, he can be saved as long as he still has a breath. But the prerequisite is, you have to have energy. If Barbados were to kill him instantly with one skill, Luo Chen wouldn't be able to save anyone even if he wanted to. The bloodthirsty bats retreated madly, and groups of soul beasts on the ground had already launched an attack on Barbados. Duan liar. Little brother, Barbados's health is not full. Luo Chen had already noticed it without her reminding him. Barbados's upper limit of health is 8 million, but now its actual health is less than 60. This reminds Luo Chen of what happened in the Thousand Wind Temple. At that time, when the green phosphorus snake attacked the sleeping Barbados, it used the skill, Toxic Breath, and triggered a deadly poison. Although the sleeping Barbados is immune to all attacks, he is not immune to the damage of deadly poisons. The deadly poison can last for 12 hours, and the blood loss per second is 100 points. If we ignore Barbados' own blood recovery ability, he can lose more than 4.3 million blood in 12 hours. In other words, just one deadly poison can take half of Barbados' life. This is indeed the case, but Barbados has the ability to recover blood, so the blood loss in the end is not that much. Roar. On the ground, mandrake snakes and green phosphorus snakes roared continuously, and thick poisonous vines broke through the soil and coiled towards the hurricane like tentacles. But to Luo Chen's surprise, the control skills that had always been effective suddenly became ineffective. The wind is invisible, and Barbados' body is made entirely of wind elements. The poisonous vines that were thrown through the hurricane failed to touch any entity and had no effect. Cut. Luo Chen curled his lips. It's a bit difficult. So far, he has only summoned 1 dark gold bat king and 1 green phosphorus snake king among the 10,000-year soul beasts. In other words, the main force to deal with Barbados is still the 1,000-year soul beast and the 100-year soul beast. 100-year soul beast, the wind demon wolf skill, Tornado Blade, is a pure wind element attack. The wolf thief uses physical attacks, and the frenzy he possesses is a passive skill that only increases his own attributes. Mandrake snake, the skill, poison ivy entanglement, has been confirmed to be ineffective. This means that the 100-year-old soul beast team has become a decoration in front of Barbados. The strength of a 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beast would be greatly reduced when facing Barbados. There is no way. If we ignore the skills that the soul beasts themselves possess, their attack methods are mostly close combat, mainly physical methods. But Barbados is immune to physical attacks, which is really annoying. Forget it, the 100-year soul beasts are useless. Even if their attacks are effective, the damage value is pitifully low. Luo Chen thought in his heart, let the 1,000-year soul beast and the 10,000-year green phosphorus snake king hold Barbados back and continue to pile up the deaths of my soul beasts first. Human, you blaspheme the gods. I will kill you. Barbados was attacked and completely enraged. Amidst the roar, the hurricane suddenly expanded. The hurricane, which was originally over 100 meters high, suddenly swelled and turned into a wind column that penetrated the sky and the earth. A powerful tearing force also spread. Whoosh. The hurricane stirred, and all the 10-year soul beasts and 100-year soul beasts that approached were cleared out in an instant. Some 2-headed hellwolves and green phosphorus snakes that were originally full of health also saw their health bars reduced to the bottom under the hurricane. And those 2-headed hellwolves and green phosphorus snakes, whose health had already been depleted, fell one after another with wailing. Just a hurricane tide almost cleared out all the soul beasts in the entire valley, and in the end only a few were left. Seeing this scene, Jiang Meier and others who had retreated to the edge of the valley turned pale with fright. What to do? This Barbados looks so scary. Luo Chen has so many soul beasts. There should be more than 15,000 left on the battlefield just now. Almost all of them were wiped out in one blow. How about we run away? Mao Runming and others looked at each other and had already decided to retreat. But when they looked at Luo Chen again, they found that Luo Chen's face was full of excitement and his eyes were shining. Brother, aren't you afraid? This boss is so scary. After casting Hurricane Tide, Barbados' body shrank again and turned back into a hurricane over 100 meters high. Just at this moment, a huge figure rushed towards them from the ground, and before it got close, it sprayed a poisonous mist towards them. It is the 10,000-year-old green phosphorus snake king. Roar. At the same time, The remaining two-headed hell wolves also took action. The temperature of the entire world suddenly rose. The ground in the area where Barbados was located rolled, and the thick rocks turned into magma in an instant. The magma was boiling, and pillars of fire shot out and hit Barbados. The attack worked. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Lock Summoning. The staff in Luo Chen's hand was about to leave an afterimage. Summoning magic circles appeared on the field one after another. As soon as the wind baboons were summoned, they were torn to pieces by the raging hurricane or killed by monsters from the surroundings before they could even walk out of the summoning magic circle. During this period, Luo Chen will also summon some lonely bamboos to attract the hatred of Barbados. It will also unlock it at intervals and summon out some 100-year or 1,000-year-old soul beasts. Occasionally, there are some surprises. Just now, I summoned 2 green phosphor snake kings and 3 dark gold bat kings in succession. These 5 10,000-year-old soul beasts joined the battlefield. Although not all of their attacks were effective, they were able to completely hold Barbados back. This wave of operations stunned Zhang Mayer and others. However, after what happened the previous times, they had learned their lesson. No matter how confused they were, they no longer asked questions, and they dared not question or disturb Luo Chen. The situation was once again controlled by Luo Chen. If things continue to develop in this way, he can completely use Barbados and the Beast Tide to complete the Wind Baboon mission. If he is lucky, maybe he can even complete the mission of killing 500 green phosphor snake kings. Time passed little by little, and everything was developing in the direction Luo Chen had expected. At this time, trial teams from other countries were also approaching the battlefield here. When they gathered from all directions to the outskirts of the battlefield, everyone was stunned. Is that the Dragon Nation's trial team? Riding on bats. No wonder they were able to reach the core area earlier than us. That hurricane that penetrates the sky and earth is indeed a hidden boss. Unfortunately, we don't have top-level detection skills, so we can't detect its attributes and skills. Are those attacking the boss summoned beasts? This is impossible. How can there be so many summoned beasts? Chapter 106. 100,000 Years, Titan Demon Ape. As time went on, more trial teams gathered on the outskirts of the battlefield. They either hid behind huge rocks or buried themselves in the weeds, looking ahead with shocked eyes. The Dragon Country trial team killed the ultimate boss of Qianlongjian. Because they obtained the National Destiny Experience Stone, the trial team was specially marked. They originally thought that the Dragon Country's trial team would leave the battlefield first and then find ways to use the environment to avoid being surrounded and killed by other trial teams. But they never expected that the other party did not leave at all and even fought with the hidden boss that just appeared. Although no one possesses top-level detection skills and cannot view the specific information of this hidden boss, it does not prevent them from viewing the monster's name. Barbados, the level 50 big boss. Judging from the effects of its skills and its ability to kill summoned beasts, its attributes should be very strong. Although we are all close to the upper limit of level 40 and have good equipment, we may not be able to withstand a few hits. Let's wait and see. If the dragon people are really capable of killing Barbados, we will seize him at the last minute and reap the benefits. Adjust your state and be ready to attack at any time. It's best to kill with one strike. Grab the boss. Almost all trial teams from various countries had this idea. Seize the opportunity to give Barbados the final blow and take down this boss. The level 50 hidden boss won't drop things like the National Fortune Experience Stone, but what it drops will definitely not be bad, and you might even get a magical weapon. Everyone present was smart. In this situation, even if someone snatched away Barbados's final blow and stole the things that the boss exploded, they would never be besieged by other national teams. Compared to the team that stole the last blow from Barbados, the Dragon Country team that possessed the National Destiny Experience Stone should be more deserving of siege. On the battlefield, the number of wind baboons dying is increasing. In order to maintain the balance of the battle, Luo Chen would activate the shielding state every once in a while to replenish the number of soul beasts over 100 years old. With continuous summoning, the number of green phosphorus snake kings and dark gold bat kings on the battlefield has remained at 6, not counting the dark gold bat king he was riding. The health of 10,000-year soul beasts is 2 million. Although its other attributes are not as good as Barbados, they are also equivalent to the level of Abyssbone Dragon. Although their attacks were not completely effective and their strength could not be fully exerted on Barbados, continuous consumption was enough to wear Barbados down. Bite. Hint. The poisonous breath of the green phosphorus snake king triggers a deadly toxin. Reminder. Barbados has been attacked by a deadly toxin, and the poisoning state will last for 12 hours. Well, just this one deadly toxin is enough to take most of Barbados' life. 3 hours. 7 hours. 10 hours. Luo Chen's soul beast had already stopped attacking and was simply dragging Barbados in place, no longer causing any additional damage to it. There is no way. The deadly poison is still taking effect. If it is attacked again, how can it survive until now? How can Luo Chen a Feng baboon be so fast? At this time, whether it was Duan Lyre and others who were hiding behind Luo Chen or other national teams hiding on the periphery of the battlefield, they all became exhausted. They were all waiting for Luo Chen to kill Barbados, but Luo Chen refused to do so. He just mechanically performed the soul beast summoning technique, causing groups of wind baboons to pounce on him and die. Die, die, die. One wind baboon after another fell. 1 million, 2 million. The number of deaths increased, and Luo Chen became more and more excited. It's almost out, it's almost out, it's almost out. I'm so sleepy. Duan Lyre yawned. Little brother, Barbados' health bar is almost at the bottom. Wouldn't it be dead if you just let your 10,000-year-old soul beast rush over and hit him a few times? Why stop attacking? Du Ruashi's eyes lit up. Are you trying to use Barbados to lure out teams from other countries? Hearing this, everyone else perked up. But then he looked doubtful again. That's not right. We have all been specially marked. Even if we do nothing, teams from various countries will come to us. Why use Barbados as bait? Luo Chen did not explain at all to everyone's doubts. How could he easily tell others about the mission to increase the number of troops? The effect of the deadly poison disappeared, and Barbados' health bar stopped decreasing, eventually staying at 90,000. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 10 million wind baboons in the battle. Mission completed. Successfully unlocked the 100,000-year soul beast Titan Demon Ape. The prompt that the troop explosion mission is completed also appears at this time. Haha, cool. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled, and he laughed excitedly. 10 million of them. It took him so long, and today he finally accomplished it with the help of the power of Barbados and the beast tide. Cool. Duan Lyre was a little confused. What did his little brother do? Why did he suddenly feel good? And it wasn't just a normal feeling. The dark gold bat king he launched was flying very steadily, without any bumps or friction. It shouldn't have reacted so violently, right? Subconsciously, she turned her head and glanced at Jiang Meier, who was not far away. Jiang Meier frowned. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking of something weird? Duan Lyre blinked. Yeah? Jiang Meier, what? Duan Lyre, yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Oh my god. Jiang Meier said angrily. I gave you money. You promised me not to say anything nonsense. The conversation between the two left others confused, and they had no idea what they were communicating. The Titan Ape's mission to increase the number of troops was finally completed, and Barbados had lost its usefulness. It's time to end the battle. Luo Chen grinned, and was about to drive the soul beast to kill Barbados. But before he could give the order, Barbados was suddenly swept by a strong wind, and turned around and fled towards the outskirts of the battlefield. The mighty wind god Barbados actually escaped? Luo Chen was somewhat speechless. Run. Can you run away? Do you believe that I, Guju, can make you stop obediently? At this time, the teams from various countries hiding on the periphery of the battlefield were extremely nervous. Especially the team from the United States. They were heading in the direction where Barbados fled. Everyone get ready. Barbados is coming in our direction. The leading mage's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said in a deep voice, from what I have just observed, Barbados is likely immune to physical attacks. All mages will attack later and use their strongest skills. Other professions, if their equipment has long-range elemental attacks, also attack. Make sure to take down Barbados before the other teams make their move. Chapter 107. One life for another. It's worth it. In order to successfully seize the National Destiny Experience Stone from the Dragon Country team, the United States did not hesitate to mobilize the power of national diplomacy and asked several trial teams from allied countries for help. At this time, there were several teams hiding not far from the United States team, all from Western countries. They agreed to the request for cooperation and agreed to work with the United States to deal with the Dragon Country trial team, and gave the National Destiny Experience Stone they obtained to the United States. Of course, giving in is not in vain. After the Qianlongjian trial is over, the beautiful country will need to pay part of the commission and resources to their country. The mage headed by the United States is named Stone, level 40, a rare professional elemental mage, majoring in wind element skills. No matter which profession you are in, you have your own major. The skills carried by your equipment do not count. If you want to improve the skill level by practicing skills through skill books, you must constantly improve your skill proficiency. A person's energy is limited, so most professionals will choose a few of the most important skills as their major. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Luo Chen. There is no such thing as proficiency in all his skills. What Stone said just now was not only spoken to his teammates, but also to several nearby allied teams. Listen to my orders later. All the mage's skills will be locked on Barbados. Stone said in a deep voice. Archers, lock on to that Dragon Country summoner. Although I don't know how he did it, I guess those summoned beasts must have been created by him. As long as we can kill him, all the summoned beasts will disappear in an instant, and the remaining Dragon Country professionals will no longer be a concern. An archer of the same level has a much longer attack range than a mage. Although Luo Chen was flying in the air riding the Dark Gold Bat King, he was still within the archer's range. Next to her, a blonde woman in black leather armor licked her lips and said, I will directly activate the forced critical strike. With a 10x critical strike, I will definitely kill him if I can hit him. This blonde woman is a hidden profession, the Angry Archer. In the state of normal attack, you can force trigger the double critical passive. At the same time, she also has an extremely powerful active skill, Rage Arrow. Once it is used, the next attack will be forced to trigger a 10-fold critical hit, with a cooldown of 30 days. It is no exaggeration to say that even a meat shield profession that is much higher in level than her would not be able to withstand the arrow she shot. She was very confident that there was absolutely no professional in this Qianlongjin copy who could withstand her arrow. If the captain had not determined that Barbados was immune to physical attacks, she would not have been able to resist using 10 times the critical strike on Barbados. Barbados was extremely fast, and the Dark Gold Bat King could only barely keep up with it even when flying at full speed. As for the other soul beasts, even the Green Phosphorus Snake King, which was also 10,000 years old, was thrown away by Barbados in an instant. Luo Chen grinned and said, You can't escape, just die obediently. I've already killed the 4 guardian beasts. What's the point of you living alone and helpless? If you feel unwilling, I will let my soul beast be buried with you. Will 1,000 be enough? Will 10,000 be enough? What do you think of the Dark Gold Bat King under my butt? I wanted to die with you. Dark Gold Bat King. While speaking, Luo Chen did not forget to perform the soul beast summoning technique, wanting to try his luck and see if he could summon out the Titan Demon Ape. But after summoning it dozens of times in a row, he didn't even see the shadow of the Titan Ape. The 10,000-year-old Dark Gold Bat King did summon one, but the probability was still too low. Seeing that Barbados refused to listen, Luo Chen didn't want to play anymore. He immediately summoned Guju, and then used taunting to forcibly hold Barbados back. As long as we hold it back, the 200,000 or so HP will be gone in an instant. But just as he was about to make a move, the weeds on the ground suddenly shook, and gorgeous magic rose from the ground and smashed straight towards Barbados. Fireballs, lightning, ice spikes, and dense wind blades. Stone jumped onto the boulder and swung the staff in his hand violently. Sweep away the remaining clouds. Whoosh! A violent wind blew up, and dozens of wind blades swirled out, smashing towards Barbados with a roar. At the same time, several arrows shot from different directions and directly locked onto Luo Chen. This sudden change came too suddenly. Duan Lyre and others in the distance had no time to rescue them. Even if they wanted to rescue them, they couldn't do it because the bloodthirsty bats under there would not obey their orders. Little brother. Luo Chen, be careful. This sudden change came so suddenly that even Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Boom. The gorgeous magic continuously bombarded Barbados, successfully reducing one section of his health bar. But just as the health bar dropped a little, it recovered instantly, and even had more health than before the attack. The health bar increased from more than 200,000 to more than 500,000 in a blink of an eye. Bite. Tip. Barbados is attacked by wind elements, triggering his own wind element absorption. All attributes are increased by 1, and the upper limit is increased by 50. Tip. Barbados is attacked by wind elements, triggering his own wind element absorption. All attributes are increased by 1, and the upper limit is increased by 50. Tip. Barbados suffers. All attributes increase by 1, the upper limit is 50. Tip. Under the effect of wind element absorption, Barbados's overall attributes have been increased by 50. Everyone heard the prompt. Luo Chen's face froze, and he even forgot to pay attention to the arrows shot at him. What the hell, what am I doing? I fought desperately and was about to kill Barbados, but then a bunch of idiots jumped out and used wind elemental skills on it? Did you come here specifically to give the buff to Barbados? Puff. At this time, arrows were approaching. Several of the arrows hit the Dark Gold Bat King, but more of them hit Luo Chen. One of the arrows even pierced through Luo Chen's forehead. One hit kills. This scene made Duan Lyre and the others' hearts sink to the bottom in an instant, and they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. No, it's impossible. My little brother can't be dead. Duan Lyre frantically urged the bloodthirsty bat under her seat to fly over, but the bloodthirsty bat stayed where it was and did not move at all. Something's wrong, Du Ruashi said in a deep voice. Duan Lyre, calm down. If he died, all the soul beasts would disappear with him, but now these soul beasts are still fine. At this time, several screams were heard from the outskirts of the battlefield. In the beautiful country's team, a blonde woman held up a longbow. Her face was pale and her eyes had turned gray. Suddenly, her whole body trembled and her head exploded with a bang. Level 40 hidden profession, Furious Archer, died just like that. Shooters from several allied teams also suffered counterattacks. While their attacks hit Luo Chen, they themselves also suffered considerable damage, but the power of their attacks was much smaller, so the counterattacks they suffered were far less than that of the angry archer from the United States. Estio's face was grim. Stop casting wind magic on Barbados. The summoner is dead. The remaining Dragon Country professionals are nothing to worry about. This Barbados is ours. What kind of equipment did that summoner wear? How could he have such a terrifying anti-damage effect? The angry archer was killed instantly by the counterattack, which terrified STO. Any hidden profession is extremely valuable to a country, especially a high-output profession like the angry archer. But the people were already dead, so STO could only grit his teeth, switch magic, and continue attacking Barbados. The summoner from Dragon Country is extremely terrifying. He can already summon so many summoned beasts now. It is simply unimaginable how much he will be able to grow in the future. In this way, the life of the angry arrow was exchanged for the life of the mysterious summoner of the Dragon Kingdom. It was worth it. Chapter 108 The Titan Ape Requests to Fight. Boom. From all directions, brilliant magic bombarded over and hit Barbados hard. This time they learned their lesson and did not use wind element skills again. Unfortunately, these seemingly powerful magic spells only caused very little damage after hitting Barbados. It was really because the previous wave of wind elemental magic had given Barbados too much of a boost. You lowly human are actually trying to hurt me with wind magic? How naive. Barbados' voice resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, its overall attributes soared by 50, and both its attack and defense reached extremely terrifying levels. The hurricane was surging, and its attention had been attracted to a number of trial teams, including the United States. The next moment, a hurricane over 100 meters high suddenly broke out. Skill: Hurricane Tide. Call. The strong wind swept in all directions like a tide, and in an instant, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was completely covered. Boom. Rubble flew everywhere, and towering trees sprang up from the ground. It's a large-scale magic. Retreat. Stone was horrified and retreated rapidly. He is not a meat shield. His body is weak and his defense is low. Once he is caught in the hurricane, he will be killed instantly. Seeing this, the others also stepped back. One of the rare priests waved his scepter and cast amplifying magic spells on Stone and others. Their double defense increased significantly, and their retreat speed suddenly increased. They actually withdrew from the magic range at the last moment when the hurricane tide came. Although the people from the United States withdrew, the trial teams from other allied countries were not so lucky. Some fragile professions were caught in the hurricane, and their bodies were directly blown away. Their flesh and blood bodies were instantly torn by the wind blades and turned into pieces of blood mist that scattered down. In just a moment, more than 10 people died tragically on the spot. At this time, there were a total of 3 allied teams on the battlefield, plus the people from the United States, a total of 72 people. There are 4 teams, each with 20 people, so the total should be 80 people. However, several teams suffered casualties when crossing the central area of Qianlongjian. Now more than a dozen people died at once, and they were all from the 3 allied teams. Such a huge loss made the 3 teams terrified. Damn, this Barbados is too scary, right? How did the Dragon Nation team survive against it? No, not survive, but how did they reduce its health so much? Has everyone forgotten the previous scene? Barbados was running away. Something's wrong. Look at that summoner. He was clearly killed instantly by an arrow, but why didn't his summoned beast disappear? In another direction, an assassin from the United States team turned into a shadow and rushed towards Luo Chen. In their opinion, the most powerful person in the Dragon Country trial team should be the summoner, and the National Destiny Experience Stone is likely in his possession. Now that the man has been shot to death by an arrow, if the Divine Stone of National Destiny Experience is really in his possession, it will surely explode. This assassin obviously wanted to grab the National Destiny Experience Stone as soon as it was released. But after he rushed out a few steps, he was stunned again. That's not right. The summoned beast should disappear, but why is that giant bat still flying in the air? Not only did the assassin feel something was wrong, Stone and the others also felt a tightness in their hearts, sensing something unusual. At this time, Luo Chen's corpse was still sitting upright on the back of the dark gold Bat King. Lightning flashed on his body, as if there was a layer of faint thunder shield condensing around him. Hiss, it hurts. Whose arrow is it? How could it have such high damage? It's not an ordinary archer, right? Playing a critical hit on me? I'm afraid you'll die a long death if you're idle. Luo Chen took a deep breath, grabbed the arrow on his forehead, and pulled it out. When the arrow was pulled out, it brought out a trail of blood and brain matter. Then, he quickly pulled out several other arrows from his body. The hideous wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and this scene shocked everyone. When facing the arrow just now, Luo Chen did not intend to dodge, since he would not die anyway. Not to mention just a few arrows. Even if the whole body was crushed into meat paste, it can be resurrected in an instant. But not dodging does not mean he did nothing. He used his soul skill, Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, the moment before being hit by the arrow. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, soul skill. After using it, you can condense a layer of lightning shield around your body. After being attacked by the enemy, you can cause 50 damage to the enemy and paralyze the enemy for 1 second. The skill lasts for 60 seconds, with no cooldown, and consumes 5 of your mental power each time you use it. After Luo Chen obtained this skill, he hardly ever used it, but it came in handy today. Of course, Luo Chen also has another piece of equipment that comes with a built-in anti-injury skill, which is the artifact Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace. Dragon Bone Armor, passive skill, condenses the skeleton of the Abyss Bone Dragon into bone armor, increases both defense by 20, and can cause 20 damage counterattack to the target after being attacked. However, the wearing level of the Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace is level 38, and it cannot be equipped now. Luo Chen glanced at Barbados, then looked in the direction of Stone and others. He smiled. Robbing the boss, huh? A sneak attack, huh? You guys are awesome. Just wait for your anus to be ripped out by my soul beast. There was a cold light flashing in Luo Chen's eyes. In the sky, several dark gold Bat Kings swooped down, and the vibration of their wings brought about sharp whistling sounds. On the ground, the green phosphorus Snake King, which was chasing from behind, as well as densely packed two-headed hell wolves, green phosphorus snakes, and a group of professionals, including the beautiful country, surrounded them. Luo Chen also waved the staff in his hand at the same time. Originally, he was planning to use his soul skills, such as the Dragon Soaring Sky Thunder Explosion. But on second thought, the soul skill turned into the Soul Beast Summoning Technique. As a result, the surprise came at this moment. Roar! The whole world shook violently. A deafening roar was heard, and a huge magic circle appeared on the ground below. A terrifying aura emanated from the magic circle. The thick ground suddenly exploded, and a pair of giant hands stretched out from the broken ground. Then, a giant beast over 40 meters in size crawled out from the broken ground. Fight! Hint. The host successfully summoned a 100,000-year-old soul beast, a Titan Demon Ape. Chapter 109. Kill in one strike. Titan Demon Ape YYDS. Roar. A body as big as a mountain appeared in front of everyone. It is over 40 meters long. Although it is much smaller than Barbados' hurricane body, the momentum it exudes instantly overshadows Barbados. The deafening roar resounded through heaven and earth, making everyone's eardrums buzz. At this moment, whether it was Duan Lyre and others in the distance, or the trial teams from other countries, all showed expressions of horror. Oh my god, what is that? Not only did the summoner from Dragon Country survive, he even summoned such a terrifying summoned beast? Is it reasonable for such a powerful professional to appear in the Qianlongjian copy? The moment the Titan Ape appeared, the whole world became more depressing. Originally, Barbados had already rushed towards the United States team, but he couldn't help but stop at this time. Escape. With almost no hesitation, Barbados controlled the hurricane's body to change direction and fled straight into the distance. Wherever it passed, debris flew everywhere and large trees were blown up by the hurricane. Barbados ran away again. What should we do? Let's run away. I feel like we can't afford to offend this Dragon Nation summoner. Damn it, isn't this nonsense? Run. Several trial teams from allied countries turned around and ran away without saying a word. What do you mean by grabbing the boss? What do you mean by helping the American team to fight for the National Destiny Experience Stone? All of this is bullshit. At this time, saving your life is the most important thing. The summoner from the Dragon Country was obviously angry. If he ran slowly, he would probably lose his life here. Stone and the remaining American professionals were also awakened. Seeing the allied professionals retreating, they dared not stay any longer. Everyone tried their best to retreat, and the priest and the team even gave everyone a speed boost. But how could it be so easy for them to escape? Roar! The Titan ape opened his arms and pounded his chest with his hammer-like fists. An invisible energy condensed in its mouth, and the next moment it turned into a roar and rushed out. The Titan's roar. There were waves of sound and visible impacts spreading in all directions. A strange force erupted, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters was enveloped by it. Whether it was Stone and others, or the many trial takers from the allied countries, they were all affected by this force. A dizzying feeling came over everyone, and everyone instantly fell into a state of dizziness. Bite. Tip. You are affected by the Titan's roar, and you will be stunned for 3 seconds, and a gravity deceleration effect will be generated, slowing you down by 50. The deceleration effect lasts for 20 seconds. Finished. In the moment before falling dizzy, everyone's heart fell to the bottom. On the other side, Barbados also fell into a dizzy state. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, several dark gold bat kings fell from the sky and pounced directly into the crowd. Groups of 100-year and 1,000-year-old soul beasts also rushed over from the rear and overwhelmed the more than 70 professionals from various countries in the blink of an eye. The 3-second dizziness ended, but it was too late for them to escape. At this moment, their bodies were like being stuck in a quagmire. Under the deceleration effect, it was impossible for them to rush out of the herd no matter what. Accompanied by screams, all the bodies, including Stone and other American professionals, were torn to pieces by the group of soul beasts, and not even a complete corpse was left. On the other side, the Titan demon ape rushed out wildly. Each step it took was 100 meters long, and before it got close to Barbados, its huge body suddenly leaped into the air. Roar! The dazzling light condensed in its mouth and turned into a ball of light that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Then, the ball of light turned into a beam of light and shot out from its mouth, heading straight towards Barbados. Titan Sky Cannon. Boom. Boom. The beam of light cut through the space and instantly hit Barbados. No. Amid the howling, the hurricane dissipated. More than 500,000 health points were completely cleared out by just this one strike. Barbados died, and a lot of items dropped as well. On a huge rock over 1,000 meters away, a dozen professionals stood on the rock with pale faces and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They did not form an alliance with the United States team, but they had no intention of giving up the fight for the National Destiny Experience Stone before coming here. Originally, this group of people wanted to fish in troubled waters to see if there was a chance to get the National Destiny Experience Stone. But now, they just want to leave here quickly. It's too scary. Fortunately, we didn't get too close and didn't launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Country professionals. That summoner must be a hidden class. His summoned beast is too terrifying. He killed Barbados with over 500,000 HP in one strike. That's because Barbados only has about 500,000 HP left. The actual damage of the giant ape must be more than that. Let's go quickly. The summoner shouldn't have noticed us. Go somewhere else and kill some monsters, or find a place to hide and wait for the countdown to end. A group of people swallowed their saliva and watched the pile of things that Barbados exploded, but no one dared to grab them, let alone the National Destiny Experience Stone. Walk. Without further delay, the group of people turned around and left. Not only them, there are also some trial teams in other directions who want to take advantage of the situation. But now they all have the same idea. Let's go. The farther away from these Dragon Country professionals, the better. It would be best if we never see them again in our lifetime. So horrible. Luo Chen rode on the back of the dark gold bat king and looked around from above. Seeing those fleeing figures, he just sneered and did not intend to attack again. Fortunately, you didn't attack me just now, otherwise, I would have killed you all. On the ground, the battle is not over. The beast tide still exists, and there are still tens of thousands of monsters that have not been killed. Luo Chen no longer planned to kill soul beasts from these monsters. He planned to kill as many monsters as possible before the countdown to Qianlongjin ended and improve his level. If you can reach level 30, your soul beast summoning technique can be upgraded to level 3. After the soul beast summoning technique is upgraded, the chance of summoning 10,000-year soul beasts will increase a lot. It won't be too late to find a way to complete the task of exploding troops for the Green Phosphor Serpent King and the Dark Gold Bat King by then. Luo Chen checked the attributes of the Titan Demon Ape. Those huge rows of numbers made him gasp. Fuck, is this the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast? Isn't this too terrifying? No wonder Barbados' HP was reduced by more than 500,000 with one blow. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Barbados was at full HP, he might not be able to withstand a few hits from the Titan Ape, right? Name, Titan Ape. Age, 100,000 years. HP, 80 million. Strength, 200,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 150,000. Magic resistance, 80,000. Physical resistance, 150,000. Skills, Power of the Earth, Titan Hammer, Titan Sky Cannon, Titan Roar, Kindred Enhancement, Boulder Throw. Power of the Earth, passive skill. When the Titan ape steps on the ground, it will continue to receive the favor of the Earth, greatly increasing its life recovery speed. Titan Hammer, condensing the power of the Earth element, it causes triple critical damage to targets in the front range. The skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Titan Sky Cannon causes horrific energy shock damage to long-range targets and triggers double critical strike effect. Skill cooldown time is 1 minute. Titan's Roar causes targets within a large range to be stunned for 3 seconds, and at the same time produces a gravity deceleration effect on the target, slowing down by 50. The deceleration effect lasts for 20 seconds, and the skill cooldown time is 3 minutes. The skill effect cannot be stacked. Strengthening the same clan, passive skill. When a soul beast of the same clan is on the battlefield at the same time, the attributes of the soul beast of the same clan can be increased by 20. The skill effect cannot be superimposed. Boulder Throw. The Titan ape likes to condense earth elements into boulders and throw them at targets, which has a powerful long-range attack capability. Chapter 110 Hatred breaks the boundary. 1000 Wind Essence. 80 million blood points. It carries 6 skills, each more powerful than the last. If we can produce tens of thousands of soul beasts like this, fuck. Luo Chen was so excited that he kept swallowing his saliva. The beast tide formed by the Titan demon apes was as big as a mountain. Who in the world can bear this? And what force can bear this? At this time, the dark gold bat king under his seat had already swooped down. A large number of things dropped by Barbados, as well as items dropped by professionals from various countries, were all collected by Luo Chen. As more and more monsters die on the battlefield, more and more items are scattered on the battlefield. With so many things, Luo Chen definitely cannot collect them all by himself. We can only wait until the battle is over and let Duan Lyre, Duruashi, and the others help clean up. In the distant void, Duan Lyre and others were still riding on bloodthirsty bats. The bloodthirsty bats they were riding were ordered by Luo Chen alone, and they would remain here until new orders were given. Little brother, let me down. Duan Lyre kept waving her hands. Let me see what's exploded. Just take a look. Even the usually steady Duruashi opened her eyes wide, her face full of curiosity and anticipation. Barbados is a boss that is far more powerful than the Abyssbone Dragon. He must be able to drop good stuff, right? But unfortunately, Duan Lyre's call did not receive a response from Luo Chen. Isn't it good for me to quietly check the harvest here? It's annoying to have you guys come down and chatter. Just now when I was killing someone to show off, you didn't cheer me on or say 666. Just wait there obediently. After all the monsters in the beast tide are killed, you can help me clean up the battlefield and be my tools. At this moment, a ray of light flashed, and Luo Chen upgraded again. But he ignored it. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the items that Barbados had exploded. Isn't this kind of awesome? Luo Chen exclaimed softly. No wonder Barbados was able to run out of the Thousand Winds Temple after waking up and chase me all the way to Qianlongjian. Name, Boundary-Breaking Bracers of Hatred. Rank, Legend. Level requirement, level 37. Spirit, plus 4,100. Magic resistance, plus 3,000. Physical resistance, plus 1,800. Skills, Hate Mark, Skill Amplification, Damage Resistance, Mental Enhancement. Hate Mark, after being attacked, the wearer can mark the target with a special mark and can use the hate mark to randomly teleport to the target's area within a 30-mile radius at any time in the future. After killing the target, the hate mark disappears. Skill Amplification, Passive Skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 12. Damage Resistance, Passive Skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 12. Spirit Enhancement, Passive Skill. The wearer's spirit power is specially enhanced by 5. Luo Chen is currently wearing 2 wristbands, one of which is the Spiritual Relic wristband, a level 19 diamond equipment. The attributes are good, and it comes with a mental power conversion skill that can convert his mental power into strength attributes. The other wristband is a level 20 silver wristband with average attributes, and is just there to make up the number. The hateful boundary-breaking wrist guards are really awesome, but the equipment level requirement is a bit high, otherwise I can just replace the silver wrist guards. After the excitement, Luo Chen sighed helplessly again. Huh, what is this? Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out a teardrop-shaped object from the item space. Item name: Thousand Wind Liquid. Item introduction: the original liquid bred by the powerful energy in Barbados' body. After being absorbed by the professional, special attribute bonuses will be obtained. The equipment requirement for wearing is -10 level. Similar items cannot be stacked and used. Damn it, there is actually such a thing? Luo Chen exclaimed repeatedly, unable to believe it as if he was dreaming. He has several good pieces of equipment, but the level requirements are relatively high, so he cannot wear them. But with Thousand Winds essence, all of this is no longer a problem. At least it would allow him to wear the Abyss Dragon Fong necklace and hateful boundary-breaking wristband in a shorter time. Luo Chen didn't take it to heart that this method couldn't be used in combination. The wearing level requirement is -10, which is enough for him now. Let's talk about the future later. Without saying a word, Luo Chen directly swallowed the Qianfeng liquid into his stomach. A warm current rushed down his throat, as if blades of wind were tearing his body apart from the inside. The severe pain made him hunch over, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It really hurts. Bite. Hint: you have successfully fused the Thousand Winds essence and gained special attribute bonuses. The equipment required to wear it is -10 levels. Unfortunately, he had just reached level 24. Even though the equipment requirements had been lowered, he still couldn't wear equipment like the Abyss Dragon Tooth necklace and hateful boundary-breaking wristbands. But Luo Chen believed that he would be able to wear it soon. Wait until all the monsters in the Beast Tide are killed, then continue to hang out in Qianlongjian, and breaking through level 30 should be no problem. When he reaches level 30, he can wear level 40 equipment. At that time, it will be no problem for him to wear equipment such as Abyss Dragon Tooth necklace and hateful boundary-breaking wristbands. Cool. Barbados left him more than that. Item name: Wind Elemental Spirit. Item description: contains Barbados' special power, which can be used to unlock the Sealed Wind God badge. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he quickly took out the Sealed Wind God badge. This was obtained in the Thousand Winds Temple. Due to the seal, the specific properties have not been able to be checked. Name: Sealed Wind God badge. Grade: automatically opens after the seal is lifted. Property: skills: Blessing of the Wind God, Wind Dragon Evolution, unknown. Blessing of the Wind God. After the seal is lifted, this skill will take effect and can provide the wearer with a 50 speed increase. Wind Dragon Evolution. After the seal is removed, this skill becomes effective. The wearer can remove the seal of the Wind Dragon egg and help the Wind Dragon grow and evolve. Unknown. After the seal is lifted, the unknown skill will be released. Chapter 111 Exclusive Badge. I checked the other items that Barbados had dropped. There are also 2 pieces of diamond-level equipment, but they are not suitable for Luo Chen. As for other things, they are basically alchemical materials. Wind God Badge. I spent so much effort to remove your seal. If it's not a god-level equipment, I'll be so sorry for it. As he spoke, Luo Chen used the spirit of wind element. Bite. Hint: you have successfully removed the seal of the Wind God badge by using the spirit of wind element. Tip: the rank of the Wind God badge is unlocked. All attributes and skills are unlocked. Please check it yourself. Name: Function Badge. Grade: exclusive. Level requirement: none. All attributes: +20. Skills: Blessing of the Wind God, Wind Dragon Evolution, Wind Element Absorption, Wind Element Immunity. Wind God's Blessing. Passive skill, can provide the wearer with a 50 speed increase. Wind Dragon Evolution. Passive skill. The wearer can remove the seal of the Wind Dragon egg and help the Wind Dragon grow and evolve. Wind Element Absorption. Passive skill. After being attacked by Wind Element, each time you are attacked by Wind Element, all attributes will be increased by 1, up to a maximum of 50, and the duration is 6 hours. Wind Element Immunity. Passive skill, but the wearer will be immune to all Wind Element magic damage. Exclusive introduction. Luo Chen killed the Wind God Barbados and used the spirit of the Wind Element to successfully lift the seal of the badge. This equipment is Luo Chen's exclusive equipment and cannot be used by others. Exclusive? Luo Chen was overjoyed. Judging from the equipment grade alone, God-level equipment is the highest grade. Although exclusive equipment has no level requirements for wearing, and most of them have stronger skills than artifacts of the same level, but because only the person himself can use it, it is classified as special equipment. Luo Chen already has an exclusive equipment, which is the Skeleton King medal, obtained in the novice copy. Although it is an exclusive item dropped from the novice copy, Luo Chen has been wearing it until now and will not get rid of it even in the distant future. There is no way, the attributes are too good, all attributes plus 10, and it also comes with a passive skill of Undead Shock, which will cause an additional 30 damage when attacking undead monsters. And after the death of an undead monster, you will gain an additional 5 experience bonus. And this, Wind God Badge, is Luo Chen's second exclusive equipment. Put it on. Looking at the skyrocketing attributes, Luo Chen grinned. This, Wind God Badge, alone brings him a 20 bonus to all attributes, which is simply awesome. After a little tidying up, Luo Chen returned to the back of the Dark Gold Bat King. The bloody flesh wings flapped, and the Dark Gold Bat King had already brought him to Duan Lyre and others. Roar! On the ground, the battle became more and more fierce. After the Titan ape joined the battlefield, as it swung its pair of hammer-like fists continuously, the monsters were killed one after another. Bite. Tip. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 40 Dragon Blood Lizard and gaining experience points. Hint. Congratulations on the successful kill. Prompt sounds appeared one after another, and Luo Chen's experience value continued to increase. Seeing that Luo Chen remained silent, Duan Lyre finally couldn't help but said, "Little brother, just let me see, please." Luo Chen replied, "What are you looking at? What's there to see? When the battle is over, go down and pick up the things. I'll give you everything that suits you." Hearing this, Duan Lyre was overjoyed. "Really? You can't lie to me." After saying that, Duan Lyre glanced at the others and said, "What are you looking at? I can take it for free, but you can't. You have to pay for the equipment." Jiang Meier and others had some understanding of Duan Lyre's character and did not pay attention to her words. "Free of charge? Do I need to tell you this? Who dares to take Luo Chen's things for free? Are you making trouble?" Looking at the Titan ape rampaging on the battlefield, Jiang Meier couldn't help swallowing her saliva. How could he summon such a terrifying beast? I don't know what the quantity limit is. This one alone is so terrifying. If there were a few more, or even hundreds of them, the scene would be unimaginable. Unconsciously, Jiang Meier looked at Luo Chen again. Just at this moment, Luo Chen turned his head. The two looked at each other. Jiang Meier's face turned red, and her whole body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted. She panicked, and her body suddenly fell to the side weakly, almost falling off the back of the bloodthirsty bat. Fortunately, she reacted in time and was able to stabilize herself. "Oh my god. Aye. Jiang Meier lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Luo Chen. "What happened to me? I lost my composure in front of him." Jiang Meier has a sensitive constitution, but even so, no one of the opposite sex has ever made her feel this way. She bit her lip and glanced at Duan Lyre and Du Ruashi. She was constantly guessing the relationship between Luo Chen and them. Duan Lyre is very affectionate to Luo Chen, and looks like she will not marry anyone else but Luo Chen. But Luo Chen doesn't seem to be enthusiastic about her. Duan Lyre is probably just being sentimental and pursuing Luo Chen. Du Ruashi's personality is a bit cold, but every time she looks at Luo Chen, her eyes are full of passion. She must be secretly in love with Luo Chen. Jiang Meier's fingertips slowly slid across her red lips. "If I pursue Luo Chen, I might still have a chance. I just don't know if he would like me." At this time, the only people left on the battlefield were the Dragon Kingdom's trial team and groups of monsters. As for the teams from other countries, they had all run away long ago, one by one running to deserted places to chase and kill monsters. No one dared to take the National Destiny Experience Stone anymore. At the same time, they also spread what happened in Qianlongjian to the outside world through the friend list. Luo Chen was not clear about these things, and even if he knew, he would not care. A ray of light flashed across his body, and he upgraded again. Level 25. There were flashes of light on the bodies of other people as well. Such an abnormal speed of killing monsters made them feel like they were flying. Mao Runming whispered, "Tian Xing, I've already reached level 34. Do you think we'll have a chance to team up with Luo Chen again after we leave Qianlongjian? We'll just have to mess with him from now on." Tian Xing whispered, "That depends on whether he is willing or not. He has tens of thousands of followers. With a wave of his hand, more than 20,000 soul beasts will rush out. How could he be interested in us?" Hearing this, Mao Runming fell silent. "Follow Luo Chen. That's still a nice way of putting it. What use does Luo Chen have for them? To hide behind and cheer for them during the battle?" Thinking of this, Mao Runming and Tian Xing looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Fortunately, they gave up this idea. If they really asked Luo Chen to hang out with him, Luo Chen would definitely refuse without hesitation. "What's going on? Are you used to freeloading on experience?" If it wasn't for the fact that the Qianlongjian dungeon required teaming, Luo Chen would have wanted to disband the team right now and kick them out. Isn't it nice to gain experience by yourself? If he hadn't formed a team, he could at least level up one more level. Chapter 112 must be eliminated. Such a person should not exist. Luo Chen has never thought of having any younger brothers. I have never even thought about setting up a guild or a force when I grow up. Are you unhappy being alone? At most, he can have 2 beauties by his side, and that is the limit of what he can accept. Duan Liar. Little brother, I've leveled up again. Level 21. Du Ruashi. I'm also level 21. On the battlefield, the number of monsters is decreasing. They don't have the wisdom of Barbados, and even when faced with a one-sided massacre, they did not choose to escape. Gradually, the fighting finally subsided. Looking around, only soul beasts were left standing on the battlefield. The Titan demon ape stood there with a body as big as a mountain, like a ferocious beast from ancient times. At this time, Luo Chen had already reached level 28. Under the condition of equipment level -10, he is already able to equip the hateful boundary-breaking wrist guards and the artifact, Abyss Dragon Fong Necklace. After putting on these 2 pieces of equipment, Luo Chen's attributes skyrocketed, and his entire aura also changed significantly. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 28. Experience, 12. Strength, 3,835, plus 50. Agility, 388, plus 50. Spirit, 15,700, plus 50. Magic resistance, 12,290, plus 50. Physical resistance, 6,560, plus 50. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon, 9-star Begonia. External Soul Bone, Devil Purple Wings. Equipment, Skeleton King Medal, Wind God Badge, Dragon Bone Staff, Apostle's Robe, Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace, Lost Man's Helmet, Skeleton Chain Ring, Spirit Relic Wristband, Hatred Boundary Wristband, Hell Sacrifice Belt, Wind Dragon Boots. Summoned Beast Limit, 25,000. Skills, Soul Beast Shield, Soul Beast Summoning, Level 3. Explosion System, Special, Thunder 4 Verticals, Soul Skill. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, Soul Skill. Top Detection, Skill Stacking, Detection Shield, Dragon Sky Thunder Explosion, Soul Skill. 9 Hearts Group Healing, Soul Skill. Soul Beast Shield. Active skill, can shield the unlocked 10-year soul beasts. When performing the soul beast summoning technique in the non-shielded state, there is a greater chance of summoning a new species of 10-year soul beasts, and can specify the summoning of the unlocked 10-year soul beasts. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Level 3 synchronizes the Soul Beast Shielding effect. In the 10-year Soul Beast Shielding state, you can randomly summon the unlocked 100-year Soul Beast, 1,000-year Soul Beast, 10,000-year Soul Beast, and 100,000-year Soul Beast, and there is a very small chance of summoning a new 100-year Soul Beast. Without checking his soul skills again, Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on his basic attributes. The mental strength has exceeded 15,000 points. Is there anyone else in the world who can reach such heights at his level? The beast tide was cleared out. A large amount of equipment and items were left on the battlefield, at least 700 or 800 pieces. Luo Chen did not waste any time and directly drove all the bloodthirsty bats to dive down. Luo Chen said, "Hurry up and pick up the things. We still have time to go to other places to kill monsters. You guys also want to get more experience, right? If someone is willing to take them, how could they dare to delay for even a moment?" They rushed out one by one to clean up the battlefield, and then handed all the collected things to Luo Chen. No one dared to keep it privately. Even if someone saw some equipment with good attributes, they would hand it over without even looking at it. Let's go, keep killing monsters. Let's push forward and kill as many as we can. This time, Luo Chen did not ride the Dark Gold Bat King again, but sat on the shoulders of the Titan Demon Ape. Although he doesn't sit as steadily as the Dark Gold Bat King, he is still quite domineering. Roar. The roaring sounds continued, and groups of soul beasts rushed out directly. The Titan Ape took huge steps, and each step covered a distance of more than 10 meters. Kill. After checking the collected equipment, he soon found a good helmet, which happened to be his Helm of the Lost One. The Helm of the Lost One was only a level 18 gold equipment and should have been eliminated long ago. Name, Bright Hood. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, level 35. Spirit, plus 1900. Magic resistance, plus 1500. Physical resistance, plus 800. Skills, skill amplification, damage resistance. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 5. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 5. Beautiful country. In front of the teleportation array of Qianlongjin copy. At this time, the magic circle had already been broken and turned into ruins. A group of people stared at the ruins in front of them with extremely gloomy faces. Their initial reaction was the same as that of the people in Sakura Country at that time: shock and disbelief. You should know that the troops sent by the United States this time are all elites below level 40, and there is even one with a hidden profession among them. Moreover, before starting to snatch the National Destiny Experience Stone, they also invited many teams from allied countries to help. For this, the United States even promised a considerable reward. But even so, they were still wiped out. All the allied teams are dead. Not a single one is left. I just got the news that it was the Dragon Country trial team. One of the summoners was able to summon tens of thousands of summoned beasts. He single-handedly wiped out more than 70 professionals, including Stone. The hidden boss that appeared is named Barbados, level 50, and its attributes are at least 4 times higher than those of the boss of the same level in the outside world. But even such a boss had its HP reduced by more than 500,000 by a single skill of the summoned beast. Upon hearing the news, the white-haired old man in the lead looked even uglier. Summon thousands of summoned beasts. Even the strongest summoner in the world doesn't have this ability, right? How could there be such a terrifying summoner in this world? Investigate this summoner for me. No matter what, you must find out the identity of this summoner. The old man roared. Such a person should not exist at all and must be eliminated. The upper limit of entering Qianlongjian is 40 levels, which means that his level is at most 40. At this level, he has such terrifying abilities. What will happen if he grows up in the future? The news they received came from other countries and was information sent by the surviving trial teams through the friend list. How would these people in the United States know that the so-called tens of thousands are actually as many as 25,000? And this upper limit will soon change. Time passed by little, and the end of Qianlongjian copy was getting closer. Finally, in a ray of light, Luo Chen's level was raised to level 30. Chapter 113 Level 4 Summoning. Bite. Hint. The host's level has been successfully upgraded to level 30. The Soul Beast summoning skill level has been upgraded to level 4, and the Soul Beast shielding skill has been enhanced. Tip. The upper limit of Soul Beast summoning is increased to 40,000. Tip. The flying skill of the attached Soulbone Demon Purple Wings is increased to level 4. After 2 consecutive reminders, Luo Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Luo Chen didn't care too much about the Demon Purple Wings flying skills. Flight. Level 4 after fusion. The host can gain the ability to fly. The flight duration is 60 minutes. Agility is increased by 80, and the cooling time is 60 minutes. He now possesses the 10,000-year-old Soul Beast Dark Gold Bat King. If he wants to fly in the air, he can just ride on the Dark Gold Bat King. His flying skill is rarely used. Of course, this doesn't mean that this flying skill is useless. First of all, it can be used to show off. Secondly, if the Dark Gold Bat King under his seat was killed by the enemy, he could also avoid falling from midair. Of course, even without the flying skill, Luo Chen would not be able to fall down. He could just wave his hand and summon another bat. What really concerned Luo Chen was the Soul Beast summoning technique and the Soul Beast shielding. Soul Beast shielding. Active skill can shield the unlocked 10-year Soul Beasts and 100-year Soul Beasts. When performing the Soul Beast summoning technique in the non-shielded state, there is a greater chance of summoning a new species of 10-year and 100-year Soul Beasts, and can specify the summoning of the unlocked 10-year and 100-year Soul Beasts. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. Level 4 in the Soul Beast Shield state. You can randomly summon the unlocked 1,000-year Soul Beast, 10,000-year Soul Beast, and 100,000-year Soul Beast, and there is a very small chance of summoning a new 1,000-year Soul Beast. A 100-year Soul Beast can also provide shielding. Luo Chen licked his lips and said, "The upper limit of Soul Beast summoning has been increased to 40,000 at once. As long as I turn on the Soul Beast shield, I can fill it with 40,000 Soul Beasts over 1,000 years old." At this time, the levels of Duan Liar and others have also been improved a lot. Luo Chen reached level 30, and those who followed behind him to gain experience would certainly not fall behind. Duan Liar and Du Ruashi, level 26. Jiang Meier. She has leveled up 3 levels since entering Qianlongjian and has broken through to level 37. Mao Runming and Tian Xing also reached level 36. As the countdown for the Qianlongjian copy drew closer, everyone showed expressions of reluctance and loss. It's almost over. Mao Runming smiled bitterly. I really want to ask Luo Chen. Can I charge for an extra hour? Tian Xing. I don't know if I'll have the chance to team up with him again in the future. This time the Qianlongjian trial was so exciting. From the moment they stepped into the Qianlongjian dungeon, they have been just playing around. Not only have they not used any skills, they haven't even used normal attacks. From beginning to end, It was Luo Chen's soul beast that was fighting. Duan Liar glanced at them calmly. Haven't you gained enough experience yet? After the trial is over, we will get another trial reward, and everyone will be promoted 2 levels again. Just be content. You can't just keep taking advantage of my little brother, right? Hearing this, Mao Runming and others laughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. Caught the little brother and took advantage of him? This sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? Luo Chen glared at Duan Liar helplessly. At this time, the monsters on the ground were cleared away again. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, Luo Chen gave up the idea of continuing to drive the soul beast to search for monsters. Dragon Country, outside of Kyoto. From the moment the trial team entered the Qianlongjin copy, Professor Lu Zhengjiang has been guarding here. In addition to him, several teachers from Kyoto University and hundreds of professionals from the City Defense Force were also on guard. That's ridiculous. Lu Zhengjiang looked at the news he had just received and couldn't help but spit. Sakura Country, Beautiful Country, and several of Beautiful Country's allies actually jointly condemned us internationally, saying that we broke the rules in the Qianlongjin trial. In the last Qianlongjin trial, our team was first ambushed by the Beautiful Country team, and then encountered the Sakura Country team. After a fierce battle, we suffered a great loss at the hands of the Sakura Country team, with heavy casualties. Rules? Why didn't they mention the rules when they attacked us? Did they set the rules for the dungeon trial? Several teachers around also sneered at this matter. But then again, after the Qianlongjin trial is over, Luo Chen is probably already being targeted by various countries and forces. Everyone present had obviously thought of this, and couldn't help but look a little solemn. Lu Zhengjiang said slowly, "All right, don't worry too much. Since I dare to arrange Luo Chen to enter the dungeon, I don't worry about him being targeted. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on Luo Chen." The Qianlongjin teleportation array not far away was emitting light. Suddenly, the light became much brighter, and then became stronger and stronger. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengjiang and others were overjoyed. It's finally over. After the great joy, Lu Zhengjiang also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhengjiang had actually expected Luo Chen and the others to win the trial, especially after receiving international news that the trial teams from several countries had been wiped out. It had become a fact that Long Country became the final winner. Now, they just need to stand here quietly and wait for the hero to return. The light faded. The figures of Luo Chen and others appeared in the magic circle. As they walked out of the magic circle of the Qianlongjin copy also dissipated. At the same time, everyone around the world also heard the prompt. Bite. Reminder. In this Qianlongjin trial, the Dragon Nation trial team successfully protected the National Fortune Experience Stone until the end of the dungeon. The Dragon Nation will receive a 20 monster killing experience bonus that will last for 1 month, and all team members will be upgraded by 2 levels. Rays of light flashed across Luo Chen and others again. Everyone was promoted 2 levels in a row. At this moment, all the professionals in Dragon Country were excited after hearing this reminder. Qianlongjin Dungeon? When was it opened? I didn't even know about it. You don't even know this? Have you read the international news? Not long ago, teams from several countries, including Sakura Country and Beautiful Country, were wiped out. It is said that they all died at the hands of our Dragon Country team. It is said that the person who did it is a summoner, but I don't know his name. Awesome. 1 month's experience bonus. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go kill monsters in the suburbs. Before the Qianlongjin dungeon is officially opened, each country will strictly keep it secret. It's not surprising that some people don't know about it. Who is that summoner? Can you please stop praising just one summoner? There are 20 people in the trial team, right? Even if there are no other people helping, it's impossible for that summoner to destroy so many teams, right? Everyone in the Dragon Nation trial team is indispensable. Don't worry, maybe we'll know their names soon. Chapter 114. It's broken. It's broken. At this moment, everyone was guessing where this trial team came from and the identities of its members. This kind of thing actually can't be kept secret for long. Kyoto University, in the spacious conference hall, Luo Chen and others held a celebration banquet. Luo Chen originally planned to go back and have a good rest after the trial, but he didn't expect that Kyoto University actually prepared a celebration banquet for them. There were not many people attending the banquet. In addition to their team of 20 people, there were also a group of teachers from Kyoto University and the old dean. The moment the old dean appeared, Luo Chen felt a powerful aura from him. It was as if there was a huge mountain blocking his way. Even Lu Zhengjiang had never felt that kind of insurmountable aura before. The old dean is named Yuan Hong, and he is a level 82 shield warrior. According to Lu Zhengjiang's private introduction, the old dean is already one of the most powerful shield warriors in Dragon Country. At this time, the old dean was sitting opposite Luo Chen. His wrinkled face was facing Luo Chen, his eyes slightly narrowed, with a smile on his face. When he looked at Luo Chen, it was as if he was looking at a treasure. Not bad, not bad. The old dean said slowly. I have already understood clearly what happened in the trial copy. According to what you said, Luo Chen was the only one who took action from beginning to end, right? Jiang Meier, Mao Runming, and others looked at each other and nodded quickly. On the way back to Kyoto University, Lu Xingjiang and several teachers began to record the process of the copy trial. Jiang Meier and others did not hide anything and told them everything. The old dean knew this, and he had obviously checked the records provided by Lu Xingjiang. The old dean said with a smile, for this trial, the Academy will give certain rewards to all members. Since you all say that Luo Chen has made the greatest contribution, it should be okay to give him a larger reward, right? Before anyone else could speak, Duan Liar said loudly, no problem, it's all fine for him. No way. Although what you said makes sense, is it really okay to lick so obviously? Jiang Meier looked at her helplessly. Dean, we have no objection. Just as Duan Liar said, all the rewards should be given to Luo Chen. He deserves it. Award? Luo Chen was delighted. He didn't expect the Academy would also give him rewards. This was quite a surprise. The old dean's smile deepened. Although you all said so, the Academy has decided to reward all participants with 10,000 Academy points. As for Luo Chen, your reward will be delivered to you in a few days. Maybe there will be a surprise. As a shield warrior, the old dean is tall. Although he is over 70 years old, his muscles are extremely solid. His face was full of smiles when he spoke, which gave people the illusion of a cute contrast. Surprise? Could you give me another magical weapon? Luo Chen chuckled. Then thank you, Dean. Late at night, in the villa, Luo Chen leaned against the head of the bed, still checking the space for his belongings. The harvest from this trial was huge, with hundreds of ordinary equipment alone dropping, including quite a few gold and diamond-grade equipment. If you sell it, you should be able to get a lot of money. Sort it out and give it all to do Ruashi tomorrow. Huh. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and two items appeared in his hands. One of them is the City Return Memory Stone. The current memory coordinates of the Return Stone are Inyang City in Sakura Country. In addition to this Return Stone, there is another item related to the Sakura Country, that is, the key to the Great Tengu's Lair. Item name, Key to the Great Tengu's Lair. Item introduction, exclusive key for the Daitenga Dungeon. If you choose the Hell difficulty when entering the Daitenga Dungeon, a special boss will be summoned in the dungeon. The boss attributes are twice that of the ultimate boss in the dungeon. Please use with caution. Luo Chen's eyes flashed with light, and he said to himself, rest for 2 days, and then go to Sakura Country. How can such a good thing be left to rot in my hands? A special boss, and its attributes are twice that of the ultimate boss in the copy. This reminds Luo Chen of the Wind God Barbados. It would be a shame not to defeat such an awesome boss. Does this count as stealing the cultivation resources of Sakura Country? Luo Chen muttered. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door, which startled him slightly. Who is knocking on the door so late? Who is it? Luo Chen did not get out of bed, but shouted out the window. Little brother, open the door quickly, it's me. Duan Liar's voice came from outside. It's broken, it's broken. Hurry up, it's broken. Broken? What's broken? Didn't yours break a long time ago? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. This girl was always making no sense, and would always say irrelevant and confusing words. But since you come to my house so late, don't blame me for being rude. I just took a shower. Luo Chen grinned and jumped out of bed. When I walked out of the room, I saw Duan Liar standing at the gate in her nightgown. At this moment, her face was full of excitement, and she was holding a huge egg in her arms. It was the Wind Dragon egg. Snap! A series of light sounds were heard coming from the eggshell, like the sound of breaking. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Your egg is broken? It's broken, it's broken. Duan Liar rushed in, holding the egg, and said, Little brother, the dragon egg has been sealed, but just now, its item description has changed. It has turned into a hatching state. Hearing this, Luo Chen reacted instantly. It should be related to the Order of the Wind God. As he spoke, Luo Chen shared the metal's built-in Wind Dragon Evolution ability with Duan Liar. Wind Dragon Evolution, passive skill. The wearer can remove the seal of the Wind Dragon egg and help the Wind Dragon grow and evolve. In fact, neither Luo Chen nor Duan Liardong knew. There are no special requirements for lifting the seal on the Wind Dragon egg. As long as the Wind Dragon egg is within a certain range of the metal wearer for a period of time, it can be hatched. Duan Liar has been following Luo Chen, and her residence is right next door to Luo Chen. It is because of this relationship that the wind dragon eggs will show a tendency to hatch. Entered the villa. Duan Lyre placed the wind dragon egg on the sofa. The two of them squatted aside, staring at the giant dome with wide eyes. Little brother, why is this egg so big? Duan Lyre suddenly said something out of the blue. Big. Luo Chen lowered his head slightly and took a glance. It's okay. Look, it's broken. Snap. There were several continuous slight sounds, and cracks suddenly appeared on the eggshell. Then the thick eggshell shattered. Chapter 115. Meet a worthy opponent and enter the land of Sakura. Ah, it's out. Duan Lyre exclaimed, and perhaps because she was too excited, her body began to tremble slightly. Snap. The eggshell broke, and a light blue baby dragon poked its head out. Belch. The young dragon crawled out, clumsily spit out a ball of wind, and then stared back and forth between Luo Chen and Duan Lyre with wide eyes. It seemed that it was still confused and did not recognize who its owner was at the first sight. Name: Wind Dragon. Level 1. Experience: 0. HP: 8,000. Strength: 120. Agility: 70. Spirit: 60. Magic resistance: 80. Physical resistance: 80. Skills: Flying, Reckless Rage, Wind Dragon Roar, Shared Experience, Pet Space. Flying. Wind dragons can fly through the sky and can be ridden after reaching level 20. Reckless Rage, passive skill. When the owner is attacked, the wind dragon has a greater chance of falling into a rage state, and all attributes increase by 30. After the wind dragon determines that the owner is safe, the rage state is lifted. Wind Dragon Roar. With the bonus of Dragon's Might, the wind dragon's wind element attack is even more powerful, and it can generate a large range of wind pressure to expose the target. The wind pressure lasts for 10 seconds, and the skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. Shared Experience. The wind dragon can fight with its master and share a portion of the master's experience in killing monsters. Pet Space. The owner opens the pet space and can take the wind dragon into it. Tip. After the wind dragon is hatched, the owner cannot be changed. Luo Chen checked the properties of the wind dragon. Although it is only level 1, judging from its basic attributes, its strength, agility, and other attributes should be 4 to 5 times that of ordinary monsters of the same level. The health volume is even thicker, similar to the level 10 monster in the Hell level copy. The skills are completely inherited from the East Wind Dragon. Roar. At this time, the wind dragon flapped its flesh wings and slowly flew up. Then he threw himself directly into Duan Lyre's arms. When Luo Chen gave the dragon egg to Duan Lyre, the dragon egg already belonged to Duan Lyre, and a mysterious mark would appear deep in the wind dragon's soul. After hatching, it will recognize its owner based on the imprint deep in its soul, and share monster-killing experience with its owner in subsequent battles. Look, little brother, how cute. Duan Lyre pinched Fenglong's face and said with a smile, Little brother, let me play with you for a while. As he said this, he was about to hand the wind dragon to Luo Chen. Luo Chen curled his lips. No, this thing is not as fun as my snake. Huh. Hearing this, Duan Lyre was instantly stunned. Without saying anything, she threw the wind dragon into the pet space. Take it out and play with it for a while. Luo Chen, 10,000 years Jade Phosphorus Snake King, 1,000 years Jade Phosphorus Snake, 100 years Mandragora Snake. I now have 3 kinds of snake soul beasts. Which one do you want me to summon? Oh, that's disgusting. Duan Lyre grabbed Luo Chen's arm and dragged him towards the bedroom. A moment later, in the bedroom, Duan Lyre, Luo Chen, please help me. Luo Chen sighed, then said solemnly, Life is bound to have ups and downs, and the key is to grasp it yourself. After the job change, I became a soul beast summoner, and you became a shadow assassin. Ups and downs are too normal. Many times you can only rely on yourself. Duan Lyre blinked, feeling that there was something wrong with this sentence, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. I don't know how much time passed. Duan Lyre leaned against Luo Chen and said in a trembling voice, I thought love required heart, but I didn't expect it also required strength. By the way, Luo Chen, how old are you? Age? Early 18. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he thought about it, and then added, As for height, it's also 18. Height. Age. Okay. Duan Lyre was stunned for a moment, feeling like she was answering a question irrelevant to the topic. Little brother, after the Qianlongjian dungeon trial, you will soon be targeted by forces from all over the world, so you must be careful. Duan Lyre suddenly became serious, and her expression surprised Luo Chen a little. As a result, her next sentence directly broke Luo Chen's defense. In times of danger and hardship, the one who can give you a hand is a brother, and the one who can give you dozens of hands is the woman around you. You probably don't have any brothers, right? But you have me. Duan Liar said seriously. So you must treat me well. Damn, is the lethality so strong? Luo Chen's expression also became serious, and he became serious. I didn't expect this crazy girl to be so difficult to deal with. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. Luo Chen hugged her shoulders and said softly, do you know? When I was a kid, I liked to step on water bottles, especially plastic bottles filled with water. As long as I stepped on them, the bottle caps would fly out with a snap. The moment the water bottle was crushed, I felt the weakness myself. But since I met you, I found that I have grown up and I am no longer interested in the games I played when I was a child. But you can. I can. What do you mean? Is he trying to say that I have become a part of his life? He likes me? Oh my God, you said it so seriously and so gently. At this moment, Duan Liar was a little overwhelmed. But Luo Chen hadn't finished his words yet. You made me feel the feeling of stepping on a bottle. Duan Liar blinked, confused. Luo Chen, huh? What did you just say? Duan Liar. I didn't say anything. Luo Chen. You obviously did. I heard it from your mouth. Huh? This voice doesn't seem to be you. As he spoke, Luo Chen pricked up his ear and put it close to Duan Liar's mouth, pretending to listen carefully. Duan Liar became a little nervous and held her breath involuntarily. Luo Chen. There is a sound of water, as if something is swimming in it, and there are quite a few of them. They are talking. Duan Liar. Little brother, don't scare me. Shoo. Let me listen carefully again. Luo Chen said in a deep voice. Someone urged the people swimming in front to swim faster. Duan Liar opened her mouth and swallowed subconsciously. Luo Chen exclaimed. It seems like they encountered a waterfall and fell down in an instant. It was not until this time that Duan Liar finally reacted. She threw herself on Luo Chen and said angrily, You are bullying me. Luo Chen put his hand on her mouth and pushed her away. Keep your mouth away from me. Your voice is too strong. Oh, Duan Liar was completely defeated. The next day, Luo Chen contacted Du Ruashi. He threw all the equipment obtained from the Qianlongjin copy to her, and then took a return to city memory stone from Du Ruashi. Du Ruashi had bought this for him at a high price. In order to get this return to city memory stone as quickly as possible, she even asked her uncle to use his connections to help. Her uncle is the director of the Broken City Professional Exchange and has extensive connections, so getting a memory stone for returning to the city is not a problem. A blank memory stone for returning to the city. You can record the coordinates yourself. Du Ruashi smiled and said, We should be clear about our accounts as friends. I will deduct the money from the return to city memory stones from the equipment sales. In addition, I will charge a handling fee for all the equipment sold. But because you have a lot of equipment, I can lower the commission rate to 2. Is that okay? No matter what she does, Du Ruashi is always straightforward, without hiding anything or dragging her feet. Luo Chen really likes her personality. Of course, no problem. After a moment, he separated from Du Ruashi. Looking at the return memory stone in his hand, Luo Chen's mouth curled up. The reason why he wanted such a blank memory stone to return to the city was to prepare for going to Sakura Country. Before this, he only had a return stone that remembered the Inyang city in Sakura Country. After being teleported to Sakura Country, he would have to come back sooner or later, right? Go to the return array in Kyoto City and record the coordinates of the return memory stone. A gleam of light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. Tomorrow, we will step into the land of Sakura. Chapter 116, Zhang Mayer flirted with me? Get lost. Soon, Luo Chen recorded the coordinates of the city return memory stone in his hand. Each return memory stone can only record one return coordinate. Now that he has this piece, Luo Chen can go to the Sakura Country with peace of mind. Of course, even if he didn't have this return stone, he could still return to Dragon Country after entering Sakura Country. He wears the hate-breaking wristband, which can mark enemies with hatred. Anyone who attacks Luo Chen will be marked. After being marked, Luo Chen can teleport to the opponent's area through the hatred mark at any time in the future. In other words, as long as Duan Liar attacks him, he will leave a memory of hatred on Duan Liar. In this way, if he wants to return to Dragon Country in Sakura Country, he can teleport to the area where Duan Liar is through the memory of hatred. But this is too troublesome. It's not as convenient as the return stone. Luo Chen rested for the whole day. Duan Liar didn't bother him again. After getting the Wind Dragon, Duan Liar couldn't stay any longer and left Kyoto City early in the morning. According to her, her father had assigned several strong professionals from the Duan family to protect her, team up with her, and help her kill monsters and level up. As expected of a lady from a big family, she is really awesome. While Luo Chen was taking a break, the friend column jumped a few times. It turned out to be a message from Zhang Mayer. After the Qianlongjin trial was over, Luo Chen added Jiang Meier as a friend. Duan Runming, Tian Xing, and others also applied to be friends, and Luo Chen did not refuse either. Jiang Meier, Luo Chen, are you asleep? Luo Chen, I'm just about to go to bed. What's the matter? What's going on with this girl in the middle of the night? Confused in his heart, Luo Chen's mind also appeared the figure of Jiang Meier. Jiang Meier is indeed very beautiful, and more mature and charming than Duan Liar and Du Ruashi. Coupled with the archer's equipment, it is easy to arouse people's imagination. But Jiang Meier's next words directly made Luo Chen confused. Jiang Meier, Luo Chen, are you lonely? Damn, what's going on? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. What for? Jiang Meier, is it okay? You can, sister. I'm asking what you want to do, not whether you want to do it or not. Is this girl teasing me? Snort. You want to cling to me, stick to me, and then let me help you kill monsters and level up? You wish. Luo Chen curled his lips and deleted Jiang Meier as a friend. Go to sleep. Go to the country of cherry blossoms early tomorrow morning. Kyoto University, in a garden in the villa area. Jiang Meier stared at the friend list in a daze, unable to believe that Luo Chen had deleted her as a friend. We were chatting happily. Why did you delete me? Jiang Meier seemed to have thought of something. Her face slightly blushed, and she said to herself, sure enough, he still has some thoughts about me. I have a pretty face that he definitely can't resist at his age. It must be because Duan Liar was by his side, so he couldn't say some things, and he was worried that Duan Liar would misunderstand, so he deleted me as a friend. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why he said that. No matter what, this thigh must be hugged. Jiang Meier's mind flashed with the image of Luo Chen and the scenes of the battles in the Qianlongjian copy. Tens of thousands of soul beasts are galloping. The Titan ape is like a mountain. Such an outstanding boy must be caught. Luo Chen's figure and face became clearer and clearer in her mind, and her face became redder and redder. Yeah. Suddenly, her legs trembled slightly, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. After a few days of fermentation, the topic of the Qianlongjian copy reached its peak. This issue was being discussed in every country around the world. Soon, the news spread all over the world. And this news came from Longhua. The content of the messages was very simple. Some of them were about this year's Longhua College entrance examination and the top scorer in the exam. There are also several about the job transfer ceremony of Duanqing Xingyang High School. Along with it, another name also appeared, Luo Chen. This news is fake, right? I just finished the Dragon Country exam not long ago. After these days, my level is at best level 20. Level 20? Which country would allow a level 20 professional to enter Qianlongjian? It's a joke. The news said that Luo Chen is a hidden professional, a soul beast summoner. He summoned hundreds of soul beasts in the exam. Only a few hundred. It is said that the Dragon Nation summoner in Qianlongjian summoned 10,000 or 20,000. It can't be him. Whether it's him or not, given the United States style of doing things, they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Poor child, what an unexpected disaster. After seeing the news about Luo Chen, some people believed it, and some did not. But this is only temporary. There is no wall that is impenetrable. In a day or two at the latest, it will be completely confirmed that Luo Chen is the mysterious summoner. The next morning, in a towering building in Kyoto City, several elderly people sat together, also checking the news. Someone deliberately spread the news about Luo Chen, otherwise it wouldn't have spread so quickly. And it was spread from our own country. Either they are spies from other countries, or they are Luo Chen's enemies. Luo Chen's enemy? It seems that the only one is Shengshi Huangchao Guild. Check. If this is really the Great Dynasty, then there is no need for this guild to exist anymore. Several old men spoke slowly. There was clearly murderous intent in their words, but their tone was very calm, as if they were discussing a normal matter. Strengthen the defense of Kyoto University. Luo Chen must not be in danger. He is very important to the country. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Luo Chen had already used the return stone of Inyang City in Sakura Country. He is no longer at Kyoto University. In the Sakura Country, Inyang City, above the teleportation array, a ray of light flashed, and Luo Chen's figure slowly walked out of the magic circle. He had already activated Detection Shield, shielding all information about himself. A layer of mist also appeared on his face, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. This is the city in Sakura Country? It's not very good. Chapter 117, Killing people in the streets in the city. That's so awesome. Detection shielding can ignore top-level detection techniques and completely shield your character information. The effect of this skill is very powerful. It's not as simple as just ignoring top-level detection techniques. Under normal circumstances, after Luo Chen's soul beast was killed by a professional, he would receive a prompt and know the identity of the murderer. If the summoned beasts of other summoners were killed by Luo Chen, the other party should also be able to get a hint. You can know Luo Chen's name through hints. But after turning on the detection shield, there is no need to worry about this situation at all. In the shielded state, Luo Chen can completely hide all his information. The land area of Sakura Country is not large. A city like Inyang City is already a medium-sized city in Sakura Country, but if it is placed in Dragon Country, judging from the area alone, Inyang City is at most equivalent to a small city. Luo Chen walked slowly along the street, constantly looking at the scenery on the street. Some girls in kimonos stood on the street, waving to passers-by. "Uncle, come in and sit down. We have middle school students in our store. Foot massage shop, use enough. Sir, I have awakened to a profession called foot masseur. I will definitely satisfy you with my skills." Hearing what these girls said, Luo Chen rolled his eyes. The awakening profession can awaken a foot masseur? Is this a trick? Just then, a young girl blocked his way. "Brother, 1 hour. I only need a level 15 bronze equipment. I am a priest." As she spoke, the girl had already grabbed Luo Chen's hand and was about to drag him into the alley. "Wait a minute. Let me ask you for directions first. Luo Chen, where is the Great Tengu copy? Do you know?" Seeing Luo Chen talking to her, the girl's eyes lit up slightly. "Let's go into the alley and talk. The location of the Great Tengu dungeon is a bit complicated. I have to tell you in detail with my mouth. It's worthy of being the country of cherry blossoms. Girls are just open-minded." But Luo Chen didn't want to get involved in such messy stuff with her. His purpose of coming to Sakura Country was very clear, which was to go to the Great Tengu copy. This little girl is fun, but she is not as important as killing the big boss. Do you know or not? If you don't, I'm leaving. Luo Chen's face turned cold, and when he saw the girl hesitating, he turned around and left. Don't leave. You want to eat it all after you're done playing, right? The girl let out a soft cry. Suddenly, several professionals rushed out from the alley next to them and surrounded Luo Chen. The leading professional had a wicked smile on his face, and he put his hand on the long sword at his waist. "Boy, do you understand the rules? If you touch my girl's hand, you have to pay, otherwise don't even think about leaving. A level 15 bronze equipment, put it down and get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The other professionals had ferocious looks on their faces. This group of people includes swordsmen, mages, archers, but their levels are not high. It seems that they are only level 14 or 15. They also wore a badge on their chest. The appearance of the badge made Luo Chen feel somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he found that this badge was the same as the one of a professional from Sakura Country who was killed in the Qianlongjin copy. Seeing Luo Chen staring at their badges, several professionals became even more rampant. "The Jingtian family's emblem. Are you scared?" "I changed my mind. Now it's a level 15 silver equipment." Hearing this, Luo Chen sighed helplessly. "What the hell? I just want to quietly clear a dungeon, kill a boss, and then go home. But you have to give me some excitement." Luo Chen's reaction stunned several professionals. Just at this moment, Luo Chen raised the hand holding the staff. Bang! The staff was used as a stick and hit directly on the leading professional. The mental power conversion is turned on, and all mental power is instantly transformed into strength. Luo Chen's current strength attribute is close to 4,000 points, and his mental power is close to 18,000 points. When this transformation was performed, all mental energy was added to strength, allowing the strength attribute to instantly break through 20,000 points. With a dull thud, the brain burst and blood splattered everywhere. He actually hit the leading professional to death on the spot with just one stick. This sudden change came too suddenly, and no one expected Luo Chen to kill someone. This is a city. Whether in the Sakura Country or other countries, killing is prohibited in cities. Even if conflicts arise between professionals in the city, they usually just end up fighting, and murders are only committed in the suburbs outside the city. Of course, this is only the case in most cases. You killed my Jingtian family's people? Kill him." Several professionals woke up in shock and used their skills to attack Luo Chen. The battle here attracted the attention of all the pedestrians on the street, and they all looked over here. Who was that person? How dare he provoke the Jingtian family in Inyang City? They shouldn't be from Inyang City. They should be from outside, right? Tap tap. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and a team of patrol guards appeared in the distance. After seeing the fighting here, the captain of the guard did not lead his soldiers to stop it. "Captain, it's someone from the Ida family. That person is dead. Damn it. We have to collect his body later. Find us some work to do." Some soldiers showed expressions of gloating. It was as if Luo Chen would be killed in the next second. Just when the attacks of those professionals were about to fall on Luo Chen, something happened that shocked everyone. Snap! Thunder was seen surging around Luo Chen, and streaks of lightning instantly burst out from his body. Soul skill, 4 thunder leaps. Thunder and lightning rolled, and all directions were instantly covered by thunder, and the figures of those professionals were also shrouded in it. Boom! Accompanied by loud bangs, the professionals with extremely low defense were killed instantly by thunder. Only one meat shield was left, but he was also paralyzed on the spot by the paralysis effect of Thunder 4 verticals. Luo Chen didn't waste any time. He swung his staff and hit him on the head. Bang! The last enemy is killed. Done! Luo Chen spat. You don't have much ability, but you have to come out and jump around. Are you all dead now? As he said this, he turned and glanced at the girl from before. The girl turned pale and sat down on the ground in fear, and the ground became wet in an instant. You are dead. The Jingtian family will not let you go. Don't come over here. Bang! The staff smashed down, and the originally pretty face collapsed directly. Flash sale. Chapter 118. I want to massacre the whole city. Is that too much? Such a cruel move made everyone gasp. At this time, more people gathered on the street to watch the fun. Some people from the Ida family also rushed over. Baka, kill him. Patrol guards, what are you doing? You saw someone killing our Jingtian family, and you didn't take action. With angry shouts, dozens of people from the Jingtian family on both sides of the street rushed towards Luo Chen. The patrol guards who were watching the fun had no choice but to rush over. Why? Luo Chen sighed slightly. What do you want to do? I just want to quietly play a great Tengu dungeon. Is it that difficult? You guys are making me angry? Luo Chen spat, and seeing the dense crowd of people rushing towards him, he ran away without saying a word. Stop! Stop right there, damn it! Hearing the insults from behind, Luo Chen ignored them and rushed directly into the alley next to him. Escape? Of course he can't escape. If he really wanted to escape, he would have flown into the sky riding the dark gold Bat King. The Ida family, right? You should be thankful that I didn't cause you any trouble, but you had to jump out and provoke me. At the beginning, Duan Liar killed the second son of the Jingtian family. After that, she kept talking about it for several days and insisted that her father arrange an assassin to go to the Sakura Country to take revenge. Okay, I've slept with you for so long. I'll take revenge on you today. Luo Chen ran wildly all the way, and then suddenly stopped. Behind him, there were already more than 100 people chasing after him. Seeing Luo Chen stop, those people's eyes lit up, and they quickly stepped forward to surround Luo Chen. Most of these professionals are around level 10, with a few in their 30s. There's no way to run away, right? This is a dead end. Where can you escape to? Unless you can fly. Tell me, who are you? How dare you attack someone from our Jingtian family? A group of people kept shouting and cursing, but their seemingly fierce actions were like those of a clown in Luo Chen's eyes. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly. The next second, a layer of fog emerged and enveloped his figure. Oh, waves of ghostly howling sounds appeared. A gust of wind suddenly blew up in the originally clear sky, and a layer of dark clouds appeared. Bite. Hint. You have transformed into a skeleton high priest. All attributes increase by 13 in the transformed state. The duration is 8 hours, and the cooldown time is 12 hours. Tip. All your summoned beasts have changed their forms and have been converted into elite skeleton monsters. Their attributes and summoned beast skills remain unchanged. Tip. You can enter the exclusive copy of the Skeleton Crypt. Several prompts sound in succession. In the fog, Luo Chen's figure has undergone earth-shaking changes. The flesh and blood body has disappeared, replaced by a dry skeleton, with dry dead skin and broken flesh hanging on the gray bones. Hee hee hee. Luo Chen grinned and let out a cold laugh. The laughter penetrated the fog and spread out, sending shudders down the spines of everyone present. An extremely dangerous atmosphere swept over. Attack. Kill him. Without further ado, a shield warrior rushed towards the fog with a huge shield in hand. Magic, arrows, and all kinds of attacks came from all directions. With so many people attacking at the same time, no one thought that Luo Chen could survive. There is only one ending for Luo Chen, and that is to be killed instantly. But unfortunately, they were all wrong. Roar. A roar that shook the earth. The fog suddenly shattered and scattered, and a terrifying figure as ferocious as a mountain appeared in front of them. Boom. The figure was so huge that the buildings on both sides of the alley were impacted and turned into ruins in an instant. There were waves of roaring sounds, and visible sound waves spread out in all directions. The Titan's roar. The area within a radius of several hundred meters was instantly enveloped by the sound waves, and under the violent impact, all the professionals in the alley were not spared. Even some pedestrians outside the alley and girls standing on the street were affected. In an instant, these people were killed on the spot, and there was not even a chance for the stun effect of the Titan's roar to be triggered. At this time, the skeleton high priest incarnated by Luo Chen was standing quietly on the shoulder of the Titan demon ape. The Titan ape's body also underwent tremendous changes. Its height remained the same, still more than 40 meters, but its appearance had turned into a giant bone ape with a shriveled body. A violent, bloodthirsty aura emanated from its body. In an instant, all the people in Yinyang City were alarmed by the breath of the Titan demon ape. It seems like some innocent people were killed. Luo Chen touched his chin, and the soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly. But even though he said this, he didn't have the slightest sympathy or regret in his heart. Innocent? This is not Dragon Country. This is the land of Sakura. Even if he kills more people, Luo Chen won't feel it's wrong. The battlefield was in a mess, and all the buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters had been reduced to ruins. There were corpses scattered all around. Just a Titan's roar turned the 100-meter area into hell. Oh my god, what is that? A monster is attacking the city? But how did this monster appear inside the city? Something seems to be wrong. Just now the Jingtian family and the patrol team chased into the alley, and then this happened. Could it be related to the professional who was being hunted? That's bullshit, isn't it? Yinyang City, in a magnificent building. An old man stood in front of the window and looked in the direction of Luo Chen. Go and take a look. The old man's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in the air outside the window. A pair of shadow-wrapped wings appeared on his back. With his wings flapping slightly, he had already flown dozens of meters and flew straight towards the direction where Luo Chen was. At the same time, groups of professionals rushed out of the building. Not only here, groups of professionals are pouring out from all over Yinyang City. The city defense troops, patrol guards, and Yinyang City's city defense system were instantly activated. Magic arrays rose from all over the city, and then a thick magical defense barrier condensed above the city. Luo Chen was still standing on the shoulder of the Titan demon ape. He was not in a hurry to leave Yinyang City, nor did he even move. He just stood at a height of more than 40 meters and looked around. It seems like a great figure has appeared. This terrifying aura is not much different from that of old Lu, right? Luo Chen held the staff in one hand and touched his chin with the other, his eyes fixed on the old man in the distant void. In fact, it's not just this old man. Among the professionals who rushed over, Luo Chen also felt some other powerful auras. Every breath of it was extremely terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that one skill from such a person should be enough to kill Luo Chen instantly. But Luo Chen didn't care at all. Come on, who's afraid of who? Chapter 119 on Myoji, Shikigami. At this moment, the entire Yinyang City was boiling. After the defensive barrier covering the entire city appeared, the city defense weapons standing on the city walls also changed direction, with the black muzzles pointed directly at Luo Chen's position. This type of city defense cannon is extremely powerful, and the energy provided to the cannon is provided by mysterious magic arrays. The magic circle was built by numerous formation masters using countless alchemical materials and special items, and is specifically used to defend against possible beast tides. Every city has such fortifications. Luo Chen had seen it before when he was in Duanqing. The defensive fortifications of Kyoto City were even more exaggerated. Once upon a time, a tide of beasts appeared outside Yinyang City, which triggered a monster attack on the city. The great battle lasted for 3 days before it ended. The professionals of Yinyang City cooperated with the defensive fortifications to block the tide of beasts and did not let any monster enter the city. But this time, the monster appeared in the city inexplicably, which shocked everyone. No one could figure out how this monster got in. Be careful, don't get too close. Melee professionals, please keep your distance. Shield warriors are in front. That monster has a wide range of attack skills. Those with lower ranks are at the back, so they have some self-awareness. Looking at the ruins hundreds of meters ahead, some professionals who were rushing over hurriedly stopped. Professionals of lower levels dare not get too close, for fear of being killed instantly by long-range skills. It can be said that professionals who dare to approach the edge of the ruins are all confident in their own abilities. Whoosh! There was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the figure of an old man appeared in midair. A pair of shadow-wrapped wings fluttered slowly on his back, and he held a gorgeous round fan in his hand. As soon as he appeared, a powerful aura enveloped the entire place. It's the city lord. Even the city lord was alarmed. These two monsters should be a big boss, right? I don't know what good things will be revealed. Why are you thinking about this? Even if we get something good, we can't get it. It must have fallen into the hands of the lord of Yinyang City. That's right. The old man who came was the Lord of Inyang City. On ordinary days, few people would call him by his name. They all called him the City Lord, or the Lord of Inyang City. He is also one of the few onmyoges in the entire Sakura Country. He just upgraded to level 69 2 months ago. In terms of level, he has surpassed the other two onmyoges in Sakura Country and is considered the highest level onmyoji. Of course, unlike Luo Chen's Soul Beast Summoner, onmyoji is just a hidden profession, not a unique, hidden profession. The Lord of Inyang City steadied himself, his wrinkled face looking extremely calm. His eyes looked at Luo Chen and the Titan Demon Ape quietly, and his expression did not fluctuate much. Luo Chen was also looking at him. Top-notch detection technique. Name, Uzumaki Nafu. Occupation, onmyoji. Level, 69. Strength, 8,900. Agility, 1560, 10. Spirit, 79660, plus 20. Magic resistance, 33,640, plus 10. Physical resistance, 17,240, plus 10. Skill. It seems that the Lord of Inyang City is not wearing any equipment that can block information. So, under the effect of top-level detection techniques, all attributes except skills were presented in front of Luo Chen. In fact, although the information shielding equipment is precious, it is nothing to a city lord. Luo Chen didn't believe that the Lord of Inyang City didn't have equipment to block information, but he was the most powerful person in Inyang City, and unless there was something special to do, he usually didn't wear equipment to block information. This thing takes up equipment space. For example, Luo Chen's original stealth hood, apart from being able to block information, doesn't even have any basic attributes. Moreover, after wearing it, he can no longer wear other hats or helmets, which seriously affects his own strength and is very useless. This attribute is a bit too strong. Not to mention other attributes, the mental strength alone is close to 80,000 points. With the 20 bonus, the actual mental strength has exceeded 95,000 points. Luo Chen exclaimed in his heart, "My mental strength is only over 20,000, including the bonus. This old bitch has 4 times as much as mine." However, the opponent is already level 69, equipped with a set of high-level equipment. It is not surprising that his attributes are 4 times higher than his. Luo Chen didn't know that at this moment, the Lord of Inyang City was also using top-level detection techniques on him. It was also used on the Titan Ape. Name, Skeleton High Priest. Grade, Property. Name, Skeleton Elite. Grade, Property. The Lord of Inyang City frowned and said, "Can't check the attributes? I'm using the top-level detection technique. Even if the levels of these two monsters are higher than mine, it shouldn't be impossible to check them, right? It should be a monster with a shielding skill, right?" At this time, some powerful auras approached and stopped at the edge of the ruins. These people are the top professionals in Inyang City, including the Deputy City Lord of Inyang City and the Patriarch of the Jingtian family. The first thing they did after arriving was to use detection techniques on Luo Chen, either advanced detection technique or top detection technique. But after the investigation, everyone was stunned. Chief Jingtian said slowly, "These two monsters are not simple, but the more complicated they are, the more likely they are to reveal good things." Hearing this, everyone present nodded. The Jingtian clan leader raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Lord City Lord, how about we divide the monster drops equally among us? You won't object, will you?" The Lord of Inyang City felt somewhat dissatisfied. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he couldn't refuse the proposal of the Jingtian clan leader. If a divine weapon is discovered, the City Lord's mansion has the first choice. The Lord of Inyang City said in a deep voice, "But don't worry, I will give you other things as compensation." Artifact? The eyes of Chief Jingtian and others lit up. It seems that the City Lord has high expectations for these two monsters. In the center of the ruins, Luo Chen was completely speechless. Aren't these people too shameless? They're already discussing how to divide the spoils before the fight even starts? Have you ever thought about what to do if you can't beat me? Luo Chen was right. Inyang City Lord and others had never thought about it. This is Inyang City, and the two monsters were directly refreshed in the city. The strong men gathered in the city, and there were city defense cannons on the city walls. The Lord of Inyang City did not believe that these two monsters could cause any big waves. Action together, quick victory. The Lord of Inyang City raised the round fan in his hand, and his powerful mental power burst out instantly. Oh, waves of ghostly howlings were heard, and twisted whirlpools appeared in the air. The next second, one hideous Shikigami after another was summoned. Chapter 120. Everyone was shocked. Where the hell did this come from? Onmyoji can summon Shikigami to assist in battle. From this point of view, it is somewhat inclined to the summoner profession. But compared to ordinary summoners, Onmyoji also possesses extremely powerful attack and defense magic. It can be said to be a combination of summoner and magician. At this time, 10 powerful Shikigami had appeared around the Lord of Inyang City. All of them are Crow Tengu. Name: Crow Tengu. Level: 65. Owner: Uzumaki Nafu. HP: 900,000. Strength: 10,000. Agility: 3,000. Spirit: 8,000. Magic resistance: 4,000. Physical resistance: 4,000. Skills: Featherblade Flash. Featherblade Thorn. Crow Tengu can condense his demonic power into flying feathers, causing damage to targets within the range. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. Instant Flash. Crow Tengu can mobilize his demonic power to make his figure disappear instantly and appear anywhere within a 5-meter range. The skill cooldown time is 3 minutes. Level 65. These Crow Tengu Shikigami may look a bit scary, but in fact their attributes are not that high. In fact, it is just the level of ordinary monsters of the same level. Let alone there are only 10 such Shikigami. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of them, Luo Chen would not take them seriously. At the same time as the Lord of Inyang City summoned the Shikigami, the city defense cannons on the city wall also burst out with dazzling rays of light. The light gathered in the muzzle. Immediately afterwards, it turned into beams of light and bombarded towards Luo Chen. The beam of light cut through the sky, but before it got close, the Titan ape leaped up. He leaped over 100 meters high and avoided the first round of bombardment from the city defense artillery. Boom! Violent explosions sounded one after another, and beams of light directly hit the place where the Titan ape had previously stood. The ground shook, smoke and dust rolled, and deep pits were blasted out. Imprisonment spell. The Lord of Inyang City swung the fan in his hand violently, and a mysterious rune appeared, which directly hit the Titan demon ape. At the same time, 10 Crow Tengu flapped their wings, their bodies turned into afterimages in the air, and they also pounced forward. Get started. The Ida clan leader hunched his body slightly. The next moment, his figure rushed out and rushed towards the direction where the Titan ape fell. Others also took action at this time, and brilliant magic and sharp arrows bombarded Luo Chen and the Titan demon ape. Human. Luo Chen suppressed his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "You will all die today. I will use your flesh and blood to sacrifice to the god of the dead. I will let the army of the dead descend on the Sakura Country, and let this country completely become a paradise for the dead." This sentence is completely Luo Chen's bad taste. What god of the dead? What paradise for the dead? It was pure nonsense. He just thought it sounded more impressive when he shouted it out. At this time, the Inyang City Lord's confinement spell had already fallen, targeting the Titan demon ape. The speed is amazing. Under normal circumstances, this magic would never fail. But unfortunately, Luo Chen waved the scepter in his hand, and a 10-year-old bloodthirsty bat was summoned. He used the bloodthirsty bat to block the confinement spell for the Titan ape. The bloodthirsty bat trembled all over after being hit, and even the confinement effect could not be triggered, and it was killed instantly by the attack that came with the skill. Of course, although Luo Chen summoned bloodthirsty bats, because of the incarnation of the skeleton high priest, the bloodthirsty bats have also turned into skeleton bats. This is not the end yet. Luo Chen's summoning did not stop, and he released all the soul beasts in the summoning space at once. After his soul beast summoning technique reached level 4, the upper limit of his soul beasts had exceeded 40,000. Before coming to Sakura Country, Luo Chen had already filled up the upper limit of 40,000 soul beasts, and he also activated the soul beast shield when performing the soul beast summoning technique. Directly block the 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. In other words, the soul beasts he added later were all over 1,000 years old. Roar. On the ground, densely packed summoning arrays appeared. Seeing the densely packed and seemingly endless magic formation, everyone, including the Lord of Inyang City, felt nervous and had a bad premonition. Not good. Damn it, this monster summoned a tide of beasts. With so many magic arrays, how many monsters will the skeleton high priest summon? Quick, lock the city defense cannons on that skeleton high priest and interrupt its summoning skills at all costs. Whoosh. 10 Crow Tengu figures flashed and were already above Luo Chen's head. A sky full of wings shot out and turned into torrents that swept straight towards Luo Chen. Although their attributes are only equivalent to those of ordinary level 65 monsters, so many skills at the same time are enough to take Luo Chen's life. Not to mention whether Luo Chen will die or not. Even if he doesn't die, there is no way he can be hit by these skills. Roar. The Titan demon ape roared wildly, blocked Luo Chen with one hand, and swept out with the other hand. The ferocious bone claws carried terrifying power, and in an instant they swept away the 4 nearest Crow Tengu and killed them instantly. The bone claws blocking Luo Chen helped him block all attacks. In just a split second, earth-shaking changes have taken place on the battlefield. In the sky and underground, densely packed, 40,000 soul beasts have been summoned. 1,000-year, 2-headed hell wolf, green phosphorus snake. The number of 1,000-year soul beasts exceeds 30,000. 10,000 years, the green phosphorus snake king and the dark gold bat king. The number of these two 10,000-year soul beasts is as many as 5,000. There are 900,000-year-old Titan demon apes, not counting the one under Luo Chen's feet. In addition, there are 5,000-year-old and 10-year-old soul beasts, which are the soul beasts that survived from the past. Luo Chen has already made up his mind that after all these 10-year and 100-year-old soul beasts are dead, he will no longer summon soul beasts of this level. Roar! Roar! 40,000 soul beasts appeared, and the whole world was shrouded in a brutal and bloodthirsty atmosphere. Thunder roared across the sky. Heavy rain came pouring down. Roars and roars instantly resounded throughout the Yin-Yang city. Kill! Without any pause, the soul beasts that had just been summoned rushed out in all directions like an overwhelming force. In a blink of an eye, more than 1,000 ordinary combat professionals died tragically on the spot. This is impossible. The Lord of Yin-Yang City opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. So many monsters? They all seem very powerful. Where did they come from? Chief Jingtian and many other top experts were also shocked, and their expressions became more solemn than ever before. Request support. Have the combat professionals from the surrounding cities come to Yin-Yang City to provide support immediately. All non-combat professions are prohibited from approaching the battlefield. Retreat to the outskirts of the city immediately. Yin-Yang City, enter SS-level combat alert. Chapter 121 Unprecedented Disaster. Cherry blossoms are shaking. At this moment, both the Lord of Yin-Yang City and the chief of the Jingtian clan were all panicked. The scene before them was definitely an unprecedented disaster for the entire Yin-Yang City. You know, all the combat professionals in the entire Yin-Yang City combined only barely number close to 40,000. Apart from those in non-combat professions, the remaining ones were just many young boys and girls who had not yet changed their professions. These people had no way of fighting at all, and if they forcibly raised their swords and rushed forward, they would only be seeking their deaths. With such a large number of monsters descending upon Yin-Yang City, how can Yin-Yang City resist them relying on its own strength? If they force the battle, even if they can finally quell the beast tide and save Yin-Yang City, I'm afraid the entire city will become a ruin. Pass the order down, non-combat professions, and those who have not yet changed their professions. All retreat, retreat. All combat professions, regardless of their level, must fight to the death for this city lord to resist the beast tide. No retreat without orders. The meat shield is in front, the magic is long-range coverage, and the archers try to attack the skeleton high priest. Supporting professions should pay attention to the battlefield situation and provide support at any time. Healing covers the front and continues to heal the tank. Support will arrive soon. Everyone hold on. Kill. The war broke out. Tens of thousands of soul beasts ran wildly and scattered, madly killing all life that stood in their way. The professionals in Yin-Yang City began to organize their defense. One after another, powerful professionals stepped forward and tried to stop the madly running soul beast, but they were instantly dismembered as soon as they came into contact. At the outermost edge of the herd, densely packed 2-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes rushed all the way. Boom. The 1,000-year-old 2-headed hell wolves howled toward the sky, and the violent elemental power exploded to the extreme. The next second, the ground in front shook violently, and the originally solid and thick stone slabs exploded and turned directly into pieces of magma. Sharp wails were heard one after another. Just in this round of lava coverage, hundreds of professionals died on the spot. Some professionals who managed to escape the lava had no time to rejoice before their legs were entangled by poisonous vines rising from the ground. Immediately afterwards, he was bitten to death on the spot by the crawling green phosphorus snake. Blood flew everywhere and flesh splattered everywhere. Screams and roars echoed throughout Yin-Yang City. In just a short moment, thousands of corpses were left on the battlefield. Most of the corpses belonged to professionals from Yin-Yang City, and only a very small number were soul beasts. The whole world was gray, as if shrouded in endless death. Boom, boom. On the city wall, beams of light burst out from the city defense cannons. The beam of light pierced through the sky and slammed heavily into the group of soul beasts, causing a deafening roar. The city defense cannon is the result of the hard work of many formation masters and consumes countless alchemical materials. Its power is truly terrifying. Just a beam of energy was enough to kill dozens of two-headed hell wolves on the periphery. Looking around, there are 14 city defense cannons on the city wall. This round of bombardment actually took the lives of more than 200 two-headed hell wolves and green phosphorus snakes. The soul fire in Luo Chen's eyes danced, and he said hoarsely, "Little guys, return the favor." The 10 Titan apes received the order and suddenly turned their heads to look at the city defense cannons on the city wall. Roar! Their chests swelled, and a violent energy gathered into their ferocious mouths. A dazzling ball of light appeared. The next moment, the ball of light exploded and turned into a beam of light that shot out. Skill: Titan Sky Cannon. A terrifying beam of energy shot out, heading straight for the city defense cannons on the city wall. A beam of light streaked across the battlefield, sweeping with terrifying energy, shattering the buildings along the way. Some professionals were unable to dodge, and their bodies were instantly evaporated by the energy of the Titan Sky Cannon. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Titan Sky Cannon had already bombarded the city defense cannons. 10 Titan Demon Apes and 10 Titan Sky Cannons directly blasted the 10 city defense cannons on the city wall into ashes. Not only that, even the city walls where the city defense cannons were located collapsed and turned into ruins. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Enyang City Lord, Jingtian Clan Chief, and others shrank. Even strong men like them cannot withstand such a terrifying long-range skill. If they are hit head-on, even if they don't die, they will suffer considerable damage. This is not the end yet. Several Titan apes bent down, lifted a huge rock with their claws, and threw it out fiercely. Boulder speculation. Boom. The only 4 remaining city defense cannons could not be saved and were smashed to pieces by huge rocks. Damn it. The Lord of Enyang City cursed angrily. Without the city defense cannons, the means to deal with the beast tide would be much weaker. Chief Ida, Ichiro Omayama, find a way to get close to the skeleton high priest. Enyang City Lord. The skeleton high priest should be the ultimate boss of this beast tide. All monsters are summoned by it. If we can kill it, it may change the situation of the battle. Every time a beast tide breaks out, there will be one or even multiple bosses in the tide. These bosses are extremely intelligent and are in no way inferior to humans. They can command herds of beasts to fight, and some bosses even have group amplification skills that can greatly enhance the strength of the herd. In the eyes of the Lord of Enyang City, the skeleton high priest is the ultimate boss of this beast tide. I know. There was a cold light flashing in the eyes of the Jingtian clan leader, and his cold pupils stared at Luo Chen. Most of the Jingtian family's industries are in Enyang City, and their headquarters is also located here. If Enyang City becomes a ruin, the loss of the Jingtian family will be absolutely unimaginable. At this time, a man in his 50s approached. He is none other than Yushan Ichiro mentioned by the Lord of Enyang City, and he is also the Deputy Lord of Enyang City. Yushan Ichiro said in a deep voice, "Chief Jingtian, I will attract the attention of the skeleton high priest." As he spoke, he raised the longbow in his hand. "Thank you for your help." The figure of the Ida clan leader was shrouded in a layer of mist and disappeared in an instant. Lock on, frozen arrow. Yushan Ichiro narrowed his eyes, and a cold air gathered on the arrow. As a rare professional elemental shooter, he has attack methods far superior to those of ordinary archers. Freezing arrows are just one of many means. Whoosh! The arrow was shot out with the sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, the space seemed to be torn apart, and the arrow went straight through hundreds of meters and instantly reached Luo Chen. Shooter? Luo Chen raised his chin, pondering in his heart, and did not make any attempt to evade. Yushan Ichiro's arrows are fast enough, but if Luo Chen really wants to dodge them, he has a certain chance of being able to do so. The level 4 flying skill can provide him with an 80 agility bonus. The diamond level equipment, Wind Dragon Boots, comes with a wind haste, and can also instantly burst out a 100 speed bonus that lasts for 10 seconds. Not only that, the exclusive Wind God badge also has a passive skill, Wind God's Blessing, which also increases speed by 50. With the superposition of a large number of amplifications, Luo Chen can instantly burst out with an unimaginable speed. But why is he hiding? Chapter 122 collapsed. How can we fight? Back then in Qianlongjin, an archer from the Sakura Country attacked him. Luo Chen didn't know what skills the archer used, but he unexpectedly unleashed a 10-fold critical hit, and the horrible arrow killed him instantly. But what is the result? The archer was instantly killed by Luo Chen's counterattack and died with his eyes open. Now, there are still archers who dare to shoot him? Even if this arrow does not cause a critical hit, the counterattack will definitely be enough to cause the archer to suffer a lot. After wearing the Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace, Luo Chen's own anti-injury attribute skyrocketed. The passive skill of Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace, Dragon Bone Armor, provides Luo Chen with a 20 increase in double defense. After being attacked, it can also cause a 20 counter damage effect to the target. If the 50 damage reduction effect of the Soul Skill Blue Lightning Overlord Armor is added, Luo Chen's own damage reduction effect has reached 70. Hiss! Rays of lightning surged on Luo Chen's body, and the Blue Lightning Overlord Armor was instantly unleashed. Almost at the same time, the arrow hit his chest. Snap! The ice exploded, Luo Chen's body shattered, and he was killed instantly. This scene stunned everyone, especially Ichiro Amayama and the head of the Ida clan. What's going on? Isn't the skeleton high priest the ultimate boss of the beast tide? Why is his defense so low? Yushan Ichiro's eyes widened. My freezing arrow actually killed it instantly? Before shooting this arrow, he never thought that he could kill this skeleton high priest instantly with one arrow. His main purpose was to trigger the freezing effect and create an opportunity for the Ida clan leader. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Puff! Ichiro Yushan's expression suddenly froze. He spit out a mouthful of blood, staggered back a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. Retaliation triggered. Unfortunately, the counterattack did not take his life. On the other side, a figure appeared in the air, less than 2 meters away from Luo Chen's body. This person is none other than the head of the Jingtian clan. He wanted to cooperate with Ichiro Amayama, and after Ichiro Amayama's freezing arrows took effect, he would launch his strongest attack on the skeleton high priest. Chief Ito was already prepared. He did not think that his strongest attack could kill the skeleton high priest instantly, so he made preparations for follow-up attacks. Even if he still couldn't kill the skeleton high priest after using all his skills, he was confident that he could take away a large amount of his health. But now he was confused. But the moment of daze only lasted for a moment. The next moment, Chief Jingtian woke up in shock. He turned the samurai sword in his hand and slashed straight at the Titan ape's neck. Hey, you're here to see me, aren't you? Why are you hitting my pet? A cold voice suddenly appeared. The pupils of the Jingtian clan leader shrank, and his whole body was instantly filled with coldness. Snap! Before he could react, bolts of thunder rushed out and hit him directly. Soul skill, 4 thunder leaps. The power of the 4 thunderbolts was not too strong for the leader of the Jingtian clan. If we looked at the attack effect alone, it would only cause him some minor injuries at most. After all, the gap in level and strength between Luo Chen and him was there. But the purpose of Luo Chen using this soul skill is paralysis. In an instant, the paralysis effect of Thunder 4 leaps was triggered. The 3-second paralysis caused the Ida clan leader to instantly lose consciousness and fall directly from midair. Roar! Just at this moment, the Titan ape stretched out its claws and grabbed the falling Chief Jingtian in its hands. The violent power of the earth element gathered madly. The Titan demon ape grabbed the body of Chief Jingtian and slammed him hard to the ground. Skill, Titan hammer. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the ground collapsed and countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere. The Titan's hammer has a triple critical strike effect, and combined with the Titan ape's own attack attributes, this one strike is enough to take the life of Chief Ida. Snap! Flesh and blood exploded, and the body of the Ida clan leader was smashed into a ball of blood mist and killed instantly. Chief! Damn it! How could this happen? Screams were heard from afar, and the people of the Ida family were all dumbfounded after seeing this scene. The patriarch is dead? He was the second strongest man in Enyang City, only slightly weaker than the lord of Enyang City. How could he be killed instantly by that terrifying beast? In the distance, the lord of Enyang City looked pale and felt a sense of fear in his heart. Fortunately, the one who launched a sneak attack on the skeleton high priest just now was not him, but the chief of the Jingtian clan. Otherwise, he might be the one dead now. In just a few breaths, Enyang City suffered unprecedented losses, and the second most powerful clan leader Jingtian fell. After waking up in shock, the lord of Enyang City looked up into the air. I saw the figure of the skeleton high priest floating in the air, standing quietly on the shoulder of the terrifying beast. It was clearly killed instantly by Ichiro Yushan, but it actually came back to life? Damn it, this skeleton high priest has the ability to resurrect. The lord of Enyang City reacted. On the ground, Yushan Ichiro gritted his teeth and said, "Not only can it be resurrected, but it also has a strong ability to counterattack. Lord City Lord, please be careful." Dark green light enveloped Ichiro Yushan's body. Not far away, Several priests were performing healing spells to help him recover from his injuries. The effect of the healing technique is quite strong. Although it cannot fully recover Ichiro Yushan, it can still help him recover to a large extent. After this lesson, no professional dared to attack Luo Chen easily. The war continues. At this time, the few remaining 10-year and 100-year soul beasts had already died. Luo Chen waved the scepter in his hand, constantly replenishing the number of soul beasts. He has now activated the soul beast shield, and all the soul beasts replenished are over 1,000 years old. To him, 10-year and 100-year soul beasts are no longer of much use. If he had to summon, he would only summon some lonely bamboos to assist in the battle under special circumstances. Guju's taunt skill is a good thing. It is not only effective against monsters, but can even forcibly influence the attention of professionals to a certain extent. Roar! Roar! The roar shook the earth. Oh my god, there's no way we can kill all these monsters. Look at that skeleton high priest. It seems to be able to constantly replenish monsters. If you don't kill it, there's no way to defeat it. Where's the support? Didn't the city lord say that the support would arrive soon? As time passed, the professionals in Inyang City suffered heavy casualties. Thousands of corpses were scattered in every corner of the city, and the battle had spread to the entire city. Those with non-combat professions and those who have not changed their professions have all evacuated from the city. Some people who didn't have time to evacuate were hiding in secret corners and shivering. The lord of Inyang City gritted his teeth and said anxiously, "We must get rid of the skeleton high priest, but how can we get rid of it?" Chapter 123 The Three Great Shikigami, Natural Nemesis. On the battlefield, soul beasts fell one after another. But in the blink of an eye, new soul beasts arrived. It is endless and can never be killed. There has been no sign of a decrease in the number of monsters since the battle began, which made everyone collapse and realize a problem. That is, if they want to change the situation, they must first get rid of the skeleton high priest. But the skeleton high priest not only has the skill of resurrection, he also has extremely terrifying counterattack, and he is also protected by a giant skeleton beast. No, now there is more than just one giant skeleton beast. There are dozens of powerful three-headed skeleton bat kings gathered around him. How to play? The lord of Inyang City suddenly shouted angrily. Archers in the city lord's mansion, listen up, focus your fire on the skeleton high priest. Everyone, use normal attacks, switch to weapons that are one level weaker, and reduce the damage of counterattack. Its resurrection skill must have a cooldown period. We can definitely kill it. Upon hearing this order, the eyes of those present lit up. The damage of normal attacks is low, but if hundreds of archers attack at the same time, it is enough to kill the skeleton high priest instantly. The anti-injury effect caused by ordinary attacks will also be weakened a lot, so that they will not be injured too seriously. Focus fire shoot. Shoot. Dense arrows shot out and covered Luo Chen. Fuck. You're still shooting me? You're not done yet, are you? The soul fire in his eye sockets shook violently, and the next moment, the dark gold bat kings from all directions had blocked his body and intercepted all the arrows. In this round of concentrated fire, not a single arrow hit Luo Chen, which made the lord of Inyang City look extremely pale. Roar. Sensing their master's anger, the soul beasts on the battlefield suddenly changed direction and pounced towards the long-range professionals. Roar. The 1,000-year-old green phosphorus snake kings roared continuously. The ground shook, and hideous poisonous vines sprang out of the ground, instantly entangling the nearest ranged professional. Looking around, there are thousands of poison ivy plants. The moment the poison vine wraps around the target, it will unleash a powerful attack and cause continuous damage over the next 3 seconds. Ah no. Help. Most of the professionals who were entangled died in a blink of an eye, and those who managed to survive the poisonous vines were also seriously injured and were soon overwhelmed by the beast tide. Meat flew everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. At this time, Luo Chen had already jumped onto the back of a dark gold bat king and flew higher into the sky. This time, they were completely out of the attack range of the ranged professions. Unless someone can fly like him, it would be extremely difficult to attack him. The skeleton high priest flew into the sky. What should we do? What should we do? Retreat. Inyang City cannot be saved. The fighting spirit of the professionals in Inyang City has hit rock bottom. Some combat professions can no longer endure the mental torture and have retreated out of the city. Without the city lord's order, no combat profession can retreat. Otherwise, it will be considered treason. The lord of Inyang City shouted angrily. But at this time, who can still hear his orders? Even if they can hear it, some people choose to pretend not to hear it. The lord of Inyang City cursed inwardly, staring at Luo Chen in the sky with his eyes as fiery as fire. We must keep the morale stable. Otherwise, once the battle situation completely collapses, it will be the end. Thinking of this, the Yinyang City Lord flapped his wings violently. His body soared into the sky and rushed towards Luo Chen alone. Roar! On the battlefield, some summoners cast summoning spells to summon beasts in groups of 3 or 2. No matter in size or attributes, these summoned beasts were nothing but small carabiners in front of Luo Chen's army of soul beasts and were bitten to death in the blink of an eye. But the next 3 summoned beasts that appeared made Luo Chen slightly stunned. No, it should be called Shikigami. In midair, the Yinyang City Lord swung the round fan in his hand, and 3 dazzling rays of light rose from the ground. After the light dissipated, 3 figures appeared in front of the Lord of Yinyang City. They were the 3 guardian Shikigami that he was most proud of. It is also the most powerful Shikigami he has been able to summon so far, and it was cultivated with countless energy and efforts. Once these 3 Shikigami die, they cannot be summoned again. They require a lot of top-grade alchemical materials and items to revive them. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of the items consumed to resurrect these 3 Shikigami is almost equal to the tax revenue of Yinyang City for 2 years. It is also because of this that the Lord of Yinyang City is very cautious every time he uses these 3 Shikigami. Level 68, Guhua Bird. Level 68, Izuna. Level 68, Green Lantern. Their attributes are extremely powerful, no weaker than the difficult copy boss of the same level, and they all have flying skills. However, what surprised Luo Chen was not these, but these 3 Shikigami were actually human-shaped Shikigami, but they had some monster characteristics. Isn't this thing more fun than an inflatable girlfriend? This thought suddenly popped up in Luo Chen's mind, and then he was actually daydreaming at this moment. System, there are also human-shaped soul beasts, right? When can we get a few to play with? He muttered in his heart. But let's make a deal. Humanoid spirit beasts can only be female. If it's a male, I'll never let you go. Unfortunately, the system ignored him. At this time, the Lord of Yinyang City had already driven the 3 great Shikigami to launch an attack. The Shikigami Kuhua bird holds an umbrella in its hand, which is its weapon. It looks like an umbrella, but it is actually an umbrella sword. Suddenly, its figure disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was above Luo Chen's head. Tian Xianghajan. The umbrella sword stabbed out, and rays of sword light fell straight towards Luo Chen. On the other side, the attacks of the 2 great Shikigami, Izuna Tenma and Ao Andon, also arrived. They perform long-range group attacks. The bright lamp in Qing Xingding's palm burst into a faint light, and ghost fires inexplicably appeared in the sky, covering Luo Chen and the surrounding dark gold Bat King. Izuna Tenma flapped his wings, and golden feather blades flew out, turning into a torrent that swept past. Is this the method used by the strongest person in Yinyang City? Luo Chen was shocked. Before coming to Yinyang City, the strongest professional he had ever seen was Yuan Hong, the dean of Kyoto University. However, he had only seen him in person and had never seen him take action. Then, it was the time for Master Lu Zhangjiang. His meteor shower covered an area of 1,000 meters and instantly killed all of his more than 10,000 soul beasts. That shocking scene is still vivid in my mind. Of course, the soul beasts summoned by Luo Chen at that time were not old. They were all soul beasts of 10 or 100 years old. However, even if he replaced it with a 1,000-year-old soul beast, Luo Chen didn't think it could withstand a round of meteor showers. Even if it could barely withstand it, it would lose more than half of its health. The Yinyang City Lord in front of him is the 3rd strongest person Luo Chen has ever seen. But unfortunately, although the Lord of Yinyang City is strong, Luo Chen can defeat him completely. It's not only because of the difference in the number of Shikigami and soul beasts, but also because of the attack skills of the Yinyang City Lord. Chapter 124. Come, wash my body. Bang. There was a loud bang. A dark gold Bat King blocked Luo Chen's head. The next moment, the Tianxiang crane slash of the Guhua bird hit the dark gold Bat King. Luo Chen has become very familiar with summoning soul beasts to block bullets. A huge amount of damage came out, and the health bar of the 10,000-year dark gold Bat King dropped a lot. How dare you release 3 Shikigami? Kill them, little ones. Roar. Thousands of dark gold Bat Kings endured the group attack of Kinkswand and Izuna Tian, and then launched a terrifying counterattack. Their bodies are now skeletons, with soul fire flickering in their eye sockets, making them look even more hideous and terrifying than in normal states. They were overwhelming and densely packed, and in the blink of an eye they submerged the 3 great Shikigami. Damn, the attributes of these bone bats are too strong. According to preliminary estimates, Their health points may reach 2 million. The Lord of Inyang City was terrified. Seeing that his Shikigami was about to fall, he was so scared that he immediately wanted to cancel the summons and take the Shikigami back. These 3 Shikigami are his treasures and must not die. But unfortunately, Luo Chen seemed to have guessed his thoughts long ago. On the ground, 3 Titan apes suddenly raised their heads, their chests bulged, and terrifying energy gathered in their huge mouths. Skill: Titan Sky Cannon. Boom. A column of light shot up into the sky and instantly reached the Inyang City Lord. The old man was horrified. Facing such a devastating attack, how could he care about his own Shikigami? He quickly flapped his wings and dodged. Quick spell. His speed was so incredible that he managed to dodge the attack of the Titan Sky Cannon in a flash. But during this delay, the 3 Shikigami were torn to pieces by thousands of dark gold Bat Kings. These 3 Shikigami are pretty good looking, with nice bodies. What a pity. Luo Chen touched his chin and looked at the embarrassed Inyang City Lord with some suspicion. Judging from the nature of the bastards in Sakura Country, the Lord of Inyang City must have played with his own Shikigami a long time ago, right? There was a constant roar on the ground. The Titan Ape's large area coverage skill is used again. Skill: Titan's Roar. Along with an earth-shaking roar, visible energy shocks spread out in all directions. 10 Titan Apes used this super skill at the same time, and the skill covered a range of more than 1,000 meters. Boom, boom. Thousands of professionals were reduced to ashes in an instant, and tall buildings collapsed into ruins in an instant. Escape. Run away. This caused the professionals in Inyang City to completely collapse. Whether it was the members of the Jingtian family, the soldiers of the city lord's mansion, or those ordinary professionals, they all turned around and fled out of the city like crazy. Damn it, damn it. The Lord of Inyang City had red eyes and waved the round fan in his hand as if he had lost his mind. In an instant, wind blades condensed in the sky and covered the direction where Luo Chen was. Blade of the Fierce Wind. After casting one skill, he cast the second skill again. Hurricane. A hurricane rose into the sky and swept over as well. Huh. Wind element attack? Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he stood up instantly. Everyone, get out of my way, let me do it. Roar. The dark gold Bat King who was blocking the surroundings quickly dodged, which made the Inyang City Lord slightly stunned. Oh no, it wants to injure me severely by counterattacking. Waking up in shock, the Lord of Inyang City was horrified, and without caring about anything else, he quickly turned around and retreated. I was too impulsive just now and actually used a powerful attack skill directly on the Skeleton High Priest. If this triggers counterattack, I will definitely get hurt. He must escape as far as possible before the counterattack is triggered to avoid falling into the beast tide. But this time, the Lord of Inyang City was really worrying too much. At this moment, the wind blades in the sky and the hurricane rising from the ground had hit Luo Chen at the same time. Boom. Luo Chen opened his arms and allowed the wind element to tear his body apart. Bite. Tip. You are being attacked by wind element skills, triggering wind element immunity. Tip. Wind element absorption is triggered. Your overall attributes will increase by 1, and the duration is 6 hours. Tip. Wind element absorption is triggered. Your overall attributes increase by 1. Are you going to run away now? Your attack makes me feel comfortable. How about a few more? Luo Chen looked at the back of Inyang City Lord with some reluctance. The Lord of Inyang City widened his eyes. Strange, I didn't get any counter injury? What happened? He stopped, puzzled. My skill clearly hit the Skeleton High Priest just now, but why didn't it trigger the counterattack? Also, the Skeleton High Priest didn't seem to have suffered any harm. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. I understand. Wind magic is the key to killing the Skeleton High Priest. Use wind element to attack it, and the counterattack will not be triggered. But it seems to be immune to wind elements to a certain extent. Attacks against wind elements can greatly reduce damage. I'm afraid it will take many consecutive attacks to kill it. Thinking of this, the Lord of Inyang City seemed to have opened a new door. His fighting spirit rose again. Everyone listen up. This city lord has found a way to kill the Skeleton High Priest. Ichiro Yushan, use your wind arrows. Great Elder Jingtian, why are you still standing there? Don't you want to avenge the Jingtian clan leader? Use wind elemental magic to attack the Skeleton High Priest. Wind element attacks will not trigger counterattack. Hearing this, Ichiro Yushan and Great Elder Ida, who had been wandering around the edge of the battlefield, were slightly startled. In addition to the Patriarch, the Jingtian family also has several powerful masters whose levels are all above level 60. Among these many masters, the Great Elder is undoubtedly the strongest. Listen to the City Lord. Ichiro Yushan gritted his teeth, pulled the bowstring again, and an arrow gathered from the elements appeared. Lock on, wind arrow. Whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the wind element arrow was so fast that it directly cut through the void and appeared in front of Luo Chen. At the same time, Elder Jingtian's magic also took effect. Wind pressure. Whoosh. Above the void, strong winds rolled down. Here we go again. Luo Chen opened his arms again. Human, you actually found a way to deal with me so quickly, but unfortunately, these few attacks are not enough to kill me. Bite. Tip. Wind element absorption is triggered. Your overall attributes will increase by 1, and the duration is 6 hours. Tip. Wind element absorption is triggered. Your overall attributes increase by 1. Hint. Wind element absorption triggered. After several consecutive attacks, they found that there was no counterattack, so the attack became more fierce. Luo Chen's absorption of wind elements also became faster. The continuous stacking of 1 will accumulate a 50 bonus in just a short moment. Chapter 125 New Mission. Luo Chen twisted his neck. I have to say that the passive skill of wind element absorption is indeed powerful. The 50 increase in all attributes is equivalent to a magic weapon, and it lasts up to 6 hours. At this time, the Lord of Yinyang City continued to attack with a group of professionals. But after fighting for a long time, they found that the skeleton high priest did not react at all. Damn it, something's wrong. This boss seems to be immune to wind elemental magic attacks. No wonder we didn't trigger the counterattack. The wind element didn't cause any damage to it, so of course it won't counterattack. I'm going to fight it. Someone impulsively switched skills and used other attack skills to attack Luo Chen, but they were all blocked by the densely packed dark gold Bat Kings. The face of the Yinyang City Lord was extremely gloomy. He had just made a wrong judgment, which delayed the battlefield for a long time, during which time more than 1,000 professionals died. Luo Chen was riding on the back of the dark gold Bat King, still performing the soul beast summoning technique. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 500 green phosphorus snake kings in the battle. Mission completed, and a spirit ring is obtained randomly. Luo Chen had been paying close attention to the progress of the troop explosion mission, so he was not surprised when he heard the system prompt. Tip. Soul rings are being randomly drawn. Reminder. Soul ring extraction completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring. Tip. The host has successfully fused a 100,000-year soul ring. All attributes are permanently increased by 20. Monster killing experience is permanently increased by 20, and the chance of summoning a new soul beast race is increased. Luo Chen nodded. After fusing with the demon purple wings, I gained a 10 bonus to all attributes and a flying skill. It seems that the amplification effect of this 100,000-year spirit ring is not disappointing. Not to mention the 20 bonus to all attributes. What surprised Luo Chen was that it also increased the experience gained from killing monsters. With an explosive growth of troops, his speed in killing monsters far exceeds that of other professionals, and his leveling speed soars. Coupled with the 20 increase in experience, the speed can be much faster. There is also the issue of the chance of summoning new soul beast races. Luo Chen's soul beast summoning limit is 40,000. With such a large number, and with continuous replenishment, it has been a long time since a new soul beast race has appeared. Now, the 100,000-year spirit ring has increased his chances of summoning new spirit beast races. Although the exact chance is not specified, the effect will definitely be there. Now there is only one mission left to boost troops. If no new soul beast species appear, won't I have no mission to boost troops to complete? Luo Chen thought in his heart. Now he only has the task of exploding the Dark Gold Bat King. If he kills 1,000 Dark Gold Bat Kings, he can get a soul bone at random. And it's almost done. After successfully fusing the 100,000-year soul ring, lights surged around Luo Chen, and a gorgeous 100,000-year soul ring appeared. No, maybe it's because of the transformation of the skeleton high priest. The color of the 100,000-year soul ring looks like it's poured with blood. It has nothing to do with gorgeousness, but instead gives people a bloodthirsty and gloomy feeling. In the distance, the Lord of Yinyang City and others saw the soul ring and thought that the High Priest of Skeletons was going to perform some powerful skills. But after waiting for a few seconds, nothing was done. Let's evacuate Yinyang City first. After the reinforcements arrive, we will discuss countermeasures and find a way to take Yinyang City back from the Beast Tide. The Lord of Yinyang City did not delay any longer. He waved his hand, flapped his wings, and retreated first. Fight! There is no way to fight anymore. Now the defensive fortifications of Yinyang City have completely collapsed, Most areas of the city have been reduced to ruins, and combat professionals have suffered heavy casualties. The remaining people had already lost the will to fight. The entire line collapsed. In midair, Luo Chen was slightly stunned as he looked at the fleeing figures of Enyang City Lord and others. Why are they all gone? Come back, and keep having fun. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the soul beasts became even more violent, rushing towards the city gates in all directions like crazy, trying to stop those professionals who had not yet escaped from the city. The massacre continues. As for a powerful professional like the Enyang City Lord, Luo Chen did not deliberately intercept him. The hatred-breaking boundary wristband has recorded all of them. When Luo Chen wants to kill them, he will naturally have a way to take their lives. Moreover, Luo Chen didn't believe that the Lord of Enyang City would allow Enyang City to fall. Even if he escaped from Enyang City now, it would only be temporary. Luo Chen didn't believe that the Lord of Enyang City would not get support and would not organize a counterattack. New Soul Beast, come out to me quickly. Luo Chen continued to wave the staff in his hand. Today, you have to find me a few new Soul Beasts. With such a good opportunity, it would be a pity not to do a few more troop explosion tasks. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast, a two-headed hell wolf. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the green phosphorus snake king. Hint. The host successfully summoned. Finally, a different prompt appeared, and a lot of them came at once. Hint. The host successfully summoned a millennium soul beast human-faced demon spider. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast phoenix-tailed cockatiel. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 1,000 human-faced demon spiders in battle. After completing the mission, you will get a soul skill at random. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 2,000 human-faced demon spiders in the battle. After completing the mission, the 10,000-year soul beast human-faced spider king will be unlocked. Hint. The host successfully triggered the troop explosion mission, causing the death of at least 100,000 phoenix-tailed coxcomb snakes in the battle. After completing the mission, the 100,000-year soul beast azure dragon python will be unlocked. Not only did he summon 2 new millennium soul beasts in succession, but he also triggered 3 troop explosion tasks at once. Luo Chen was overjoyed. Damn, it's so worth absorbing this 100,000-year spirit ring. The chance of summoning a new soul beast race had just been increased, and soon 2 were produced. Awesome. Fight. Hint. The host caused the death of 1,000 dark gold bat kings in battle. Mission completed, and a soul bone is obtained randomly. The dark gold bat king's troop explosion mission has also been completed. Tip. Soul bones are being randomly drawn. Hint. Soul bone extraction completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 100,000-year soul bone, the Titan Demon Ape's left arm bone. Fuck. I got a 100,000-year soul ring before, and now I get another 100,000-year soul bone? And it's the left arm bone of the Titan ape? Luo Chen was really surprised. The 100,000-year soul bone appeared directly in the item space, and just like the demon purple wings, it required Luo Chen himself to complete the fusion. Luo Chen flipped his hand and impatiently took out the left arm bone of the Titan ape. The next second, a ray of light emanated from the Titan ape's left arm bone, and then the entire left arm bone turned directly into a torrent of energy and poured into Luo Chen's body. Chapter 126 Global Attention. At this moment, all major cities in the Sakura Country are paying attention to the beast tide disaster in Enyang City. At the same time, countless people are searching for relevant information about the skeleton high priest through various channels. But the ending surprised everyone. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The skeleton high priest is actually a monster from the Dragon Kingdom? I searched a lot of information and gathered information through Dragon Country spies. The skeleton high priest actually came from the skeleton crypt copy of Dragon Country. Could this beast tide be related to the Dragon Nation? No way. Which country has the ability to control the beast tide? Monsters vary slightly in different countries, but that doesn't mean there are no skeleton high priests in other countries. Now is not the time to think about this. The cities closest to Enyang City have already sent support, and they should arrive in Enyang City soon. From different directions of Enyang City, 130,000 professionals were heading towards this side. These professionals come from the 4 cities closest to Enyang City, and they are all the forces that these 4 cities can mobilize at the fastest speed. Professionals with flying mounts and flying skills will go to Enyang City first, and the rest of the army will speed up their journey. Quick! Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, flying pets soared into the sky. There were also several mages with powerful auras who were also riding the wind. On the ground, several powerful assassins turned into afterimages, each taking 100 meters at a time. While on their way, they did not forget to follow the news of Inyang City through their friends' list. Soon, they all received the same information. Inyang City had fallen and had been completely occupied by monsters. More than 90 of the nearly 40,000 combat professionals in Inyang City died, and only a few thousand people escaped from Inyang City. And according to the news, after this great battle, the number of beasts did not decrease at all. This made the people who came to support nervous, and their expressions became more solemn than ever before. At this time, not only the Sakura Country, but also other countries were alarmed. I heard that a beast tide appeared in Sakura Country. Beast tide? What's so strange about this? Which country hasn't suffered from a beast tide? It's not like hundreds of thousands of monster armies have ever attacked a city before. No, I heard that the beast tide in Sakura Country is a bit strange. The monsters appeared directly in the city, not from the suburbs. What the hell? Directly appearing in the city? I've never heard of that. So out of curiosity, more people began to pay attention to the affairs of Inyang City through various channels. Luo Chen was not clear about this. He has already started cleaning up the battlefield and sorting out today's harvest. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the heavy rain had not yet subsided. It was even getting heavier. Too many. I can't pick them all up. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. Why did so many things explode? Luo Chen was muttering to himself that he was too lazy to pick up some of the rags that he didn't like. As soon as he sees some special items and equipment that emits light, he will collect them immediately. Huh? Level 45 legendary equipment. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Level 59 diamond equipment. No artifact. I can't see clearly. Luo Chen simply stopped looking at them carefully and threw them all into the item space, planning to sort them out properly after leaving Inyang City. After a long time, he stopped collecting. He rode on the dark gold Bat King again, rose into the air, and then looked towards the outside of the city. Support has finally arrived. Luo Chen chuckled, the soul fire in his eyes beating violently. Then, I'll leave my mission of exploding troops to you, little Sakura. Boom. There was thunder in the sky. The terrifying power of thunder element suddenly erupted, illuminating the dark world brightly. Outside the city, a white-haired old man holding a scepter floated in front of the Lord of Inyang City. He looked towards the city, and his eyes soon locked on Luo Chen. Is that the skeleton high priest? The old man narrowed his eyes. Top-level detection techniques cannot detect its properties, and the monster appeared directly in the city. There's something fishy about this beast tide. Some people speculate that it might be related to Dragon Country, which is not unreasonable. Hearing the old man's words, the Inyang City lord's eyes showed ferocity. If it was really the Dragon Kingdom who did this, I will make them pay the price. Well, this is just speculation at the moment. The most important thing now is to get rid of the beast tide first. As he spoke, the old man gripped the staff tighter in his hand. Soon, several more mages flew over. There were also some people riding flying pets. These professionals who arrived first were extremely powerful, basically around level 65. The old man had even reached level 71, one level higher than Master Lu Zhengjiang. Everyone, have you prepared your special equipment? The old man turned and looked at the other three old men beside him. These three men were mages like him. After receiving the news from the Lord of Inyang City, we were ready. I have switched to equipment with anti-injury immunity. Give the order to start. Don't use wind elemental magic. Start. Boom. The sky is ever-changing. In an instant, dazzling light burst out from the staffs in their hands. Under the light, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Thunder roared in the dark clouds, and lightning snakes filled the sky, covering nearly 1,000 meters, and fell towards the group of soul beasts in the city. This is not the end yet. In addition to lightning magic, huge whirlpools also appeared in the void. A crimson light emanated from the vortex, and the temperature of the entire world suddenly soared at that moment. Boom. Huge meteorites flew out of the vortex and fell down with a sharp whistling sound. Then, the heavy rain suddenly stopped, and the dense raindrops froze into ice in an instant, turning into icicles that fell from the sky. The magic powers merged together and enveloped the entire Inyang City. Seeing this scene, not to mention Luo Chen, even the Lord of Inyang City was dumbfounded. My Inyang City. You want to destroy my Inyang City as well. Lord Inyang City, are you still caring about your Inyang City at this time? The city has already become a ruin in the war. It is no different from being destroyed. Lord Inyang, rest assured, we will help you wipe out the entire beast tide today. Chapter 127, let's get some rhythm and keep having fun. 4 great wizards joined forces, and terrifying elemental magic enveloped the entire Yin-Yang city. Razors everywhere, meteorites burning with flames, countless ice cones. There are also thorns coming out of the ground. The violent roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and wherever the eye could see, the entire world became extremely depressing. Boom, boom. A deafening roar erupted in Yin-Yang city. Seeing this scene, the Yin-Yang city lord's heart was bleeding. A tide of beasts had already left Yin-Yang city in ruins, and now this continuous large-scale magic had completely destroyed Yin-Yang city. I asked you to come over for support so that I could resist the beast tide and save Yin-Yang city. And this is how you help me? I see you guys are not here to help, but to steal monsters and gain experience, right? The lord of Yin-Yang city cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. Forget about the other people, but the level 71 Thunder Mage was not someone he could afford to offend. That's the chief wizard of Inada University, Yujiro Yamamoto. Inada University is the most prestigious university in the Sakura Country, and its status is equivalent to Kyoto University in the Dragon Country. I don't know if the higher-ups will agree to rebuild Yin-Yang city. Oh, the lord of Yin-Yang city sighed in his heart, his eyes fixed on the front, watching the changes on the battlefield. Perhaps because of his high concentration, he didn't even notice that he didn't get any experience in killing monsters from beginning to end. In the void, Luo Chen was still riding on the back of the Dark Gold Bat King. This series of magic should be able to clear out all my 1,000-year soul beasts, right? Luo Chen has made up his mind that he must complete 2 more troop explosion missions today, no matter what. Otherwise, I won't leave even if you kill me. Kill 1,000 human-faced demon spiders and obtain a random soul skill. Cause the death of 2,000 human-faced demon spiders and unlock the 10,000-year-old soul beast human-faced spider king. Cause the death of 100,000 phoenix-tailed coxcomb snakes and unlock the 100,000-year-old soul beast, the azure python. Forget about the mission of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Luo Chen didn't expect to complete this mission in Yin-Yang city. But the first 2 human-faced demon spider missions must be completed. But in order to complete the new troop explosion task, he must have more summoning slots. In other words, a large number of the soul beasts he summoned now must die before he can replenish them with human-faced demon spiders to die. Young men, stand still and don't hide. Let them kill you. It's just death. You'll get used to it after dying many times. What are you afraid of? Look, that meteorite is falling. Catch it with your head. Meteorites fell among the soul beasts, causing violent explosions. Thunder, ice cones, earth spikes, and gorgeous magic enveloped the entire field, and almost all soul beasts were not spared. Roar. Roars came one after another, and those 1,000-year-old soul beasts were the first to be unable to bear it. Whether it was the 2-headed hell wolf or the green phosphorus snake, they were all killed or injured in this round of attacks. On the ground, even the 10,000-year-old green phosphorus snake king suffered many casualties, and the few that were left had lost most of their health. Only the 10,000-year-old dark gold bat king and the 100,000-year-old titan demon ape suffered heavy casualties. The dark gold bat king has the ability to fly, and the earth spikes that drill out of the ground cannot hurt them. At most, they can withstand damage from thunder, ice cones, and meteorites. Although some of them died, most of them survived. The dark gold bat king possesses immortality. After suffering a fatal attack, his body will split into hundreds of bloodthirsty bat clones. The bloodthirsty bat exists for 30 seconds. If there are still bloodthirsty bat clones within 30 seconds, the dark gold bat king will be resurrected. So some of the dark gold bat kings that had just died were resurrected not long after. As for the titan ape, its health is really too much, with a total of 80 million. Even if it resisted the 4 elemental magics, it only lost 2 to 3 of its health. Moreover, the titan ape also possesses an extremely abnormal recovery ability, Power of the Earth. Power of the Earth, passive skill. When the titan ape steps on the ground, it will continue to receive the favor of the earth, greatly increasing its life recovery speed. It won't take long for the lost blood to be fully restored. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the titan ape set foot on the ground, it would be extremely difficult to kill them. This is a completely unreasonable skill. As for Luo Chen himself, of course he was not spared and died long ago. Outside Yin-Yang city, everyone was watching the situation inside the city. Seeing thousands of monsters fall, some professionals couldn't help but cheer. As expected of you, you are the chief wizard of Inada University. You are so amazing. The other 3 mages are not weak either. Without their help, Master Yamamoto would not be able to achieve such an effect by himself. With just this round of attacks, most of the monsters were eliminated. The skeleton high priest is also dead. I don't know if it will be resurrected. On the battlefield, 10 titan apes stood there, their bodies over 40 meters tall like mountains. At the feet of these titan demon apes, there gathered more than 1,000 green phosphorus snake kings. There are more than 3,000 dark gold bat kings in the air. In addition, all soul beasts died. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at the city. The skeleton high priest, never be resurrected again. They prayed in their hearts. But unfortunately, a black mist suddenly swirled up, and Luo Chen's shattered bones gathered together. In just a blink of an eye, the body of the skeleton high priest condensed again, and Luo Chen was resurrected again. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Yamamoto Yujiro frowned. I guess there should be a cool-down period for its resurrection. Everyone, attack immediately and kill it again. At this time, a great wizard suddenly asked, when you were clearing the beast tide just now, did you gain experience in killing monsters? Killing monsters experience? For a moment, several people were stunned. Yes, I killed so many monsters. Why didn't I get any experience points? Inside the city, Luo Chen had no idea what these Sakura bastards were thinking. He was just waving his staff on his own. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast, a two-headed hell wolf. Hint, the host successfully summoned a millennium soul beast human-faced demon spider. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the titan demon ape. Roar. With a deafening roar, another titan ape was summoned. Damn it. Don't worry about the experience of killing monsters for now. Kill the skeleton high priest immediately. Don't let it summon monsters anymore. Those skeleton beasts are too powerful. Our previous round of coverage attack only knocked down a tiny bit of their health. 10 of them were already difficult to deal with, and now another one has appeared. We must not allow more of them to appear. Chapter 128 All-Nam. Luo Chen drove the dark gold bat king downwards. Boom. One by one, the titan demon apes gathered around and surrounded Luo Chen tightly with their bodies as big as mountains. Luo Chen was also a little surprised when he performed the soul beast summoning technique. He had just been attacked by magic and was killed instantly, but the person who attacked him was not hurt in return. Soon, Luo Chen figured it out. The other party must have changed into equipment that was immune to counterattack or special items. No wonder they dared to attack him so recklessly. At this moment, a thunderbird made entirely of thunder elements flew in from outside the city. When the thunderbird spreads its wingspan is more than 30 meters. This is the most powerful attack magic mastered by Yujiro Yamamoto. In terms of power alone, it is even more powerful than his Thunder Purgatory. Thunder rolled, and the whole sky and earth were illuminated brightly. Ming. With a cry, the thunderbird slammed heavily into a titan ape. This attack was originally intended for Luo Chen, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the titan demon ape's body. In an instant, the thunderbird's body exploded and turned into countless lightning snakes that scattered in all directions. With just this one strike, the titan ape's health was reduced to nearly 3 million, just a little bit. Luo Chen hummed a little tune. I summon, and summon again. Outside, the attack continued. Seeing that the skeleton high priest had hidden himself, Yamamoto Yujiro and the others gritted their teeth and directed all their attacks towards the titan ape. At this time, the support troops outside the city also arrived one after another. More and more powerful people gathered together, and naturally more people took action. Boom. The roar continued, and all kinds of attacks came down on the titan ape. Although the titan ape has a lot of health and possesses the power of the earth that allows it to recover quickly, it cannot withstand such continuous attacks. Seeing the titan ape's blood volume dropping more and more, Luo Chen became angry. Damn it, it's not over yet. Luo Chen said angrily. Fight them for me. Roar. Energy beams gathered towards the mouth again, and the 11 titan apes simultaneously used the Titan Sky Cannon. Beams of light sprayed out, breaking through the sky and blasting straight out of the city. Be careful of the beast's ranged attacks. Damn, some of the professionals who came to support us were too close. The dazzling light blasted down, and thousands of professionals were killed instantly. Even their bodies were evaporated completely, leaving no trace. In Long Country, many people were paying attention to the battle in Inyang City through various channels at this time. Awesome, this beast tide is so awesome. Kill them, kill all the little cherry blossoms. This is basically a massacre, right? The entire Inyang City has been captured by the beast tide. But we won't be able to hold out for much longer. The reinforcements arrived too quickly, and among them are several extremely powerful great wizards. Did the old man in the lead see it? He is the chief wizard of the Inada University in Sakura Country. It is said that he is already level 71. Countless people were talking about it. The Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom have a historical hatred, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is a blood feud. Almost all dragon people have this wish in their hearts, which is to wait until the red flags are all over the world, and then ride horses to Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms. Now seeing the beast tide attacking Inyan City in Sakura Country, they are of course happy. In the Broken City, some professionals looked puzzled. People from other places may not know, but the professionals in Duanqing recognized it at a glance. Damn, isn't this the ultimate boss of the Skeleton Crypt copy? They are exactly the same. At this time, Inyan City had become a completely different scene. After the Titan Ape fired a round of Titan Sky Cannon, the supporting army had no choice but to retreat and withdraw another 2 miles. They breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that they had left the Titan Ape's long-range attack range. Damn it, there are so many of us here, almost hundreds of thousands, and we can't even get close to the battlefield? Get closer? How can we get closer? The attack range of that giant beast is too wide. If we are not careful, we will be killed by its long-range skills. In addition to the energy beam just now, they also have another large-scale attack skill, which is extremely terrifying. As a result, everyone's attention fell on a few strong men such as Yamamoto Yujiro. Sure enough, it is the high-end combat power that ultimately determines the outcome of the battle. Only professionals above level 60 are qualified to approach the battlefield. Luo Chen's summons continues. Yujiro Yamamoto, the Lord of Inyan City, and others have entered Inyan City. First, clear out those skeleton bats flying in the air. Then find a way to disperse those skeleton beasts and expose the skeleton high priest. Yamamoto Yujiro said coldly. Inyan City Lord, summon your Shikigami. We are taking action. Are you just standing by? Also, I have given you a wrist guard that is immune to counterattack. If there is a chance, I hope you can kill the skeleton high priest. On the side, the Lord of Inyan City felt a little embarrassed. His 3 great Shikigami, Izuna Tenma, Aoanden, and Gyukatori, all died. Now he can only summon an ordinary level 65 Crow Tengu. Roar. The round fan was waved, and 10 Crow Tengu were summoned. Yamamoto Yujiro frowned. That's it. Inyan City Lord. Kill. Without further delay, the group of people launched another attack and rushed forward. Magic, arrows, and roar continued. The Lord of Inyan City did not stand idly by. Even without the help of powerful Shikigami, his own means of attack were not weak. Wind blades gathered together and swept out like a sickle. At this time, the soul beast that had just been summoned appeared in everyone's sight. Human-faced demon spider. Phoenix-tailed cockroach snake. Green phosphorus snake king wait. However, under the attack of Yamamoto Yujiro and others, these newly summoned soul beasts were quickly cleared out. Not only that, even the few remaining green phosphorus snake kings all died. Seeing that the dark gold bat kings were about to be killed, Luo Chen waved his hand and simply took the remaining dark gold bat kings back into the summoning space. Only 11 Titan apes were left outside. Come on, I'm going to fight you today. Time passes by little by little. Gradually, Yamamoto Yujiro and others felt a little numb. The 11 giant beasts in front of him were blocking the way like a mountain range. Their attacks were coming out continuously. He originally wanted to focus his fire on one of the beasts and clear them out one by one. But who would have thought that these behemoths actually knew how to cooperate, how to move, and how to block damage for their companions, so that their concentrated fire attacks were completely ineffective. Not only that, just now, a bunch of strange bamboos suddenly appeared before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, they saw that the number of bamboos had reached over 100. No, it's not appropriate to call it bamboo, because the branches of these bamboos are actually bones. Chapter 129, The 3 Sacred Pillars of Sakura. These strange bamboos are exactly the 10-year soul beast lone bamboo. Because of the transformation of Luo Chen, the skeleton high priest, Guju also underwent tremendous changes. The originally dark green branches turned into gray and white dry bones. They stood up one by one, like a forest of bones, which was very scary. Guju's taunt skill is very powerful and overbearing, and can forcibly attract the target's hatred in a short period of time. When killing boss, Luo Chen likes to use lone bamboo to attract firepower. As soon as Guju appears, those ordinary monsters or bosses will attack with tears in their eyes. And this taunt skill is not only effective against monsters, it is also effective against human professionals, but the effect is slightly reduced and not as overbearing as when dealing with monsters. At this time, solitary bamboos appeared. Before Yamamoto Yujiro and the Lord of Inyan City could react, Guju had already used his taunting skill. Guju's body swayed and twisted back and forth, instantly attracting all their attention. It makes people feel resentful involuntarily and want to rush over and beat him to death. Roar! Several Crow Tengu Shikigami were the first to change direction and pounce towards Guju. The nearest level 66 wizard also waved his staff, and a small-scale group magic fell down. Even a strong man like Yamamoto Yujiro was distracted for a moment. Oh no, it's a taunt skill. Yamamoto Yujiro woke up instantly and shouted, "Stay away from those bone bamboos. Be careful of being ambushed by the skeleton priest." People at his level are all well informed. They have killed countless monsters in their lives and have seen too many strange skills. Obviously, he had encountered the taunt skill before, which allowed him to make an instant judgment. Of course, the reason why he was able to quickly break free from the taunting was, firstly, because the distance was far away, and secondly, because his mental strength was far superior to that of others. But unfortunately, his reminder was too late. Just as the level 66 mage was attracted by Guju's taunt, a titan demon ape bent down and lifted up a huge stone. Skill: boulder throw. Damn it, be careful. Yamamoto Yujiro was shocked and quickly reminded again. But the level 66 mage had red eyes and stared at the bamboo forest in front of him, throwing out skills in his hands continuously. He was still shouting angrily, "Kill, kill, die." Boom. The attributes of the solitary bamboos were extremely low, and they were instantly killed by the mage's attack, being annihilated in large numbers. The huge rock also drew a parabola in the air and fell down heavily. Yamamoto Yujiro shouted angrily, "Inyang City Lord, save people. Inyang City Lord, tornado." The round fan waved and a tornado was swung out. However, this tornado was not intended to intercept the boulder, and the Lord of Inyang City was not sure about it. His target was actually the level 66 mage. Call. The wind was raging, and the tornado hit the mage directly, sweeping him up. Almost at the same time, a huge rock fell on the place where the wizard had previously stood. Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Lord of Inyang City had not acted in time, the mage would have been smashed into meat paste by the boulder. Just when the Lord of Inyang City and others breathed a sigh of relief, something strange happened again. Roar! A blinding beam of light shot out, hitting the flying mage with earth-shattering power. Skill: Titan Sky Cannon. The terrifying energy blew the wizard into pieces and killed him instantly. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Yujiro and others were shocked. The Lord of Inyang City gritted his teeth and said, "Master Yamamoto, is there any other solution?" Looking at the huge skeleton beasts that were like mountains, Yamamoto Yujiro was silent for a few seconds and sighed helplessly. Continue to request support. The reason they were able to arrive so quickly when they received the request for support was because they happened to be located close to Inyang City. There are also strong people coming from farther away, and they are still on the way. The Lord of Inyang City gave a bitter smile and said, "In that case, let's leave the city first. But we still have to pay attention to the monsters summoned by the skeleton high priest and clear them out in time. We can't let the monsters form a scale like a beast tide." Yamamoto Yujiro: Of course. A city in the country was attacked by a beast tide. The top leaders of Sakura Country could no longer sit still and have issued orders for all parties to provide support. They originally thought that with the help of the chief wizard of Anada University and the support of hundreds of thousands of professionals, they could easily deal with the beast tide. But they never expected that the beast tide would be so difficult to deal with. Sakura Country, guarding the Prime Minister's mansion. An old man is looking through international news. This old man is none other than the Prime Minister of Sakura Country, Fujiwara no Kokichi. Now all countries are paying attention to the beast tide in Inyang City. We must resolve this beast tide in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, Sakura Country will be laughed at by other countries for its incompetence. The Minister of Defense Fujiwara said in a deep voice, "Put a call on the phone for me and call the 3 holy pillars of the empire. Ask them to go to Inyang City and quell the beast tide riot." The 3 holy pillars of the empire he mentioned are the 3 most powerful professionals affiliated with the military organization of the Sakura Country. Of course, the 3 strongest people in the military agency do not represent the 3 strongest people in the entire Sakura Country. But even so, there is no problem ranking in the top 10. Every one of them reached level 80. And among them there is also an epic professional and a hidden professional. Soon, the call was connected. The 3 holy pillars of the empire also took action immediately, but the 3 of them were very far away from Inyang City, and it would probably take 2 or 3 hours for them to arrive there. In Inyang City, the atmosphere became extremely weird at this time. Yujiro Yamamoto, The lord of Inyang City and others retreated to the edge of the city. Inyang City was in ruins. There was no intact building in sight, and even the city walls had mostly collapsed. In the distance, hundreds of thousands of professionals gathered together, looking at this side from afar. Have Master Yamamoto and the others given up? The great wizard who just died was a professor at our Nariya University. Seeing that the strongest man had temporarily given up the attack, they were helpless and could only watch and wait for stronger support to appear. In their opinion, as long as there were a few more strong men like Master Yamamoto, or a few stronger ones than Master Yamamoto, they could definitely easily deal with the 11 skeleton beasts and the skeleton high priest. At this time, Luo Chen was still constantly performing the soul beast summoning technique. As soon as he summoned a group of soul beasts, several long-range magic spells came over, clearing out all the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts he had just summoned. Luo Chen grinned. These idiots. Thank you. Chapter 130. Here comes the true form of the blue lightning mad dragon. Now we enter the stage of peacefully hunting soul beasts. Luo Chen was having a lot of fun. Yamamoto Yujiro and his men were also very powerful. They were determined to prevent Luo Chen's soul beasts from forming a large number, so every attack they made was very timely. Apart from the 11 Titan Demon Apes, there have never been more than 500 soul beasts around Luo Chen. Human-faced demonic spider. Give me a human-faced demonic spider. The first troop explosion mission is almost complete. I'm about to kill 1,000 human-faced demon spiders. Try harder. Luo Chen muttered to himself. Yamamoto Yujiro and others have gradually felt that something is wrong. Strange. After the skeleton high priest summoned those monsters, why did they just stand there motionless? Yamamoto Yujiro frowned. It feels like he was summoned deliberately for us to kill. Inyang City Lord. Is it impossible? Master Yamamoto, you are a senior and have much more experience than me. Have you ever seen such a thing before? The big boss summons minions, and then lets them stand there waiting to be killed? I've never seen that before. Never even heard of it. However, even though they had doubts in their hearts, they could only grit their teeth and continue to launch long-range attacks to clear out Luo Chen's soul beasts in a timely manner. There is nothing they can do about it. They can't just watch the monsters increase in number and form an army of tens of thousands of monsters again, right? Time passes by little. The number of deaths of human-faced demon spiders is piling up. The Titan Demon Ape's left arm bone, which had been successfully fused with his soul bone before, just like the 100,000-year soul ring, also gave Luo Chen a 20 bonus to all attributes. In addition, Luo Chen also randomly inherited a soul skill from the Titan Demon Ape. The one that came out randomly was Titan's Roar. Titan's Roar causes targets within a large range to be stunned for 3 seconds, and at the same time produces a gravity deceleration effect on the target, slowing down by 50. The deceleration effect lasts for 20 seconds, and the skill cooldown time is 3 minutes. The skill effect cannot be stacked. In Luo Chen's opinion, Titan's Roar is more powerful than Titan's Sky Cannon to a certain extent. It combines attack and control in one, and has a huge range. This is also the most powerful soul skill that Luo Chen currently possesses. When 1,000 human-faced demon spiders die, Luo Chen will receive another soul skill reward. Another moment passed. The system prompt finally came. Hint: the host caused the death of 1,000 soul beasts, the human-faced demon spiders, in the battle. The task is completed, and a soul skill is randomly drawn. Tip: soul skills are being randomly selected. Reminder: the random drawing of soul skills has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul skill Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body. 3 consecutive beeps. Luo Chen took a breath of cold air. Fuck, the true form of the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon? Is this Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body the result of condensing the martial spirit into the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body? Or is it his own body that has transformed into the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body? It feels a little bit awesome. Luo Chen quickly opened the character interface and looked at it carefully. Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body can transform into a dragon. Condense the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body. After condensing the true body, all attributes are increased by 100. The duration is 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 6 hours. Is it the flesh turning into a dragon? And all attributes increased by 100? The soul fire in Luo Chen's eyes was beating violently. After fusing with the Titan Ape's left arm bone, his overall attribute bonus has reached 70. If you use the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon's true form again, all attribute bonuses will increase by 100 at once. 170 bonus to all attributes. His current mental strength is close to 18,000 points, and with a 170 increase, it can directly rise to more than 48,000 points. His strength has increased a lot. Go on, let's go. The calling continues, and the second wave of support from Yinyang City is getting closer and closer. Powerful professionals appeared one after another, and soon, there were more than 20 professionals above level 65 gathered outside the city. They did not rush to act, but continued to wait. Because there are even stronger professionals about to appear, the three holy pillars of the Sakura Empire. Everyone, please be patient. Once the three adults arrive, the battle will be over soon. The Lord of Yinyang City said loudly. Yinyang City has become a ruin. I am unable to entertain you properly. Please forgive me. Boom. At this moment, a cloud of fire appeared in the distant void. A huge dragon appeared. The dragon's body is covered with red scales, and it can fly 1,000 meters with each flap of its wings. In just a short moment, they arrived above Yinyang City. At the same time, endless pressure descended from the sky, and the whole world seemed to collapse. Under this terrifying pressure, all the professionals held their breath, and even the powerful Yamamoto Yujiro lowered his head subconsciously. Greetings to the three holy pillars. Greetings to the three holy pillars of the empire. Yamamoto Yujiro, Yinyang City Lord, and others hurriedly saluted. Some of them did not belong to state agencies, but when facing the three strongest men in the military, they still had to salute respectfully. I saw three figures standing on the back of the dragon. One of them had a samurai sword on his waist and was a rare professional ninja, the same profession as the fallen Ida clan leader. The other one carried a gorgeous broadsword and wore dazzling red armor. He was also the master of this fiery dragon. His profession is even rarer. It is an epic profession, Dragon Knight. And the last person, holding a staff and wearing a long robe, is a hidden profession, a forbidden spell priest. All of you, please step back. The Dragon Knight's eyes were cold as he stared quietly at the Titan apes in the city. Judging from his expression and tone, it was obvious that he did not take these Titan apes seriously. The same was true for the other two. Yamamoto Yujiro said quickly, "The three adults must not be careless. The skeleton high priest has a strong ability to counterattack, and the skeleton giant beast has strong defense. Even if I use all my strength, I can only knock down a little bit of their health." The Dragon Knight raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yamamoto Yujiro calmly. "Master Yamamoto, are you looking down on us by saying this? Any one of us is far stronger than you, let alone three of us attacking at the same time. Those skeleton beasts are powerful, but they are just like cutting melons and vegetables in front of us. They are not worth mentioning. As for the skeleton high priest, a few pieces of equipment that can protect him from counterattacks will be enough." Chapter 131 Humans, you have angered me. When the Dragon Knight said the words, Master Yamamoto, he emphasized the word master. He glanced at Yamamoto Yujiro indifferently, then turned his head and looked in the direction of Luo Chen. At this time, the three of them were still standing quietly on the dragon's back, looking down at Yamamoto Yujiro and others with a proud attitude. It was obvious that he didn't take anyone present seriously. This made Yamamoto Yujiro's face turn red, and he quickly lowered his head and dared not say anything more. The Lord of Yinyang City's eyes rolled around, and he said quickly, "Then I'll have to trouble Master San Shengju." Snort. The Dragon Knight just snorted and ignored the Yinyang City Lord. Because of the Titan Demon Ape's obstruction, he could not see Luo Chen's figure clearly. They could only see the soul beasts that were summoned one by one. During the time they were delayed, the number of Luo Chen's soul beasts reached more than 1,000. The forbidden spell priest said slowly, "It is somewhat similar to the demonic ant queen we faced back then." Hearing this, the Dragon Knight and the ninja master beside him nodded. That year, the three of them teamed up to break into a hidden dungeon. After spending dozens of hours killing their way to the depths of the dungeon, they met the ultimate boss of the dungeon. It was the demonic ant queen mentioned by the forbidden spell priest. That demon queen ant can continuously breed hell ants, and in their eyes, she is very similar to the current skeleton high priest. Let's make a quick decision and get rid of those giant skeleton beasts first, the dragon rider said. The forbidden spell priest raised the scepter in his hand, and in an instant the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the heavy rain stopped. Divine light descended from the sky, covering the entire ruins of Yinyang City. Under the illumination of that light, layers of light spots visible to the naked eye floated out, and each light spot contained a powerful breath of life. The forbidden spell priest slowly uttered a few words. Forbidden spell, eternal resurrection. Eternal resurrection, a skill exclusive to forbidden spell priests. After casting, it can form a large-scale life field. The caster can mark the target within the range and continuously heal the marked target. At the same time, the marked target will gain a 30 damage reduction effect, which lasts for 1 hour and has a cooldown of 6 hours. This is not the end yet. After casting the Eternal Resurrection spell, he immediately cast the second spell. Forbidden spell, Ring of Eternal Power. Ring of Eternal Power. Used in a team, it can add a special aura to teammates, increasing their overall attributes by 30, lasting for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Then, several ordinary auxiliary magic spells were thrown out. You two, go ahead. The Forbidden Spell priest said this, and then a burst of light enveloped his entire body, and his figure jumped directly from the dragon's back. Obviously, he had no intention of getting close to the battlefield. The Dragon Knight nodded. Leave it to us. At the side, the ninja master drew out his samurai sword. The next second, the giant dragon under the feet of the two men flapped its wings violently, and a layer of flames burst out from its huge body, and it pounced straight towards Luo Chen. Shadow clone technique. The ninja master shouted softly. His figure became blurred, and then 9 clones appeared and jumped up at the same time as the original. Cut. The 9 clones and the original body pounced downwards at the same time. The samurai swords emitted cold rays of light, and the sky was filled with sword light, which actually covered all the 11 Titan apes. Roar. The giant dragon roared, and powerful dragon might enveloped it. This is its suppression skill. After the effect is activated, it can reduce all attributes of the target within the range by 10. Dragon Fang Red Snake. The Dragon Knight raised the broadsword high in his hand and slashed down with a raging sea of fire. The power of the epic profession exploded to the extreme in an instant at this moment. The whole world shook violently, and everything was dyed red. Although the ninja master's slash was terrifying, it seemed somewhat overshadowed by the power of the Dragon Knight. Roar. The Titan ape let out a deafening roar. The moment the 3 sacred cherry blossom pillars appeared, they felt a strong sense of crisis. In fact, it was not just the Titan ape, Luo Chen also felt it. Damn, what the hell are these 3 guys? They're a bit too cruel. The aura of each of these 3 people is no weaker than that of the dean of Kyoto University. The soul fire in Luo Chen's eyes was beating. Sakura Country, a tiny place, actually has such a strong man? Then my great dragon country is vast and boundless, and the number of professionals is many times that of Sakura Country. The top strong men should be even more terrifying, right? Although he was shocked by the power of the 3 holy pillars of Sakura, he was not afraid. So what if you are strong? Do you dare to kill me? At this time, the ninja master's attack had already landed, and the sword light slashed on the Titan ape's body, actually taking away more than 8 million of its health. The Titan ape had 80 million HP, and just this one blow took away more than 10 of its HP. Roar. The Dragon Knight swung down the broadsword in his hand, and the 100-meter-long sword light carried a raging flame, as if it was going to cut through space. With a loud bang, the first Titan ape to be hit was chopped and fell out. At the same time, the slash also caused splitting damage, causing the remaining Titan apes to suffer the same blow. Even Luo Chen, who was protected by the Titan ape, could not escape the Dragon Knight's split attack and was killed instantly. As for the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts summoned by Luo Chen, they had all died by now. Seeing this scene, all the professionals from Sakura Country outside the city cheered. The strength of the 3 holy pillars of Sakura made them excited and their blood boiled. Is this the strength of the 3 holy pillars of the empire? I heard that the strength of the 3 holy pillars can be ranked among the top 10 in the empire. I have always heard of their reputation, but today is the first time I have seen them. The ninja master used one skill to knock off more than 10 of the skeleton beast's health. The Dragon Knight used another split attack, killing at least 15 more. With a few more rounds, these giant beasts can be dealt with. Don't forget the Forbidden Spell Priest. Without his amplification, the other 2 adults might not be able to deal such horrific damage. Look, the Skeleton High Priest has resurrected. That's right, Luo Chen was resurrected again at this time. But just as he was resurrected, before he could make any other reaction, a flame spurted out from behind, engulfing him and killing him instantly again. Luo Chen was angry. When they were resurrected again, the health of the 11 Titan apes had dropped by nearly half. Human, you have angered me. Luo Chen's voice was extremely cold. The next moment, several lone bamboos suddenly appeared. Taunt skill takes effect. Although it failed to attract the hatred of the Dragon Knight and the Ninja Master all at once, it did make them distracted for a moment. Just as he was stunned, a Titan ape roared. Skill, Titan Roar. Chapter 132, I will be back. Continuous Resurrection? Doesn't the Skeleton High Priest's resurrection skill have a cooldown? At this moment, everyone looked shocked. Roar. The The roar shook the earth. The energy shock visible to the naked eye spread out. Snort. The dragon rider sneered and held the broadsword in front of him. A layer of energy shield suddenly appeared, covering him and the dragon under him. The Dragon Knight possesses the characteristics of both a meat shield and a strong offensive profession, and his defense is terrifying. With a loud bang, the Dragon Knight managed to withstand the damage of Titan's roar. But he didn't expect that the Titan's roar also had the effect of forced stun. Not only that, it can also slow down the target by 50. The stun effect lasts for 3 seconds, and the slowdown effect lasts for 20 seconds. The Dragon Rider and his pet mount fell into a state of dizziness at the same time, and the next second, the dragon and he fell from midair. As for the Ninja Master, although he was not as strong as the Dragon Knight, he had a special dodging skill that allowed him to avoid the attack of Titan's roar. Holy Purification. In the distance, a light shout was heard. A ray of light fell from the sky and landed on the Dragon Rider. But just as the Holy Purification had lifted the stun effect, another Titan's roar, came again. Roar. Another 3-second stun is triggered. At the same time, the other Titan apes suddenly opened their huge mouths, and rays of light condensed from their mouths. Titan Sky Cannon. Lizard Knight. I don't know if you can withstand this blow. Along with Luo Chen's voice, 10 beams of light flew out at the same time, blasting towards the falling Dragon Knight with a devastating aura. Unfortunately, Luo Chen still underestimated the strength of these people. The Titan Sky Cannon did hit the Dragon Knight, and it dealt a devastating blow to him. Even if the Forbidden Spell Priest had cast Holy Resurrection in advance, the Titan Sky Cannon fired by 10 Titan apes at the same time was enough to take the Dragon Knight's life. But what Luo Chen never expected was, the one who died in the end was not the Dragon Knight, but his pet mount, the Red Flame Dragon. Apparently, the Dragon Rider possesses life-transferring skills that can transfer fatal injuries to the mount. Roar. With a wail, the dragon's body exploded. Dragon blood spilled all over the sky, and the broken body fell heavily to the ground. Asshole. The Dragon Knight fell to the ground in a mess, his eyes red. Do you know how much effort I spent to cultivate it? I will tear you into pieces. Before the battle, he didn't take this battle seriously at all. Not only him, but the other 2 holy pillars are the same. But they never expected this result. The battle had only lasted a short while, but they had already suffered heavy losses. Just as the Dragon Knight said, this dragon has cost him countless efforts, and it is no exaggeration to say that most of his life has been spent on it. It is 100 times more precious than the 3 great Shikigami of the Inyang City Lord. Now he's dead? Human, you are so arrogant. Your lizard mount has fallen, and you are now just a toothless kitten. What qualifications do you have to make such a fuss? Luo Chen waved his hand casually and cast a soul beast summoning spell. But unfortunately, he died again the next second. Well, it's probably impossible to kill a bunch of soul beasts. Those 3 old guys won't give me any chance at all. Moreover, it is not known whether he will have a chance to kill a holy pillar if he continues like this, but his Titan Demon Ape will definitely suffer heavy casualties, and it is even possible that they will all die here. Okay, you guys had fun beating me today, right? Let's not rush. Hate-breaking wristbands. I have recorded all of them for you. Next time, I will go straight to your doorstep and fire a Titan Sky Cannon at your yard. Luo Chen was thinking about it and had already begun to consider retreating. There is no point in continuing the battle. He couldn't die, but he wasn't sure he could kill the 3 holy pillars of Sakura, and he might even lose all of his Titan apes. The chance of summoning 100,000-year soul beast is too low, and Luo Chen can't bear to let them die, at least not now. When I summon tens of thousands of Titan apes at the same time in the future, I won't feel sad no matter how many of them die. Even if they don't want to die, Luo Chen might send them to death. So when he was resurrected again, Luo Chen directly displayed the true form of the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. This was also the first time he used this soul skill after obtaining it. There is no way to escape by riding a bat. The only option is to transform into a dragon. Roar. The sound of dragon roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The high-pitched dragon roar is more terrifying and majestic than the roar emitted by the Dragon Rider's mount. As the dragon's roar sounded, the power of the Bone Dragon was already unleashed. Might of the Bone Dragon, exclusive the Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace carries the might of the Abyss Bone Dragon. Once released, it will suppress the attributes of the target within the range, reducing all attributes of the target by 10. The skill lasts for 3 minutes and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Under the large-scale coverage, the attributes of Dragon Knight and Ninja Master drop dramatically. Bite. Tip. Use the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body to increase all attributes by 100, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Human, I will come back. Next time, I will massacre another city. Luo Chen's dragon body tumbled and flew into the void in a blink of an eye. The 11 Titan demon apes were also taken back into the summoning space by him. Because of the transformation of the skeleton high priest, Luo Chen's blue lightning mad dragon true body also changed, and what was condensed was actually the body of a bone dragon, and it was extremely similar to the abyss bone dragon in Qianlongjian. Above the sky, the wind was raging. Layers of dark clouds gathered again, countless thunders rolled in the dark clouds, and then turned into thunder dragons and fell down. Soul skill, dragon soars and thunder explodes. The power of this move is terrifying and looks very scary. After Luo Chen displayed the true form of the blue lightning mad dragon, his attributes skyrocketed and the power of the soul skills he displayed was truly terrifying. But if he really faces a strong man like the Dragon Knight, he is still far behind. But the power is not important, as long as it looks scary. As expected, both the Dragon Knight and the Ninja Master were shocked. Seeing countless thunder dragons falling down, the two of them hurriedly jumped to avoid them. They had no time to attack Luo Chen and could only watch Luo Chen fly farther and farther away. Outside the city, everyone was dumbfounded. Escaped. What happened just now? How could the skeleton high priest turn into a dragon? And a bone dragon at that? The three holy pillars of the empire joined forces to attack, yet they still let it escape? Are you kidding me? He escaped, but he actually killed the dragon rider's mount before escaping? Damn it, I was totally wrong. 3 holy pillars? 3 pigs, what a disgrace. Outside the city, hundreds of thousands of people were in chaos. Inside the city, the Dragon Knight and the Ninja Master stood in confusion among the ruins, their eyes wide open, staring at the distant sky in astonishment. At this time, the skeleton high priest had long disappeared. Chapter 133. The more you endure, the more you lose, the more you take a step back, the angrier you get. The fact that the skeleton high priest transformed into a skeleton dragon had completely exceeded the expectations of countless professionals in Sakura Country. Able to continuously summon monsters to form a beast tide. It can also summon terrifying creatures like skeleton beasts. In addition to this, he is immortal, and there seems to be no cooling time for resurrection. He can even be resurrected continuously. He is simply immortal. Now it can even transform into a giant skeleton dragon, soar into the sky and fly in the air? Damn, how could there be such a monster in the world? It seems that there are no similar monsters in any of the known dangerous places and dungeons in the entire Sakura Country. According to rumors, there is a terrifying boss lurking in Fushur Mountain of Sakura Country. No one has dared to provoke him so far. Even the top 10 masters of the empire dare not set foot in the core area of Fushur Mountain. But in the eyes of these professionals, the legendary boss in Fushur Mountain might not be as difficult to deal with as the skeleton high priest. At this moment, everyone looked up into the void, unable to recover from the shock. In the distant sky, the giant skeleton dragon incarnated by Luo Chen was tumbling among the dark clouds. Damn it, I'm just going to run away like this. If you hold back for a moment, you will lose more. If you take a step back, you will get angrier. No, I have to go back and fire a burst of bullets, and then I can fire them a shot before I leave. Thinking of this, Luo Chen changed direction immediately. Thunder rumbled as the huge dragon body cut through the sky and actually turned directly back towards the direction of Yinyang City. Human, before I leave, I'll give you another great gift. Accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, Luo Chen's hoarse voice resounded throughout the world. In the dark clouds, flashes of lightning surged. The terrifying dragon might swept down. Seeing the skeleton high priest turning back, everyone was stunned. Fuck? What's going on? Didn't the skeleton high priest escape? Why is he back again? Can monsters fly kites? Will there be a counterattack? The 3 sacred pillars of Sakura Country were the first to react. The forbidden spell priest raised his scepter, Holy Resurrection. This is a skill with a weaker effect than forbidden spell, Eternal Resurrection. The forbidden spell has been cast before and is now on cooldown, so the only option is to cast this Holy Resuscitation. But the so-called weak effect is only compared to Eternal Resurrection. The healing range and effect are still not comparable to other priests. At this time, Luo Chen's momentum also reached its peak, and an earth-shaking dragon roar came out of his mouth. Skill, Titan's Roar. This is the soul skill obtained after the fusion of the left arm bone of the Titan demon ape. To be honest, this soul skill is a little mismatched when paired with the blue lightning mad dragon true body. It should be like a dragon roar or something. Roar. There were bursts of dragon roars, and energy shocks visible to the naked eye formed instantly and spread downwards. Under that impact, the entire space seemed to vibrate. Luo Chen's mental power is close to 18,000 points. After casting blue lightning mad dragon true body, his overall attribute bonus has reached 170. In this way, his mental power has skyrocketed to more than 48,000 points. Although the effect of the Titan's roar he cast was far inferior to that of the Titan demon ape, it was still not something that ordinary professionals could resist. It is no exaggeration to say that even a meat shield professional around level 40 cannot withstand his attack. Oh no, it's the same skill as the skeleton beast. Get out of the way. The dragon rider roared. He opened his left hand and a huge red shield appeared in his hand, while his body retreated backwards. He had suffered from this skill before. If the Titan's roar had not put him into a brief coma, the Titan's sky cannon would not have been able to hit him so easily, and his mount, the red flame dragon, would not have died. Luo Chen had noticed the Dragon Knight's actions, but did not take it to heart. He turned back just to kill a group of low-level professionals, and other than that, he had no other ideas. In the void, after Luo Chen spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, after he roared like a titan, he didn't even look at the result and turned around and left. Boom. The roar on the ground was earth-shaking. This attack, Titan's roar, covered hundreds of meters, and all professionals within the range were affected. After the energy shock dissipated, the area covered by the sound wave had become a purgatory, with thousands of casualties. Those who managed to survive also fell into a brief state of dizziness, their bodies frozen in place, unable to move. This is under the premise that the forbidden spell priest casts holy resurrection. If it weren't for this divine resurrection, even more people would have died. The wailing sounds came one after another. Everyone's face turned pale, staring blankly in the direction where Luo Chen left. Woo, why? This skeleton high priest is too bullying. I shouldn't have come to Yin City. My leg is broken. The three holy pillars of the empire are not worthy of their name. Did you hear what the skeleton high priest said before? It might appear again someday and attack the cities of our Sakura country. It is definitely impossible to rely on the three holy pillars of the empire. I don't know how the top leaders will deal with it. In the void, Luo Chen was humming a little tune. He calculated the duration of the blue lightning mad dragon's true form and found an uninhabited place in the wilderness to land. As he landed on the ground, the blue lightning mad dragon's true form was dissolved, and he returned to his form as the skeleton high priest. In fact, when Luo Chen gained the ability to transform into the skeleton high priest, he had fantasized that one day he would transform into the skeleton high priest and attack human cities. But fantasy is fantasy, and he never expected that this fantasy could really come true. As a result, it actually happened today. What a pity, the mission to exterminate 2,000 human-faced demon spiders has not been completed. And there's still so much equipment spilled on the ground that hasn't been picked up. Luo Chen murmured with some regret. In addition, after transforming into the skeleton high priest, you will not gain experience by killing people in the outside world. You can only gain experience by killing people in the skeleton crypt copy. Otherwise, the massacre just now would have required him to level up a few levels. At this time, the friend column jumped a few times. When I opened it, I saw it was a message from Duan Liar. Duan Liar, little brother, can I go to your place to sleep tonight? Please wash yourself clean. Luo Chen, didn't you take your wind dragon pet to kill monsters and level up? Duan Liar, yes, I've leveled up a lot, brother. I'm here. I just finished taking a shower. Open the door quickly. Open the door? Fuck you, I'm in the land of Sakura. Besides, it's still early before nightfall, right? Luo Chen was somewhat speechless. Go and have fun by yourself. He's not at home. He's busy outside. Duan Liar was stunned. Play by yourself? Little brother, what are you talking about? How can you play by yourself? Luo Chen, I don't care how you play. Just keep your nails short and be careful not to get scratched. After saying that, he closed the friend bar and set it to do not disturb. Looking up at the sky, Luo Chen explored forward. Chapter 134. The word horrifying cannot describe it at all. A tide of beasts attacked Yin City, shocking the entire Sakura country. It even caused quite a stir internationally. According to preliminary estimates, the number of professionals who died in this battle was close to 50,000. 50,000 people, most of them are combat professionals. This is the most brutal large-scale battle in Sakura country in the past 10 years. Although many people began to question the strength of the three holy pillars of Sakura, believing that it was because of their lack of strength that the skeleton high priest was able to escape. But we have to admit that if the three holy pillars had not appeared, more people would have died, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people would have died in Yin City. Sakura country, guarding the Prime Minister's mansion. At this time, dozens of senior executives gathered in the conference hall. In another room, there were many scholars gathered, all from various universities. They have studied all the known monsters in Sakura country and even in the world, and now they are gathered together to analyze the skeleton high priest. On the big screen, images of monsters were played repeatedly. In addition, there are some video footage of the Yin and Yang City battle. Judging from the sizes of these undead monsters, they should correspond to snakes, two-headed wolves, spiders, and bats. Those giant skeleton beasts that are over 40 meters tall should correspond to 8 monsters. There is no information about these monsters in the Monster Tome of Sakura country. At this time, it was Yujiro Yamamoto who spoke. He is the chief wizard of Anata University and is also well-versed in monsters. After that, he played some other pictures. These are collected from Dragon Country. They are the monster information of the Dragon Country Skeleton Crypt Dungeon. Yamamoto Yujiro said in a deep voice, "At present, it can be determined that the skeleton high priest who appeared in Inuyang City and the ultimate boss of the skeleton crypt are similar in appearance. The high priest of the skeleton crypt can summon skeleton elites, up to a maximum of 10. And that high priest doesn't have a resurrection skill." After hearing this, the experts present all looked confused. But at this moment, a phone call came in. It was a call from a diplomat from the Sakura Country. "I just got some information from the United States and verified it. The United States mentioned a person named Luo Chen, and we have collected some images of the soul beast summoned by Luo Chen. Some of the soul beasts are very similar to the monsters in the beast tide of Inuyang City. Snakes, two-headed wolves, bats, bamboo with bones as branches." The phone was on speakerphone. After a moment, the call was disconnected. Everyone was stunned. Yamamoto Yujiro slammed the table and said angrily, "This is nonsense. Luo Chen is indeed weird, and his talent is the strongest among the young generation of Dragon Country in recent years, but he has only just completed the Dragon Country exam not long ago." The United States actually suspected that the skeleton high priest was Luo Chen in disguise? How ridiculous. In another room, the top leaders of Sakura Country were also discussing the relationship between Luo Chen and the skeleton high priest. In the end, I came to the same answer as Yamamoto Yujiro. Bullshit. There is no way that Luo Chen could be related to the skeleton high priest. But having said that, people like Luo Chen should be eliminated as soon as possible. Sakura Guardian's expression was icy. In the Qianlongjian dungeon, our Sakura Country team was probably wiped out by him. This revenge must be avenged. Besides, I will not allow such people to grow up. The genius of Dragon Country should be strangled in the cradle. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. Master Shoshyang is right. Luo Chen must be eliminated as soon as possible. As for the skeleton high priest, he is now missing. He seems to be very intelligent, and who knows, he might attack our city someday. We have to take precautions in advance. Then let's discuss the reconstruction of Inuyang City. Inuyang City's geographical location is very important. I think it is necessary to rebuild it. The cost of reconstruction will be paid partly from the national treasury, and some families and forces in Inuyang City will donate part more. By nightfall, Luo Chen had already ended his transformation into the skeleton high priest. He explored along the uninhabited areas and was not in a hurry to find the Daitenga copy. There was no point in being anxious, as he didn't know where the entrance to the Daitenga copy was. You can only rely on your luck. When you meet a professional from the Sakura Country, you can ask for directions. Of course, Luo Chen also has other ways to know the location of the copy entrance. He could ask Duan Liar to help him find out. With the power of the Duan family, it would not be difficult to collect some information about the entrance to the Sakura Country copy. It's just that Luo Chen is too lazy to do it. Roar. Dozens of human-faced spiders followed him, clearing out the monsters he encountered along the way. The monster level in this area is not high, basically around level 35. Dozens of human-faced demon spiders are enough to deal with such a monster, and there is no need to mobilize a large number of troops to summon more soul beasts. And this is the Sakura Country after all, and they have just experienced the Battle of Inuyang City. It is too eye-catching for Luo Chen to summon a large number of soul beasts at this time. If he is noticed by the people of the Sakura Country, they might think that he is the high priest of skeletons. This is very disadvantageous for hiding your identity in the future. Kill. Suddenly, there was a cry of killing coming from the front. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved towards that direction. Damn, I finally met someone after walking all the way. Well, let's just call the people of Sakura Country people for now. The surrounding area is overgrown with weeds. A team of 10 people was killing monsters in front, and they were facing a small group of monsters. In addition to a dozen level 35 monsters, there is also a level 38 elite boss. Brothers, after we get rid of these monsters, let's find a place to rest. The leading swordsman said, rest for a night and go home early tomorrow morning. Go home? The others looked at each other in confusion. Boss, why don't we stay outside for a while? Are we going back so soon? Yes, I want to train for a few more days and raise my level to level 33. Several companions spoke up. The leading swordsman had a helpless look on his face. My eldest brother is dead. I have to go back to pay tribute. Did you know about the Inuyang City Beast Tide? My eldest brother died on the battlefield, and even his body was not found. Inuyang City? Beast Tide? Hearing these words, the others took a deep breath and their faces turned pale. Now the news about the Beast Tide in Inuyang City is spreading like wildfire, causing countless professionals in Sakura Country to shudder at the mention of it. Boss, do you think that Skeleton Priest is really that scary? An archer couldn't help but ask, Can't even deal with the three holy pillars of the empire? The leading swordsman said angrily. What do you think? Nearly 50,000 people died. Can it be described simply as horrific? Just then, a teasing voice suddenly appeared. Hey, what are you guys talking about? I'm asking for directions, is that okay? Chapter 135. Do I look like the skeleton high priest to you? As he spoke, Luo Chen's figure walked out from the weeds. Because the detection shield was turned on, his face became a little blurry, making it difficult to see his expression. But the frivolity and teasing in the tone can be easily felt. At this time, the leading swordsman was already in a bad mood, and Luo Chen's tone made him even more unhappy. It is far away as you can. I'm not in the mood right now. The swordsman glared at Luo Chen with a threatening tone in his voice. Seeing this, several companions also started shouting. Kid, why are you going out alone? It's dangerous out there. Get out of here now. If you piss me off, you'll be in trouble. Are you here to steal the monster? Think about your own weight first, or you might end up losing your life here instead of the monster. It is common to see people robbing monsters and killing people in the wild. They are now dealing with monsters, including an elite leader. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar professional at this time will inevitably make them suspicious. Several people looked at each other and became alert. If there is only one enemy, they are certainly not afraid. The only thing I'm afraid of is that there are other people hiding around. Luo Chen didn't care about these people's reactions. He walked slowly to the side, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a table and a chair from the item space. Then he sat down. Luo Chen said slowly, Why don't you guys get busy first? When you're done, I'll ask you guys about it. Roar. While he was talking, several small monsters had been cleared out. There is only one elite leader left, but with the strength of these professionals, it will only take a few minutes at most. Boy, you'd better sit there quietly. If you dare to have any other ideas, you will be the one to die. The leading swordsman threatened again. Boom. After a few skills, the elite boss's health dropped rapidly. In just 2 minutes, the health bar was already at the bottom. Alert! The swordsman growled, then delivered a final blow, finishing off the elite leader once and for all. Then he quickly collected the things that had exploded. Huh? Aren't you here to steal the monster? Aren't there other people lying in ambush around? Several people looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. But this does not mean that they will be nice to Luo Chen. Don't bother with the shabby, let's go. The swordsman said hello and prepared to leave with his companions. Hey, I waited for you guys for several minutes, and you just left like that. Luo Chen poured himself a glass of red wine without knowing when. Don't leave in a hurry. I just heard you discussing the beast tide in Yin Yang City. I know everything about the battle in Yin Yang City. I know everything that happened there. How about this? You show me the way, and I'll tell you about Yin Yang City. Know it like the back of your hand? Several people were stunned for a moment, then looked suspicious. Are you kidding me? This place is far away from Yin Yang City. You can't possibly have participated in the Battle of Yin Yang City, right? How can you talk about knowing everything if you haven't really experienced it? Boy, if you brag, the consequences will be serious. However, even though he had doubts in his heart, he still stopped. Luo Chen raised his lips. What good would it be for me to lie to you? Several people looked at each other. The leading swordsman said in a deep voice, You said earlier that you wanted to ask for directions? Where are you going? Luo Chen, Great Tengu Copy. The swordsman nodded, then shared the coordinates of the Great Tengu Copy with Luo Chen. Judging from the coordinates, it is about half a day's journey from here. Of course, this is on foot. If you fly there, you will arrive very quickly. Luo Chen showed a satisfied look. By the way, what do you want to know about the beast tide in Yin Yang City? Tell me about it. The swordsman licked the corner of his mouth and smiled grimly. Kid, my eldest brother died in the Yin Yang City beast tide, so I'm in a very bad mood now. Since you said you know everything about the Yin Yang City war, then I'll ask you a question. The swordsman's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If your answer does not satisfy me, then you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the other people moved and surrounded Luo Chen tightly. Damn, I've wanted to kill this guy for a long time. Just now when we were killing monsters, he was watching us from the side, making me feel very nervous. Luo Chen smiled, very brightly. Ask, I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Swordsman, the skeleton high priest transformed into a dragon and fled from Yin Yang City. Where did it end up? This question was clearly intended to make things difficult for Luo Chen. Hey, kid, what do you say? I told you to get out, but you didn't. How dare you say that you know everything about the Battle of Yin Yang City? Today I'll let you know that bragging can get you killed. Their weapons were already raised. As long as the boss gives the order, they will launch a thundering attack and instantly kill the kid in front of them. Luo Chen raised a finger and shook it. Correction, the skeleton high priest didn't run away. He just had enough fun and didn't want to continue to tangle with those professionals. Besides, his departure is only temporary. Who knows, he might show up in a certain city again in a few days. As for where he ran off to? At this point, Luo Chen suddenly pointed at himself and grinned. Do you think I look like the skeleton high priest? Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, these professionals from the Sakura Country became furious. Fuck, kid, are you kidding me? Are you looking for death? Boss, let's kill him. It was at this time. Suddenly, thin, transparent threads shot out from the surrounding weeds. The silk threads gathered together and turned into spider webs, covering the professionals. What? Damn it, there's a monster approaching and we didn't even notice it. Careful. Several people were horrified. But these spider webs came too suddenly, and there were so many of them that they almost covered all the space above their heads, leaving them with no way to avoid them. He could only use his skills and swing his weapons in an attempt to break the spider webs. Although they succeeded in breaking up some of them, the spider webs were too dense and there were too many of them. In the end, he was entangled in spider webs. These spider webs come from the Millennium Soul Beast human-faced demon spider, whose skill is called spider web binding. In addition to this skill, the human-faced demon spider has another skill, devouring and healing. Devouring and healing. Passive skill. After devouring the target's corpse, the man-faced demon spider can recover itself to a certain extent. Spider web binding, a small range control skill that can spit out a tough spider web to bind the enemy. The binding time will be affected by the enemy's strength, lasting 1 to 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Chapter 136 Daitengu, the mysterious special boss. The spider web suddenly tightened, wrapping their bodies tightly. Rustle. There was a sound of weeds rubbing against each other, and a bunch of hideous human-faced spiders crawled out from the weeds. I have to say that these human-faced demon spiders do look a bit scary, and they appear to be more ferocious and terrifying than Luo Chen's other soul beasts. Oh, don't come over here. I can't move. Roar. After the human-faced demon spiders appeared, without stopping for a moment, dozens of human-faced demon spiders directly overwhelmed these professionals. Soon, the screams disappeared. It's so hard to ask for directions. Are you done for now? Luo Chen spat. If the other party was happy to show him the way, Luo Chen might not necessarily do anything to them. But these people chose to kill themselves. Opening the map, Luo Chen checked the specific coordinates of the Daitengu copy. Then he waved his hand and took all the human-faced demon spiders back into the summoning space. Call. The wind was gusting, and 6 purple wings shot out from his back. He flew into the air and headed rapidly towards the direction of the great Tengu copy. The matter of the beast tied in Yinyang City is still fermenting, and the rumors are spreading like wildfire and seem incredible. But Luo Chen was not interested in these at all. All he wanted now was to finish the Daitengu copy as quickly as possible and then go home. Well, before going home, maybe I will go to a city in the Sakura Country to visit and send a wave of beasts away before leaving. The upper limit of soul beasts to be summoned is 40,000, which is a walking disaster. If so many soul beasts are thrown into the city at the same time, which city can withstand it? After entering the Great Tengu Dungeon, first fill up the summoning space with 40,000 soul beasts. There are also so many items and equipment from the Battle of Yinyang City. I need to sort them out and see if there is any good equipment that suits me. Luo Chen was thinking in his mind, and soon arrived near the Great Tengu copy. To his surprise, there were not many people at the entrance of the Great Tengu copy, and it looked quite quiet. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. It should be related to the beast tied in Yinyang City, right? The entire Sakura Country is in a panic, and some cities around Yinyang City have been most affected. Professionals from some nearby cities came to support Yinyang City, and more than 100,000 combat professionals were mobilized at once. With so many people leaving, there are naturally fewer people training in the wild monster areas. Luo Chen folded his 6-winged purple wings, landed steadily on the ground, and then walked towards the entrance formation of the Great Tengu copy. At the same time, he also took out the key to the Great Tengu's lair. Item name: Key to the Great Tengu's lair. Item introduction: Exclusive key for the Daitengu dungeon. If you choose the hell difficulty when entering the Daitengu dungeon, a special boss will be summoned in the dungeon. The boss attributes are twice that of the ultimate boss in the dungeon. Please use with caution. As soon as Luo Chen arrived in front of the entrance magic circle, several professionals approached. Brother, want to team up? Boy, are you a mage? A priest? Or a summoner? There are too few people today. I can't find any teammates. Should we form a team? Clear a difficult level dungeon and split the items that pop up equally. Luo Chen glanced at them indifferently and ignored them, and began to look at the introduction of the Great Tengu copy on his own. Dungeon: Great Tengu Canyon. Dungeon difficulty options: Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Level requirement: Level 30 to 45. You will not be forced to teleport out if you level up above 45 in the dungeon. Team size limit: 1 to 5 people. Dungeon time: 24 hours after the countdown ends, everyone is forced to leave the dungeon. Special note: the canyon is filled with special miasma all year round. After a professional enters the dungeon, all of his attributes will be reduced by 5. The healing effect of healing skills will be reduced by 50, and the attributes of all summoned beasts of summoning professionals will be reduced by 10. Special miasma? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. The attributes of the summoned beast are reduced by 10? It doesn't seem to be a big deal. If the number is piled up, it won't have much impact even if the attributes of a single unit are slightly reduced. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't say anything and looked like he was ignoring them, several professionals around him became angry instantly. Fuck, why are you pretending to be dumb? Even if you're not in a team, can you make a sound? Boy, speak. One of the shield warriors cursed and reached out to grab Luo Chen's arm. Oh my god. Let's take action, right? Luo Chen tilted his head and used the staff in his hand as a stick to hit the shield warrior's shoulder. Seeing this scene, the others laughed. Haha, this shabby, a fragile magic profession actually uses a staff to hit people? And the opponent is a shield warrior. Can this blow break his defense? Are you scared, silly? Bang. A muffled sound. Then everyone was dumbfounded. An unimaginable force burst out from Luo Chen's staff, and it actually knocked the shield warrior away. Spiritual Relic Wristband transfers all of Luo Chen's mental power to the strength attribute in an instant. Just this one blow broke the shield warrior's shoulder and half of his body collapsed. By the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead beyond death. What the hell? The shield warrior was killed instantly? What the hell is this guy's profession? He killed a shield warrior with a staff? The other professionals woke up in shock and retreated in fear, keeping a distance from Luo Chen. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything just now. I just wanted to form a team with you. I don't know that shield warrior. He dared to attack you? He deserves to die. Luo Chen glanced at them with disdain. Just this one glance was enough to frighten those professionals so much that they retreated again. Sure enough, the people of Sakura Country just look like humans. They are all dogs at heart. Choose hell difficulty and enter. After a ray of light, Luo Chen's figure disappeared on the magic circle. Several professionals turned pale with fright and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Luo Chen had left. Damn, that guy is too scary, right? A shield warrior. He was killed in an instant. You are clearly a warrior with strong output, but you have to disguise yourself as a mage. How despicable. Luckily, I was a little further away. Otherwise, I might have been the one to be knocked to death. At this time, Luo Chen was already in a canyon. Bite. Tip. The difficulty of the current instance is hell level. You have used the key to the Great Tengu's lair. Please be careful. Luo Chen was not in a hurry to explore the copy. After summoning all the soul beasts, he took out the tables and chairs, and then placed food and beer on them. Fill your stomach first, and fill up the summoning space. Sitting down, Luo Chen ate while performing the soul beast summoning technique, and began to check the spoils of the Yin-Yang city battle. After picking up so many pieces of equipment, there might be some better ones than the one he has. His current level is 32. Because he absorbed the 1000 wind essence, the equipment he wears requires -10 levels. In other words, Luo Chen can wear any equipment as long as the level is lower than level 42. Chapter 137. Damn, is this Mr. Xiong? Bite. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the Nether Wolf. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 100-year soul beast wolf thief. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10,000-year soul beast dark gold bat king. This time, when Luo Chen performed the soul beast summoning technique, he did not activate the soul beast shield. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could summon a new race of soul beasts. As the soul beast summoning technique was performed continuously, Luo Chen's face gradually darkened. Fuck, I've summoned more than 10,000 soul beasts in a row, but I can't even see the shadow of a new race. How mad am I? Luo Chen drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. There were more and more soul beasts in front of him, which had already alarmed the monsters in the Great Tengu Canyon. Roar. Accompanied by roars, dozens of monsters rushed over from a distance. These monsters have green faces, fangs, and a pair of sharp horns on their heads. One of the elite bosses was obviously larger than the other monsters and looked more ferocious. As a result, as soon as these fierce-looking monsters rushed out, they were all stunned. Name: Green-Faced Ghost. Level: 35. HP: 240,000. Strength: 5,800. Agility: 1,000. Spirit: 500. Magic Resistance: 2,200. Physical Resistance: 2,500. Skill: Sharp Strike. Sharp Strike, passive skill. After hitting the target, it can ignore 30 of the target's physical defense and cause 50 continuous bleeding damage to the target, which lasts for 30 seconds. As for the elite leader, his name is Evil Green Ghost. He is level 38, and his attributes far exceed those of an ordinary green-faced ghost. In addition to having the same Sharp Strike skill, the Evil Green Ghost also has the ability to attack from a distance. Their expressions changed rapidly, and fear appeared in their eyes. Then he turned suddenly and ran away. Luo Chen noticed this scene and couldn't help but look surprised. Huh? Since when did a level 35 monster have this kind of intelligence? You actually knew how to escape? Luo Chen has killed many monsters around level 40. Some elite leaders or big bosses are quite intelligent, especially the big bosses, whose intelligence is not inferior to that of humans. Some of them can even speak human language, such as the 4 guardian beasts of the Thousand Winds Temple, the Wind God Barbados, and the Abyss-Bone Dragon of Qianlongjian. They know how to assess the situation and know to run away if they can't win. But ordinary monsters are different. Monsters of this level have basically no IQ. When they encounter human professionals, they will rush forward all at once and just attack. It was the first time that Luo Chen had seen a situation like the one just now, where a group of monsters turned around and ran away when they saw that the situation was not right. Can you run away? Luo Chen waved his hand, and a large group of dark gold bat kings rushed out and caught up with the monsters in a short moment. The monsters in the hell-level dungeon have powerful attributes, far beyond the reach of ordinary monsters in the outside world. But they were still nothing in front of Luo Chen's army of soul beasts. Just one encounter, and dozens of monsters were killed. The monsters in the Great Tengu dungeon seemed to be quite intelligent. Even the small monsters knew they couldn't defeat my army of soul beasts and ran away. Luo Chen smiled slightly and ignored it. Soul beast summoning, continue. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the green phosphorus snake king. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast phoenix-tailed cockatiel. Time passes by little. Just when Luo Chen was getting a little impatient, a different prompt appeared. Fight. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the savage bear. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 2,000 wild bears to die in battle. After completing the mission, you can randomly obtain a soul skill. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 20 million wild bears to die in battle. After completing the mission, you can unlock the 100,000-year soul beast bear king. Fuck. Luo Chen threw the wine glass in his hand directly to the ground and stood up excitedly. Finally summoned a new soul beast, and it triggered 2 troop explosion tasks for me at once. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Kill 2,000 wild bears and gain a soul skill. Needless to say, what really excited him was the second troop explosion mission. The lives of 20 million wild bears can unlock the Bear King. When we first unlocked the 100,000-year-old Titan Demon Ape, we only needed 10 million wind baboons to do it. The wind baboon and the savage bear are both 10-year soul beasts, but unlocking the Bear King takes double the time. Maybe Mr. Bear is much stronger than the Titan Ape? And it seems that the excess is not just a little bit. Luo Chen thought in his heart. He currently has 4 troop explosion missions. 2 of them have unlocked 100,000-year soul beasts. At least 100,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockatoo snakes were killed in the battle. Unlock the 100,000-year-old soul beast azure python. 20 million 10-year-old bears, unlocking king bear. These 2 tasks are not easy to accomplish. Luo Chen touched his chin and said to himself, sure enough, it will take several waves of beasts to attack the city. Let's talk about these 2 quests after we leave the Great Tengu dungeon. It's not easy to come to the Sakura Country. It would be a shame if I don't take advantage of it a few times. Check the status of the soul beasts in the summoning space. There are already 18 species of soul beasts. 10 years, nether wolf, colorful cat, wind bamboo, lone bamboo, bamboo snake, golden wolf, bloodthirsty bat, savage bear. 100 years, gale wolf, wolf bandit, mandragora snake. Millennium, 2-headed hell wolf, green phosphorus snake, human-faced demon spider, phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake. 10,000 years, green phosphorus snake king, dark gold bat king. 100,000 years, titan ape. Turn on designated summons and first increase the number of wild bears to 2,000. Then, Luo Chen canceled the designation and made another random summon. But unfortunately, even after all 40,000 soul beasts were piled up, no new races were summoned. As for the spoils of Yinyang City, he had almost sorted them out. A set of equipment was also replaced. Name, Chi Yao Wand. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, Level 41. Strength, plus 800. Spirit, plus 3,900. Casting speed, plus 5. Skills, Soul Burn, Panic. Soul Burning. Launches a soul attack on the enemy, reducing the enemy's mental strength to 0 points, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Panic. Causes an irresistible panic to the target, causing it to fall into a brief confusion and be unable to make any attacks. Duration 2 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Name, Green Charm Robe. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, Level 40. Spirit, plus 3,700. Magic resistance, plus 2,500. Physical resistance, plus 1,800. Skills, damage resistance, skill amplification, summon enhancement. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 10. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 10. Summon enhancement, passive skill. All summoned beast attributes are increased by 10. Chapter 138, Big Tengu. In addition to weapons and robes, Luo Chen also changed his boots. Name, Psychedelic Boots. Grade, Diamond. Level requirement, Level 40. Spirit, plus 3,620. Magic resistance, plus 2,500. Physical resistance, plus 1,800. Movement speed, 35. Skills, damage resistance, psychedelic body. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 10. Phantom body, active skill. After using it, you can condense a clone without attack power to confuse the opponent. The clone lasts for 1 minute and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. As for other equipment, Luo Chen did not replace them. For example, the skeleton chain ring. Although this piece of equipment is only platinum level and level 12, the skills that come with the equipment are indispensable. The chain of life. This is the basis of Luo Chen's immortality. Unless Luo Chen obtains another piece of equipment with life chains one day, he will never be able to take off the skeleton chain ring in his lifetime. Then there is the spiritual relic wristband, a level 19 diamond equipment, which Luo Chen is still wearing. Even though he still had a level 42 diamond wristband in his hand, he did not replace the spiritual relic wristband. The main reason is that the built-in mental power conversion is too cool. After packing up, Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "Little ones, make way for me," and pushed through the Great Tengu Canyon. Roar. The roar shook the earth, and a full army of 40,000 soul beasts rushed out and pushed forward into the depths of the canyon. But not long after, Luo Chen became a little confused. What's going on? Where are all the monsters? Luo Chen's eyes widened. He drove the army of soul beasts to explore the map, but they had been exploring for more than half an hour. Apart from the group of monsters that appeared at the beginning, he had not seen any other monsters. Touching his chin, Luo Chen's face was full of confusion. The monsters in the Great Tengu copy have very high IQs, and even the small monsters have strong intelligence. Could it be that after they discovered the army of soul beasts, they all hid themselves? At this time, Luo Chen was standing quietly on the shoulder of a titan demon ape. The height of more than 40 meters allowed him to see quite far. But this is not high enough. He hooked his finger at a dark gold bat king, and the next second, a dark gold bat king landed beside him. That's so well behaved. After riding on it, the dark gold bat king flapped its wings and carried him straight into the void. Looking down at the depths of the canyon ahead, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. No wonder we didn't encounter any monsters along the way. It turns out they all gathered deep in the canyon. Roar. 10,000 meters away, deep in the canyon. Layers of dark clouds covered the sky, making it impossible to see the situation deep in the canyon. However, Luo Chen still vaguely saw the figures of many monsters. In addition, many monsters are gathering towards the depths of the canyon. It was as if they were going to fight a positional battle with Luo Chen's army of soul beasts. This was the first time Luo Chen had seen such a situation. That's good. It saves me from exploring the map and looking for monsters. Luo Chen grinned and said loudly, "My fellow men, the enemy is ready to fight. Come on, accompany me to die." At the command, the advanced speed of the 40,000 soul beast army increased. The ground shook, and the cliffs on both sides of the canyon dropped pieces of rubble in the shock. 40,000 ferocious beasts were galloping with overwhelming momentum, and the bloody and brutal aura spread in all directions. Roar. At this time, deep in the Daitenga Canyon, just as Luo Chen had guessed, all the monsters in the entire copy gathered here. Looking around, there were already more than 20,000 monsters gathered. The levels of these monsters are mixed. There are monsters between level 30 and level 45, and there are all kinds of levels. In addition, there are more than 1,000 elite leaders. Behind the monster army is a huge stone platform. There were 4 figures squatting on the stone platform. The figure with the most powerful aura was surrounded by black mist, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. A cold voice came out of its mouth. "How dare you, a lowly human, break into my kingdom?" But this human's strength does surprise me. He can actually summon so many summoned beasts. This monster is the ultimate boss of Daitengu Canyon, the level 45 boss, Daitengu. The 3 figures standing next to it are also boss-level monsters in the Great Tengu Canyon. All of them are level 40. Snap! A loud thunder sounded in the void. Deep in the dark clouds, the space was slightly distorted, as if a space crack was slowly forming. Daitengu raised his head and stared at the space crack with his scarlet eyes. But no matter how powerful that summoner is, he is destined to die here today. The Great Tengu said slowly. The ancestor has awakened, and it may not be long before he comes. In front of the ancestor, everything is nothing. Roar! Its voice spread, and all the monsters in all directions began to roar. The ground was shaking, and the army of soul beasts in the distance was getting closer and closer. Luo Chen rode on the back of the dark gold Bat King, gazing at the army of monsters below with amusement on his face. There are more than 20,000 monsters. It is very rare to have so many monsters in one copy. Hey, monster hiding in the black smoke. You are Daitengu, right? Come on, stand out and show yourself. Luo Chen shouted while straining his neck. Call. The wind was gusting, and the black fog that had been gathering around the Great Tengu actually dispersed. The figure of Daitengu also appeared. The humanoid monster, holding a round fan in his hand, even wore a white robe and looked almost the same as the Lord of Yinyang City. However, its face was extremely ferocious, its eyes were bloodshot, its skin seemed to be bleeding, and it had a pair of red wings on its back. Name, Daitengu Canyon Boss. Level, 45. HP, for million. Strength, 29,000. Agility, for 1,500. Spirit, 28,000. Magic resistance, 7,500. Physical resistance, 8,000. Skills, Hurricane Feather, Canyon Resurrection, Flying. Hurricane Feathers, a range attack skill. The wings transform into hurricane blades, causing terrible damage to targets within a large range and ignoring 30 of physical defense. The hurricane lasts for 10 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 2 minutes. Canyon Resurrection, passive skill. After the monsters in the Great Tengu dungeon die, there is a 30 chance of resurrection. Flying. The Great Tengu can travel through the 9 heavens. After flying into the void, agility will receive a certain bonus. Chapter 139 The Thunder Dragon Explodes. A top-level detection technique was cast on Daitengu. After seeing the attributes of Daitengu clearly, Luo Chen was instantly happy. Hurricane Feather? I like this skill. As a level 45 big boss, and also the boss of the Hell level copy, Daitengu's attributes are actually not low. But Luo Chen suddenly discovered his own attributes seemed not much worse than Daitengu's. Especially the 3 attributes of spirit, magic resistance, and physical resistance, which far exceed those of Daitengu. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 32, minus 10 levels. Experience, 94. Strength, 4,515, plus 70. Agility, 468, plus 70. Spirit, 26,380, plus 70. Magic resistance, 17,670, plus 70. Physical resistance, 10,170, plus 70. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon, 9-star Begonia. External Soul Bone, Devil Purple Wings. Soul Bone, Titan Ape Left Arm Bone. Soul Ring, Red, 100,000 Years. Equipment, Skeleton King Medal, Wind God Badge, Chi Yao Staff, Green Charm Robe, Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace, Light Hood, Skeleton Chain Ring, Spirit Relic Wristband, Hatred Boundary Breaking Wristband, Hell Sacrifice Belt, Psychedelic Boots. Summon Beast Limit, 40,000. Skills, Soul Beast Shield, Soul Beast Summoning, Level 3. Explosion System, Special, Thunder 4 Verticals, Soul Skill. Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, Soul Skill. Top Detection, Skill Stacking, Detection Shield. Dragon Soaring Sky Thunder Explosion, Soul Skill. 9 Hearts Group Healing, Soul Skill. Titan Roar, Soul Skill. Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body, Soul Skill. Just taking the mental power attribute as an example, 26,380 points, plus a 70 increase, directly makes his mental power reach 44,846 points. This does not include the true form of the blue lightning mad dragon. If he uses this soul skill, his attributes will skyrocket again. Luo Chen touched his chin. With such attributes, plus immunity to wind elemental magic, he dared to fight against the Tengu even without the help of soul beasts. Of course, a one-on-one fight is just a thought. There are 40,000 little brothers here. Is it appropriate for him to rush in front with a staff? Hey, little dog. This is my first time visiting Datenga Canyon, so I brought you some gifts. Luo Chen shouted. 2,000 wild bears. That's not respectful. What are you doing standing there, bear? Why don't you hurry up and get in line? Look at the monsters in the Great Tengu Canyon. They are all as thin as bean sprouts. It's obvious that they lack exercise. Let's go up and kill them. Let them practice. Roar. At the front, 2,000 wild bears slapped the ground with their thick claws without any hesitation and rushed out suddenly. They are professionals in committing suicide. The distance of more than 100 meters was reached in an instant. Just when the 2,000 wild bears were about to collide with the army of monsters, they suddenly stopped. Then they turned around one by one, pointed their buttocks at the monster, and made gestures as if they were ready to fight. Those monsters were all ready to fight with the wild bears, but they were stunned by the actions of the wild bears. What's going on? Rushing towards us aggressively, then suddenly stopping and pointing its butt at us? Is he really here to die? That's impossible, right? The scarlet light flashed in the Great Tengu's eyes. Humans are cunning. These summoned beasts must be suspicious. They may have special skills that need to be used through their buttocks. Defense. At the command, the restless army of monsters calmed down. Some powerful monsters lined up in the front, staring at the wild bears fiercely and carefully guarding against the wild bears' butts. Roar. The wild bear growled continuously and continued to move its butt forward, almost touching the face of the monster in the front row. Skills that can be performed with the butt? You are such a talent. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "Human-faced demon spider, go." Hiss. The group of hideous human-faced demon spiders began to move, also 2,000 of them. In just a few breaths, the human-faced demon spiders had rushed to the front. They did not stop like the wild bears, but waved their sharp spider spears and pounced directly on the monsters. Some human-faced demon spiders also cast spider web binding, and tough spider webs were cast down on the monsters' heads. This time, the monster army finally couldn't bear it anymore. Roar. Roars were heard, and both sides started fighting each other instantly. With 4 troop explosion missions in hand, Luo Chen plans to complete the missions of 2,000 wild bears and 2,000 human-faced demon spiders first. The savage bears are only 100,000 soul beasts with very low attributes. They can't withstand a few hits from these monsters of more than 30 levels. Soon, the system prompt appeared. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 2,000 wild bears in the battle. Mission completed, and a soul skill is obtained randomly. Tip. Soul skills are being randomly selected. Reminder. The random drawing of soul skills has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul skill Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly checked the introduction of the soul skill Sky-Breaking Dragon's Roar. Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar, a large-scale attack skill that ignores the target's magic resistance, causes terrible damage to the target within the range, and paralyzes it for 3 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 3 minutes, and the skill effect cannot be stacked. The introduction of Sky-Breaking Dragon's Roar soul skill is very simple, but the phrase, ignoring the target's magic resistance, alone is enough to illustrate its power. It is no exaggeration to say that once this soul skill hits the enemy, the damage it causes is definitely not weaker than an ordinary critical hit, and may even reach 3 or even 4 times the effect of a critical hit. What surprised Luo Chen even more was that Sky-Breaking Dragon's Roar could actually be fused and upgraded with Titan's Roar. Hint. Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar can be integrated with Titan's Roar to upgrade to a more powerful soul skill. Do you want to upgrade? After upgrading, the 2 soul skills become 1. Luo Chen hesitated. The cooldown time for Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar and Titan's Roar are both 3 minutes. After the fusion, although the fused soul skills are more powerful, the cooldown time is likely to be extended. However, after careful consideration, Luo Chen still felt that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Fusion. Bite. Hint. The fusion and upgrade of Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar and Titan Roar have been completed. The host has obtained a new soul skill, Thunder Dragon Shocking Explosion. Thunder Dragon Shocking Explosion, a large-scale attack skill that ignores the target's magic resistance and purification skills. It forces the target in the range to be dizzy for 6 seconds. After the dizziness ends, it produces a gravity deceleration effect on the target, slowing it down by 80. The deceleration effect lasts for 30 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. The skill effect cannot be stacked. Damn, this soul skill is awesome. Luo Chen showed a look of surprise, because the fused soul skill not only inherited the effects of sky-breaking dragon roar and titan's roar, but the effect was even more powerful, and the cooling time only increased by 2 minutes. The army of soul beasts still stood in the front. Only the 2,000 human-faced demon spiders were fighting with the monsters. Behind the monster army, Tengu and his 3 level 40 big bosses were a little dazed. The expected skill did not happen. What on earth is this human summoner doing? There are tens of thousands of summoned beasts, but why send thousands of them over to die? Chapter 140 Spider Emperor. The attributes of the Millennium human-faced demon spider are not weak, almost close to the hell-level monsters of level 38 to 40. But even so, 2,000 human-faced demon spiders could not hold out for long against an army of 20,000 monsters. As he watched the human-faced demon spiders die tragically, the smile on Luo Chen's face grew more and more intense. After entering the Tengu dungeon, he had never expected that the monsters in this dungeon would gather together to form a monster army of such a scale. Moreover, Tengu also has the skill, Canyon Resurrection. After each monster dies, there is a 30% chance of resurrecting on the spot. An army of 20,000 monsters, if you count the resurrected ones, can be counted as 27,000 to 28,000, or even 30,000. The duration of the dungeon is 24 hours. The mission of exploding 20 million wild bears is not hopeless. Specify the summons and swipe them hard. Even if we can't complete it in the end, it shouldn't be too far off. Once we get out of the dungeon and attack the city again, it's very likely that we'll be able to complete it. Luo Chen licked the corner of his mouth. Mr. Xiong, I'm so excited just thinking about it. Time passed slowly, and all 2,000 human-faced demon spiders died. The great Tengu looked solemn, holding the round fan tightly in his claws. This human summoner is too weird. He has already killed 4,000 summoned beasts in a row. There must be a conspiracy. The 3 bosses nearby nodded quickly. The 3 bosses are named Tianxie Qigui, Jishingun, and Shantong. All of them are level 40. Their attributes are much lower than Tengu, but they are comparable to the Abyss Bone Dragon of Qianlongjian. The great Tengu said in a deep voice, "Those spiders have all perished. I want to see what the human is going to do next." Boom. There was a loud thunder in the void. The space cracks deep in the clouds were getting bigger and bigger. A cold and terrifying aura emanated from the cracks, filling the entire Tengu Canyon with a layer of blood-red mist. Feeling the breath coming from the ancestors, the Tengu's solemn expression faded a lot. No matter what conspiracy this human has, no matter how cunning it is, once the ancestor arrives, all conspiracies will be turned into nothingness in an instant. Roar. In the distance, Luo Chen waved the staff in his hand continuously, activated the soul beast shield, and summoned the wild bear. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the savage bear. Hint. The host successfully summoned. He planned to kill a large number of barbarian bears. Even if he couldn't reach the target of 20 million soldiers, he would kill as many as possible. And just now, he also received the completion notification of the human-faced demon spider's explosion. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 2,000 human-faced demon spiders in the battle. Mission completed. Unlock the 10,000-year soul beast human-faced spider king. After summoning a group of wild bears, Luo Chen tried to turn off the soul beast shield and continue summoning. As a result, after summoning for more than 30 times in a row, he successfully summoned a human-faced spider king. Compared to the 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, the 10,000-year-old human-faced spider king is larger in size and looks more ferocious. The sharp spider spear was like a blade, with a cold, dark green light flashing at the end. Name: Human-Faced Spider King. Duration: 10,000 years. HP: 250,000. Strength: 35,000. Agility: 4,800. Spirit: 30,000. Magic resistance: 9,000. Physical resistance: 9,000. Skills: Devouring Healing, Web Binding, Spider King Poison. Devouring and Healing, passive skill. After devouring the target's corpse, the human-faced Spider King can recover itself to a great extent. Spider Web Binding, a small-range control skill that can spit out a tough spider web to bind the enemy, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Spider King Poison, passive skill. Any attack of the human-faced Spider King has a highly toxic effect. After hitting the target, the target will be poisoned for a period of 60 seconds. The poisoning effect can be stacked up to 3 times. Although both are 10,000-year-old soul beasts, the attributes of the human-faced Spider King are obviously much higher than those of the dark gold Bat King and the green phosphorus Snake King. At the same time as the human-faced Spider King was summoned, a new troop explosion mission prompt also appeared. Hint: the host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of at least 2,000 human-faced Spider Kings in battle. After completing the mission, you can get a soul bone at random. Another soul bone. Luo Chen was overjoyed. He now possessed 2 soul bones, the 6-winged purple wing and the left arm bone of the Titan Demon Ape. After fusion, each soul bone will bring him a significant improvement in attributes and also gain special skills. The soul bone formed by the lives of 2,000 10,000-year-old soul beasts must be strong and may be of the same level as the left arm bone of the Titan Demon Ape. However, Luo Chen was not in a hurry to deal with this task of increasing the number of troops. All he wanted now was to pile up as many wild bears as possible. Can specify summons to maximize the efficiency of troop explosion. Roar. Accompanied by roars, dense groups of wild bears appeared. Then he rushed towards the monster army desperately. This scene completely stunned Tengu. Is this human summoner crazy? What on earth is he going to do? In a blink of an eye, the barbarian bear army rushed forward again, and soon another large wave of people were killed. The more Tengu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. No, we cannot be led by this human army. Listen to my orders, charge. After the order was given, the great Tengu also moved. Not only it, but the 3 big bosses that had been following it also took action at the same time. Roar. The wind was raging, rocks were flying, and the entire canyon was shaking as the monster army was running wildly. Luo Chen spat and said angrily, "What's going on? Can't you just let me kill monsters? My soul beast is sending itself to die, just to let you use up some of your strength, but it seems like you have suffered a great loss. Let them kill you, don't fight back, tire them out." While the soul beast summoning technique was being performed continuously, Luo Chen sat directly on the shoulder of the Titan Demon Ape, then took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and started drinking it. And then I still feel unsatisfied. I simply opened a pack of cigarettes and lit one for myself. He doesn't usually smoke, but he occasionally smokes a few when a bunch of soul beasts are dying. There's no other way. The process of piled deaths is just too boring. It's really hard to pass the time without some cigarettes, some wine, etc. At this time, Luo Chen couldn't help but miss Duan Lyre. If Duan Lyre was around, maybe we could play with some other things. Chapter 141. The Ancestor of the Tengu, Please Die. Kyoto University, Villa area. Duan Lyre collapsed on the bed, breathing slightly. After a long time, she sat up with difficulty and looked at her fingers carefully. After Luo Chen's reminder, she cut all her nails. Although it's a different experience, it's still not as fun as when I'm with him. Slim. Although the nails are cut short, they are still a bit pointy at the ends. After soaking in water for a long time, the skin of your fingers tends to wrinkle. It tastes good. My wrist hurts. Duan Lyre muttered a few words. Suddenly, she sneezed. Someone cursed me behind my back? In the Tengu Canyon, the battle continues. It was more of a one-sided massacre than a major war. The monster army is slaughtering Luo Chen's soul beasts. There are nearly 40,000 soul beasts, arranged according to their age level. The first ones are 10 years and 100 years, and the ones further back are 1,000 years. The total number of these soul beasts under 1,000 years old is over 30,000. Luo Chen plans to consume them all and fill the vacant summoning positions with 10-year-old barbarian bears to facilitate the completion of the barbarian bears troop explosion mission. There are now 12 of the 100,000-year-old Titan Demon Apes. The remaining 8,000 or so were the 10,000-year-old green phosphorus Snake King, the dark gold Bat King, and a human-faced Spider King that had just been summoned. Boring. I miss Duan Lyre so much. Luo Chen took a look at the empty water bottle of the fat otaku and threw it aside. Then he looked up at the space cracked deep in the dark clouds. He had already noticed the abnormality there and guessed that the space crack might be related to this special boss. Stop dilly-dallying. If you want to come out quickly. You're playing tricks on me. Luo Chen was getting a little impatient. He stood up, and his violent mental power instantly reached its peak. The next moment, his chest bulged slightly, and a destructive energy condensed in his mouth. Come out to me. Roar. Soul skill, Thunder Dragon's shocking explosion. The earth-shaking dragon roar broke out, spreading to every corner of the great Tengu copy. The dragon's roar drowned out the roars of all monsters and soul beasts, making the entire canyon buzz. In the void, the dark clouds dissipated. The energy impact of the Thunder Dragon's shocking explosion went straight into the space crack. Snap! The space crack shook violently a few times, and then under the astonished gaze of Tengu, the edge of the crack collapsed, and the entire crack suddenly expanded several times. The power of Thunder Dragon's shocking explosion does not stop there. The sound waves that could be seen spread and directly poured into the army of monsters. The wind was raging, and groups of monsters were blown away. The health bars of those monsters between levels 30 and 35 were immediately reduced to the bottom. Among them, the monsters whose health bars were not full were killed instantly on the spot. The Tengu's passive skill, Canyon Resurrection, is activated, with a 30 chance of resurrection. A small number of monsters will be resurrected with full health after death. But that's not the point. At this moment, both Luo Chen and Tengu were looking into the void. Luo Chen's eyes were full of provocation, and Tengu was angry and nervous. Just at this moment, a cold breath spread out from the crack in space. Heavy snow suddenly condensed above the void. Snowflakes flew and fell into the canyon. Bite. Tip. A special boss has arrived in the Great Tengu Dungeon. The attributes of all monsters in the Great Tengu Dungeon have increased by 10. A prompt sounds. The Tengu Dungeon is filled with a special miasma. After a professional enters the dungeon, all of his attributes will be reduced by 5. The healing effect of healing skills will be reduced by 50, and the attributes of all summoned beasts of summoning professionals will be reduced by 10. Now the attributes of all monsters have increased by another 10. But Luo Chen didn't take it to heart at all. Now he just wanted to see what this mysterious special boss was. If all the soul beasts die, these monsters and the Great Tengu in front of us will be enough. As for this special boss, no matter who you are, you will die if you come out. The cracks in space were getting bigger and bigger, and the snow was falling heavier and heavier. In just a short moment, the ground of the battlefield was covered with a thick layer of snow. Get ready. Luo Chen slowly raised his hand. The 12 Titan apes around raised their heads, and their huge scarlet pupils stared at the space crack. Suddenly, a red light fell from the crack, piercing through the sky and the earth. A giant beast with blood-red wings emerged from the crack. The beast was gigantic in size, with a wingspan of 100 meters and a trunk over 40 meters long, covered in pale, steel-like long hair. Name: Tengu Zubiao, Great Tengu Canyon Special Boss. Level: 45. Attributes: twice the basic attribute of Tengu. Skills: Frost Feather, Ancestral Beast Power, Ice Burial Storm, Flying, Bloodline Revenge. Frost Feather summons flying snow to cause terrible damage to targets within a large range. The maximum range can cover half of the Tengu dungeon area and ignores 50 of magic resistance. There is a 10 chance to freeze the target for 10 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 2 minutes. Power of the Ancestral Beast. Passive skill: all attributes of all monsters in the Great Tengu instance are increased by 10. Ice Burial Storm. A large-scale attack skill that condenses the power of ice and wind elements, causing powerful damage to targets within the range. Flying. The Tengu Ancestor Beast can travel through the 9 heavens. After flying into the void, agility will receive a certain bonus. Bloodline Revenge. After the death of the Tengu Ancestor, all monsters in the Great Tengu instance will enter a frenzy state, with all attributes increased by 30. At the same time as the Tengu Ancestor Beast appeared, the Great Tengu had already landed on the ground and knelt down respectfully. Moreover, the other 3 level 40 bosses, as well as all the elite leaders and monsters, seemed to be energized, and the momentum of the monster army soared. Welcome the Ancestor. Roar, roar, roar. The roar shook the earth. Fuck, you're still welcoming me? I'm inviting you to die. Luo Chen's mouth opened into a strange smile. Titan Sky Cannon. Waiting for you. The attributes of Tengu Zub are twice that of Tengu. Tengu's health volume is as high as 4 million, while the health volume of Tengu Zub alone reaches 8 million. But even so, they are nothing in front of the Titan. After checking the attributes of the Tengu Ancestral Beast, Luo Chen was somewhat surprised by the skill, Bloodline Revenge. With the skill, Bloodline Revenge, if I want you to live a little longer, it would be unfair to the monsters in the Great Tengu Canyon, and also unfair to my soul beasts that are in a hurry to die. After the arrival of the Tengu Ancestor Beast, the space crack in the void slowly shrank. Its scarlet eyes looked down with endless majesty, like a king being worshipped by thousands. But the next second, its pupils shrank. Then it flapped its wings violently, and its huge body rushed straight back towards the space crack. Chapter 142, the first exclusive skill, exploded. The monsters in the Tengu dungeon all have strong intelligence, from the Tengu boss to the small monsters. As a special boss of the Tengu ancestor beast, it is impossible for its intelligence to be weak. At this time, the Tengu ancestor beast was about to collapse. As soon as it landed on this land, before it could steady itself, it felt 12 devastating energy fluctuations. And every energy fluctuation was locked onto it. Not to mention being hit by 12 attacks at the same time. Even if only half of the attacks hit it, it would be enough to kill it instantly. In terror, the Tengu ancestor beast turned around and ran away without any hesitation. He actually planned to drill back into the space crack and escape from this world. Seeing this scene, not to mention the big Tengu below, even Luo Chen was dumbfounded. Ancestor! The great Tengu exclaimed, "Old ancestor, where are you going?" "Old ancestor." Luo Chen, "Fuck? You're going to run away right after you came out? You've already gotten out through the crack, so why would you go back in?" Boom. Almost at the same time, terrifying beams of energy burst out from the mouths of the 12 Titan apes. The void was split open, and 12 dazzling beams of light shot up into the sky with devastating power. Each beam of light was locked onto the body of the Tengu ancestor beast. On the ground, all the monsters opened their eyes wide with expressions of fear. The Tengu even wanted to use hurricane feathers to intercept the Titan sky cannon. But unfortunately, the Titan sky cannon is too fast. Beams of light seemed to penetrate space and in an instant reach the presence of the Tengu ancestor beast. No! The Tengu beast roared in fear, flapping its pair of blood-red feathers violently, trying to escape the lock of the Titan sky cannon. But it was all in vain. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by violent explosions, 12 beams of light simultaneously struck the Tengu ancestor beast. Flesh and blood shattered, and the heaven and earth shook. The heavy snow that covered the entire canyon also broke apart, and countless snowflakes turned into nothingness. When the light faded and the sky returned to calm, the Tengu ancestor beast had long disappeared, and the space crack had also vanished. The big Tengu was dumbfounded. All the monsters were stunned. "Ancestor, the ancestor is dead?" A layer of blood-colored mist suddenly burst out around Day Tengu, and his aura became violent. Bite! Tip! The Tengu ancestor beast has fallen. All monsters in the Great Tengu dungeon have entered a violent state, and all attributes have increased by 30. Kill! Kill that human! Kill all his summoned beasts! The big Tengu roared wildly. The next second, all the monsters rushed towards the army of soul beasts without caring about their lives. The big Tengu flapped its wings and rushed into the void, then directly crossed the army of soul beasts in front, attempting to kill Luo Chen directly. However, it had not rushed out far before it was blocked by a dense group of dark gold bat kings. "Still want to get close to me? What are you thinking?" Luo Chen sneered. "Besides, even if you can get close to me, so what? I am immune to wind element. I can kill you even if I get close to you." While speaking, his eyes were fixed on the area where the Tengu ancestor beast fell. After the death of the Tengu ancestor beast, a bunch of items exploded and were now scattered on the ground. 2 of them were shining with colorful light. Luo Chen was very familiar with that light. Wasn't it the light of a divine weapon? 2 artifacts? No way. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva, and 6 purple wings shot out from his back. Then he rushed out impatiently. There were more than 1,000 dark gold bat kings following him, protecting Luo Chen, and flying towards the direction of the colorful light in an overwhelming manner. Kill! Kill that human summoner! At this time, the big Tengu was surrounded by a group of dark gold bat kings. He saw Luo Chen flying away from not far away, but he was powerless to do anything. In fact, there are also monsters that can fly in the Day Tengu copy, and there were quite a lot of them, at least 1,000, but they were all just level 35 creatures. The dark gold bat king dispersed the group of monsters with a few dives, and could not block Luo Chen's way at all. Soon, Luo Chen collected all the things that were exploded by the Tengu beast. What surprised him was that the 2 colorful lights were not both divine artifacts. A magical artifact, and the other thing, turned out to be an exclusive skill book, an exclusive skill for the unique hidden profession, the Soul Beast Summoner. This surprised Luo Chen so much that he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Damn it! I've acquired a ton of soul skills since I changed my job, but I've never gotten a single exclusive skill. Today I finally got one." Unique hidden professions seem powerful and are envied by countless people, but because the exclusive skills are too precious, some unique hidden professions often cannot grow at all. Take Luo Chen for example. He has killed quite a few monsters, and even commissioned Duruashi to help collect the exclusive skills of soul beast summoners through the professional exchange. But I haven't even seen the shadow of a skill book. Unexpectedly, the Tengu ancestor beast actually gave him a copy. Skill book, summon the army. Skill Introduction, a passive skill exclusive to Soul Beast summoners. Every time a professional casts a Soul Beast summoning spell, he can summon a maximum number of Soul Beasts at one time based on the storage limit of the summoning space, and improve the basic attributes of all Soul Beasts by 20. Maximum scale summoning? After seeing these words, Luo Chen almost cried. Damn it, finally, I don't have to summon them one by one. I waved my staff to perform the Soul Beast summoning technique, and my arm started smoking. Thank God, I can finally fill all the gaps in the summoning space at once. The upper limit of Soul Beasts in the summoning space is 40,000. If there are 20,000 summoned beasts, Luo Chen can summon the remaining 20,000 at once by casting the Soul Beast summoning spell once. This is absolutely a magical skill for him. It can make his troop explosion task hundreds or thousands of times faster. Bite. Hint. Successfully learned the military summons. Cool. Luo Chen swung the staff in his hand violently and cast a Soul Beast summoning spell. Designated summon. 10 years Soul Beast Savage Bear. The next second, densely packed wild bears appeared in front of him at the same time, and the summoning limit of 40,000 in the summoning space was instantly filled. Little ones, charge. Don't fight back. Let them kill you. Roar. An army of nearly 20,000 wild bears rushed out at the same time and collided with the army of monsters in a blink of an eye. 10-year Soul Beasts have extremely low attributes. Even if the military summons increase their attributes by 20, it is not much higher. Under Luo Chen's gaze, groups of wild bears fell down like wheat being cut, and thousands of them died in just a few moments. After a while, all 20,000 wild bears had died. Haha, this is exactly the feeling I want. Go on, die for me. The Tengu, tell your brothers to work harder. They're already on berserk mode, but why are they still so slow? Kill quickly. You're being a bit lazy, monster over there. The one on the left, why don't you attack the bear's vitals? It can be killed with 2 hits, but why do you have to attack it 3 times? This is so inefficient. Does your mother know? Chapter 143, Akabane Zukue Luck. With the wisdom of the great Tengu, he had already realized that in order to end this war, he must find a way to kill Luo Chen. As for those soul beasts, it would be useless even if he killed as many as he could, and it would not be able to change the situation. It tried every means to break out of the encirclement of soul beasts and get close to Luo Chen, but unfortunately, everything was in vain. With a pair of wings flapping violently, his body turned into a series of afterimages, but each time he was blocked by a group of dark gold bat kings. As a level 45 big boss, the Tengu's attributes are actually very high, but if compared with these 10,000-year-old dark gold bat kings, it is actually not much stronger. It has 4 million HP. The dark gold bat king has 2 million health points, half of that of great Tengu. However, attributes such as strength, agility, and spirit are only about 25 higher than those of the dark gold bat king. With such a huge gap in attributes, it is already a capacity for the Tengu to deal with 3 to 5 dark gold bat kings at the same time, but now it is facing thousands of them. As for the other 3 level 40 bosses, they were even worse off and had no chance of breaking out from the encirclement of soul beasts. Hey, stop messing around and just kill the bear for me. Even if its fur is all gone, it can't get close to me, so why bother? As he spoke, a ray of light flashed across Luo Chen's body. Upgraded. Although the soul beasts didn't fight back much, some monsters still died. Level 33. Luo Chen lit another cigarette, ignored the monsters, and started to check the artifact that had just exploded. But when he saw the attributes, Luo Chen was a little dumbfounded. Name: Akabane Helmet. Grade: God level. Level requirement: level 45. Spirit: plus 9,200. Magic resistance: plus 6,500. Physical resistance: plus 5,800. Skills: skill amplification, damage resistance, bloodline revenge, ice element weakness, luck. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 30, and the range of all skills is increased by 30. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 20. Bloodline vengeance, passive skill. When the wearer is attacked, the summoned beast has a 30 chance to enter a frenzy state. After the frenzy, all attributes are increased by 30. Ice element weakening, passive skill. When encountering an ice element attack, the ice element damage effect is weakened by 50. Fortune, passive skill. After the wearer kills a monster, there is a greater chance of obtaining powerful equipment and special items. An artifact with 5 passive skills, skill enhancement and damage resistance, are the 2 most common built-in skills of equipment. Basically, robes and hats above diamond level will have these two skills. The higher the grade of the equipment, the stronger the effects of these two skills. For example, the Hood of Light that Luo Chen is wearing now, a level 35 diamond equipment. The skill amplification effect is only a 5 damage increase. The Akabane Ancestral Helmet not only increases the damage effect by an exaggerated 30, but also improves the range of all skills. Bloodline Revenge. This is the skill of the Tengu Ancestor Beast, but the skill effect has changed. The Tengu Zubiast needs to die to trigger it, and there is a chance that it will be triggered just by being attacked. Looking at the weakening of the ice element again, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although the 50 reduction in ice element damage is not as good as the wind element immunity of the Wind God badge, it is strong enough. However, what surprised Luo Chen the most was the passive skill, Fortune. This skill seemed very ordinary and seemed to have no practical effect, but for countless professionals, it was definitely a dream skill. The wearing requirement is level 45, and Luo Chen needs to reach level 35 to wear it. It is not a problem at all, and he can reach it quickly. As time went by, more and more wild bears died. However, the time limit of the Great Tengu copy is only 24 hours. Even if Luo Chen already has the army summon, even if he has not slept for 24 hours, he cannot complete the explosion of 20 million wild bears. It's already my 10th cup of coffee. Did I buy fake coffee? I can't get excited. Luo Chen had his eyes drooped and looked listless. It would be great if Duan Lyre was here. She could just play a song from Swordsman and keep him alert for a long time. Open the Friends tab. Luo Chen directly sent a message to Duan Lyre. What are you doing? Duan Lyre. I'm taking Xiao Long Long to level up. Little brother, did you miss me? Luo Chen. I want to. Duan Lyre. What for? Luo Chen. Not in Kyoto, eh. Duan Lyre. Beyond your reach? Then play by yourself. Remember to trim your nails. Damn. Luo Chen curled his lips and deleted the friend decisively. The next second, Duan Lyre applied for friend status again. Rejected immediately. Luo Chen. Little guy, I can't cure you? And you want me to cut your nails? Duan Lyre applied again. Only then did Luo Chen agree. Duan Lyre. Little brother, I was wrong. Luo Chen. What's wrong? Duan Lyre. You are wrong in every way. Little brother, why don't you come find me? I will repay you with gratitude. Then a few more idioms were thrown out, which completely confused Luo Chen, and he was unable to recover for a long time. Damn, has this girl always been so fierce? Although I thought she was amazing before, I didn't expect that I underestimated her. But you know what? After all this time with Duan Lyre, he really felt refreshed. On the other side, Dai Tengu had gone mad and was completely insane. The soul beasts could not be killed and could not get close to the summoner. After a group of dark gold bat kings beat it to a low health, they kept it hanging. Kill me. Human, kill me if you dare. Aw. Don't worry, it's almost there, almost there. Luo Chen replied. While he was talking, he upgraded again to level 35. After entering the Dai Tengu dungeon, he has leveled up 3 times, from level 32 to level 35. After reaching level 35, he put on the artifact, Red Feather Ancestral Helmet, he had just obtained, and its attributes increased dramatically. The countdown for the copy is almost over. After Luo Chen kills all the monsters with a killing spree, he can at least level up 2 more times. Luo Chen looked at the time again and finally gave the order for a full-scale counterattack. That's about it. Guys, fight back, kill them all. Roar. Perhaps they had been suppressed for too long. As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, all the soul beasts launched the most fierce counterattack against the monster army. Boom. One strange and powerful skill after another was unleashed, covering the entire battlefield. A spider web falling from midair. Poison ivy coming out of the ground. The poisonous fog was spraying and the wind blades were covering the sky. There is also the Titan Apes, powerful Titan Roar, and Titan Sky Cannon. In just a short moment, 30 of the army of more than 10,000 monsters had been killed. Groups of monsters fell like wheat being cut. Even the 3 level 40 bosses and the Great Tengu were not spared. Chapter 144I, The Skeleton High Priest, and back again. Luo Chen left himself enough time to clear out the army of monsters. After all the monsters, including the resurrected monsters, have been cleared, there are only 10 minutes left before the final end of the dungeon. Just enough for him to collect all the spoils. And as expected, his level also increased to level 37. All soul beasts are taken back to the summoning space. After a flash of light, Luo Chen's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already reached the exit circle of the Dai Tengu copy. After 24 hours of copy time, the aftermath of the Yin Yang City Beast Tide battle in Sakura Country had also subsided a little. There were obviously more professionals training outdoors in nearby major cities. When Luo Chen walked out of the teleportation array, he could already see a lot of people gathered in the Detengu dungeon area. Looking for a team, one is missing. Top quality milk, please bring it. Enough quantity, enough to throw. I want you to help me through a difficult level dungeon. If you help me through once, I will sleep with you for a week. I can sleep with 4 people at a time. Is this young man a mage? You seem to have just come out of a dungeon. What level of dungeon did you play? Where are your teammates? You didn't enter the dungeon alone, did you? Will you take me with you? You'll sleep with me for a week. I'll keep my word. Several female professionals gathered around. Luo Chen pinched his nose. Even though there was a layer of clothes between them, he could still smell a strange odor on them. Especially when I open my mouth to speak, there is a taste in my mouth. Do all the little girls in the Sakura Country play so big? Luo Chen waved his hand in disgust and walked out of the crowd. Fortunately, those female professionals did not continue to pester him. Otherwise, Luo Chen would really not be able to help but hit them with his staff. Luo Chen was not in a hurry to leave, but went towards the entrance formation of the Great Tengu copy again. He planned to play the Hell-level dungeon a few more times. But to Luo Chen's surprise, when he entered the Hell-level Great Tengu copy again, the number of monsters in the copy was obviously much smaller, and even the IQ had decreased. The only ultimate boss left was Day Tengu, and then there were some elite bosses. As for the 3 level 40 bosses, they disappeared. Could it be related to the key to the Great Tengu's lair? Because I used the key to the Great Tengu's lair before, there are so many monsters in the dungeon. The number of monsters dropped dramatically, and they were completely dispersed, making it impossible to form a monster army like when he first entered the dungeon. This seriously affected the progress of Luo Chen's troop explosion task, and the upgrade speed has also slowed down. But he was not in a hurry. He rested, killed monsters, and completed the dungeon at the same time. By the time he left the Day Tengu dungeon area, it was 2 days later, and his level had risen to 38. Have you heard? Inyang City has begun to rebuild. The teleportation array in the city has been completed, and we are now working on the construction of the city walls, as well as the houses and buildings in the city. The geographical location of Inyang City is very important, and the surrounding cultivation resources are rich. The imperial leaders will never give it up. Unfortunately, the skeleton high priest is still missing. The empire has issued a bounty. Anyone who can provide effective clues will be rewarded with a top-level universal skill book. When the skeleton high priest escaped, he threatened to return to Inyang City. Do you think he will really return? Go back. Do you believe what the monster said? The 3 holy pillars of the empire have been stationed in Inyang City and have deployed heavy troops. If the skeleton high priest appears again, they will surely fall. Some professionals were discussing heatedly. But after the skeleton high priest left Inyang City, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and countless professionals searched for him but could not find any news at all. Inyang City has been rebuilt again? Luo Chen touched his chin, thinking with evil amusement in his heart. How about going to Inyang City again? From what they said, the teleportation array in Inyang City is already usable. Can I teleport there directly again? After looking at the progress of Barbarian Bear's troop explosion mission, Luo Chen grinned. He had already decided to launch another siege, but he had not yet decided which city in the Sakura Country to attack. Inyang City. In the past few days, a lot of the ruins left on the battlefield have been cleared. While clearing the rubble and tearing down the dilapidated buildings, they also started building new houses and city walls. Just as those professionals said, Inyang City is very important to Sakura Country, and reconstruction is inevitable. However, building a new city from the ruins is not a matter of a day or a night, and it cannot be completed without a year or 2. In a simple house, several powerful figures sat together. It was none other than the Lord of Inyang City and the 3 sacred pillars of the Sakura Country. Because of the loss of the city, the Lord of Inyang City is now responsible for rebuilding Inyang City to make up for his mistake. However, even if Inyang City was rebuilt, he would not be able to keep his position as city lord, and his dismissal and demotement was a foregone conclusion. Even so, the Lord of Inyang City did not dare to complain at all. The Lord of Inyang City pointed at the map and said, "The teleportation array has been rebuilt. Professionals can teleport to Inyang City and then practice nearby. It won't affect their cultivation and growth. The only thing I am most worried about now is the skeleton high priest." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the dragon knight. Humph. Why didn't the 3 of us leave? We were waiting for it to appear. The roar it made when it left is still ringing in my ears. He hated the skeleton high priest to the core. The mount pet he had cultivated for most of his life had died. Even if he put all his effort into cultivating another one in the future, it would never be able to reach the level of the previous one. The Dragon Knight, without his dragon mount, is like a tiger without claws. I wonder how many people are laughing at him behind his back now. In fact, it's not just him. The other two holy pillars also tried to get rid of Luo Chen as soon as possible. Inyang City was breached, and nearly 50,000 professionals died, and this was in the presence of the three holy pillars of their empire. How could they retain their dignity? Only by beheading the skeleton high priest can they wash away their shame. The forbidden spell priest sighed slightly. That's what I said, but if it doesn't appear, do we have to keep waiting? They didn't know that while they were talking, Luo Chen had already appeared on the Inyang City's teleportation array through the city return memory stone. Luo Chen swaggered out of the magic circle, and seeing the city construction team in full swing, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. There are still quite a lot of people in Sakura Country. How can they organize so many people to build a city? No, we must help them reduce their number. Chapter 145 coming, the strongest joint attack. Because of the city construction, there are a lot of people in Inyang City. However, among these people, there are very few people with combat professions, and most of them are in non-combat professions. Even though you can occasionally see a few combat professions, most of them are magicians specializing in the element of earth. Luo Chen turned around twice and frowned slightly. Compared to a prosperous city, it is not wise to come to this place to complete the mission of explosive troops. No matter how many people participate in urban construction, they can never be more numerous than the residents of a prosperous city. And how many means of attack can non-combat professions have? If a 10-year-old beast stood there for them to chop, it would probably take them a long time to chop it to death. But despite this, Luo Chen still decided to come to Inyang City again, mainly because it was fun. I'm going to wantonly slap you, the Sakura Country, in the face. Since you said you'd come back, you'll definitely come back. Besides, I just destroyed Inyang City, and you are rebuilding it in just a few days. It is obvious that you are not respecting me, the skeleton high priest. Luo Chen muttered to himself, and the smile on his face became more and more weird. Of course, there is another more important reason why he returned to Inyang City. That is the three sacred pillars of Sakura Country. As long as those three old guys are here, why worry about not being able to complete the Barbarian Bear's mission of increasing troops? Not to mention the Barbarian Bear's troop boosting mission. Maybe even the 10,000-year-old human-faced Spider Emperor's troop boosting mission can be completed today. After turning around twice more, Luo Chen came to an uninhabited ruin. A layer of black mist emanated from his body. The next second, the skeleton high priest transformation has begun. Boom. A layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the originally blue sky. Thunder rolled in the clouds, making a deafening roar. A strange phenomenon occurred in the sky, and a terrifying and brutal aura descended from the sky, instantly covering the entire Inyang City. This sudden change came too suddenly. All the Sakura people gathered in the city were stunned for a moment and looked up into the void. Even the professionals who were training in the suburbs noticed the changes here and turned their heads to look over. Look over there, what happened? Oh my God, this scene seems familiar. Those who had experienced the beast tide in Inyang City turned pale in an instant, with beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down their foreheads. At the same time, endless fear arose in my heart. Some of the professionals did not hesitate at all, turned around, and fled away from Inyang City. At this moment, the three holy pillars of the Sakura Kingdom in Inyang City have been alarmed. Including the Lord of Inyang City, a group of strong men rushed out quickly. Roar! With a roar, the dragon rider summoned a pterosaur, leaped onto the pterosaur's back, and flew into the air. This was a mount pet that he had purchased at a high price a few days ago. Its attributes and level were far inferior to those of the original Scarlet Flame Dragon. Even if the same amount of effort is spent on training, this pterosaur cannot grow to the height of the Red Flame Dragon. And all this is thanks to the High Priest of Skeletons. Above the sky, the Dragon Knight's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. When dark clouds covered Inyang City, when that breath appeared, when the thunder surged, he had already felt that familiar breath. Skeleton High Priest, you are back as expected. The Dragon Knight roared. Die. Roar. Without stopping for a moment, he drove the pterosaur towards the direction where Luo Chen was. On the ground, the forbidden spell priest opened his hands, and rays of sacred light emanated from his palms. In an instant, the sky was covered with golden light, turning into gorgeous rain of light that sprinkled on every corner of Inyang City. At the same time, his voice spread and reached the ears of everyone involved in the construction of the city. All professionals in Inyang City, listen up, evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. All professionals in Inyang City, listen up. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The entire Inyang City was instantly thrown into chaos. Apart from the three holy pillars of Sakura and a few powerful professionals like the Lord of Inyang City, the only ones who dared to stay in the city were the stationed Sakura Country troops. As for those ordinary non-combat professions, as well as professionals who came here for training through the Inyang City teleportation array, they were already scared silly at this time and fled out of the city in panic. A few days ago, nearly 50,000 professionals died in the beast tide in Inyang City. The entire Inyang City was reduced to ruins, with corpses piled up like mountains. These people were eaten by soul beasts, and very few of them were left with intact bodies. The blood flowed like a river, and the flesh splattered everywhere. The purgatory-like scene is still vivid in people's minds, irritating the nerves of all professionals in Sakura Country. Run away. It's the skeleton high priest. It's really back? And just like last time, it appeared directly in the city? Where on earth did it come from? Could it be true, as the rumors say, that this skeleton high priest might be a professional from an enemy country? Stop talking nonsense. Which professional can summon so many undead beasts? And the skeleton high priest can also transform into a bone dragon. Is there such a profession in the world? At this time, Luo Chen was standing quietly on a ruin. The broken skeleton was extremely terrifying. The thin figure stood in the strong wind, and the tattered robe on his body rustled in the wind, just like a demon crawling out of the nine nether hell. Oh, between heaven and earth, there were waves of ghosts howling and wolves howling. Dragon Rider? Did he get himself new teeth? Luo Chen said hoarsely, his tone full of sarcasm. But the Dragon Rider ignored it, raised his broadsword high in both hands, and swooped down on his pterosaur. Dragon Rider's fury slash. Boom. The crimson light and shadow gathered together and turned into a lightsaber dozens of meters long that fell from the sky. At this moment, the heaven and earth shook, and the entire sky was dyed by this red light, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Almost at the same time, the least visible ninja master among the three holy pillars of Sakura also took action. His strange figure appeared directly behind Luo Chen, and his figure flashed and turned into hundreds of phantoms. Sakura Feather, Phantom Combo. There were hundreds of phantoms. Each one seemed real and unreal. When the ninja sword of the ninja master fell, the sword lights in the hands of all the phantoms also fell at the same time. In the distance, the holy revival, cast by the forbidden spell priest, had already enveloped the entire Inyang City. He raised the staff in his hand again. A sacred breath rose into the sky. Forbidden spell, Brahma's protection. Chapter 146. Let's play from the beginning, right? The strongest combined attack of the three sacred pillars of Sakura. Each skill is the strongest skill they currently possess, and it is a skill whose proficiency has reached the maximum value. Combined with their powerful equipment and attributes, the power they unleashed when the three of them joined forces was earth-shattering. Even the most powerful professionals in the world can only avoid their attacks. Of course, when it is said to be a three-person attack, it is actually a joint attack by the Dragon Knight and the Ninja Master. The Brahma Guardian of the Forbidden Spell Priest actually amplified the attributes of both of them, giving them an extremely terrifying special state. Humble people of Sakura Country, have you still not learned your lesson? I am immortal. Luo Chen's mouth opened into a grin, and the soul fire in his eyes beat violently. Faced with this devastating blow, he was too lazy to even dodge and just endured all the damage. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Luo Chen's body fell apart, and the broken bones evaporated in the air. After the aftermath of the three people's joint attack dissipated, not even a piece of Luo Chen's body was left. Dead. The ninja master swayed and landed steadily behind the Dragon Knight, standing on the pterosaur's back. Although the skeleton high priest was dead, the three of them did not relax at all, and their expressions were even more solemn than before. Roar. Nearly 30,000 skeleton bears were wreaking havoc. They were roaring and galloping, rushing towards the direction of the Forbidden Spell Priest. That's right, they were attacking the Forbidden Spell Priests, not the non-combat professionals who were fleeing in all directions. What's the point of attacking them? Do you expect a group of non-combat professionals to swing hoes and shovels to help him pile up troops? Come on. Careful. The Dragon Rider shouted and swung his great sword at the same time. A crescent-shaped sword light slashed downward at an angle. The sword light blasted into the group of wild bears. This one sword alone took the lives of nearly 100 wild bears. Instant kill? Are these monsters' attributes so low? The Dragon Rider frowned. In the distance, the Forbidden Spell Priest said in a deep voice, Don't worry about me. The skeleton high priest will definitely be resurrected. After it is resurrected, you must kill it again as soon as possible to test its resurrection cooldown limit. It can also prevent it from summoning those skeleton beasts. While he was speaking, he had already been waving the staff in his hand continuously. Skill, Pillar of Holy Light. Boom. Above the ground, golden spots of light appeared, and then burst out with dazzling light, turning into pillars of light shooting up into the sky. As a supporting profession, the priest has far fewer means of attack than other combat professions. Even as a forbidden spell priest, a hidden profession, he doesn't have many attack skills, but compared to ordinary priests, his attack skills are obviously more powerful. Because the barbarian bear's attributes are so low, the power of the Pillar of Holy Light is far less than that of the Dragon Knight's slash. But because of its wide range, the damage it causes to the barbarian bear is much more exaggerated than that of the Dragon Knight. Boom. A beam of light burst out, and hundreds of wild bears died. At this time, the professionals from Sakura Country who had already fled outside the city stopped and looked nervously at the battlefield in the ruins. This scene is very similar to the last battle in Inyang City. Will the skeleton high priest be resurrected? He can't be really dead, right? Isn't this nonsense? Although the skeleton high priest is a monster, he has wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans. He dares to come to Inyang City to act wild again, which shows that he has nothing to fear. At this point, the speaker's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Not only him, but others also seemed to have opened a flash door. I understand. The reason why the skeleton high priest fled in a hurry and escaped from Inyang City last time was because his resurrection skill entered the cooldown period. That is to say, its resurrection skill seems to be able to revive continuously, as if there is no cooldown time, but in fact, after several consecutive deaths, this skill will still enter cooldown. At this moment, hope arose in the hearts of many people. In the city, after seeing that those giant skeleton bears could not hurt the forbidden spell priest, the Dragon Knight and the Ninja Master stopped worrying about anything and instead concentrated on feeling the surrounding atmosphere. Prepare to kill Luo Chen again the moment he is resurrected. They already have a detailed plan on how to kill the skeleton high priest. Kill. Kill. Continuous killing. How dare a monster be so arrogant? Why didn't he summon those giant skeleton beasts right away? Instead, he summoned a bunch of ordinary giant skeleton bears first. If you want to summon now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. There was a cold light flashing in the dragon rider's eyes. The terror of the Titan ape has already cast a shadow in his heart. His scarlet flame dragon mount was killed by the Titan ape's Titan sky cannon. The Ninja Master whispered, based on the analysis of the last battle, the skeleton high priest can only summon one monster each time he performs the summoning spell. Although its summoning technique seems to have no cooldown time and can be used continuously, in fact, there is still a split second between each summoning, which allows us to interrupt its summoning. After the last Beast Tide War, the Sakura Country invited many experts to analyze this war. Analyze this skeleton high priest comprehensively to find out his weaknesses. Its defense is low, and a strong attacker with a strength of level 60 can easily kill it in seconds. There is powerful anti-injury, which can be resisted by wearing equipment that is immune to anti-injury. Able to resurrect. Able to summon monsters continuously and uninterruptedly, the most powerful of which are 11 giant skeleton beasts. Wait. Roar. In the distance, the station's city defense troops also joined the battlefield and quickly cleared out the barbarian bear soul beasts. Just at this moment, gray mist suddenly appeared and then gathered into a new body. I'm back again. Phantom slash. Puff. The figure of the ninja master flashed and appeared mysteriously behind Luo Chen. This knife directly cut off Luo Chen's head. Flash sale. A few seconds later. I again. Boom. Another sword fell from the sky. This time it was the Dragon Knight who attacked. Before Luo Chen could finish a complete sentence, his attack killed Luo Chen instantly again. Fuck. Okay, I'll play with you guys. Are you serious from the beginning? I came all the way to Inyang City to help you streamline your population and eliminate the aging and low IQ population. Am I wrong? I'm doing this for your own good. Luo Chen was angry. After being resurrected again, he threw out all the soul beasts in the summoning space in an instant. In an instant, dense summoning arrays appeared. The deafening roar and the bloodthirsty and brutal aura that rose into the sky enveloped the entire city. Chapter 147. Killing one person, Sakura Country loses face. Roar. 12 Titan demon apes, each over 40 meters tall, appeared around Luo Chen. The hideous skeleton body stood there, bringing endless pressure to people, making the Dragon Knight, Ninja Master, and others change color in anger. One of the Titan apes bent down slightly and stretched out a claw in front of Luo Chen. So good. Luo Chen stepped forward and then came to the shoulder of the Titan demon ape. Oh no, it's those giant skeleton beasts, and there are more of them than the last beast tide. The dragon rider exclaimed. He remembered the last beast tide battle very clearly. There were clearly 11 giant skeleton beasts at that time. But today the skeleton high priest appeared again and actually summoned 12? At this moment, all the professionals looked pale. Judging from the situation just now, their 3 holy pillars of the empire have tried their best to attack the skeleton high priest and have achieved several consecutive kills. They thought that this would interrupt the skeleton high priest's summoning of monsters, but they never expected that they still failed to stop him. Seeing those ferocious monsters rushing towards every corner of Inyang City like a tsunami, everyone felt hopeless. Asshole! The ninja master tightened the ninja sword in his hand, and his figure disappeared again like a ghost. Then, he appeared behind Luo Chen without any warning. The ninja sword in his hand swept straight towards Luo Chen's neck. Coming again? Luo Chen sneered. The moment the ninja master disappeared, Luo Chen had already sensed what was about to happen. So he used the blue lightning overlord armor, without hesitation. He originally planned to use Thunder Dragon's shocking explosion, or let the Titan ape use Titan's roar, to shock the ninja master with the stun effect of the skill, and then take the opportunity to kill him. But in the last war, the ninja master used special means to avoid the range attack of Titan's roar. But this skill not only did not hurt him, it even failed to trigger the stun effect. So in the end, Luo Chen chose the blue lightning overlord armor. At this moment, the ninja master was extremely nervous. It is extremely risky to sneak attack the skeleton high priest under the protection of 12 skeleton beasts. One may lose his life if he is not careful. Seeing his ninja sword getting closer and closer to the skeleton high priest's neck, the ninja master breathed a sigh of relief. Snap! With a dull thud, Luo Chen's head was chopped off. Another successful kill, great. The ninja master was overjoyed and was about to use his skills to get away before the 12 Titan apes could react. But unfortunately, just as he was about to step back, a feeling of numbness spread throughout his body. Finished. For a moment, the ninja master felt hopeless. In the distance, the Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell Priest also felt that something was wrong. Purification. A ray of light descended from the sky and enveloped the body of the ninja master. But it's still too slow. I saw a Titan demon ape stretch out his hands, grab the ninja master's body, and then lift it in front of him. Roar! The Titan ape's ferocious mouth opened, dazzling light gathered in it, and a devastating energy wave erupted. Titan, Sky Cannon. A pillar of light formed instantly, directly submerging the ninja master's body. Even he, one of the 3 holy pillars of Sakura Country, could not withstand the attack of the Titan Sky Cannon at such a close distance. The shrill wails were drowned out, but a few unclear words could still be heard. After the light faded, the body of the ninja master had already turned to ashes. Kato-san, help. These were the 5 words he shouted with all his might before he died. The Kato he mentioned was the Forbidden Spell Priest. He called out his companion's name before dying, obviously placing all his hopes on that person. As the most powerful priest profession in Sakura Country, how could it not have resurrection skills? However, his resurrection skill requires a huge price. The cost was even beyond his ability to bear. In fact, it's not just him. Most resurrection skills in this world require a huge price and must be used within a certain time of the target's death. Take the Forbidden Curse Priest, for example. After he uses a resurrection skill, although he can resurrect the ninja master, the level of the Forbidden Curse Priest will instantly drop by 10 levels, and all experience points from killing monsters will be permanently reduced by 30. If the caster's level is lower than level 10, when casting Resurrection, he will sacrifice himself in exchange for another's life. Level 10. If it is a low-level professional, it is not a big deal, but to reach the height of the 3 holy pillars of Sakura, it may take 7 or 8 years to reach level 10. What's more, the experience gained from killing monsters is reduced by 30. In the distance, the Dragon Knight roared, "Kato, act quickly. I'll fuck your mother." The Forbidden Curse Priest shouted angrily. "I haven't learned the resurrection skill." Dragon Knight? Damn, you didn't learn the resurrection skill? I have known you for decades. Don't I know whether you have learned it or not? You just dropped 10 levels, and the experience you get from killing monsters was permanently reduced by 30, but for the Ninja Master, that's a life. The life of your old brother who has been around for decades. The Dragon Knight's gaze changed completely when he looked at the Forbidden Spell Priest. Don't look at me like that. If you can resurrect, would you let others do it? Fuck, it doesn't happen to you. So you're just talking nonsense. The forbidden curse priest said angrily. We can't fight anymore. Let's retreat. After uttering these words, golden light enveloped his entire body, and then his figure flew into the void and headed towards the distance. You! The dragon rider roared, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing the dense swarms of skeleton bats surrounding him from all directions, he dared not stay any longer and drove the pterosaur to turn around and run away. Everyone listen up, retreat immediately, retreat immediately. This scene stunned everyone. From the fall of the ninja master, to the conflict between the forbidden spell priest and the dragon knight, to the escape of the two, everything happened too fast. By the time the lord of Enyang City and the defenders in the city reacted, the forbidden spell priest and the dragon knight had already escaped from Enyang City. Oh shit, the lord of Enyang City was furious. He was originally responsible for rebuilding Enyang City in order to redeem himself from his crime, but he never expected it to become like this after only a few days of construction. It's over. It's all over. Enyang City was lost again, and I am adding guilt to guilt. The lord of Enyang City cursed the ancestors of the 3 sacred pillars 18 times in his heart. They are the 3 holy pillars of the empire, 3 of the 10 most powerful professionals in the entire Sakura Country. 1 died and 2 escaped? If this matter gets out to the international community, the Sakura Country will lose all its face, and the key point is that it has also harmed me. However, now is not the time to think about these things. The lord of Enyang City waved the round fan in his hand and instantly killed the wild bears that rushed towards him from all directions. Then he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. As for the garrison troops, he no longer cared about them. The most important thing now was to escape. In the distance, Luo Chen stood on the shoulder of the Titan demon ape, looking at the direction where the dragon knights were escaping, feeling a little confused. Don't leave. Come back and help me kill. Fuck, you run so fast. Luo Chen spat and ignored the people who escaped. Escape? No matter how you try to escape, the boundary-breaking wristband will remember it and can find you at any time. Then, Luo Chen turned his gaze towards the defenders and gave an evil smile. Humble humans, don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. As long as you take good care of my little bear, I might be able to leave you with an intact body. Chapter 148, Transmission of Hatred. Here I come again, a surprise? The Dragon Knight, the Forbidden Spell Priest, and the Enyang City Lord, 3 powerful men, escaped, which made Luo Chen a little disappointed. Without them, the progress of the task of increasing the number of troops was obviously much slower. It was too slow to rely solely on the remaining Enyang City defenders. In Enyang City, some buildings that had just been rebuilt in the past few days collapsed again, and the entire city was once again reduced to ruins. The sky above the ruins was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed through the clouds, and a light rain fell. The number of city defense troops is not large, with only about 5,000 professionals at most, and most of them are not of high level. At this time, they were surrounded by Luo Chen's soul beasts, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and there were also dark gold bat kings in the sky blocking them, blocking all possibilities of escape. Roar! Thousands of wild bears rushed forward from all directions and fought frantically with these professionals. Although these people's levels are not high, they can still block 3 or 4 times the number of wild bears. At least they can hold on for a short period of time. There's no way. The attributes of the barbarian bear are indeed a bit low. What should we do? We can't escape. If we keep wasting time like this, we'll all die here sooner or later. The Empire will not abandon us. I believe reinforcements will appear. Reinforcements? Even the Dragon Knights and Forbidden Spell Priests have already fled. I am completely disappointed with the national military. Time passed little by little, and every time a few thousand wild bears died, Luo Chen would use the soul beast summoning technique to replenish the lost number at once. Since the skill of army summoning came into being, summoning soul beasts has become much more convenient. Just casting a soul beast summoning spell can fill up the summoning limit at once. It's so cool. Young men, use your lives to squeeze them hard. The skeleton high priest attacked Enyang City again, causing an uproar in Sakura Country. The death of the ninja master, one of the 3 sacred pillars of Sakura, shocked the entire country. He is a master who can be ranked among the top 10 in the Sakura Country, and his level has reached 80. Such a person actually died. As for the incident in which the other 2 of the 3 holy pillars deserted the battlefield and the lord of Enyang City abandoned the city, it was suppressed by the officials of the Sakura Country. The explanation given by the Sakura Country was that the 3 of them retreated strategically to seek reinforcements. There was nothing that could be done about it. If the news that they were scared away by the skeleton high priest were to spread, the morale of the country would definitely be affected. The international reputation and status of the Sakura Country will also plummet. Many people had gathered at the Prime Minister's mansion at this time. In addition to the Dragon Knight and Forbidden Spell Priest, there are also the presidents of several large guilds in Sakura Country, as well as several top powerhouses. Among them were several strong men from top universities, including Yujiro Yamamoto, the chief wizard of Inada University. Everyone is very clear about the matter. Sakura Shoshyang's face turned pale, and he clenched his fist and said, "The most urgent task is to destroy the skeleton high priest as soon as possible and restore the Empire's international reputation. This is also the main reason for summoning you here." Everyone present looked at each other, and then subconsciously looked at the Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell Priest. One of them sneered and said, "Master Shoshyang is right. The honor of the Empire is above all else. We can go to Inyang City immediately, but we don't have to bring the 3 holy pillars of the Empire with us." The Dragon Rider asked angrily, "What do you mean?" The man snorted, "What do you mean? I'm fighting in the front, but my teammates in the back are running away? What's the point of having teammates like this?" Hearing this, the others nodded subconsciously. Although the 3 holy pillars of the Sakura Country have high status and represent the military, these people are not afraid of them. The Dragon Knight was furious and looked viciously at the Forbidden Spell Priest not far away. Obviously, he put all the blame on his teammates. Sakura Shoshyang coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, "Let's not argue about the past. What's more important is to deal with the skeleton high priest. An ordinary army of professionals won't be of much use against a monster like this. Only top warriors like you can stand a chance. The Supreme Council of the Empire has decided that all of you should go to Inyang City immediately. Up to now, the skeleton high priest has occupied Inyang City for more than 6 hours. 5,000 city defense troops were trapped inside, suffering from attacks from countless monsters every moment. Although it was unclear what the skeleton high priest was doing, he could have easily wiped out 5,000 people, but he treated them like monkeys and repeatedly sent out the lowest level monsters to charge. But even so, the 5,000 city defense troops could not hold out for long. Human physical strength is limited, and performing skills consumes a lot of mental energy, and the recovery potions in the backpack are also limited. Once everything is consumed, once they have no strength left to kill monsters, they will be submerged in the tide of beasts, and nothing will be left except for what they have eaten. I just received news that the skeleton high priest is still occupying Inyang City and doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving. So I'll leave the rest to you guys." As he spoke, Sakura Shoshyang stood up and bowed deeply to everyone. But at this moment, someone suddenly broke into the conference hall. Report, 1 minute ago, the skeleton high priest suddenly disappeared, along with all the monsters entrenched in Inyang City. The man looked anxious. 5,000 city defense troops were slaughtered, and Inyang City has become a dead city. The death of 5,000 city defense troops was something that had been expected. Although it was heartbreaking, there was nothing that could be done. But the skeleton high priest disappeared again, making everyone's faces turn pale, which meant that they had lost another chance to kill the skeleton high priest. And no one knows when and where the terrifying boss will appear. What if it appears in a city again? The conference room fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Sakura Shoshyang spoke first, but he only said 2 words, "Baga." At this time, it was less than 20 miles away from the capital of Sakura Country. A training team is killing monsters for training. Suddenly, the space around them distorted slightly. Just when a few people were stunned and at a loss, a strange and terrifying figure walked out from the distorted space. Where did the hate mark teleport me to? The figure muttered something, then looked around, his eyes fixed on the professionals who were training. Those people widened their eyes and looked at the figure in front of them in disbelief. Skull, skeleton high priest. I've seen its information. Is it really it? Isn't it in Inyang City? Why did it suddenly run here? Run away. They didn't even have the courage to fight back and just turned around and ran away. But how could Luo Chen give them a chance? Soul skill for thunder leaps. Boom. Rays of lightning surged and transformed into countless lightning snakes that rushed out in all directions, submerging those people in just a moment. Except for one meat shield professional, the others were killed instantly, and their bodies were directly blown into charcoal. Chapter 149. Oh no, the skeleton high priest is coming outside the city. The reason why Luo Chen chose to leave Inyang City was because the 5,000 city defense troops had been exhausted. After 5 or 6 hours of continuous fighting, those professionals were exhausted, and the speed of killing soul beasts dropped dramatically. Luo Chen really didn't want to continue wasting time on them, so he waved his hand, and 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts swooped out, overwhelming the 5,000 city defense troops in a blink of an eye. Then he turned on the hatred teleportation, closed his eyes and opened them again, and was teleported to this place. Hate mark. After being attacked, the wearer can mark the target with a special mark and can use the hate mark to randomly teleport to the target's location within a 30-mile radius at any time in the future. After killing the target, the hate mark disappears. The mark he locked onto was the Dragon Rider. At this time, the only remaining meat shield professional collapsed on the ground. His whole body was charred, and there was not a single intact spot on his skin. Although he survived, he was also seriously injured. If he was not treated in time, he would probably not live long. Mercy, mercy, don't kill me. The man's eyes were full of fear, and he moved backwards with difficulty. Luo Chen tapped his forehead with the staff in his hand and said hoarsely, "Humble human, where is this?" The meat shield professional said in a trembling voice, This is the outskirts of the capital, about 20 miles away from the capital." Capital? The soul fire in Luo Chen's eyes beat violently, and he couldn't help laughing. The capital is great, ha ha. The next second, his staff was used as a stick and hit the meat shield professional's head hard. Mental power conversion. All mental power is instantly converted into strength. Boom. With a loud bang, the slender staff burst out with terrifying power, smashing the meat shield's head into pieces. Because of the hatred mark, Luo Chen could already sense the direction of the Dragon Knight and even the distance clearly. If nothing unexpected happens, the Dragon Knight should be in the Sakura capital, right? Luo Chen touched his chin and said, "Well, whether he is there or not, since I am here, I have to go and visit him anyway." The mission to increase the number of troops of the Barbarian Bear and the mission to increase the number of troops of the 2,000 human-faced Spider Kings should all be completed now, right? Snap. Dark mist rushed out from his back and gathered into a pair of hideous bone wings. The originally gorgeous demon purple wings also underwent a drastic change after Luo Chen transformed into the skeleton high priest and turned into bone wings. At this time, the professionals in the capital of Sakura Country had no idea that a disaster was about to happen. The powerful men gathered in the Prime Minister's mansion had no idea that the skeleton high priest, whom they wished to tear into pieces, was about to appear in front of them. In the conference hall, Sakura Shoshiang continued to roar. "Baka, Baka, the skeleton high priest escaped again. Who can tell me what to do? We are too passive now. Can we only wait for the skeleton high priest to show up? Is there no other way?" Also, the last time the skeleton high priest escaped, he transformed into a giant skeleton dragon. But this time, he just teleported away. It disappeared in a flash. The atmosphere in the conference hall was very depressing. The Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell priest lowered their heads and dared not speak. The other strong men were also very depressed and felt unprecedentedly aggrieved. Damn, where on earth did this skeleton high priest come from? Boom. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. The entire Shoshiang mansion shook violently. What happened? Sakura Shoshiang was stunned for a moment. With the sound of hurried footsteps, a Sakura soldier rushed into the meeting room. "Report, it's bad. The skeleton high priest has led the beast army to the outskirts of the capital." "What? Has the skeleton high priest fought outside the capital city?" "Baga, this is too much. We must destroy it today." Outside the city of the cherry blossom capital, Luo Chen's figure stopped above the sky, and the ferocious demon purple wings behind him flapped slowly. Just a moment ago, his figure wrapped in dark clouds appeared here. At first, his appearance did not attract much attention. It was not until the dark clouds surrounding him dissipated and an army of 40,000 soul beasts appeared that the professionals outside the city and the defenders on the city walls woke up. "Ah, it's the skeleton high priest. Damn it, how did it get here? Isn't it in Inyang City? Alarm, alarm. Prepare the city defense artillery. All professionals outside the city should immediately return to the city. If you have a memory stone to return to the city, use it directly. Withdraw immediately." Roar. A titan demon ape under Luo Chen's feet opened its mouth. Its chest rose and fell slightly, and violent energy gathered. The titan sky cannon directly locked onto the thick city wall in the distance. Boom. A beam of light sprayed out, and a terrifying torrent of energy tore apart everything in front of it and slammed heavily into the city wall. Boom. Amid the earth-shaking explosion, the city wall shook violently and cracks appeared. But to Luo Chen's surprise, the city wall actually survived the Titan sky cannon. Although it was full of cracks, it did not collapse. In terms of city defense strength, the Sakura capital is undoubtedly the most powerful in the entire Sakura country. After the thick city wall was built, It was arranged by tens of thousands of formation masters, and its defensive power was terrifying. What's more, Luo Chen was attacking from the outside, and he was not only facing the city walls, but also the city defense barrier of the Sakura capital. Interesting. Luo Chen sneered, but even if it can withstand one Titan sky cannon, what about 12? Roar. With another roar, the second Titan Ape's Titan sky cannon arrived. The defensive formation of the city wall collapsed, and the thick city wall was on the verge of collapse in the second attack. The terrifying energy aftermath also caused some professionals around to bleed from all 7 orifices, and some were killed on the spot. Then the third one. The fourth one. It was not until the 5th Titan sky cannon was fired that the city walls and the city defense barrier exploded at the same time. The city's defense barrier collapsed directly. The city wall was blasted into ruins nearly 100 meters long. Luo Chen grinned and waved his hand. The city wall and the city defense barrier have been broken. Guys, why don't you rush in and die? Roar. At one command, all the beasts galloped. All the 10-year-old wild bears, 10,000-year-old human-faced spider kings, and 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockatoo snakes all rushed out, while the other soul beasts waited where they were. Luo Chen now has 3 troop explosion tasks. 20 million wild bears died, unlocking the 100,000-year-old soul beast bear king. If 2,000 human-faced spider kings die, you can get a soul bone at random. 100,000 phoenix-tailed coxcomb snakes died, unlocking the 100,000-year-old soul beast azure python. Of course, these 3 soul beasts are here to die. Chapter 150, Multiplier. At this time, the alarm sounded throughout the capital. All the professionals were in chaos. The horror of the skeleton high priest has long been known to everyone. Inong City was massacred by the skeleton high priest twice, and the horrific scenes are still vivid in people's minds. Now, that terrifying boss has actually arrived in the capital? Will this place become the second Inong City? Will it also become a dead city, turned into a ruin? An atmosphere of fear spread, and some non-combat professionals were the first to be unable to bear the pressure. They were so frightened that they ran away in panic and rushed to the teleportation arrays in various parts of the capital, trying to leave by teleportation. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and figures rushed out from the Prime Minister's mansion with a terrifying aura. The wind was raging, the thunder was rolling, and several great wizards were surrounded by powerful elemental energy and soared into the sky. Several others rode their flying mounts toward the outside of the city. Those who did not have flying mounts and did not have flying skills used their own means to turn into afterimages and rush out. Look, it's the chief wizard of Anada University, Master Yujiro Yamamoto. Yamamoto Yujiro? Humph, didn't you see the other person next to him? That's the dean of Anada University. 2 of the Empire's 3 holy pillars have also appeared. Have you seen the other guys? They look very strong. You don't recognize them? Do you see the 3 people in the front? They are the same as the 3 holy pillars of the Empire. They are all among the top 10 strongest people in our empire. One of them ranked 3rd, and he is the Empire's top meat shield professional. The first tank, is he? Seeing those powerful figures appear, the city, which was originally in chaos, suddenly became much quieter. Some people who wanted to teleport away also stopped and looked towards the outside of the city. With so many powerful people joining together, they should be able to destroy the skeleton high priest, right? If we can't do anything about them, Sakura Country will completely become the back garden of the skeleton high priest. At this time, Luo Chen also noticed those figures. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes as he scanned those people one by one. Even without using top-level detection techniques, he could roughly tell who was stronger and who was weaker by the strength of their auras. After a few seconds, Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on a strong man. No, this person can no longer be described simply with the word strong. He was over 2 meters tall and covered with fat. At first glance, he looked like a movable tumor. Name, Hinata Izuna. Occupation, multiplier. Level, 89. Strength, 378,900, plus 10. Agility, 12,260. Spirit, 39,660. Magic resistance, 83,640, plus 10. Physical resistance, 187,240, plus 10. Skill? After using the top-level detection technique to check the opponent's attributes, Luo Chen took a breath of cold air. What a powerful attribute! This is definitely the most powerful character attribute he has ever seen. Before this, the most powerful meat shield professional Luo Chen had ever seen was the Dean of Kyoto University, Yuan Hong. But even Yuan Hong is only level 82, and his profession is a shield warrior. Moreover, President Yuan Hong is old. He is over 70 years old. Even if he can make some breakthroughs in the future, his achievements will be very limited. But the multiplier in front of him looked much younger than Yuan Hong, and his profession was far more valuable than that of a shield warrior. Luo Chen has read some introductions about the powerful people in the Sakura Country, among which the profession of multiplier was mentioned, which is also a unique hidden profession like his. Snap! In the void, thunder flashed, and the thunder from the sky fell down with a loud bang, directly hitting the herd of beasts. In the blink of an eye, thousands of wild bears were killed instantly. The one who took action was the chief wizard of Inada University, Yujiro Yamamoto. Afterwards, two other powerful mages also took action. Several large-scale group spells were cast, and more than 20,000 wild bears were wiped out. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he was happy. This is what we call work efficiency. This is what we call work attitude. On the ground, the multiplier narrowed his eyes and took a few steps forward with his fat body. With every step, the ground shook violently. When he took the fifth step, suddenly a visible impact spread forward with his feet as the center. Boom. At the front, thousands of thousand-year-old cockroach snakes were directly knocked away by the energy impact, and some of the cockroach snakes that were bombarded head-on had their bodies exploded and were killed instantly on the spot. High Priest Skeleton, today you will never return. The voice of the multiplier resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the air and making it buzz. I originally wanted to go to Inong City to look for you, but then I found out that you disappeared. I was worried for a long time, afraid that I would not be able to catch you in the future. I didn't expect that you would run to the capital to die. Humph. In the sky, the Dragon Knight rode on his pterosaur, staring at Luo Chen with cold hatred in his eyes. The same is true for the Forbidden Spell Priest. All the humiliation they both suffered came from the skeletal high priest in front of them. It was the skeleton high priest who made them lose face, ruined their reputation, and made them the laughingstock of the entire Sakura Country. It would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in their hearts unless they cut the skeleton high priest into pieces. Stop talking nonsense, let's kill it together. The Dragon Knight roared, we can't let it escape today no matter what. Forbidden Spell Priest, Forbidden Spell, Holy Resurrection, Forbidden Spell, Brahma's Protection. Kill. A sky full of gorgeous magic gathered. Thunder, frost, fire, meteors. They bombarded the Soul Beast army in an overwhelming manner. Not only that, the city defense cannons on the city wall were gathering energy, the energy array burst out with dazzling light, and then beams of light blasted out. Although the attack power of the city defense cannon is far less than that of the Titan Sky Cannon, it is enough to kill a 1,000-year-old Soul Beast in seconds if hit head-on. As for the 10,000-year-old Soul Beast, most of its health bar will be knocked down. Boom. The battle started instantly, violent explosions continued to ring out, and the entire world was shrouded in gorgeous magic. The city defense army gathered together, but did not approach this side. They all knew the skeleton beast's means of attack and knew that this beast had very powerful long-range skills. Unless one was an extremely powerful professional, he would most likely be killed instantly if he got close. The ground shook violently. The huge body of the multiplier rushed forward, and the earth elements on the ground gathered to form a thick layer of earth element armor on his body. This is not the end yet. With every step he took, his body would double in size. By the time he rushed into the army of soul beasts, his body had expanded to a height of more than 30 meters, which was only slightly smaller than the Titan Demon Ape. Chapter 151 Woo Woo Woo, Baby Bear is finally here. After the multiplier used his unique skills, his body suddenly grew to a height of more than 30 meters. The professionals watching the battle from afar widened their eyes in disbelief. As people from the Sakura Country, although they had long heard of the strength of the number 1 meat shield, it was the first time for most of them to see this powerful meat shield take action. The result was a great success. That body, like a mountain, made the ground shake with every step it took. As he ran forward, cracks were left on the ground, and the soul beasts blocking his way were like rag bags and were easily blown away. Not to mention those 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts. All those that were hit head-on by the multiplier would be killed instantly. Even a 10,000-year-old soul beast could not stop him. The soaring momentum and devastating power of the multiplication technique caused the defensive fortifications of the Sakura capital to surge in momentum. Haha, the skeleton high priest is dead today. Who among you has learned the top-level detection technique? Tell me how powerful Hinata Izuna-sama is. Top-level detection technique. Who has it? Hurry. Close to 380,000. Oh my god, his strength is close to 380,000? And that's not even counting the 10 attribute bonus. If everything is counted, his strength has already exceeded 400,000 points. Hiss. Everyone who heard this gasped. 400,000 points. Even those top physical output professions may not have such high strength, right? However, they also know that in addition to being powerful, the top physical output professions also possess more terrifying output skills, which is something that the multiplier cannot compare to. The 6-winged purple wings flapped slowly, and Luo Chen's figure landed on the back of a Titan demon ape. He looked at the multiplier who was rushing towards him with some astonishment. That huge body, running wildly, looked like a rampaging ancient beast. This skill is truly amazing. To be honest, even I am a little envious. Luo Chen touched his chin and muttered to himself, I don't know if it can be multiplied locally. Judging from the attributes alone, the basic attributes of the multiplier completely crushed the Titan ape. The strength attribute alone is twice that of the Titan ape. The Titan ape's strength is only 200,000 points. Magic resistance and physical resistance are also about 30 higher than that of the Titan ape. But even so, Luo Chen didn't take him seriously. You three go play with him. Luo Chen waved his hand casually. The three Titan apes roared continuously, and their bodies, which were much taller than the doubler, rushed out wildly and charged straight towards the doubler. In a flash, the three of them collided with the multiplier. As soon as they made contact, one of the Titan apes used Titan Roar. The sound waves spread and turned into energy shocks visible to the naked eye, enveloping the multiplier. The horrific impact caused his body to pause slightly, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. The stun effect of Titan's Roar took effect, but surprisingly, this skill had a 3-second stun effect, but it lost its effect in less than 1 second when it fell on the multiplier. Not only that, the Titan ape that used the skill also suffered powerful counterattack injuries, and several cracks appeared on its skeleton body. A powerful meat shield profession, in addition to the resistance of both sides, the life recovery ability and anti-injury ability are definitely not weak. This is especially true for the multiplier, who is the #1 meat shield in Sakura Country. Above the sky, the overwhelming dark gold bat kings surrounded the dragon knight. On the ground, the 10,000-year-old green phosphorus snake king, the human-faced spider king, the millennium two-headed hell wolf, and other soul beasts were rampaging. But under the continuous bombardment of so many powerful men, although the number of Luo Chen's soul beasts was terrifying, except for the 12 Titan demon apes, those soul beasts under 10,000 years old did not seem to pose much threat to the top strong men. Of course, the premise is that Luo Chen no longer summons new soul beasts. Now with the army summoning, no matter how many soul beasts are lost, Luo Chen can replenish them all in an instant. Another wave of 10-year-old wild bears ahead were wiped out. Luo Chen waved his hand, and more than 20,000 new wild bears were summoned. As a result, just as these wild bears stood firm on their front feet, ice cones fell from the sky and took away a large area of them. Boom. The group of Titan demon apes that had been guarding Luo Chen continuously used the sky cannon and had destroyed the fortifications on the distant city wall. The city defense cannons had long since turned into ruins. In the central area of the city, Prime Minister Sakura was standing on a high platform, looking at the battle outside the city. His face was gloomy and his eyes were full of hatred. A monster actually brought a tide of beasts to the outskirts of the capital city? If we cannot destroy it today, the international status of the Sakura Country will be completely ruined. Everyone listen up. We must destroy the skeleton high priest and all the monsters he summoned. At any cost. Sakura Shoshiang gritted his teeth and said, remember, at any cost. Send out the formation masters and the mage army to assist in the battle. Archer Corps. Orders were issued one by one. The troops that had been gathering outside the battlefield quickly began to move. A mage army consisting of thousands of magicians quickly rushed into the battlefield. Following closely behind were teams of archers. Group magic, covering attack. Scattering skills, covering attack. With roars of anger, all kinds of skills blasted out like an overwhelming force. The army composed of ordinary professionals joined the battlefield, which greatly accelerated the speed of the soul beast reduction. But after fighting for a while, these professionals who had just joined the battlefield all showed looks of despair. No matter how many they killed, the skeleton high priest would replenish the number of deaths in the next moment. 1,000 is just like that. The same is true for 10,000 of them. Damn it, how could this happen? Can the skeleton high priest summon infinitely? We can't keep wasting time like this. Unless we can kill the skeleton high priest, this war will never end. On the other side, Luo Chen was grinning foolishly. Just a moment ago, the Barbarian Bears troop explosion mission was finally completed. The system prompt sound is more pleasant than ever before. Bearkuin, let me see how strong you are. Luo Chen waved his staff continuously, and the soul beast summoning technique was performed. The Savage Bear mission has been completed, and the soul beast shield is activated. In the shielded state, each time he cast the soul beast summoning technique, he would only summon soul beasts that were more than 1,000 years old. This way, there is a greater chance of summoning a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Whoosh. At this moment, An arrow wrapped in golden light shot over. The space was torn apart, and the arrow, with endless power, instantly reached Luo Chen. But before it could hit Luo Chen, it was blocked by the palm of a Titan demon ape. Hey, could you please stop sneaking up on me? It's so annoying. Luo Chen turned his head and looked in the direction where the arrow came from. Fire back and kill that woman. Chapter 152 Shock. Fear spreads. The arrows were shot from the archer core. The person who made the move was a middle-aged woman, dressed in tight clothes, with a pretty face and a charming look. This woman is none other than the leader of the archer corps, Hatano Koniyu, who is known as the military sharpshooter and is level 66. She was a little disappointed that the arrow failed to hit the skeleton high priest. Just then, she noticed that the skeleton high priest in the distance turned his head and looked towards her. The soul fire that was beating in her eye sockets emitted a cold light that was so frightening that it made her feel as if her soul had fallen into an ice cellar, and her whole body could not help but tremble. Just at this moment, several Titan apes turned around. Roar! The dazzling light gathered in their mouths and instantly turned into beams of light that blasted out. Not good, Hatano exclaimed. Scatter, scatter. Formation Master, defend. Earth Elemental Mage, Earth Wall. Rays of light appeared, and mysterious runes appeared under the feet of the archer core. The defensive barrier condensed by the Formation Master is formed. At the same time, layers of thick earth walls rose up, blocking the path that the Titan Sky Cannon must pass through. Unfortunately, although the means they used were not weak, they were not enough to stop the continuous bombardment of the Titan Sky Cannon. Boom! The first Sky Cannon blasted all the earth walls to pieces. The second Sky Cannon directly destroyed the Formation Master's defensive barrier. The third and fourth Titan Sky Cannons hit the crowd directly. Blood and flesh flew everywhere they passed, and an empty zone was created in the military formation. This round of attack alone caused heavy casualties to the army of nearly 10,000 people, and a loss of at least 40 of their combat power. Roar! On the other side, the multiplier knocked the 3 Titan apes back repeatedly, but he could not get rid of their entanglement no matter what. The Titan ape possesses the skill, power of the earth, and the hammer of the Titan for close combat. Even though its basic attributes are far lower than those of the multiplier, the 3 of them working together are enough to hold him back here. Power of the earth, passive skill. When the Titan ape steps on the ground, it will continue to receive the favor of the earth, greatly increasing its life recovery speed. Titan hammer, condensing the power of the earth element, it causes triple critical damage to targets in the front range. The skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. This, power of the earth, is definitely a god-level skill for meat shields. It can resist energy consumption, and its recovery ability is no weaker than that of the multiplier. Luo Chen was still standing on the shoulder of a Titan demon ape, still performing the soul beast summoning technique. Back when he was in Inyang City, he was overwhelmed by the 3 holy pillars of Sakura Country, the Lord of Inyang City and others, and finally had to leave Inyang City temporarily. It all came down to the soul beast summoning technique. At that time, he had not yet learned how to summon troops, and could only summon 1 soul beast each time he used the soul beast summoning technique. But it's different now. Damn it, I don't believe it. I have to summon Mr. Bear today, no matter what. Otherwise, I won't leave. Luo Chen clenched his teeth. Just then, a system prompt appeared again. Hint: the host caused the death of 2,000 10,000-year-old human-faced spider kings in battle. Mission completed, and a soul bone is obtained randomly. Hint: soul bones are randomly selected. Hint: the random selection of soul bones has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul bone Azure Dragon Python right arm bone. Even the mission of exploding troops for the human-faced spider emperor has been completed, but my bear king hasn't been summoned out yet? Luo Chen was angry. The right arm bone of the Azure Dragon Python is very strong. According to Luo Chen's judgment, once this soul bone is fused, the benefits it brings will definitely be greater than the left arm bone of the Titan demon ape. But Luo Chen really doesn't have the heart to merge now. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to summon the Bear King. Several figures flashed in the beast tide, approaching him from all directions. They are a group of powerful ninjas. Luo Chen had noticed them a long time ago, but didn't take it to heart. Do you have the ability to break through the beast tide? You also need to be able to break through the Titan demon ape's defense line. Not everyone has the ability to get close to me. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. But the military of Sakura Country is on the verge of collapse. You can't kill them all. You can't kill them all. What to do? Is there any way to get rid of the skeleton high priest and end this war? Whoosh. In the distant sky, powerful figures appeared one after another. They either used flying skills or came quickly on flying mounts. These are the strong men who came from all over Sakura Country to provide support. Look, it's the mayor of Sanhai City. It's a few great wizards from Dongjing University. They're here too. The cities closest to the capital have mobilized their troops, and support is on the way. Dozens of strong men came from the air and joined the battlefield. Finally, they had the chance to get close to Luo Chen. After several great wizards joined in, a group of 10,000-year-old dark gold bat kings in the void were cleared out, which created a brief gap in the air defense. In just this short moment, several figures swooped down and pounced on Luo Chen from the air. Damn it, aren't you coming out yet? Luo Chen said angrily. Mr. Xiong, if you don't come out, I will kill you. Next time I summon you, I'll just send you to dig out manure. Bite. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Bear King. The prompt that I had been waiting for to the point of crying finally appeared. Snap. The void shook, and a huge space crack appeared without warning. At this time, the several Sakura professionals had appeared above Luo Chen's head. Just at this moment, a pair of claws suddenly stretched out from the crack in space. The claws were extremely ferocious, covering the sky and the sun, and as soon as they appeared, they grabbed those professionals in their hands. Then, with a slight force, several professionals around level 65 were directly crushed into meat paste. Roar! The violent roar shook the earth, and in the shocked gaze of everyone, an extremely terrifying figure emerged from the crack in space. Boom! At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The whole world was shrouded in a violent and bloodthirsty atmosphere. Boundless fear spread. Even though no skills were used and no attacks were made, that aura alone made the capital of the Sakura Country fall into fear. Countless professionals' souls trembled and their faces turned pale with fear. Some people couldn't even bear the pressure of the breath and fell to the ground. Ming! In the void, the pterosaur under the dragon knight wailed and flapped its wings frantically, trying to turn around and escape with its master. The mount disobeyed the master's order and fled on its own initiative? This had never happened before. What the hell is this? The dragon rider widened his eyes, struggling to calm the pterosaur's emotions, and looked at the figure that had just appeared in disbelief. Chapter 153, 300 million HP, Unimaginable Skill Strength. The reaction of the pterosaur mount was completely beyond the dragon rider's expectations, but he could not care less about it now. His eyes were fixed on the ferocious figure in the distance. The terrifying pressure swept over, causing the dragon knight, one of the three holy pillars of Sakura, to stop breathing, and his face turned pale in an instant. In fact, it's not just his pterosaur mount. Those professionals who own pets are also facing the same situation. Their pets also became irritable and restless, and some of them even began to attack their owners in fear, then forcibly broke free from the constraints of the contract and fled into the distance. The appearance of Mr. Bear made the Sakura capital even more chaotic. What is that? Was it also summoned by the skeleton high priest? Oh my god! What kind of existence is the skeleton high priest? How could he summon such a terrifying monster? Those 12 skeleton beasts are scary enough, and now there's another one that's even scarier. The few people who were killed instantly just now were all powerful warriors, and each of them was above level 65. But they were all killed instantly by that monster with just one casual attack. Whether they were fighting on the battlefield or hiding in the distance watching the battle, everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Unprecedented oppression enveloped the entire field, bringing with it gusts of strong winds. On the battlefield, the eyes of the multiplier trembled slightly, and the movements of his hands slowed down by half a beat. Just as he was distracted, the three Titan apes raised their fists at the same time and smashed down hard. Skill, Titan Hammer. Thick earth elements gathered on the tip of their fists, and the triple critical strike of the Titan's hammer was triggered instantly. Boom, boom. The violent force was superimposed front and back, and three huge fists slammed heavily on the body of the multiplier. The terrifying force directly knocked him away. The huge body of the multiplier retreated in a panic, rolling over 100 meters before it stabilized its body. Baka! The multiplier spat out a mouthful of blood. The blow caused his chest to collapse and the bones in his arms to break. However, as Sakura's #1 tank, his own powerful healing ability has begun to recover rapidly. Coupled with the holy resurrection performed by the forbidden spell priest, he has burst out with an unimaginable recovery speed. In just a few breaths, the broken bones had recovered and the wound on the chest disappeared. Snap! A loud thunder flashed across the sky, and the bloody space crack in the air disappeared. The mountain-like body of Mr. Xiong has landed steadily on the ground. Countless cracks appeared under its feet, and the entire earth began to shake slightly at this moment. Let me try it. The multiplier's eyes narrowed, and he decisively gave up the entanglement with the three Titan apes and rushed towards the Bear King with violent steps. At this time, the forbidden spell priest in the distance once again cast a powerful amplification skill, and a sacred light fell from the sky onto the multiplier. Bite. Tip. You are enhanced by the blessing of resistance. Magic resistance is increased by 20, and physical resistance is increased by 20. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Tip. You are enhanced by the blessing of haste, and your agility is increased by 15. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Coupled with the forbidden spell, Brahma's Guardian, cast by the forbidden spell priest earlier, the attributes of the multiplier's entire body increased significantly. Boom. The multiplier ran wildly all the way, and on the way, a Titan ape raised his fist and hit him with the Titan hammer. Violence multiplied. The doubler's eyes glowed red, and with a loud roar, his already huge body expanded even more. Originally, his body was more than 30 meters tall, only slightly taller than the Titan ape, but after a violent transformation, his body suddenly grew by more than 10 meters again, already a head taller than the Titan ape. Boom. With a loud bang, the multiplier used his own hands to resist the Titan ape's skills head-on, and then exerted force suddenly, and actually knocked the Titan ape away. Afterwards, he continued to charge towards the bear without slowing down. Luo Chen watched this scene quietly and laughed strangely. Huh? You really don't know how to live or die. Lord Bear is not comparable to the Titan demon ape. He was able to deal with 3 Titan apes by himself, and even relied on brute force to resist the Titan hammer head-on, and even knocked a Titan ape away. But in front of Lord Bear, all of this is just a joke. Just now, Luo Chen had checked the attributes of the Bear King. Just as he expected, although both were 100,000-year-old soul beasts, King Bear was far stronger than the Titan demon ape. And it's not just a little bit strong. Name, Xiong. Age, 100,000 years. HP, 300 million. Strength, 600,000. Agility, 20,000. Spirit, 300,000. Magic resistance, 200,000. Physical resistance, 350,000. Skills, King Bear's Might, Dark Gold Claws, Sky-Tearing Claws, Earth-Shattering Explosion, Bloodline Madness, Kindred Strengthening. Bear King's Might, Passive Skill. In close combat, a pressure field will form around the Bear King, suppressing the attributes of all targets with lower strength than it, reducing the opponent's attributes by 20, reducing the target's own recovery ability by 50, and reducing the effect of healing skills by 50. Dark Gold Terror Claw. The skill that the Bear King is proud of, can cause 5 times the critical damage to the target in the front range. The skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Sky-Tearing Claw. A large-scale attack skill that can swing claw shadows all over the sky to cause terrible damage to targets in a large range, ignoring 30 of the target's magic resistance and physical resistance, and triggering a double critical strike effect. The skill cooldown time is 2 minutes. Earth-Shattering Explosion. A powerful force causes crustal movement in a small area, stunning all targets within the area for 5 seconds and causing horrific damage. When the target is a human professional, there is a 10 chance of randomly shattering a piece of equipment worn by the target. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes, and the skill effect cannot be stacked. Blood Frenzy, Passive Skill. When the Bear King's HP drops to 50, he will fall into a frenzy state, and all attributes will increase by 30. Strengthening the Same Clan, Passive Skill. When a soul beast of the same clan is on the battlefield at the same time, the attributes of the soul beast of the same clan can be increased by 20. The skill effect cannot be superimposed. The basic attributes are ridiculously strong. The Titan ape's health was 80 million, which Luo Chen already thought was outrageous, but the Bear King's health directly soared to 300 million. And with its powerful skills, it easily beats the Titan ape by 10 blocks. Boom. At this moment, the multiplier had already rushed to the front of the Bear King under the gaze of countless people. His body had expanded to more than 40 meters, but he was still much shorter than Xiong. Xiong's height had reached nearly 60 meters. But this difference in height and size is nothing in the eyes of the multiplier. At this moment, his eyes were full of confidence. Go to hell. The multiplier roared wildly, and all his strength exploded to the extreme. Forced critical hit. Kill. Chapter 154. Pattern. Found a way to destroy the skeleton high priest. Xiong stood there motionless, his pair of scarlet eyes staring indifferently at the multiplier, who rushed forward. It felt like watching a manic clown. At this moment, a dazzling golden light burst out from the fists of the multiplier. The forced critical hit gave him double the attack effect, and he smashed hard into Xiong Jun's chest with both fists. But just after this attack was launched, the multiplier's face changed drastically, and he felt an indescribable oppression. My heartbeat inexplicably slowed down. Bite. Hint. You are under mysterious pressure. All attributes are reduced by 20. Your own recovery ability is reduced by 50, and the effect of healing skills is reduced by 50. In an instant, the multiplier's expression became stiff. This reminder was like a death warrant, and he instantly felt something was wrong. 20 suppression of all attributes. If that was the only thing, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the two things, his own recovery ability was reduced by 50 and the effect of healing skills was reduced by 50, made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. As the #1 meat shield in Sakura Country, what he is most proud of is not his powerful strength attribute, but his defense and self-healing ability, as well as his anti-injury ability that far exceeds that of other professionals. If the holy resurrection of the forbidden spell priest is added, the multiplier asks himself that no professional can kill him, and no known monster can take his life. But after this reminder, a deep fear flashed in his eyes. Roar! It was at this time that the Bear King moved. I saw its claws suddenly swung out, and the already ferocious claws grew a little longer. The claws flashed with blood, as if tearing apart the space, and instantly collided with the fists of the multiplier. Forced critical hit versus Dark Gold Terror Claw. Double crit for being suppressed and weakened, and quintuple crit for a full-strength burst. Boom. A deafening collision sound was heard. The next second, a shrill wail emanated from the multiplier's mouth. His strong hands exploded instantly and turned into a ball of bloody mist. There were 10 claw marks on his chest that were deep enough to see the bones. His huge body burst backwards like a collapsing mountain and fell heavily more than 100 meters away. Only a few nails of the Bear King's claws were cracked, which was caused by the counterattack of the multiplier. Oh no, help! Hurry up and save them! Cries of surprise were heard one after another, and several figures rushed over, trying to rescue the seriously injured multiplier. But before they could get close, the Bear King used his second skill. Sky-tearing claw. Roar! The Bear King roared wildly, and his claws waved in all directions. The whole world was covered by countless blood-red claws. Several powerful professionals who had just approached were directly blown away. 2 of them were killed instantly, and the other 2 did not die because of the long distance, but were also seriously injured. As for the multiplier who was lying paralyzed 100 meters away, his body was torn to pieces by the claw shadows. His powerful self-healing ability failed to save his life, and the holy resurrection of the forbidden spell priest failed to give him the recovery he deserved. Even his anti-injury ability, which he was so proud of, only took away less than 3 of the bear's health. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The death of the multiplier created an irreversible fear in everyone's heart. The monster that was undoubtedly their equal completely irritated them. We can't win. There's no way we can beat this monster. The multiplier, the Empire's #1 tank, a peak level 89 warrior, died just like that. Even he couldn't withstand the monster's attack. How could other professionals withstand it? What does the skeleton high priest want to do? As long as it is willing to tell us, we will satisfy it and make it stop. The fear spread and intensified. Some Sakura professionals even gave up the idea of resistance and fled towards the teleportation array in the city, trying to escape through the teleportation array. Those who were far away and unable to reach the teleportation array quickly simply fled in other directions outside the city. Don't run away, we haven't lost yet. Those who escape will be considered traitors. A roar spread from the central area of the capital. The intimidating power of this roar was so strong that the fleeing Sakura professionals trembled in their hearts and stopped subconsciously. The one who spoke was Sakura Mori. Everyone listen up. Hold back all the monsters summoned by the skeleton high priest. Don't kill the normal monsters. Attack the 12 giant skeleton beasts with all your strength, as well as the Hellbone Bear King that just appeared. Sakura Shoshiang's voice spread. Just now, the technical department has analyzed the skill characteristics of the skeleton high priest and the upper limit of his summoning. Its summoning limit is 40,000 monsters. No matter how many of the monsters it summons are killed, it can replenish them instantly, but the number will never exceed 40,000. In the distance, Luo Chen felt a little surprised after hearing these words. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. It is not surprising to analyze the skill characteristics of a country's power and find some patterns. Sakura Shoshiang specifically mentioned not to kill the ordinary soul beasts I summoned. It seems that he knows the pattern of my summoning. Sure enough, Sakura Moriaki's next words confirmed his guess. Formation Master, Magician Core, Do your best to seal those ordinary monsters. Don't kill them. The rest of you will attack the 12 skeleton beasts and the Hellbone Bear King with all your strength, and then wait for an opportunity to kill the skeleton high priest." After hearing these words, Dragon Knight and others also reacted. The hope of victory rose in my heart again. Kill. Use all your strength to hold back the giant skeleton beast and the Hellbone Bear King. With roars, everyone launched a fierce attack again. As for the Forbidden Spell Priest, he did not use his resurrection skill because of the death of the Doubler. When the Ninja Master, one of the 3 holy pillars, died, he did not use his skills to resurrect him, so the Doubler was not worthy of him doing so either. At this moment, the attack from the Sakura Country became even more fierce. Groups of Formation Masters and Magic Legions scattered and began to cut and surround Luo Chen's soul beasts. The Meat Shield Warriors cast taunts, forcibly leading the outer soul beasts to a distance, away from the battlefield, and escape from the large-scale skill range of the Titan Demon Ape and the Bear King. Luo Chen watched this scene quietly and couldn't help but applaud. "Humans, you do have some brains. But do you really think you can kill me like this? Aren't you too naive?" Chapter 155. Hey, Sakura, I will be back. Luo Chen's voice spread and fell into everyone's ears. But whether it was the Dragon Knight, the Forbidden Spell Priest, or other powerful professionals, they all turned a deaf ear to Luo Chen's words. They began to use various means to continuously divide the army of soul beasts, and then pounced on the Bear King and the Titan Demon Ape. Just now, the technicians had shared their analysis of the Skeleton High Priest with them through a special channel. In addition to the points previously mentioned by Sakura Mori, the technicians also emphasized several features. They analyzed that the Skeleton High Priest had no way to fully control the summoning of monsters. Except for those soul beasts with extremely low attributes, the summoning of other soul beasts was completely random. Moreover, the stronger the monster is, the smaller the chance of being summoned randomly. In other words, if they can kill the skeleton beast or the Bear King, the Skeleton High Priest may not be able to summon equally powerful monsters. I have to say, their analysis is really correct. However, because of the detection shield, the professionals from Sakura Country are unable to detect any attributes of Luo Chen, not even with the top-level detection techniques. Only one name is visible. Name: Skeleton High Priest. Grade: Property. The ability to detect and shield is also covered on every soul beast, so that the people of Sakura Country can only roughly judge the attributes of the soul beast based on experience, but cannot check it intuitively. So they finally used a clumsy method to classify the monsters summoned by the High Priest of Skeletons into several categories. Hellbone Bear King, Disaster Level SR. Skeleton Monster, Disaster Level SS. Skeleton Spider King, Skeleton Bat King, Skeleton Snake King, Disaster Level S. Two-Headed Skull Wolf, Hell Spider, Disaster Level A, etc. Of course, the names they saw were the names that Luo Chen changed into after his transformation. Just surround the monsters below S level. Don't kill them. SS level and SR level. Try to kill them if you can. If you can't kill them in a short period of time, try to delay them. As long as they do this, they will have a chance to kill the Skeleton High Priest. All these factors combined made these people think they had thoroughly analyzed the High Priest of Bones. He thought he had found a way to kill the High Priest of Skeletons. But how could they know that everything they were doing now was no different from being a clown in Luo Chen's eyes? The monsters in front of them were not monsters at all, but soul beasts, summoned beasts. As long as Luo Chen wanted, he could instantly recall these soul beasts into the summoning space with just a thought. No matter how hard they tried to divide the beast tide or seal it, it was all in vain. The most important thing is, Luo Chen is immortal. I've had enough fun. If I continue to waste time, other than killing more people, there won't be much benefit for me. It will waste too much time. Besides, these professionals from the Sakura Country are still very useful. If you kill too many of them at once, it will be hard to get the wool later. It's more interesting to kill them slowly with a small knife. Anyway, I have a bunch of memory stones from cities in Sakura Country. If I want to come to Sakura Country, I can teleport here anytime. Luo Chen muttered to himself. These city return memory stones were collected during the Yinyang City War. More than 50,000 professionals were killed in Yinyang City, so getting some city return memory stones was not a problem at all. Xiong-jun's mission to increase the number of troops has been completed, and he has also obtained the right arm bone of the Azure Dragon Python. Now he only has a mission to capture 100,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snakes to complete. There is no rush to complete this task, and it is not worth spending time here just for this task. Now, after turning on the soul beast shielding, Luo Chen can shield 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, And when turning off the shielding summoning, he can directly summon any 10-year or 100-year soul beasts. According to Luo Chen's judgment, once his level reaches 40 and his soul beast summoning technique is upgraded to level 4, he should be able to summon a 1,000-year soul beast. After being able to summon 1,000-year-old soul beasts, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to complete the task of summoning 100,000-1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockatoo snakes? Come back and play with them later. Luo Chen was thinking in his heart that he had already had the idea of leaving. It's time to go, boys. Bearcoin, leave a little remembrance for these Sakura people who are living a good life. At this time, Xiong-jun was being remotely targeted by a group of great wizards. Brilliant magic fell from the sky and bombarded it continuously. Among them there are several professionals who specialize in control magic, who use strange control magic to restrict the actions of the Bear King. Roar! After receiving Luo Chen's order, the Bear King suddenly raised his body and let out a deafening roar. The next second, it broke free from all restraints, stomped its limbs on the ground, and its body as big as a mountain suddenly leaped up. The Bear King leaped into the air, his body covering the sun like clouds, and his momentum reached its peak at this moment. The Bear King's body fell downward, and the power to destroy the world gathered on its limbs. Boom! When the limbs stepped on the ground again, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer shook violently. Skill: earth-shattering explosion. Cracks spread out from under its feet, forming bottomless gullies in an instant. The ground rolled, the earth and rocks shook, and the terrifying power of the ground-shattering explosion instantly caused changes in the Earth's crust within 1,000 meters. Earth-shattering explosion. A powerful force causes crustal movement in a small area, stunning all targets within the area for 5 seconds and causing horrific damage. When the target is a human professional, there is a 10 chance of randomly shattering a piece of equipment worn by the target. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes, and the skill effect cannot be stacked. Wailing cries were heard one after another, and the professionals who were unable to dodge were pressed down by the rolling earth, and then buried and crushed. With just one strike, all the Sakura Country professionals within the skill range were wiped out. Except for a few who escaped from the skill range at the last moment, everyone died. Before they died, they were killed instantly by the skill before the 5-second stun effect even had time to trigger. And the area covered by the power of the skill has formed a deep pit with a radius of 1 kilometer. Human, there is still a long way to go. I will come back to find you in a few days. Luo Chen raised the staff in his hand. Cancel the summon and take back the summoning space. The next second, all the soul beasts on the battlefield, including the Bear King and the Titan Demon Ape, were all taken back to the summoning space. This completely confused everyone in Sakura Country. Can the monsters summoned by the Skeleton High Priest be taken back? Do you think you are a summoner among human professionals? Some professionals had this thought in their minds. Chapter 156. What should I do if the Sakura exploration team breaks into my house? Because all the soul beasts were suddenly taken back into the summoning space by Luo Chen, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. And it was eerily quiet. Everyone turned their heads in horror and looked in the direction where Luo Chen was. What's going on? Are those monsters definitely taken away by the Skeleton High Priest? Is it impossible? Wait a minute. What did the Skeleton High Priest just say? At this moment, everyone woke up and remembered what the big boss had just said. There's a long way to go. I will come to you later. Fuck, the Skeleton High Priest is trying to escape? At this time, a pitch-black magic circle appeared under Luo Chen's feet. The magic circle seemed to be able to devour everything, and the dark light seemed to connect to the depths of hell. This is a teleportation array. However, Luo Chen is not using the teleportation stone to return to the city. Before he came to Sakura Country, he got a blank return to city memory stone from Duruashi and memorized the coordinates of the teleportation array in Kyoto. However, if you use the memory stone to return to the city, it will take 30 seconds of guidance countdown to complete the transmission. 30 seconds? Do you really think the people of Sakura Country are shabby? With so many people in the entire Sakura capital, would they watch him teleport away? He used the skill that comes with the Hell Priest Belt, the Lord of the Skeleton Crypt. After transforming into the Skeleton High Priest, you can freely enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon. It only takes 3 seconds to complete the teleportation. Oh no, the Skeleton High Priest is trying to escape. Stop him now. Remote lock, attack. Fuck, no more. Amidst the exclamations, Luo Chen's figure suddenly disappeared, and the teleportation array condensed under his feet also disappeared. Escaped? Are you crazy? You can call back the monsters you summoned and escape by teleporting. Last time it transformed into a giant skeleton dragon and escaped from Inyang City. Why didn't it use teleportation to escape that time? Damn it, Just let it go like that. On the battlefield, the remaining professionals looked at each other in bewilderment. The entire battlefield was in ruins. The city wall of Sakura Capital near the battlefield outside the city had been completely broken, and a large number of surrounding buildings had collapsed. Looking around, there were broken bodies everywhere, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fortunately, today's battle took place outside the city. Otherwise, the Sakura Capital might have followed the fate of Inyang City. At this time, Sakura Shoshyang's face was gloomy and uncertain. We dispatched so many powerful people and called in hundreds of technicians to conduct analysis. We had found a way to kill the skeleton high priest, but it escaped. We attacked Inyang City twice and the capital of the empire once, and we still failed to destroy it. The empire's #1 human shield is dead, as are the lives of many powerful men and tens of thousands of professionals. Sakura Guardian gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. After today, Sakura Country will become a complete joke, and its international status will suffer a huge blow. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, the Dragon Knight and others fell from the sky and landed next to Sakura Shoshyang. The Forbidden Spell Priest said in a deep voice, "The Skeleton High Priest's wisdom is not inferior to that of humans. It is very likely that we have found a way to destroy it, which has caused fear in its heart, and it dares not continue to fight." Dragon Knight, that's right. Hearing this, Sakura Shoshyang's eyes lit up. Is it because of fear that you choose to escape? Is the Skeleton High Priest scared? It seems that the technician's analysis was correct. As soon as we started to divide the monster army and prepare to seal it, the Skeleton High Priest became afraid. At this moment, Sakura Shoshyang was excited. It is very likely that it will appear again. Next time, I will make sure it will never come back. Exclusive in the Skeleton Crypt Dungeon. Above the throne in the deepest part of the copy, a black smoke swirled out, and Luo Chen's figure was already sitting steadily on the throne. Bite. Tip. The current dungeon level is Nightmare level. After resisting professionals' clearance 1,000 times, it can be upgraded to Hell level. Tip. Current defense times are 68 out of 1,000. 2 consecutive beeps appear. Ever since he obtained the Hell Priest belt, transformed into the Skeleton High Priest, and created his own Skeleton Crypt copy, countless professional teams have broken into his exclusive copy. Little by little, this exclusive copy was upgraded from the normal level to the difficult level, and then from the difficult level to the Nightmare level. However, the higher the level of the dungeon, the fewer professional teams dare to break in, so much so that even after the dungeon level was upgraded to the Nightmare level, only 68 professional teams have broken in. For Luo Chen, the higher the level of the copy, the better. He has hidden a group of soul beasts in the copy. Luo Chen yawned, slowly stood up, and prepared to use the return stone to leave here directly and teleport back to Kyoto City. The trip to Sakura Country made him a little tired, and he wanted to go back early to have a good rest. Then he sorted out the gains from the battlefield. He also picked up a lot of things in the Battle of Sakura Capital. But just as he was about to leave, a prompt suddenly appeared. Bite. Tip. A professional team has entered the dungeon through a formation. Please be careful. Tip. The dungeon monsters will automatically refresh. You can control the monsters to defend against the professionals. Huh. What a coincidence. Luo Chen twisted his neck. Go scare them. I was a little nervous after the battle just now, so I need to relax. Having said that, he waved his hand and led a large group of monsters and soul beasts towards the front half of the copy. At this time, a group of 5 professionals had just entered the copy. Their expressions were somewhat solemn. After standing still, they began to slowly move forward. Everyone be careful. Our main mission is to explore the Hell-level dungeon, not to kill monsters. Baga, of course I know. No need for you to remind me. The Broken City Professional Exchange can sell strategies and maps for the Skeleton Crypt Hell-level dungeon. But seeing is believing. I don't trust the stuff in the Dragon Country Professional Exchange. Humph, you people from Sakura Country don't believe anyone. 5 people spoke. Judging from their conversation, there were actually 4 professionals from Sakura Country among them. The remaining person is a professional from Dragon Country. Not long after the Inyang City and Sakura Country encountered a beast tide, Sakura Country sent spies to infiltrate Dragon Country to explore the Skeleton Crypt copy. I want to find out what the connection is between the ultimate boss of the Skeleton Crypt and the Skeleton High Priest, who is wreaking havoc in the Sakura Country. Up to now, dozens of teams from the Sakura Country have entered the Skeleton Crypt dungeon, and many people have died. At this time, the Dragon Country professional who was in charge of leading the way slowed down his pace. Be careful, there are monsters ahead. Avoid them if you can. Chapter 157. Once you die, you will no longer be helpless. Roar. Ahead, The roar of a monster could be vaguely heard. This made the 5 members of the team nervous. This is a hell-level copy. The monster attributes are 4 times that of ordinary monsters in the outside world. Even a small monster can threaten them, and they may lose their lives if they are not careful. The group of 5 explored forward cautiously until they saw the monster in the distance. Several people carefully identified the direction, then bypassed the monster from another route and continued to explore forward. Zhao Feng sang, "This time we are very grateful to you, the Shengshi dynasty, for being our guide. Otherwise we would not have been able to complete the exploration of the dungeon before the nightmare so quickly." The leading Sakura swordsman said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, the Sakura Empire will not treat its allies unfairly." The Zhao Feng he mentioned was the professional from Dragon Country who was leading the way ahead. Zhao Feng just looked back at him without saying anything, and there was even a hint of disgust in his eyes. If possible, he really didn't want to lead this group of professionals from the Sakura Country. But he is a member of the Shengshi dynasty's guild, and his family is also within the Shengshi dynasty's sphere of influence. If he does not follow the arrangements of the guild's top leaders, it will be very troublesome and may even bring disaster to his family. After a moment, Zhao Feng suddenly said, "Although I have said this several times, I still want to remind you again. The dungeon guides bought at the Broken City Professional Exchange are real." The Sakura Country swordsman frowned. "I need to confirm it with my own eyes." Just then, his friend list jumped a few times, and it was news from the Sakura Country. "Speed up the information collection and confirm the connection between the final boss of the Skeleton Crypt and the Skeleton High Priest. After collecting the information, go to the capital city of Dragon Country to collect information about the Soul Beast Summoner Luo Chen." After a moment, the leading Sakura swordsman closed the friend list. He looked at Zhao Feng again and said coldly, Zhao Feng sang, "Do you know Luo Chen?" Luo Chen. Zhao Feng's pupils shrank. "Of course I know. He's a famous person in Broken City. He's a unique hidden class Soul Beast Summoner, the top scorer in the Dragon Country exam this year, with the highest score in history." The Sakura swordsman sensed that Zhao Feng's tone was not right and asked in confusion. From Zhao Feng's tone, it seems that he knows Luo Chen? No. How could I not know him? Damn it. He robbed me during the final exam, and he also snatched my points items when I was refining a dungeon during the final exam. Luckily, I had money with me at the time, and I spent a lot of dragon coins to buy them back. Otherwise, I might not even be able to get into university. Time passed little by little, and the group of 5 had already bypassed several waves of monsters. But just as they turned a corner, his face suddenly turned pale and his eyes were filled with horror. At the bend, I saw a dense group of monsters blocking the way, blocking all the roads ahead. And at the forefront of the monster group is the ultimate boss of the crypt dungeon, the Skeleton High Priest. "Fuck, what's going on?" Zhao Feng took a deep breath and said, "Why did the Skeleton High Priest come here? Shouldn't he be in the deepest part of the dungeon? Also, what are those monsters behind it? Why are they different from the hell-level strategy in Broken City Professional Exchange?" Zhao Feng was confused. The 4 Sakura Country professionals following behind were also confused. Those monsters behind it, are they exactly the same as the ones that attacked Inyang City? Two-headed skull wolf, hell spider? Skeleton spider king, skeleton bat king, skeleton snake king? Quick, forcefully exit the dungeon. With cries of surprise, the 4 professionals from the Sakura Country did not hesitate at all and decided to forcibly exit the dungeon to save their lives. But unfortunately, their response was still slow. Snap! The ground collapsed and poisonous vines emerged, trapping their bodies tightly. Then, the poison vines suddenly contracted and twisted their bodies into a knot, killing them instantly. The attack power of Poison Ivy Entanglement, performed by the 10,000 years green phosphorus snake king, was amazing, and these professionals were only level 14 or 15, so it was no problem for them to be killed instantly. I didn't expect that there would be bastards from Sakura Country breaking in. Luo Chen touched his chin, the fire of the soul dancing in his eyes. "Hey, your name is Zhao Feng, right? I heard everything you just said." At this time, Zhao Feng's body was also entangled by the poisonous vines. Zhao Feng's face turned pale. He looked at the Skeleton High Priest in front of him in disbelief. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. "Are you scared? Oh, what should I do? I hate lackeys the most." Luo Chen walked forward slowly, and the staff in his hand was already against Zhao Feng's forehead. "Running dog?" Zhao Feng woke up instantly. I can't help myself." He didn't understand why the Skeleton High Priest hated the professionals from the Sakura Country, and why he ran here from the depths of the copy. He also couldn't have imagined that the Skeleton High Priest was actually a professional in disguise, and it was Luo Chen whom they had just mentioned. He just wants to survive now. Unfortunately, His words did not win Luo Chen any sympathy. I can't help myself. Luo Chen chuckled. The next second, the staff thrust forward. Puff. Blood splattered and skull shattered. If you die, you won't be helpless. Luo Chen looked at Zhao Feng's body indifferently, without any sympathy in his eyes. Then, he was teleported out of the copy. To him, what just happened was just a minor incident, and he didn't take it too seriously. However, the Sakura Country sent a professional team to explore the skeleton crypt copy, and also targeted him personally, which surprised Luo Chen. Forget it, just keep targeting me. If you have the guts, come find me. I'd better send a group of assassins to kill me. But then again, the Shengshi Dynasty Guild is actually involved in this matter? What should I do? Destroy it. When Luo Chen appeared again, he had already arrived at the villa of Kyoto University. It was already afternoon. After taking a hot bath and eating something, Luo Chen went to bed to rest. This sleep lasted until the next day. Luo Chen, little brother, opened the door quickly. I saw the light in your room was on. And you didn't tell me you were back? Woohoo, I'm so sad. When I'm sad, I cry. And when I cry, my breasts shrink. And when they shrink, my breasts get smaller. And you feel uncomfortable. Open the door. Before Luo Chen finished washing his face, he heard Duan Liar screaming at the gate of the courtyard, which made his eardrums hurt. You can scream all you want. What does it have to do with whether I'm comfortable or not? But having said that, I still miss Duan Liar a lot during these days in Sakura Country. And men always feel grumpy when they wake up in the morning. Now the punching bag is here, isn't it? Chapter 158. Strength surges. Mental power exceeds 70,000. Here it comes, stop shouting. A moment later, Luo Chen opened the door and welcomed Duan Liar in. As a result, as soon as the girl entered the room, she spread her hands and got into position. Then he hooked his finger at Luo Chen and said, Little brother, I'm here to have breakfast with you. I'll bring the people, and you'll provide breakfast. Huh, are all the food you eat so arrogant? Breakfast? I don't even know what to eat. Luo Chen blinked and just stood there in a daze. Then he reacted. Then he pushed Duan Liar out of the room. Bang! The door closed again, and Luo Chen instantly felt much more peaceful. Little brother, open the door quickly. I have something important to tell you. Human life is at stake. Damn, is that so exaggerated? Luo Chen frowned and had to open the door again. There are so many things to ask. What is it? Tell me. Duan Liar looked shy. You know that too. That's why I came to find you. Luo Chen, what do I know? It's inexplicable. Duan Liar, I have a lot of things to do, so I came to find you. Luo Chen didn't react for a while, until a few seconds later, when he suddenly woke up. Oh damn, awesome. Hard to guard against. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, took a few steps forward, and grabbed Duan Liar's hand. He coughed lightly and said seriously, Look at you. Your nails are bald and your fingerprints are worn out. As expected, you have a lot of trouble. Duan Liar replied directly. Why are you still talking nonsense to me here? Go in quickly, human lives are at stake. Luo Chen thought about it and realized that human life was indeed at stake. So he didn't hesitate anymore, grabbed Duan Liar's arm, and walked straight to the bedroom on the second floor. I don't know how long it took, Luo Chen walked out of the bedroom. I went back to the bathroom and took a shower. As expected, there is no such thing as sincerity for sincerity, only speed for sound. But then again, after the last Qianlongjian trial, Dean Yuan Hong said that the academy would give me some rewards. It's been several days, why haven't they been delivered yet? I have to say that Luo Chen's thoughts were a bit too jumpy. A moment ago he was still using his speed to exchange for sound, and at this moment he began to think about the rewards of the Qianlongjian copy. After washing up, I made a simple breakfast for two. However, Duan Liar might have been full, so she did not come out to have breakfast with Luo Chen. After Luo Chen had breakfast alone, he sat on the sofa and carefully sorted out the gains from the Sakura Capital battle. In the Battle of Sakura Capital, the number of enemies he faced was far less than in the Battle of Yinyang City. During the Battle of Yinyang City, Luo Chen appeared directly in the city and summoned a large army of beasts to catch everyone off guard. In addition, the people of Sakura Country were facing him, the skeleton high priest, for the first time and had no experience in dealing with it. In the two battles of Yin and Yang City, more than 50,000 Sakura professionals had died at his hands. In the Battle of Sakura Capital, Luo Chen started the siege from outside the city, which gave the professionals of Sakura Country time to react. In addition, they already had some experience in dealing with the situation, so they did not let ordinary professionals join the battlefield. Therefore, the death toll in the Battle of Sakura Capital was much lower. However, the professionals who died were all strong, and there were many who were above level 60 or even level 70. Even the unique hidden profession multiplier at level 89 died at the hands of the Bear Lord. There are so many things exploding, it's dizzying. Luo Chen was muttering to himself. The things piled up in the item space had already dazzled him. But even so, he did not miss any of them. Whether it was equipment or special items, he would check them one by one. Name: Robe of Confusion. Grade: Diamond. Level requirement: Level 48. Spirit: plus 5,000. Magic resistance: plus 3,800. Physical resistance: plus 3,000. Skills: Damage resistance, skill amplification, confusion. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 10. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 10. Confuse, active skill. This skill is only effective for human professionals. When the wearer uses confuse on the target, the loyalty of the target's pet or summoned beast can be forcibly cleared to 0. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. During the duration of the confusion, the target cannot take the pet or summoned beast back to the summoning space. Looking at the skill introduction of this level 48 diamond robe, Luo Chen was stunned. When he woke up, his face had turned pale, and even his heartbeat had accelerated a lot. Confusion? There is actually such a skill. This skill is a natural counter to summoning professionals. From which unlucky guy did this equipment explode? During the battle of Sakura Capital, since this unlucky guy had this equipment, why didn't he use it to confuse me? Luo Chen was confused, but he quickly reacted. Maybe the other party simply regarded him as a monster, and the confusion skill was only effective against professionals, so he didn't use it? Of course, this is just Luo Chen's guess. Moreover, even if the other party really used confusion on him and forced the loyalty of all soul beasts to 0, he would still not be able to be killed. Even if loyalty is reduced to 0, the life chain will still be effective. All kinds of skills can appear in this world. I guess I need to be more careful next time. Don't mess around. After a moment, Luo Chen shook off these messy thoughts, put on the robe of confusion, replaced the original level 40 diamond grade, green charm robe, and then continued to check the rest of the items. Then he dug out a pair of legendary shoes that suited him. Legendary equipment is extremely rare, and the person who found this pair of boots must be very powerful. Name: Sharp Boots. Rank: Legend. Level requirement: Level 47. Spirit: plus 8,200. Magic resistance: plus 4,800. Physical resistance: plus 4,200. Movement speed: plus 15. Skills: Damage resistance, skill amplification, mental enhancement, sharp thorns. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is damaged, the damage effect can be weakened by 15. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 15, and the range of all skills is increased by 15. Spirit enhancement, passive skill. The wearer's spirit power is specially enhanced by 5. Sharp thorn. When attacked from a distance, there is a 10 chance that all damage sustained will be returned to the opponent. After putting on the sharp magic boots, Luo Chen's mental power has reached 39,780 points, and the mental power increase has also reached 80. After all the increases were converted, his mental strength had exceeded 71,000 points. You know, the spiritual power of the Yinyang City Lord at level 69 is less than 100,000 points. And Luo Chen is only level 38 now. Chapter 159 Duan Liar is crazy. Everyone is crazy. After sorting out all the equipment in the item space, he found nothing good that suited him. Even if there are some higher level equipment, they are all silver, gold, etc., and the better ones are only platinum, which is useless. As for special items, Luo Chen found some interesting ones. Item name: Pet Transformation Spiritual Liquid. Item description: can be used on mounts or special pets, and can change the pet's sex after use. Item name: Rare Occupation Advancement Certificate. Item description: this certificate is only valid for combat professionals below the rare level. After using it, you can advance to a rare level profession. Pet Transformation Spirit Liquid. I have no idea what this thing is used for. Gender change for pets? What to do after sex change? It would be good if you could turn into a human form after the sex change. Otherwise, what's the point? As for the Rare Professional Advancement Certificate, it is a good thing, but it is of no use to Luo Chen. This thing is useful to Du Ruashi. Duan Lier Shadow Assassin is a rare profession, but Du Ruashi's swordsman is only a high-level profession. This certificate can help her advance to a rare profession. Thinking of this, Luo Chen directly shared the introduction of Certificate of Rare Professional Advancement with Du Ruashi. He and Du Ruashi have been working together for a long time, and all the things that have been exposed are thrown to Du Ruashi for processing, which is convenient and saves trouble, and he doesn't have to worry about it. Now that I have good things, of course I have to take care of her. Of course, money still has to be given. Just a few seconds later, Du Ruashi replied. She looked a little excited. Luo Chen, where are you? I will find you right away. Luo Chen, I'm at home. I just happen to have some equipment and items for you to take care of. Just come over. Du Ruashi, I'll be there soon. After the conversation ended, Luo Chen felt a little regretful. Duan Liar is still in the bedroom upstairs. She was beaten so hard just now that she hasn't gotten up yet. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Chen shouted upstairs. Duan Liar, Du Ruashi will come over for something soon. You stay upstairs and don't come down. Oh, the person upstairs replied lazily. Not long after, Du Ruashi hurried over. It seems that he attaches great importance to Certificate of Rare Professional Advancement. Her father is a senior manager of the Duanqing Professional Exchange, and her uncle is the director of the exchange. She has been knowledgeable since she was a child. But over the years, she had never seen a rare professional advancement certificate in the professional exchange, let alone the professional exchange in Duanqing, not even in the Kyoto Professional Exchange or the major auction houses. This kind of thing only exists in school textbooks. Du Ruashi was very direct. Luo Chen, for most professionals, this advancement certificate is absolutely a treasure, and it can even be said to be priceless. To be honest, I don't know what price I should give you. I can't even offer you anything of equal value in exchange. Seeing her so frank, Luo Chen nodded. It's okay, just give it to me as you see fit. Or do you have anything suitable for me? Or special items? Du Ruashi bit her lip, thought carefully for a long time, then found out the information of several pieces of equipment and shared it with Luo Chen. Unfortunately, these equipments are worse than what Luo Chen is wearing and are completely useless. Du Ruashi was embarrassed now. No, I must get this Certificate of Rare Professional Advancement. But what kind of compensation should I give? Du Ruashi lowered her head and secretly glanced at Luo Chen out of the corner of her eye. Coincidentally, Luo Chen was also looking at her at this time. When their eyes met, Du Ruashi suddenly felt her heart beating faster and her face turned red instantly. Du Ruashi, Luo Chen. Ruashi, what do you want to say? Du Ruashi just felt her heart beating faster and faster. Luo Chen's shadow was all in my mind. In fact, from the first time they met outside Duanqing, Du Ruashi had been deeply attracted to the big boy in front of her. After that, she went through the Dragon Country examination and the Qianlongjian copy, and she became even more obsessed with Luo Chen. It's just that Du Ruashi has always been very rational. She suppressed this desire deep in her heart and never showed it deliberately. But today, for some reason, she suddenly felt an inexplicable urge in her heart. If I confess my love to him, will he reject me? He has a very good relationship with Duan Liar. Could it be that he has fallen in love with Duan Liar? That shouldn't be the case, right? Duan Liar is a silly girl all day long. She screams and cries at everything she does. She has been spoiled since she was a child, and she is arrogant. Well, she doesn't have any bad intentions. Luo Chen probably won't fall in love with her. At this moment, Du Ruashi suddenly took a deep breath and made a decision in her heart. Can I do it on my own? What do you mean? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Du Ruashi mustered up her courage and said, I'll use myself as a reward. Is that okay? After saying this, she seemed to let go and actually took a few steps forward and stuck close to Luo Chen. Luo Chen laughed dryly. Isn't this bad? Du Ruashi, what's wrong with that? Am I not worthy of you? Don't worry, if there is an item that matches this certificate in the future, I will still give it to you. I will keep my word. Luo Chen was confused. Du Ruashi had always left him with the impression of being rational and capable, but he never expected that she would do something like this today. But then again, when it comes to figure, Du Ruashi completely beats Duan Liar. Apart from other things, the thickness alone was enough to throw Duan Liar away. When Du Ruashi stood up straight, she couldn't see her toes when she lowered her head, but Duan Liar could see her feet directly. Luo Chen lowered his head and couldn't help swallowing. Du Ruashi caught this expression and felt relieved. He was moved, he still liked me. Du Ruashi thought to herself, and simply gritted her teeth and tore off her coat. But who would have thought that at this moment, a sleepy figure appeared at the stairs on the second floor. Wow, little brother, I still want to eat. Duan Liar rubbed her eyes, and suddenly her eyes trembled. What are you two doing? Damn, Du Ruashi, why are you here? Let go of my little brother. My little brother is mine. Quick, shadow strike. Shadow clone. Duan Liar's figure turned into a shadow and jumped directly down from the second floor. Luo Chen's eyes widened. Sis, you just promised me that you wouldn't come out. And even if you come out, you should at least be dressed properly, right? Just jumped out like that? And jumped down from the second floor? Did you know that there is a flash of holy light when you do a split in the air? Luo Chen was stunned, and Du Ruashi was even more stunned. You? Impossible. Du Ruashi rubbed his eyes vigorously, then suddenly drew out his sword. Come and fight. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 160. Soul beasts are armed and terror is coming. Bang bang. The villa was in chaos. In terms of level, Duan Liar is 2 levels higher than Du Ruashi and has now reached level 30. Du Ruashi is level 28. The reason for the difference in levels is entirely due to the identities and backgrounds of the two. Duan Liar is the eldest daughter of the Duan family. These days, when she was upgrading her wind dragon baby, she was always accompanied by several strong men. She killed monsters much faster than Du Ruashi, so her upgrade was naturally faster. However, in terms of equipment, there is no difference between the two. Du Ruashi has the support of the professional exchange. In the corner, Luo Chen leaned against the wall, afraid that he would be affected by the two of them. Seeing the two of them fighting more and more vigorously, Luo Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Roar! With a roar, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockatoo appeared and directly blocked Duan Liar and Du Ruashi. Snort! Duan Liar's chest heaved, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Wait until I get dressed, then we can fight again." Du Ruashi, you still know how to put on clothes? Aren't you ashamed? Duan Liar straightened her chest and said, "We are all girls. Why should we be ashamed? Haven't you ever been to the center of the storm? On the cusp of the storm?" This word confused Du Ruashi, and she didn't react for a while. Sure enough, Du Ruashi was still too naive and could not defeat the experienced Duan Liar in words. At the side, Luo Chen kindly reminded, "The wind outlet, the crest of the wave." Du Ruashi's face instantly turned red, and she pointed at Duan Liar and shouted, You are not ashamed." Duan Liar, what's the matter? Du Ruashi was irritated. Where are the wave crests? When you stand up straight, you can see the insteps of your feet. How can you say you have the wave crests? You are so self-confident. Duan Liar, I'm going to kill you. After a long time, the fighting finally subsided. Duan Liar curled up on the sofa, already dressed. Du Ruashi was holding the certificate of rare professional advancement that she had just received from Luo Chen, not knowing what she was thinking. The whole room was filled with awkwardness, but fortunately Luo Chen's friend list started jumping at this time. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted, "The dean asked me to come over. It should be the reward for the Qianlongjian trial that he promised me. I won't accompany you." After saying that, he fled out of the villa. Only Duan Liar and Du Ruashi were left looking at each other. The room was extremely dull. After a long while, Duan Liar suddenly said, "Let me make it clear first. I will definitely not leave my little brother. Even if he has another woman, I will stay with him." Du Ruashi was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean, another woman?" Duan Liar said as a matter of course, "It is impossible for my little brother to only like me, and I have never expected such a thing. To be honest, if I hadn't been so persistent in clinging to him, he probably wouldn't even look at me straight in the eye. I just like him, whatever. My dad has 3 wives and keeps several mistresses outside. Isn't that what a man should be like? The stronger you are, the more women will be around you. I have never seen a man who is loyal to only one woman." Duan Liar kept talking to herself, and every word she said deeply irritated Du Ruashi, and even somewhat destroyed her worldview. Du Ruashi's face flushed. "Why are you telling me this? What's your relationship with Luo Chen? Why does it have nothing to do with me?" Duan Liar, "Lulu, keep pretending? If I hadn't shown up just now, you would have sat on him, right? But you came at the wrong time today. He is not in good condition today. Please come another day." Du Ruashi was confused again. "Don't talk nonsense. Why is he not doing well? Is he injured?" Duan Liar, "He is empty, dry, withered, and useless." Puff. Du Ruashi almost vomited blood. She no longer dared to talk to Duan Liar and fled the villa in a panic. Oh my God, what kind of vicious words did the eldest lady of this family say? After Luo Chen left the villa, he went straight to the principal's office. When he arrived here, Dean Yuan Hong and Master Lu Zhengjiang had been waiting for a long time. Yuan Hong looked Luo Chen up and down. If it were in the past, just these few glances would make Luo Chen feel extremely pressured. However, after experiencing several wars in the Sakura Country, Luo Chen has become fond of the aura of the strong, and his mentality has become much calmer when facing a powerful professional like Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong suddenly laughed and said, "Luo Chen, you look different. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the past few days, right?" Luo Chen said respectfully, "It's nothing. Just doing some dungeons and getting some equipment. Yuan Hong nodded, but didn't ask any more questions. Every professional has his own experiences and secrets. Although he felt the huge changes in Luo Chen, he never thought about finding out. He had no intention of using top-level detection techniques on Luo Chen. Of course, even if he used it, it would be blocked. On the side, Lu Zhengjiang said, I called you here today to give you the reward for the Qianlongjin trial. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, took out a box from the item space, and pushed it in front of Luo Chen. The box is exquisite, but that's not the point. The point is what's inside. Yuan Hong, open it and take a look. The country has put a lot of effort into this thing. It was not easy to collect it. If it was an ordinary reward, it would not have been given to Luo Chen until now. Luo Chen took a deep breath and opened the box impatiently. The next second, a colorful light emanated from the box. Not a magic weapon, but a skill book? The exclusive skill of the Soul Beast Summoner? Luo Chen widened his eyes and quickly took out the book. Yuan Hong laughed loudly and said to Lu Zhengjiang beside him, Did you see that? I knew he would have this expression. Lu Zhengjiang. The skill book of the unique hidden profession is too precious. You must cherish it. Remember, this is not given to you by us two old guys, but collected by the order of the country's top leaders. It's hard to imagine how high you will reach after learning this skill. Luo Chen felt extremely grateful. What the two seniors said is enough to illustrate the power of this skill book. No, this is beyond the ability to be described by the word powerful. But horror. Skill name, Soul Beast Armor. Skill introduction, exclusive skill for Soul Beast Summoners. After practicing, the summoned Soul Beast will gain the ability to wear professional equipment. After equipping the Soul Beast with professional equipment, the equipment will automatically adjust to the state of the Soul Beast. Tips. Soul Beast armament is limited to armor and weapons and equipment. Other equipment cannot be matched, and the equipment level cannot be higher than the owner's equipment level. Chapter 161. What the hell is this? Byte. Hint. You have successfully learned the exclusive skill, Soul Beast Armor. Tip. The equipment matched with Soul Beast weapons cannot be higher than your equipment level limit. After a prompt, the skill book turned into colorful rays of light and poured into Luo Chen's brows. The skill description is very clear. Once you learn this skill, the Soul Beast will have the ability to equip weapons and armor. This is equivalent to giving them the attribute enhancements of 2 pieces of equipment, and they can even use the equipment skills. Luo Chen can now summon 40,000 Soul Beasts. And as his level increases, the number of Soul Beasts he can summon will increase. When all Soul Beasts are equipped with equipment, how powerful will they be? Pictures flashed through Luo Chen's mind, making him gasp. Awesome, really awesome. Swallowing his saliva, Luo Chen hurriedly said, Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Master. Thank you, the country. Yuan Hong nodded. Practice well. As long as you make yourself stronger, it will be a way to repay the country. Luo Chen nodded vigorously and his expression became serious. Since I have the blood of Dragon Kingdom in my body, even without this exclusive skill, I will stand firmly by Dragon Kingdom's side. Even if I am a time traveler and do not belong to this world. A moment later, Luo Chen left the dean's office. His mind is now full of Soul Beast arming. But after careful consideration, Luo Chen felt that there was no need to arm all the Soul Beasts. Because of the mission of explosively increasing the number of troops, in every battle, he would let a large number of Soul Beasts rush out to die. For him, except for the Titan Demon Ape and the Bear King, no matter how many other Soul Beasts died, he would not feel sad. Well, it seems that I just need to get some good equipment for Titan Ape and Bear King. Luo Chen thought, I am now level 38 and can wear level 48 equipment. In other words, my Soul Beast can also wear level 48 armor and weapons. Cool. Then, he opened the friend list and sent a message to Du Ruashi. Ruashi, from the batch of equipment I gave you earlier, help me pick out 20 sets of level 50 clothes and weapons. Soon, Du Ruashi replied, Where are you? I'll send it to you now. Luo Chen, just at the school gate. Soon, the two met at the school gate. Du Ruashi pursed her lips and her face blushed slightly. She did not dare to look up at Luo Chen until she traded the equipment to him. This made Luo Chen confused. What's wrong? Are you still angry with Duan Lier? Du Ruashi quickly said, No, she's just an idiot. Why should I be angry with her? Second idiot? Well, this description is somewhat apt. However, Du Ruashi has always been steady. Duan Lier must have made her angry, otherwise she would never say something like, You idiot. Luo Chen, I'm going to the suburbs. Do you want to come with me? I'll take you to the dungeon. Du Ruashi, no. After saying that, she ran away with a red face, leaving Luo Chen confused. In the suburbs, In a dungeon called Giant Lizard Swamp, Luo Chen was driving the army of soul beasts forward. Dungeon, Giant Lizard Swamp. Level requirement, level 35 to 40. You will not be forced to teleport out if you level up above 40 in the dungeon. Number limit, 1 to 5 people. Instance time, 72 hours. After the countdown ends, you will be forced to exit the instance. Luo Chen chose the Hell level copy. In fact, ever since he completed his job change, the difficulty he chose every time he entered a dungeon was Hell level. Normal, difficult, nightmare, none of these were difficult for him. Even the Hell level is easy to clear, let alone the lower level copies. Roar. He summoned all 40,000 soul beasts, which covered the sky and the earth, charging forward and leaving no trace wherever they passed. As soon as a few monsters jumped out, they were instantly submerged and could not cause any waves. Luo Chen stood on the Bear King's back and sorted out the clothes and weapons one by one. Then directly activate the Soul Beast arming. The next second, a special equipment interface appeared in front of his eyes. On the interface, the names of 40,000 soul beasts are densely arranged. At the top of the list is Mr. Bear. Further down are the 12 Titan Apes. Further down are the 10,000-year green phosphorus Snake King, the dark gold Bat King, the human-faced Spider King, and so on. Mr. Xiong, I'll give you 2 pieces of level 48 equipment. While muttering to himself, Luo Chen had already put the equipment on Bear King. Roar. A deafening roar sounded, and the next moment, a gorgeous armor covered the Bear King. In addition to the armor, it also has a huge axe in its claws. Luo Chen chose equipment that was suitable for warriors. The attributes of the Bear King himself are extremely powerful. If you only look at the basic attributes attached to the equipment, this armor and weapon are actually dispensable. Its own strength attribute is already 600,000. Even if the armor adds another 10,000 points of strength, it will not have any effect. What Luo Chen really cares about is the percentage bonus of the equipment. For example, the armor worn by the Bear King has a 15 damage resistance and a 10 skill amplification. The weapon also increases its strength by 5. Once this percentage attribute bonus takes effect, the increase obtained by Bear King will be truly reflected. Roar. There was a flash of blood in the Bear King's eyes. After putting on the equipment, Luo Chen could clearly feel its emotional changes. Don't worry. Once I've put on all their equipment, I'll let you guys go out and do some damage. As he spoke, Luo Chen equipped the 12 Titan Apes. The selected equipment also has percentage added layers. Go ahead. Luo Chen waved his hand. King Bear and a group of Titan Apes rushed out madly. In front, all the soul beasts stopped attacking and made way to the sides. At this time, the army of soul beasts had already reached the deepest part of the copy. Ahead is the ultimate boss of the Lizard Swamp, the level 40 Earth Dragon Poison Lizard. Judging from the attributes, the Earth Dragon Poison Lizard is slightly weaker than the Abyss Bone Dragon of Qianlongjian, but not much weaker. Boom. The ground was shaking. King Bear and the Titan Ape were running wildly, leaving cracks on the ground with every step they took. Just like moving mountains. Roar. The Earth Dragon Poison Lizard was trembling all over. Seeing the terrifying monster rushing towards it, it was so scared that it gave up guarding the small monster in front of it and turned around and ran away. Luo Chen had seen the big boss escape too many times and was not surprised at all. Kill it. Still want to run? What the hell do you want? Luo Chen gave a wicked smile. The next moment, the level 40 Earth Dragon Poison Lizard was caught up by the Bear King. Chapter 162, The Great Dynasty, Treason. Roar. With a roar, King Bear's body directly blocked the Earth Dragon Lizard. As a level 40 big boss, the Earth Dragon Lizard's body is huge, but in front of the Bear King it is still like a dwarf. The terrifying aura came towards it, causing the Earth Dragon Lizard to tremble all over. In terror, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Bear King's knee. But the next second, the huge battle axe had already fallen. The wind was raging and the space was torn apart. The thick scales were torn apart in an instant, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Without using any skills, just the most ordinary attack, he reduced most of the Earth Dragon Lizard's health bar. With a wail, the Earth Dragon Lizard's jaw slammed heavily on the ground, and its entire head was embedded in the rubble. The Bear King raised the giant axe again and smashed it down, instantly clearing out the remaining blood. It was not until then that the 12 Titan Apes came forward. They stared at the bear with their eyes wide open, growling to express their dissatisfaction. We all come here together. Why do you want to take the boss alone? Let's fight, will we die? In the distance, a ray of light flashed on Luo Chen's body, and he finally reached level 39. Before entering the Giant Lizard Swamp dungeon, his experience bar had reached 94, but he had to kill his way through the entire dungeon before he successfully upgraded. After clearing a hell-level dungeon, I only gained 6 experience? Leveling up is becoming increasingly difficult. Luo Chen muttered. Fortunately, I am fast at clearing monsters. I will spend the next few days in the giant lizard swamp. I will reach level 41st. As he said that, he walked forward and collected the things that the earth dragon lizard exploded. Fortunately, no one heard what he just said, otherwise someone would definitely call him shameless. It may take most professionals a year or 2 to reach level 39 from level 38. He had increased his experience by 6 in just a few hours, but he still thought it was too slow? Nothing good happened. Luo Chen checked the exploded items and felt a little disappointed. For the next week, Luo Chen wandered around the giant lizard swamp. After clearing the hell-level dungeon more than a dozen times, I was only able to barely increase the experience bar to more than 30. Such a slow upgrade speed made him a little crazy. So they simply changed their location and headed towards the deserted high-end area in the suburbs. About 100 miles east of Kyoto City, there is an advanced dungeon with an upper level of 45 and a lower level of 35. The monsters inside provide more experience than the giant lizard swamp. In a conference hall in the most central area of Kyoto City, several high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were sitting together. They flipped through the information in their hands, with a hint of coldness in their eyes. After a long time, they put down the information, looked at each other, and understood each other's meaning. One of them said slowly, "What do you think should be done with Chu Daong, the president of Shengshi Huangqiao Guild? Deal with it. Is this something we need to discuss?" A white-haired old man said coldly, "If you are convicted of treason, you can be arrested and executed. The Shengshi dynasty has been ordered to disband. All the high-ranking officials of the guild, except Chu Daong, will be arrested and sentenced according to the circumstances. Is there no objection?" Several people nodded, and the fate of the prosperous dynasty was determined with just a few short words. After the Qianlongjin trial, Shengshi Huangqiao used various means to pass information about Luo Chen to foreign countries, hoping to use foreign forces to get rid of Luo Chen. This was a crime. Not long ago, he even colluded with professionals from the Sakura Country and sold state intelligence, which is his second crime. Helping foreign forces to purchase a large number of professional equipment and special items, alchemical materials, etc. from within the Dragon Country, secretly transporting them abroad, and selling national cultivation resources is the third crime. Every item and every example were listed on the paper, clearly written. Do you really think that everything is hidden from everyone? That's ridiculous. The old man in the lead said slowly. The interests of the country are above everything else. Any guild that wants to develop must stand firmly on the side of the country. It has been too long since we dealt with such a matter. Some people have forgotten that they have the blood of the Dragon Country flowing in their bodies. The decision on Shengshi dynasty has been made. Several top bosses started discussing Luo Chen again. Luo Chen is a very good kid. With the skill of Soul Beast armor, his strength will be further improved. In a few days, there will be the World Professional Exchange Competition. Do you think Luo Chen should be allowed to participate? Letting him participate? Isn't that a bit of a bully? This kind of exchange competition is a complete waste of his time. This kid works really hard. It would be better to let him go out and gain experience instead. That's not the case. Fighting and sparring with young professionals from different countries can be considered as a kind of training, which is helpful for growth. Luo Chen's information has been completely exposed. There is no need for us to hide it. We can openly put him in front of other countries to deter them. What do you think about the beast tide in Sakura Country? According to intelligence analysis, the beautiful country has been guiding Sakura Country to start suspecting that the beast tide is related to Luo Chen. This is ridiculous. How could the beast tide be related to Luo Chen? The pretty country is just trying to get the Sakura Country to take action to wipe out our Dragon Country's proud son. It's just a trick. Several big guys were chatting intermittently, as if they had seen through the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country. From the beginning to the end, they never thought that the beast tide in Sakura Country had anything to do with Luo Chen. But unfortunately, they guessed wrong. In the copy, densely packed soul beasts were running wildly, killing crazily, and clearing out the monsters in the copy. During the past few days of dungeon clearing, Luo Chen only wanted to level up and did not deliberately try to trigger new troop explosion tasks. Now he only has one troop explosion task left. 100,000 phoenix-tailed coxcomb snakes. After completing it, he can unlock the 100,000-year-old Azure Python. This task is more difficult than Xiong Jun's. However, after reaching level 40, the level of Soul Beast summoning technique will be improved again, and you should be able to specifically summon 1,000-year Soul Beasts. By that time, it will be much easier to complete the task of increasing the number of troops. Roar. Roars and roars resounded through heaven and earth. Groups of monsters were crushed madly, and soon the army of soul beasts reached the deepest part of the copy. Luo Chen also met the ultimate boss of this copy again. Yes, again. Including this time, Luo Chen has killed it 4 times. Name: Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost, Fierce Wind Gobi Boss. Level: 45. HP: per million. Strength: 32,000. Agility: 5,000. Spirit: 30,000. Magic resistance: 7,800. Physical resistance: 8,200. Skills: Ghostly Howling, Black Coffin Sealing, Underground Escape. Ghosts Crying and Gods Howling. A range attack skill that causes horrific damage to targets within a large range and ignores 20 of physical defense. After the skill is cast, 100 evil spirits from hell will be summoned at the same time. The evil spirits exist for 1 minute, and their attributes are 1/10 of the Gale Coffin Ghost. The skill cooldown time is 2 minutes. Black Coffin Seal. Group seals targets within range, summons black coffins to imprison, and the imprisonment lasts for 5 seconds. During the duration, the imprisoned will continue to receive damage, and there is a 5 chance of being poisoned. Escape underground. The Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost has the ability to escape underground and hide itself. Chapter 163, He Must Be Killed. No one can save him. Deep in the dungeon, a huge black coffin stood in the blood mist. After the army of soul beasts entered this area, the sky and the earth were suddenly filled with the sound of ghosts crying. The whole world was shrouded in a layer of gray fog, and heaven and earth fell into darkness. Oh! Ghosts cried loudly, and the huge black coffin shook violently. Then, the coffin suddenly stood up, and the red coffin lid on it flew off, revealing a hideous monster. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen shook his head with some disdain. Hey, it's always like this. Do I have to watch the CG again? Luo Chen said, Guys, hurry up and kill it. We still have to rush to the next game. Roar. In the distance, the big boss Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost's pupil shrank sharply, and he stared blankly at the army of soul beasts in front of him. For some reason, it suddenly felt that this scene seemed familiar, but it couldn't remember where it was. You lowly human. You are going too far. If you have the guts, take all your summoned beasts away. Take your sister and wait for death. The next moment, the ground shook, and the army of soul beasts pressed towards the Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost. After just one encounter, the monsters in the core area were overwhelmed by the army of soul beasts. The Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost quickly threw out a skill, and then the ground under the coffin collapsed, and the huge coffin disappeared directly into the ground. Ah! The sound of ghosts crying resounded throughout the world, and one after another ferocious and evil ghosts from hell were summoned out. A large number of soul beasts that had been at the forefront for 10, 100, or even 1,000 years died in the blink of an eye. But it was useless. A lot of people died in front, and there were more behind. One by one, the Titan apes swung their weapons, whether it was a battle axe, a giant sword, or a hammer, and smashed them hard on the ground. Boom. Boom. The ground shook, and in just a short moment, it forced the black coffin that had hidden underground out. At this time, the black coffin was already covered with cracks, and the health bar of the Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost hidden inside had dropped by most. I've already hidden underground, and you still hit me? Ugh. The Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost actually cried. This made Luo Chen speechless. Your brothers before you died happily, you are really embarrassing yourself, aren't you? But crying is useless. You want me to be soft-hearted just because of a monster? You are not a monster girl. You want me to be soft-hearted just by opening your mouth? Stop it. In the blink of an eye, the dense swarms of soul beasts had submerged the Fierce Wind Coffin Ghost. Successfully cleared another hell-level dungeon. Nearly 5,000 soul beasts were lost. All of them were less than 1,000 years old. Luo Chen felt no pity at all. He casually threw out a military summon and replenished the soul beast summoning limit once again. However, what surprised him was that this time, the military summoning actually created a new race of soul beasts. And it is a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Hint, the host successfully summoned a 1,000-year soul beast ghost tiger. Bite. Hint, the host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 80,000 ghost tigers to die in the battle. After completing the mission, the 10,000-year soul beast dark demon evil spirit tiger will be unlocked. Hint, the host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing at least 8,000 ghost tigers to die in battle. After completing the mission, you can randomly obtain a soul skill. The troop explosion task was triggered successfully, and 2 troop explosion tasks were given directly. But after seeing the content of the task, Luo Chen was a little confused. The 10,000-year-old soul beast, the dark demon evil spirit tiger? Luo Chen frowned slightly, The 100,000-year Soul Beast Azure Jiaomong's troop explosion mission only requires killing 100,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snakes. You, a 10,000-year-old dark demon evil spirit tiger, actually asked me to kill 80,000-year-old ghost tigers. Why? They only have 20,000 fewer thousand-year soul beasts than the Azure Flood Dragon Python? For a moment, Luo Chen was a little confused. The difficulty of this task is not much different from that of the Azure Dragon Python. Let's talk about it after you upgrade to level 40. No rush now. After resting for a while, Luo Chen left the copy under a ray of light. In the outside world, at the copy exit formation, some professional teams are gathering. In a dungeon area of this level, the number of professionals is much smaller than that of lower-level dungeons. But even so, there are still quite a few people. Have you heard? The prosperous dynasty is going to end. What do you mean it's going to be ruined? It's already ruined, okay? The guild has been disbanded. A group of people gathered together. Some of them had just finished a copy, while others had just arrived and were chatting in groups of 3 or 4. The content of the chat was all related to the prosperous dynasty. Luo Chen pricked up his ears, feeling a little curious, so he walked over. Brother, what happened to Xingshi dynasty? I just came out of the dungeon. Can you tell me about it? Don't you know yet? Chu Daong, the president of Xingshi dynasty, has been convicted of treason. The charges have been made public, and each one is horrifying. It's what he deserves. Damn it, people like this deserve to die. You are enjoying the welfare of the country, yet you dare to betray the country? In our dragon country, every guild will receive support, funding, resources, etc. from the country when it is established. How dare you betray the country? Pa. The sounds of abuse continued one after another. Luo Chen was even more surprised. I hadn't heard of this before entering the dungeon this time, but after I came out of the dungeon, so many things happened. The prosperous dynasty, an old rival. Luo Chen licked the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he felt a little disappointed. Originally, he was planning to find an opportunity to deal with the Xingshi dynasty on his own, but the country took direct action and did not give him a chance. Have you heard of the name Luo Chen? Of course I've heard of it. The top scorer of our dragon country's exam this year. Chu Dayong's first crime of treason was spreading the news of the Qianlongjian trial and selling information about Luo Chen to foreign forces. Luo Chen, how much do the country's top leaders value him? Just because he sold information about him, he was convicted of treason? Oh my god. It should be a fuse, right? If it was just this one, the country would not have taken action against Xingshi dynasty. The main thing is the following ones. We sell national resources, professional equipment, alchemy materials, etc., all of which are sold abroad. And they're even connecting with professionals from Sakura Country, damn it. Unfortunately, Chu Daong was not caught. He used the teleportation stone to escape at the last minute. No one knows where he went. The conversation became more and more enthusiastic. Chu Daong escaped? Luo Chen frowned. It's a pity that he didn't attack me. Otherwise, if I used the actual combat hatred memory, I would be able to find him directly. No, we have to think of a way. People like this must be killed. Chapter 164 I didn't promise anyone. Ever since he encountered the people from Xingshi dynasty taking the Sakura devils to explore the skeleton crypt dungeon, Luo Chen has already had the intention of getting rid of Xingshi dynasty. Now that the country has taken action first, it saves him some effort. But I didn't expect Chu Daong to escape. With Luo Chen's personality, it is absolutely impossible for him to survive in this world, but it is still unclear where he escaped to. After training outside for many days in a row, Luo Chen was already a little tired. So he used the return stone to return to Kyoto City. Having said that, he has been admitted to Kyoto University for such a long time, but he has never taken a proper theoretical class and has not even met all the teachers in the school. I don't even know who my classmates are. Returned to the villa and had a good night's rest. The next morning, Luo Chen came to the classroom. When he arrived, there were already some students sitting in groups of 3 or 4 in the classroom. After seeing him, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at him in a daze. Luo Chen? Why is he here in class? It's been so many days since school started, and I've only seen him on the first day of registration. Then I have seen him more times than you. When he participated in the celebration banquet of the Qianlongjian trial, I served dishes as a volunteer. Serve the plate? They are all freshmen at Kyoto University. Not only did they participate in the Qianlongjian trial, they also led the trial team to crush various countries and successfully obtain the National Destiny Experience Stone. But you can only serve dishes for others? Some students nearby couldn't help but complain, but then they thought that they were not much better. At least others could serve plates at the celebration banquet, but they couldn't even enter the banquet hall. Seeing Luo Chen looking for his position, a girl couldn't help but stand up and stood in front of Luo Chen. The girl was quite pretty, wearing a suit of cloth armor and a mage's outfit. The girl tried hard to maintain her smile and whispered, "Hello Luo Chen, my name is Shi Ming Ming." The seat next to me is empty. You can sit here if you don't mind. Luo Chen glanced at her indifferently, then swept his eyes around the classroom. Soon, he saw Du Ruoxi sitting in the corner. Xi Mingming, right? Sorry, I have a seat. As he spoke, Luo Chen walked around Xi Mingming and sat down in the empty seat next to Du Ruoxi. This action made Xi Mingming feel a little embarrassed. She looked at Luo Chen with resentment on her face. Seeing that Luo Chen ignored her, she had to pout and return to her seat. Luo Chen, Ruoxi, you were here for class 2. Where's Duan Liar? Isn't she here? Duan silly? She went to the suburbs for training and was busy upgrading her wind dragon. Du Ruoxi replied. Maybe it was because Luo Chen was sitting too close, and his arm gently touched her shoulder. It was this unintentional touch that made Du Ruoxi's face turn red instantly. Luo Chen turned his head to look at her. At such a close distance, Du Ruoxi's delicate and tender face had a different charm that made him couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Du Ruoxi's face turned even redder. What are you looking at? Don't look at me. Luo Chen blinked and suddenly blurted out, well, I'm looking in the mirror. Ruoxi, your eyes are so bright, reflecting me. Okay, this one has exhausted Du Ruoxi. She was so scared that she quickly lowered her head and dared not look at Luo Chen. Oh my god, what is he talking about? Is he teasing me? Du Ruoxi bit her lip, her mind in a mess. When other students noticed this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. In the first grade, the beauty of Du Ruoxi and Duan Liar has always been talked about. Among the freshmen, they are definitely the top 2 in terms of appearance. Similarly, they were the second and third place winners in this year's exam. Such people would naturally attract the attention of many male classmates. Over the past few days, many people had tried to approach them. Not long ago, someone pursued Duan Liar and sent her flowers for several days in a row. He also spent a lot of money to buy Duan Liar a top-quality assassin's equipment. But before he could send the equipment out, Duan Liar and a group of bodyguards blocked him at the gate of the academy and beat him up. Afterwards, Duan Liar said directly, I am Luo Chen's woman. If anyone dares to hit on me, I guarantee that I will beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself. Since then, no one dared to take advantage of Duan Liar anymore. So a large group of male classmates focused all their attention on Du Ruoxi and began to find ways to create chance encounters with her. There are even some sophomores among them. Unfortunately, Du Ruoxi has always been cold and aloof to others, and she always treats those who have designs on her with indifference. However, after all, she never said what Duan Liar said, and never said that she had a boyfriend. This gave those male classmates hope, and they pursued her more fiercely. But now it seems. Some students began to discuss in low voices. Du Ruoxi and Luo Chen seemed to be very familiar with each other. They all came from Broken City. When they were refining dungeons for the big exam, they also teamed up together to complete it. How could they not be familiar with each other? The familiarity I'm talking about is not this familiarity, but, you know. At this time, there were more and more students in the classroom, and soon the seats were full. There are still a few minutes left before class starts. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. A tall man walked in, holding a gorgeous sword in his hands. After entering the classroom, he walked straight towards Du Ruoxi. The man stopped and frowned slightly when he saw a male classmate sitting next to Du Ruoxi. He is a sophomore student and also one of Du Ruoxi's suitors. At this moment, he seemed to regard Luo Chen as his love rival and said coldly, Classmate, please move aside for a moment. Ruoxi and I have something to say. Forehead. Luo Chen blinked and looked at Du Ruoxi. Ruoxi, who is this ghost? Your pursuer. Du Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but get nervous. She quickly explained, I didn't promise him. I didn't promise anyone. After she said this, she was stunned. Oh my god, what am I doing? Do I care that much about what Luo Chen thinks of me? The man next to him looked a little ugly and said angrily, Boy, don't give me face. Before he could finish, Luo Chen stretched out a finger and waved it in front of him. His eyes turned cold, and he said slowly, Don't say the rest, or I will beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Boom. A chilly chill instantly enveloped the entire classroom, with the man being the first to be hit. A chill swept over him, and in just a moment, he felt as if he was falling into an abyss, and his face turned pale instantly. Chapter 165 World Professional Exchange Competition. Luo Chen looked at him expressionlessly, with a cold look in his eyes, as if he was looking at an ant that was about to die. Faced with such a look, the man was already trembling with fear. Just then, a graceful figure appeared at the door of the classroom. She was a woman wearing a long robe and glasses, and looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. She was the substitute teacher for this class. Her name is Chen Yue. That boy, which class are you from? Why are you barging into our classroom? Don't you know it's class time now? Chen Yue held the teaching stick in her hand and gently tapped the door frame a few times. What are you still doing standing there? Go back to your classroom. The boy ran out of the classroom staggeringly as if he had been pardoned. Hey, wait a minute. Luo Chen suddenly shouted, you want to give the long sword in your hand to Ruashi, right? You have brought the gift. How dare you take it away? What? I have given up and don't plan to pursue you anymore, but you still want me to keep the gift? Do you have any shame? The man's mouth twitched, and he turned back in 3 or 2 steps and placed the sword directly on the table. Then he turned around and fled again. He did not dare to look back at Luo Chen until his figure completely disappeared. He didn't stop until he ran out of the corridor. He patted his chest hard and took a breath. Oh my God, who was that person? Just one look from him made me feel like I was being tortured to death. Could it be Luo Chen? A name comes to mind. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed, so he dug out a photo from his item space, which was the leaked photo of the Qianlongjian trial celebration banquet. Fuck, is it really Luo Chen? I actually offended Luo Chen? It's over. It's over. This is too scary. Luo Chen wouldn't be pursuing Du Ruashi, right? Oh my God, how dare I compete with Luo Chen for a woman? Chu Daong from Xingshi dynasty just spread news that was unfavorable to Luo Chen abroad, but he was charged with treason by the top leaders of Dragon Country. Now the Xingshi Huanqiao Guild has been disbanded, all its senior members have been arrested, and its president Chu Daong fled in a panic and is nowhere to be found. I won't be charged with treason too, will I? Just a few thoughts flashed through the boy's mind, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he became distracted. At this moment, the classroom became completely quiet. Qin Yue stood on the podium and looked at Luo Chen with some surprise. Top scholar, you are willing to come to class? By the way, you should not know me as a substitute teacher yet, right? This made Luo Chen feel a little embarrassed. He really doesn't know him. In fact, after being admitted to Kyoto University, Luo Chen only knew a few teachers. Apart from Dean Yuan Hong and Master Lu Zhongjiang, there were only a few teachers who escorted them to Qianlongjian and some people he met at the celebration banquet. But even if he didn't know him, Luo Chen would not admit it. Throw out the top-level detection technique. Luo Chen grinned. Teacher Chen, how could I not know you? Qin Yue, a level 48 priest. Qin Yue shook her head helplessly. Luo Chen, it is very rude to use the top detection technique on your teacher. Don't do it again. Then let's start the class now. Today we will continue to talk about the monster divisions within a 300-mile radius of Kyoto University, the divisions at the dungeon teleportation entrance, and the monsters in the dungeon. After I finish talking about this, I will explain to you. During a team battle, if a member is seriously injured, but there is no priest teammate around, and there are no healing items on him, what should he do? As the class progressed, Qin Yue spoke very seriously. After explaining each topic, she would repeatedly confirm whether the students present had understood it. Only after everyone had understood it would she move on to the next topic. That's all for today's class. I have something to announce to everyone. Qin Yue said seriously, the World Professional Exchange Competition is about to begin. This exchange competition is only for professionals under the age of 22. Kyoto University will select 3 students from many students to participate in the competition. The 3 selected students will team up with students from other universities to form a small team of 15 people and then represent Longwa in the competition. What? World Professional Exchange Competition? In an instant, the classroom became noisy and all the students couldn't help but talk. The annual World Professional Exchange Competition has been held for 20 years. This competition was proposed and founded by the United States, and the organizer of the first World Professionals Exchange Competition was also the United States. This year, the host happens to be Longwa. In other words, when the professional exchange competition is officially held, countries all over the world will send teams to Dragon Country to participate. The team selected by Longwa will serve as the host and will be the first to appear. Qin Yue slowly raised her hand, quieting everyone down a bit. You should have all heard about the World Professional Exchange Competition. All the entries are not fixed and will be decided by voting by countries around the world the day before the competition officially begins. But there are only 3 types of competitions: individual competition, team competition, and dungeon training competition. In 3 days, the Academy's top management will decide the final contestants. Maybe one of you will be selected. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but touch his chin, and a thought arose in his mind at the same time. You won't choose me? Luo Chen didn't care whether he could participate in the competition. But if the Academy really chooses him to participate in the competition, he will do his best. After class, Luo Chen said hello to Du Ruashi and left the classroom. Looking at Luo Chen's departing back, Du Ruashi felt a little lost. Oh, without Duan Liar around, it's so nice to sit alone with Luo Chen. A thought flashed through her mind, and Du Ruashi's face turned red with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but spit. Little girl, what are you thinking about? He has done that kind of thing with Duan Liar, and I am still thinking about him? Her mind was becoming more and more confused. Duruashi shook her head vigorously in an attempt to clear herself up, but the more she did so, the more confused her mind became. She even remembered what Duan Liar had said to her not long ago. After Luo Chen left the classroom, he soon received a message from Dean Yuan Hong. The friend bar jumps. Yuan Hong, Luo Chen, the school has decided to arrange for you to participate in the World Professional Exchange Competition, and there will be 2 other seniors with you. As the top college in Dragon Country, Kyoto University has been given 3 places by the country to participate in the competition. Seeing the news, Luo Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Did I really guess it right? I actually got it arranged? Chapter 166, Level 40 reached, 80,000 soul beasts. Of course, Luo Chen had no reason to refuse the college's arrangement. And judging from the tone of Dean Yuan Hong, it seemed that this quota was recommended by the top national leaders, so it was even more impossible to refuse. Soon, Luo Chen gave Dean Yuan Hong a positive answer. Dean Yuan Hong, in that case, it's settled. By the way, what level are you now? Can you tell me? Level? Luo Chen was slightly startled, and suddenly a thought popped up in his mind. If I tell everyone my level, will it scare Dean Yuan Hong? What is the hidden strength? What is the tree wanting to be still but the wind does not stop? What is the fear that others will know that you are strong and worry that it will bring you trouble? Luo Chen had never had these messy thoughts. From the day he obtained the explosive soldier system, he never worried about exposing himself. I'm just afraid of scaring the old Dean. He's so old, if he gets hurt, who will be responsible? Luo Chen tentatively replied, I am level 36. At this time, in the office of the president of Kyoto University. After seeing this news, Yuan Hong sat up straight. Level 36? Little guy, are you kidding me? Oh my god, I'm already level 36? How long had he been admitted to Kyoto University? How could he have already reached such a high level? If he continues to grow at such a terrifying speed, maybe he can break through to level 40 within a year, right? On the other side, Luo Chen was also looking at Yuan Hong's news. What? Did the old man realize that I was lying to him? Luo Chen touched his chin and replied helplessly, Dean, you have seen through all this. I was just joking with you. Yuan Hong let out a long breath. That's what I told you. Luo Chen, I'm already level 39, and my current level experience is 37. Don't worry, I will definitely reach level 40 before the World Professional Exchange Competition begins. Yuan Hong, puff. In the office, Yuan Hong was completely dumbfounded. What does it mean? Didn't you say that the level 36 was too low? After a long silence, Yuan Hong swallowed his saliva and said, Luo Chen, the courses arranged by the academy are a bit complicated. If you find it boring, don't take them. I'm afraid those teachers will delay you. Also, I have a granddaughter. After a long time, the two ended their conversation. Luo Chen recalled what the old dean had just said and was speechless for a moment. What does it mean? My tuition fee was wasted? They even don't allow me to attend classes? And why did you mention your granddaughter? I'm too lazy to even play with Duan Liar now. According to the old dean, the World Professional Exchange Competition will be held in a month. With just 1 month's time, it will definitely be no problem to reach level 40. As time passed, Luo Chen was completely immersed in the dungeon in the suburbs. Except for coming back twice to chat with Duan Liar, he never returned to Kyoto. Well, just chatting. The name of the girl named Haonua is also called Han Kuan, which is quite interesting. 3 weeks later, in a gloomy and terrifying copy, a ray of light flashed across Luo Chen's body. Finally upgraded. Reached level 40. Bite. Hint. The host has successfully reached level 40, and the Soul Beast summoning skill level has been raised to level 5. Tip. The effect of Soul Beast shielding skills is improved. Soul Beast summoning technique. Level 5 in the Soul Beast shield state. You can randomly summon unlock 10,000 your Soul Beasts and 100,000 your Soul Beasts, and there is a very small chance of summoning a new 10,000 your Soul Beast. Soul Beast shielding. Active skill. Can shield the unlocked 10 year Soul Beasts, 100 year Soul Beasts, 1,000 year Soul Beasts. Performing the Soul Beast summoning technique in the non-shielded state has a greater chance of summoning a new race of 10 year, 100 year, 1,000 year Soul Beasts, and can specify the summoning of the unlocked 10 year, 100 year, 1,000 year Soul Beasts. It was just as Luo Chen expected. When his level reaches 40, he can perform a designated summoning of a 1,000 year Soul Beast. In this way, the missions of raising troops for the Millennium Phoenix-tailed cockatrice snake and the Millennium Ghost Tiger would not be a big deal. I'll find some time to go to the land of Sakura twice and catch up with those little devils, and then I can easily complete these tasks of increasing the number of troops. There is no need to search for dungeons and big bosses to pile up Soul Beast deaths. How useful are the little devils? They are much more useful than the bosses and the dungeons. Afterwards, Luo Chen checked his character attributes again. After continuous upgrades and several equipment changes, his attributes improved to an extremely terrifying level. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Level, 40, -10 levels. Experience, 1. Strength, 4,675 plus 70. Agility, 628 plus 70. Spirit, 28,480 plus 80. Magic resistance, 19,770 plus 70. Physical resistance, 11,570 plus 70. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon, 9-star Begonia. External Soul Bone, Devil Purple Wings. Soul Bone, Titan Ape Left Arm Bone, Azure Dragon Python Right Arm Bone. Soul Ring, 100,000 years. Equipment, Skeleton King Medal, Wind God Badge, Chi Yao Staff, Confusion Robe, Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace, Red Feather Ancestral Helmet, Skeleton Chain Ring, Spirit Relic Wristband, Hatred Boundary Breaking Wristband, Hell Sacrifice Belt. Psychedelic Boots. Summon Beast Limit, 80,000. Skills, Soul Beast Armor, Army Summoning, Soul Beast Shielding, Soul Beast Summoning Level 5, Explosion System Special, Thunder 4 Verticals, Soul Skill, Blue Lightning Overlord Armor, Soul Skill, Top Detection Technique, Skill Stacking. Detection Shielding, Dragon Soaring Sky Thunder Explosion, Soul Skill, 9 Hearts Group Healing Technique, Soul Skill, Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body, Soul Skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Thunder Explosion, Soul Skill, Titan Roar, Soul Skill. Thunder Dragon Shocking Explosion Fusion. The attributes of the equipment flashed across Luo Chen's eyes, and he ignored it. At this moment, his sight was completely fixed on the Soul Beast Summoning upper limit column. After reaching level 40, my summoning limit has been increased to 80,000? Luo Chen licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. Those little cherry blossoms have always believed that I can only summon 40,000 soul beasts. Next time I go to the Sakura Country, I will just wave my hand and throw out 80,000 soul beasts. Will they be scared to death? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Luo Chen wished he could go to the cherry blossom country right now. It's okay, I'm just hanging out and having fun. Thinking of this, Luo Chen chuckled and actually took out a memory stone for returning to the city. This stone is exactly the return stone of the capital of Sakura Country. Chapter 167, Little Sakura, Are You Scared? Ever since the last escape of the skeleton high priest, the entire Sakura Country has been silent for a long time. Even though more than a month has passed, the Sakura Country still hasn't gotten over that atmosphere. In the ruins of Inyang City, there is no longer any construction team in charge. The top leaders of the Sakura Country have temporarily given up on rebuilding Inyang City. Unless the skeleton high priest is eliminated, they will not restart the city. There was no way. They felt that Inyang City and the skeleton high priest were incompatible. If the skeleton high priest is not destroyed, once they start to rebuild Inyang City, I am afraid that the skeleton high priest will come to Inyang City again and blow the newly built buildings into ashes again. At this time, in the core area of the capital of Sakura Country, Sakura Mori was checking the news from the international community. These days, the most attention-grabbing thing is the upcoming World Series. In order to win this competition, each country started preparations more than half a year ago and selected the most powerful professionals of the younger generation. Each country can send one team to participate, with a maximum of 15 people. Sakura Country is also preparing for this professional exchange competition. The Soul Beast summoner named Luo Chen should participate, right? Sakura Shoshiang frowned slightly. He had read the information about Luo Chen and knew how terrifying this young man from Dragon Country was. Once such a person grows up, he is likely to become a person at the top of the pyramid of Dragon Country. After hesitating for a moment, Sakura Shoshiang said in a deep voice, "Call the White Palace of the United States and find out if they have any way to deal with Luo Chen." Luo Chen's soul beast is too terrifying. It is impossible to win against him in the competition openly. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the Dragon Country sends him out, the Dragon Country team will be invincible. By then, other countries will just have to fight tooth and nail for second place, which is definitely not what I want to see. Presumably, some countries would have the same idea as me. Soon, the diplomats finished their communication with the White House of the United States. Diplomat, sir, the top leaders of the United States said that we don't need to worry about Luo Chen. They have a way to deal with Luo Chen, but they didn't say what the specific method is. Hearing this, Sakura Shoshiang frowned even more tightly. What can we do? Is there equipment specifically designed to counter summoning professions? Or do you want to assassinate Luo Chen before the World Professional Exchange Competition? After a long time, Prime Minister Sakura said in a deep voice, "Forget about that. We have to keep some backup plans. Have you collected the equipment?" A Sakura soldier not far away hurriedly said, "Reporting to the minister, we have some information." We will definitely collect it before the start of the competition. Sakura Shoshyang nodded. As long as he can collect the equipment he mentioned, Luo Chen will become a waste. Sakura Capital, returned to City Magic Circle. A ray of light flashed, and Luo Chen's figure walked out of the magic circle. His eyes lit up, and his face was full of smiles. After walking out of the magic circle, he even greeted the people next to him. Girl, you have a nice body. Have you been in the adult entertainment industry? Do you usually do cosplay? Can you play an instrument? Like the flute. Luo Chen was so presumptuous that the professionals from the surrounding Sakura Country all looked at him sideways. As for the little girl, her face was already red. Go to the sea. If you are willing, I can take you to my residence. If you want to play music, you only need a level 18 silver equipment. Fuck? Silver equipment? Are you crazy? Engraved? Or inlaid with gold edges? Luo Chen muttered a few curse words, then walked away in a swagger. This scene was exactly the same as when he first entered Inyang City. Soon, he came to a deserted alley. Hey, little Sakura, I'm here to play with you again. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Luo Chen grinned. The next second, a gray mist spread out and enveloped his body. Boom. Snap. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with layers of dark clouds. Blood-red thunder flashed continuously in the clouds, and the whole world became depressing in an instant. This sudden change stunned everyone in the Sakura capital. Then everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. This scene looks familiar? No way. Could it be that the skeleton high priest has appeared again? Alarm, alarm. The whole city is on alert. The whole city is on alert. Perhaps because of the previous Beast Tide Wars, the professionals in every city in Sakura Country are all on edge these days. So the moment the weather changed, the entire Sakura capital went into high alert. Soon, a professional in the alley where Luo Chen was noticed something unusual. Look over there. There's a cloud of fog covering it, emitting a brutal and bloodthirsty aura. It's a monster. Attack. Amidst bursts of exclamations, several arrows and spells were fired towards the direction of the fog. At this time, Luo Chen was standing quietly in the fog. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, and he was somewhat surprised by the reaction of the professional from Sakura Country. Your reaction today was a bit quick. Luo Chen muttered. The next second, his staff had already swung down. Roar. A deafening roar sounded. A total of 40,000 soul beasts were summoned out in an instant. This is not the end yet. The current limit of the soul beasts he can summon is 80,000. Specified summoning. 8,000-year-old ghost tigers first. All the remaining ones will be summoned as Millennium Phoenix-tailed cockatiel snakes. The next moment, the military summons was launched. Another 40,000 soul beasts appeared, filling the summoning limit of 80,000 in a blink of an eye. The area occupied by the 80,000 soul beasts was extremely vast. When they were just summoned, some professionals in the nearby areas were submerged in the beast tide. This scene made all the professionals in the distance dumbfounded, and each of them showed an expression of extreme horror. Oh my god, is it really the skeleton high priest? It's coming again. Run away. Wow, what on earth is it trying to do? Why is it bullying me like this? What sin did our Sakura Country commit? With screams coming one after another, the area was in chaos. The panic spread, and in just a short moment it spread throughout the entire Sakura capital. At this time, the core area. Figures stand high in the sky or on towering buildings. Their expressions were angry, their eyes were filled with hatred, and they all stared in the direction of the beast tide. Damn it, it appears again? Sakura Shoshyang gritted his teeth in anger and said, but why did they summon so many monsters this time? Judging from the scale, there must be at least 70,000 of them, right? At the side, the Dragon Knight said in a deep voice, Master Guardian, we have already found a way to restrain the skeleton high priest. This time, we will make sure that he will never return. Chapter 168. It's so cool, it feels so good to die. It's coming, it's coming. It's coming with the tide of beasts. At this time in the Sakura capital city, the performance of the professionals showed two extremes. Those ordinary professionals who did not belong to any force were terrified and rushed towards the teleportation array in the city as if fleeing. These people had no intention of staying to fight the skeleton high priest. This big boss was too terrifying. The tragic situation in Inyang City was still vivid in their minds. The mountains of corpses and the rivers of blood on the battlefield still leave an indelible fear in their hearts. However, unlike these ordinary professionals, people from major guilds and military professionals appear to be very stable. There is even a hint of excitement in his steadiness. The skeleton high priest has appeared again. We finally have a chance to destroy him. If such a terrifying big boss dies, there will definitely be some good stuff dropped, right? Everyone, keep an eye on it and make sure to grab the stuff as soon as possible. In the last battle to defend the capital, we have already figured out the weakness of the skeleton high priest. As long as we divide and surround the monsters it summons, and then seal them, it will be destroyed. That's what you said, but didn't you notice? The skeleton high priest seems to have summoned a lot more monsters this time. And those giant skeleton beasts, and the Hellbone Bear King, they have armor and weapons on them? It was not until then that everyone felt something was wrong. Not to mention other monsters for now, the horrifying images of the 12 skeleton beasts and the Hellbone Bear King have long been indelible. He was already strong enough, and now with more armor and weapons, wouldn't his strength be even higher? At this moment, the sound of horns spread throughout the Sakura capital. A large army of military professionals gathered. The streets were crowded with huge teams of professionals approaching. Teams consisting of magicians, archers, shield warriors, priests, and other professions soon joined the battlefield. In the sky, flying troops from the Sakura Country also appeared. Either ride a flying pet or use flying skills. Everyone attack. There was murderous intent boiling in the eyes of the Sakura Guardian, and the sound spread to every corner of the Sakura capital and fell into everyone's ears. The next second, the war broke out. Scatter, continuous arrows. All-around magic, covering attack. Shield warriors move forward, other tank classes fill in. Priest continues to heal the group and releases amplification skills. Split up the monster group. Boom. The powerful skills of the combat professions have been deployed, bombarding the Soul Beast army in an overwhelming manner. However, their purpose is not to kill Soul Beasts, but to attract the hatred of Soul Beasts, and then take the opportunity to separate the Soul Beast groups. At this time, Luo Chen was riding on the back of a dark gold bat king. He looked down at the actions of the Sakura Country's professional army and spat in his heart. Fuck, are you trying this again? Can't you just cooperate? Can't you just help me complete the mission of increasing the troops? Once I have piled up 100,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockroach snakes, I can summon the Azure Dragon Python. After piling up 80,000-year-old ghost tigers, I will be able to summon 10,000-year-old dark demon evil spirit tigers. Let's all work hard together. I'll applaud you sincerely and encourage you. Won't it be easy to accomplish? Why? Why do you treat me like this? I have come here from thousands of miles away with such sincerity to play with you. Okay, you guys want to divide my monster army, right? Luo Chen sneered. That depends on whether I give you a chance or not. Today, I will play a positional battle with you. Little ones, line up in order of size. I want to see how these lowly humans divide and seal you. At the command, the originally somewhat scattered army of Soul Beasts changed rapidly. Roar. Amidst the earth-shaking roars, the army of Soul Beasts quickly gathered. Densely packed 1,000-year-old ghost tigers and phoenix-tailed cockroach snakes were lined up in front, totaling more than 40,000. The remaining Soul Beasts are arranged in the order of 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. Boom. The ground shook, and as the army of Soul Beasts galloped, the entire Sakura capital shook along with it. In just a few moments, the formation was formed. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Sakura Guardian, Dragon Knight, and many other top warriors were unable to react for a while. What's going on? Will the Beast Tide still line up? The Beast Tide is standing so densely, how can we divide it? Just as they were stunned, the army of Soul Beasts had already set out, roaring and rushing towards the army of the Sakura Country. The bloodthirsty and brutal atmosphere enveloped the entire Sakura capital. Seeing the army of monsters rushing towards them, the army of Sakura Country instantly became panicked. No, there is no way to separate the monsters. They are standing too close together. The taunt skill doesn't work. I can't forcefully attract the hatred of these monsters. Does anyone know what's going on? Oh no. They are getting closer and will soon collide with the Meat Shield army in front. Quick, use all your strength to clear out the monsters rushing towards you first. Finally, they couldn't hold back any longer. What tactics? What split seal? Now they only want to stop the monsters rushing towards them, or simply kill them. First, withstand the impact of the Beast Tide and save your life. Formation Master Core. Start the formation. Snap. A bolt of thunder struck from the sky. The ground shook, and a strong energy suddenly rose from the ground and turned into energy runes all over the sky in the blink of an eye. The runes gathered together and turned into a thick energy barrier blocking the way ahead. Just 1 second before the barrier was formed, the army of Soul Beasts rushed over. The ghost tigers in the front crashed into the barrier, and tens of thousands of ghost tigers were blocked. However, they were only blocked for 3 seconds before the barrier began to vibrate. Cracks appeared on the barrier, and then the barrier shattered and disappeared. Kill. Kill these monsters. The tactics have been decided, the Legion layout has been made, and we are just waiting to split the Beast Tide. But now the order is given to kill the monsters? Helplessly, each professional could only fight with all his strength. This time, the attack skills were used without any reservation. In the sky, rays of magical light streaked across the sky, carrying terrifying energy and bombarding the Beast Tide. On the other side, several top wizards also took action. The levels of these great wizards are all above level 60. With so many strong men taking action at the same time, Luo Chen's task of increasing the number of troops has finally paid off. The wind was raging, and countless wind blades were coming in overwhelming force. In the sky, the clouds broke apart and dense meteor showers fell from the sky. The ground shook, and countless earth spikes emerged. Looking at the ghost tigers falling and the phoenix-tailed cockatoos having their heads chopped off, Luo Chen's face was blooming with smiles. Cool. It feels so damn good to die. Chapter 169 completely ignored its own horror. Hey, Ghost Tiger team on the left, you guys are dying a little slowly. A large number of people on the right have already died. How many of you have died? Everyone try your best and die with all your heart. When you have died enough, the master will summon stronger brothers for you. The war broke out. This time, Luo Chen did not hold back when he drove the army of soul beasts, but let the army of soul beasts attack with all their strength. The more brutal and bloodthirsty the soul beast army behaves, the more fiercely the counterattack of the professionals of Sakura Country will be, and the more terrifying the attacks of those top powerhouses will be. Soon, the results came out. Bite. Hint. The host caused the death of 8,000-year-old ghost tigers in the battle. Mission completed, and a soul skill is obtained randomly. Tip. Soul skills are being randomly selected. Reminder, the random drawing of soul skills has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul skill Thunder Dragon Shocks the Ninth Heaven. Thunder Dragon Shocks the Nine Heavens. This skill uses the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body as a prerequisite. It can only be used by the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body. This skill belongs to a super large range attack skill. The skill lasts for 10 seconds, ignoring the target's magic resistance, and produces 5 times the critical strike on the target. If the enemy is not dead, it will be paralyzed for 6 seconds. The paralysis effect cannot be stacked. A few prompts appeared, and a new soul skill was obtained. The Thunder Dragon shook the sky, and the introduction of the soul skill was somewhat beyond Luo Chen's expectations. Ignoring magic resistance and having 5 times the critical hit, even if the opponent is not killed by the critical hit, he will be killed by Luo Chen within the next 6 seconds of paralysis. Wait a minute, what does super large range mean? Bigger than large range? Luo Chen thought in his heart. The fire of his soul flickered in his eyes, and he looked eager to try. Since he changed his job, he has seen too many large-scale attack skills. However, when describing these skills, only the 3 words large range are used. Today is the first time that Luo Chen has seen the 4 words super large range used to describe them. Today is considered to be an eye-opener. I really want to use it. How about a little while? A thought flashed through his mind, and Luo Chen grinned. The next second, his figure suddenly jumped up from the back of the dark gold Bat King. In the distance, Sakura Shoshiang had been observing the skeleton high priest. When he saw this big boss leaping up from the Bat King, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. During this moment of distraction, Luo Chen's body had already expanded. The terrifying dragon might descended from the sky, and the pressure surged towards the professionals of Sakura Country like a mountain. Roar. Thunder roared in the sky, and the dark clouds became thicker. Thunder flashed one after another, and a blue dragon as big as a mountain appeared in everyone's sight. This blue dragon was Luo Chen's true form, the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon. What's going on? It turned into a dragon again? Is it trying to escape again? That shouldn't be the case. Who said that the skeleton high priest turned into a dragon just to escape? And it doesn't make sense. The battle has just begun. What a terrifying aura. It seems that after becoming a bone dragon, the skeleton high priest has become even stronger. Bite. Tip. Use the Blue Lightning Mad Dragon True Body to increase all attributes by 100. The transformation effect lasts for 10 minutes. After the transformation state is restored, the increase in all attributes disappears. At this moment, Luo Chen's attributes skyrocketed, and his overall strength instantly increased to the peak state. If you're going to come on hard. I'll lower your attributes first. Roar. The dragon's might was raging, pressing down like a mountain. Skill, the power of Bone Dragon. This is the inherent skill of the artifact, Abyss Dragon Tooth Necklace. After using it, it can burst out powerful dragon power, reducing all attributes of targets within the range by 10 for 3 minutes. As the enemy's attributes decrease, the attack skills Luo Chen uses will become more effective. Under the dragon's might, all professionals within a radius of more than 1,000 meters were enveloped. Their attributes were suppressed, making them feel that a lot of their strength was lost. Then, the soul skill that Luo Chen had just obtained appeared. Soul skill, Thunder Dragon shakes the sky. Boom. There was a loud thunder between heaven and earth, and the sky was filled with thunder, which rushed out and fell directly from the sky. The dome was covered with dark clouds, enveloping the entire Sakura capital. Luo Chen's Thunder Dragon shook the sky and actually covered the entire Sakura capital. Is this so big? Luo Chen was shocked. Before this, the sole skill with the largest range he possessed was Thunder Dragon's Shocking Explosion, which was a fusion of the two soul skills, Titan's Roar and Sky-Breaking Dragon's Roar. The power of Thunder Dragon's Shocking Explosion is extremely strong, and it is a large-scale group attack skill. But even with Thunder Dragon's Shocking Explosion, the skill can only cover about 1/10 of the Sakura capital. Of course, this is also because the Sakura capital is so vast. If it were Yin-Yang City, Luo Chen's Thunder Dragon Shocking Explosion could cover at least a quarter of the area of Yin-Yang City. And now, the Thunder Dragon Shocks the Nine Heavens that he just obtained has actually covered the entire Sakura capital. What does this mean? This means that the coverage of Thunder Dragon Shocks the Nine Heavens is at least 10 times that of Thunder Dragon Shocks the Gods. Is this the concept of super large scale? Luo Chen's heart trembled slightly. Boom. Thunder rolled, and countless lightning bolts rushed down, bombarding various places in the Sakura capital. Oh no, it's a large-scale magic attack. Quick, defensive skills. Formation Master, continue to cast the defensive formation. There's no way to save the entire capital. Give up some areas and save the areas where the army and major forces are located. No, it seems like the entire capital is covered. Fuck, what kind of skill is this? Why is the range so huge? Countless people were shocked and terrified. All they cared about was the skeleton high priest's ability to summon monsters, his ability to revive continuously, and his strange ability to counterattack. But they completely ignored the skeleton high priest's own means of attack. Today, they finally saw it. Boom. The thunder that struck down was so terrifying that it took away the lives of thousands of Sakura professionals in just a moment. No matter how quickly they reacted, they could not protect everyone's lives through defensive formations and defensive skills. Groups of professionals were blasted to pieces, falling like wheat. In a flash, tens of thousands were killed or injured. And the death toll is still increasing. After all, this soul skill has a duration. Ignoring magic resistance, 5 times the critical strike. If you don't put up a defensive skill immediately, even a meat shield class at level 50 or so can't withstand this attack. One strike can destroy an entire city. This is Luo Chen's understanding of the soul skill Thunder Dragon Shocks the Nine Skies. Chapter 170. You don't want to play with me? Wait. The power and terrifying range of the Thunder Dragon Shocking the Nine Sky were completely beyond Luo Chen's expectations. Not to mention, compared with his own skills, it is probably even better than all the known large-scale skills in the world today. Boom. Thunder rolled. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, covering the entire city of Sakura capital and plowing through every area. No matter whether they were professionals or teenagers who had not undergone a job change, none of them were spared. Pieces of flesh flew everywhere, blood splattered everywhere, and corpses shattered one after another. The entire Sakura capital turned into a city of purgatory in the blink of an eye. Buildings collapsed into ruins, burying the people hiding inside. Countless children and the elderly died tragically. The wailing sounds resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Luo Chen felt instantly embarrassed when he saw this scene. I've killed too many people. Luo Chen muttered in his heart. Will killing so many at once delay my mission to destroy the troops? The lightning dissipated, and the duration of Thunder Dragon Shocking the Nine Skies skill ended. Those who survived all had their eyes wide open, filled with horror. How so? The skeleton high priest actually used such a terrifying skill? Aoni-san, obey-san, woo, don't die. I'm going to fight them. Yami Butterfly Library Competition. Yamit. After the panic, these Sakura professionals showed two extremes. Some people had red eyes, as if they had lost their minds, and rushed madly towards the army of soul beasts in front of them. Others could not suppress the fear in their hearts and turned around and ran away. They could block Thunder Dragon Shocks the Nine Skies once, but they were not sure they could block it a second time. No one knows how long the cooldown time of the skill of the skeleton high priest is. If he uses this skill again soon, will they still be able to survive? It's over. It's over. Sakura Shoshong's eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. Luo Chen's skill directly defeated the army of Sakura professionals. The army is in disarray and can no longer organize effective attacks and defenses. If the battle continues, it won't be long before the entire army of professionals will perish here. Dragon Knight, Master Guard, retreat. The Forbidden Curse priest sighed. Although I don't want to admit it, our current means are not enough to destroy the skeleton high priest. Leave the capital and minimize the losses. On the side, there are several top powerhouses gathered here. Some of them are as strong as the Dragon Knights, and some are even stronger than them. They are also among the top 10 strongest people in the Sakura Country. However, even such a group of top professionals could not find an effective countermeasure when facing Luo Chen. Sakura Shoshong's face was gloomy and uncertain. This is the capital of the Sakura Country. It's not just any ordinary city. The capture of Yin-Yang City by the Beast Tide alone has had a huge impact on the international status of the Sakura Country. If the capital was also captured, the prestige of the Sakura country would be completely destroyed. The capital is the symbol of a country. Sakura Shoshyang was extremely unwilling and gritted his teeth and said, "Is there no other way?" Everyone looked at each other and laughed helplessly. Unless you can find a piece of equipment that can ignore resurrection, it will be difficult to kill the skeleton high priest. The so-called ignoring resurrection only exists in rumors, and no one has ever seen such equipment, etc. The eyes of the forbidden spell priest suddenly lit up. "Master Shoshyang, haven't you been sending people to collect equipment that can restrain summoners? Maybe it will also be effective against the skeleton high priest." Hearing this, Sakura Moriaki and others were also moved. They have run out of options. They really can't think of a way to kill the skeleton high priest. Now they can only try their best. Exit the capital city first. Sakura Shoshyang said resentfully, "After I get that piece of equipment, I will come and settle accounts with the skeleton high priest. I will not be a human being if I don't destroy it in this lifetime." After saying that, he waved his hand and was about to leave with a group of people. As for the remaining professional army in the city, they also received the order to retreat at this time. In the distance, Luo Chen saw these people were about to abandon the Sakura capital, and he instantly became unhappy. "What do you mean? You want to escape? Who are you looking down on? I came all the way from Dragon Country, and you treat me like this? If you don't kill me in this lifetime, you swear you're not a human being? You are not a human being, you little Sakura puppy. Are you here to destroy me now? Okay, you don't want to fight with me, right?" Seeing Sakura Shoshyang and others retreating, Luo Chen flipped his hand and took out a teleportation stone back to the city. The next second, a teleportation array appeared under his feet. Boot countdown, 30 seconds, 29 seconds. At this time, everyone was only concerned with retreating. In addition, when Luo Chen used the return stone, he summoned a group of dark gold bat kings to block him, so no one noticed the teleportation array under his feet. "Run! Retreat! Retreat from the capital!" Following the orders, the remaining professional troops of Sakura Country retreated out of the city like a tide. But just as they retreated to the city gate, and before leaving the city, the army of soul beasts behind them suddenly disappeared one by one. A total of 80,000 soul beasts, all disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even the skeleton high priest, who brought them endless fear, disappeared. What happened? Did the beast tide disappear? Did the skeleton high priest also disappear? Teleported away? The last time the skeleton high priest escaped, he teleported away. Escape? It did escape last time, but it shouldn't this time? It already has the absolute upper hand. Why did it suddenly leave? At this moment, everyone was confused. But no matter what, the disappearance of the skeleton high priest and the beast tide was a good thing for them, and made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Even Prime Minister Sakura wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although I don't know why it suddenly left, but at least we managed to save the capital from the skeleton high priest. Sakura Shoshyang said solemnly. As long as the capital is not lost, we can still maintain some of our international prestige. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned by a piece of news. Reporting to the Lord Guardian, a sudden beast tide broke out in Zhaodao City. It was the skeleton high priest. A senior executive of Sakura said in a trembling voice, "Just half a minute ago, the skeleton high priest suddenly descended on Zhaodao City. It was teleported directly over and appeared directly on the Zhaodao City return teleportation array." Chapter 171. No one is allowed to leave until they are all killed. What the hell? The skeleton high priest went to Zhaodao City? How is this possible? And he got there through Zhaodao City's teleportation array? Could it be? Could it be that the skeleton high priest used the city recall stone? After hearing the news, both Sakura Shoshyang and the other powerful people present were dumbfounded. No wonder. No wonder the skeleton high priest was able to appear directly in Inyang City. It appeared directly in the capital city today. Can it use the power of the teleportation array to teleport directly into the city? It's just a monster. How did it do that? Sakura Moriaki and others were extremely shocked. At this time, news about Zhaodao City being attacked by a tide of beasts had begun to spread. After receiving the news, the entire Sakura country was shocked. Sakura Shoshyang's order was immediately issued. Send a message to the mayor of Zhaodao City. Everyone evacuate Zhaodao City and do not fight with the skeleton high priest. In addition, the teleportation arrays in all cities across the country will be cancelled immediately. Until the skeleton high priest is destroyed, cancel all the formations to return to the city. Soon, the order was issued. The teleportation array back to the city in Sakura capital lost its light. The moment the light disappeared, it meant that the teleportation array stopped operating. If anyone wants to enter the Sakura capital, they can only enter through the city gate. Of course, if you think you are awesome, you can fly into the city, But this is the capital of cherry blossoms, a symbol of national dignity. For an ordinary professional to fly into the capital, it is equivalent to contempt and provocation. Other cities also quickly executed the order, fearing that if they were a step slower they would attract the skeleton high priest and bring in a tide of beasts to massacre the city. At this time, Luo Chen was still in Zhaodao City, driving the army of soul beasts, frantically chasing the fleeing Sakura professionals. Zhaodao City is one of the most famous cities in the land of Sakura. Its status in the country is far beyond that of Inyang City. The area and prosperity of the city are close to that of the capital of Sakura. There is also a university in the city, which is the most famous rice field university in the Sakura Country. In the void, dozens of strong men from Inada University stood under the clouds. Among them was the chief wizard of the rice fields, Yujiro Yamamoto. Dean Inada said in a deep voice, "All students must evacuate. No matter what means you use, saving your life is the most important thing. The country is already trying to find a way to get rid of the skeleton high priest, and now there is a plan to deal with him. Don't be pessimistic, Zhaodao City is only lost temporarily." On the ground, groups of students from Ricefield University gathered together. Among them are some extremely talented and powerful young people. Some of them are even on the list of this World Professional Exchange competition. Retreat. High Priest Skeleton, I only regret that I am not strong enough to fight you now. Otherwise I would definitely kill you. What a shame. With cries of grief, groups of students fled out of the city. Roar. The dense army of soul beasts was wreaking havoc in the city, and the most frantic killings were on the outermost edge where the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockatrice and the 1,000-year-old ghost tiger. They roared and provoked, as if they were about to yell at those Sakura professionals, "Don't run away. Come back and kill me." Time passes by little. Gradually, Luo Chen's face turned ugly, and even his expression became much more ferocious than before. Fuck, why are you all running away? Can't you just help me kill the soul beasts? Is it easy for me to come here? I have 3 missions to increase troops, and I have only completed one so far. The missions of the 10,000-year-old dark demon evil spirit tiger and the 100,000-year-old azure dragon python have not been completed yet. You haven't even finished 1/3 of them. Are you guys worthy of me? Luo Chen was completely furious. Feeling the anger of their master, the army of soul beasts became even more manic. They no longer actively attacked the Sakura professionals, but instead spared those who were trying to escape and blocked the city gates. If you don't kill all of my children today, no one will be able to leave. Luo Chen's gloomy voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Old man over there, I think I've seen you before. Your name is Yamamoto Yujiro, right? I remember you are a mage who specializes in lightning elements, right? Quick, cast some large-scale magic to loosen up my children's bones. The soul fire in his eyes flickered, and his cold gaze was fixed directly on Yamamoto Yujiro. Hearing this, Yamamoto Yujiro trembled all over. What's the meaning? What it just said? Seems to want me to kill the monster it summoned. Why does it do this? Yamamoto Yujiro's eyes trembled, and he always had a feeling of extreme terror when he thought about it carefully, but he couldn't figure out where the fear came from for a moment. At this time, dense swarms of soul beasts blocked the city gate, blocking the Sakura professionals' retreat. The city return memory stone is a very precious thing, and not every professional can own it. In order to collect a city return memory stone, Luo Chen bought it from the professional exchange through Duruashi. And even if these Sakura professionals had return stones, they couldn't use them. Just a moment ago, the return teleportation arrays in all cities in Sakura Country were all closed. The memory stone for returning to the city in your hand is scrapped. If you want to escape from Zhaodao City, you can only escape through the city gate or fly out. But now, the city gate is blocked. Each Sakura professional showed a look of confusion, and their hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. The dean of Inada University frowned. He and Yamamoto Yujiro looked at each other, and they both took a step forward at the same time. High Priest Skeleton, you possess wisdom that is no less than that of humans. You have attacked cities in Sakura Country several times. What is your purpose? Dean Inada said in a deep voice. When you first appeared in Inyang City, you said that you would use human flesh and blood to complete the sacrifice and summon the evil god to the world. But I don't believe these words. What is your purpose? Oops. This old man is quite smart, isn't he? He's trying to get my opinion? Luo Chen grinned, but did not answer Dean Inada's words. At the beginning, he had a sudden inspiration and invented an evil god to be born. It was just a bad idea. Human, don't be so smart. Luo Chen raised the staff in his hand and pointed it at Dean Daotian. Today, all of my children must die, otherwise none of you can leave. I have said it, who agrees? Who disagrees? Hearing this, Yamamoto Yujiro could not help but yelled, "High Priest Skeleton, you are going too far." Although they didn't know what was wrong with this big boss and why he wanted to use their hands to kill the monsters it summoned, it couldn't be a good thing no matter how they looked at it. It will never do as it wishes. Luo Chen's voice was extremely cold. In other words, you are against it? Roar. There was no need for him to give any orders. The 12 Titan apes behind him opened their huge mouths at the same time. Even the Bear King raised the giant axe in his hand. Boom. The next second, energy gathered and beams of light shot out from the Titan ape's mouth. Skill, Titan Sky Cannon. The roar shook the earth, and 12 beams of light cut through the sky, as if tearing the entire space apart, and blasted towards Yamamoto Yujiro with dazzling light. Chapter 172 Blood Refining, Deadly Resistance. At the same time as the 12 beams of light appeared, the battle axe that Xiong Jun raised high also smashed down fiercely. Soul Skill, Earth-Shattering Explosion. Snap. The battle axe hit the ground, and in an instant a bottomless gully was cut open. The terrifying force spread out, and the ravine instantly extended and exploded, turning into an abyss of more than 1,000 meters. This is not over yet. The power of the ground-shattering explosion is still raging. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters is shaking violently. Countless cracks are spreading rapidly from the abyss just now. The Earth's crust is being activated by the power of Lord Bear, and drastic crustal changes are taking place. Those ordinary professionals who had not had time to escape, as well as students from Inada University, were killed or injured in an instant. However, whether it was Yujiro Yamamoto, Dean Inada, or other powerful people in Inada University, they could no longer care about these students. "Chief, be careful. Yamamoto, get out of the way." Exclamations came one after another. Yamamoto Yujiro was the first to wake up. His powerful magic power instantly reached its peak, and a thick thunder shield condensed around him. At the same time, flashes of lightning fell from the void and were intercepted by the Titan Sky Cannon. Hide. It's too late. Yamamoto Yujiro could only try his best to activate the shield and use all his strength to block the sky cannons. But how can he stop it with his strength? In fact, it was not just Yamamoto Yujiro. Although the 12 Titan sky cannons were locked on him, even Dean Inada and other strong men in Wazita City were covered by them. Yamamoto Yujiro had no time to dodge, and neither did most of them. Dean Inada gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yamamoto Yujiro. In the distance, several teachers from Inada University also took action at the same time. Holy Armor. Restoration Technique. Earth Wall. Ice Barrier. Amplifying magic and defensive magic were thrown over continuously. All available defensive measures were used at this moment. Not only that, even several city defense cannons on the distant city walls were mobilized. Boom. There were several loud noises in succession, and in just a moment, the condensed earth walls and ice barriers were shattered. Under the joint attack of the 12 Titan apes, all their means of defense were like a thin layer of paper and were easily torn apart. It's over. Yamamoto Yujiro felt hopeless and his pupils dilated rapidly. On the side, Dean Inada had a livid face and a ferocious expression. Seeing that the beams of light were about to submerge them, Dean Inada suddenly reached out and grabbed Yamamoto Yujiro's shoulders. Blood Refining. Fatal Resistance. With a light shout, a strange blood-colored mist suddenly spread out from his palm, directly enveloping Yamamoto Yujiro next to him. "Dean Yamamoto, don't blame me. My life is much more valuable than yours. It's worth exchanging your life for mine." Dean Inada's voice was cold and eerie. The next moment, a layer of blood mist burst out from Yamamoto Yujiro's body. The blood mist turned into a huge blood wave, and then the blood wave suddenly shrank and gathered into a blood-colored shield around Dean Inada. Blood Refined Deadly Resistance. When in a team, you can sacrifice the life of a teammate to condense a layer of blood-refined shield. The blood-refined shield can resist a fatal blow and gain the ability of long-distance force teleportation in the next 3 seconds. After the teleportation is turned on, you will be randomly teleported to a certain area within a range of 30 miles. This skill is so powerful that it can be called a god-level life-saving skill. A typical example of a Taoist who would rather die than let his friend die. The others were horrified. They obviously had not expected that Dean Inada would sacrifice Yujiro Yamamoto's life. They have been friends for more than 50 years. Boom. Boom. 12 beams of light enveloped the area, hitting Dean Inada and submerging other powerful men. The others did not have the same means as Dean Inada, and they were blasted into pieces by the Titan Sky Cannon in an instant, without even a complete body left. As for Dean Inada, while the fatal resistance was taking effect, he successfully blocked a fatal injury for him. Then, a ray of light enveloped his body and the transmission began. High Priest Skeleton, I will repay you 100-fold for the shame you brought upon me today. I will kill you. Dean Inada roared continuously. In order to survive, he killed his best friend with his own hands. But in his opinion, as long as he can save his life, it's all worth it. Fortunately, the battlefield was too chaotic and the earthquake had just caused widespread deaths. No one among the surviving professionals should have noticed the scene of him killing Yamamoto Yujiro. Dean Inada thought to himself, and then the light dissipated and his figure disappeared with it. In the distance, Luo Chen had a blank expression on his face. After killing so many powerful men at once, there was no joy on his face, and he even looked a little angry. What's the point of killing people? At most, they'll drop some items. What he wants is the mission to kill soldiers. Grass. Luo Chen spat. My men, listen to my orders. Massacre this city. If they are so uncooperative, what's the point of having them? Kill them all, leaving no one alive. I will turn this city into a purgatory. The city gate was blocked tightly, and those ordinary professionals had no way to retreat. They could not use teleportation, had no flying pets, and did not have flying skills. What other way was there for them to escape from Zhaodao City? It's over, we can't escape. Quick, use the city defense cannons to blow down the city walls, quickly. There were screams of surprise, and some of the city defense cannons actually turned around and fired towards the nearby city wall. Boom. In the violent explosion, several cracks were blasted into the city wall, but the defense of the city wall was too strong. Even the city defense cannons could not blast it open in one go. It would take at least a dozen consecutive bombardments to break it open. Roar. It was at this time that the army of soul beasts moved. A frenzied killing spree began, with dense groups of soul beasts rushing out, unleashing overwhelming soul skills, heading straight for the Sakura professionals. Luo Chen sneered and planned to take out another return stone and continue to travel to other cities in Sakura Country. But I found out that this return stone cannot be used. So I took out a few more pieces, but none of them were usable. Why can't I use the portal stone? Luo Chen frowned. No way. In order to deal with me, Sakura Country actually closed the city's teleportation formation? That's a bit naive. If I can't use the city return stone, can't I lead the Soul Beast army to attack the city from outside? Just when Luo Chen was complaining, suddenly, a ray of light appeared behind him. What the hell? It was teleported to me. Luo Chen was a little confused. The fire of his soul flickered in his eyes, and he twisted his neck to look towards the light. Old man, what a coincidence. Didn't you go out to escape? Why are you back? Seeing the person coming, Luo Chen was happy. Chapter 173. It's over. The city is massacred. The light faded, and a thin, hunched old man appeared in midair. It turned out to be Dean Inada, who had just teleported away. At this moment, there was deep confusion in his eyes. He twisted his neck stiffly and looked around a few times, as if trying to confirm whether he was dreaming. How is this possible? Dean Inada was about to cry. Damn it, I sacrificed a good friend's life to get a chance to survive. And what's the result? I was randomly teleported to escape, but I ended up next to the skeleton high priest? What the hell did I do wrong in my past life? Luo Chen shook the staff in his hand. Hey, old man, I have a question for you. Just now when you ran away, you were shouting that you would kill me. Why did you come back to kill me so soon? Or, have you thought it through and come here to loosen up my children's muscles? Roar. At the side, Mr. Xiong growled and stared at Dean Inada with his huge, ferocious eyes. The 12 Titan apes also turned their heads and looked over. So many terrifying beasts surrounded him from all directions, and those pairs of eyes stared at him as if they were looking at prey, making him tremble all over. Skeleton High Priest. Aye. Dean Inada looked at me for a long time without knowing what to say, and finally said, No problem. How do your children want to relax their muscles? Do you want me to kneel down and massage their toes? In order to save his own life, he even killed his best friend whom he had known for more than 50 years, which shows how much he feared death. It is not surprising for such a person to say such shameless words. You lowly human, your face makes me feel sick. But good, I need someone like you. Luo Chen laughed and pointed at the army of soul beasts that were being slaughtered. Did you see that? Use your strongest means to attack those skeleton tiger demons and the chi-bone snake monsters. The so-called skeleton tiger is actually a ghost tiger that has turned into an undead. The chi-gu snake monster is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Roar. Deafening roars rang out one after another. Mixed in with the roar were the wails and screams of the professionals. At this time, the entire Zhaodao city was a river of blood, and mutilated corpses were scattered everywhere. Just as Luo Chen wished, Zhao Dao City had already turned into a purgatory. The killing continues. Seeing the dead Sakura professionals one after another, Dean Inada was filled with grief and anger. But it was only grief and anger. Even if he had 10,000 courages, he would not dare to attack the skeleton high priest not far away. Even if he was sure that he could kill the skeleton high priest in front of a group of monsters, he still didn't dare to do it. In the land of Sakura, who doesn't know that the skeleton high priest has the ability to resurrect continuously? Even if he killed the skeleton high priest once, what would happen? He would be resurrected in the blink of an eye. What awaits him? Death without a burial place. Gurgle. Dean Inada swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, High Priest Skeleton, may I ask why you want me to kill the monster you summoned? Luo Chen grinned. Human, since you know it's presumptuous, why do you still dare to ask more questions? Roar. As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, the Bear King stretched out his claws, and the two sharp claws pinched Dean Inada's shoulders. Then, with a little force, he tore off Dean Inada's left arm. Blood was flying everywhere. Dean Inada wailed and shouted quickly, I was wrong, don't kill me. Luo Chen, don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a mage. Losing an arm shouldn't affect your spellcasting, right? Hurry up. Dean Inada is now terrified. How dare I say any more nonsense? He quickly took out a potion from his item space and swallowed it to stop the bleeding. Then he waved the staff carefully, and powerful magic power began to gather. He didn't understand why the skeleton high priest did this, but no matter what the reason was, he had to go to the office. Boom. The ground shook and spikes of earth sprouted out from the ground. Then, a blanket of wind blades fell. In just a short moment, a large number of 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockroach snakes and 1,000-year-old ghost tigers were cleared out. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was overjoyed. Okay, this is the effect we want. Or maybe I should just keep some Sakura professionals in captivity. Imprison them and make them help me kill soul beasts? A thought suddenly came to my mind, and then it became unstoppable. His eyes fell on Dean Inada again, and Luo Chen showed a look of disgust. Even if it is kept in captivity, it is impossible to keep it like this. An old man, a cripple with an arm missing, would be an eyesore even if he could kill soul beasts very quickly. Let's find some female professionals from Sakura Country. They just need to look a little younger. Usually I use it to kill soul beasts. When I have nothing to do, I can tie it up with a rope and walk around in the skeleton crypt dungeon. Well, it feels quite interesting. Luo Chen touched his chin and made the decision happily. The wailing sounds in Zhao Dao City gradually subsided. The pungent smell of blood rose to the sky, and wherever the eye could see, there was no living person to be seen in the entire Zhao Dao City. Of course, except for the Dean Inada next to him. The old man was working hard to perform magic. But what Luo Chen didn't know was that while Dean Inada was using magic to kill the soul beast, he also opened the friend list and reported everything that happened in Zhao Dao City to Sakura Shouxiang. Master Shouxiang, help. Everyone is dead. Zhao Dao City was massacred. Except for a very small number of people who escaped, everyone else is dead. Yamamoto Yujiro is dead, and all the high-ranking officials of Inada University are also dead. I am the only one left, but I was also captured by the skeleton high priest. Don't worry, I will never surrender to the monster. I am now trying to find the weakness of the skeleton high priest in my own way. I am only pretending to surrender. Help. On the other side, Sakura Morisama of course saw the message from Dean Inada. His face was gloomy and his eyes were full of resentment. Damn it, damn it. The skeleton high priest actually massacred the city? When the people nearby heard this, they were shocked. Massacre? Although the Yinyang city was reduced to ruins, most of the professionals managed to escape during the war, and in the end, only more than 40,000 people died, so it could not be considered a massacre. Now Dean Inada used the word massacre to describe the battle in Wazida City, which means that most people died, which is simply horrifying. Master Shouxiang, what should we do? If things continue to develop in this way, our Sakura country will never have peace. Our national strength may even decline by several years, or even decades. What to do? What else can I do? Sakura Shouxiang laughed bitterly and said, wait for equipment, then gather people and fight to the death. This is the only way. Chapter 174. It should be okay for me to hide a sacred artifact, right? Zhao Dao City was captured by the skeleton high priest, and even a massacre was committed. Everyone thought that the skeleton high priest would leave with his army of monsters just like when he captured Yinyang City. But what no one expected was that the monster army completely occupied Zhao Dao City, as if they regarded it as their territory and had no intention of leaving. For the next 2 days, the entire Sakura country was shrouded in panic, and the atmosphere of depression was everywhere. Wherever you go, you can hear people discussing the Zayadaking massacre. The The World Professionals Exchange Competition is about to be held. Logically, this competition should be the most popular and the most eye-catching. But in the Sakura Country, few people are discussing the Professionals Exchange Competition. Even if some people occasionally said a few words, their eyes were full of grief and anger. Alas, there were heavy casualties at Inada University. It is said that several young, strong men who were preparing to participate in the professional exchange competition were all killed. It's more than tragic. Apart from the students who were out training, almost 90 of the people died. He was killed by the Bear King with an axe. Why is the Bear King so terrifying? How could a random skill of his cause a crustal movement? Have you figured out why the monster summoned by the Skeleton High Priest has an extra set of equipment? Why can the Skeleton High Priest use a human teleport stone? A teleport stone back to the city? For an intelligent monster, it shouldn't be strange to be able to use such a thing, right? Wadeo City has become the territory of the Skeleton High Priest. This is a shame for our Sakura Country. If we don't recover it, we will not be able to stand up straight. The country's top leaders did nothing and were embarrassed by a monster. How pathetic. Until now, the return to city teleportation arrays in major cities are still closed and cannot be used. In the void more than 10 miles away from Zhaodao City, several professionals riding flying mounts were observing the situation inside Zhaodao City. In fact, it's not just them. There are also professionals in other directions who are collecting information, monitoring everything in the city, and keeping an eye on the movements of the Skeleton High Priest. It has been 2 days, and deafening roars still erupt from time to time in the city, and gorgeous large-scale magic bombards intermittently. Whoosh! Dean Inada looked pale, breathless, and looked 10 years older. The continuous draining of the magic power in his body had almost made him collapse. For all offensive skills, the cooling time must be carefully calculated for each one, and they must be used immediately once the cooling time is over. If you are a little slow, you will be bitten by the skeleton bats nearby. The Skeleton High Priest completely treated him as a human output machine. Now his recovery potion is almost used up. Once all the potions are consumed, his own magic power recovery speed is simply not enough to support the long-term use of skills, and his magic power will soon run out. By then, what little value he had would be gone. Will the Skeleton High Priest let him live? Dean Inada opened the friend list again. With a panicked look on his face, he sent a message to the Minister of Sakura. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lord Minister, save me. I have shed blood for the Empire. Why don't you save me? It's been 2 days. Do you know how I've been spending these 2 days? Sakura Shoshyang knew exactly what was happening in Wazita Castle. Among the spies outside the city were those he sent. At this time, Sakura Mori was checking the news about Dean Inada. As for saving people, Sakura Shoshyang has no way to do it for the time being. Even if all the top 10 professionals in Sakura Country were gathered together, there is no guarantee that they could save him. Even more people may die in the attempt to save others. So in Sakura Mori's heart, he has already given up on Dean Inada. He now only wants Dean Inada to collect as much information as possible before he is killed. He frowned slightly and replied directly. It's been 2 days, and you still haven't asked the purpose of the Skeleton High Priest? It attacked the city several times. What exactly did it want to do? Why did it ask you to kill those monsters? Seeing these words, Dean Inada was filled with hatred. He is not a fool, so how could he not understand what Sakura Shoshyang meant? Has this old bastard given up on me? You've given up on me, but you still want to exploit my value? F***CK. Dean Inada. I have found out everything, and even know the method to kill the Skeleton High Priest. Sakura Shoshyang was overjoyed. Hurry up and tell me. Dean Inada. That's not clear. Hurry up and save me, and I'll tell you in person. Sakura Shoshyang. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, and they are still playing strange stories from a Chinese studio. So I blocked Dean Inada's message. On the other hand, Dean Inada sent several messages in succession, but received no response. Roar. At this moment, a dark gold bat king suddenly swooped down and grabbed his back with its sharp claws. Dean Inada wailed. The heart-wrenching pain almost made him faint. Luo Chen's teasing voice came from a distance. Old man, you look very tired. No, I'm not tired. Dean Inada said in panic. I can still go on. Please don't kill me, sir. Luo Chen touched his chin. This old guy is already at the end of his strength, and it looks like he can't hold on for much longer. But then again, this old guy is the dean of Inada University and is considered a top figure in Sakura Country, with a very high status and position. Why didn't the top leaders of Sakura Country come to rescue him? Boom. Dean Inada's attacks continue. Luo Chen looked at the progress of the troop explosion mission and nodded with satisfaction. This old guy has been working pretty hard these past 2 days. Well, I'll give him a proper burial when I kill him later. Give him the most solemn death, and let the bear eat him. But before killing him, Luo Chen still wants to squeeze him a little more. Old man, I have studied a lot about your human equipment and alchemical items. You are a scholar from Sakura Country, a top wizard. You should have a lot of things worth studying, right? Luo Chen said slowly. Give me everything, including the equipment you have, and I will let you go. At this time, Dinanata could no longer hold on. All the potions were used up, and his own magic power dropped rapidly. Within an hour, he would be completely drained. Originally, he thought he was dead, but when he heard the words of the skeleton high priest, he instantly felt hope of life again. There are indeed many good things in his item space, and the equipment he is wearing is also top-notch, including even a magical artifact. But compared to staying alive, what are these things? Thank you for not killing me, sir. I'll give it all to you. As he spoke, Dinanata took out a large pile of things from the item space. All the equipment on his body was taken off at once. However, when he was about to hand over the ring jewelry, he hesitated for a moment, and then put the ring back into the item space without leaving a trace. This is his only magical weapon. Even though the skeleton high priest asked him to hand over everything, if there were 1 or 2 items hidden in the item space, there was no way the skeleton high priest would know, right? Chapter 175. It feels like a long time since we met. Inada University is the top university in Sakura Country. As the dean, he is knowledgeable and experienced, but this is the first time he has heard of someone's equipment being stolen by monsters. And he encountered it. But now was definitely not the time to think about these things, and he didn't dare to ask the high priest of skeletons what he wanted these things for. After handing over the things, Dean Inada looked at Luo Chen cautiously, his eyes full of desire for life. My lord, everything is here. Yeah. Luo Chen walked forward step by step and glanced at the items piled in front of him. When he saw these things, he suddenly realized something. Robbing things seems to be more satisfying than killing people and getting their things. If you kill someone, only some of the items and equipment on the deceased will be randomly dropped. But it's different if you rob it. Suddenly, Luo Chen said, isn't that right? Just these 3 simple words made Dean Inada feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. He said tremblingly, My lord, what's wrong? I have handed over everything. Damn it. As a top wizard and the dean of a top university, he doesn't even have a magical weapon on him? Among this huge pile of equipment, there are only 2 legendary items? Luo Chen sneered. Think about it first. The chance to survive is rare. Don't waste it. Damn it. This monster knows that I have hidden a magical artifact? Dean Inada laughed bitterly. Oh, I almost forgot. There is another piece of equipment. The next second, a ring emitting colorful light appeared in his palm. After the equipment is worn, the light will be covered. An artifact like this will only regain its luster after it is taken off. The fire of the soul was beating in Luo Chen's eyes, and he felt his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Damn, I actually tricked him out? He actually hid something good? Luo Chen snatched the ring away. Do you have any more? Dean Inada fell to his knees with a thud and wailed. It's really gone. Luo Chen suddenly raised the staff in his hand and smashed it down hard. Damn it, it's gone, so what? Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me. Bang. A mage is a mage after all. His defense is not as good as other professions. Now, without his equipment, even a strong man like Dean Inada has pitifully low defense. A muffled sound. The next second, the brain exploded. The mental power was transformed into physical strength, and with just this one move, the powerful wizard from the Sakura Country was killed in an instant. Dean Inada didn't figure it out until the last second before his death. I have already handed it over. Why do you want to kill me? Didn't you promise to let me live? Did I yell so loudly? Did I scare you? Luo Chen put all his things into the item space, and then took out the teleportation stone back to Kyoto City. Dense swarms of dark gold bat kings flew over and surrounded him, so that the spies outside the city cannot see what is happening inside. Use the return stone. The guiding time ended, and after a flash of light, Luo Chen's figure disappeared. The army of soul beasts also disappeared at the same time. Soon, the news that the skeleton high priest had left Zhaodao City spread. Sakura Shoshiang's face turned pale, and he threw the cup in his hand to the ground. Then, still not satisfied, he smashed all the tables and chairs in front of him. What do you think of our Sakura Country? You destroyed 2 of our cities one after another, slaughtered nearly 200,000 professionals. You come and go as you please? Do you think we are a slaughterhouse? A high-ranking official whispered. Sir, the World Professional Exchange Competition will begin in 3 days, and the original 15 contestants have not yet been gathered, and the list has not yet been finalized. Bang! Sakura Shoshiang turned around and slapped him, then roared. I was talking about the skeleton high priest, and you mentioned the World Professional Exchange Competition to me? The list hasn't been finalized yet. Don't I know that? Do I need you to remind me? The official was so frightened that he stepped back, lowered his head, and dared not speak. At this time, Luo Chen had already appeared in Kyoto City, and the transformation of the skeleton high priest had long been lifted. His high priest transformation is time-limited. However, when his level reached 40, the artifact, Hell Priest Belt, evolved again. Not only did the equipment attributes undergo earth-shaking changes, but the skill cooling time and duration also changed drastically. Otherwise, he would not have been able to maintain the transformation of the skeleton high priest for nearly 3 days. Name: Hell Sacrifice Belt. Grade: God level, evolution. Level requirement: level 40/40ths. Strength: plus 3,850. Spirit: plus 8,200. Magic resistance: plus 6,000. Physical resistance: plus 5,800. Skills: Skeleton High Priest, Summoning Conversion, Skeleton Crypt Master. Skeleton High Priest, active after casting, you can transform into a Skeleton High Priest. In the transformed state, all attributes increase by 20. Duration is 96 hours. Cooldown time is 8 hours. Summon Conversion, exclusive, a skill exclusive to the summoning class. After transforming into a Skeleton High Priest, the summoned beast will automatically transform into a Skeleton Elite, with the attributes and skills remaining unchanged. Lord of the Skeleton Crypt, passive after transforming into the Skeleton High Priest, you can open the teleportation array, enter the Skeleton Crypt dungeon after a countdown of 3 seconds, and become the ultimate boss of the current dungeon. During this period, you can gain upgrade experience by killing professional players. That's right. Now his transformation into the Skeleton High Priest can last for 96 hours. Moreover, the bonus to all attributes after transformation is increased to 20. Walking slowly along the street, Luo Chen casually opened the friend list and sent a message to Duan Liar. Luo Chen: Liar, I'm back from my training. Where are you? Duan Liar: I'm at home. Let me tell you, my little wind dragon has reached level 25. It's so awesome. Luo Chen: yeah. Duan Liar: What's your reaction? Luo Chen: It's a normal reaction. Come to my house. It feels like a long time since we last met. Seeing this message, Duan Liar was a little slow to react. Then he corrected Luo Chen: Little brother, it feels like a long time since we last met. You are the top scorer in the exam. How could you say that? Luo Chen: I'm not wrong. There are so many things going on. Come to my house quickly. Duan Liar: Oh, it's hard to guard against. Hate it. So this is what you mean. Chapter 176. Hansheng, the professional competition has begun. Duan Liar lives next door to Luo Chen. It took her more than half an hour to get here. No need to ask, Luo Chen knew it just by smelling the fragrance on her body. This girl had taken a bath at home specially before coming here. Luo Chen muttered, Why wash at home? Why don't you just come to my place and wash? Duan Liar raised her chin. I have a lot of trouble. You said so. Luo Chen nodded. Forget it. It's normal for girls to have a lot of troubles. It doesn't matter if there are a lot of troubles. I'm here to settle things. Without any more nonsense, he pulled Duan Liar into the house. I don't know how long it took, but Duan Liar fell into a deep sleep. Luo Chen was leaning against the head of the bed, checking the harvest of this trip to the Cherry Blossom Country. Sakura Country is such a great place. Every time I go there, I get a big surprise. I'll go there more often in the future. The people of Sakura Country are still very enthusiastic. Looking at the things in the item space, Luo Chen chuckled. Among all the gains, the one that surprised him the most was the magic ring he got from Dinanada. Luo Chen said to himself, a level 50 artifact ring. My current level is 40, just enough to wear it. He now wears 2 rings. One is a level 12 platinum equipment, the skeleton chain ring. Needless to say, this piece of equipment, although it is only platinum level, is more important to Luo Chen than a magic weapon. The life chain skill that comes with this skeleton chain ring is the capital for his rampant behavior. If he didn't have this skill, even if Luo Chen could summon an army of soul beasts, he wouldn't dare to wander around without any scruples. The other ring is a level 47 gold grade ring with average attributes and no skills of its own. It is just there to make up the numbers. Just replaced it this time. Name: Blood Refiner Ring. Grade: God level. Level requirement: level 50. Spirit: plus 14,500. Casting speed: plus 5. Skills: Skill Amplification, Mental Strengthening, Power Conversion, Blood Refining, Deadly Resistance, Summoning Inheritance. Skill Amplification, Passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 30, and the range of all skills is increased by 30. Spirit Enhancement, Passive skill, The wearer's spirit power is specially enhanced by 20. Power conversion. Active skill. The wearer can forcibly convert the power attribute into the mental attribute to increase the power of magic. The conversion lasts for 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 60 minutes. Blood-refined deadly resistance. When in a team, you can sacrifice the life of a teammate to condense a layer of blood-refined shield. The blood-refined shield can resist a fatal blow and gain the ability of long-distance force teleportation in the next 3 seconds. After the teleportation is turned on, you will be randomly teleported to a certain area within a range of 30 miles. Summoning inheritance. Passive skill. The summoned beast will inherit 30 of the master's attributes. The basic properties of the artifact are very powerful. However, the 5 skills that come with the equipment made Luo Chen unable to help but complain. Blood-refining deadly resistance. This is to pit teammates? How can there be such a skill? Luo Chen suddenly recalled the scene of Yamamoto Yujiro's death and suddenly realized Dean Inada put up a bloody and fatal resistance and sacrificed Yamamoto Yujiro's life, which allowed him to survive the Titan Sky Cannon. In fact, blood-refined fatal resistance is definitely a life-saving skill for other people. It's just that the way it is used is a bit despicable and disgusting, but one has to admit that this skill is powerful. It's just useless to Luo Chen. He is not even afraid of death, so why would he need to sacrifice his teammates to save his life? There is also summoning inheritance. This skill can make my soul beast more powerful, but the soul beast's attributes are high, so it will be difficult to kill it. You have to take it off when you do the blast mission. Other summoning professions all hope that their summoned beasts are as strong as possible. But Luo Chen was very conflicted. He wanted his soul beast to be powerful, but he also wanted his soul beast to die faster. Were the artifact well? Luo Chen's attributes have increased significantly again, and his mental power attribute alone is close to 43,000 points. This does not include the increase. Now his mental power has increased by 105. After the increase was transformed, his mental power more than doubled to more than 86,000. You should know that many great wizards may not have a mental power of more than 80,000 when they reach level 70. However, Luo Chen has many younger brothers, and when fighting, he directly drives the army of soul beasts to advance all the way, so there are very few opportunities for him to take action personally. In this case, whether the mental strength is high or low actually has little impact on the battle situation. Bing! At this moment, Duan Lyre stretched and looked at Luo Chen lazily. Little brother, are you okay? Are you questioning me? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. An hour later, Luo Chen stood up, took out a bunch of equipment from the item space, and threw it to Duan Lyre. They are all suitable for assassin-type professions to wear. One of them is legendary, and the rest are diamond, platinum, and above. There were several major wars in Sakura Country, and Luo Chen collected too much spoils. Last time, he threw all the spoils to Du Ruashi and asked her to deal with them through the professional exchange. This time, Luo Chen first picked out some that were suitable for Duan Lyre, and the rest would be given to Du Ruashi. Seeing this pile of equipment, Duan Lyre, who was originally a little weak, became energetic again. Before we knew it, night had fallen. Luo Chen yawned and sent the refreshed Duan Lyre out of the villa. He went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, but what he saw gave him a shock. Is it so exaggerated? It's only been 1 day, and I'm so haggard. Even the flesh on my cheeks has been reduced, and I have dark circles under my eyes. Why? Luo Chen blinked and recalled Duan Lyre's arrogant and refreshed look when she left, and he became furious. Why? I am higher level than her, have better equipment than her, and have a unique hidden profession. Yawn. Luo Chen yawned again and hurried back to his room to rest. The World Professional Exchange Competition is a global event. This year, Longwa hosted the event. As the host, Longwa set the venue of the competition in Hancheng on the East Coast. The next morning, Luo Chen arrived at the gathering point at Kyoto University, ready to meet up with his teammates and go to Hancheng together. In this competition, each country will send a team of 15 people to participate, and Long Country is no exception. Of these 15 places, Kyoto University was allocated 3. In addition to Luo Chen, there is another acquaintance. It is Jiang Meier, a junior who has a rare profession, explosive shooter, and was the top scorer in the Dragon Kingdom's exam 2 years ago. After teaming up with Luo Chen to complete the Qianlongjin trial copy last time, Jiang Meier's level had reached level 37. As the days passed, she leveled up again and reached level 38. Another teammate is a senior named Qi Farron, who is also in the class of 38. What surprised Luo Chen was that this Qi Farron was actually an epic-level professional. Chapter 177 Epic Career. While Luo Chen was observing Qi Farron, Chi Farron was also looking at him. Epic professions are extremely rare, second only to hidden professions in terms of rarity. However, Luo Chen was just a little surprised. After being surprised, he didn't take it to heart anymore. He was even too lazy to carefully check Chi Farron's character information. Noticing the change in Luo Chen's expression, Chi Farron frowned slightly. He just said, "Brother Luo Chen, you don't seem to care about me as your teammate." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Chi Farron snorted. "You should have used the top-level detection technique on me just now, right? As a companion participating in the competition, since you have checked my character information, shouldn't you also show your own character information? We are all teammates. If we get to know each other, it will help us cooperate better during the game, right? Or is it that I, a space magician, am not qualified to see your attributes? Well, that makes sense. Don't say it next time. During the team competition, you just need to cheer for them from behind. No coordination or anything like that is necessary." Luo Chen glanced at him indifferently, turned his head, and ignored him. "Want to see my attributes? Just use the detection technique to see it yourself. It's your ability if you can see it. You still want me to show it to you? What the hell?" Luo Chen's action undoubtedly annoyed Chi Farron. On the side, Jiang Meier had been staring at Luo Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of resentment. In fact, she had this expression from the moment Luo Chen appeared, as if Luo Chen owed her money. Seeing that Chi Farron was still insisting on his request, Jiang Meier finally spoke. "Master Chi, if I remember correctly, you should have also practiced the top-level detection technique, right?" Jiang Meier said slowly. "Brother Luo Chen is right here. You can just use it on him directly." "Use top-level detection techniques?" "I used it, but I didn't see anything. Not to mention the character attributes. I couldn't even check the name. Also, what do you mean by saying these things, you bitch? Are you trying to embarrass me?" Chi Farron gritted his teeth and decided not to continue to argue after being humiliated. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard. The three of them quickly turned around and saw that the person who came was Master Lu Zhengjiang and a teacher who was accompanying them. The teacher in charge was a young woman who looked to be less than 30 years old. Luo Chen felt that the face looked very familiar. He looked at it carefully for several times before he remembered that this was his substitute teacher from the freshman year, but he forgot his name. Lu Zhengjiang and the female teacher slowly walked up to Luo Chen and the other two. "Lu Zhengjiang, are you all ready? Let's go," directly through the teleportation array. The female teacher followed up. "This big competition is about the honor of Longhua. Both the country and our college attach great importance to it. When the competition officially begins, the dean and other teachers of the college will be there, and national dignitaries will also appear. You must not slack off. We are leaving first so that you can get familiar with the environment and then recuperate." After saying this, the female teacher looked at Luo Chen deliberately. "Luo Chen, what is my name?" "What?" Luo Chen was confused. This female teacher doesn't play by the rules. Why did she suddenly ask this question? "How the hell would I know your name?" Seeing Luo Chen's mouth open and unable to speak, the female teacher was somewhat helpless. "Remember, my name is Chen Yue. I have been teaching in your class for a long time." Luo Chen was a little embarrassed. "Teacher, of course I know your name, but you said it before I could even say it." On the side, Jiang Meier curled her lips and muttered, "Shameless." "Luo Chen, Jiang Meier, I didn't offend you. Ever since I showed up, your expression when you looked at me was not right. Jiang Meier, you deleted me as your friend, and I applied many times afterwards, but you didn't approve me. Shit, that's what it was. Why did I delete you as a friend? Don't you have any idea?" Luo Chen rolled his eyes. However, in order to prevent Jiang Meier from pestering him, Luo Chen accepted her friend request in front of her. Only then did Jiang Meier become happy. But she didn't know that Luo Chen blocked her friend chat messages right after he accepted her friend request. The teleportation array flashed, and the group of people disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at Hanhai City. As an important city on the coast of Dragon Country, Hanhai City has abundant cultivation resources nearby. In addition to wild monsters and dungeons on land, professionals can also enter the offshore area from Hanhai City for training. You know, monsters in the wild don't only exist on land. The same is true for the entrance to the dungeon. Compared to land, the sea is more dangerous. There are very few professionals who can dive into the sea to hunt monsters, so that 99 of the areas in the sea cannot be explored, and the copies that can be explored are limited to the nearshore areas. As a result, in the monster information studied by major colleges and universities, there is a serious lack of information on marine monsters. Since Luo Chen traveled to this world, he has never entered the ocean. After the World Professional Exchange Competition, he plans to take a trip to the offshore area. Anyway, I won't die, so I'll just have to enjoy myself. The worst that can happen is that you drown in the sea. What's there to be afraid of? At this time, Hanhai City was extremely bustling, and all the streets were crowded with people. In addition to the professionals who came from major cities in Dragon Country to watch the battle, there were also many professionals from other countries who came from abroad. During the World Professional Exchange Competition, Hanhai City's return to city teleportation array will be open to foreign countries. After the game is over, the teleportation array back to the city will be closed, restricting foreign professionals from entering. Of course, after these foreign professionals enter Hanxing, Longwa will also impose restrictions on them and will not allow them to leave the Hanxing area. If anyone violates this rule, they will be forcibly expelled from Dragon Country at the very least. In serious cases, they will be judged as enemies and killed on the spot. Soon, everyone arrived at the designated accommodation for the competition. Qin Yue said, "I will take you to meet the other 12 teammates later. Before the game, try to get to know each other better." Hearing this, Qi Farron frowned slightly. "Teacher, isn't this too much of a joke? I heard that professional teams from other countries have gathered together a long time ago to gain experience and training as a team to get to know each other. The official competition will start in 2 days. We have only just met the other teammates now. Isn't it too late?" Chapter 178. What to do if you meet Luo Chen in the individual competition. Qi Farron is right. The participating teams from many countries were decided half a year in advance. Even if it is not decided half a year in advance, it will be decided at least a month in advance. After the decision is made, team members will team up with each other to train, become familiar with each other's combat habits, skill cooldown times, and strengthen their understanding. After a long period of team training, they can cooperate seamlessly in battle and participate in this World Professional Exchange Competition with the strongest attitude. However, although Longwa heard about the formation of a participating team a long time ago, it has not yet finalized the list of participants. After the senior high school entrance examination of Longwa this year, the matter of the competition list was simply shelved until it was brought up again not long ago. The actions of the Dragon Country's top leaders are totally unreasonable. Not to mention Qi Farron, the other team members must be very confused as well. Hearing Qi Farron's question, Qin Yue smiled slightly and looked at Luo Chen meaningfully. The World Professional Exchange Competition is divided into individual competitions and team dungeon competitions. Qin Yue said slowly. In an individual competition, the battle depends entirely on your own ability and has nothing to do with your teammates. As for the team dungeon competition, at this time, Zhang Meyer followed up and said, "Teacher, is it because of Luo Chen?" "Luo Chen, me?" Qin Yue nodded. "That's right. In a team dungeon match, Luo Chen alone will be enough. Your only role is to protect Luo Chen. Stay by his side. Protect his safety?" Zhang Meyer's expression was a little complicated, and she couldn't help but recall the scene of the Qianlongjin trial. During the Qianlongjin trial, Master Lu Xingjiang repeatedly emphasized that they should protect Luo Chen, but what was the result? They were just there to watch the whole thing, and even had to borrow Luo Chen's soul beast to travel. From the time they entered Qianlongjin until the end of the trial, they didn't even have a chance to take action. Not to mention protecting Luo Chen, even following behind him and cheering for him seemed redundant. Protect Luo Chen? It's more like Luo Chen protecting them. Zhang Meyer said helplessly. "Teacher, just tell me straight. When we participated in the team dungeon trial, we were just making up the numbers, right?" Qin Yue shrugged. "Yeah, that's understandable. But for the individual competition, you still have to work harder. You are so blunt. Can't you consider my self-esteem? Can you be more tactful?" Zhang Meyer complained in her heart, but she also knew that Teacher Chen was right. She had personally experienced the Qianlongjin trial and was very clear about Luo Chen's strength. Team dungeon trial? Even if all the participating teams from other countries were added together, it would probably not be enough for Luo Chen to defeat alone. No wonder the country did not finalize the roster of participating teams in advance. For them, as long as Luo Chen is there, the team members don't need to consider cooperation at all. Deciding on the roster in advance, and then calling all the players to form a team to practice together, get to know the teammates, and strengthen cooperation? It's a complete waste of time. If you have that time, you might as well work on improving yourself and do well in the individual competition. During the team competition, only Luo Chen needs to perform. As long as his teammates follow behind and don't fall behind, Luo Chen will definitely win the game. On the side, Qi Farron's face looked a little gloomy. The Qianlongjin trial is no longer a secret in Longwa. Qi Farron, one of the best students in Kyoto University, did not participate in the Qianlongjin trial, but he is quite familiar with what happened there. He glanced at Luo Chen out of the corner of his eyes, with an inexplicable chill in the corners of his eyes. Am I just here to make up the numbers? I am an epic professional, a space mage. I am a child of destiny. Just to make up the numbers? Why? Just because he can summon an army of soul beasts? It is said that Luo Chen once summoned more than 20,000 soul beasts in Qianlongjian. But no matter how terrifying his soul beast army is, what can it do? Chi Farron sneered. Teacher, don't worry, we are definitely not here to make up the numbers. Luo Chen's soul beast is certainly not weak, but if the enemy gets close to him, he may also lose his life. We will protect him well. Chen Yue nodded. That's good. You can go back to your rooms and rest first. I will introduce you to the other 12 contestants after they arrive. After saying that, Shi and Lu Zhengjiang looked at each other and turned away. Not far away was the residence prepared for Luo Chen and the other two, and the key had already been given to them. Luo Chen took out the key and walked straight to his room. But just as he opened the door, Jiang Meier walked in first. What are you doing? Luo Chen frowned slightly. This is my room. Jiang Meier said without even turning her head. Of course I know. Let me help you make the bed. You are the key to this competition, so I am flattering you in advance. By the way, let your bird out for me to ride during the team competition. Bird? That's a bat, okay? Luo Chen rolled his eyes, grabbed Jiang Meier's arm, and pushed her out of the room. Bang! The door closed. Jiang Meier stared at the tightly closed door and was unable to react for a moment. Is it that important? I'm a girl. Jiang Meier sighed slightly, wondering in her heart. Am I too proactive? Did I annoy junior brother Luo Chen? But no matter what, I should be more popular than Duan Lier, right? Seeing that Luo Chen had no intention of opening the door, Jiang Meier returned to her room, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Then he opened the friend list and sent a message to Luo Chen. Brother Luo Chen, how about having lunch together at noon? It's my treat. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, I still didn't get a response from Luo Chen. Jiang Meier muttered. Could it be that my messages were blocked? The venue for the competition has already been prepared. The venue used was one of the main venues for Longwa's high school entrance examination. While Luo Chen and others were resting, the participating teams from other countries had already arrived at the venue in advance and began to familiarize themselves with the environment. Of course, this venue is mainly used for individual competitions. The team competition is held in the dungeon, and the video of the game will be broadcast live and displayed on the big screen in the venue. At this time, rows of people were standing in various areas on the stands of the venue. One of the groups of people was the team from the United States. Not far away is the participating team from the Sakura Country. There are 15 people from the beautiful country, 10 men and 5 women. Judging from their clothes, we can roughly guess their occupations. The white young man in the lead was carrying a broadsword on his back. His expression was a little stiff, and his eyes looked a little weird. In front, the teacher leading the team was a white-haired old man, holding a staff as tall as a person. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice, "The individual competition is held here. Remember what I said. Anyone who meets Luo Chen in the individual competition, don't fight him, just admit defeat." All the participating professionals frowned slightly and just nodded silently. Chapter 179. This soft rice is so delicious. In fact, it's not just the United States. Teachers from other countries also said similar things. They have all done in-depth research on Luo Chen. Given the strength of these contestants, it would be extremely difficult to defeat Luo Chen in a one-on-one fight. In their opinion, Luo Chen's own strength might not be strong, but the army of soul beasts he summoned was too terrifying. The only way to defeat him is to launch a sneak attack from close range. But this is too risky. There is no need to take risks just to win an individual competition. Once you force yourself to fight him, you may lose your life on the field. There are 15 individual matches in total, and losing one match does not affect the overall situation. However, Luo Chen must be eliminated. A person like him cannot be allowed to continue to develop under any circumstances. The team dungeon competition of this world professional exchange competition is an excellent opportunity. And they also found a way to restrain Luo Chen. As long as he enters the team dungeon, Luo Chen will definitely die. On the other hand, the team from Sakura Country looked a little weak. The team of 15 people seemed to be put together at a whim, and even the professional configuration was a bit unreasonable. In fact, the Sakura Country has already finalized the roster of participants, and Inada University, as the top university in Sakura Country, is the main force. Among the 15-person roster, Inada University occupies 8 places. However, a great battle took place in Zhaodao City, and the entire city was washed in blood. Almost everyone from top to bottom of Inada University was killed, and none of the 8 contestants survived, as they were all killed by the tide of beasts summoned by the skeleton high priest. This one move completely disrupted Sakura Country's plans to participate in the competition. There are two teachers leading the team from Sakura Country, both of whom are old acquaintances of Luo Chen, the Dragon Knight, and the Forbidden Spell Priest. The Dragon Knight looked at one of the participating professionals and said in a deep voice, "Akita, I leave it to you. You must complete the task assigned to you by the Empire, no matter what." The young man named Akita nodded vigorously. "My lord, if I fail, I will commit seppuku in the dungeon to apologize and will never live in vain." The Dragon Rider nodded. Then, he subconsciously turned around and looked in the direction of the United States team. At the same time, the white-haired old man leading the team from the United States turned his head and met the eyes of the Dragon Knight. The two of them smiled at the same time. Although they didn't say anything, it seemed like they had reached some kind of consensus. Whether it is for the beautiful country or the Sakura Country, the win or loss of the World Professional Exchange Competition is certainly important, but there is one thing more important than winning, and that is to destroy Luo Chen. The game can be lost, but Luo Chen must die. Yawn. In the bedroom, Luo Chen sneezed and muttered, "Who is saying bad things about me behind my back?" At this time, the friend column jumped slightly. It was a message from Duan Liar. "Little brother, I will go there before the game starts tomorrow. I will cheer for you. Also, my dad bought a piece of equipment at a high price. The equipment comes with a skill that may be able to help you. Tell me you love me, and I'll lend you my equipment." As he spoke, he shared the equipment attributes. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, "Just borrowing? Then I don't love you anymore. You are so naive and stingy." Duan Liar, "What characters? I don't recognize any of them." "Little brother, love. This piece of equipment is very suitable for me, but its level is too high, so I can't wear it for now. I'll give it to you first. When I reach level 48, you may not be able to use it anymore. Just return it to me then." "Is that so?" Level 48 equipment. Luo Chen smiled slightly and clicked on the equipment attributes. As a result, he smiled even more brightly. Name, Dark Phantom Boots. Rank, Legend. Level requirement, level 48. Agility, plus 5,000. Magic resistance, plus 4,200. Physical resistance, plus 4,000. Skills, damage resistance, skill amplification, Dark Phantom Clone. Damage resistance, passive skill. After the wearer is hurt, the damage effect can be weakened by 10. Skill amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 10. Dark Phantom Clone, active skill. After using it, you can condense an avatar. The avatar has 10 of the original body's attributes and inherits all the original body skills. The skill effects are weakened by 90. After the avatar condenses, there is no distance limit from the original body. The duration is 48 hours and the cooldown is 24 hours. It's actually a legendary equipment? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. During several wars in Sakura Country, he collected some legendary equipment among the spoils. Although the attributes were good, they did not increase mental strength, and the skills that came with the equipment were of no use to him. So until now, he is still wearing a pair of level 40 diamond psychedelic boots. If for no other reason, it adds mental strength to the psychedelic boots. However, the Dark Phantom boots in front of him gave Luo Chen some surprises. Dark Phantom Clone. No wonder Duan Liar said this equipment is suitable for her. This clone skill is indeed suitable for Shadow Assassins. The Shadow Assassin originally has the skill of clones, and this Dark Phantom Clone can inherit the skills of the original body after it is cast. In other words, the Dark Phantom Clone can cast clones again. Luo Chen nodded. Suddenly, he had an idea. If I put on this equipment and cast the Dark Phantom Clone, won't the clone also be able to summon soul beasts? I summoned 80,000 soul beasts myself, and my clone summoned another 80,000. Fuck. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Then he quickly sent a message to Duan Liar. "Don't wait until tomorrow, come to Hanhai City now. There is a teleportation array, you will arrive soon." Duan Liar, are you so impatient? Are you anxious to see me? Or are you anxious to get this equipment? Luo Chen, I'm anxious to see you. Duan Liar, I don't trust you. Luo Chen, are you coming or not? If not, I will delete you as my friend. Duan Liar said angrily. You bully me again. Wait for me for a moment. I'll be there soon. After finishing the conversation, Luo Chen grinned. But to his surprise, just a few minutes later, Du Ruashi also sent a message. Du Ruashi, Luo Chen, my uncle collected a piece of equipment through the professional exchange. I think it's quite suitable for you. I'll send you the attributes of the equipment to have a look. If you think it's appropriate, I'll send it to you now. The equipment is not given to you as a gift. It costs money. As for the money, I will deduct it from the equipment you asked me to handle. After saying that, another piece of equipment attributes was shared. Luo Chen blinked his eyes. What's going on? These two girls are trying to give me equipment? Do they think I'm a gigolo and a gigolo? This soft rice is so delicious. Chapter 180. Little brother, am I very considerate? The equipment sent by Du Ruashi was a level 45 legendary weapon. The Chi Yao staff that Luo Chen is currently using is a level 41 diamond weapon, which is one level lower in terms of level alone. The grade is even lower by a level. However, what made Luo Chen even more delighted was the inherent skills of Du Ruashi's weapon. Name: West Dragon's Domain Rage Staff. Rank: Legend. Level requirement: Level 45. Strength: plus 1000. Spirit: plus 5800. Casting speed: plus 5. Skills: Spatial Repulsion, Eye of Truth, Skill Amplification. Space Repulsion, passive skill. A space repulsion field is formed within a 30-meter radius around the wearer. Any target cannot be directly teleported within a 30-meter radius of the wearer through means such as teleportation scrolls and space skills. Eye of Truth, passive skill. The wearer's 30-meter radius will be covered by the Eye of Truth. Any invisible unit that enters this radius will be forcibly released from stealth. Skill Amplification, passive skill. When the wearer uses an attack skill, the damage effect is increased by 15. Luo Chen actually doesn't care too much about the basic attributes of the weapon. Whether his mental power increases by 5,000 or 10,000, it actually doesn't have much impact on him. But the effects of the two skills, Space Repulsion and Eye of Truth, are very great. I already have enough ways to save my life. But who would complain about having more ways to save their life? Luo Chen grinned. With these two skills, no one can approach me and attack me by flashing, teleporting, or becoming invisible. Thinking of this, he sent a message directly to Du Ruashi. Ruashi, send it to me later. According to what you said, the money will be deducted directly from the equipment I gave you. Okay, I'll be there soon. Du Ruashi's work efficiency is obviously much faster than Duan Liar's, and she is also more reliable. Just over 10 minutes later, Du Ruashi arrived at Hanhai City. Then, according to the coordinates Luo Chen sent her, she went straight to the door. Thank you very much. Luo Chen smiled slightly and took the staff from Du Ruashi. The staff looks quite gorgeous, with an overall length of more than 1 person tall. There is a dragon totem carved on the handle, and it is very comfortable to hold in the hand. Du Ruashi. Saying thank you is too polite, and I receive the money. While speaking, Du Ruashi's eyes never left Luo Chen's face. A pair of beautiful eyes looked straight ahead, with a hint of passion in their gaze. Luo Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Du Ruashi blushed and turned her head away quickly. Who? Who is staring at you? Where's the bathroom? Borrow it. Luo Chen. On the second floor, big or small? If it's big, there's no paper in the bathroom. What? Du Ruashi widened her eyes in disbelief. Oh my god, what kind of bullshit are you talking about? But I'm a girl. How should I respond when you say something like this in front of me? Besides, even if it's not big, I still need paper. Girl. After waking up, Du Ruashi's face turned red, and she said pretentiously, what, big or small? I just wash my hands. After saying that, he ignored Luo Chen and went straight up the stairs to the second floor. Crash. Luo Chen pricked up his ears. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Little brother. I'm here with my equipment. Open the door for me. Stop making noises. When will you change your bad habit of yelling? You are the eldest daughter of the Duan family, a lady from a noble family. Can't you be a little more reserved? As Luo Chen spoke, he had already opened the door. Duan Liar rushed in without any courtesy. As soon as she entered the door, she threw herself on Luo Chen. Little brother, if you dare to threaten me with delisting as a friend again, I will never let you go. Duan Liar. Come with me, I must punish you today. As she spoke, she quickly walked to the window and pulled down all the curtains. Then, while Luo Chen was stunned, she grabbed Luo Chen's arm and pulled him towards the sofa. Stop making trouble. We have guests. I don't believe it. Watch out. Duan Liar grabbed at Luo Chen with her teeth and claws. Luo Chen frantically resisted with both hands. There really is someone. Duan Liar. There are only 5 of you here, Professor Lu, Teacher Chen, Jiang Meyer, Chi Farron. Unfortunately, I saw Professor Lu and Teacher Chen when I came out of the Hanhai City teleportation array. Then I saw Chi Farron again on the way here. When I got here, I saw Jiang Meyer in a daze outside again. At this point, Duan Liar started to laugh. Besides these few people, just tell me, who else could it be? Crash. There was a sound of flushing from the second floor. A few seconds later, Duruashi appeared at the stairs on the second floor. Seeing the two people sitting on the sofa in the living room, Duruashi felt sick all over. She stood there in a daze for a while, not knowing what to do. Luo Chen shrugged. Duan liar, look, I told you there was someone. Duan liar blushed and quickly stood up and straightened her clothes. Duruashi, you're here too. Let's make a deal. Although I agree that you can be my little brother's second girlfriend, you have to tell me when you two are together. Duan liar pursed her lips. I should have the right to know. Do you agree with me? Duruashi. Hearing this, Duruashi's expression became extremely stiff. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? Duruashi staggered down the stairs, and without saying hello to Luo Chen and Duan liar, she walked out of the house. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the door. Only Luo Chen and Duan liar were left in the room, and the scene was eerily quiet. A few seconds later, Duan liar asked in confusion, Little brother, did I say something wrong? Luo Chen, what exactly did you mean by that? Do you agree to let Duruashi become my second girlfriend? Duan liar stared with her big watery eyes and exclaimed softly, You know, don't you? Duruashi has a crush on you and is almost going crazy. I bet you a white dragon coin. As long as you invite her here tonight, prepare a candlelight dinner, and say a few sweet words, you will definitely be able to eat her to death. As she spoke, she touched Luo Chen's shoulder and said, How is it? Little brother, do you need my help? Damn it. I didn't expect that Duan liar would be such a person. It's just so likable. Luo Chen immediately picked up Duan liar by the waist and said, Come on, let's play solo. I'll explain to you how to play the individual competition in the World Professional Competition. Chapter 181. The game can be lost, but Luo Chen must die. After one night, Luo Chen thought Duan liar would leave, but who knew she would stay here and refuse to leave. The type that Luo Chen couldn't drive away. In order to stay, Duan liar raised 3 fingers and swore, before the game started, she would no longer touch Luo Chen or exploit Luo Chen's physical strength. She promised to let Luo Chen participate in the competition in the best condition. Even if he was not in the best condition, it would never be affected by her. Of course, she had a second reason to stay. That was Zhang Meier. According to Duan liar, that bitch Zhang Meier always looks at her little brother in a weird way, and you can't tell what bad ideas she's up to. Having one more Duruashi is already painful enough. There must not be another Zhang Meier. Duan liar even said that it was for Luo Chen's own good. 2 girlfriends are just right. If there are 3, the boy's lifespan will be shortened and he won't live long. 12 teammates met from different universities in Dragon Country. Each of them is a top student in their respective college. As long as they can grow up and not die prematurely, they will definitely achieve great success in the future. Among these 12 people, in addition to 9 rare professions, there are 2 epic professions and 1 hidden profession. Don't say things like there are epic professions everywhere and hidden professions everywhere. You have to know that these 12 people were selected from universities across the country, and each of them is 1 in a million. After meeting these 12 companions, Luo Chen did not have much contact with them. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the official competition stage of the World Professional Exchange Competition. The opening ceremony was very grand, but neither the contestants nor the team leaders were in the mood to watch the so-called opening ceremony. Those who are willing to watch the opening ceremony are those who come to watch the fun. Silence, everyone. The huge square and the stands were already full of people. A voice spread throughout the audience at this moment. Soon, the scene became quiet. We welcome participating teams from all over the world. There is a big screen above the stands in the center of the square. If people who are far away from the stands cannot see the fight on the ring clearly, they can watch the live broadcast on the big screen. This competition is divided into individual competition and team dungeon competition. The individual competition is an elimination match. Players from all countries will be randomly drawn and then compete one-on-one. Once you fail in the competition, you will not be able to continue to participate in the individual competition. Regarding the ranking rewards for the individual competition, they have been displayed on the big screen. Only the top 3 will receive rewards. Information about 3 items was displayed simultaneously on the big screen. The second and third rewards are both top-level general skill books. The reward for ranking first is actually an exclusive skill book. That's right, exclusive. Luo Chen sat in the contestant's seat, his eyes slightly open, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. The country's top leaders are quite interesting. The number 1 reward, the skill book, is obviously prepared for me. Luo Chen just found it a little funny. Which country doesn't know that I'm a soul beast summoner? You directly get a soul beast summoner's exclusive skills as the first prize. Isn't it too arrogant? Too arrogant. At this time, Everyone in the square could see the reward clearly. The next second, the whole audience was in an uproar. Longwa, you are going too far. The reward for ranking first in the individual competition is actually a book on the exclusive skills of Soul Beast Summoners. What do you Dragon Nation think of us? Did you come all the way here to compete just to see your Dragon Nation show off? Isn't it just a Soul Beast Summoner? What's so arrogant about it? An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Luo Chen may die someday. Damn it, I can't bear to watch this. Hasn't your Dragon Country ever been worried? What if Luo Chen can't get the first place? Wouldn't Dragon Country become a joke then? There were discussions everywhere in the square, and it took a long time for the crowd to quiet down. On the stage in the center of the square, a host from Dragon Country smiled, as if he had expected this situation. In fact, when he learned about the reward for first place in the individual competition, he was a little confused. This move by the Dragon Country's top brass is too bullying. What about the style of a great country? It's true that we have a gifted child in our family, a rare young hero that only appears once in a million years. But can we be a little more low-key? In the stands, the faces of the people from the United States were gloomy. Especially the young swordsman in the lead. His eyes flashed with cold light, as if he couldn't wait to pounce on Luo Chen and tear him into pieces. He took a few steps forward, his eyes scanning the contestants' seats. Soon, his eyes fell on Luo Chen. There was no concealment of murderous intent in his eyes, and he looked at Luo Chen with extreme coldness. This gaze was quickly noticed by Luo Chen. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the white man. What are you looking at? Try looking again. The white man was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, just give it a try. Damn, this guy must have grown up in Dragon Country, not a purebred professional from the beautiful country. Otherwise he would never be able to match my couplet. Luo Chen. On the curb, Bolingaica revealed his skin. The white man shouted angrily. Shabi, do you understand this too? Luo Chen curled his lips and ignored the white man, but turned his gaze towards the direction of the Sakura Country team. Dragon Rider? Forbidden Spell Priest? Oh my god, they are all old acquaintances. Should I go up and say hello? Luo Chen smiled, and the smile on his face was very bright. On the other side, the Dragon Knight was also looking at Luo Chen. Is this Luo Chen, the Soul Beast Summoner? According to information obtained from the United States, the intelligence agency of the United States suspected that Luo Chen was related to the High Priest of Skeletons, but the Sakura Country has always remained skeptical about this speculation. Later, a group of people were sent to Longwa to gather information, but unfortunately they gained nothing. The Dragon Knight's eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered in his heart. It doesn't matter if you are a skeleton priest or not. You will die in the team dungeon anyway. Luo Chen, it's your fault that you are too talented and too high profile. It's better to die early. Luo Chen and the Dragon Knight looked at each other for a few seconds. Although he didn't know what the Dragon Knight was thinking, he always felt that this old guy was up to no good. On the stage, the host spoke again. Please ask the team leaders of each country to come forward and draw lots. The drawing is over. Individual competition, the first round has officially begun. Everyone's competition order has been listed. Please identify your opponent. The first match, Luo Chen from Dragon Country versus D. Misha from Beautiful Country. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, Soul Beast Summoner. Age, 18. Name, Demesha. Occupation, Nether Shooter. Age, 22. The basic information of the two people was displayed on the big screen. The host shouted, please invite the two contestants to come on stage. Chapter 182, I will send out 4 twos and 2 kings. You can do whatever you want. In a room with floor-to-ceiling windows, several old men were standing quietly in front of the windows. They looked outside, and everyone's expression was very calm. In addition to these old men, there were 2 people standing not far away. They were Yuan Hong, the dean of Kyoto University, and Master Lu Zhengjiang. Both Yuan Hong and Lu Zhengjiang were powerful men with very high status in Longwa, but in front of those old men, they both seemed very restrained. These old men were the high-ranking officials of the Dragon State who had rushed to the scene to watch the battle. Every stomp of their feet can shake the entire Dragon Country, and even a random decision can change the entire international situation. Logically, given their status, there is no need for them to be present in person. Even if they want to watch the World Professional Exchange Competition, they can watch the live broadcast remotely. But they came anyway. Did you see the expressions of the contestants from those countries? When they saw the reward for first place in the individual competition, their expressions were really, huh? An old man said, we just want to let the whole world know that the first place in this exchange competition is definitely our Dragon Country. Next to him, another old man nodded. If Luo Chen hadn't been exposed yet, we wouldn't be so high profile. Now that he has been exposed, there is no need for us to hide Luo Chen. We can just put him on the table. We must tell the world that Luo Chen is the pride of our dragon country's young generation. No matter how unwilling you are, you must kneel down. In the Qianlongjin trial, Luo Chen summoned an army of soul beasts to sweep across the dungeon and suppress the participating teams from various countries. Afterwards, the Shengshi dynasty spread information about Luo Chen, and with the help of the United States, Luo Chen was completely exposed to the world. Since you are trying every possible means to collect information about Luo Chen and want to do something bad to him, then we will just put him on the table. In my dragon country, if you have the guts, come and touch him. In the square, everyone was waiting for the contestants to appear. There was a lot of noise in the stands, and everyone was talking about Luo Chen and D. Misha. Is it Luo Chen? Huh. Haha. Your smile is too weird, isn't it? Luo Chen is very strong, but D. Misha may not be without a chance. The nether archer is a rare profession. Don't talk nonsense. It is said that Luo Chen can summon more than 20,000 soul beasts. If he throws the soul beast army out, Demesha will be crushed to death. There's some connotation in what you said. Beast, oppression, human. Like Jiang Meier, D. Misha from the beautiful country is also a rare profession. Jiang Meier is a burst shooter, and Demesha is a ghost shooter. Luo Chen had read about some basic skills of this profession in classics when he was in high school. However, judging a professional skills is not just about basic skills, but also about the inherent skills of his own equipment and so on. But these have nothing to do with Luo Chen. No matter what tricks this Demesha has, she will be pinned to the ground in front of him. Luo Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of the beautiful country team, and immediately locked his eyes on a female archer. This person is Demesha, tall and plump. Well, very plump. It's worthy of being called a big horse. Luo Chen grinned, pointed at D. Misha, and then pointed in the direction of the ring. Please? D. Misha's face was gloomy, and she turned to look at the white-haired old man who was leading the team. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and said, "Follow orders." Demesha felt extremely unwilling. She didn't think she had no chance. Her long-range attack capability was very strong. Once she locked onto Luo Chen, she might be able to kill him with one strike. But she had to obey the teacher's orders. The issue of dealing with Luo Chen has risen to the national level, so she dare not act on impulse. So under everyone's gaze, Demesha said with resentment, "I have decided to give up this game." It was clearly an admission of defeat, but he didn't even mention the word surrender. But decided to give up the game? But the host of the ring is from Dragon Country, so how could he allow the United States to just brush it off? The host said calmly, "In this game, D. Misha admits defeat and is eliminated directly. Congratulations to Luo Chen for advancing. There are 14 people left in the United States who can participate." There was an uproar in the stands. What's going on? You're admitting defeat before you even get on the stage? And judging from Demesha's appearance, it seemed that she was given instructions by the team leader. Is Luo Chen so scary that you dare not even step onto the ring? The foreign spectators had gloomy looks on their faces, but the professionals from Dragon Country who were watching the game were overjoyed. Longhua is so proud of itself that they let Luo Chen be the first to appear. It feels like they did it on purpose. Did you do it on purpose? Aren't the order of appearances and opponents determined by random draw? Random draw? What era is this? Do you still believe in this? Didn't you see the reward for first place in the individual competition? Luo Chen is someone our Dragon Country's top brass put up to establish their authority. Obviously, the purpose of establishing authority has been achieved. At this time, the player information for the second game has been displayed. Luo Chen's name appeared again. His opponent is a contestant from Sakura Country. With so many countries participating, is the probability of the same player appearing twice in a row so high? No, it should wait until all the contestants in the first round have finished competing and entered the second round before appearing again, right? As the host and organizer, does Longhua have to be so exaggerated? The individual competition has just begun, and you are using Luo Chen to discuss the beautiful country and the Sakura Country first? Damn it, this is a shady deal. It's definitely a shady deal. Aren't you afraid of being condemned internationally? So do you want to continue to put Luo Chen's name on it and then eliminate all the contestants from other countries? This is not the way to show your power, right? Luo Chen leaned back in his chair and found it somewhat funny. It felt like a grandfather holding his grandson to show off to others. Although this analogy was somewhat unreasonable, it was pretty much the same feeling. At this time, the professional from Sakura Country spoke up and said angrily, "I give up." Host, Sakura Country player Yamazaki Ichiro admits defeat. Congratulations to Luo Chen for winning. Yamazaki Ichiro is eliminated. I want to emphasize that the order of the draw was personally drawn by the team leaders of each country. Next game, it's Luo Chen again. What a coincidence today. Please invite Luo Chen and Park Young-hui from South Korea to the stage. What? Park Young-hui also gave up and admitted defeat. You have all come all the way to our dragon country to participate in the World Professional Exchange Competition. Our dragon country should fulfill its responsibilities as a host, but you cannot be so negligent. Why don't you let your people get on the stage and fight Luo Chen casually? Even if it's just to deal with the audience, it's fine. Fuck. The dragon country audience in the stands all laughed. Where did they find this host? He's a bit naughty. The team leaders from various countries did go up and draw the lottery, but the results were the same as what you showed on the big screen. Are you kidding me? Is this a personal competition or a defending competition? But even though they complained in their hearts, all the dragon people were excited when they saw that the professionals from various countries who were crushed by Luo Chen did not dare to go on stage. Chapter 183: The Space Mage Takes Action. At this time, Jiang Meier was sitting next to Luo Chen. She was secretly looking at Luo Chen out of the corner of her eyes. Every time she saw Luo Chen's face, she would feel her heartbeat quicken, and even a hint of restlessness appeared in her blood vessels. Unconsciously, Jiang Meier's body tensed up. She even trembled slightly, and her breathing became irregular. Luo Chen looked at her puzzledly. What's wrong with you? Jiang Meier. Again? You experienced it once during the Qianlongjian trial. People with sensitive constitutions don't have to be so sensitive, right? And there are so many people around. Luo Chen was a little powerless to complain. Fortunately, Jiang Meier was secretive enough, and no one except Luo Chen noticed her abnormality. But if someone noticed that Jiang Meier was acting strangely, it would be a big deal. Host. The next contestant has been shown on the big screen, huh? It's Luo Chen. Let's see who his opponent is. From Mason Country. Wait, I just read your name and you're already admitting defeat. How about you come up and show yourself first? There is no shady dealings, really. The competition is completely open, fair, and just. Everything in the individual competition is based on strength. Oh, it's Luo Chen again. The one he's competing against is a contestant from Banana Country. What a coincidence, haha. The host laughed out loud. It was obviously a very embarrassing thing, but his expression did not show any abnormality. The competitions proceeded quickly. For more than 10 consecutive games, Luo Chen's name was on the big screen. His opponents went from the United States to the Sakura Country, and then swept through the allies of the United States and the Sakura Country. Without exception, more than a dozen countries all surrendered when facing Luo Chen. Not to mention fighting Luo Chen, they didn't even dare to go on the ring. This suddenly made Luo Chen feel the loneliness of a master. Oh, I'm feeling sleepy after sitting here for so long. This year's contestants are so bad. It's just that our dragon country's cheating is so obvious. I'm afraid these countries hate us to the core, right? I don't know why, but I always feel a little embarrassed. Luo Chen muttered something, then flipped his hand and took out a bag of melon seeds. Then he crossed his legs and started eating melon seeds. It didn't look like he was participating in an unprecedented competition at all. Instead, it felt like he was sitting in his own living room. He said he was embarrassed, but where did he look embarrassed? Luo Chen's name was continuously displayed on the big screen. All of this was the decision of the top leaders of Dragon Country. How could they not know that the United States and the Sakura Country wanted to get rid of Luo Chen as soon as possible? You want to kill Luo Chen? Can't we use Luo Chen to disgust you? Not convinced. Just bear with it. At this time, Luo Chen had already defeated the beautiful country, the Sakura Country, and their allies without taking any action. Teams from countries that do not have much interest in the United States and the Cherry Blossom Country are somewhat worried. He was afraid that his contestant's name would appear on the big screen and compete with Luo Chen. Fortunately, this did not happen. The big screen changed again, and Luo Chen's name finally disappeared. Obviously, the Dragon Country brought out Luo Chen just to target the Sakura Country and the beautiful country. On the stage, the host shouted pretentiously, "Oh, contestant Luo Chen's name has finally disappeared. Congratulations to the remaining national contestants." Congratulations indeed, we thank you. After Luo Chen's name disappeared, the game finally returned to normal. One by one, the contestants finally dared to walk out of their seats and appeared on the stage. Perhaps they were too painful to be oppressed by the name Luo Chen, so when they stepped onto the ring, they all began to attack their opponents frantically, as if they were venting the grievances and depression in their hearts. Can we finally watch a normal game? This move by Longhua is simply amazing. I'll send out 4 twos and 2 kings, you can do whatever you want. Just by revealing Luo Chen's name, these countries were so scared that no contestants came on stage. How cowardly. Too fucking cowardly. Time passes by little. After watching several games in a row, a professional player from Dragon Country finally appeared again. Name: Chi Farron. Occupation: Space Mage. Age: 22. Name: Xiao Dao Wu Feng. Occupation: Shield Warrior. Age: 22. At this time, the two of them had already stepped onto the stage. Luo Chen sat up a little straighter. He had never seen the Space Mage take action before and was somewhat curious about Chi Farron's strength. On the ring, Xiao Dao Wu Feng sneered. Chi Farron? Space Mage? I didn't expect that my opponent would be an epic professional. But it doesn't matter. It is said that Space Mages have very few means of attack. I don't think you are that strong. Boom. The next second, the huge shield in his hand was raised high. With a loud bang, the tip of the giant shield hit the ground hard, and the entire ring shook violently. Giant shield charge. Dust flew and gravel scattered everywhere. At the moment the giant shield fell, a visible energy shock spread out and enveloped Chi Farron. Want to see how strong I am? Chi Farron smiled, and his smile was a little weird. That depends on your ability. Space extension. He swung the staff in his hand violently, and the powerful magic power instantly reached its peak. At this time, the energy fluctuations created by the shield warrior Xiao Dao Wufeng's giant shield impact had already reached Chi Farron. But at this moment, the space in front of Chi Farron suddenly trembled slightly, and the energy impact that was obviously already close to him suddenly stopped. No, it didn't stop completely, but continued to spread forward at an extremely slow speed. It's not that time has slowed down, but that the space in front of Chi Farron has been stretched, and it has been stretched 100 times. What other means are there? Chi Farron sneered and said, in the face of the extension of space, no one's attack can get close to me. In addition to space extension, he also has space compression. Space extension and space compression are just the skills he has learned so far. He also has a more powerful space folding skill book in his hand, but the level required is a bit high and he cannot learn it yet. Chapter 184, Is there something wrong with Chi Farron? At this time, the stands had become quiet. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking towards the ring. Damn it! The shield warrior Xiao Dao Wufeng was shocked and looked at Chi Farron in disbelief. Is this the method used by the Space Mage? How could it be so strange? Thorn Shield. Life Halo. Xiao Dao Wufeng roared and used two skills in succession. The Thorn Shield has a strong damage reduction effect, and can even rebound the damage it receives to a certain extent. Life Aura is an auxiliary skill with a recovery effect. After performing these two skills, Xiao Dao Wufeng felt a little more confident. He was seen holding a shield in one hand and a huge hammer in the other, rushing towards Chi Farron. The Sakura Country had just been crushed by Luo Chen, and the contestants were so scared that they dared not go on stage when facing Luo Chen. Such humiliation must be washed away by a big victory. Xiao Dao Wufeng's eyes were slightly red, and he stared at Chi Farron with murderous intent. Although the Space Mage's methods were strange, he would never retreat. Xiao Dao Wufeng shouted angrily. Your spatial extension is indeed powerful, but it consumes a lot of magic power, and the cooling time is not short, right? Sure enough, when he rushed forward, the space extension effect exerted by Chi Farron had disappeared. Idiot! Chi Farron's eyes gleamed, and he used another skill. Space Gate. At this time, Xiao Dao Wufeng had already rushed to his front. The huge hammer in his hand has also swept over. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed under Xiao Dao Wufeng's feet, and a strange black hole in space appeared directly under his feet. I! Xiao Dao Wufeng screamed, and before he could jump to avoid it, his whole body fell into the black hole of space. At the same time, a space black hole appeared in the air 5 or 6 meters above the ground outside the ring. Xiao Dao Wufeng's figure actually fell directly from there and hit the outside of the ring heavily. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was in an uproar. Xiao Dao Wufeng fell to the ground, looking even more confused. This is the Space Mage? He only cast 2 spells, neither of which was for the purpose of attacking, but he won the game so easily? The host shouted. Longwa, Chi Farron wins. Chi Farron raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked down the stage directly, and returned to his own contestant seat. After sitting down, he glanced at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, you are very strong, but I am not weak either. Although your army of soul beasts is powerful, it is easy for me to defeat you, and I have more than one way. What? Luo Chen looked at Chi Farron in confusion. Are you sick? If you dare to talk to me in a sarcastic way again, do you believe I will sew your mouth shut? You will only be able to vent your anger on your buttocks from now on. Zhang Meyer followed up and said, Senior Chi, that guy called Xiao Dao Wufeng is just a weakling. I can do that too. Chi Farron was so angry that his face turned pale and blue. He gritted his teeth and glared at Luo Chen and Jiang Meier, then turned his head and ignored them. Luo Chen, I want to see how long you can continue to be so rampant. On the other side, Luo Chen had no idea what Chi Farron was thinking. But having said that, Luo Chen was indeed impressed by the Space Mage's methods. He simply cast 2 spells and defeated the Meat Shield warrior of the same level. At this point, the game begins again. This time, the 2 fighters were a swordsman from Silla and a holy knight from the United States. The 2 contestants have already entered the ring. Fight! Luo Chen's friend list jumped slightly, and a message was sent. It was from Duan Liar. Little brother, I asked my father to use the Duan family's connections to collect the identities, backgrounds, and information of all your teammates, and now I'm sharing it with you. Luo Chen was a little confused. Why do you collect this? Duan Liar said as a matter of course. You guys are going to form a team to enter the team dungeon. I have to find out more about your teammates, so that you won't be stabbed in the back. Little brother, you are my sweetheart. Oh my god, that's so corny. Luo Chen shuddered. Although he was not worried about being stabbed in the back, he was still somewhat touched. This young lady is usually careless and sometimes seems a little brain-dead, but she grasped some key issues very clearly. Spoiled, domineering, arrogant. Duan Liar really treats most people in this way. To put it bluntly, she was spoiled by her family since she was young. Everything was up to her at home. Even if she made a huge mess, her father Duan Jinghong would never scold her, but would only find ways to patch up the hole for her. Over time, Duan Liar developed her current personality. But no matter what, Duan Liar is really good to Luo Chen, and she does it with all her heart. How could Luo Chen not feel it? Luo Chen replied, Thank you, Liar. Duan Liar, what are you thanking me for? If you really want to thank me, then show me some practical actions. Next time we have a meal together, you have to feed me a big mouthful of Capelin Roe. Capel Roe? Is the implication so explicit? I'm just afraid that if you take a big sip, you'll choke, and then the liquid will come out through your nose, which would be bad. They are still children and cannot bear such ups and downs. The battle on stage continues. Luo Chen didn't continue watching the game, but looked through the information sent by Duan Liar. It is indeed very complete, with the 14 teammates described in detail from their identities and backgrounds to their occupations, as well as some important experiences after changing jobs. Of course, although the Duan family has great means and extensive connections, there is no way they can collect all the information in such a short time. What was presented to Luo Chen was just what the Duan family had temporarily collected in the past 2 days, so there might be some omissions. Jiang Meier? The adopted daughter of the current head of the Shijiang Jiang family? The Jiang family's power is far less than that of the Duan family, but it is also considered strong in the local area. Chi Farron? During a field training, he once killed a team of 4 people alone, just because those 4 people provoked him verbally? Luo Chen touched his chin and looked at Chi Farron with some confusion. Killing someone just because the other party provoked him with words. Luo Chen didn't care about this kind of thing, nor did he think there was anything wrong with it. But if he connected it with the competition just now, Luo Chen was a little confused. At this moment, Chi Farron noticed Luo Chen's gaze and asked coldly, Why are you looking at me? Luo Chen, you look like my son. Chi Farron, did you hold back on Xiao Dao woofing just now? Chi Farron frowned and said slowly, As long as we can win the game, it's fine. Under this premise, it's better to expose our strength as little as possible and enter the team dungeon with the strongest attitude, isn't it? Luo Chen nodded. That makes a lot of sense, but what should I do if I don't believe it? Chapter 185 Treason is unforgivable. Seeing Luo Chen being so persistent, Chi Farron became a little angry and embarrassed. Chi Farron, whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Fuck you. I don't have this hobby. Time passed little by little, and contestants continued to appear on stage. In just half a day, the competition was already halfway through. During this period, 7 contestants from Luo Country took part, not counting Luo Chen and Chi Farron. During the entire game, Luo Chen would glance at Chi Farron from time to time. Chi Farron felt very uncomfortable being watched. As soon as the individual competition in the morning ended, Chi Farron fled from the square and did not show up again until the afternoon competition started. On the stage, the host said loudly, The individual competition continues. The contestants' information has appeared on the big screen. Please come on stage. Name, Chi Farron. Occupation, Space Mage. Age, 22. Dragon Country. Name, Shikaku Shinmaru. Occupation, Assassin. Age, 22. Cherry Blossom Country. Yoha. Luo Chen was amused. Hey, Chi Farron, your opponent is another kid from Sakura Country. Just go for him. No need to hold back. When the team trial comes, I will be your strong backer and lead you to victory without any effort." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Chi Farron's face turned a little bad, and a murderous intent flashed in the corner of his eyes. Damn, did he see something? Why do you keep urging me to use heavy hands on the contestants from Sakura Country? What do I do? Chi Farron slowly walked onto the stage, and on the other side, the assassin from the Sakura Country had also taken his stand. Assassin versus mage. Moreover, it happens on a small arena. In this case, an assassin of the same level undoubtedly has a higher chance of winning. As long as he can successfully get close to the mage, he can easily kill him. But Chi Farron is not an ordinary magician. He is an epic profession, space mage. In the box, several senior officials of Longhua were still standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, their eyes fixed on Chi Farron on the stage. Suddenly, an old man said, "Yuan Hong, Luo Chen from your Kyoto college is very good. We like him very much. But this Chi Farron is very bad, very bad." Yuan Hong's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A few seconds later, Yuan Hong gritted his teeth and said, "I will disqualify him from the competition and expel him from Kyoto University." The old man frowned slightly and looked back at Yuan Hong. "Yuan Hong, Dean Yuan. It's already this time. You still want to save his life?" He is a space mage and a child of destiny. The country is ready to train him vigorously. As long as he doesn't make big mistakes, we can tolerate him. It's not a pity enough, but he made a mistake that absolutely cannot be tolerated. Treason. Boom. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Yuan Hong swallowed and didn't dare to say anything. Lu Xingjiang standing by also lowered his head. Just for a mere professional advancement scroll? How short-sighted. Do you really think you can get away with it? How ridiculous. The old man said slowly. If this incident hadn't happened, we would have given him a career advancement scroll in the near future. Why? The career advancement scroll given to him by our dragon government is not as good as the one given by a foreign country. Yuan Hong finally spoke. I will kill him myself. The old man waved his hand and said, "I don't need you anymore. No matter how talented you are, no matter how rare your profession is, if you don't recognize yourself as a dragon countryman, you are not worth training in my eyes. Not to mention treason? He's dead." As he spoke, the old man's gaze turned and fell on Luo Chen in the contestant seat. The Duan family collected all the information of the participating players so quickly, and the Long government also helped secretly. Now, the information about Chi Farron has been delivered to that kid Luo Chen. The old man smiled slightly and said to himself, "Little guy, you should be able to handle it, right?" Yawn. Luo Chen sneezed and looked around in confusion. Is someone talking about me? On the ring, Chi Farron and the assassin from the Sakura Country have already started fighting. Perhaps because he was worried about being suspected by Luo Chen, Chi Farron did not hold back on his strength this time. Instead, he launched a killing move right from the start. Skill. Space compression. Boom. The space vibrated, and the Sakura assassin felt the space around him suddenly tighten. The next moment, a terrifying invisible force pressed down violently from all directions. Creak. In just a moment, his body was restrained and unable to move at all. Even his bones were squeezed and made creaking sounds. Earth spikes. Chi Farron took a step forward and stomped his foot hard on the ground. Snap. The ring shook violently, and a soil spike suddenly rose up and pierced directly through the body of the Sakura assassin. It seems that this skill should be a skill that comes with Chi Farron's equipment. On the other side, in the direction of the Sakura Country team. Damn it, damn dragon people. You've already won, but you're still killing me? How despicable. Angry curses were heard. In front, the Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell Priest looked at each other, frowning, with confusion in their eyes. That feeling is like wondering why Chi Farron did this. At this time, Chi Farron had already walked down from the stage. Luo Chen, oh, congratulations. You won so quickly. You are worthy of being my senior. The tone was sarcastic, and anyone who heard it would feel uncomfortable. Zhang Meier was a little confused and didn't understand why Luo Chen disliked Chi Farron so much, but if anyone was to blame, it was Chi Farron who provoked her first. Luo Chen couldn't be wrong. The one who was wrong must be Chi Farron. Zhang Meier's name appeared on the big screen of the arena. The opponent is a wizard from South Korea. There was almost no suspense, and Zhang Meier quickly won the battle. One game after another goes on. After 3 full days, the top 8 were finally decided. Dragon Country, Luo Chen, Soul Beast Summoner. Chi Farron, Space Mage. United States, Steve Yasuo, Thunder Warrior. Stark, Dragon Knight. Bear Country, Tovsky, Elemental Mage. European Country, AC, Charming Wizard. Although the last 2 contestants cannot be considered allies of the United States, They have frequent exchanges with the United States internationally. Both of them have rare professions and are indeed quite strong. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and stared quietly at the contestants' information on the big screen. Charming wizard? There's actually such a profession? It should be a hidden profession, right? Luo Chen thought to himself that he had never heard of this profession in the classics at school. Today is the fourth day of the individual competition and also the final day. In the next day, the top 8 will decide the top 4, and then the top 3 will be directly determined. Of course, this has nothing to do with Luo Chen. Chapter 186: The Charming Wizard, AC. On the big screen in the center of the square, the names of Luo Chen and 8 other people appeared at the same time. Then, the images on the screen began to change rapidly. The host's voice also appeared at this time. Everyone, today will be the last day of the World Professional Exchange Competition individual competition. The battle matching will begin now. In the stands, the foreigners who came to watch the game had cold expressions on their faces, and their eyes were full of anger and contempt. I think you won't just give in when facing Luo Chen this time, right? This is the quarterfinals. That's not necessarily true. Everyone in the beautiful country felt a little nervous. In the individual competition, Luo's behind-the-scenes manipulation has been made public without any concealment, and it has even caused outrage among some people. According to their guess, Luo Chen's next opponent will definitely be a professional from their beautiful country. It turned out to be just as they thought. After the picture on the screen stopped, the opponents of the top 8 had been decided. Luo Chen's opponent was Stark from the United States. Like the Dragon Knight, one of the 3 holy pillars of the Sakura Kingdom, this Stark has the same profession. He also possesses a powerful dragon mount and powerful skills that far surpass those of ordinary knights. Stark gritted his teeth and turned to look at his leader, his eyes filled with boiling fighting spirit. Teacher, I don't want to give up like everyone else. I may not lose to him, Stark said in a deep voice. Let me go up. In the entire square, all the spectators looked towards the United States. They wondered if this Stark would finally give in like the others had. Seeing the strong fighting spirit emanating from Stark, the audience instantly became interested. Oh, not bad. Hurry up and let one of you go up. I really want to see what Luo Chen has to scare so many opponents away from the stage. Stark, go ahead and get him. Hearing these shouts, Stark became more determined to fight. Teacher, the white-haired old man leading the team frowned slightly and looked at his students indifferently. Shut up. There's absolutely no point in fighting him now, he said in a deep voice. Don't worry, the individual competition will be over soon. He won't be able to jump around for much longer. The Dragon Nation can influence individual competitions, but it absolutely cannot interfere with team dungeon competitions. The Dragon Kingdom will pay the price for their actions. In every world professional exchange competition, the host organization can influence the situation of the individual competition to a great extent. Even the rewards for the individual competitions are provided by the host. I remember when the United States hosted the competition, there were also shady dealings in the individual competitions. No, it's not just the United States. Any country that hosts the World Professional Exchange Competition will try its best to favor its own country's contestants in the individual competition. But when it comes to team dungeon competitions, even the host can no longer intervene. Stark wanted to fight for it, but before he could say anything, he felt a strong pressure coming towards him. He was so frightened that he trembled and dared not refute his teacher again. The white-haired old man ignored Stark and shouted, Stark, give up. Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. As expected, he gave up again. The next 3 games also started one after another. Luo Chen also once again refreshed his understanding of Qi Farron. Seeing Qi Farron win again, Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim, Space Mage is amazing. At the same time, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room, the senior officials of Long State, including Yuan Hong and Lu Zhengjiang, all showed regret. Unfortunately, even though they felt regretful, they would not change their decision towards Qi Farron. Treason is unforgivable. No matter how great one's talent is, no matter how great achievements one can achieve in the future, it will never be tolerated. The old man in the lead said slowly. The team competition is about to begin. The pretty country and the Sakura Country should be unable to hold back any longer, right? The atmosphere in the room became a little weird. Yuan Hong and Lu Zhengjiang looked at each other, both in shock. Is there something they don't know about this exchange competition? The top 4 were quickly decided. The last 4 people left were Luo Chen, Qi Farron, Steve Yasuo from the beautiful country, and AIC from the European country. On the ring, Luo Chen's figure appeared on it for the first time. It's a bit funny to say, he has already entered the semifinals, but this is the first time he has stepped onto the ring since he started participating in the competition. The audience looked at Luo Chen's figure and felt a little confused for a moment, as if they were dreaming. That AC didn't admit defeat? Has this girl always been so brave? Come on, Ace. Shouts echoed throughout the entire square. Even the Dragon Country audience were cheering for AIC, which made Luo Chen speechless. We are one family. Why are you cheering for outsiders? Is that reasonable? But then again, Luo Chen was indeed a little surprised that this charming wizard named AIC dared to go on stage. Not far away, AC was holding a scepter and wearing a pink cloak. She has a pair of charming eyes and a tall figure, and the cloak draped over her body perfectly outlines her graceful figure. From the beginning of the individual competition, Long Country brought out Luo Chen to target the United States and its allies, as well as the Sakura Country. Although the European country has a lot of dealings with the United States, it is not a strategic ally of the United States. This is also one of the reasons why AC dared to go on the ring. Of course, the more important point is her extreme confidence in herself. She believes that even if she is not Luo Chen's opponent, Luo Chen cannot harm her life. Luo Chen. AIC's voice was delicate. I just want to spar with you. You won't hurt me, right? Let's stop here, okay? Luo Chen drooped his eyes. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Hearing this, Ace's smile became even brighter. But who knew that Luo Chen would add? But I can't guarantee that my soul beast won't hurt you. Roar. Without any nonsense, Luo Chen summoned dozens of 10,000-year-old dark gold bat kings with a wave of his hand. He is in a hurry to participate in a team dungeon competition, so how can he have the time to waste here? Roar. With sharp hisses, dozens of dark gold bat kings swooped down and pounced straight towards Ace. In the stands, the audience obviously didn't expect Luo Chen to attack first. After all, someone came up who dared to fight you. Couldn't you just give her a break? Let her attack first? After this thought came to mind, a small number of people immediately woke up. Strange, why do I have such thoughts? Why would I want AC to make the first move? Charming wizard. Could it be that some kind of passive skill is affecting our thinking? After waking up in shock, some people broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Chapter 187 Kick Away. There was always a shy smile on AC's face, and her eyes were charming, as if she didn't care at all about the dark gold bat kings that pounced on her. Hey, I haven't even finished talking yet. Why are you so eager to use force? Ace bit her lip lightly. Suddenly, layers of red mist rose from under her feet and spread outwards in the breeze. In just a moment, the red mist had enveloped the entire arena, even affecting the stands in the square. Realm of chaos. Heart of rebellion. Ace's expression suddenly turned cold. Roar. The whole world was suddenly shrouded in a strange aura. The rapidly swooping dark gold bat kings suddenly stopped, and their huge bodies shook slightly. Then, a strange thing happened, shocking everyone. Even Luo Chen looked surprised. The dark gold bat king that was closest to AC actually moved its head closer and rubbed AC's shoulder affectionately. What the hell? What kind of skill is this? Luo Chen blinked. My soul beast is out of control? Is this the method used by the charm wizard? AIC smiled. It's not just as simple as being out of control. She just waved her hand, and the dozens of dark gold bat kings hovering around her suddenly changed direction and pounced towards Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen was not panicked. It's just a mere charm skill. Even if it can control his soul beast to attack him, what can it do? You can control dozens of them. But what about hundreds? Thousands? Even tens of thousands? How much can you control? In fact, Luo Chen was not unfamiliar with the skill used by AIC. The Robe of Confusion he is wearing now has a similar skill. Confuse. Active skill. This skill is only effective for human professionals. When the wearer uses Confuse on the target, the loyalty of the target's pet or summoned beast can be forcibly cleared to 0. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. During the duration of the confusion, the target cannot take the pet or summoned beast back to the summoning space. However, the effect of this confusion skill is limited. Although it can forcibly reset the loyalty of the target's pet or summoned beast to 0, it cannot be controlled like Ace. At this time, dozens of dark gold bat kings had already pounced over. Luo Chen tried to take them back to the summoning space, but unfortunately failed. But it doesn't matter. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth and gently waved the staff in his hand. The space shook violently, and a huge summoning array appeared in front of him. Roar. A devastating aura suddenly descended, and a terrifying body as big as a mountain emerged from the formation and appeared in everyone's sight. A strong wind was raging between heaven and earth. The arena under his feet shook violently, making a creaking sound. The next second, the entire arena could not withstand the power of the soul beast and collapsed directly. Titan Ape is coming. Roar. A deafening roar broke out, and the Titan ape swung its arms. The terrifying power swept across the entire field, and with just one blow, dozens of dark gold bat kings were blasted away. Not far away, AIC retreated in embarrassment and stood on the edge of the broken arena. Her eyes sparkled as she looked greedily at the Titan ape. So strong. As she spoke, she once again used her charm skill, targeting the Titan ape. Charm. Charm your mother. Use it on me if you dare. What's the point of using it on my soul beast? Luo Chen's figure appeared behind her at some point. The wings on Luo Chen's back flapped. They were the devil's purple wings. After condensing the demon purple wings and turning on the flight mode, his speed reached a level beyond imagination. He even avoided Acey's visual capture and appeared directly behind her. And the staff in his hand also touched Ace's, but at the same time. Don't move, or I'll punch a bloody hole in your body. Luo Chen said with a playful tone, loosening the staff in his hand forward. Bing! AIC's face flushed, and her whole body trembled slightly. Luo Chen, let's stop here. You won't hurt me, right? There is no international dispute between Dragon Country and European Country. Luo Chen sneered and kicked AIC on the butt, sending her flying. Her delicate body fell out of the ring in a mess. Chapter 188 Thunder. Luo Chen didn't know whether AIC had any hidden strength, but the skill that AIC just used did pose a slight threat to him. With just a wave of her hand, she can successfully charm dozens of 10,000-year-old dark gold bat kings, and even control them to attack her master. So what is the upper limit of her charm? What if it is used on humans? What effect will it have? Luo Chen stood on the broken arena, looking down at AIC in the distance. At this time, AC had already stood up. She looked a little embarrassed, with one hand covering her butt and her face flushed. You're a hooligan. If I were a hooligan, I wouldn't have to use my feet. Luo Chen replied. Roar. Dozens of dark gold bat kings were beaten by the Titan demon ape until only a trace of health was left on their bars. However, they stopped attacking after Ace fell out of the ring. Just floating in the air like that, and judging from their reactions, they were obviously still controlled by the charm. Then don't use your feet. There was a gleam in Acey's eyes, and she waved the staff in her hand. A visible ripple spread out, blowing through the bodies of dozens of dark gold bat kings like a breeze. The next second, Luo Chen felt the connection between himself and the dark gold bat king. Apparently, Ace had removed the enchantment effect. Give it back to you. AIC smiled charmingly and blew a kiss to Luo Chen. You win this time. I'll have a good sparring with you next time. How about adding us as friends? I want to know what you would use if you don't use your feet. Are all foreign women so fierce? Roar. Those dozens of dark gold bat kings flew back to Luo Chen, looking aggrieved and trying to please. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and placed it on the head of a dark gold bat king, sighing. All right, I know it's not your fault. I don't blame you. Next time when a bunch of other soul beasts die, you just follow them and die together, dear. As he said this, he turned and gestured to the host. Host, in this match, Luo Chen wins. Luo Chen nodded and casually took the Titan demon ape and the dozens of dark gold bat kings with low health back into the summoning space. The demon's purple wings flapped behind him, and he landed on his own player's seat without looking back. In the stands, shock was reflected in the eyes of every audience member. Is this Luo Chen's strength? Wasn't that giant beast just now too terrifying? It's a pity that I can't check its attributes. But according to my estimation, it should be no weaker than a level 50 boss, right? And it has to be a boss from a hell-level dungeon. It should be more than that, right? I feel like those blood-colored bats are already at this level. When it was summoned just now, even the arena couldn't withstand its power. The arena was blessed by the formation, and it hadn't been damaged during the individual competition until now. How could it be crushed by a single kick? But it seems that AIC's skills can restrain Luo Chen a little bit. There was a lot of discussion, and AC has returned to her team. There are 15 people from the European country and 2 leading teachers. One of the leading teachers said in a deep voice, AC, what do you think of Luo Chen's strength compared with you? AIC shrugged. Didn't you see it? I lost. Of course he is better than me. The teacher in charge frowned. You didn't use your full strength. AIC's eyes flickered as she said with a sweet smile. Teacher, you are such a joker. I didn't use my full strength, but did Luo Chen use his full strength? If I really use my full strength, I will definitely anger him, and I might even lose my life on the ring. If I died, would you be sad? The teacher in charge's face flushed a little, and he quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at AIC, for fear that he would get lost in her if he looked at her for a few more times. AIC said slowly, In any case, after the team dungeon competition begins, we should stay away from the Dragon Country team to avoid getting into trouble. As she spoke, she turned her head and looked in the direction of the Beautiful Country and Sakura Country teams with a playful expression. Behind her, a teammate suddenly said, AC, we want to win first place in the team competition. Are you trying to hide from the Dragon Country team? Are you asking us to give up the fight for first place? AC's fingertips brushed across her cheek, and she suddenly turned to look at her teammate, an inexplicable red light flashing in her eyes. Her aura changed instantly, and her whole person became extremely strange, as if she was a different person. Are you questioning my decision? Call. A sharp and piercing sound burst out from her mouth and instantly pierced the man's eardrum. Oh. The teammate turned pale, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his ears. That's not what I meant. AC, you misunderstood. AIC raised her chin slightly and said calmly, it's better this way, otherwise I don't mind if my team has one less person, 15 or 14. It makes no difference at all. Hearing this, all the team members lowered their heads. Even the 2 teachers in charge swallowed their saliva and dared not say anything to persuade them. On the other side, the Dragon Knight and Forbidden Spell Priest from the Sakura Country, as well as the white-haired old man who led the team from the Beautiful Country, all looked grim. The skill AIC just used is likely to alert Luo Chen. If this happens, it will be difficult for us to deal with him in the team dungeon. No trouble. He's dead. The ring has been broken. However, this will not affect the subsequent battle. 2 wizards in long robes appeared, holding staffs in their hands, and powerful magic power burst out from the ends of the staffs. In an instant, a dim light enveloped the broken arena, and the power of the earth element burst out. Boom. The ground shook and the soil rolled. The broken arena was buried by the rolling soil, and then, a huge arena made entirely of soil slowly rose up. This is not over yet. There are formation masters guarding not far away. Mysterious runes flash from their fingertips, and precious materials are printed on the arena one by one. With the help of the formation, the arena became extremely stable again. Soon, Chief Aaron and Steve Yasso from the United States walked onto the ring. This is also the final battle of the top 4. After their fight, the winner will compete with Luo Chen for the individual championship. The loser will compete with AIC for the 3rd place. On the ring, Chief Aaron's expression was somewhat solemn. This was the first time he had shown such an expression since the start of the individual competition. On the opposite side, Steve Yasuo slowly drew out his sword. A ray of lightning rushed out from his palm, and in an instant, lightning surged on the sword. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered, Space Mage? In front of me. You may not even have the chance to cast magic. Chapter 189. The final is coming. At this stage of the individual competition, both Chief Aaron and Steve Yasuo had gone through more than a dozen battles. They also had some understanding of each other's methods. Hearing Steve Yasuo's words, Chief Aaron snorted coldly. Thunder Warrior is just a rare profession, but I am an epic profession. Magical power surged around Chief Aaron. Host, can we start now? I want to see how he can prevent me from using magic. In the distance, the host suddenly waved the flag in his hand at this moment. The game begins. Boom. Almost at the same time, Chief Aaron and Steve Yasuo's momentum reached its peak. A flash of lightning descended from the sky, illuminating the entire square. The running thunder wrapped around Steve Yasuo's body, and the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. Chief Aaron's eyebrows jumped. At this moment, his magic power had just been gathered, and the first magic had not yet been cast. Are you looking for me? A strange voice appeared in Chief Aaron's ears, and Steve Yasuo's figure appeared beside him at some point. Boom. The thunder shook, and the long sword in his hand swung down suddenly, reaching Chief Aaron's neck in an instant. Chief Aaron was horrified. Fortunately, his skills were used at this time. Space extension. The weirdness of the space magician was revealed again. The space between the two of them stretched, and the long sword that was clearly close to them suddenly paused. Not good. Chief Aaron widened his eyes, and suddenly felt that the extension of his space seemed to be about to break free, and he even felt that he could not restrain the other party. Not daring to delay, he took a step back and slipped into a space door behind him. Almost at the same time, Steve Yasuo's sword broke free from the space extension and slashed fiercely where Chief Aaron had just stood. You ran away pretty fast. But this is a ring match. The venue is so small. Where can you hide? Steve Yasuo licked the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with dazzling lightning. The next moment, his figure disappeared again. Not invisible, but it's the ultimate speed. The last 4 people left were Luo Chen, Chief Aaron, Steve Yasuo from the Beautiful Country, and AIC from the European country. In the contestant seats, Luo Chen slumped in his chair, yawning and watching the fight. On the side, Jiang Meier asked in confusion, Luo Chen, what's with that expression on your face? You don't seem to care whether Qi Farron wins or loses. Luo Chen shrugged. So what if I care? So what if I don't care? I can't change the outcome. He opened his friend list and confirmed the message that Dean Yuan Hong had just sent. Luo Chen showed a strange smile. Treason? I didn't expect that I actually guessed it right. Jiang Meier, what are you laughing at? It's so scary. By the way, I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply? Did you add me as your friend and then block my messages? Hearing this, Luo Chen shook his head decisively. How could I block you? Am I that bored? I was just too busy and didn't pay attention to your message. Is that so? Jiang Meier nodded, quietly opened the friend list, and sent another message to Luo Chen. Jiang Meier, what did I just post? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. What? Jiang Meier gritted her teeth and said, I just sent you a message. What did you send? This is so embarrassing. Luo Chen laughed dryly and suddenly pointed at the arena and shouted, Look, Qi Farron is going to lose. This trick worked well, and Jiang Meier's attention was instantly attracted. In the ring, Qi Farron was forced into a miserable state by Steve Yasuo. His magic skills have a cooldown time, but Steve Yasuo's attack never pauses, and his body maintains an unimaginable speed. Whoosh! After a sharp sound of thunder, Steve Yasuo's sword was already on Qi Farron's neck. You lose. Steve Yasuo. You should be proud enough to have survived until now in my hands. Qi Farron. You. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but finally held back. Steve Yasuo wins. After Qi Farron returned to his seat, Luo Chen said sarcastically, Oh my, when did the professionals from the United States become so gentle to the professionals from Dragon Country? That Steve Yasuo actually stopped playing with you? Is he familiar with you? Qi Farron's expression froze, and he quickly said, What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be familiar with him? This statement is true. Qi Farron really didn't recognize Steve Yasuo, and it was the first time he saw this person. He also couldn't understand why Steve Yasuo would show mercy to him. If the other party was a professional from Sakura Country, it would be understandable. After all, Qi Farron now has transactions with the Sakura Country. Could it be that the top leaders of Sakura Country passed the message to the United States? Qi Farron thought to himself and subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the Sakura Country team. But after just one glance, he looked at Lei Ting as if nothing had happened. On the stage, the host said loudly, There are 2 final matches left. The first and second place, and the third place. The contestants will rest for an hour, and then the third place competition will begin. Qi Farron and AIC, please get ready. At this moment, Qi Farron's friend column jumped slightly. A message came. After he checked, his expression turned a little ugly. Let me kill Ace? Snort. What do you think I am? I never promised to help you deal with the others. Qi Farron gritted his teeth, but finally endured it and decided to do as the other party said. Time passed little by little, and soon an hour was over. AC arrived at the ring first. That space mage, come up quickly. I'm still waiting to participate in the team dungeon competition. AIC hooked her finger at Qi Farron, as if she didn't take Qi Farron seriously at all. This look made Qi Farron extremely angry, and he couldn't help but feel murderous in his heart. He held the staff and walked up to the stage step by step. What a coincidence. I also want to finish this as soon as possible and then go participate in the team dungeon competition. Qi Farron said, his eyelids drooping slightly, looking at AIC's calves. I have observed your battles, and your skills should be performed with your eyes, right? AIC was slightly startled and couldn't help laughing. Her figure was graceful, and she twisted slightly with her laughter, which made all the visitors feel a little moved. Eyes. Hee, you are quite smart. AIC said slowly. Host, can we start? Chapter 190, I will definitely win. Let me go up. On the ring, the scene looked a little weird. Qi Farron lowered his eyes and stared at AIC's calves. It didn't feel like fighting, but rather like thinking about something indescribable. At this time, the host had already waved the flag in his hand. Almost at the same time, Qi Farron and AIC raised the staffs in their hands. Vigorous magic power surged out, and a dazzling light burst out from the end of the staff. The next moment, the space between the two of them suddenly twisted. It was Qi Farron's magic. Space compression. Boom. Ace suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from all directions, as if it was going to crush her body. But this feeling only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. There was a strange red light flashing in Ace's eyes, and a ripple covered the entire arena at some point. In the distance, Qi Farron was standing in the ripples. His eyes were filled with confusion. The staff in his hand slowly drooped down, and he looked like a walking corpse. Then, something happened that no one expected. Chi Farron raised his head stiffly and suddenly said, "Master." There was an uproar in the stands. Except for the contestants and their teachers from the European countries, everyone else was shocked. What on earth just happened? Chi Farron was controlled by AIC. This control skill is too weird, right? I have no idea how she performed it. Didn't Chi Farron say that AIC's charm needs to be cast with the eyes? He even deliberately avoided looking into AIC's eyes. But in the end, he was still controlled. I don't know how long this skill will last. If AIC attacks at this time, Chi Farron will definitely lose. Everyone's eyes widened, waiting for AIC to perform magic to make the final victory. Chi Farron was controlled, and if AIC cast attack magic at this time, Chi Farron would have no way to dodge. But to everyone's surprise, AIC seemed to have no intention of attacking again. She just raised her foot and slowly walked to Chi Farron's side. Then he raised his hand and slapped Chi Farron hard in the face. Bang! A big nose slap made Chi Farron's face red and swollen. "It's rude to stare at my legs," AIC said calmly. "Since you and Luo Chen are teammates, I will spare your life. Get out." Chi Farron nodded flatteringly, then lay down on the ground and actually rolled off the ring. In the contestant seat, Luo Chen blinked. He really wanted to use his giant hand to remind AIC to just kill Chi Farron. No need to give him face, really. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. After all, they were still in the competition. He and Chi Farron were both representing Manhwa. Reminding AIC to kill Chi Farron? That would have a bad influence. But then again, AIC's methods did surprise Luo Chen a little. When she was fighting me before, if she had used her charm magic directly on me, I don't know if I could have resisted it. Luo Chen recalled the fight between AIC and Chi Farron just now, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Because of the life chain, he can't die. But what if you were controlled by charm? It would be fine if this charm skill had a time limit, but if it could charm permanently, that would be troublesome. At this point, the host had already announced that AIC had won, taking third place in the individual competition. Below the stage, Chi Farron stood up in embarrassment. He shook his head vigorously and looked around in confusion. He felt like he was dreaming and couldn't believe that this was real. Who I am? Where am I? What on earth did I just do? Why am I under the ring? Chi Farron suddenly turned his head and looked viciously in the direction of AIC. AIC covered her mouth and chuckled. "Although I am very beautiful, you can't just look at me. I advise you to turn your head away. If you dare to stare at me like this again, I will dig out your eyes." The most playful tone, speaking the most evil and bloody words. At this moment, AIC gave people the feeling that she was a devil in beautiful skin, which made Chi Farron shiver uncontrollably. He turned away and dared not look at AIC again. For some reason, he always felt that AIC was not bragging. If he continued to stare at her, he might really have his eyes gouged out. On the other side, the direction of the Sakura Country and the Beautiful Country teams are located. The teachers from both countries looked unhappy. AC is a favored child of the younger generation in the European country. Although she is a rare professional charm wizard on the surface, from the information they have collected, AC is definitely not as simple as she seems. Although there are not many people who can change their profession to become a charm wizard, there are more or less in every country. After all, it is a rare profession. But other charm wizards are obviously not as powerful as AIC. In fact, in the eyes of many people, this profession is completely useless, especially when it comes to team dungeons. It doesn't play much of a role at all. However, AC is different. She is extremely powerful and has basically no rivals among the younger generation in the European countries. The Beautiful Country wants to use Chi Farron to kill AIC. Firstly, it wants to eliminate this potential threat, and secondly, it wants to provoke a conflict between the Dragon Country and the European country. Although the European country has had many exchanges with the Beautiful Country, it has always refused to join the Allies. But once a conflict arises between the European country and the Dragon Country, joining the Allies will be the only option for the European country. Unfortunately, Chi Farron was not strong enough and was easily crushed by AIC. Chi Farron returned to his seat in a daze, without saying a word, and became extremely gloomy. Jiang Meier said, "Master Chi, don't be discouraged. We still have Luo Chen." Hearing the word Luo Chen, Chi Farron's face became even uglier. He glared at Jiang Meier fiercely and cursed in his heart, "You bitch, I've been displeased with you for a long time. When the team dungeon starts, I will make you die with Luo Chen." Facing the direction of the United States team, Steve Yasso clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The final between him and Luo Chen is about to begin. However, according to the instructions of the team leader, anyone who faces Luo Chen must admit defeat and is not allowed to compete with him in individual competitions. But Steve Yasso was unwilling to give up. On the stage, the host shouted, "The finals have officially begun. Please invite Steve Yasuo from the United States and Luo Chen, the pride of the Dragon Country, to the stage." Damn, you only mentioned me by my name? When referring to Luo Chen, he added the words, "the pride of heaven." Who is he looking down on? Steve Yasso secretly hated it. He turned to look at his team leader. "Teacher, let me go up. If I can kill him in the individual competition, I can destroy the arrogance of the Dragon Country in front of all the countries and make our country's reputation shake the world. I will definitely win." Chapter 191. Dare to step onto the stage? You're so brave. On the big screen, Luo Chen and Steve Yasso's names were hung high above. All pairs of eyes were watching the two of them, waiting for them to enter the ring. Luo Chen leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face, showing no intention of moving. He looked in the direction of Steve Yasso and made a please gesture. Steve Yasso gritted his teeth and looked at his teacher expectantly. The white-haired old man frowned and was troubled in his heart. Steve Yasuo is indeed very powerful. On the limited arena, he may really have a chance to defeat Luo Chen. On the other side, the Dragon Knight and Forbidden Spell Priest of Sakura Country looked at each other. There are no players from the Sakura Country in the quarterfinals or the semifinals. There is nothing that can be done about it. Who told you that most of the contestants from Sakura Country were assembled at the last minute? If the Skeleton High Priest had not attacked Wazita Castle and Inada University had not been destroyed, their Sakura Country team would not have been in such a miserable state, unable to even make it to the quarterfinals. The Dragon Knight said in a deep voice that Steve Yasuo is quite strong. If he were to fight against Luo Chen in the ring, he might really have a chance. Forbidden Spell Priest, who knows? Luo Chen's soul beasts are too terrifying, and it is said that most of his soul beasts have special skills. Although Steve Yasuo is very powerful among his peers, the Forbidden Spell Priest does not think highly of him. At this time, the United States finally made a decision. The white-haired old man leading the team said in a deep voice, "In that case, just go ahead. If it's impossible, just admit defeat." After saying that, he added, "It's not shameful to lose to Luo Chen." Steve Yasuo's eyes lit up, and the next second, his body turned into a ray of lightning and rushed out, landing on the ring in an instant. "Luo Chen, come and fight." A wild roar emanated from his mouth, and his surging fighting spirit soared into the sky. A loud thunder streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire square with a terrifying sound. Luo Chen blinked. "Oh, you didn't just give in this time? You're really brave." On the side, Jiang Meier was a little worried. "Luo Chen, he is very fast. After the battle begins, you must release the soul beast as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome if he gets close to you." Chief Aaron sneered. "I've fought him before. He's very strong. You may not be able to win. You'd better not die in the ring." These words are Chief Aaron's true feelings. Although he hated Luo Chen's death, he absolutely did not want Luo Chen to die on the ring. If Luo Chen really died here, it would mean that the deal between Chief Aaron and Sakura Country would be invalid, and he would not be able to get the career advancement scroll. At this time, Luo Chen had already stood up. However, he did not go to the ring immediately, but came in front of Chief Aaron. He patted Chief Aaron's shoulder affectionately and whispered, "Little brother, Steve Yasuo is only as strong as you. He just beat a loser in the ring, and he is not worthy of my attention." After saying that, without waiting for Chief Aaron to react, he turned around and went onto the stage. It was not until a few seconds later that Chief Aaron reacted and looked at Jiang Meier in disbelief. What did he say? Who did he call a waste? Jiang Meier blinked. If I heard correctly, maybe, it seems to be talking about you." "Oh shit. Luo Chen, you bastard. Just wait for me. I have an epic profession, a space mage. How dare you call me trash?" The arena is the center of attention. The moment Luo Chen stepped onto the stage, the entire square was filled with earth-shaking cheers. "Luo Chen, come on. This is the last battle. We must win. Dragon Country is number one. We are the host country, and it will be a permanent shame if a professional from another country takes first place in the individual competition." Shouts came one after another. Although there were people from other countries cheering for Steve Yasso, this was Dragon Country, and the voices of just a few small fish and shrimps were drowned out by the Dragon Country audience, and not even a word could be heard. Luo Chen tapped the ground with the staff in his hand and looked at Steve Yasuo in the distance with a playful look. Just as he said, he didn't take this Thunder Warrior seriously at all. There was lightning flashing in Steve Yasuo's eyes, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. He knew that he might only have one chance. If he can't kill with one strike, it will be difficult for him to threaten Luo Chen again. Once Luo Chen summoned his army of soul beasts, he would probably not even have the chance to get close to Luo Chen. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ring became tense, or rather, Steve Yasso became nervous. The host held the flag high and waved it down suddenly. "Game. Start." Boom. Almost at the same time, flashes of lightning burst out around Steve Yasuo. His figure suddenly disappeared and turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards Luo Chen. No fancy moves, just the most direct, fiercest, and fastest attack. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure appeared behind Luo Chen, and his terrifying speed was even faster than that of most assassins. In the stands, Duan Liar frowned slightly. She is a rare-class shadow assassin. Not only is her own speed very strong, but she also has many skills that increase her speed. But even she gasped when she saw Steve Yasuo's attack. Duan Liar exclaimed, "Little brother, be careful." At this time, the longsword in Steve Yasuo's hand was already close to Luo Chen. The next moment, it will chop Luo Chen's neck, and once it hits, his head will definitely be chopped off. Everyone was sweating. Even Yuan Hong and Lu Zhongjiang, who were watching the fight in the box, had their eyes wide open and were too nervous to speak. It's really fast. Luo Chen's expression was calm. He did not summon any soul beasts, nor did he even use any attack skills. Facing Steve Yasuo's Thunder Sword, Luo Chen's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. Whoosh! A residual shadow flashed by, and Luo Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. He actually avoided Steve Yasuo's attack in an extremely strange way, and his figure appeared in the air at some point. Behind him, the demon's purple wings flapped slowly. Luo Chen looked down at Steve Yasuo and said coldly, "It's very fast, but I'm not slow either." In the ring, Steve Yasuo was a little confused. He widened his eyes. Without time to think, he jumped up and attacked Luo Chen again. At this moment, Luo Chen finally took action. Soul Skill for Thunder Leaps. Chapter 192, Level 91 Archmage makes a stunning appearance. At this moment, the whole square was eerily quiet. Everyone widened their eyes, looking up into the air in shock, looking at Luo Chen's strange figure. How could a summoner have such terrifying speed? He was actually able to dodge Steve Yasuo's attack with his body skills? From Steve Yasuo's first solo game, he showed unimaginable speed, which even assassins known for their speed could hardly compare with. But even such a professional could dodge Luo Chen's full-strength attack? In the direction of the United States team, the white-haired old man leading the team had a dark face. His name is Masno, and he is an extremely powerful wizard in the United States. His status and position in the United States is just like the three holy pillars of the empire of the Sakura Country. The moment he saw Luo Chen perform lightning magic, Masno felt a little surprised. He knew Steve Yasuo's strength. It would be difficult for a magician of the same level to cause effective damage to him if he cast lightning magic. But after the surprise, he felt extremely uneasy. The mental fluctuations that erupted around Luo Chen just now made this powerful wizard from the beautiful country feel like a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat. Masno was seen holding the staff tightly in his hand and suddenly shouted, "I admit defeat on behalf of Steve Yasuo." "Luo Chen, stop it." A sudden exclamation echoed throughout the square. "Give up?" Everyone was stunned. Next to him, a group of professional contestants from the United States were also stunned. Steve Yasuo's resistance to lightning element is very strong. Now that Luo Chen is casting lightning element magic, Steve Yasuo will definitely be able to kill him by surprise. Why did the teacher admit defeat? They couldn't figure it out, but they didn't dare to question Masno's decision. Under the ring, the host frowned. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he didn't hear what Masno said at all, and he didn't mean to stop the game. At this time, Luo Chen had already performed the 4 thunder leaps. Boom! There was a loud lightning in the sky. With Luo Chen's figure as the center, dense lightning fell from the sky. In just a moment, it swallowed up Steve Yasuo, who was rushing towards him. "Haha, Luo Chen, you are so stupid. How dare you use lightning magic to attack me?" Steve Yasuo's eyes flashed with lightning, and he laughed wildly. "My resistance to lightning is beyond your imagination. I can be immune to 70 of lightning magic damage. Go to hell." Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Really? The strength of my mental power is also beyond your imagination. Even if you are immune to 70 of the damage, the other 30 can still kill you instantly." The lightning was raging. Steve Yasuo, who was submerged in the thunder, trembled all over, with disbelief in his eyes. "No. This is impossible. How can his mental power be so strong? I am already immune to 70 of the damage from lightning elements." Boom. The power of the 4 thunderbolts is terrifying. Luo Chen's basic mental power is close to 45,000 points. Taking into account the percentage bonus of all equipment, the mental power has exceeded 90,000. It is impossible for most level 70 magicians to reach his level. And this doesn't even include the skill damage bonus. In an instant, Steve Yasuo's body exploded. The whole body disappeared in an instant, the flesh and blood evaporated in the thunder, and several pieces of equipment and items fell from midair and landed on the ring. Even the paralysis effect of Thunder 4 leaps could not be triggered, and he was killed instantly in one blow. Such a shocking scene made everyone gasp. Masno was furious and roared, this is too much. I just admitted defeat on his behalf. Why don't you stop the game? Is this how Dragon Country hosts the World Professional Exchange Competition? Is this how they host it? The roar shook the earth. The top wizard of the beautiful country was completely furious. If this wasn't Dragon Country, he would have probably been unable to hold back and take an action. Quiet. A cold voice suddenly appeared, and the whole world was instantly shrouded in coldness. In the void, countless snowflakes condensed and fell from the sky. In just a moment, heavy snow began to fall. The whole world was like the cold September frost. Tens of thousands of people in the square shuddered and looked in the same direction in disbelief. I saw an old man appear on top of a tall tower. The old man held a staff in his hand, his white robe fluttering in the wind, and his seemingly ordinary face with wrinkles revealed endless majesty. Masno, watch your words. If you dare to say something like that again, I will regard it as a provocation and contempt for the Dragon Nation. The old man's tone was flat, and he didn't take Masno seriously at all. This is Dragon Country. And don't forget, when the United States hosted the World Professional Exchange Competition, our Dragon Country also had a contestant who died in the ring in a similar way to Steve Yasuo. At this time, Luo Chen had already fallen from the sky and landed back on the stage. He collected all the things dropped by Steve Yasuo into the item space, then turned to look at the old man in white robe, and was extremely shocked. Who is this person? What a terrifying magic vibration. This flying snow did not seem to be a skill, but merely a change in the weather caused by the old man's magical explosion. On the other side, Masno's face turned pale and he looked at the old man in white robe with fear. You Alfei, is that you? Masno gritted his teeth and said, in front of so many participating teams from other countries, you Dragon Country did something like this. Aren't you afraid of becoming an international joke? Yu Alfei is the name of the old man in white robe. At the same time, he is also the most powerful wizard in Dragon Country, no doubt about it. Level 91. The unique hidden profession, Astronomical Mage. Masno had never expected that Longwo would send such a person to preside over the World Professional Exchange Competition. Yu Alfei's face was calm. Back then, our Dragon Country's team leader also wanted to admit defeat on behalf of that contestant. But what was the result? You, the United States, say that only when the contestant himself admits defeat will it count. In the end, we watched helplessly as a young man from Dragon Country died on the ring. I can still vividly remember that scene. The sound vibrated and reached everyone's ears. After hearing this, all the audience understood why the host pretended not to hear what Masno said, why he did not stop the game, but watched Steve Yasuo being killed by Luo Chen and his body turned to ashes. There was an uproar in the square. You deserve it. Well done. It was you, the beautiful country, who made the rules. You said that only when the contestant admits defeat will it count. We, the Dragon Country, are just following your rules. What's wrong with that? The people who make the rules want to break them? How ridiculous. It really is a beautiful country. So beautiful. Chapter 193 Backlash, Overestimating One's Own Capabilities. As for the US team, Masno clenched his teeth and wanted to refute Yu Alfei, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to say them. Back then, the professional from Dragon Country died in the same way. At that time, the leader of Longwo's team was just like him, shouting loudly, wanting to admit defeat on behalf of the professional and save the young man's life. That year, as the host country, the United States not only turned a deaf ear to the words of the Dragon Country teacher, but even after the Dragon Country boy died, it said, it will only count if the contestant admits defeat. And today, retribution finally came. The best of their young generation in the United States died in the ring. This is the law of reincarnation. Yu Alfei said slowly, Masno, do you have anything else to say? Of course, if you think that the World Professional Exchange Competition hosted by my Dragon Country is unreasonable, you can just withdraw from the competition now, and you don't have to participate in the next team dungeon competition. Quit the competition? How is that possible? Masno's teeth were bleeding, and he squeezed out a few words. I have nothing to say. In the sky, the heavy snow subsided. The dark clouds covering the entire Hansheng dissipated, and everything returned to calm, except for a thick layer of snow on the ground. Yu Alfei smiled slightly, turned and walked towards the box. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, Masno. I really hoped you would interrupt the game just now, but what a pity. Hearing this, Masno felt a chill in his heart. If he had forcibly rescued Steve Yasuo just now, I'm afraid the consequences would be disastrous. By then, it might not just be Steve Yasuo who will die. I'm afraid that even Masno and the 14 participating professionals behind him will have to leave their lives in Dragon Country. It was not until Yu Alfei's figure disappeared that the chill in Masno's heart subsided a little. He gave Luo Chen a vicious look. Then he waved his hand and left the square with the beautiful country team. On the other side, the Sakura Country team also turned around and left, and did not participate in the individual competition awards ceremony. They are all waiting for tomorrow's Team Dungeon competition. Once you enter the Team Dungeon, it is no longer Dragon Country's home ground. The individual competition ends here. Champion, Luo Chen. The original runner-up Steve Yasuo has fallen. The runner-up position was postponed and fell directly on the head of AIC from the European country. Chi Farron, who had been kicked out of the top 3, actually got 3rd place, which made Chi Farron overjoyed. On the stage, Luo Chen, AIC, and Chi Farron stood side by side. Yu Alfei, who had already left, appeared again. He held the staff in his hand and slowly walked onto the stage. Seeing the supreme wizard of Dragon Country, whether it was Luo Chen and Chi Farron or AIC from Europe Country, they all tensed up and stood straight involuntarily. Yu Alfei smiled slightly and walked forward step by step. When passing by Chi Farron suddenly shouted, "Junior Chi Farron, greetings to Senior Yu." Yu Alfei paused, looked at Chi Farron meaningfully, and said regretfully, "What a pity." Chi Farron said quickly, "I was tricked by AIC and missed the top 3. It's a pity." Fortunately, Steve Yasuo died, and the 3rd place fell to me again. Yu Alfei didn't say anything else. He flipped his palm and 3 books appeared in his hand. It turned out that he was the one who personally presented the prizes to the top 3 in the individual competition. Luo Chen, you are very good. Yu Alfei's attitude obviously changed when facing Luo Chen. His eyes were full of kindness, and when he looked at Luo Chen, it was as if he was looking at a treasure. Luo Chen, thank you for the compliment, Senior. I have the blood of Dragon Country flowing in my veins. I am willing to suppress the 8 directions for Dragon Country and ensure the eternal peace of Dragon Country. Haha. Yu Alfei laughed out loud. Good, very good. He patted Luo Chen's shoulder and suddenly pointed to the top of the tower at the highest point of the square. Luo Chen, there are some people standing at the top of that tower. I am very optimistic about you. Maybe decades later, you will also be standing there. Look down upon the vast land of Dragon Country and protect Dragon Country's eternal peace. That direction? Luo Chen looked up and subconsciously mobilized his mental power, trying to sense what was in that direction. However, when sensing, there was no fluctuation in the direction of the top of the tower, and there was no sense that there was anyone there. Okay, take your reward. There are foreigners watching. As Yu Alfei spoke, he handed the top skill book to Luo Chen. It is the reward for the 1st place in the individual competition, a Soul Beast Summoner skill book that belongs exclusively to Luo Chen. Afterwards, Yu Alfei handed a book of top-level general skills to AIC. AC pursed her lips and fixed her eyes on the Supreme Sorcerer. Maybe out of curiosity or some other thought, a light suddenly flashed in her eyes, and strange energy fluctuations spread from under her feet, directly covering Yu Alfei. In the stands, the teacher leading the European team was horrified. AC, don't. Puff. AC's face turned pale instantly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body fell limply towards Luo Chen. Just a moment ago, she suffered an unprecedented backlash. Her mental strength was on the verge of collapse, and her internal abdomen was injured. It felt as if an invisible hand was tearing at her soul, shredding it apart. On the side, Luo Chen subconsciously reached out and supported AIC. Luo Chen, hey, you're still trying to scam me when you're receiving the award? AIC said in a trembling voice, Senior Yu, I have no intention of offending you. Please forgive me. In front, Yu Alfei's expression was calm, as if he didn't care at all about what had just happened. In fact, he did nothing at all, not even trying to resist AIC's skills. But even so, AIC still suffered backlash. There was no way. Yu Alfei's mental power was too strong. Compared with him, AIC was like a piece of rubble in a towering mountain. Dare to use your charm skills on Aofei? Do you think he is someone like Chi Farron? Yu Alfei said slowly. I know that you did it unintentionally. Otherwise, the result would not be like this. After saying that, he took out a healing potion and stuffed it into AC's hand, then ignored her. Chi Farron had saliva in his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him expectantly. The 3rd place reward is finally mine. Before Aofei handed over the skill book, Chi Farron couldn't help but stretch out his hands first. Thank you, Senior Yu. Thank me for what? Yu Alfei frowned. This top-level universal skill book is given to Luo Chen. The reason why you were ranked 3rd is because Luo Chen killed Steve Yasuo. Karma, this skill book doesn't belong to you no matter how you look at it, does it? After saying that, Yu Alfei handed the skill book to Luo Chen while Chi Farron was still confused. Luo Chen was also confused. Chapter 194. Inheritance of Destiny, Rapid Increase in Strength. Chi Farron widened his eyes and looked at Yu Alfei in disbelief, as if he was dreaming. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, Senior Yu, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Yu Alfei smiled slightly and reached out to pat Chi Farron on the shoulder. Chi Farron was flattered by this move and thought Yu Alfei would change his mind. But who knew that Yu Alfei said, Shao Qi, I still have high hopes for you. Don't just focus on a top-level universal skill. After the team dungeon competition is over, as long as our Dragon Country team can get into the top 3, I will give you some extra goodies. Oh? Chief Aaron's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Yu Aofei has an extraordinary status in Longhua, so the good things he talks about must be good. Chief Aaron said quickly, then I would like to thank you first. In the team dungeon competition, I will definitely try my best. On the side, Luo Chen tried hard to suppress his smile. First hit him with a stick, then draw up high in the sky and give him a sweet date. This operation of Mr. Yu is really good, and it directly confused Chief Aaron. If Chief Aaron knew that the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom had charged him with treason and even ordered him to be eliminated in the team dungeon competition, I wonder if Chief Aaron would still be so excited. Thinking of this, Luo Chen subconsciously glanced at the friend list. The message that Dean Yuan Hong sent him not long ago was about Chief Aaron's treason. The individual competition is officially over. Luo Chen and others left one after another and returned to their residences, waiting for tomorrow's team dungeon competition. Regarding the reward for the third place in the individual competition, although many viewers had doubts about Yu Aofei's decision, no one dared to raise it. According to the rules, Chief Aaron got third place. Although this ranking was a bit dishonorable, he still got it after all. But the final result was that Luo Chen got both the first and third place rewards, while Chief Aaron got nothing and only got up high in the sky painted by Yu Aofei. In a hotel, the European team gathered together, and the team leader checked AIC's physical condition with concern. After a long time, the team leader breathed a sigh of relief. The recovery potion that Yu Aofei gave you is very powerful. It should not affect tomorrow's team dungeon competition. AC, you are so bold. Yu Aofei is the supreme wizard of Dragon Country. You used your charm skills on him? If Yu Aofei hadn't shown mercy, you would have exploded and died. Hearing this, AIC also felt a little nervous. But even though she was nervous, she didn't regret it. It was worth it because she used a charm skill to test the difference between herself and the top magician of Dragon Country. The team leader continued, and that Luo Chen, don't have any contact with him before the team dungeon is over. I just got the news that the beautiful country and the Sakura Country are likely to attack Luo Chen during this team dungeon. But there's no way of knowing what they're going to do. In short, this time the team dungeon is likely to be dangerous for Sai Luo Chen. More bad news than good? AIC curled her lips, not taking it seriously. One player, Steve Yasuo, died in the United States, so there are only 14 main players left. However, each country's participating teams have substitute members, so when the team dungeon competition starts, there will still be 15 people participating. But even with one more person added, the team's overall strength is still not as good as before. And there is Sakura Country. The 15-member team was cobbled together, and they didn't even make it to the quarterfinals, let alone the semifinals. These two teams combined together want to attack Luo Chen? It's ridiculous. Unless they have skills and equipment specifically to restrain Luo Chen, if they dare to attack Luo Chen, they will surely die. The final result will be just like the Qian Longjin trial. At this time, Luo Chen had already returned to his room. After Yu Aofei presented him the award, the old man took the initiative to apply to add Luo Chen as a friend. This person is probably the most prestigious person in Luo Chen's friend list. Luo Chen was holding 2 skill books in his hands. One of them is the exclusive skills of Soul Beast Summoners, and the other is the top universal skills. In addition to these 2 skill books, he also gained other things in the individual competition, which were revealed after Steve Yasuo's death. Originally, Masno from the United States wanted to take back Steve Yasuo's things, but since they were already in Luo Chen's hands, how could he possibly give them back? In the end, it was all over. Item name, Destiny Inheritance. Item introduction, exclusive skill for Soul Beast Summoners. After casting, you can bind a Soul Beast as your natal Soul Beast. After binding, the caster will gain a 10 attribute bonus to all attributes of the natal Soul Beast. Tip: all attributes include strength, agility, mental strength, magic resistance, and physical resistance. The introduction of this exclusive skill is very intuitive and clear. Luo Chen can choose one from many Soul Beasts, bind it as his natal Soul Beast, and then inherit 10 of its attributes. And all properties are inherited. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and laughed excitedly. This skill is simply a divine skill. The attributes of the Bear King are extremely terrifying. If I bind it as my natal Soul Beast, what does it mean to inherit 10 of all its attributes? 100,000-year Soul Beasts, King Bear, Azure Python, and Titan Demon Ape. The mission of exploding troops for the Azure Dragon Python was completed in the Wazita city of Sakura Country. Judging from the attributes alone, the Azure Dragon Python is between the Bear King and the Titan Demon Ape. However, Luo Chen has only summoned one so far. The mission to produce a large number of troops for the 10,000-year soul beast Dark Demon Evil Spirit Tiger has also been completed. However, the difficulty of summoning the Dark Demon Evil Spirit Tiger was somewhat beyond Luo Chen's expectations. It is obviously a 10,000-year soul beast, but its summoning difficulty is higher than that of the Titan Demon Ape. Until now, Luo Chen has not even managed to summon a single Dark Demon Evil Spirit Tiger. Putting these messy things aside, Luo Chen checked the attribute interface of Bear King. Name, Xiong. Age, 100,000 years. HP, 300 million. Strength, 600,000. Agility, 20,000. Spirit, 300,000. Magic resistance, 200,000. Physical resistance, 350,000. Skill, except for health, Luo Chen can get 10 of other attributes. As for mental power, Luo Chen can get 30,000 points at once. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen directly set King Bear as his natal soul beast. The next second, his whole body trembled violently, and an extremely powerful energy instantly surged into his limbs and bones. Attributes skyrocketed. The rate of growth was even greater than any other piece of equipment on his body. And this is just now. As the tasks of increasing troops are completed one by one, perhaps in the near future, Luo Chen will be able to summon even more terrifying soul beasts. By that time, the attribute bonuses he obtains will be even more terrifying. Chapter 195 begins, Above the Sea. Compared with the exclusive skill, Inheritance of Life, the top-level general skill that Luo Chen obtained seemed much worse. Of course, this is a top-level general skill after all, and it is actually very practical. Item name, Teleport Mastery. Skill Introduction. After practicing, the guidance time when using the Return to City Teleport Stone can be shortened by 80. Judging from the skill description alone, this, Teleportation Mastery, seems a bit ordinary. But in reality, this is not the case. When using an ordinary city return memory stone, it takes at least 30 seconds to guide. When professionals encounter danger, it is difficult to escape and save their lives through the city return memory stone. After all, 30 seconds of guidance time is too long, and monsters and enemies will not just watch you teleport away. After practicing Teleportation Mastery, the guidance time of the Return to City Teleportation Stone is greatly reduced, directly shortened from 30 seconds to 6 seconds, and some top-quality Return to City memory stones can even shorten it to 5 seconds, or even 3 seconds. This undoubtedly gives practitioners a skill to escape and a capital to save their lives. A very useful skill. Luo Chen grinned, and then started practicing and studying. After a moment, he opened the item space and checked what he got from Steve Yasso. A memory stone for returning to the city. The memory coordinates are a city in the United States, Newman City. 2 pieces of junk equipment, useless. In addition to this, there is a sealed scroll. Item name, Sealed Scroll. Unblocking progress, 89. Item introduction. Place the sealed quest scroll in the item space. You can obtain soul fire by killing undead monsters to remove the seal. When the unblocking progress reaches 100, the scroll can be opened for viewing. This thing is a bit weird. A sealed scroll? What is inside the scroll? It's so mysterious. Luo Chen muttered to himself, his heart full of curiosity about the scroll. He was ready to find an opportunity to hunt down undead monsters to remove the seal of the scroll. Because the exclusive equipment, Skeleton Metal, comes with the Undead Intimidation skill, Luo Chen can get an additional 5 experience bonus when killing undead monsters. Undead Shock, passive when attacking an undead monster. An additional 30 damage will be inflicted. After the undead monster dies, an additional 5 experience bonus will be gained. Therefore, when Luo Chen was hunting monsters, he always had a preference for undead monsters. With this sealed scroll, Luo Chen fell in love with the undead monsters even more. Time passed little by little, and before I knew it, it was night. Perhaps because she wanted Luo Chen to have a good rest, Duan Liar did not come to disturb him. If it were any other time, that girl would have sneaked to the door and tried every means to get into his bed. At this time, Luo Chen was leaning against the head of the bed, looking at the group chat messages. This group chat was set up temporarily, and all the participating teams from Longwa were in it. In addition, there were Yuan Hong, Lu Zhengjiang, and teachers from several other schools. Yuan Hong. All team members, listen carefully. What I am going to say next is very important. It is related to tomorrow's team dungeon competition. Tomorrow's team dungeon will open somewhere in the ocean. The exact coordinates are not known yet. We will need to know tomorrow. Once you know the coordinates, you will normally need to take a boat to get there. But don't worry, with Luo Chen here, you can ride his soul beast and fly directly over, entering the dungeon earlier than teams from other countries. After entering the dungeon, The country can no longer interfere with the progress of the game, nor can it protect you. You must protect yourself. The captain is Luo Chen. Everyone must obey his orders and must not disobey. Go all out. On the sea? Luo Chen frowned slightly and muttered, "This is a bit troublesome. All of his soul beasts are land soul beasts. If the battlefield is in the sea, the only soul beasts he can call upon are the dark gold bat king, the bloodthirsty bat king, and the sky blue dragon python. And the only one that can really fight in the water is the azure dragon python. Although Mr. Bear and the Titan ape are very powerful, once they enter the ocean, their strength will be greatly reduced, and they may even drown in the sea. And then again, this kind of drowning doesn't count as a troop explosion. In order to speed up the death of the soul beast, Luo Chen once thought of letting the soul beast jump into the river and drown. But this kind of death doesn't count at all. According to the requirements of the troop explosion mission, only the death of soul beasts caused in the battle will count. On the other side, the beautiful country and the Sakura Country are holding a secret meeting. Likewise, they also set up a group chat belonging to both contestants. Dragon Knight. I didn't expect that Luo Chen's own strength is so terrifying. Masno gritted his teeth and said, "It is indeed unexpected. Steve Yasuo's resistance to lightning is terrifying, but Luo Chen still killed him instantly with a single strike of lightning magic. How high has Luo Chen's mental power reached?" Recalling the scenes on the field, everyone was silent. Especially the professionals who participated in the competition, they were all so frightened that they lowered their heads and dared not speak. If they were to face Luo Chen, they would probably die more miserably than Steve Yasuo. Masno. Let's not talk about the past anymore. After the team dungeon competition starts tomorrow, we must get rid of Luo Chen no matter what. As long as we can get rid of him, it doesn't matter even if the two of us lose the team dungeon. Boom. The contestants from both countries were full of vigor and their eyes were filled with fierce fighting spirit. Luo Chen, you are dead. Contestants from all over the world spent this night in a state of tension. Until the next day, many people had dark circles under their eyes and looked mentally exhausted. Luo Chen slept better than anyone else. At the port of Hanqing, a huge altar had been built at some point. The altar is inlaid with pieces of top-grade alchemical materials, and each piece of material contains powerful energy. At this time, all the participating teams gathered around the altar, staring at the ball of light on the altar. Call. The wind was gusting violently, and a halo of light emanated from the ball of light, instantly covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius. The coordinates have been revealed. The ships are ready. You can choose to go to the designated coordinates together on a giant ship, or go on your own. Before reaching the copy coordinates, all teams must not attack each other. Chapter 196, Jiao Python. At this moment, an isolated island emerged in the halo above the altar. At the same time, the coordinates of the isolated island were also revealed, and the entrance formation of the team copy was exactly on that isolated island. As for what was just said, before reaching the copy coordinates, all teams must not attack each other. That is pure nonsense. If there was no simultaneous live broadcast when the giant ship was moving, the teams from various countries would definitely have a big battle before entering the copy. In addition to the simultaneous live broadcast, the team leaders will also accompany the team to the isolated island. After a moment, the isolated island in the halo disappeared. More than a dozen giant ships appeared in the halo. These giant ships were the means of transportation to the isolated island. The moment teams from various countries step onto the giant ship, it will be broadcast live simultaneously on a large screen in the distance, and then rebroadcast to other countries. Of course, the so-called live broadcast is limited to before entering the copy. Once you enter the team competition copy, the space will be reversed and all signals will be cut off by the space barrier. The only way for the outside world to contact the professionals in the copy is through the friend list. The copy used in the team copy competition is forcibly opened through alchemical materials. After opening, the coordinates of the copy entrance will be synchronously displayed on the altar. The alchemical materials consumed to open the copy are extremely precious, and after joint testing by various countries, this copy can only be opened once a year. There is no level limit or occupation limit for entering the dungeon. The only limit is age. Only professionals under the age of 22 are allowed to enter. It is precisely because of this relationship that the World Professional Exchange Competition has an age limit for participants. The host said loudly. The mission goal of the Team Dungeon competition is to obtain the magic core of the ultimate boss, Abyss Demon. After a team seizes the magic core, the instance will enter a 12-hour countdown, and the team that obtained the magic core will be marked. After marking, Other national teams can check the location of the team at any time and encircle and fight for it. This rule is very similar to the original Qianlongjian trial. The Qianlongjian trial is to compete for the National Destiny Experience Stone, and this time it is to seize the magic core of the Abyss Demon species. However, the properties of the magic core of the Abyss Demon species are not fixed. Maybe it will bring experience bonus, monster explosion rate bonus, and so on to the winning country. For example, in the last World Professional Exchange competition, that magic core had the ability to open a mysterious copy. The country that obtained the magic core could use the magic core to enter that mysterious copy and plunder the cultivation resources in the copy. The host continued. After entering the dungeon, the competition officially begins. There are no rules and no limits on fighting. There is only one winning team. All teams fight for their respective countries. The rewards for the winning teams are decided by their respective countries, and the magic cores belong to the country. Dean Yuan Hong had already mentioned this rule in the group chat. If Longhua can win the team competition, the country will give each participant a huge reward. 100 million dragon coins per person, plus a piece of diamond-level equipment and 100,000 college points from each college. The 3 people who perform outstandingly will be rewarded with legendary equipment. These are all from the country. Then, each team is requested to choose how to reach the isolated island, either by yourself or on a giant ship. The host's voice resounded throughout the venue. Again, I would like to remind you that the team that arrives at the isolated island first can enter the dungeon earlier. Whoosh. Almost as soon as the host finished speaking, the teams from the Beautiful Country and the Sakura Country took action. In addition to these 2 countries, there were also teams from their allies, all rushing towards the giant ship in the port. As for the teams from other countries, they were a little slow and had no intention of traveling with the Beautiful Country and the Cherry Blossom Country. In just a moment, the teams from the Beautiful Country, the Sakura Country, and others occupied 5 giant ships and rushed straight to the direction of the coordinates. Only after the ship had gone some distance away did other countries board the ship one after another. European Country, the team leader, stay away from the Pretty Country, the Sakura Country, and the Dragon Country team. I have a bad feeling this instance will definitely be bloody. I wonder how many people will die in it. AC, you must be careful. If you can't do anything, give up the fight for the demon species and demon core. Hearing this, AIC just nodded casually, not knowing whether she took it to heart or not. Teams from other countries seem to have similar ideas. If they can fish in troubled waters, that would be the best. If not, then they will just go through the motions. Of course, they can also choose to temporarily form an alliance with the Beautiful Country or the Dragon Country, and after seizing the magic core, they may be able to get a share of the pie. At the port, Luo Chen squatted on the ground, quietly watching all the ships leave. Behind him, Jiang Meier, Qi Farron, and others stood there, looking anxious. Qi Farron gritted his teeth and said, Luo Chen, how long do we have to wait? If you don't summon a flying soul beast, we might as well go by boat. The other teams have already gone 1,000 meters. Several other members also nodded, obviously agreeing with Qi Farron's words. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and looked back at him. I am the captain. I am not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Not far away, Lu Zhenjiang and Chen Yue, the team leaders, were smiling without any intention of urging them. It was obvious that they had completely handed the decision-making power to Luo Chen. Qi Farron was left speechless by what Luo Chen said and couldn't help cursing in his heart. After a while, Luo Chen stood up. Let's go. Roar. The next moment, 14 10,000-year-old dark gold bat kings were summoned. Why are there only 14? Qi Farron and others were stunned for a moment. Luo Chen said calmly, What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and ride on it. You were urging me just now. Now that the soul beast has been summoned, why don't you ride it? Qi Farron and the others looked at each other and had no choice but to ride on. But Jiang Meier didn't go up. She took a few steps closer to Luo Chen and said, Luo Chen, I'm afraid of heights. Can you take me flying with you? Take you flying with me? I'm afraid I'll get all wet. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, but when he thought about how it might be boring on the way, having someone to play with could help pass the time. So I readily agreed. Boom. He slowly waved the staff in his hand, and the next second, the sea in front of him rolled up, and a huge space vortex appeared directly above the sea. Boom. The waves rolled, and a hideous monster poked its head out from the water. On the huge head was a pair of sharp horns. Its head was like that of a bull, but its body was like that of a dragon. As soon as it appeared, an aura of devastation swept out, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 197 Copy, Stormy Waves. This was the first time that Luo Chen summoned the Sky Azure Python in front of others after obtaining it. Judging from the attributes alone, the Azure Dragon Python is much superior to the Titan Ape, and its skills are also more powerful. Name: Azure Python. Age: 100,000 years. HP: 150 million. Strength: 400,000. Agility: 20,000. Spirit: 200,000. Magic resistance: 150,000. Physical resistance: 250,000. Skills: Azure Slow Claw, Azure Destruction Thunder, Water Soul Beast Enhancement, Azure Holy Blessing, Wandering in the Nine Heavens, Stormy Waves, Water Pressure Explosion. Azure Slow Claw ignores physical resistance, evasion skills, and invincibility skills. It can lock onto a specific target within range, causing a terrifying single attack on it, and bursting out a 5-fold critical hit, causing permanent damage that cannot be healed by recovery skills. The skill cooldown time is 10 minutes. Sky Blue Destruction Thunder, large-scale group attack, can condense thunder to cause damage to group targets and fall into a 10-second paralysis state. The total of all attributes is lower than that of Sky Blue Dragon Python. The duration of paralysis is doubled, and the skill cooldown time is 3 minutes. This skill is used in water, and the range is increased by 50. Water Soul Beast Enhancement. Passive skill. All attributes of all Water Soul Beasts are increased by 15. Tianqing Xingyu. A large-scale amplification skill that can be effective on Soul Beasts and the Master's team members, increasing the Protector's overall attributes by 10. The skill lasts for 10 minutes and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Flying in the Nine Heavens. Passive skill. The Azure Flood Python has the ability to fly and can fly in the 9 heavens like a dragon. When flying, the speed increases by 100. Turbulent Waves. A large-scale group skill that can drive water elements into huge waves to attack targets. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes. Water Pressure Explosion. A large-scale group skill that can mobilize its own power to forcibly change the water pressure, causing horrific squeezing of targets within the range. While causing horrific trauma, it also reduces the target's movement speed by 80. The skill lasts for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. 7 skills. Except for traveling in the 9 heavens, every skill is extremely powerful. In terms of the number of skills, it has one more than the Titan Ape and the Bear King. That's right, even the Bear King with stronger attributes only has 6 skills. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded. Chi Farron and the others who were riding on the Dark Gold Bat King suddenly felt that it was not so attractive. Oh my god, no wonder you only summoned 14 Dark Gold Bat Kings, so you were planning to ride this divine beast yourself? The previous Titan Demon Ape was scary enough, but who would have thought that he could summon such a soul beast? No matter how you look at it, it's even more terrifying than the Titan Demon Ape. Luo Chen ignored Chi Farron and the others, and said to Lu Zhengjiang and Chen Yue who were not far away, "Professor Lu, Teacher Chen, please, let's go together." Lu Zhengjiang laughed. Okay, then I won't be polite." As he spoke, he flew up and landed directly on the head of the Sky Blue Python. Chen Yue bit her lip and whispered, "Luo Chen, the teacher can't fly. How about you take me up?" Jiang Mayer. "Luo Chen, I can't fly either. Can you take me and Teacher Chen to fly together?" Does this count as a threesome? Luo Chen swallowed his saliva but did not refuse. He stretched out his hands and directly grasped Chen Yue and Jiang Mayer's waists. The next second, the demon's purple wings shot out and carried them into the air. To be honest, Luo Chen always felt that girls like Jiang Mayer who came to him for free were not attractive. But Chen Yue is different. When Luo Chen put his arms around her waist, he felt an electric shock at his fingertips. He even moved his palm up and down subconsciously to feel the softness of Chen Yue's waist. This seemingly unintentional action aroused Chen Yue's vigilance. She widened her eyes and looked at Luo Chen in disbelief. "Luo Chen, I'm almost 30. I can be your mother." "Be my mother? What are you thinking about? I'm almost 19 years old. Have you ever seen a 10-year-old giving birth?" Luo Chen muttered to himself and pretended not to hear what Chen Yue said. Soon, the three of them landed on the back of the Azure Python. Roar! The huge body of the dragon slowly turned, and accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, the Sky Blue Dragon Python moved instantly. On the sea, huge ships are speeding. All the giant ships have only one goal: the isolated island where the entrance magic circle of the copy is located. On the giant ship where the Sakura Country and the Beautiful Country are located. Judging from their actions, they have obviously reached an alliance. The Sakura Country agreed to help the Beautiful Country in this team dungeon competition and fight together for the demon species of the Abyss monsters. In addition, there is a more important thing that needs to be accomplished, which is to kill Luo Chen. In the eyes of the top leaders of the two countries, destroying Luo Chen is even more important than fighting for the magic core of the abyss demon species. However, these seem to be two different things, but in fact they are one thing if you think about it carefully. As long as Luo Chen is eliminated, the participating team from Dragon Country will no longer be a concern. At that time, who will be qualified to compete with the United States for the magic core of the abyss demon species? On the giant ship, Masno said in a deep voice, "If it goes as expected, Luo Chen will definitely summon those dark gold Bat Kings, and then take the Dragon Country team to the isolated island." The Dragon Knight and Forbidden Spell Priest of Sakura Country nodded. They had thought about ambushing Luo Chen on the sea and killing him. However, this plan was rejected as soon as it was proposed, and it was finally decided to complete the assassination within the copy. Masno continued, "The flying soul beast will be very fast, and it is very likely to reach the isolated island earlier than us. According to the rules, teams from different countries cannot fight each other on their way to the isolated island, nor can they create obstacles for other teams. Otherwise, they will definitely cause trouble for Luo Chen and his team." While listening to Masno's words, the Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell Priest were thinking about other things. Just now, the analysis team of Sakura Country has sent Luo Chen's latest analysis results. Based on the analysis data, they conducted a series of comparisons between Luo Chen and the Skeleton High Priest. In addition to the physical features of soul beasts, some known soul beast skills were also analyzed. The more you compare, the more shocking it is, and even terrifying when you think about it carefully. The soul beast, the Dark Bat King, can correspond to the Skeleton Bat King summoned by the Skeleton High Priest. Titan Ape, able to counter the Skeleton Beast. The human-faced Spider King can fight against the Skeleton Spider King, etc. That feeling is as if the Skeleton High Priest is the undead version of Luo Chen. This shocked the Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell Priest. Seeing that the two were silent, Masno asked in confusion, "What are you thinking about? I'm talking, can't you hear me?" The Dragon Knight raised his head suddenly and gritted his teeth and said, "Masno, your country has also analyzed Luo Chen and even told us that Luo Chen might be the Skeleton High Priest. You should know that, right?" Masno frowned and said, "Of course I know. I am also a member of the analysis team. Why do you bring this up suddenly?" The Dragon Knight trembled and said, "According to the latest analysis data, the Skeleton High Priest is very likely related to Luo Chen." Chapter 198. A Group of Ghost Sharks? The Skeleton High Priest is related to Luo Chen, and the top leaders of the beautiful country did say such things to the Sakura Country. But that's just speculation, there's not much evidence. The original intention of the beautiful country was just to use the help of the Sakura Country to get rid of Luo Chen. Unfortunately, the Sakura Country was not strong enough and was unwilling to take this risk themselves. Helplessly, the beautiful country decided to take advantage of the opportunity of the World Professional Exchange Competition and join forces with the Sakura Country to attack Luo Chen. Afterwards, the Dragon Knight compared Luo Chen's soul beast with the monster summoned by the Skeleton High Priest and told Masno about it. But this is no secret at all. The United States has already made the comparison. None of this counts as evidence. Masno said in a deep voice, "It is said that Luo Chen can only summon more than 20,000 soul beasts, but the Skeleton High Priest summoned 80,000 monsters in Zhaodao City. Of course, none of this matters. Regardless of whether Luo Chen is the Skeleton High Priest or not, we must get rid of him." The Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell Priest looked at each other. If he really is the Skeleton High Priest, they may have a chance with the means they have now. The huge ship was moving at a rapid speed. Roar! Suddenly, the sea surface several miles ahead began to roll violently, and huge black shadows appeared and disappeared on the sea surface. Masno frowned, and a powerful sense of perception spread out instantly. It's a group of monsters. Judging from their aura, their level should be quite high. The fleet will circumvent the monster group. Please ask Sanasuk to lead the monster group away. After Masno finished speaking, he looked at the Dragon Knight. Sanasuk was the name of the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight understood what he meant, and with a wave of his hand, the dragon mount was summoned. Then he rode the dragon into the air. The images here have been synchronized on the big screen. Not only people in Hanshin can see it, but people all over the world can also watch it. Soon, someone recognized the monster's origin. Look, it's a ghost shark. It is one of the most terrifying monsters in the coastal waters. The level of ordinary ghost sharks is basically 45. The elite ghost sharks are generally around level 50, and the level of the Ghost Shark King may reach 60. Level 60? Are all the monsters in the ocean so fierce? This is just the offshore area, and the giant ship has only sailed about 40 miles. It would be difficult for the participating professional teams to deal with such a group of monsters, right? No wonder the team leader is allowed to accompany them. It seems to be to prevent casualties among the participants before they enter the dungeon. The ocean is different from the land. The level and distribution density of monsters is one aspect. Another aspect is the combat environment. For example, in the case of a giant ship, monsters will not leave the sea water and jump onto the giant ship to fight with professionals. If a professional encounters a group of monsters while on a giant ship, once they engage in combat with them, the giant ship is likely to be damaged and sink into the sea. Once the giant ship is lost, the professionals will fall into an extremely passive position and may even drown in the sea. Roar. The dragon roared, and the dragon knight quickly flew above the group of ghost sharks. Then he locked his eyes on the largest ghost shark king among them and cast a top-level detection spell. Name: Ghost Shark King. Level: 60. HP: 480,000. Strength: 49,000. Agility: 10,500. Spirit: 28,000. Magic resistance: 9,500. Physical resistance: 9,000. Skills: Water Ripple Shock, Water Tornado, Low Altitude Gliding. Water Ripple Shock, range attack skill, causes terrible damage to targets within the range, ignores 20 of physical defense, and causes a 3-second stun state to the target. Skill cooldown time is 1 minute. Water Tornado, range attack skill, can condense water elements into a tornado to attack the enemy. The skill can cover the area above the sea, and the cooldown time is 1 minute. Low Altitude Gliding, passive skill. Ghost sharks have the ability to glide at low altitude on the sea surface. The gliding height and duration are affected by the agility attribute. After checking, the Dragon Knight shared the attributes of the Ghost Shark King in the group chat. At this time, the ghost sharks had already discovered the Dragon Rider. The ghost sharks roared and hissed, and their huge bodies rushed out of the sea and rushed towards the Dragon Knight in the air. On the other side, Masno and others had driven the fleet to take a detour, avoiding the area of the ghost sharks. Masno. Zanasuk, look behind you. A dragon is coming this way. No, it's not a dragon, but a monster with a bull's head and a dragon's body. There are people on it, and there are a dozen bats. Luo Chen and the others are here. Luo Chen. The Dragon Knight turned his head and took a look. When he saw the Azure Python, he was completely stunned. The body, which is over 100 meters long, is as huge as a mountain. Even before I get close to it, a terrifying and breathtaking aura hits me in the face. This reminded the Dragon Knight of the skeleton beast summoned by the skeleton high priest. The skeleton beast was more than 60 meters tall. Although its aura was stronger than that of this minotaur, its size was not as ferocious and terrifying. The Dragon Knight's eyes widened. Could that be Luo Chen's soul beast? Masno. Drive away the ghost sharks and block the path that Luo Chen and the others must take. This will at least cause them some trouble and delay their journey. On the way to the dungeon entrance, teams are not allowed to attack each other or create obstacles. But the ghost sharks are just a group of monsters in the ocean and cannot be considered an obstacle. Luo Chen and others rode on the sky blue python, while Chief Farron and others followed behind on the dark gold Bat King. Judging from the speed, the Azure Python is undoubtedly faster, but in order to wait for the dark gold Bat King, the speed was reduced a bit. Hello. Luo Chen saw the Dragon Knight several miles away, and his eyes lit up slightly. Professor Lu, that little Sakura seems to be preparing to block our way with a group of monsters. Professor Lu smiled slightly. So what are you going to do? It seems to be a ghost shark with the ability to glide. How about we fly higher? Or go around it? Luo Chen asked doubtfully. What I mean is, should you take action and just wave your hand to kill the ghost sharks in front of you? Professor Lu put his hands behind his back and shook his head decisively. Luo Chen looked at Qin Yue again. As a result, Qin Yue also shook her head, indicating that she could do nothing to help. Professor Lu was not prepared to help, so she, a substitute teacher, was even less able to help. Besides, she didn't have the ability to kill the group of ghost sharks with a wave of her hand. Seeing the two teachers acting like this, Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Look at Sakura's Dragon Rider. He knows to worry about his contestants being in danger, and he knows to take the initiative to lure away the ghost sharks. Luo Chen muttered, "You two are just so good. You don't care about anything at all." As soon as he finished saying this, Lu Zhengjiang responded with a casual remark that put him out of his mind. Lu Zhengjiang. The Dragon Riders took action because their contestants were trash and had no ability to deal with the ghost sharks. But our Dragon Nation is different. With you here, do I, an old man, need to drive away the beasts? Chapter 199 Ghost Face Fish, the first marine soul beast. Hearing Lu Xingjiang say this, Luo Chen couldn't help but straighten his chest. I feel good to be praised by Master Lu. At this time, the Dragon Knight had already escaped from the sight of the ghost sharks. The huge body of the azure python had also been locked onto by the ghost sharks. Roar! Hundreds of monsters were densely packed and rushing towards the sea surface. In just a short moment, he had rushed over 100 meters away. Chi Farron and the others' eyebrows jumped, and they prepared to drive the Dark Gold Bat King to fly to a higher place to avoid being covered by the Ghost Shark King's water tornado. Unfortunately, the Dark Gold Bat King only listened to Luo Chen's command and followed behind the Sky Blue Python. No matter how Chi Farron and others urged him, he would not move. Luo Chen turned his head and frowned. Senior Chi, what are you still standing there for? Shout, come on! 666. Roar! As he spoke, Luo Chen waved the staff in his hand. Dense swarms of 10-year wind baboons, 100-year wind demon wolves, mandrake snakes, 1,000-year human-faced demon spiders, etc. were summoned out, and then smashed into the sea like dumplings. That's right, it's making dumplings. The soul beasts roared and fell from the sky. Their huge bodies smashed into the water and were swallowed up by the ghost sharks in the blink of an eye. Lu Xingjiang's eyes widened. The great wizard was confused by Luo Chen's operation. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Throwing a group of monkeys and wolves into the sea? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I just want to see if these soul beasts can smash the ghost shark to death. Luo Chen's answer was so reasonable that Lu Xingjiang was unable to refute it for a moment. Killed by soul beast? You are such a talent. I asked you to take action because I wanted to see the strength of the Sky Blue Flood Python, not to see you summon ordinary soul beasts to make dumplings. Luo Chen didn't care what Lu Xingjiang thought. He threw all the soul beasts that were 1,000 years old or younger into the sea. He didn't stop until there were only soul beasts that were more than 10,000 years old left in the summoning space. More than 4,000 of them were just thrown into the sea, but it didn't cause any effective damage to the ghost sharks. Only a dozen of the hundreds of ghost sharks died. The soul beasts left behind by Luo Chen were either drowned or torn to pieces by the group of ghost sharks. Those who drowned were not counted as combat deaths, but those who were torn to pieces were counted. But those who were torn to pieces were only a minority, and Luo Chen didn't have any troop explosion missions to do right now. Seeing that Luo Chen stopped summoning, Lu Xingjiang and others breathed a sigh of relief. But who knew that after only 2 or 3 seconds, Luo Chen started again, calling the troops. And the soul beast shield is not turned on. He waved the staff in his hand and directly replenished the more than 4,000 soul beasts that had just died. A rain of soul beasts appeared in the air again, with their fangs and claws bared, and smashed into the sea with a crackling sound. Lu Xingjiang was furious. Luo Chen, can you please stop playing around? Just send your Sky Blue Flood Python out. Qin Yue, are you dealing with a group of ghost sharks? Are you feeding the fish? The images here were synchronized out, and those who were watching the live broadcast were also confused. They did not understand the meaning of Luo Chen's actions at all. At this time, people in Hansheng were already talking about it. Luo Chen is indeed very powerful. He can summon groups of soul beasts with a wave of his hand. But he also has high requirements for the combat environment. Obviously, he is not suitable for naval battles. At present, it seems that except for the Azure Dragon Python, his other soul beasts should not be able to fight in the sea. The portal for the team dungeon is on an isolated island in the ocean. Do you think there will be a large ocean in the dungeon? The environment of this team dungeon is random. It is said that the environment inside is different every year when it is opened. Many years ago, an ocean did appear in the dungeon. If that's the case, our Dragon Country team won't have much advantage when entering the dungeon. What on earth is Luo Chen doing? He threw a group of soul beasts into the sea. Is he killing monsters? Or is he feeding the fish? There was a lot of discussion. In the crowd, Duan Liar and Du Ruashi looked nervous. They couldn't help but worry when they heard these discussions. At this time, Lu Xingjiang couldn't help but take action. Luo Chen is too unreliable. The old man originally wanted Luo Chen to show his face under the attention of the whole world and use the Sky Blue Python to intimidate other countries. But this kid is making dumplings here and throwing soul beasts around for fun? Is your Azure Dragon Python just a decoration? Lu Xingjiang. Okay, let me do it. Just at this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared. Bite. Hint. The host successfully summoned a 10-year soul beast, the ghost-faced fish. Hint. The host successfully triggered the blast mission, causing the death of 500,000 ghost fish in the battle. The mission is completed to unlock the 10,000 years evil blood killer whale. Oh huh. A new soul beast, and it's a marine soul beast? Luo Chen was happy. The reason why he had just cleared out soul beasts under 1,000 years old was to trigger new soul beasts to appear. At the same time, he also wanted to try his luck and see if he could summon a 10,000-year-old dark demon evil spirit tiger. Instead of summoning the dark demon evil tiger, he actually summoned a 10-year-old ghost-faced fish. It's no exaggeration to say that it was a surprise. This is the first ocean soul beast he has summoned so far. Professor Lu, don't be impatient. I just saw that the atmosphere was too dull, so I splashed some water on everyone to cheer them up. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Just watch it, old man." "What does it mean?" "The atmosphere is dull, so why don't you make some splashes?" "I don't believe you." Lu Zhengjiang was speechless. If the person in front of him was not Luo Chen, but any other student, the old man would have slapped him long ago. Lu Zhengjiang puffed his beard and glared. "Okay, I want to see how you do it. If you keep playing, I will definitely beat you up." Luo Chen opened his arms, and his expression became solemn. Boom. At this time, the group of ghost sharks approached again. The water surface was boiling, and the Ghost Shark King's water tornado had been unleashed. In an instant, powerful water elements condensed, and a water tornado over 100 meters high rose up. Roar! At the same time, the Sky Blue Python also moved. This was also the first time that the Sky Blue Python launched an attack in front of the world. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and purple thunders condensed out. The original large-scale attack skills were reduced in scope and directly locked onto the water tornado that had just risen. Boom! The thunder surged and collided with the water tornado in an instant, blasting the newly formed water torn into pieces and dissipating into the air. Lu Zhengjiang laughed loudly, stroking his beard, and said, "The Azure Dragon Python skill is very powerful. Not bad, not bad. Let it continue to attack and kill these ghost sharks." Luo Chen blinked. "Professor Lu, I didn't want the Sky Blue Python to kill the monster. It's just a group of ghost sharks, and they are just monsters in the wild. Why would we need the Azure Dragon Python?" Chapter 200, He will influence the world situation. Lu Zhengjiang had some understanding of Luo Chen's soul beast. "Don't you plan to let the Sky Blue Dragon Python take action? In addition to the Azure Dragon Python, do you have any other soul beasts that are good at water combat?" Lu Zhengjiang showed a curious look. Or was Luo Chen planning to rely on his own strength to deal with the ghost sharks? He was not planning to use the soul beasts to fight. Previously, in the individual competition, Luo Chen had demonstrated powerful lightning magic. He is a summoner, so logically his own magic should not be very powerful, and he would be more inclined to drive the summoned beasts to fight. But the lightning magic that Luo Chen cast was stronger than one could imagine, and even a magician of the same level who specialized in lightning could not compare to him. Lu Zhengjiang was puzzled by this and wanted to ask Luo Chen the reason, but he gave up in the end. Everyone has their own secrets, so there is really no need to pry too much into them. If you pry too much into them, it will easily alienate the relationship between you. Under the gaze of Lu Zhengjiang and others, Luo Chen once again raised the staff in his hand. Jiang Meier opened her mouth slightly, her face flushed. "It's coming out, it's coming out. A more powerful soul beast is coming out." Call. Halos of light rose above the sea, and this time the summoning array actually appeared directly in the sea water. Thousands of summoning arrays appeared densely at the same time. The next second, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, dense swarms of ghost fish were summoned out. Name, Devilfish. Duration, 10 years. HP, 200. Strength, 15. Agility, 30. Spirit, 15. Magic resistance, 15. Physical resistance, 15. Skills, none. Judging from the attributes alone, it is slightly stronger than the 10-year soul beasts such as the Nether Wolf, but only slightly stronger, and is still very rubbish. However, Luo Chen doesn't care whether the ghost face fish is powerful or not. This thing is used to complete the task of increasing troops. But then again, would it take the death of 500,000 ghost fish to unlock the 10,000-year-old evil blood killer whale? When I think back to when I completed the mission of exploding other 10,000-year soul beasts, it was far less troublesome. I remember that when I unlocked the 10,000-year Dark Gold Bat King, I just had to kill 300,000 10-year bloodthirsty bats to complete it. As soon as thousands of ghost fish were summoned, they were surrounded by hundreds of ghost sharks. Judging from the size alone, the ghost fish's head is not even as big as the ghost sharks, and their properties are also very different. But the appearance of thousands of them at the same time still scared the ghost sharks. Roar! The ghost shark king growled, his eyes showing a wary look. The other ghost sharks also turned around and roared at the ghost fish around them. In midair, Lu Zhengjiang and others were stunned. Lu Zhengjiang, Luo Chen, You can actually summon sea monsters? Luo Chen corrected. This is a soul beast, not a monster. Lu Zhengjiang nodded. I have seen many powerful summoners, but most of the summoners summoned beasts are only suitable for land combat. There are very few summoners who can summon sea beasts, and it can even be said that they are rare. The ocean is vast and boundless, but there are very few places that humans can explore. Luo Chen, do you know how important these ocean spirit beasts of yours are? Luo Chen thought about it for a while and understood what Lu Zhengjiang meant. But to be honest, before Lu Zhengjiang said these words, Luo Chen really didn't think deeply about it. Judging from the density and number of monsters, the ocean is undoubtedly more terrifying, and you may encounter boss-level monsters and herds of beasts at any time. Dangerous places, abysses, dungeons, and countless cultivation resources are distributed throughout the sea, either on isolated islands or in the deep sea, but no one has explored these. Over the years, various countries have built warships, hoping to use them to roam the oceans and compete for cultivation resources at sea. But no matter how solidly the battleship is built, no matter how powerful the professionals on board are, the area that can be explored is extremely limited, because most professionals are not suitable for naval combat. If an ordinary summoner could summon sea beasts, Lu Zhengjiang would not take it seriously, because the summoned beasts that an ordinary summoner can command are extremely limited and have little effect on exploring the ocean. But Luo Chen is different. The number of soul beasts he can control is incomparably large. If he could summon tens of thousands of marine soul beasts, it would play a vital role in Dragon Country's exploration of the ocean. In the distance, Chi Farron swallowed, then opened his friend list, edited a message about what happened here, and sent it out. Soon, the Dragon Knight on the other side received the news. What? Luo Chen can actually summon ocean soul beasts. The Dragon Rider gasped. The Forbidden Spell Priest, Masno and others on the side also had a drastic change of expression. Obviously, they also thought of deeper issues, such as Luo Chen's ability to explore the ocean and its impact on Dragon Country and the world situation. Masno's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter what, Luo Chen must die in the team dungeon. No matter what the cost, even if all of us contestants die in it, we must kill him. The Dragon Knight and the Forbidden Spell Priest looked at each other and nodded. Luo Chen must die. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom will have the ability to explore the ocean. The Dragon Kingdom will have more cultivation resources and more copies to use. If this continues, the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably become more powerful, and the entire world pattern will undergo earth-shaking changes. Fight! Fight! At this time, the friend lists of Masno, Dragon Knight, and others all started jumping. It was a message from the top officials of the United States and Prime Minister Sakura. Just now, Hanhai City has synchronized the live broadcast images, and countries around the world have seen the scene of Luo Chen summoning the ghost-faced fish. Sakura Guardian, as long as Luo Chen is not dead, don't come back. President of the United States, Luo Chen must die. At this time, Luo Chen was standing quietly on the back of the Azure Python, driving the ghost-faced fish to attack the ghost shark. Lu Zhengjiang originally thought that the battle would end quickly, and the thousands of soul beasts summoned by Luo Chen would easily deal with the group of ghost sharks. But the result is not like that at all. Roar! Roaring sounds came one after another. The Ghost Shark King only used a large-scale attack skill to clear half of Luo Chen's thousands of ghost-faced fish. The few that remained were also torn apart by the bites of the ghost sharks. In a short while, thousands of ghost fish were almost dead. The atmosphere in midair was a little awkward. Jiang Meier whispered, Luo Chen, are you mistaken? There were thousands of ghost-faced fish, but they were all wiped out without even killing a ghost shark. That's right, none of the ghost sharks died, just some of them lost some health.